In the sweltering heat of August, the piercing sound of cicadas intertwined with the cacophony of honking horns reverberated through the bustling streets, where the scorching sun mercilessly baked the grayish-brown asphalt, causing the very air to shimmer in distortion. Under the scant shade of a few trees lining the roadside, a group of young individuals huddled together, cigarettes dangling from their lips as they awaited the traffic light. Suddenly, one of the young men, engulfed in smoke, seemed to notice something and let out a soft exclamation, his gaze fixated on a corner of the street. "Arno, what are you looking at?" one of his companions inquired. The young man, named Arno, stared blankly at the street corner for a while before speaking. "Tell me, how does a blind person cross the road?" His friend paused, contemplating for a moment before responding slowly. "Generally, blind individuals have someone to assist them or are guided by seeing eye dogs. In more modern cities, there are also auditory signals at traffic lights. If all else fails, perhaps they can inch their way along, relying on sounds and a cane." Arno shook his head. "But what if there's no one to watch over them? No guide dog, no audio signals, and they even use their cane to carry cooking oil." "Do you think you're funny?" His companion rolled his eyes and followed Arno's gaze, only to find himself frozen in place. There, at the diagonal corner of the street, stood a youth clad in a black short-sleeved shirt, his eyes completely obscured by several thick layers of black satin, blocking out all light. In his left hand, he held a cheap shopping bag brimming with vegetables, while his right hand clutched a cane slung over his shoulder, resembling a yoke at the end of the cane. A large bucket of golden peanut oil gleamed under the sunlight, black satin blindfold, cane resting on his shoulder, vegetables in one hand, oil in the other. This bewildering sight instantly captivated the attention of a throng of onlookers. "Hey, look at that person. How odd. Can he see the road with so much fabric over his eyes? Didn't you see the cane in his hand? He's clearly blind. What era is this? Blind people usually wear sunglasses. Who wraps their eyes with fabric in this sweltering heat? Aren't they afraid of suffocating?" "Exactly. And have you ever seen a blind person walk without a cane, using it instead to carry things? Today's youth really know how to have fun." The summer cicadas could not drown out the whispers of curiosity as passers-by scrutinized the boy, quietly debating whether he was genuinely blind or merely pretending, all while glancing expectantly at the flashing red light. That moment, a clear voice broke through the murmurs. "Brother, let me help you cross the street." It was a little girl in a school uniform, around 12 or 13 years old, beads of sweat adorning her cheeks. With large, dark eyes filled with concern, she gazed up at the boy, pure and simple. The boy turned slightly, momentarily taken aback, before a smile graced his lips. "Okay," he shifted the vegetable-laden bag to his right hand, freed his left hand to wipe the sweat from his brow, and gently clasped the girl's small hand. Click! The green light illuminated. The boy took a step forward, walking alongside the girl across the street. The girl appeared anxious, glancing nervously at the vehicles on either side, her steps cautious and timid. As for the boy, he walked with assurance. The onlookers. This scene resembled not a kind-hearted girl aiding a blind person, but rather an older brother guiding a younger sibling across the road. The street was not wide, and within mere seconds, they reached the other side. The boy thanked the girl, then turned without a backward glance and headed toward a secluded alley. "He's not blind," Arno declared confidently upon witnessing this. He must be able to see. One of the young men behind Arno rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought, before a revelation struck him. "I get it. He's cosplaying as a blind monk." Slap! A sharp smack landed on the back of his head as Arno scolded, "Idiot! Who in their right mind cosplays a blind monk in the middle of the street? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" After a brief pause, Arno muttered softly, "Besides, the blind monk's blindfold is red. That doesn't match at all." "Arno, you're the one who—" "Shut up." Just then, a previously silent young man, observing the boy's retreating figure, furrowed his brow slightly. "What's wrong?" Arno noticed his gaze. "I know him." "You know him?" "Indeed." The young man nodded. "When my cousin was in elementary school, I heard about a student from his school who had an accident resulting in vision problems. He had to cover his eyes with black satin, and there were said to be mental issues as well." "Mental issues?" Arno was taken aback, reflecting on the earlier encounter. "He seemed fine to me. That was 10 years ago. Perhaps he has since recovered." However, the incident caused quite a stir at the time, and shortly after, that student withdrew from school, eventually transferring to a specialized school for the blind. At that moment, another person eagerly interjected, "By the way, what exactly was that accident? How could it cause both blindness and mental issues? Was it some sort of curse?" "I'm not sure." He paused, "but I've heard it was something even more outrageous than a tragic fate," Arno sighed. "What was his name?" "I think it was Lin. Lin Xia?" That as the evening glow bathed the world in warmth, Lin Xia pushed open the door to his home. Almost instantly, the aroma of cooking wafted from within, tantalizing his senses. He inhaled deeply, swallowed, and stepped inside with his purchases. Creak! The old door emitted a sharp screech that drowned out the sizzling sound from the kitchen. A middle-aged woman emerged from the kitchen, her eyes widening in surprise upon seeing Lin Xia laden with bags. She hurried forward. "Xiaoxi, why did you bring back so much at once again?" She wiped her hands on her apron, quickly taking the bags from him while chattering away. "A whole bucket of peanut oil? Are you misusing the government's subsidies again? And the subsidies for the disabled are meant for living expenses. Using them to buy oil is simply putting them to good use," Lin Xia replied with a smile. "Nonsense. That money is for your college education. How can it be wasted? I'm telling you, Aunt's earnings are enough to support the three of us, so don't go spending unnecessarily." His aunt gently wiped the oil bucket with her hand, a pained expression crossing her face as she murmured, "A bucket this big, and from a reputable brand it must have cost quite a bit, right?" Before Lin Xia could respond, his aunt suddenly realized something. "Wait, how did you manage to carry all this back?" "Oh, I ran into some kind-hearted people on the way who helped me," Lin Xia replied calmly. "Oh, that's wonderful. It seems there are still many good people in society. Did you remember to thank them properly?" "I already did." Lin Xia shifted the topic. "Aunt, where's Jean?" "He's on the balcony doing his homework, by the way. The doctor from the psychiatric hospital is here for the routine checkup this year and is resting in the room. You should go check on him while I prepare dinner. I'll call you both when it's ready." Lin Xia paused for a moment, responded with an "oh," and turned toward the bedroom. "Hello, I am Dr. Li from Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital." As Lin Xia entered, the young man seated on a small stool in the bedroom rose, greeting him with a gentle tone. He wore a pair of oversized black-framed glasses, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. Lin Xia raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. "Wasn't it Dr. Han who came before?" "Dr. Han was promoted to deputy director last year," Dr. Li replied with a smile, a hint of envy glimmering in his eyes. Lin Xia nodded slightly, uttering an "oh." Indeed, Dr. Han, being considerably older and exceptionally skilled, ascending to the position of deputy director was hardly surprising. It was only natural that a younger physician would take over the regular checkups. Noticing Lin Xia seated, Dr. Li cleared his throat and retrieved a stack of medical files from his bag. "I apologize as I am new here. I am not yet fully acquainted with your situation. Allow me to familiarize myself briefly." Lin Xia nodded in acknowledgement. "Your name is?" "Lin Xia? Yes. You're 17 years old this year. Correct. Date of birth? October 5th. The medical records indicate that you became blind 10 years ago and were admitted to our hospital due to certain issues?" "Yes." Dr. Li pondered for a moment. "Have you ever changed your name?" "No. Why do you ask?" Lin Xia asked, taken aback. Dr. Li scratched his head awkwardly. "Ahem. I suppose I overthought it." He pointed at the age noted in the medical records and then at the phrase 10 years ago. "You see, you lost your sight 10 years ago at the age of 7, and your name is Lin Xia. So I presumed you might have changed it after becoming blind." Lin Xia sat in silence for a long while before shaking his head. "No, I have never changed my name. My parents chose the name Lin Xia for me even before I was born. That is rather." "Ahem," Dr. Li began, but then realized it was impolite to continue and promptly closed his mouth. "Quite a coincidence," Lin Xia replied coolly. "Indeed, quite a coincidence." Dr. Li felt a twinge of awkwardness, but quickly shifted the topic. The records do not provide detailed information about the incident that led to your blindness and mental instability. If you're comfortable, could you share it with me?" Before Lin Xia could respond, Dr. Li hastily added, "I do not mean to offend. Understanding the patient better allows for more effective treatment. Of course, if you prefer not to discuss it, I will not press the matter." Lin Xia sat quietly, his eyes seemingly fixed on Dr. Li beneath the black satin ribbon. After a pause, he slowly began to speak. "There is nothing I cannot share. However, you may not believe it, and you might even send me back to the psychiatric hospital. No. Let's not define our relationship solely as that of doctor and patient. This is merely a normal conversation between friends, and it will not escalate to that point, Dr. Li said, half-jokingly. Even if you told me you were pulled into a cauldron by the Taishang Laojun, I would believe you. Lin Xia remained silent for a moment before nodding slightly. As a child, I was fascinated by astronomy. Go on. That night, I lay on the eaves of my old house, gazing at the moon. What did you see? The moon rabbit? Dr. Li chuckled. Lin Xia shook his head, and his next words froze Dr. Li's smile in place. No, I saw an angel, Lin Xia stated earnestly, gesturing with his hands in front of him. A seraph, enveloped in golden radiance, with 6 white wings. Chapter 2. The Angel on the Moon. The room fell into a brief silence. Moments later, Dr. Li regained his composure. A seraph? He inquired. Indeed. What was it doing? Nothing at all. It resembled a golden statue, seated in the center of a vast lunar crater, gazing up at Earth as if keeping watch. Dr. Li rubbed the corners of his eyes, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Qi, do you have any notion of the distance from the moon to Earth? Approximately 400,000 kilometers, Lin Qi replied calmly. Approximately 400,000 kilometers, Dr. Li echoed. Even with the most advanced astronomical telescopes, one could barely discern the surface of the moon. Yet you, at the tender age of 7, lay beneath the eaves of your childhood home and witnessed the angel on the moon with your naked eye? It was not I who saw it. Lin Qi spoke softly. It was it who beheld me. I merely lifted my gaze, and it felt as though my eyes were drawn through the fabric of space to meet its own. So, you are suggesting it compelled you? In a manner of speaking. Yes. How else could I have perceived the lunar surface? I lack the gift of farsightedness. Yet, if an angel truly exists upon the moon, why has humanity failed to discover it all these years? I do not know. Lin Qi shook his head. Perhaps that seraph is unwilling to be observed. Moreover, do humans truly comprehend the moon? Lin Qi spoke with such sincerity that Dr. Li was almost compelled to call for a vehicle to return him to the psychiatric institution. Dr. Li, being a specialist in the treatment of mental illnesses, has encountered a myriad of psychological disorders throughout his career. He has discerned a peculiar pattern. The more absurdly serious and seemingly rational the ramblings of a patient, the more severe their affliction tends to be. And what about your eyes? What is amiss? Lin Qi inquired, extending a hand to gently caress the black satin covering his eyes. His tone betrayed no emotion as he recounted that day. I locked eyes with him for but a fleeting moment, and then I was plunged into darkness. Dr. Li parted his lips, casting a glance at the case file in his hands, descending into a contemplative silence. In the section detailing the cause of blindness, only 4 words were inscribed, cause unknown. Thus, what truly transpired that year? Could it be, as Lin Qi suggested, that he beheld the seraphim upon the moon? How else could one account for such abrupt loss of sight? This notion flitted through Dr. Li's mind for but an instant before he swiftly quelled it. How perilous it was, nearly swayed by the utterances of a mental patient. He could vividly envision the expressions of the doctors a decade prior when the young Lin Qi spoke those very words amidst them. It is little wonder that the child was compelled to remain in the hospital. No matter the perspective, his declarations were typical of those ensnared by mental illness. Such individuals were not uncommon within the institution. There were those who claimed to be reincarnations of the Monkey King, idly hanging from monkey bars, and others who fancied themselves coat racks, standing motionless throughout the night. Some even believed that everyone resembled their spouse, often surreptitiously groping others in their misguided pursuits. The last-mentioned patient was a rather portly man in his 40s. You speak of matters of the past. What of the present? How do you perceive this situation now? Dr. Li adjusted his emotions and continued with the examination process. It was merely a delusion. Lin Qi spoke calmly, recounting that day. I accidentally tumbled off the eaves and struck my head against the ground. As for my eyes, perhaps a nerve was damaged, resulting in my blindness. He was unaware of how many times he had repeated this statement, delivering it with a practiced and composed demeanor. Dr. Li raised an eyebrow, scribbling notes on the medical record, before engaging Lin Xia in casual conversation about daily life. After about 20 minutes, he glanced at the time, rising with a smile. All right, we'll pause the examination here. Your condition appears to be stable. I hope you can adjust your mindset and live well, Dr. Li encouraged, shaking Lin Xia's hand. Lin Xia smiled faintly and nodded. Oh, Dr. Li, why not stay for a meal? His aunt called out warmly as she noticed Dr. Li's departure. No. I have another patient to attend to. I won't impose. Dr. Li politely bid farewell to his aunt before exiting through the door. The moment the door closed, Lin Xia's smile vanished, as if it had never existed. Delusion. He murmured to himself. "Brother, it's time to eat," his cousin Yang Jin announced. Emerging from the kitchen with dishes in hand, Yang Jin, for years younger than Lin Qiye and just beginning middle school, had grown up alongside him ever since Lin Qiye's parents went missing and he took refuge at his aunt's home. Their bond was closer than that of biological brothers. "I'm coming," Lin Qiye replied. As he settled down at the cramped dining table, a sudden warmth radiated from his feet, catching him off guard. Before a slight smile crept across his lips, cousin Yang Jinshao glanced beneath the table and chided playfully. "Oh, you little black rascal, usually so lethargic. Yet you arrive quicker than anyone when it's mealtime." A small black mutt poked its head out from under the table, its tongue lolling outside its mouth, panting and exhaling warmth. It approached Lin Qiye, licking his feet with an expression full of endearment. 3 humans and 1 dog, this constituted a family. Simple, arduous, yet inexplicably comforting. For a decade, it had been this way. Lin Qiye affectionately patted the dog's head, extracting one of the few morsels of meat from the plate and placing it in his cousin Yang Jin's bowl. "Give it a bone to gnaw on." Yang Jin accepted without hesitation. Their brotherly bond rendered further words unnecessary. His concern lay elsewhere. "Brother, is your eyesight truly improving?" Lin Qiye smiled faintly. "Yes. I can see now, though light still troubles me. This black cloth must remain for a few more days." "A few more days?" "Little 7, let me remind you. Your eyes are of utmost importance. Even if you can see now, do not be hasty in removing the cloth. What if the sunlight damages them again? That would be such a pity. Let us take it slow and keep it on a bit longer," his aunt urged with concern. "I understand, aunt. By the way, brother, I've saved up some money to buy you a stylish pair of sunglasses. I'll show them to you shortly." Yang Jin exclaimed with excitement, as if struck by a sudden thought. Lin Qiye shook his head with a smile. "Ah, Jin, while sunglasses can shield the light, their efficacy pales in comparison to the black cloth. I cannot wear them just yet." "All right," Yang Jin replied, a hint of disappointment in his voice. "However, once my eyes have completely healed, I shall take it out for shopping every day, and I will buy you a pair as well, so we can enjoy together." Upon hearing this, Yang Jin's eyes sparkled with renewed brightness as he nodded vigorously. "By the way, Xiaoqi, your aunt has already arranged your transfer. When this semester commences, you will be able to transition from the special school to a regular high school." It seems your aunt recalled something and spoke up. "But have you truly thought it through? Regular high schools differ significantly from special schools. Given your circumstances, what if?" "There are no what ifs, aunt," Lin Qiye interjected. "My eyes have recovered, and in order to gain admission to a prestigious university, I must stand on the same starting line as my peers." "Oh, my dear child, even if you do not get into a good university, it is of no consequence. I shall take care of you. Brother, I can support you too." Lin Qiye's body trembled slightly, the appearance of his eyes hidden beneath the black satin, his lips pressed together before curling into a smile. He shook his head resolutely. Though he remained silent, both Yang Jin and his aunt sensed his determination. Even the little black dog at his feet nudged against Lin Qiye's ankle. Woof. Chapter 3. The knock on the door upon returning to his room. Lin Qiye shut the door behind him. He refrained from turning on the light. It was already late at night, and the scattered starlight outside glimmered upon the ground. In the darkness of the room, Lin Qiye sat at his desk and slowly removed the black satin covering his eyes. In the mirror atop the desk, the reflection of a handsome young man emerged. Lin Qiye possesses an extraordinary and striking appearance. If he were to remove the black satin blindfold and attend to his visage, paired with an inexplicable air of aloofness and a profound aura, he would undoubtedly be regarded as the epitome of male beauty. Alas, the perpetual encumbrance of the blindfold, coupled with his identity as a person with a disability, completely shrouds his brilliance. Before him, in the mirror, Lin Qiye's eyes remain closed. His brow furrows slightly, and the eyelids that veil his eyes quiver as if he is strenuously attempting to open them. Even his hands clench into fist with exertion. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. His body trembles for an extended duration, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion, gasping for breath. A few beads of sweat cascade down Lin Qiye's cheeks, and a flicker of anger manifests between his brows. Almost, just a fraction more. Why must it always be just out of reach? When will he be able to open his eyes once more and behold the world with his own sight? He claims he can see now, yet that is a falsehood. His eyes remain firmly shut, unable to part even a sliver. However, he does not speak entirely untruthfully, for even with his eyes closed, he can perceive his surroundings with remarkable clarity. This sensation is extraordinary, akin to possessing eyes all over his body. enabling him to perceive everything in all dimensions without any blind spots, and with greater clarity and distance than his original sight. Initially, this ability eluded him. During the first 5 years of his blindness, he was indistinguishable from other true blind individuals, relying solely on sound and the guiding cane to navigate the world. Yet, for reasons unknown, 5 years ago, a transformation occurred within his eyes, allowing him to commence a rudimentary perception of his surroundings. At first, he could only see a few centimeters ahead, but as time progressed, his vision extended further and became increasingly clearer. Now, 5 years later, his sight has expanded to a remarkable 10 meters. For an ordinary individual, being able to see only 10 meters would imply a significant impairment. However, for a young man who has once lost the gift of sight, these 10 meters signify everything. Most importantly, the 10 meters he perceives are devoid of any obstructions. In other words, within the radius of 10 meters surrounding Xia, he possesses an absolute field of vision. To put it bluntly, he has the ability to see through objects. To articulate it more elegantly, he can discern every speck of dust suspended in the air, perceive every component within machinery, and observe every subtle movement of a magician beneath the table. The source of this extraordinary ability seems to lie within the eyes that have been shrouded in darkness beneath black satin for a decade. Despite this almost superhuman power, Xia remains unsatisfied. While possessing a 10-meter absolute vision is indeed advantageous, he yearns to behold the world with his own eyes. This is the unwavering determination of a youth. Although he faced failure in opening his eyes today, he can distinctly sense that the moment of truly awakening is not far off. After freshening up, Xia, as is customary, retired to bed early, a habit cultivated over many years of living in darkness. Yet, as he lay in bed, an image instinctively resurfaced in his mind. Beneath the dark celestial vault of the universe, on the desolate surface of the moon, the grayish-white terrain reflects the dim starlight. In the center of the largest and most profound lunar crater stands a figure akin to a statue. This figure remains still, as if it has existed since time immemorial, emanating a sacred golden radiance, a majesty so powerful that it compels all beings to bow in reverence. Behind it, 6 exaggeratedly large wings unfurl, casting a colossal shadow on the silvery gray ground, obscuring the sunlight that streams from behind. Yet, what truly imprints itself indelibly in Xia's mind, impossible to erase, are those eyes. Those eyes, imbued with divine authority, burn with a furnace-like intensity, glaring as piercingly as a sun at close range. In just a fleeting moment of seeing those eyes, his world was enveloped in darkness. A decade ago, he spoke the truth, only to be diagnosed as mentally ill. But deep within, he understood the difference between reality and delusion. Ever since he encountered the seraph on the moon, he realized that this world was far from the simplicity it appeared to be. Gradually, Xia fell into a deep slumber. Unbeknownst to him, at the very instant he slipped into dreams, 2 brilliant golden beams of light shot forth from the crevices of his closed eyes, fleeting and ephemeral. Tap, tap, tap. In this misty realm, Xia walks alone. The surrounding fog churns endlessly, and though he treads upon the void, each step he takes resonates with a crisp sound, as if an invisible ground lies beneath his feet. Xia gazes down at his own form and sighs deeply. Once again, this recurring dream. The incessant knocking every night is rather exhausting, isn't it? Xia shook his head in resignation and stepped forward. In the next moment, the surrounding mist swirled, revealing an oddly styled modern structure before him. The peculiarity of this edifice lay in its modern aesthetic. Yet certain details exuded an air of mystery. For instance, the grand iron gate adorned with carvings of celestial deities, the lights that flickered like blazing orbs of fire, and the intricate porcelain tiles beneath his feet that seemed to levitate. It was as if a fusion of contemporary architectural design and elements from ancient mythological temples had coalesced, resulting in a disjointed yet profoundly captivating beauty. This building was familiar to Xia, strikingly reminiscent of the Sunshine Mental Hospital where he had resided for a year. The most compelling evidence was the inscription that once read Sunshine Mental Hospital above the entrance, now transformed into another phrase, the Asylum of the Gods. An inexplicable place indeed. Xia shook his head and approached the imposing iron gate directly. 5 years ago, not only had his body begun to undergo changes, but so too had his dreams. For 5 consecutive years, he had been haunted by the same dream, with the enigmatic asylum at its heart. However, the entrance to this asylum remained perpetually barred, no matter his efforts to gain entry. Xia had circled the asylum countless times, finding only the vast iron gate as an entrance. The surrounding walls, though not particularly high, possessed an absurdity of their own. Each time Lin Xia leapt, the height of the walls would inexplicably increase. As for brute force, even if Lin Xia were to hurl himself against the great iron door until he was utterly disassembled, the door would remain impervious to his attempts. It seems there exists but one method of entry: to knock. Grasping the circular ring upon the door, Lin Xia inhaled deeply and struck the surface with great force. The sound resonated through the psychiatric hospital like the tolling of an ancient bell, causing the massive door to tremble slightly, yet it did not yield. Again he struck. Still, the door remained steadfast. Lin Xia appeared unfazed by this, exhibiting a remarkable patience as he continued to knock. Over the past 5 years, he had come to a profound understanding of the rules governing this dreamscape. Aside from knocking, no other means would unlock the door, and within this realm, he seemed capable of nothing else. Fortunately, within the confines of this dream, he would not grow weary. Otherwise, his physical form would have succumbed to exhaustion long ago. Thus, Lin Xia persisted, akin to a diligent laborer, resolutely knocking throughout the night. Chapter 4. The Day of Survival. A week later, at Songnan Second High School. Hey, look, is that person from our school? Why is there a cloth covering his eyes? Wearing our school uniform, he must be one of us. He is also holding a white cane. He appears to be blind. Strange, I've never seen him before. He must be a new freshman, right? I must admit. Despite the black cloth wrapped around his eyes, he does look quite dashing. But how does a blind person attend classes? I don't think our school has any special classes, do we? I have no idea. As anticipated, the moment Lin Xia stepped through the gates of the school, he attracted a significant wave of attention. However, he had experienced such scenarios numerous times before. Unfazed, he traversed the maple leaf-lined avenue of the school, making his way toward the teaching building. It is worth noting that prior to his arrival, Lin Xia had mentally prepared himself to encounter a few brazen individuals, akin to the mindless protagonists often depicted in various novels, who would undoubtedly emerge to mock him, setting the stage for a dramatic confrontation later on. Yet, contrary to his expectations, no troublemakers appeared. Instead, several students approached him willingly, inquiring if he required assistance. This unexpected kindness left Lin Xia with an inexplicable sense of disappointment. After all, these were modern students who had undergone 9 years of compulsory education. It was unlikely they would engage in senseless provocations. Moreover, even if some small cliques existed, they now valued camaraderie and loyalty, often helping each other resolve issues without resorting to bullying the vulnerable. Any such act of cruelty would be met with swift condemnation, leading to their disgrace. Ascending the staircase, Lin Xia soon located his classroom, Class 2 of the second year. Having spent a year in a special school, he was now a transfer student, effectively an interloper in this new environment. From the majority of films and novels, transfer students were typically portrayed as isolated and forlorn, having missed the chance to integrate into established social groups during their first year. Lin Xia was acutely aware that he was not the type to take the initiative. Even if he had mingled with them since his first year of high school, given his aloof demeanor, it is likely that he would still be solitary to this day. However, solitude is not without its merits. Lin Xia relishes this state of being, free from disturbances, allowing him to cultivate tranquility and focus on his studies. If he were to deliberately foster relationships with others, he would likely resist the notion. Standing at the threshold of the classroom, Lin Xia took a deep breath, steeling his resolve before stepping inside. The moment he entered the classroom, the previously boisterous chatter abruptly ceased, and an eerie silence enveloped the air. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Just as Lin Xia was about to utter something, the classroom erupted in a flurry of activity. Are you Lin Xia? Your seat is already prepared for you, right over there. Lin Xia, can you not see? Let me guide you. Hey, take your time. There are quite a few things in the aisle. You, quickly put your backpack away. Before Lin Xia could fully comprehend the situation, several classmates approached him, cautiously escorting him to his designated seat. A tall boy even took the liberty of slinging Lin Xia's backpack over his shoulder. Amidst the throng, Lin Xia safely arrived at his place. Lin Xia, this seems rather different from the script. Lin Xia, I am Jiang Qian, the class monitor. You can reach out to me for anything you need, announced a girl with a ponytail, patting her chest confidently. My name is Li Yifei. If you're heading out for a meal, just call me. I'll take you with me, the boy who had assisted with the backpack added with a smile. I am Wang Xiao. Many individuals surrounded him, enthusiastically greeting him. For a moment, Lin Xia found himself somewhat bewildered. To be honest, This was quite different from his expectations. "You know me?" Lin Qia's expression was somewhat peculiar. "Our homeroom teacher mentioned you," replied the class monitor, Jiang Qian. "But what left the deepest impression on us was your aunt. That day, she stood here with a basket of eggs, distributing them one by one and earnestly asking us to take care of you." A sudden jolt of realization struck Lin Xia, rendering him momentarily motionless. The words of his classmates faded into the background as he stared blankly at the classroom, the image of the middle-aged woman, hunched over with a basket of freshly boiled eggs, pleading with his classmates vividly resurfaced in his mind. "Classmates, please help my nephew. His eyesight isn't good, and he has a cold demeanor. Kindly look after him. Young lady, you are truly beautiful. My nephew is quite handsome as well. I am sure you will like him. This child, Xia, may seem cold on the outside but is warm within. Once you get to know him, I am certain you will get along splendidly." Unbeknownst to him, the black ribbon he wore had begun to dampen slightly. "And," he murmured. Just as everyone chattered away, a female teacher entered, carrying a stack of books. Upon noticing Lin Xia in the front row, she offered him a few words of comfort, then provided a brief introduction to the class before commencing the lesson. "Everyone, please turn to page 91. Today, we shall delve into the history and predicaments of the modern Great Xia. It appears that due to the presence of Lin Xia, our esteemed instructor has chosen to forego the customary reading of the textbook, opting instead to elucidate the content directly. A century ago, our planet was home to over 200 nations, scattered across 7 continents and 4 oceans, each with its own unique customs and cultures. Even in an era devoid of advanced technology, we could embark on voyages to distant lands, experiencing the rich tapestry of cultural exchanges. However, on the fateful day of March 9th, a mysterious fog materialized inexplicably in Antarctica, rapidly spreading at an astonishing pace, engulfing nearly 98% of the Earth's surface within a mere 24 hours. The towering edifices constructed by humankind, the ancient primordial forests, and the unfathomable depths of the oceans, all were shrouded in this enigmatic mist, rendering countless nations lost within its embrace, their fates unknown. Yet, just as this unfathomable fog was poised to encroach upon the territory of Great Xia, it halted. The reason for this peculiar cessation remains a mystery, but it simply came to a curious stop. Over the course of a century, countless theories and conjectures have been proposed. Some assert that this enigmatic mist is, in fact, a living organism that, having devoured 98% of the Earth, has now reached satiety and thus lingers near the Great Xia. Others suggest that the unique magnetic field inherent to the location of Great Xia impedes the spread of the mist, while still others believe that it is the accumulated essence of our 5,000-year-old civilization that is at play, safeguarding this land. The composition of this mist transcends human comprehension. Neither light, sound, nor electromagnetic waves, nor any other means of detection can penetrate its depths. No one knows whether the nations that were engulfed a century ago still exist beyond this veil. Experts speculate that the likelihood of survival within the mist is exceedingly low, as inhalation or mere contact with the skin is invariably fatal. Throughout the past century, our country has dispatched numerous well-equipped exploration teams into the mist. Yet not a single soul has returned. 50 years ago, our first satellite was successfully launched, and the images transmitted from space revealed a world transformed into a pallid gray, with only Great Xia remaining as a bastion of purity. Present-day Great Xia resembles an isolated island on this planet, while we may well be the last survivors of this world. Thus, the day the mist first manifested, marked annually on March 9th, is commemorated as Survival Day. Chapter 5. The Unfettered Airspace. Moonlit and sparse. As the bells signaling the end of evening study rang, clusters of students emerged from the classroom, chatting and laughing as they ventured into the night. After a day of relentless toil, this moment marked perhaps their most relaxed time. Free from homework and teachers, surrounded by a few close friends, the thought of returning home, taking a warm bath, and comfortably settling into bed was indeed delightful. Amidst this scattered throng, a sizable group of over a dozen students surged forth, marching in unison and with purpose towards the school's exit. At their center, a youth wrapped in black satin resembled a filling tightly encased within a dumpling, drawing the attention of all nearby students. In truth, I could walk back by myself. I genuinely could. Lin Qia's lips twitched slightly as he spoke with a hint of resignation. I can see. It's just that my eyes struggle with the light. No need to say more, Lin Xia. Jiang Qian interrupted him with unwavering conviction. We promised your aunt we would take good care of you, and we shall certainly uphold that promise. Indeed, Xia, our homes are in the same direction. It's merely a matter of convenience. I can accompany you as well. Lin Xia replied. To be honest, at this moment, he would prefer to be the isolated one, having spent too long in darkness. He found himself unaccustomed to receiving such an abundance of concern, which made him feel quite awkward. Of course, he did not count his aunt and young Jin among them, as they were his family. Nonetheless, their intentions were undoubtedly kind, and he felt it inappropriate to voice his discomfort, leading him to follow the crowd with a sense of reluctant compliance. I need to turn right at the intersection ahead, but I can walk with you for a bit longer. As I prepare to turn, I shall take my leave now. See you tomorrow. With each step away from the school, the classmates surrounding Lin Xia bid their farewells one by one. Moments later, only 5 individuals remained by Lin Xia's side. The previously boisterous atmosphere gradually quiets, allowing space to expand, and Lin Xia exhales deeply. Do you think the mist will truly awaken again and engulf the Great Xia? Li Yifei, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, curiously inquires. Did you not hear what those experts said? The likelihood of the mist reviving is exceedingly low. Perhaps there will be no changes for the next century. As for what occurs after 100 years, we shall not be around to witness it, so why worry so much? Jiang Qian retorts with a roll of her eyes. You know as well as I do that the words of those so-called experts are the least reliable. What if we finally manage to get into university? Yet before we can fully enjoy life, the mist devours the entirety of Great Xia? That would be an utter loss. So, this is why you spend your days idly, neglecting your studies? Jiang Qian steps in front of Li Yifei, adopting a serious demeanor. I must remind you that Teacher Wang has already stated that if you place last in this exam, you will have to move your desk to the front of the classroom. I know, Li Yifei replies with an awkward smile. However, I truly do not believe that the mist will awaken once more. As Wang Xiao, who led the group, abruptly spoke up. He remarked that the mist was merely a natural phenomenon. Once it reached a certain critical point, it would gradually dissipate, much like the Ice Age. When glaciers blanketed the earth, they slowly receded with rising temperatures, heralding a new era. I believe what you mentioned is referred to as the theory of natural disasters, which currently enjoys considerable acceptance. Jiang Qian nodded. But what if this mist is not a natural occurrence? At that moment, Lin Xia, who had remained silent, suddenly interjected. Wang Xiao was taken aback, then chuckled. Xia, you can't possibly believe those so-called theologians who claim this mist is related to supernatural forces, can you? We are in the 21st century. We must trust in science. There are indeed so many ghostly phenomena in this world. A classmate named Lu Yuan chimed in. Lin Xia remained silent. He knew better than anyone whether there existed aspects beyond the realm of science, yet there was no need to divulge such matters to outsiders. Li Yifei muttered softly. I think if those things truly existed, the world would be much more intriguing. Why waste time on such trivialities? These issues are not our concern. Instead of agonizing over whether the mist will resurface, it would be far more pragmatic to indulge in some extra sleep during the upcoming 3-day holiday for survivors. Jiang Qian laughed. Indeed, holidays are the most tangible. At this moment, in the old district of Cangnan City, a man, nonchalantly bearing a signboard, ambles down a deserted and dimly lit street. The antiquated streetlights cast a feeble glow, elongating his silhouette as he walks. A fleeting glance at his phone leads him to a narrow alleyway where he halts his steps. This is it, he murmurs, setting down the signboard he had been carrying and adjusting it to stand upright. Beneath the flickering streetlight, the shadow of the signboard flickers, and against the dark backdrop, a few bold crimson characters stand out conspicuously. No entry ahead. Leaning against the lamppost, the man lights a cigarette, taking a deep drag before donning his earphones. Captain. The third signboard is in position. Received. Commence. Understood. With the cigarette clenched between his lips, he strides toward the signboard, placing his thumb against his teeth and biting down with force. A droplet of blood wells from the wound. He crouches down, using his blood-stained thumb to draw a long line across the 4 bold characters proclaiming no entry ahead. His gaze sharpens, and an inexplicable aura erupts from him as its epicenter. He tilts his head back to gaze at the inky night sky, whispering in a voice only he can hear. Forbidden ruins, no caution void. In the next moment, the vivid bloodstain on the signboard rapidly fades, as if absorbed, followed by a flash of crimson light from the words no entry ahead, which then gradually return to their original state. The man sinks down onto the ground, exhaling a long sigh, voicing a hint of complaint. Damn, emptied again. At this moment, if one were to gaze down upon Cangnan City from the heavens, they would observe 3 flickering points of light near the old town. These three luminous points swiftly delineate an equilateral triangle of deep crimson hue. As the triangle takes shape, the half of the old town enveloped within its confines gradually fades away, as if erased from the map. Yet, from the ground, the old town remains unchanged. Simultaneously, at the heart of this triangle, 6 black and red cloaks streak across the sky like bolts of lightning. The foremost figure gazes upward at the dark crimson heavens. Grasping the hilt of the blade at his back, his eyes narrowing slightly, the actions of the ghost-faced man commence. Chapter 6: The Ghost-Faced Man Outside the Old Town. The man who had just initiated the forbidden market sits beside a signpost, casting a glance at the seemingly still half of the old town, shaking his head helplessly. Before retrieving his phone from his pocket to play a casual game. "Brother, what are you doing sitting here playing on your phone at this late hour? Aren't you afraid of getting cold?" Before long, a passerby strolled across the street, and upon witnessing this scene, he couldn't help but chuckle. The man looked up momentarily before returning to his game, feeling rather idle. The passerby laughed, took out a cigarette from his pocket, and offered it to the man. The man waved his hand dismissively, stating earnestly, "It's working hours. I don't smoke." "Hey, sitting on the roadside playing on your phone counts as work?" The passerby jested. "Well, okay then." The passerby shrugged and turned to walk down the street behind the man. "Where are you going?" The man suddenly inquired. "Return home. You cannot go back." "At least not at this moment." The pedestrian raised an eyebrow, inquiring what he meant. "The road ahead is currently impassable. You may return only once it is cleared." The man gestured towards the sign behind him. The pedestrian followed his and beheld the inexplicable sign positioned in the center of the road. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, the luminous words "No entry" ahead flickered briefly. His gaze became momentarily vacant. After a few seconds, he stiffly turned around and retraced his steps, confusion evident in his eyes. The man seemed unfazed by this development. Just as he prepared to resume his leisure activity, another man's voice crackled through his earpiece. "Zhao Kongqing." The instant that voice sounded, the man abruptly sat up, the leisure and drowsiness vanishing from his face, replaced by an expression of utmost seriousness. "Captain, what has happened?" "There has been a complication. Among the ghost-faced individuals, one has ascended to the rank of ghost-faced king. While we were engaged in subduing the others, he severely injured Hong Ying and escaped the confines of the forbidden ruins through the sewer." "Ghost-faced king?" Zhao Kongqing's expression shifted. "Which direction did he flee?" "I will intercept him." "No, Kongqing, you are not adept in combat. You cannot defeat the ghost-faced king." "I shall pursue him." Zhao Kongqing hesitated. "Then what should I do?" After the ghost-faced king's escape, 2 more ghost-faced individuals seized the opportunity to flee into the sewer, leaving the others occupied with eliminating the remaining foes. "In which direction?" "Southeast." "Understood." In Zhao Kongqing's eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashed as he sprinted swiftly to the other end of the street, diving into a black van. He slammed the accelerator, and amidst a cacophony of buzzing sounds, the vehicle sped away. In the passenger seat beside him lay a neatly folded black and red cloak and a sheathed straight sword. "All right, I must take this turn. I shall take my leave," Wang Xiao said, halting his steps and turning to address the 4 individuals behind him. At that moment, Li Yifei seemed to suddenly recall something. Speaking up, "Wang Xiao, if I am not mistaken, does your family reside near the old town?" "Yes, why do you ask?" Wang Xiao replied. "Oh, it's nothing. Just be cautious on your way back," Li Yifei warned. Wang Xiao's lips twitched slightly as he rolled his eyes. "If you have something to say, then say it outright. Don't leave it half-finished. It leaves people feeling quite uneasy." Li Yifei hesitated for a moment before continuing. "I've heard that the old town has been rather unsafe lately, with reports of a deranged killer." "A deranged killer? Is that true?" Jiang Qian expressed her skepticism. "Absolutely true," Li Yifei said, glancing around and lowering his voice. "You may not be aware, but in recent days, over a dozen people have mysteriously died in the old town." "Over a dozen? That is impossible. If there were such a commotion, it would have been reported in the news." Wang Xiao shook his head. "Hey, why is it impossible? Let me tell you, there is something suspicious about this whole affair. There are forces at play suppressing the information. If it weren't for my father working at the police station, I wouldn't even know about it." "Suspicious? What do you mean by suspicious?" "It was said." Li Yifei paused, lowering his voice even further. "It is said that the deceased had their faces completely skinned, leaving only a gruesome mass of flesh and protruding eyeballs, a truly savage act." As the cool evening breeze swept through, a chill surged from the soles of their feet to the very tops of their heads upon hearing these words. "Li Yifei, are you out of your mind? Speaking of such things at this hour?" Jiang Qian exclaimed, her face pale as she instinctively glanced around the desolate street. Frustration laced her voice. This area, already near the old city, was a remote part of Sangnan City, and with the evening study session having ended close to 10 o'clock, not a single passerby could be seen. Coupled with Li Yifei's words, an eerie sense of dread began to creep in. It wasn't he, just her. Even the two sturdy men, Wang Xiao and Lu Yuan, felt a twinge of fear. Wang Xiao cast a furtive glance at the narrow path he was about to traverse, suddenly feeling a pang of trepidation. If Li Yifei's words merely invoked a sense of fear, Lin Xia's subsequent remarks sent shivers down their spines. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xia spoke softly. Are you certain that these acts were committed by humans? Xiaoyu. Jiang Qian trembled slightly. Wang Xiao and Lu Yuan's lips twitched, their gazes towards Lin Xia becoming increasingly peculiar. You, with your thick brows and large eyes. Who would have thought you were the one harboring the deepest secrets? Li Yifei stared at Lin Xia in astonishment. Do you feel the same way? Shut up, shut up, shut up. Jiang Qian could no longer endure it. She reached out and pinched Li Yifei's arm fiercely, causing him to cry out in pain. Please, let us refrain from telling ghost stories at this hour. I still need to go home. Li Yifei clutched his arm, grimacing in pain. Muttering softly to himself that this was no ghost story, Wang Xiao shrugged, dismissing the conversation, declaring his disbelief in such phantoms, and departed. His figure gradually faded into the narrow alleyway. Jiang Qian cast a sharp glance at Li Yifei, took a few steps forward, and suddenly halted. She inhaled deeply, her brow furrowing slightly, a flicker of confusion crossing her features as she turned to speak. Do you smell something foul? Foul smell? What do you mean? That kind of stench, like something decaying. I don't smell anything. Lu Yuan, do you? I don't either. Ugh. Before Lu Yuan and Li Yifei could finish their sentences, their expressions shifted abruptly, and they clamped their hands over their noses, glancing around in terror. Lin Xia was about to utter a word when an overwhelmingly nauseating stench suddenly invaded his nostrils. Akin to tossing a piece of meat that had rotted for over 10 days into a cesspool, mingled with a dozen putrid eggs. Just a whiff sent his stomach churning violently. This was the most putrid odor Lin Xia had ever encountered in his life. As for the most sensitive-nosed Jiang Qian, she immediately crouched down and began to retch. What on earth is that horrid stench? Li Yifei shouted while covering his nose. Who knows? Lin Xia replied, his brow slightly knitted. After a moment, he pointed towards the alley from which Wang Xiao had departed. However, the prevailing direction of the odor seemed to emanate from that very spot. In the next moment, a mournful scream pierced the stillness of the night, reverberating through the air. Chapter 7. I Want to Live. Wang Xiao. Li Yifei and the others, recognizing that familiar voice, exclaimed in unison. The three exchanged glances and promptly raced towards the alley from which Wang Xiao had departed. Lin Xia remained standing in place, furrowing his brow as he gazed into the dimly lit passage, his expression tinged with gravity, though he was unaware of the unfolding circumstances. An ominous premonition gnawed at his heart. The outskirts of the old town, a deranged killer, a sinister stench, screams. Something was amiss. He hesitated for a moment, waging an internal battle, and finally sighed in resignation, grasping his cane and dashing towards the alley. Under ordinary circumstances, Lin Xia would have shunned such entanglements, fleeing in the opposite direction with all haste. The very sound of a scream suggested that trouble was at hand. Trouble could mean robbery, murder, or witnessing a heinous crime. Any of these scenarios was one he wished to avoid. His curiosity was not so piqued that he felt compelled to uncover the truth, nor did he possess an overflowing sense of compassion that would drive him to play the hero. Most importantly, he was no fighter. What if he were to lose his life in the process? Yet, the situation at hand was different. Had they not taken it upon themselves to escort Lin Xia home, perhaps Wang Xiao would have opted for another route or returned moments earlier, thus evading this predicament entirely. While he was not fond of meddling, he was even less inclined to feel indebted to others. Regardless of the circumstances, he felt compelled to investigate what had transpired. A gesture of goodwill on his part. Should he encounter any peril, he would simply flee. Lin Xia, his eyes shrouded, maintained a swift pace. And the closer he drew to the source of the screams, the more his brow furrowed. The stench grew increasingly pungent. Ah! A second scream echoed from around the corner ahead, this time a woman's voice. Jiang Qian. Lin Xia abruptly halted at the turn of the alley, his mental perception revealing the figures of Jiang Qian and her companions. Not far ahead, Jiang Qian lay prostrate on the ground, her mouth agape in terror as she gazed into the distance, her entire being trembling. Before her, Lu Yuan and Li Yifei stood as if sculpted from stone. their eyes fixed ahead, equally quaking with fear. Further away, Lin Xie could sense nothing. His eyes remained closed, preventing him from perceiving the world visually. And his mental awareness only extended 10 meters, resulting in an exceedingly awkward predicament. Within that 10-meter radius, he perceived everything beyond it. He was akin to a genuine blind man. What could Jiang Qian and her companions have witnessed to evoke such terror? Although he could not see, his hearing was acutely attuned. He distinctly heard rustling sounds nearby, reminiscent of someone voraciously gnawing on something, indulging in it with wild fervor. It sounded akin to the way little black lie devoured bones. What had transpired? Lin Xie lowered his voice to inquire. Jiang Qian seemed startled by Lin Xie's sudden appearance. Her hands frantically clutching at his garment, her teeth chattering in fear. Monsters! A monster is gnawing at Wang Xiao's face. Lin Xie's expression instantly changed. Run! Both Lin Xie and Li Yifei shouted in unison. No sooner had the word escaped their lips than Lu Yuan, like a frenzied wild dog, turned abruptly and sprinted away. After colliding with Lin Xie's shoulder and stumbling momentarily, he quickly regained his footing and fled with all his might. Monster! Help! Someone, please! Monster! He screamed loudly as he ran. Lin Xie, caught off guard by the sudden impact, staggered but quickly steadied himself, only to hear a heavy thud in the distance. It sounded as if a bear were charging towards him, pounding the ground with ferocity. Jiang Qian's pupils dilated in shock, with an unknown surge of energy. She leapt to her feet and screamed as she fled. As for Li Yifei, he had already taken off the instant he uttered the word run, his speed surpassing even that of Lu Yuan, who had just shoved Lin Xie. Had Lu Yuan not knocked Lin Xie off balance, he would have been far ahead by now. Yet, in that fleeting moment of delay, he found himself lagging behind, just like Jiang Qian. At that moment, it seemed as though everyone had forgotten Lin Xie's disability. The classmates who had fervently vowed to escort him home had completely abandoned him. Confronted with such a ghastly and terrifying sight, fear enveloped their hearts. Just a few steps into his flight, Lin Xie sensed something intruding within his 10-meter range of awareness. It resembled a person, yet it was not quite human. To describe it as human is to acknowledge its limbs and head. Yet to assert its inhumanity is to witness its current resemblance to a hyena, racing across the ground with all 4 limbs. Its stature as imposing as that of a grizzly bear. Most alarmingly, a ghastly visage adorns its head, pallid and contorted. Its elongated, crimson tongue, akin to a serpent, extends half a meter from its mouth, writhing with unsettling agility. Lin Xie's expression darkened instantly. Its speed was astonishing in mere strides. It surged within his perceptive range from 10 meters away, hurtling towards him with breathtaking velocity. He could already sense a violent gust sweeping in from behind. Jiang Qian beside him shared this sensation, her face drained of color, fear and panic engulfing her heart. Stiffly, she turned her head, desperate to gauge how far the monster was from her. Surely, it must be quite distant, right? Don't look back. Lin Xie's voice cut through the air. But it was too late. Jiang Qian's pupils dilated in horror as the grotesque face loomed nearly against hers. The overwhelming stench of blood wafting from it. A scream erupted anew within the alley. She slammed her eyes shut, pivoting to retrieve her backpack, intending to hurl it at the creature. Panic consumed her. The backpack was no weapon, and she was no trained warrior. In moments of life and death, the first to lose composure forfeits their chance of survival. The creature seized the backpack strap with brute force, its raw strength thrusting Jiang Qian off balance, and she stumbled, collapsing to the ground. A heavy shadow suddenly descended, crashing down upon her. In the next moment, blood stained the night with a scarlet hue. Chapter 8. His eyes. Jiang Qian was dead. Lin Xie witnessed the entirety of her demise. The monster fell from the heavens, effortlessly slicing through her neck as if it were mere tofu, and then ravenously began to feast. Until her final moments, Jiang Qian's eyes were filled with terror and despair. Lin Xie's mind keenly registered every detail. His stomach churned, nearly rebelling against him, despite having endured considerable suffering and hardship. His mental fortitude was far more advanced than that of his peers, yet this gruesome scene was one he had never encountered before. Moreover, this was hardly the time to succumb to nausea. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xie turned and sprinted toward the opposite end of the alley while the monster gorged itself on Jiang Qian's remains. The original escape route had been obstructed by the creature, compelling him to retreat in the opposite direction, towards the place where Wang Xiao had fallen victim. The monster seemed far more engrossed in the corpse, allowing Lin Xie a slight sigh of relief. He remained oblivious to the true nature of the creature. Yet it was unequivocally clear that it was neither human nor any known beast. Were it a mutated primate from radiation exposure, he might have entertained the possibility. Its size, Strength and speed were far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary human. But that was merely a possibility. In this fog-enshrouded world, having witnessed the existence of seraphim, he did not subscribe to the notion that science was the sole truth of the universe. He believed in the existence of the mysterious. Moreover, Lin Xia was convinced that the visage of this monstrous entity seemed vaguely familiar. As he lost himself in these ruminations, another presence encroached upon his mental awareness. Lin Xia abruptly halted, his breath growing increasingly labored. A mere 10 meters ahead, the silhouette of the creature reemerged. He could ascertain with certainty that this was not the same one he had encountered moments prior. Although they bore a similar grotesque appearance, they were unmistakably distinct. The most compelling evidence lay in the fact that this creature clutched the lifeless form of Wang Xiao, continuing its grisly feast. At this juncture, Wang Xiao's visage had entirely vanished, leaving behind a blurred mass of flesh and blood, had it not been for the distinctiveness of his attire. Lin Xia might not have recognized him at all. This was the second monster, the very one that had taken Wang Xiao's life. While he was with Jiang Qian and others earlier, he had been oblivious to the scene unfolding 10 meters away, instinctively assuming there was but a single creature. In retrospect, he realized how profoundly mistaken he had been. The behavior of the monster that had slain Jiang Qian indicated a predilection for carrion over the pursuit of the living. Had it been otherwise, Lin Xia would not have managed to escape the scene. Yet, immediately following Wang Xiao's demise, a creature had been in relentless pursuit of Lin Xia and his companions. This could only imply that another monster was already partaking of Wang Xiao's remains. In this narrow alley, two monsters utterly severed all avenues of retreat for Lin Xia. His countenance turned ashen, and a long-lost emotion, despair, flooded his heart. Over the course of 17 years, true despair had only visited him twice. The first occasion was a decade ago, when he beheld those haunting eyes upon the moon. Once again, it is now. Before him, the grotesque creature, having devoured Wang Xiao, carelessly discarded his lifeless body as one would dispose of refuse. It turned its gaze towards Lin Xia, its crimson tongue licking the blood from the corners of its mouth. In this moment, Lin Xia felt an overwhelming urge to curse. Why must misfortune befall me yet again? As a child, merely climbing a rooftop led to encounters with seraphs. Blinded by my own folly, I fell and was presumed insane, spending a year in a mental institution. Now, just as I am finally on the cusp of a new beginning, prepared to diligently study for the college entrance examination, I am confronted by this hideous monster. While others might only face such a creature once in a lifetime, I am beset by two in an instant. It is utterly absurd. Under the weight of impending death, the anger and resentment that had been suppressed within Lin Xia for years erupted like a volcano. This seething fury consumed him, compressing his fear into a mere whisper, as an inexplicable ferocity surged forth. Clutching his cane tightly, he faced the poised creature, his chest rising and falling violently. At this moment, it seemed that he was not staring down a monster that had just feasted upon a human, but rather confronting all the grievances and setbacks he had endured over the past decade. Even his aunt and Yang Jin were oblivious to the tempest of wrath concealed within this young man, who had carried the weight of suppression for 10 long years. He would not be resigned to this fate. Perhaps he himself was unaware, but beneath the tumult of emotions, his eyes, closed for a decade, trembled with a fervent intensity, as if on the brink of opening. With a piercing shriek, the creature, eyeing the delicate Lin Xia as a rogue might a beauty, sprang into the air. Damn it! I fear you not. Lin Xia roared fiercely, gripping his white cane, and charged towards the leaping beast. The distance between them rapidly diminished. Just as the creature's claw was about to slice through Lin Xia's throat, he abruptly sidestepped, narrowly evading the strike. Although Lin Xia was adept at predicting the monster's movements, his physical prowess fell short. The claw grazed his temple, leaving a faint trail of blood. Simultaneously, the black ribbon was severed and whisked away by the swirling wind. Lost to the air. With his eyes closed, Lin Xia seized the moment, unleashing a primal shout as he thrust the cane towards the creature's abdomen. A sharp crack echoed, and Lin Xia felt a sudden lightness in his hand, followed by an overwhelming force from behind. The monster's tail had sent him sprawling. He tumbled across the ground, gritting his teeth against the pain, and rose to find his cane had shattered into 2 pieces. The cane, designed for guiding the blind, was not particularly resilient, and thus it proved inadequate against the formidable beast. Damn it! He cursed, violently casting the broken piece of the cane to the ground. After finally seizing an opportunity, it had been rendered useless. The shattering of the cane ignited a fuse within Lin Xia, exploding his emotions. He stood there, fists clenched tightly, his nails digging into his flesh, leaving trails of crimson. "I refuse to yield," he bellowed. In that moment of emotional turmoil, an inexplicable sensation surged within his heart. Like the gentle spring rain, a refreshing coolness flowed from his heart to the stagnant corners of his mind, and with a delicate touch, that layer of translucent barrier shattered. Lin Xia felt as though a sun had erupted within him, an unprecedented warmth flooding his entire being. His eyelids felt as if they were being scorched, unbearably hot. Thus, quite naturally, he opened those eyes that had been tightly shut for a decade. The last image they beheld was another pair of eyes, the eyes of a seraph. In an instant, a brilliant pillar of intense light erupted from the alley at the edge of the old city, piercing the heavens. At that moment, the night was as bright as day. Chapter 9, The Half-Stick. How bright? What is that? Is there a fire somewhere? How could that be? A fire could not be this bright. Moreover, there are no buildings in Songnan City that are this tall. Quick, capture it. Post it on social media. This soaring beam of light was so dazzling that half of Songnan City took notice. Pedestrians halted in their tracks, eagerly speculating about the cause of its emergence. Some suggested it was an explosion, others proposed it was an optical experiment, while some claimed it was a divine miracle. Yet, only a select few understood the true significance of this light's appearance. 2 minutes earlier, in the old city, on the deserted streets, ripples of space gently stirred, as if someone had lifted a corner of the canvas draped over the old district. Following that, 5 figures clad in black and red cloaks emerged from within. One of the individuals cast a glance around, stepped forward, and picked up the forbidden notice sign from the ground, folding it shut. The moment the sign was retracted, the once silent old town shattered like fragile bubbles, unveiling the true essence of the ancient district within. The chilling blood stained the aged streets a deep crimson, with dismembered, grotesque limbs scattered everywhere. Had Lin Xia witnessed this scene, he would have discerned that the dismembered pieces strewn across the ground belonged to the very ghastly-faced creatures he had encountered. There were at least 34 of them, densely packed. The retrieval of the no-restriction void is complete, the person holding the notice sign remarked coolly, indicating that the logistics team could be summoned to clean up the battlefield. And what of old Zhao? He has pursued the 2 escaped ghastly-faced beings. We were indeed remiss, the injured woman lamented, clutching her right shoulder, her expression somewhat despondent. Do not say that, Hong Ying. None could foresee that amongst this horde of ghastly-faced beings lurked a ghastly-faced king. A man nearby consoled her. The captain should be able to handle the ghastly-faced king alone, right? Of course, there is no cause for concern. Let us not forget that the captain is a formidable force of the Chuan realm, and he will not falter. The man paused momentarily, quietly hoping that the 2 fleeing ghastly-faced beings would not result in the loss of innocent lives. Just as his words fell, a blazing beam of light erupted from another direction, illuminating half the sky. The 5 individuals simultaneously turned their heads, their eyes wide with astonishment. That was a forbidden ruin manifesting, and the intensity of this energy fluctuation was extraordinarily overwhelming. This, at the very least, signifies a formidable presence at the infinite realm of the 5th level, or perhaps even the 6th level climb. How could such a mighty being be drawn to the small city of Songnan? No, this does not resemble the forbidden ruins of humanity. The man's brow furrowed in concentration. Hong Ying paused for a moment, as if a thought had struck her. Are you suggesting that this resembles the divine forbidden ruins, which implies the divine ruins? Upon hearing the term divine, the gazes of several individuals sharpened. Which deity could it be? Intense, sacred, powerful, with an essence of creation. If my instincts serve me right, this must be. The man fixed his eyes unwaveringly on the gradually fading column of light, articulating each word deliberately. Divine Code 003, King of Angels, Michael. Lin Xia felt an overwhelming discomfort. At the very heart of this golden beam, his body had completely lost control, eerily suspended in midair, as boundless energy surged forth from his eyes. Lin Xia felt as though he had been transported back a decade, across the vast cosmos, once more meeting that gaze. The aura of supreme sanctity remained vividly etched in his memory. The distinction lay in the fact that, 10 years ago, this energy emanated from the moon, while now it emanated from his own eyes. The essence of the seraph and divine might surge wildly from his gaze, his eyes resembling 2 blazing suns, seemingly intent on reducing everything to nothingness. A decade ago, the seraph Michael had locked eyes with him from the lunar surface. 10 years later, Lin Xia opened his eyes, and the residual power of the seraph erupted in its entirety. Fortunately, the residual power of the seraphim lingering in Lin Qia's eyes was not overwhelming. After a radiant beam persisted for 7 or 8 seconds, it gradually dissipated, and Lin Qia's form descended from the air, staggering slightly to regain his balance. Within his gaze, the resplendent golden light began to dim, ultimately leaving only a faint golden halo. If the previous brilliance could be likened to that of the sun, the current luminosity resembled but a flickering candle. Although the earlier burst of golden rays had been undeniably formidable, it did not belong to him. What now resided in Lin Qia's eyes was a true manifestation of power, a delicate trace of seraphim might. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qia slowly lifted his head. The inky black sky, the weathered streets, the menacing monsters, the blood-soaked ground. As this undeniably grim tableau unfolded before him, he smiled, a genuine smile filled with joy. After 10 long years, he was finally able to behold this world anew with his own eyes. In that moment, to Lin Xia, the blood-drenched monsters appeared almost endearing. When the divine might of the seraphim erupted from within him, those two creatures had been firmly pinned to the ground, nearly crushed into oblivion. Only after the golden beam faded did they regain their senses, bewilderedly scanning their surroundings before resuming their focus on Lin Xia, their eyes once again glinting with a ravenous thirst. With a shriek, one of the monsters lunged violently towards Lin Xia, in stark contrast to his previous demeanor. Lin Xia now exhibited a notable calmness. The instant the creature made its move, he instinctively calculated its trajectory and forcefully dove to the side. In comparison to the monsters, Lin Qia's speed may indeed seem sluggish. However, his reflexes are astonishingly rapid, allowing him to anticipate movements several seconds in advance, thus affording him precious moments to evade. It is not that he possesses prophetic abilities, but rather that upon opening his eyes, his perceptual faculties underwent a profound transformation. Firstly, his mental perception range expanded from 10 meters to 20 meters. It is noteworthy that Lin Xia had spent 5 years to achieve the ability to sense 10 meters. Now, it has doubled in an instant. Secondly, his dynamic vision has significantly enhanced. Within this 20-meter radius, Lin Xia possesses nearly 3 times the dynamic visual acuity of an ordinary person, with reflexes that could be deemed extraordinary, enabling him to almost foresee impending actions during close combat. As for the additional abilities bestowed upon him by his eyes, Lin Xia has yet to fully comprehend them. Nonetheless, the present circumstances do not allow for leisurely exploration. The monster, akin to an arrow released from a bow, lunged at the very spot where Lin Xia had stood moments before, crashing through a substantial section of the wall. With a powerful push of its limbs against the rubble, it propelled itself towards Lin Xia once more. At that moment, Lin Xia executed a roll to evade the monster's descent, swiftly reaching to grasp the half of the cane that had fallen beside him. He rose quickly, crouching low, his gaze fixed intently on the rapidly approaching beast, both hands gripping the cane tightly. The monster left behind a trail of afterimages, stirring up a tempest that tousled Lin Qia's hair. With a powerful thrust of its hind legs, the creature leaped into the air. This time, Lin Xia did not retreat, clutching the half-cane with determination. He locked his gaze onto the eyes of the monster. The monster's claws extended, aiming directly for Lin Qia's neck. Just as they were about to make contact, Lin Qia's eyes abruptly narrowed. A faint golden halo within them flared to life, reminiscent of kindling ignited, transforming into 2 blazing furnaces. A surge of divine power, channeled through Lin Qia's gaze, forcefully inundated the creature's body. In that fleeting moment, the monster's perception of Lin Xia shifted, seeing him as a supreme deity adorned with 6 wings, exuding an overwhelming aura of terror. Under the weight of this divine presence, its body fell into a brief paralysis. Seizing this precious instant, Lin Xia raised the remaining segment of his blind cane high, and accurately plunged it into the monster's right eye. Chapter 10. The moonlit blade. The sharp, broken rod pierced the creature's brain, extinguishing all traces of its vitality. Yet, despite this, the inertia of its leap persisted. Its massive form plummeted like a cannonball, violently knocking Lin Xia, who was grasping the broken rod, to the ground. Ultimately, Lin Xia's ability to vanquish the beast stemmed solely from his extraordinary dynamic vision and the might of the seraph. His innate strength had not been augmented. The monster weighed no less than 200 kilograms, making it impossible for him to extricate himself in such a short time. Moreover, after unleashing the seraph's divine power, Lin Xia felt as if he had been completely drained, utterly devoid of strength, and even slightly dizzy. Just then, a second monster, which had been lurking in the distance, finally made its move. This hidden predator revealed its fearsome fangs. Its limbs raced with remarkable speed, weaving through the flickering shadows cast by dim streetlights. Projecting a silhouette as ethereal as a swaying specter, a sinuous crimson tongue twisting in an eerie dance. Lin Xie could perceive its movements clearly. Yet he found himself utterly incapable of evasion, compelled to witness the dense fangs before him magnifying with alarming rapidity. As the monster closed the distance to a mere 2 meters, Lin Xie's pupils abruptly constricted. Within his perceptual range, an object swifter than the beast was hurtling towards him. It appeared to be a person, a genuine human being. Whoosh! Lin Xie felt a fleeting blur before a figure descended from the night sky, landing firmly upon the ground. The gust generated by their descent billowing a dark red cloak, revealing the profile of a middle-aged man, not handsome, nor particularly unattractive. He resembled an ordinary uncle one might encounter on the street, easily overlooked in the hustle of life. However, the murderous intent radiating from his eyes gleamed like a blinding blade. He crouched low, his gaze fixed intently on the creature less than a meter away, his right hand firmly gripping the hilt of a sword at his back. Swish! A crisp sound echoed from the scabbard, the pale blue blade reflecting the muted moonlight, slicing through the oppressive air, silently advancing. It was a blade devoid of embellishment, a straight sword. The edge of the sword traced a crescent arc, clashing with the monster-esque claws, igniting a cascade of sparks. Zhao Kongcheng let out a low growl, every muscle in his body taut, as he lunged forward with a sudden step. Remarkably, the creature, comparable in size to a grizzly bear, was forced back several paces by his onslaught. In Lin Xie's eyes, disbelief was palpable. Having engaged with the creature firsthand, he understood the sheer terror of its power, yet this man before him had managed to force it back. Who was he truly? After compelling the monster to retreat several paces, Zhao Kongqing maneuvered with a distinctive grace, akin to a parasite clinging to its host. His blade cleaving through the air, leaving behind ghastly gashes upon the creature's flesh. The monster howled in agony, its eyes filled with venomous rage as it raised its elongated, spear-like limb, intent on slaying this detestable human. However, in a flash of blinding steel, its limb was severed cleanly, before the creature could utter another scream. A glint of icy resolve erupted in Zhao Kongqing's gaze as he struck with lightning speed at the monster's neck. The pale blue edge of his blade effortlessly sliced through sinew and bone, and in an instant, the creature's head was sent soaring, rolling grotesquely to the ground. With a decisive click, he sheathed his blade, the dark crimson cloak now splattered with the monster's blood, blending so seamlessly with the fabric that it was nearly undetectable to the untrained eye. Without casting a glance at the lifeless body, Zhao Kongqing leisurely retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, igniting it for a deep inhale before reaching for his radio. The 2 fleeing ghost-faced beings have been dealt with. Summon the logistics team to clean up the battlefield, he instructed, pocketing the device and striding purposefully towards the recently freed Lin Xie. They regarded each other in a profound silence, each lost in the depths of their thoughts. In the dim light of the night, beside a pool of blood, 2 men silently regarded one another. After a prolonged silence, Zhao Kongqing could no longer contain himself and spoke first. "Did I look handsome just now?" Lin Xie responded with a thoughtful pause, gazing into Zhao's eyes, only to realize he was earnest, and finally replied, "Handsome." "That's right," Zhao Kongqing chuckled. "Do you wish to be as handsome as me?" "Not at all." Zhao Kongqing's lips twitched slightly. "Why not?" "It's easy to die," Lin Xie replied with utmost seriousness. For a moment, Zhao Kongqing was at a loss for words. "But you just witnessed it. You possess supernatural powers that ordinary people can only dream of. Don't you wish to be a superhero like in the movies?" "I do not." "Is it because it's easy to die?" "Indeed." Zhao Kongqing rubbed the corner of his eye, sensing that this youth was rather formidable, yet he found himself entangled in this turmoil, armed with such extraordinary strength. "Let's change venues. This is not the place for conversation. We should find somewhere more suitable to talk," he proposed after a moment's thought. "By the way, I am Zhao Kongqing, and I am not a bad person." Lin Xie blinked and nodded obediently. "I believe you. Please wait here. I'll fetch my backpack. My study materials are still inside." "Go ahead." Zhao Kongqing waved his hand in resignation and sat down on the curb nearby, feeling somewhat dejected. Were an ordinary person to experience such a situation, they would surely be rendered utterly petrified. Yet this young man, astonishingly, still pondered retrieving his study materials. The most perplexing aspect was his outright rejection of himself. How infuriating. I had exerted every ounce of my strength. Those previous strikes were executed with such flair. I had never fought so fiercely even during practice sessions with the captain. Speaking of which, I wonder how the captain is faring. The Ghost-Face King is no easy adversary. Zhao Kongxing sat by the roadside in a rather undignified manner, lost in thought with a cigarette dangling from his lips. Lost in thought. Something feels amiss. Suddenly, Zhao Kongxing snapped back to reality, taking a moment to react before swiftly rising to his feet and scanning the surroundings with urgency. Where could that young man have vanished to? He stood there in a daze for several seconds, mouth agape, struggling to comprehend what had transpired. Damn it. He actually escaped. Brother, why are you home so late today? Yang Jin inquired, observing the weary countenance of Lin Xia. Where is your cane? Lin Xia slipped into his slippers, forcing a smile. I encountered some issues on the way and accidentally misplaced it. To prevent Yang Jin from noticing the scar near his temple, Lin Xia wrapped his half-broken black satin cane back up. However, the cane was indeed broken. Rather than returning it and causing his family undue worry, he opted to dispose of it. It's fine, I can just get a new one. Is the matter resolved? Yes, it has been settled. Little Black, with a puffing sound, scampered over from the balcony, nuzzling Lin Xia's calf with its head before flopping onto the ground to expose its belly. With a sigh of resignation, Lin Xia crouched down to rub its stomach while inquiring, has Annie not returned yet? Mom is on the night shift. She won't be back until morning. All right. Have you completed your homework? There's just a little left. Is this how much homework they assign in middle school? It's truly excessive. Lin Xia stood up, expressing his frustration, and turned to Yang Jin, saying, it's fine. If you're too tired, don't force yourself to write. If the teacher scolds you, just tell me, and I'll have a word with him. Yang Jin's lips curled into a smile as he nodded. I'll finish it soon. Lin Xia replied, I'm a bit weary now. I'll head to bed. Make sure to sleep early once you're done. Okay. Dragging his fatigued body into his room, Lin Xia was about to close the door when Yang Jin's voice called out again. Brother, is everything really all right? Everything's fine. Just sleep early. By the way, the milk is in the fridge. If you wake up early tomorrow, heat it up for yourself. Got it, brother? Good night. Good night. The door closed softly. Yang Jin stood outside, holding Little Black tightly, silently gazing at Lin Xia's room. He gently rubbed Little Black's head and murmured, Do you sense it too? Woof. He looked up at the dim moonlight streaming through the window and whispered, There's a scent of blood on him. Chapter 11. The door. Lin Xia was truly exhausted, both mentally and physically. He truly did not anticipate that on his very first day of transferring, such an event would transpire, encountering a monster, facing betrayal from classmates, engaging in perilous combat, and inexplicably awakening to find a superheroic figure emerging from the shadows, only to discreetly vanish. Lin Xia was not foolish. He recognized that his experiences that night undoubtedly touched upon the hidden facets of this world, the flesh-eating monster, the golden light emanating from him, and the man who single-handedly vanquished the beast. This man was no ordinary individual, and from his reports via the walkie-talkie, it was evident that a vast organization lay behind him, one that perhaps lurked in the shadows, specifically addressing such bizarre occurrences. He had likely witnessed the light surrounding him, and perhaps even glimpsed the scene of him slaying the monster, which might explain his desire to recruit Lin Xia. To claim that he harbored no curiosity about the hidden truths would be disingenuous. He yearned to uncover the nature of the events he had encountered that evening and to comprehend what had transpired within him. Yet, he was reluctant to be ensnared in this vortex due to his own inquisitiveness. Some secrets, once unveiled, become inescapable. He had no desire to be heralded as a guardian of humanity. His only wish was to protect his own home. Soon, he succumbed to slumber, and the familiar mists descended once more. Within the realm of dreams, Lin Xia surveyed his surroundings, letting out a resigned sigh. Was he truly not to be spared? Awake, he contended with monsters, and now in sleep, they still sought him out. Such was his misfortune. With practiced ease, he took a few steps, and soon, the silhouette of an asylum materialized before him. On an ancient plaque to his right, a line of grand characters was inscribed. In the presence of the ethereal asylum of the gods, Lin Xia approached the grand entrance, pausing before it. His fingers reached for the circular ring adorning the door, and at the moment of contact, the ground beneath him trembled ever so slightly. The surrounding mist began to swirl ominously. Clutching the ring, Lin Xia wore an expression of bewilderment. What sorcery is this? I have yet to knock, and yet the earth quakes. This has never happened before. Suddenly, a thought struck him like a bolt of lightning. Could it be that today he had awakened? Lowering his gaze, he surveyed the form he inhabited within this dream, and his eyes began to shimmer with newfound clarity. Previously, Lin Xia's body in the realm of dreams had been translucent, as fragile as drifting mist. Yet today, he felt a remarkable solidity. Although still lacking corporeality, he was no longer transparent. With a sudden resolve, he lifted his gaze toward the imposing door that had barred him for 5 long years, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Perhaps today might be different. Taking a deep breath, he tightened his grip on the circular ring and launched himself against the door with force. The sound of ancient bells resonated from within the asylum, echoing with a volume several times greater than before. Fortunately, Xia, being formless, remained unscathed. Had he possessed a physical body, the sound would have surely pained his eardrums. As the chimes rang out, the entire asylum trembled violently once more. There is hope. Xia's eyes sparkled with determination. The bells tolled again, clang, clang, clang. Without hesitation, he struck the door 3 more times, and the asylum shook as if beset by an earthquake. At last, after the final stroke, a resounding echo reverberated through the mental asylum, and then silence enveloped everything once more. Just as Xia was about to strike again, the heavy door before him emitted a dull creak and began to move slowly. The door opened, with a resounding thud, once the door was fully ajar. An ancient and dimly lit corridor unfolded before Xia. The floor of the corridor, composed of an unknown material, radiated a faint glow, while luminous orbs hung mysteriously from the walls, casting an eerie light. As Xia advanced along this corridor, he soon encountered a fork in the path, above which hung a modern signpost. To the left lay the wards, and to the right, the activity area. Xia gazed at the signpost, murmuring to himself, "This arrangement is strikingly reminiscent of the asylum I resided in years ago." After a moment's hesitation, he chose to enter the activity area. The activity area contained only a few rooms, yet all essential facilities were present, including a multimedia room for watching films, a lounge for playing chess and leisure activities, and a study for reading and learning. Intriguingly, within the building, there was even a circular open lawn adorned with a variety of sports equipment. Indeed, it was an exact replica. This dream was truly peculiar. Furrowing his brow, Xia shook his head in confusion. After exploring the activity area, he turned back to head towards the ward section. Upon reaching the entrance of the ward area, however, Xia abruptly halted. This place was different. He gazed at the dark, monotonous corridor before him, murmuring softly. He vividly recalled that during his time at the Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital, the ward spanned several floors. And although the facilities were not particularly luxurious, they were at least clean and orderly. However, the ward area before Xia was a solitary level, consisting of merely 6 rooms. Each door of these rooms was adorned with an array of peculiar symbols and patterns, densely inscribed, resembling some form of seal, which made Xia dizzy at just a glance. He forcibly averted his gaze from the door, steadied his nerves, and looked elsewhere. In the upper right corner of the ward hung an ancient nameplate. Each room bore a distinct emblem on its plaque. For instance, the door of the first room, where Xia currently stood, displayed a large black circle. Meanwhile, the nameplate of the second room depicted an object resembling a staff or a pin. Xia proceeded along the corridor towards the final 6th room, still perplexed by the significance of these nameplates. He gazed at the eerie door before him, lost in contemplation. In this dreamlike psychiatric hospital, the ward area starkly contrasted with his memories of the Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital. Thus, he pondered, did actual patients reside within these rooms? Or, as the name of the institution suggested, were they inhabited by deities? After a moment of hesitation, Xia slowly extended his hand towards the doorknob of the 6th room. It was not recklessness that propelled him. On one hand, this was merely his dream, and any ensuing complications would not significantly impact him. On the other hand, after 5 years of persistent knocking to gain entrance to this psychiatric establishment, he was unwilling to leave in a state of confusion. In the depths of his subconscious, he pondered whether there existed some secret related to himself within the psychiatric hospital. After all, why did the layout here mirror that of the sunny psychiatric hospital where he had once resided? Xia's hand gradually approached, his fingertips gently grazing the doorknob, a subtle chill enveloping him. Contrary to his expectations of repulsion or sharp pain, his hand naturally settled upon the handle. With a determined tug, he found the door unyielding. He steadied himself and exerted all his strength once more, yet it remained steadfast. Abandoning this door, Xia proceeded to the entrance of the 5th ward, pulling at the door with force. Still, it would not budge. The 4th, 3rd, 2nd wards. One by one, he attempted each door, but none granted him passage. Until at last, he arrived at the 1st ward's entrance. With a mindset resigned to failure, Lin Xia yanked at the first ward's door. A soft click resonated from the doorknob. The intricate patterns and designs etched upon the door suddenly fractured, dissipating into the air. Startled, Lin Xia recoiled several steps. His gaze fixed ahead. The door had opened. Chapter 12. Goddess of the Night among the 6 wards. Only the first door yielded to his efforts. Was this the sole door designated to be opened, or was it merely that, akin to the 5-year endeavor of knocking on a door? His current strength permitted him to unlock only this one. After 5 years of relentless knocking, it was only upon awakening with heightened mental awareness that he could finally open the great door and enter the hospital. As for the subsequent rooms, from the 2nd to the 6th, must one enhance their own capabilities before they can be accessed? Lin Xia felt uncertain. He had no time to dwell on these thoughts. Before him, the door to a room, once shrouded in seals, was slowly creaking open. The interior was modest in size and dimly illuminated. At the center of the room sat a chair occupied by a woman clad in a gown of starry black, her gaze vacantly fixed ahead. Apart from this solitary figure in the chair, the room was devoid of any other presence. Cautiously, Lin Xia approached the door, contemplating his next move. A polite smile graced his face as he waved at the woman within. "Greetings, I am Lin Xia." Regardless of her identity, it seemed prudent to extend a courteous gesture. After all, as the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. He believed that a touch of politeness would not provoke even a divine being. However, despite his cordial demeanor, the woman in black remained as motionless as a statue. Gritting his teeth, Lin Xia resolutely stepped into the room. At that very instant, words began to materialize upon the wall behind the woman. Room number 1 patient. Nick's task: assist Nix in treating her mental afflictions. Upon reaching designated treatment milestones 1, 50, 100, a portion of Nix's abilities may be randomly extracted. Current treatment progress 0. Nix? Upon deciphering the inscriptions on the wall, Lin Xia gasped in astonishment. While he was not well versed in mythology, he had indeed heard of Nix, the goddess of night, recognized as one of the 5 primordial deities in ancient Greek mythology. She is one of the deities reigning at the pinnacle of the mythological hierarchy. Thus, the seemingly dazed woman before me is none other than the illustrious goddess of night. With her aloof elegance, flawless features, and cascading black hair flowing down her back like a waterfall. She is clad in a gown of black starry sand that mirrors the profound depths of the night, accentuating her alabaster skin that appears as delicate as snow-covered cream. Though her eyes lack vitality, the aura she exudes simply by her presence transcends the capabilities of mere mortals. Even the empresses of history pale in comparison to her. Nix? She is a deity, and also an empress of the night. Lin Xia stroked his chin, scrutinizing Nix from a close distance. Having witnessed a deity firsthand, he could not shake the feeling that, compared to the seraph on the moon, something vital seemed to be lacking in Nix. Was it divinity? Power? Authority? Or perhaps all of these? Lin Xia was uncertain, yet he could surmise that Nix's current state was intricately tied to her ailment. But how could this be? She is a goddess, a being perched atop the mythological pantheon. How could she possibly fall ill? Is her affliction a natural occurrence, or a consequence of human intervention? If it were natural, Lin Xia found it hard to believe, but if it were indeed induced by human hands, he pondered what kind of entity could render the goddess of night ill, particularly with a mental affliction. According to the inscriptions on the wall, Lin Xia must endeavor to assist Nix in her healing, yet what precisely ails her remains a mystery. Lin Xia, once a patient of mental illness, possesses a certain understanding of psychiatric disorders, which can generally be categorized into depression, obsessive-compulsive disorder, schizophrenia, delusional disorder, among others. In order to treat Nix, it is imperative to ascertain the nature of her affliction. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xia crouched before Nix and waved his hand in front of her eyes. "Can you hear me?" he whispered softly in her ear. Suddenly, Nix's body trembled, startling Lin Xia and causing him to instinctively retreat a few steps. Almost immediately, Nix's head rigidly turned towards Lin Xia, her vacant gaze fixated upon him. Lin Xia swallowed hard, paralyzed with trepidation. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Just as Lin Xia felt a prickling sensation from being scrutinized by Nix, her expression began to shift. From vacancy to confusion, from confusion to astonishment, and from astonishment to tears welling in her eyes. Nix's body quivered slightly, tears swirling within her eyes, her lips parting with great difficulty as she choked out, "I finally found you, my child." At that moment, Lin Xia felt a surge of electricity coursing from his feet to his brain, leaving his mind in utter shock. Her? Me? Child? Huh? Lin Xia truly could not recall the visage of his parents. for they had vanished into obscurity after entrusting him to his aunt following his birth. However, his mother should, perhaps, be a human, and not the goddess of the night. No, wait. How is it that this foreign goddess of the night speaks fluent Chinese? Ah, indeed. It seems that in my dreams, comprehending the language of the divine is not so astonishing. Perhaps this is the transmission of brainwaves? Just as Lin Xia was lost in such thoughts, Nyx stood up, spreading her arms wide and staggering towards him. She ran increasingly faster, her expression growing ever more fervent. At that moment, Lin Qia's mind was a chaotic jumble, and instinctively he opened his arms, yearning to embrace the goddess of night. Yet, in her fervor, Nyx rushed past him, only to seize him in a tight embrace, and grasp the small vase on the windowsill behind him. Nyx clung to the vase, tears streaming down her face, exclaiming, "My child, you were alive all along. I have finally found you." Lin Xia. Immediately after, Nyx's gaze fell upon the chair, on which she had sat for an indeterminate time. After a moment of stunned silence, she dashed forward, clutching the chair and the vase, once again weeping uncontrollably. "Hypnos, my child, you are here too." The disoriented Lin Xia stood there like a statue, his eyes wide as he watched Nyx weep over the vase, the chair, the wall, and the air, all claimed as her children. Lin Xia thought to himself, "I believe I have discerned the nature of her affliction. It is rather severe." As dawn broke, Lin Xia languidly awoke from his slumber, gazing at the bare ceiling, letting out a resigned sigh. Having spent the entire night with Nyx, he felt utterly unwell. Just as he was about to rise, he suddenly let out a soft gasp. In his mind, the asylum for the gods, shrouded in mist, floated within his consciousness, establishing an intimate connection between him and the institution. Now, he found himself capable of immersing his awareness into the asylum at any moment, without the need for slumber. Was this the boon that awaited him after opening the door? Lin Xia would endeavor to link his consciousness with the asylum, soon able to perceive all that transpired within its walls. Naturally, the 5 sealed wards remained inaccessible to him. At that moment, Nyx was in the courtyard, cradling a vase and a chair, conversing with the air beside him, oblivious to the content of his speech. Lin Xia sat on the bed, vexedly rubbing the corners of his eyes. Healing. I am not a doctor. How can I assist her in her recovery?" Suddenly, a spark ignited in Lin Qia's eyes, as if a thought had struck him. His gaze narrowed slightly, and a smile graced his lips. Chapter 13. He ran away in a tall building in Sangnan City. The door creaked open slowly as Zhao Kongqing entered, his demeanor listless, punctuated by frequent sighs. "Old Zhao, what has happened to you?" The 5 individuals seated within the room inquired, taken aback by Zhao Kongqing's appearance. "Were you injured last night? Given your expression, it seems more likely that you experienced heartbreak." "Goodness, old Zhao, could it be that your wife intends to divorce you?" "Don't speak nonsense." The 5 began to speculate among themselves, and after a moment of silence, the reticent Zhao Kongqing let out a deep sigh. "Am I truly so devoid of charm?" 5 individuals simultaneously rolled their eyes, feigning ignorance to the inquiry, as they resumed their respective tasks, some sharpening knives, others cleaning firearms, engrossed in their mobile devices or indulging in slumber. "No, I am earnestly asking you," Zhao Kongqing exclaimed, growing increasingly anxious. Noticing the continued indifference towards him, Hong Ying, who was polishing her gun, sighed and remarked, "Brother Kongqing, are you feeling agitated?" "Perhaps," Zhao Kongqing replied after a brief pause. "I encountered the owner of the golden forbidden ruins last night." At this revelation, everyone abruptly lifted their heads, halting their activities, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Is that the individual suspected to be the agent of the Seraph?" "Indeed. Is he formidable?" "Who exactly is he?" "You are overthinking it." Zhao Kongqing shook his head. "He is merely an ordinary high school student. The Klein-level energy fluctuation is likely just residual power left by the Seraph. He is still a novice who has just entered the lamp realm." Upon hearing this, a hint of disappointment flickered in their eyes. They had hoped that a Klein-level powerhouse had emerged in Sangnan City. However, it was reasonable to assume that if such a perilous deity had indeed chosen an agent and he had ascended to the Klein level, the higher-ups would undoubtedly be aware. The man seated on the sofa and narrowed his eyes slightly, regardless of the circumstances. The Seraph's selection of an agent and the bestowal of the divine ruins was a significant matter that required immediate reporting to the higher echelons. "By the way, old Zhao, since you encountered him, where is he? You didn't bring such an important person back with you?" "He fled." Zhao Kongqing spoke softly, mentioning that he had gone to fetch his backpack and took advantage of my momentary distraction to escape. The crowd fell silent. Just as a few were preparing to voice their grievances, The door to the room swung open once more. A man, draped in a dark red cloak, entered. His face still smudged with blood, his steps heavy as though laden with lead. Upon seeing this man, everyone, including Zhao Kongqing, immediately rose to their feet. "Captain, are you all right?" The captain waved his hand dismissively, shedding the blood-stained cloak, and seated himself on a small stool by the door, an unmistakable weariness etched across his features. "I am fine, but the Ghost Mask King has escaped." The expressions of the group turned grave at once. The captain continued, "I pursued the Ghost Mask King to the outskirts of the northern city last night, engaged in battle with it. It sustained severe injuries. Yet it resorted to self-harm to force its escape. So, does this mean the Ghost Mask King has likely fled from Songnan City?" "Not necessarily," interjected the man seated on the sofa, prompting all eyes to turn towards him. The captain raised an eyebrow slightly, urging him to elaborate. "Speak, Xiangnan." Wu Xiangnan slowly stood, retrieving a map of the Songnan City vicinity from beneath the sofa and unfurling it on the ground. Songnan City is somewhat isolated, with considerable distance separating it from neighboring cities. The captain had battled the Ghost Masked King in the northern outskirts. The nearest city, aside from Songnan City, was several dozen kilometers away. Wu Xiangnan traced a circle on the map. "What of it?" Red Ying's eyes were filled with confusion. At this moment, the captain's eyes gradually brightened. The Ghost-Face King had sustained severe injuries, and without regaining its strength, it could not possibly traverse such a great distance. Wu Xiangnan continued the captain's thought. If the Ghost-Face King wishes to restore its power, it can only do so by consuming humans. This implies that it will undoubtedly return to Songnan City? Indeed. Zhao Kongqing's brow furrowed slightly. However, with Songnan City being so vast, we have no idea from where it might emerge. The sewers. Wu Xiangnan adjusted his glasses and traced a curve on the map with a red pin. The ghost-face creature has a penchant for navigating through the sewers. And it was indeed through the sewers that the Ghost-Face King previously made its escape. There is only one sewer connecting to the northern suburban area, which suggests that the location of the Ghost-Face King's reappearance is likely along this particular sewer route. Immediately dispatch individuals to search along this sewer. This time, we must not allow it to escape. A glint of cold determination flashed in the captain's eyes as he issued the command. Understood. By the way, there is one more matter. Wu Xiangnan turned to Zhao Kongqing. We must ensure the return of the agent of the Seraphim. His potential is immense and must not fall into the hands of the ancient god cult. In a certain sense, this task holds a higher priority than eliminating the Ghost-Face King. Zhao Kongqing immediately straightened his stance. Leave this matter to me. I will personally bring that young man back. He has already fled. How do you intend to find him? Honging murmured softly. He is wearing the uniform of No. 2 High School. I will be waiting for him at the school gate today. I am confident I will catch him. A self-assured smile graced Zhao Kongqing's lips. Brother, why are you not attending school today? Yang Jin inquired curiously, observing Lin Xia, who was neither clad in his school uniform nor carrying a backpack. I have some matters to attend to today. I want to be going, Lin Xia replied, slipping on his shoes while opening the door. Is Aunt still asleep? She just returned an hour ago. I see. Make sure to head to school early. Don't follow my example. All right. As Lin Xia closed the door, he quietly removed the black satin cloth from his eyes and tucked it into his pocket. His vision had returned. Yet he had not informed his aunt or Yang Jin, primarily because he had not seen his aunt due to her late shift the previous night. Furthermore, Lin Xia had only just acquired this vision and was still mastering the power within his eyes. At times, a golden light would suddenly emanate from his gaze, albeit subtly. Should his aunt or Yang Jin catch sight of it, they would undoubtedly compel him to investigate further, incurring unnecessary expenses. He intended to announce this development only once he could fully control his sight. However, since he had stepped outside, there was no need to continue concealing his eyes with the satin cloth, as it would draw too much attention. Lin Xia retrieved the sunglasses that Yang Jin had previously purchased for him from his pocket, donned them, and strode purposefully toward the bus station. After enduring over an hour of jolting travel, Lin Xia finally arrived at his destination, Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital. The last time he had visited this place was a decade ago. In the span of those 10 years, both Lin Xia and the hospital had undergone significant transformations. All the old walls have been renovated, and the entrance has become twice as spacious as before. 2 modern high-rises have supplanted the original 3-story building. And even the sign of the Sunshine Mental Hospital has transformed into a gilded embossment. Standing at the entrance, Lin Xia can no longer associate the contemporary hospital before him with the small building of his memories. The only unchanged aspect, perhaps, is the elderly gatekeeper. He has merely become more stooped and his hair has turned significantly gray. The old man seems to have recognized Lin Xia. Squinting his eyes and raising his right hand to point at him, just as Lin Xia believed the old man remembered him and was about to greet him. The old man bellowed, "That foolish lad over there. You're blocking the cars behind you." Chapter 14. I have a friend. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Lin Xia pushed open the door and entered the consultation room. Sitting on the opposite side of the desk was a middle-aged male doctor, clad in a pristine white coat. With a notably sparse receding hairline, a clear emblem of wisdom, Lin Xia took a seat, and the doctor leisurely inquired, "Well then, what seems to be the trouble?" "I have no issues." "If you have no issues, then what brings you here?" "I do not have problems of my own, but I have a friend who suffers from a severe mental illness." Upon hearing this, the doctor regarded Lin Xia with a peculiar expression, chuckling as he adjusted the few strands of hair atop his head. "The friend you speak of, it wouldn't happen to be you, would it?" Lin Xia replied earnestly. "No, it is genuinely a friend." "All right then, tell me what." "No, what affliction does your friend have? What specific symptoms are present?" Lin Xia pondered for a moment, finding it somewhat difficult to articulate. The doctor smiled and suggested, "Why not envision yourself as that friend and demonstrate your actual behavior to me?" Lin Xia cast a peculiar glance at the doctor, hesitating for a moment before reluctantly nodding in agreement. Thus, he slowly rose from his seat and, under the doctor's watchful gaze, made his way directly in front of him. He extended his arms, enveloping the middle-aged doctor in a warm embrace while tenderly caressing the few remaining strands of hair atop the doctor's head. His eyes brimming with kindness as he softly murmured, "My dear son, at last, I have found you." The doctor. In the ensuing 10 minutes, Lin Xia employed every rhetorical technique at his disposal, passionately elucidating to the doctor that he was not the one afflicted with illness, thereby averting the grim fate of being forcibly hospitalized. "So, your friend perceives everything as if they were her own child?" "Indeed. And she wept for an extended period?" "She has been crying incessantly." "Does she enjoy sitting in the garden, narrating tales to vases and benches?" "Precisely." "How is her sleep?" "She does not sleep." The doctor furrowed his brow, remarking, "Your friend is indeed quite ill. I strongly recommend that you bring her to our hospital for inpatient treatment. Her situation is rather unique." "She does not meet the conditions for hospitalization," Lin Xia replied with a sense of resignation. It is clear that he cannot speak the truth. If he were to disclose to the doctor that the goddess of the night, Nyx, is indeed the patient residing within his mind's asylum, he would immediately receive a notification for hospitalization. The doctor, caught in a dilemma, paused to ponder before his fingers began to dance across the keyboard. If hospitalization is not an option, then he must resort to pharmacological treatment. "I shall prescribe you several medications. Take them back for her. And if her condition does not improve, she must be brought to the hospital," he stated. Lin Xia's expression reflected his unease. Can medication from the real world truly be transported into the realm of the mind? He was uncertain, yet he felt that even if it could be taken in, remedies meant for mortals might not prove effective for a divine being. "Doctor, is there any other method of treatment apart from medication?" The doctor pondered for a moment before responding, "Your friend's symptoms indicate severe delusional disorder. I have encountered numerous cases like this. There was once a man who dearly loved his wife. When she perished in a car accident, he frequently spoke to the air, imagining her presence beside him. This affliction often stems from profound psychological trauma, where the subconscious rejects reality, creating a false sense of she is still here. If we could approach the issue from the root of the affliction and provide psychological treatment, there is a possibility of improvement. However, without the aid of medication, it becomes exceedingly difficult. Medication and psychological therapy are interdependent. Do you understand my meaning?" Lin Xia nodded thoughtfully. To approach the matter from the perspective of the affliction's origin, but he knew nothing of Nyx's past, leaving him utterly at a loss. It seems that more preparatory work is necessary. Lin Xia took the prescription issued by the doctor, yet he chose not to pay for the medication. Since the pharmaceuticals in reality could not affect the deity residing in his mind, there was no need for him to squander his money. Moreover, these medications were exorbitantly priced. After emerging from the psychiatric hospital, Lin Xia boarded the bus for his return journey. This visit to the psychiatric facility proved to be worthwhile, as it provided him with a breakthrough. To counsel Nyx effectively from a psychological perspective, he must first attain a profound understanding of her. Consequently, Lin Xia alighted at a certain stop and ventured into the Cangnan City Library. At the entrance of the secondary school, "Hey, do you see who that man is? I don't recognize him. He is probably just a parent. I spotted him when I entered the school around 7 this morning. I saw him too. He was wearing sunglasses, dressed in a shirt, and leaning against the wall with a cup of coffee. I thought he looked quite handsome, but now he resembles a beggar. His eyes are all red. Do you think he has been here since morning? Surely not. It's nearly 10 o'clock now. Who knows? Oh, by the way, did you hear about the 2 students who were murdered last night while heading home? Is that for real? Of course, it's true. I heard that." Across the street from the school entrance, a forlorn man sat alone, surrounded by a litter of cigarette butts, his silhouette under the streetlight emanating an indescribable sorrow. Zhao Kongqing flicked the ash from his cigarette, perplexed and unable to discern where the misstep lay. He had remained crouched from 6 in the morning until 10 at night. The sun having rendered him utterly dazed, yet he had not caught a glimpse of that young lad. Clearly, he had seen the school uniform of the second high school just the night before. Could it be that the boy had anticipated his arrival and chosen to evade him? Cursed, his backside was sore from sitting. With both hands pressed against the ground, Zhao Kongqing gradually rose from the curb, nonchalantly brushing the dust from his trousers before stretching his limbs. At that moment, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a youth in casual attire leisurely strolling across the street, books in hand. That figure bore a slight resemblance to the boy he sought. Wait. Zhao Kongqing paused, blinking forcefully. Good heavens. Without a second thought, he surged forward like a gust of wind, his eyes ablaze with fury. However, as he closed in on the boy, approximately 20 meters away, the youth seemed to sense something amiss, jolting to life and sprinting away. Thus began a frantic chase down the street, with Lin Xia inwardly cursing himself for taking this particular route when there were countless others to choose from. Now, after having let the boy down just yesterday, he found himself being pursued. Although Lin Xia was not slow, he paled in comparison to Zhao Kongqing, who swiftly closed the distance. In mere seconds, Zhao Kongqing seized Lin Xia by the shoulder, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Well, young man. It seems we meet again." Lin Xia stiffly turned his head and tilted it slightly, inquiring, "Who are you?" Chapter 15, Scene 003. Zhao Kongqing felt as though he might explode with frustration. "Me? Are you seriously asking who I am? I am the innocent victim who was deceived by you last night and spent half the night in the cold wind." Zhao Kongqing tightly grasped Lin Xia's hand, resembling a naive uncle fearful of losing his boyfriend to another. "Let me tell you, stop pretending. You are absolutely not escaping today." Lin Xia glanced at his restrained arm, surrendering to the futility of struggle, adopting a demeanor of acquiescence. "All right then, you dictate where we shall converse." "Follow me," Zhao Kongqing replied, linking arms with Lin Xia and striding purposefully towards an undisclosed destination. As Lin Xia observed their gradual approach to a couple's hotel, his expression abruptly shifted, and he turned to flee. However, Zhao Kongqing offered him no opportunity, yanking him back firmly and dragging him toward the hotel. What do you intend to do?" "I must inform you, I have hemorrhoids. Do not act recklessly." "What on earth are you boys in high school thinking? It's merely a place to chat. Do we need to go to a couple's hotel for a conversation? Did you not notice the looks from everyone along the way? I am utterly mortified. What do you understand? This is a safe house. I brought you here with no ulterior motive. Besides, do I appear to be the sort of person who would?" Zhao Kongqing rolled his eyes and dragged the struggling Lin Xia to the front desk, casting a rather greasy wink at the astonished female clerk. "A dynamic passion-themed suite, please." Lin Xia. The clerk stood frozen, her mind momentarily at a standstill, before inexplicably becoming exhilarated. "Very well, sir. I will need your identification, and this young companion of yours, please present your ID as well." Reluctantly surrendering his identification, Lin Xia regarded the overly enthusiastic clerk with a peculiar expression, uncertain of what romantic narrative she was envisioning. Yet, one could hardly blame her. At such an hour, a middle-aged man was forcibly escorting a young boy to a couple's hotel room, specifically a dynamic couple suite, claiming they were merely going to chat. Who would believe that? "Here's your room card. Your room is 3966. Wishing you both a pleasant stay." The clerk beamed at Lin Xia, whose face was a portrait of discomfort, her eyes nearly squinting shut with delight. Lin Xia's fists clenched. "What are you standing there for? Come with me," Zhao Kongqing urged, pulling Lin Xia towards the elevator. Upon swiping the card and entering the room, Lin Xia was taken aback by the array of peculiar amenities, realizing for the first time how extravagant the wealthy could be. Indeed, It was sufficiently thrilling. Zhao Kongqing locked the door and released Lin Xia. Seating himself on the electric bed, his body finally relaxing after a long day of tension. Don't be so nervous. We are truly just going to chat, Zhao Kongqing teased. Noticing the wariness etched on Lin Xia's face, Lin Xia sighed and settled onto the sofa beside the door. What would you like to discuss? Naturally, it pertains to you. Lin Xia, male, 17 years of age, single, standing at 175 centimeters tall, weighing. I trust you understand I am not referring to that. Zhao Kongqing pressed his forehead, gesturing toward Lin Xia's eyes with his other hand. What I mean is your eyes. Lin Xia fell into silence. Have you encountered Michael? At the sound of this question, Lin Xia's body trembled slightly. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded gently. Indeed, the man before him possessed a wealth of knowledge, and the forces at his back were undoubtedly formidable. This revelation also imparted a crucial piece of information to Lin Xia. The seraph he had seen a decade ago was none other than the illustrious king of angels, Michael. Seeing Lin Xia affirm, Zhao Kongqing's heart finally eased, and his gaze toward Lin Xia grew increasingly fervent. Why does he seek you? What did he communicate to you? To what extent can you now utilize the forbidden ruins? Zhao Kongqing's inquiries came forth like a rapid-fire barrage, causing Lin Xia to furrow his brow and shake his head. You pose too many questions. Zhao Kongqing realized he had lost his composure somewhat and let out a dry chuckle. Indeed, you must have numerous uncertainties at present. Allow me to clarify. Feel free to inquire about anything you wish. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xia fixed his gaze upon Zhao Kongqing's eyes and posed his first question. Do deities from mythology truly exist in this world? They do, Zhao Kongqing replied without hesitation, nodding. However, not all gods are real. What does it mean? Zhao Kongqing fell into contemplation, as if pondering where to begin. What do you think a myth is? Lin Xia mused. Is it not the spiritual refuge of the ancients? Perhaps a manifestation of their fear and imagination regarding the unknown forces of nature? You are not mistaken. Zhao Kongqing affirmed with a nod. Until a century ago, this was the prevailing belief. A century ago? Indeed. Before the emergence of the mist, there had never been any trace of deities in this world. Zhao Kongqing's eyes narrowed slightly. However, since the arrival of the mist that enveloped the earth, everything seems to have changed. In September 1922, merely a year after the mist's appearance, a certain exploration team from the Great Xia observed an enormous dragon slowly soaring through the skies above the Mariana Trench. This marked humanity's first encounter with a mythical creature. Through rigorous research and verification, it was determined that this dragon was the Leviathan, the chaos dragon from the Bible, said to be a creation of God. The discovery of this dragon fundamentally altered the perceptions of the Great Xia's leadership, as they realized that from the onset of this mist, the world had irrevocably transformed. At that time, as the mist had just begun to spread, the entire Great Xia was engulfed in panic. In the interest of national stability, the authorities concealed the findings of this expedition. The chaos dragon, Leviathan, being the first mythical creature observed by humanity, was designated with the codename 001. Subsequent discoveries of other mythical beings led to a continuation of this numerical designation. What you perceive as the seraphim Michael is, in fact, the third mythical entity observed by humanity in 1928, designated as Code 003. 1928? Lin Xia was taken aback. At that time, we had yet to master lunar technology. How did they discover the seraphim upon the moon? It was not we who sought him. Zhao Kongqing shook his head. In March 1928, a beam of golden sword light emanated from the moon, traversing the cosmos, obliterating a great volcano in North America. Only then did we realize that a deity still resided upon the lunar surface. North America? What lies there? Subsequently, our exploration team spent an entire year reaching that volcano, where amidst the ruins, we uncovered the deity designated as 004, sealed within the sacred remnants. Zhao Kongqing paused and continued. The fallen angel, Lucifer. Chapter 16. Always there, Lucifer. Lin Xia remained momentarily stunned by the overwhelming information conveyed by Zhao Kongqing. So, you mean to say, ever since that mist appeared, deities from mythology have inexplicably manifested one after another? Indeed, the higher-ups have been investigating the underlying reasons for this phenomenon, positing two potential explanations. Zhao Kongqing raised two fingers. The first possibility is that these deities do not exist in reality. However, upon the emergence of the mist, some mysterious transformation occurred, materializing them from the realm of myth. The second perspective posits that myths are not mere fantasies of ancient peoples, but rather entities that genuinely exist. After humanity became increasingly active, they, for reasons unknown, lay dormant in some hidden corner of the earth, and the sudden emergence of the mist has awakened them. Xia nodded, inquiring about the meaning behind your earlier statement that not all gods exist. The number of deities currently present on Earth is rather limited. Not all mythical beings have descended here. What we witness is merely a minuscule fraction of an expansive mythological framework. The reasons for their selection remain a mystery. Unrelated to strength, the dissemination of tales, notions of good and evil, or national boundaries. Their emergence appears to be entirely fortuitous. This encompasses not only the Bible, Greek mythology, Norse mythology, and the Cthulhu mythos, but also all known pantheons among humanity. Given this comprehensive scope, what of the deities of our Great Xia? Xia curiously inquired about figures such as the Monkey King, the Third Prince, the Four Heavenly Kings, and the Jade Emperor. Where are they? If they were to exist, surely they would triumph over Western mythologies. After a brief silence, Zhao Concheng shook his head. The thoughts you've expressed have crossed our minds as well. Over the last century, we have tirelessly searched within the borders of Great Xia, striving to uncover their whereabouts. Yet, after an entire century, we have found nothing, not even a trace of the Earth God. Some speculate that this is due to the mist not yet having engulfed Great Xia, thus preventing its myths from manifesting. There are those who say, Xia could not help but inquire, what do they say? Others assert, they have always been present. Always present? Why do you think the entire Earth has been engulfed by mist, while only the Great Xia remains unscathed? That mist has encircled the borders of Great Xia, yet it is barred from encroaching upon our territory? Xia's mouth fell agape. Are you suggesting this is merely a conjecture, or perhaps a delightful illusion? Zhao Concheng shook his head, stating that, regardless of the circumstances, we have yet to uncover any trace of the deities of Great Xia. Very well. Just the volume of information I have encountered thus far has left Xia's worldview in shambles. Were it not for his first-hand witness of the Seraph's existence, he might have been compelled to contact a psychiatric institution to have Zhao Concheng committed. His condition is even more severe than it was in his earlier days. Then what was that golden beam of light that emanated from me last night? Xia posed his next query. The Forbidden Ruins, Zhao Concheng responded. The alterations brought about by the mist enveloping the earth extend beyond the mere appearance of deities. It seems these mists possess a mysterious influence on our human bodies as well. Although these mists have not penetrated the territory of Great Xia, they appear to harbor some form of energy akin to radiation, which catalyzes certain individuals' physical states. Children born after the arrival of the mist are likely to manifest a peculiar power within them. Under the influence of certain specific environments, these forces may be awakened, giving rise to a unique power capable of affecting the reality around it, akin to a domain. The characteristics of these powers vary from person to person, each exhibiting its own distinctiveness. This extraordinary realm, which can influence the surroundings, is referred to as Forbidden Ruins. Xia pondered thoughtfully. In simpler terms, Forbidden Ruins represent the supernormal domains of a select few fortunate individuals. In this light, the ability to perceive everything within a 20-meter radius through a form of mental awareness, coupled with exceptional dynamic vision and the capacity to wield the divine might of the Seraphim, also reflects the manifestation of Forbidden Ruins. Is it possible for these Forbidden Ruins to evolve? Indeed, the abilities, scope, and uniqueness of the Forbidden Ruins increase in tandem with the enhancement of the owner's mental strength, which serves as a crucial standard for gauging the intensity of the Forbidden Ruins. Through mental strength, we categorize Forbidden Ruins into 6 realms. The first realm, Cup, is characterized by minimal and stagnant mental power. The second realm, Pond, is defined by a larger yet still stagnant mental force. The third realm, Stream, features abundant and flowing mental power. The fourth realm, Ocean, encompasses vast and boundless mental strength. The fifth realm, Infinite, represents an almost limitless expanse of mental power, while the sixth realm, Klein, signifies an inexhaustible mental force that transcends spatial dimensions, resembling a Klein bottle. And what about me? What realm do I currently inhabit? Xia inquired. You are presently in the Cup realm, merely a novice who has just begun to harness the Forbidden Ruins. Zhao Concheng seemingly relished in the sensation of undermining Xia, merely a, well, somewhat formidable ordinary individual. Xia was instantly rendered speechless. It appeared that the reason he had been able to unlock the doors of the mental hospital within his mind the previous night was due to his own transcendence into the realm of enlightenment. This also explained his ability to open the door to Nike's room. Did this imply that with each advancement into a new realm, he could release yet another patient? And you? With your remarkable prowess, what realm do you inhabit? Lin Xia inquired, gazing at Zhao Kongqing. Zhao Kongqing's face flushed with embarrassment as he awkwardly turned to look out the window. I, in truth, possess no forbidden ruins, and hence, no mental power. You lack forbidden ruins? Lin Xia exclaimed, his eyes widening. Then how did you vanquish that monster? Lin Xia was genuinely astonished. That creature was something even he, with his exceptional dynamic vision, could barely contend with. At that moment, Zhao Kongqing had completely dominated the encounter. How could such a formidable individual lack forbidden ruins? That entity is known as a ghost-faced man, Zhao Kongqing clarified. I defeated it solely through years of rigorous training and extensive combat experience. Prior to joining the Night Watch, I was a Special Forces operative proficient in close-quarters combat. Zhao Kongqing further elaborated. There are 3 pathways to acquire forbidden ruins. The first, as I previously mentioned, is that only a fortunate few are born with the innate talent to wield forbidden ruins. The second involves utilizing objects that possess forbidden ruins. It is not solely humans who can be influenced by the mist and possess the forbidden realm. Certain objects, by a twist of fate, may also embody this realm. Such forbidden realms are generally extraordinarily unique and rare. If humanity can harness them, they too can wield the power of the forbidden realm. I belong to this latter category. However, the forbidden object I possess is not of an offensive nature, but rather a standard auxiliary item unique to the Night Watchers. Known as the signboard. Its singular function is to open the boundless void. Chapter 17. My home, the boundless void? It is a forbidden realm capable of isolating the interior from the exterior, preventing our battles from impacting innocent civilians. Each Night Watcher in every city is equipped with 3 signboards capable of invoking the boundless void, overseen by a single individual. As we typically do not engage directly in combat, we are often referred to as Watchers. Lin Xia raised an eyebrow, implying that you are merely a lookout. If you cannot speak, then refrain from saying too much, Zhao Kongqing retorted, rolling his eyes. You just mentioned 3 methods to obtain the forbidden realm. What is the final one? The last method is bestowed by the deities, which is akin to your situation. Zhao Kongqing's expression turned grave. Some deities grant a portion of their power to chosen humans, allowing them to become their earthly agents. This type of forbidden realm, conferred by the gods, is also referred to as divine realm. However, correspondingly, while acquiring power, the agent also receives directives from the divine. Some commands call for the annihilation of human society, others advocate for its protection, and some require assistance in retrieving certain artifacts for the deity. In general, there is typically only one agent representing a deity, embodying its will. Currently, among the few divine agents that have emerged, the majority are malevolent beings intent on obliterating the new human order and returning the world to chaos. They have even formed an organization known as the Cult of the Ancient Gods. There are benevolent divine agents as well, albeit in scant numbers. While the count of neutral divine agents remains unknown to us, Zhao Kongqing rose and approached Lin Xia, gazing intently into his eyes, articulating each word with precision. Lin Xia, what directive did Michael bestow upon you? To which faction do you belong? Lin Xia's eyes were filled with bewilderment. I do not know. He did not speak. His statement rang true. Michael had merely cast a distant glance at him from the moon before he lost consciousness, uttering not a single word. Zhao Kongqing furrowed his brow. He said nothing? Did you not hear his voice within your heart? No, truly not. Zhao Kongqing scrutinized Lin Xia for an extended moment, as if searching for signs of deceit. After a long pause, he averted his gaze and slowly took a seat. Based on our deductions, Michael should belong to the neutral or benevolent camp. Otherwise, we would have already eliminated you. Yet, if he entrusted you with the divine ruins, why did he remain silent? What could his intentions possibly be? Lin Xia furrowed his brow slightly. I am uncertain of his intentions, yet even if he were to issue me a command, I would refrain from compliance. I have no desire to involve myself in such chaotic affairs. At worst, I could simply return these eyes to him. With that, he rose to his feet, stating, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Before Zhao Kongqing could respond, he turned and moved towards the door. Wait. Hold on. Zhao Kongqing abruptly stood up, blocking the doorway, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Xia. Are you really just going to leave after asking your questions? What about me? You? You may indulge in your own passions here, Lin Xia replied earnestly. No, what I mean is, don't you wish to inquire about me? Who I am? Zhao Kongqing felt utterly fatigued from conversing with this young man. Who you are is of no consequence to me, Lin Xia continued to push against the door. Zhao Kongqing grasped the doorknob firmly, exclaiming, "Why should I not be curious? What sort of organization do I belong to? What are we undertaking? Are you not at all intrigued?" "Not in the least." "Why not?" "According to the logic found in films and novels, once I become aware of your existence, I am left with but two choices," Lin Xia declared, extending two fingers. "Either I join you, or I become a secret that must never be revealed. The consequences could include death, imprisonment, or being brainwashed." "Perhaps you should watch less television," Zhao Kongqing retorted, exasperated. "Moreover, since you know nothing about us, how can you presume that joining us would not be a favorable option?" Lin Xia raised an eyebrow, indicating that even if he were to learn of your affairs and choose not to join, he would not be in any peril. "Of course not. We are soldiers. At most, you would be required to sign a non-disclosure agreement. What you have said is merely nonsense." "Well, I might be inclined to listen," Lin Xia replied, settling back into his seat. Zhao Kongqing sighed. Conversing with this young man for a few minutes felt more exhausting than a day spent on watch outside. In 1922, upon the discovery of the first mythical creature, the Chaos Dragon Leviathan, by our exploration team, the high-ranking officials of the Great Xia urgently established a military organization, prepared at all times to confront the incursion of mythical beings, known as the 139 Special Biological Response Team. At that time, our technology was relatively primitive, and we were utterly ignorant of the world before us. Thus, the so-called Special Biological Response Team was merely a fade, lacking any real efficacy. As time passed, we observed an increasing number of mythical beings and endeavored to establish contact with some of them. Simultaneously, we uncovered the secrets of the Forbidden Ruins and began training specialized combat personnel. As the number of those possessing the Forbidden Ruins expanded, we realized that due to the randomness of these individuals' appearances, it was impossible to incorporate everyone into the military framework. Consequently, the 139 Special Biological Response Team gradually transformed into a unique entity that was part military, part civilian. Today, we refer to this special organization as the Night Watchers. Lin Xia pondered thoughtfully. "So, your existence is to safeguard the Great Xia from the encroachment of those malevolent deities? To be precise, it encompasses all mythical creatures. Is there a distinction?" "Certainly. I have previously mentioned that the emergence of mythical beings is characterized by randomness and is not contingent upon their strength. Thus, the mythical beings that descend are not solely the renowned deities familiar to the populace. There are also diminutive entities that exist solely in local folklore or minor tales. The specter you encountered last night, the ghost-faced man, is a manifestation of rural terror tales. Such mythical beings, which do not possess world-destroying power, yet can still exert influence over human society, are collectively referred to as the mysterious." "I see." Lin Xia nodded, realizing why the creature he encountered last night seemed vaguely familiar. It was indeed birthed from rural narratives. "Therefore, we are soldiers devoted to safeguarding our homeland. Our existence is dedicated to preventing the suffering of the people of the Great Xia. Is that not noble? Is that not admirable?" Zhao Kongqing earnestly persuaded. "Indeed. It is noble and admirable. I hold great respect for you all, truly." Lin Xia's expression grew solemn, for he was not jesting. The depth of respect was evident in his gaze. A smile gradually emerged on Zhao Kongqing's face. "Then you." "I cannot go." Zhao Kongqing's smile abruptly faltered. "Why not?" "I cannot leave," Lin Xia replied earnestly. "I have many matters to attend to. What could possibly be more important than defending our homeland? I have an aunt and a cousin." Lin Xia gazed out of the window, her expression remarkably serene. Though her aunt was not particularly old, she had tirelessly labored in the factory for the sake of Ajin and me, a burdened soul, day in and day out for a decade. Now, her health was rapidly deteriorating. She was a stubborn woman, despite the tears streaming down her face from massaging her neck on the living room stool. She insisted on claiming she was merely practicing yoga, promoting well-being. I sat across from her, fully aware of her plight, even if she believed I was oblivious. She lived in a state of excessive caution and relentless fatigue. My cousin, intelligent and dutiful, was unfortunately still too young to shoulder the weight of this family. There remains much for me to accomplish. I must earn a livelihood to support my family, to purchase a spacious home for my aunt and cousin, ensuring my aunt never again endures the suffering of that grim factory. I aspire to provide my cousin with the opportunity to attend university, enabling him and my aunt to embrace a better life together. For the past 10 years, they have never abandoned me, this burden. Now that I am finally on the mend, how could I possibly forsake them? Your ideals are noble and commendable, and if circumstances permitted, I might consider joining your ranks. Yet, in this moment, my sole desire is to remain steadfast by their side, guarding this family. Chapter 18. Welcome back. Zhao Kongqing stood frozen. He had never anticipated that this seemingly ordinary high school student would articulate such profound sentiments, possessing such mature thoughts. It dawned on him then how utterly absurd his previous attempts to stir the adolescent's common teenage bravado and fervor had been. Lin Xia was no ordinary high school student. Lin Xia rose to his feet and strode directly to the door. After a brief moment of hesitation, he halted. Thank you for sharing so much with me. I will sign the confidentiality agreement. Having said this, he pushed the door open and stepped out. This time, Zhao Kongqing merely sat silently at the edge of the bed, his body slightly leaning forward as if he intended to stop him. After a brief pause, he resignedly sank back down. He understood the significance of this young man and recognized the burden of his mission to bring him back, yet he found himself incapable of doing so. Xiaoqi, you've finally returned. Why aren't you wearing your school uniform today? I woke up in a rush this morning and forgot to put it on. You child. Won't the teacher scold you for not wearing your uniform? They only said a couple of words. It was nothing serious. Sigh, Xiaoqi. You just transferred to a new school. You mustn't leave a bad impression on the teachers. Be a bit more diligent. I understand, Aunt. How are you getting along with your classmates? They haven't ostracized you, have they? No, we get along quite well. They even escorted me home, and I returned the favor. That's good, that's good. I'm heading back to my room now, Aunt. All right, sleep early. With a thud, Lin Xia shut the door behind him, reclined on his bed, and gazed out at the night sky, letting out a long sigh. This world was far more intricate than he had imagined. However, it mattered little to him. After resting for a while, Lin Xia sat up and began to undress when a hard object fell from his pocket. Clang! Lin Xia lowered his head and picked up the object, a look of perplexity crossing his brow. It was a metallic ornament, resembling a crest, slightly larger than a 1 yuan coin, crafted from an unknown material that exuded a faint coolness upon contact. On the obverse of this emblem, 2 straight blades crossed each other, their edges emanating a soft blue luminescence, while the background featured a star-studded night sky, meticulously crafted. Beneath the design were inscribed the 3 characters, Zhao Kongqing. This. Lin Xia's eyes narrowed slightly. He recalled that during the brief moment when Zhao Kongqing had tugged him toward the hotel, he seemed to have brushed against his pocket. Had he inadvertently dropped it? Lin Xia fiddled with the emblem, flipping it over to reveal a few lines of small text engraved on the reverse. If the dark night shall descend, I shall stand before countless souls. Sword drawn towards the abyss, blood staining the heavens. What a grand ambition. Had Zhao Kongqing penned this himself? Or was it a saying of the Night Watchers? Lin Xia murmured to himself, his expression dazed, seemingly not the type to articulate such words. After toying with it for a while longer, he set it down on the table, changed into his clothes, and climbed into bed. Tonight, he had a significant task ahead of him. He closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to sink into the depths of the mental asylum within his mind. At this moment, in the small courtyard of the asylum, Nick sat in a rocking chair, cradling a collection of jars and bottles, seemingly murmuring to himself, a smile occasionally gracing his lips. If one were to overlook the murky depths of her eyes and the peculiar objects cradled in her arms, the noble aura she exuded with each gesture would surely render her a captivating masterpiece. Shortly thereafter, Lin Xia, adorned in a pristine white coat, approached with a deliberate grace. To immerse himself more convincingly in the role of a psychiatrist, Lin Xia had procured a lab coat from the director's office, even adorning the collar with a pair of non-prescription glasses. At first glance, he indeed appeared to embody the essence of a doctor. He approached the rocking chair, silently observing the vacant and clouded gaze of Nyx, and let out a soft sigh. From the mythological texts he had perused, it was evident that Nyx was among the most ancient and powerful deities in Greek mythology, holding a position and strength unparalleled. Yet, in contrast to other gods, she possessed a singular trait, an affinity for motherhood. According to Lin Qia's calculations, Nyx had sired no fewer than 20 offspring, including the notorious god of death, Thanatos, the god of sleep, Hypnos, as well as the deities of space, fate, and misfortune, among countless others. With the exception of a select few, the majority of Nyx's progeny were malevolent deities, wreaking havoc upon the mortal realm shortly after their birth, with many meeting tragic fates. From the fragmented tales of mythology, Lin Xia could not glean more detailed insights into the goddess of night. However, he speculated that Nyx's current ailment might be intricately linked to her offspring. The doctor at Sunshine Mental Hospital had mentioned a male patient who, overwhelmed by longing for his wife, imagined her presence beside him. Might Nyx's affliction be a reflection of something similar? Driven by an overwhelming longing for her children, did she come to perceive those jars as her offspring? What calamity befell her progeny to provoke such an intense reaction from Nyx? Furthermore, could an ancient deity, endowed with divine essence, truly experience such profound emotions? Or perhaps, before her affliction, had she been stripped of her divine form and divested of her godhood? Lin Xia could not ascertain. Hypnos, do not fret. Your brother shall return shortly. He has merely indulged in play for a while. This child, Thanatos, has always been a source of mischief. Upon his return, he shall receive a proper reprimand. Nyx caressed the vase in her hands, gazing vacantly into the distance, a flicker of hope illuminating her eyes. Soon to be clouded once more. She hesitated, her voice trembling with a rasp. But it has been 3,000 years. Why has he not yet returned? Witnessing this scene, Lin Xie felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow. Who could have envisioned that the once mighty goddess of the night now appeared so helpless and diminished? She was not only the goddess of the night but also a mother yearning for her child's return. To cure her ailment, one must address the root cause. The words of the physician echoed in Lin Xie's mind as he lowered his head, deep in contemplation. The root. Nyx's affliction stemmed from her lost child. To heal her, one must embark on the quest to find her progeny. Yet, it is worth noting that her children are renowned Greek deities. It is hardly feasible to seek them out individually and present them before Nyx, is it? Whether Lin Xia and his companions were brought to this world by the mist remains shrouded in mystery, as does the question of where to find such a multitude of deities. Even if they were to locate them, would those malevolent gods truly comply and accompany him willingly? Lin Xia furrowed his brow in contemplation, when suddenly, a flash of inspiration illuminated his mind. Perhaps this could work? Rising to his feet, he gazed at Nyx for a prolonged moment, wrestling with his thoughts, before resolutely taking a step forward. In the midst of Nyx's stunned expression, Lin Xia approached her gradually. He gently crouched down and extended his arms to embrace Nyx, whispering softly into her ear, "Mother, I have returned." In that instant, an unprecedented radiance sparkled in Nyx's eyes. Trembling, she extended her hands and enveloped Lin Xia in a tight embrace. After what felt like an eternity, she finally managed to articulate a complete sentence. "Welcome back, Deities, my child." Chapter 19. The Starry Night Dancer. At the moment Nyx uttered those words, a virtual panel materialized before Lin Xia's eyes. Nyx's healing progress. 3 conditions for reward acquisition met, commencing random selection of Nyx's divine abilities. Immediately, a virtual lottery wheel emerged, spinning rapidly. Lin Xia observed that the wheel was divided into over 20 segments, each of similar size, indicating that the probability of acquiring these divine abilities was uniformly distributed. As the night sky descended, the dim eye witnessed a cascade of falling stars, the art of star shattering, the flickering of the dark night, the kin of the abyss, and the extraordinary birth. The myriad capabilities displayed on the spinning wheel left Lin Xia in a daze. Yet he sensed an oddity amidst them. What on earth is this extraordinary birth? Is this truly a divine capability? If fortune were to bestow this ability upon me, would I not need to seek a wife, for I could birth a multitude of divine offspring myself? That does not sound too unappealing. Simultaneously, Lin Xia noticed a slender black segment in one corner of the wheel, distinct in size from the other abilities, occupying approximately one of the total area. This divine capability bore the name Unknown. Unknown? What does that signify? Though it matters little. Lin Xia was convinced that with his abysmal luck, even 1,000 attempts would likely fail to land him that unknown. Taking a deep breath, he fixed his gaze upon the spinning wheel. With a mere thought, it began to decelerate. The pointer glided past various abilities, ultimately halting upon a particular area. Starry Night Dancer. Upon reading those words, Lin Xia let out a resigned sigh. Judging by its name, this ability seemed to pale in comparison to the likes of star-shattering art or cascading stars. However, at least, it was an extraordinary birth. Such fortune, indeed, is truly mine. As the pointer came to a standstill, the wheel before Lin Xia gradually faded, leaving only the words Starry Night Dancer suspended in the air, their color deepening with intensity. Lin Xia extended his hand and grasped them. In an instant, those 4 characters transformed into a stream of black light, surging into Lin Xia's being. Lin Xia felt a mysterious energy rapidly transforming his body, as if both his soul and flesh were undergoing a profound purification, enveloping him in an extraordinary sense of comfort. This sensation was truly wondrous. This state persisted for approximately 5 seconds, and once it dissipated completely, Lin Xie distinctly perceived a transformation within himself. Before his eyes, a few lines of text slowly materialized. Starry Night Dancer. In the darkness, your speed, strength, endurance, and recovery ability are quintupled. In the darkness, your presence is elusive. In the darkness, your intimidation towards other beings is heightened. You have acquired the ability to communicate with other nocturnal creatures. Upon reading this, Lin Xie could not help but gasp in astonishment. This seemingly unremarkable ability appeared to be extraordinarily formidable. To speak of nothing else, the quintuple enhancement to speed, strength, and endurance alone could be deemed monstrous. Even with his utterly average physical constitution, participating in a triathlon at night would undoubtedly secure him a Guinness World Record. Such a 5-fold augmentation would propel his body to the very brink of human limits. This was merely with his ordinary attributes. He could scarcely imagine the heights he might reach with systematic training, not to mention the subsequent stealth abilities and the capacity to communicate with nocturnal creatures, which transcended the realm of humanity altogether. Lin Xie quelled his inner excitement and took a deep breath. He certainly had no intentions of becoming a night watchman, nor did he wish to engage in combat with those mythical beings. Yet, he was merely a high school student, and it would be disingenuous to claim he harbored no aspirations for supernatural powers. Moreover, only by strengthening himself could he better protect his family. Lin Xie finally steeled his resolve, directing his gaze towards Nyx before him. At that moment, Nyx gazed back at him with tenderness, gently caressing his hair, lost in her own musings. Deities, where have you been for these 3 millennia? Do you have any idea how much I long for you? Lin Xie sat silently, his eyes filled with complexity as he looked at Nyx. Just as he had surmised, for Nyx in her current state, she could not distinguish between her own child and mere vases. How then could she recognize that Lin Xie was not her son? Consumed by her longing, she had transformed everything around her into visions of her child. Yet those vessels were not truly human and would not respond to Nyx. Thus, when Lin Xie, a being who breathed, moved, and called her mother, appeared, it was as if she had come back to life, finally discovering her spiritual anchor. This marked the first step in opening her heart, and the reason her healing progress surged to 3. Deities, do you know how much your brother misses you? Come. Embrace him. A smile graced Nyx's lips as she raised the vase in her hand before Lin Xie. Lin Xie, feeling somewhat helpless, could only accept the vase and feign affection as he pretended to caress it. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of something in Nyx's embrace, his other siblings. A jolt coursed through him. Nestled within Nyx's arms were several bottles, each adorned with distinctive labels of varying hues. Among them, one label boldly proclaimed a single phrase, flufenazine, divine use. Lin Xie's gaze fixated on it, his mouth agape in disbelief. Flufenazine? Why did that name seem so familiar? Wasn't it listed among the medications provided by that psychiatrist earlier? Moreover, it bore the intriguing phrase divine use. In that instant, a realization struck Lin Xie, igniting a surge of excitement within him. He hastily handed the vase to Nyx and exclaimed, "I'll be right back." Then, like a gust of wind, he ascended to the 2nd floor of the asylum, seeking a room at the end of the staircase. The medication storage room. The door stood ajar, likely a result of Nyx's prior entrance, as otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to carry away so many siblings. Lin Xie swiftly entered, conducting a thorough search until he halted before a massive metal cabinet, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. Before him loomed an entire wall of medications. The array was vast, predominantly comprising treatments for psychiatric conditions, including the flufenazine and chlorpromazine he had just observed, along with a plethora of tranquilizers. Each of these medications bore the 2 words, divine use. A smile crept across Lin Xie's lips. He should have anticipated this. This is a psychiatric hospital dedicated to healing the gods. As a hospital, it naturally contains a storeroom for medications, stocked with remedies specifically designed for divine physiology. While he cannot bring earthly medicines into the hospital, he can find corresponding treatments here that are effective for deities. Thus, the situation appears to have become significantly simpler. Lin Xie selected several vials of the medications listed by the doctor during the day and hurried downstairs to Nyx's side. This one is to be taken once daily, 2 capsules at a time, and this one, 3 times a day, 1 capsule each time. Remember to take them. Nyx gazed intently at Lin Xie, as if a flower had blossomed upon his face, seemingly oblivious to Lin Xie's words. Sigh, never mind. I shall come and feed you at the appointed time each day. Lin Xia sighed helplessly at Nick's reaction. It was indeed a bit demanding to expect a severely mentally ill person to remember to take their medication. Upon hearing Lin Xia's words, a radiant smile blossomed on Nick's face, her joy evident. Chapter 20. I am healed. After administering the medication to Nix, Lin Xia withdrew from his consciousness and gradually descended into the realm of dreams. This time, he was not plagued by the exhausting dream of knocking on doors, since the establishment of his connection with the psychiatric hospital for the gods. He seemed to have completely liberated himself from the shackles of that dream, embracing the true essence of slumber. He had a delightful dream, envisioning himself gaining admission to university, achieving professional success, and residing in a spacious house with his aunt and young Jean. He dreamed of the three of them finally embarking on a journey, exploring the mountains and waters they had only seen on television. Due to his previous physical disability and the financial constraints of his household, he had not ventured beyond the city of Tsangnan in 17 years. Deep down, he yearned for the outside world. When the alarm clock rang, Lin Xia reluctantly rose from his slumber, dressed himself, and prepared to head to school. As he opened the door, he spotted his aunt hurriedly changing her shoes at the entrance, ready to leave. "Aunt, why are you leaving for work so early?" he inquired. "There's a new batch of parts arriving at the factory, and we need to process them promptly. I must go now. You continue having breakfast with your brother, and remember not to be late." His aunt chattered. "All right." Just as his aunt was about to close the door, Lin Xia spoke up again. "Aunt, what is it?" She paused, looking at him with curiosity. "Nothing. Nothing at all." Lin Xia hesitated for a moment, shook his head, and a smile crept onto his lips. "I'll tell you some good news when you return." His aunt regarded him with a puzzled expression, playfully chiding. "This child, still playing riddles with me. Very well, I'm in a hurry now. Tell me tonight." With that, she swiftly closed the door and hurried down the stairs. Lin Xia stood silently at the door, his head bowed, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, he lifted his head sharply, as if resolutely making a decision, and opened the door while still wearing his slippers. Standing at the entrance, he shouted down the stairs, "Aunt, I can see now." In the next moment, he heard the sound of footsteps below abruptly halt, followed by his aunt's trembling voice rising from 5 floors down. What did you say?" "I can see. I'm better, Aunt." After a brief pause, a hurried rush of footsteps ascended even more urgently than before, and soon, his breathless aunt stood before Lin Xia. Her lips quivered slightly, yet the corners of her mouth could not help but rise in joy. "You can see? Really? Truly?" "Indeed," he replied. "Is it blurry? Is there double vision? Does it hurt? Does the light sting?" "No, none of that, Aunt." Lin Xia smiled, reaching up to untie the black satin covering his eyes, revealing a pair of extraordinarily beautiful eyes that gradually opened. "I am truly better, Aunt." His aunt gazed at his eyes in a daze, tears uncontrollably streaming down her cheeks. She smiled, and the wrinkles on her face blossomed like flowers. In her 40s, she appeared as youthful as a child. For 10 years, Lin Xia had never witnessed such a smile from her. His aunt enveloped him in her embrace, and he could distinctly feel her body trembling slightly. Good. Our little Xia has finally triumphed." Aunt released Lin Xia, wiped away her tears, and with a smile remarked, "Little Seven, I must go to work now. When I return tonight, be sure to buy some ingredients. We ought to celebrate properly." "Thank you, Aunt." "Well then, I shall take my leave. Make sure to do well in school." Aunt hastily descended the stairs, tears still uncontrollably streaming down her cheeks. She wiped her face and took steps imbued with an unprecedented lightness. Lin Xia watched his aunt depart, his eyes a shade of crimson as he turned and entered the house. In truth, he had intended to wait for her return that evening to formally announce the matter. But he recalled that in films, those who make such declarations often meet with unfortunate fates. He did not wish for anything to befall his aunt, and even if it were merely an unfounded superstition, he was unwilling to take that risk. Thus, he decisively discarded that notion, tearing it apart and casting it into the Pacific Ocean. Just as Lin Xia turned, he spotted young Jean standing behind him, cradling the little black dog. His eyes also reddened. The two brothers locked gazes for a fleeting 2 seconds before bursting into laughter. "Brother, congratulations. Now the sunglasses you gifted me can finally be put to use." Lin Xia affectionately ruffled Yang Jin's hair, chuckling softly, "Let us eat, brother. We'll have a feast when Aunt returns." "All right." The little black dog peeked out from Yang Jin's embrace, licking Lin Xia's hand. Woof. At the second high school, upon Lin Xia's entrance into the classroom, An immediate silence enveloped the room. After a moment of bewilderment, the classmates exchanged puzzled glances until one tentatively spoke up. "Are you Lin Xia?" The previously concealed Lin Xia raised an eyebrow and nodded slightly. Following a brief silence, the classroom erupted into a cacophony of excitement, the discussions becoming even more fervent than before. His vision has returned? Surely it has. As he can see things now. His eyes are so beautiful. Indeed, how could we not have noticed before? He is incredibly handsome. The gazes of the girls towards Lin Xia transformed as they huddled together, murmuring amongst themselves, occasionally stealing glances at him. Nearby, the boys, drawn closer to Lin Xia, bombarded him with inquiries about his eyes, their astonishment palpable upon confirming his recovery. "I could always see. I just couldn't bear light. After a visit to the hospital yesterday, everything is well," Lin Xia replied. The classmates then recalled that Lin Xia had indeed been absent the previous day, a realization dawning upon them. Amidst the raucous classroom, only two individuals appeared out of place. Lu Yuan, in the corner, kept his head down, stealing furtive glances at Lin Xia, his expression fraught with discomfort. He vividly recalled that day when, in a frantic bid for survival, he had collided forcefully with Lin Xia. After escaping, he had assumed that the blind boy would not survive the clutches of that monstrous creature. Although guilt had flickered in his heart for a moment, he soon dismissed it. What he had not anticipated was that Jiang Qian had perished, while the very Lin Xia he had underestimated had miraculously survived. And now, his vision restored. In a moment of uncertainty, Lu Yuan found himself at a loss to articulate his emotions. Was it embarrassment, guilt, frustration, or perhaps regret? Although Lin Xia had his back turned to Lu Yuan, the latter's vivid expressions were perceptible through his keen intuition, causing Lin Xia's eyes to narrow slightly. At that moment, another individual approached Lin Xia. Li Yifei stood awkwardly beside Lin Xia's table, his demeanor somewhat uncomfortable. He glanced around nervously before leaning in to whisper, "Xia, could you step outside with me for a moment? There are some matters I wish to discuss." After a brief hesitation, Lin Xia nodded in agreement. Chapter 21. I apologize. In the corridor outside, Li Yifei stood with his head bowed, repeatedly expressing his remorse. "I'm truly sorry, Xia, I am really sorry. At that time, I was simply overwhelmed with fear. I didn't think it through and just ran away. I left you and Jiang Qian behind, and it caused her distress. I do not expect your forgiveness, but since we are classmates, I sincerely hope to offer my apologies. I am sorry." Li Yifei avoided meeting Lin Xia's gaze, yet his words were imbued with sincerity. Once he had finished speaking, Lin Xia slowly responded, "In the face of danger, prioritizing one's safety is a natural instinct. There is no fault in that." He gently patted Li Yifei's shoulder and added, "Moreover, if I had been in your position, I would have fled even faster." Li Yifei scratched his head, seemingly struck by a thought. "By the way, did you also sign that confidentiality agreement?" Lin Xia paused for a moment, then nodded in acknowledgement. It appears that Zhao Kongsheng did not deceive him. Indeed, they would not take action against the witnesses. Li Yifei's escape from the clutches of the monster that night was, after all, a matter of course once he was discovered and signed a confidentiality agreement. If he was not mistaken, Lu Yuan had also signed a similar pact. Although he himself had yet to affix his signature, it was merely a matter of time. To confess to Li Yifei that he had not yet signed would be rather difficult to explain. In truth, even if they forbade him from signing, he would not divulge any information. Li Yifei let out a sigh. The memories of that scene were something he wished never to recall again. Moreover, after signing the agreement, should he breach it, he would face the dire consequence of imprisonment. He had no desire to be the architect of his own downfall. Resting his hands on the railing of the corridor, he gazed down at the bustling campus below, a hint of yearning flickering in his eyes. In fact, he harbored a desire to join them. Lin Xia expressed his astonishment. "You wish to join them?" "Indeed," Li Yifei replied. "I proposed it when I was signing the agreement. I was willing to forsake my studies to become a part of them. Unfortunately, they rejected me. Why do you wish to join? Although your academic performance may not be stellar, aren't you about to be admitted to the sports academy on special conditions? What joy is there in being an athlete? No, rather, what joy is there in being an ordinary person?" Li Yifei's eyes gradually sparkled with enthusiasm. To become a member of a mysterious and formidable organization. To silently combat the enemies lurking within human society, to achieve countless feats. When the day arrived for all to see, the world would remember his name. Li Yifei's fist gradually tightened as he exclaimed with excitement, "This is the dream of countless men. This is what a meaningful life truly entails. Lin Xia mercilessly shattered his fantasy, stating, "You might perish during your very first mission, torn to shreds by monsters and buried namelessly in the deep mountains. Your parents may never learn of your demise, leaving you to depart this world in utter solitude." Li Yifei responded, "Xia, your imagination is rather gruesome, isn't it?" "This is not mere imagination." Lin Xia shook his head. "What you just described is the reality." Li Yifei sighed helplessly. Regardless of the circumstances, since they did not want him, he felt no need to overthink it. All he needed was to carry this secret to his grave. "Indeed," Lin Xia remarked. Glancing at the time, "It's time to return. Class is about to begin." As they walked back to the classroom, Lin Xia sensed a notable relaxation in Li Yifei compared to before. It appeared that the guilt he felt towards Lin Xia and Jiang Qian had indeed weighed heavily on him. In terms of fleeing, Li Yifei and Lu Yuan had made entirely different choices. Lin Xia had no interest in deliberately seeking trouble with Lu Yuan. However, if an opportunity arose in the future, he would not mind imparting a lesson. After a full day of classes, Lin Xia shouldered his backpack and headed home. The recent deaths of Wang Xiao and Jiang Qian had caused considerable turmoil for the school, which, under pressure, had no choice but to cancel evening study sessions, allowing students to return home early. Unexpectedly for Lin Xia, the Night Watcher's authority appeared to be remarkably extensive. Generally speaking, after the demise of two students, individuals like Lin Xia and Li Yifei, who had been in the company of the deceased, would undoubtedly be subjected to police interrogation. However, 2 days had elapsed since the incident, and no one had approached them. It seemed evident that the Night Watcher had assumed complete control of the case, their power so formidable that local law enforcement remained silent on the matter. As he walked, the sky gradually darkened, and a gentle drizzle began to fall. By 6 o'clock, the daylight had faded significantly. Lin Xia frowned. Having forgotten his umbrella, he could only hasten homeward. The rain intensified, and by the time Lin Xia hurried back, he resembled a drenched chicken. Yet, as soon as he opened the door, an enticing aroma of cooked food enveloped him, dispelling all his negative emotions. "Ah, Xiaoqi, my dear child, how could you return in such a state?" His aunt, busy in the kitchen, rushed over upon seeing him. The rain was rather heavy outside, "And I forgot to bring an umbrella," Lin Xia replied with a smile. "Well, if you didn't have an umbrella, you should have sought shelter somewhere or called me. I would have come to fetch you. What if you catch a cold from being drenched?" His aunt feigned anger. Chuckling, Lin Xia scratched his head, choosing not to respond. "Quickly dry yourself off. Oh, by the way, your teacher just came looking for you. I asked him to wait in your room." His aunt seemed to recall something. "Teacher?" Lin Xia was taken aback. "Yes, your physical education teacher. He mentioned he needed to speak with you. Hurry and go meet him. Don't keep the teacher waiting." Lin Xia held a towel, absent-mindedly drying his hair. What on earth? The gym teacher had come looking for him? He had only just transferred a few days ago and hadn't even attended a single gym class. Why was he being sought out? Could it be? A thought flashed through Lin Xia's mind as he dropped the towel and hurriedly opened the door to his room. There, seated comfortably in a chair, was a familiar middle-aged man, sipping tea with a genial smile. Lin Xia furrowed his brow. "It's you? How did you find my home?" Zhao Kongqing smiled faintly, lifting a small emblem from the table and shaking it gently. "Ever since you rejected me that night, I've been more vigilant. I slipped this into your pocket last night. It has a tracking function." Lin Xia locked the door behind him and sat down on the edge of his bed. "I told you, I will not join you." "I know," Zhao Kongqing replied, shaking his head. "That is not why I'm here this time." "Then are you here to have me sign a confidentiality agreement?" "Not that either," Zhao Kongqing continued. "I reported to others that you were missing. Since I've decided to let you go, I cannot have you sign an agreement. If they discover you are not truly missing, they will send others to persuade you. And trust me, they won't be as easy to deal with as I am." Lin Xia was taken aback. "So you're here too?" Zhao Kongqing pulled a roll of parchment from his pocket and placed it on Lin Xia's desk, slowly unfurling it. "The benefits of being a night watchman are far better than you might imagine. After so many years of work, I have quite a bit of savings," he said, as he opened the parchment, his words trailing off. The moment the parchment was fully revealed, Lin Xia's gaze sharpened. Inside, there lay a substantial stack of money. Chapter 22. General Zhao. Lin Xia furrowed his brow. "What do you mean by that?" Zhao Kongqing smiled faintly, unfazed as he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket. "Do you mind?" "I do mind." Zhao Kongqing sighed and tucked the cigarette back away, leaning back in his chair, a hint of nostalgia gleaming in his eyes. "In my youth, I was much like you. Honestly, this opening feels somewhat kitsch." "It's all right, Please continue. When I was 6, my father passed away due to illness. My mother worked 2 jobs to barely raise me, Zhao Kongqing recounted, his fingers gently caressing the cigarette case, his voice remarkably calm. In those days, life moved at a slower pace. My mother's only hope for me was to complete junior high, return home to become a village official, marry a young bride, have a few children, and live happily together as a family. You know how it is, youth is often marked by rebellion. Upon graduating from junior high, my grades were commendable. Returning to become a village official wouldn't have been difficult, but I disregarded her objections and resolutely enlisted in the army. In truth, she never outright opposed my decision. She merely appeared somewhat displeased. On the day I left home, she stood silently at the door, watching me intently. As I walked down the path behind the house, she continued to gaze at me. Even when I reached the village entrance, her eyes remained fixed on me. Later, at the city bus station, I couldn't shake off my worries and stealthily returned to take a look, only to find her still standing there, staring blankly in the direction I had departed. To be candid, there was a time when I genuinely contemplated remaining where I was, choosing not to leave. However, in the end, I steeled my resolve and enlisted in the military. Zhao Kongqing sighed deeply and continued. Eventually, I ascended through the ranks, joining the special forces. And due to my proficiency in close combat, I was reassigned to the night watch. During my leave, I returned home to visit my mother, only to discover. At this point, Zhao Kongqing abruptly paused. Lin Xia cautiously inquired, "Your mother has passed away?" "No, she remarried," Lin Xia responded. "My mother, in her youth, worked exceedingly hard and strained her health. Initially, she hoped I would return to the village to take on a leadership role and care for her. Yet, at that time, I was oblivious to this and chose to enlist. Eventually, she could no longer endure alone and chose to marry, believing at least she would have someone to look after her in her old age. Regrettably, by then, I had already joined the night watch and could not remain by her side to provide support. To be honest, when I heard of her marriage, I felt an immense sense of relief." Lin Xia pondered for a moment and asked, "So, what is your purpose in sharing this with me?" Zhao Kongqing slowly rose to his feet, gazing intently into Lin Qia's eyes. "We have all cherished things in our lives, but as we evolve, we often unconsciously overlook their existence due to habit, allowing our attention to be drawn elsewhere. I was once like that, yet you are different, Lin Xia. You possess greater wisdom and understanding than I did at your age. You have your own thoughts and wish to remain by your family's side to accompany them. That is truly commendable. Since you have chosen this path, pursue it earnestly. Protecting the world is a task for individuals like us." He turned and picked up the brown paper on the table, extending it towards Lin Xia. "I have just met your aunt. In this era, truly admirable individuals are scarce. I am aware of your family's current situation. Take this money." Lin Xia hesitated not for a moment, saying, "I do not want it. I am a night watchman. I do not lack for money. Then I shall not take it either. This is for your aunt. You must accept it." "My aunt would refuse as well." Zhao Kongqing's lips twitched slightly as he and Lin Xia locked gazes for a long while, neither willing to yield. After a pause, Zhao Kongqing spoke again. "Lin Xia, I have grown old and cannot bear to witness the regrets of my past unfold before my eyes once more, even if it is in someone else's life." "Then you may close your eyes and not look," Lin Xia replied resolutely. "Though our family is impoverished, we maintain our principles. I will not accept a soldier's money. Moreover, my eyesight has recovered, and I am capable. I shall not allow regrets to manifest." Zhao Kongqing opened his mouth, seemingly wishing to say something, but in the end, he remained silent, only managing a wry smile. "Wouldn't it be better for you to take this money back for your wife and children?" Lin Xia interjected again. "I have said it before, the welfare system for night watchmen is quite decent, even if I were to perish on the battlefield. My wife and children would never have to worry about food and clothing, and they would have the opportunity to attend prestigious universities, securing a bright future." Realizing he could not persuade Lin Xia, Zhao Kongqing reluctantly tucked the brown paper bag back into his possession. "Do you not have any dreams of your own?" "My dreams?" Zhao Kongqing reclined back into his chair, his brows arching. "Indeed, I have aspirations, ones that have lingered since my childhood." "What are they?" "To ascend to the rank of general in the military. To adorn my chest with an array of distinguished medals, clad in uniform, returning to my village in splendid fashion, so that those who look down upon my mother would recognize that her son is a general." A radiant light flickered in Zhao Kongqing's eyes. Lin Xia was momentarily taken aback, for reasons unknown. Gazing at Zhao Kongqing, he was reminded of Li Yifei. They appeared to belong to the same ilk. "Have you achieved that now?" "Not yet. I am still far from it. Zhao Conqing replied with a rueful smile. Moreover, as a night watchman, I cannot parade around adorned with medals. This dream ultimately remains just a dream. Lin Xia fell into silence. Well, if that is the case, I must take my leave. Zhao Conqing rose, stepping in front of Lin Xia, extending his right hand. I wish you a bright future, Lin Xia. Lin Xia stared blankly at Zhao Conqing's face, which seemed to have lost some of its previous greasiness. He reached out, clasping Zhao Conqing's hand firmly. I wish you a day when you are adorned with honors, General Zhao. Zhao Conqing smiled, turning to stride towards the door. Wait, your emblem. Lin Xia called after him, picking up the emblem from the table and waving it. Zhao Conqing slapped his forehead, exclaiming, what a forgetful mind I have. Nearly overlooked it. This is my lifeline. Zhao Conqing received the emblem and glanced at it, seemingly recalling something. By the way, did you notice those few lines at the back? I did. What do you think? Quite impressive. Isn't it? Indeed. Did you compose it? No, it is the oath we took upon entering the night watch. Zhao Conqing tossed the emblem into the air like a coin, caught it deftly, and placed it in his pocket. However, I truly admire it. Wait a moment. What now? The rain is heavy outside. You're holding an umbrella. Thank you. But this umbrella I shall not return. Feel free to keep it. Consider it a reward for safeguarding the earth. Interesting. Very well. I shall take my leave now. Farewell. Zhao Conqing, with the black umbrella in hand, opened the door and stepped outside, while Lin Xia stood by the window, silently watching him depart. In the rain, he rubbed the emblem in his pocket with his fingers, softly murmuring, if the dark night descends, I shall stand before the multitude, sword drawn towards the abyss, blood staining the heavens. The rain intensified. Zhao Conqing, unfazed, settled into the black limousine, retrieving a cigarette case from his pocket, ready to indulge in a moment of tranquility. Just then, his earpiece crackled to life. A man's voice emerged from within. His hand, poised to smoke, trembled suddenly, and his pupils dilated. Chapter 23. The Masked King. Shaoqi, has your teacher left? After seeing Zhao Conqing off, and hurriedly emerged from the kitchen, exclaiming, oh dear, why didn't anyone invite him to stay for a meal before he left? The child. Lin Xia shook his head. He had something to attend to and would not stay for dinner. What did your teacher say? It was nothing. Just inquiring about my eye condition due to some upcoming physical test. That teacher Zhao is truly a good person. Even coming to the student's home to ask about the situation. By the way, before you returned, he was in the kitchen helping me wash the vegetables. He looks quite burly, yet surprisingly meticulous in his work. Aunt wiped her hands on her apron and turned off the rumbling range hood, saying to Lin Xia, dinner is nearly ready. Call your brother to join us. All right. Moments later, the family of 3 gathered neatly around the table, which was laden with 7 dishes, each a feast for the senses, making one's mouth water. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, chicken soup, dry-fried green beans, and sweet and sour ribs. Yang Jing gazed at the bountiful spread, swallowing hard. Mom, when was the last time our meals were this lavish? Little Chi's recovery is an occasion even more momentous than New Year's. It certainly deserves a grand celebration. Aunt replied matter-of-factly. Lin Xia lowered his head to glance at the little black dog wagging its tail excitedly and chuckled. It seems tonight, Little Black will also indulge in a sumptuous feast. It's a treat for him. Aunt smiled as she lifted her teacup to celebrate Little Chi's recovery. Cheers. 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 Beneath the somber clouds, the faint light of dusk had long since vanished, as if the world were draped in a veil of darkness. Rain danced in the wind, while light flickered brilliantly in the distant cityscape. In this dilapidated old residential area, a figure cloaked in dark crimson was dashing through the rain, clutching a large suitcase. Raindrops cascaded down Zhao Conqing's cheeks. Although it was summer, an inexplicable chill permeated the air. Are you certain that the Phantom King is indeed approaching this direction? Zhao Conqing inquired, his brow furrowed. From the earpiece, Wu Xiangnan's voice resonated. Uncertain. 10 minutes ago, our search team discovered traces of the Phantom King's blood in the nearby sewer system. Based on its trajectory, the possible destinations are either this old residential area or the city center. 2 potential locations? Zhao Conqing pressed. Indeed. What shall we do then? Should we divide into 2 teams to monitor both? In theory, yes. However, the city center experiences a massive influx of people. We cannot easily disperse the crowd. If the Phantom King were to manifest there, it would not only result in considerable casualties, but also incite widespread panic. Thus, we have dispatched the majority of our forces to secure the city center. And what of the old residential area? Should the Phantom King appear here, the residents would be in peril. The population here is sparse and more dispersed compared to the city center, making evacuation relatively easier. Moreover, even if the Phantom King were to arrive here, the damage would not be catastrophic, would it? Zhao Kongqing's voice was tinged with indignation. These are living, breathing individuals residing here. Old Zhao, remain calm. Wu Xiangnan's voice was exceedingly grave. I have never stated my intention to abandon the old residential district. Now, Hong Ying has already set off with her team towards that location. Your mission is to evacuate the residents of the old residential area as swiftly as possible. Furthermore, even if the Ghost-Face King truly approaches your vicinity, do not engage it directly. The Ghost-Face King is beyond your capabilities. If necessary, utilize the boundless void to confine it. Zhao Kongqing's tightly clenched fists gradually relaxed as he let out a sigh. Understood. Although Zhao Kongqing felt a twinge of indignation, he recognized that this was indeed the most prudent course of action. After all, should the Ghost-Face King enter the city, where the population density is exceedingly high, it could easily conceal itself in a dark corner and slay a few individuals to regain its strength. Furthermore, once it becomes visible to the public, it would inevitably incite panic. Therefore, no matter how many personnel are dispatched to the city, it would never suffice. It would only feel inadequate. In contrast, the old residential area has fewer inhabitants, and the distances between them are considerable. Even if the Ghost-Face King were to arrive here, it would require time to restore its vitality, and the likelihood of exposure would be minimal. Given these circumstances, Wu Xiangnan's decision to send personnel to the old residential district is quite commendable. Now, he must hasten to evacuate the residents of that area. It is a race against time. Zhao Kongqing's figure darted through the rain with remarkable speed, the falling droplets striking his suitcase and bursting into a cascade of crystalline splashes. Not far away, obscured by the mist, the familiar low building became increasingly distinct. Just moments ago, he had emerged from there. A whirlwind of emotions filled Zhao Kongqing's heart. Calculating the time, that family should be commencing their dinner soon, shouldn't they? He recalled the sweet and sour ribs, the tomato and egg dish, and the dry-fried green beans. Ah, yes, he was the one who had washed the green beans. Damn it, he had just put on a show in front of that kid. Boasting about safeguarding the world, and now he had to rush to knock on doors, urging them to evacuate. How embarrassing. However, this was not the moment to dwell on pride. Zhao Kongqing raced forward through the rain, but suddenly, a nauseating stench assailed his nostrils. His pupils dilated as he abruptly halted. The cacophony of rain filled Zhao Kongqing's mind as he cautiously and slowly turned his neck, his eyes wide open. Fearful of missing any detail, his gaze settled on a nearby manhole cover. The foul odor intensified. Zhao Kongqing gripped the handle of his suitcase tightly, inhaled deeply, bent down slightly, and placed the suitcase on the ground. He understood all too well what this stench signified. Report, Watcher Zhao Kongqing. I have discovered the Demon-Face King in the old residential area. He activated his earpiece, his voice remarkably calm. As he spoke, he pressed a button on the suitcase. With a pop, the suitcase sprang open, revealing 3 neatly arranged, pristine signs inside. Zhao Kongqing hoisted the signs, setting one down in place before swiftly dashing to the other side. Almost as soon as Zhao Kongqing finished speaking, Wu Xiangnan's voice crackled from the other end of the earpiece. Received. I have already issued orders. The night watchers are en route to the old residential area. Hong Ying and her team will arrive shortly, within 10 minutes at most. 10 minutes. Old Zhao, deploy the no-restriction airspace, and temporarily confine it. Zhao Kongqing placed down the second notice board, hastening towards another vertex of the triangle, expressing a sense of helplessness. Xiangnan, the no-restriction airspace, is intended for concealing battles, not for trapping foes. It cannot hold the Phantom King for more than 10 minutes. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Rainwater streamed down the sloped ground, flowing into the manhole cover, when suddenly, the entire cover began to tremble violently, causing the rainwater within to erupt like a boiling spring, surging wildly outward. No matter what, do not engage the Phantom King in direct combat. Wu Xiangnan's voice grew increasingly anxious. Old Zhao, the old residential area is vast, even if the Phantom King emerges. It may not cause immediate damage. In these 10 minutes, even if it were to kill a few individuals, it would not regain substantial strength. The casualties among civilians caused by the mysterious events are occurring every moment. We, the Night Watchmen, are not deities. We cannot prevent all deaths and injuries. However, losing a core team member due to a severely wounded Phantom King would be an unmitigated loss. Old Zhao, can you hear me? Bang! The manhole cover was propelled skyward like a cannonball, revealing a dark, gaping sewer opening. A grotesque arm suddenly shot out, followed by a monstrous creature, several times larger than the original Phantom King, leaping forth. Zhao Kongchen calmly observed this scene, slowly placing down the last notice board in his hand, biting his fingertip to draw blood, and marking a line of crimson upon the surface of the board. Xiangnan, do you still remember the vow you once made? Zhao Kongchen gazed intently at the ghost-faced king before him, slightly bending down, his peripheral vision landing on the modest residential building not far away. When the dark night descends, I shall stand before multitudes. This time, I am without the throngs behind me, yet I possess the entire world of that child at my back. His hands suddenly clasped together, an invisible canvas enveloping this small triangle. The Forbidden Ruins. No restrictions in the void. Chapter 24. Heavy Rain. Xiaoqi, don't just eat vegetables, make sure to have some ribs too. Aunt picked up a piece of rib and placed it into Lin Qia's bowl. Lin Qia smiled and thanked her. Today is a splendid day. You must eat more. Don't try to save money for Aunt. Understood, Aunt. Jin, you should eat more as well. This is the time for you to grow. Jin. Lin Qia called out to Yang Jin, who seemed lost in thought. Huh. Oh, I'm eating now. Yang Jin snapped back to reality, scratching his head. This child, why is he so distracted? Is he picky now? Aunt shot a disapproving glance at Yang Jin and added a few more pieces of meat to his bowl. Perhaps Jin is overwhelmed by the pressure of his homework. Lin Qia chuckled, picking up the recently gnawed bone and glancing around, a hint of confusion crossing his face. Aunt also regained her composure and remarked in surprise, how strange, where is Xiao Hailai? Normally, it is the most eager during mealtime, yet now, with bones to feast upon. Not even a shadow of the dog can be seen? It seemed that someone was calling for him, and Little Black came out onto the balcony, letting out a bark. Woof. Lin Qia waved a bone in the air, beckoning Little Black to come and eat, but the little creature glanced at the bone, then at the outside world, appearing somewhat conflicted. What could be troubling this little one today? Annie wondered. Lin Qia hesitated for a moment, then stood up with the bone in hand and walked over to the balcony, gently stroking Little Black's head. What is the matter with you? Is there something outside? He whispered. He tossed the bone onto the ground, and while Little Black gnawed at it, Lin Qia turned his gaze to the world outside. In the vast, dark night, apart from the torrential rain, there was nothing else. Not even a glimmer of light from the distant buildings. The world was enveloped in such profound silence, as if only the endless rainfall remained. Strange, there is absolutely nothing, Lin Qia muttered, just as he was about to turn away. Suddenly, a few sounds came from outside, resembling someone tapping on the window. Turning back, he discovered a small bat outside. The creature appeared drenched by the rain, repeatedly colliding against the window, seemingly seeking refuge from the downpour. Lin Qia's eyes gradually brightened. Speaking of which, he had yet to utilize the ability to communicate with nocturnal beings bestowed upon him by the Starry Night Dancer. It was a rare opportunity to encounter a bat. Perhaps he could give it a try. Thus, Lin Qia stood quietly by the window, observing the bat. Xiaoqi, what are you doing over there? Come back for dinner. The food is going to get cold. Auntie called out, noticing Lin Qia lost in thought. However, Lin Qia stood like a statue, motionless for a prolonged moment. Just as his aunt was about to utter something further, Lin Qia abruptly turned his head, his eyes quivering with intensity. He dashed to the door, hastily putting on his shoes. Xiaoqi, what are you doing? Suddenly remembered something important. I'll be stepping out. Child, what are you saying? It's dark outside, and such heavy rain, why venture out? It's something crucial. What about dinner? I'll eat when I return. In the midst of his aunt's bewildered gaze, Lin Qia had already donned his shoes and swiftly opened the door, ready to leave. Just then, Yang Jin's voice echoed. Brother, the rain is heavy outside. It's better not to go. I must go, Lin Qia insisted. No matter how significant the matter, others will handle it. The earth will continue to spin, even in your absence. Yet, some tasks are imperative for me to undertake. Taking a deep breath, he forced a smile. Don't worry too much. It's merely a trivial matter. Once I resolve it, I shall return. After all, it's rare to have such a delectable meal. I cannot bear to waste it. Farewell. With that, Lin Qia swiftly closed the door and hurried down the stairs. Once he had distanced himself, his aunt suddenly came to her senses, hastening to the doorway to shout down. Silly child. With such torrential rain, take an umbrella. In the corridor, Lin Qia's footsteps grew fainter, met with silence. His aunt sighed helplessly and returned to her seat, suddenly finding the meal before her devoid of flavor. Yang Jin merely sat quietly, his gaze fixed on the torrential rain outside, enveloped in silence. The rain fell with a rhythmic patter, and Zhao Kongqing repeatedly pressed the lighter, the sparks igniting briefly before being extinguished by the cascading raindrops. With a cigarette clamped between his lips, he let out a resigned sigh, lamenting the misfortunes of the day. Not far from him, the ghost-faced king stood like a demon amidst the rain, emanating an overwhelming aura of intimidation. The ghost-faced king differed significantly from ordinary ghost-faced beings. His physique was markedly larger, resembling a small mountain from a distance. Unlike the typical ghost-faced creatures that moved on all fours like animals, the ghost-faced king stood upright, chest held high, and though his pallid visage and crimson tongue were fearsome, he bore a striking resemblance to humanity. Yet, this terrifying entity was marred by numerous wounds, each gash seemingly carved into his flesh, leaving him drenched in blood. Observing the injuries on the ghost-faced king's body, Zhao Kongqing clicked his tongue in admiration, acknowledging the prowess of their captain. It was astonishing that the captain had inflicted such severe damage. It appeared he had been holding back during their training sessions. Even when gravely wounded, the monsters of the Chuan realm remained formidable. Zhao Kongqing pondered how many moves he could withstand against such a foe. Muttering to himself, he reached for the hilt of his straight blade resting on his shoulder and slowly drew it forth. The pale blue blade sliced through the rain, emitting a soft hum. A downpour, a solitary cigarette, a cloak, and a straight blade, these were his companions as the ghost-faced king watched Zhao Kongqing, his crimson tongue flickering, eyes glinting with a thirst for blood. In an instant, both men sprang into action simultaneously. Zhao Kongqing wielded his straight blade, launching forth like an arrow released from its bow, his eyes cold and brimming with murderous intent. His speed was remarkable, yet the ghost-faced king surpassed him. Its massive form barreled through the curtain of rain, its ghastly white visage contorting violently, resembling a predator that had just spotted its prey, unable to contain its wild elation. Clang, clang, clang. As their figures collided, the air was sliced by the sharp gleam of the blade, and the sound of metal clashing rang out in a rapid succession, piercing through the downpour, as claws met blade, igniting blinding sparks. Zhao Kongqing, a master of close combat, delivered 3 precise strikes aimed at the ghost-faced king's vital points. Yet they were thwarted with even greater speed. He managed only 3 strikes before the ghost-faced king's terrifying strength sent him hurtling backward, landing awkwardly in the muddy ground. The disparity between them was insurmountable. One was a mythological creature, having reached the Chuan realm, endowed with the power of the Forbidden Ruins and formidable physical attributes. The other, a mere mortal, possessing only skill and experience. Rising from the mire, Zhao Kongqing spat out the soaked remnants of his cigarette and cursed. Damn it. Is being a mythological creature so impressive? Is sheer strength so extraordinary? The ghost-faced king harbored no intention of a fair duel, roaring towards Zhao Kongqing, its voice resounding like thunder. Roar, roar, roar. Approaching, a colossal and grotesque ghostly face began to materialize on the ground, centered around the ghost-faced king. Zhao Kongqing's expression shifted dramatically. Forbidden Ruins Sequence 176, Ghost Face Manifestation. Chapter 25, The Phantom Countenance. At the moment the ghastly visage manifested, Zhao Kongqing felt as though the very heavens and earth had been upended. An unprecedented wave of dizziness surged within him. His brow furrowed tightly as he braced his body, barely managing to stabilize his stance. Before his eyes, the surroundings appeared akin to a whirling kaleidoscope, disordered, fragmented, and utterly elusive. Alas, it can still wield the forbidden abyss. It seems I am doomed, Zhao Kongqing murmured to himself, the words of Wu Xiangnan echoing in his mind from before the battle. The Forbidden Abyss Sequence 176, Phantom Countenance, possesses the ability to deceive the perception of all beings whose realms are lesser than or equal to its own, distorting the very concept of space. Within the Phantom Countenance, the directions of up and down, left and right, front and back can shift at the whim of the Phantom King, while one can, to some extent, resist with their own consciousness and experience. There is no doubt that within this forbidden abyss, all of one's attacks would be adversely affected, significantly diminishing combat effectiveness. Thus, aside from the captain, who is also of the Chuan realm, no other members can confront the Phantom King directly, otherwise it would lead to certain demise. Indeed, it is an exceedingly repulsive forbidden abyss. As a first-hand experiencer, Zhao Kongqing truly grasped the perverse nature of this domain. So, the captain managed to severely wound the Phantom King within this very abyss? He too must be a pervert. Zhao Kongqing inhaled deeply and slowly closed his eyes. Roar. Roar! Roar! The roar reverberated from all directions, making it impossible to ascertain the location of the ghost-faced king. The earth trembled slightly, and Zhao Kongqing sensed the imminent approach of the malevolent entity. From where would it emerge? In reality, amidst the eerie and grotesque visage of the ghost face, Zhao Kongqing stood with his eyes closed, resembling a statue, his hands gripping the blade pointed forward, his brow furrowed in concentration. He remained oblivious to the fact that the ghost-faced king had silently maneuvered behind him. In Zhao Kongqing's perception, his senses sight, sound, smell, and touch were in a frenzied state of flux, as if he had been thrust into a powerful washing machine. Inundated with erroneous information that rendered him incapable of discerning the realities of the world around him. The ghost-faced king's eyes fixated on the unsuspecting Zhao Kongqing, its pallid visage twisting into a bloodthirsty grin. It leaned slightly forward, then, like a colossal cannonball, burst through the curtain of rain, moving so swiftly that it left a trail of afterimages in its wake. Its razor-sharp claws emitted a chilling glint as they slashed toward Zhao Kongqing's neck. It seemed to foresee the warm blood gushing forth, envisioning the exhilarating scene of it staining its body. Yet, just as its claws were about to make contact with Zhao Kongqing, an unexpected turn of events occurred. It was as if Zhao Kongqing had eyes on his back, abruptly twisting away in a hair-raising dodge, narrowly escaping the ghost-faced king's strike. In the next moment, the straight blade in his hand traced a long arc through the rain, aimed directly at the ghost-faced king's head. The sound of a sharp collision rang out as the ghost-faced king clutched Zhao Kongqing's blade with a vice-like grip, then delivered a powerful kick, sending Zhao Kongqing soaring through the air like a sandbag. Yet, even so, it could not conceal the astonishment reflected in its eyes. It could not comprehend how Zhao Kongqing had detected its assault. Zhao Kongqing fell heavily to the ground, uttering a painful cry as he struggled to rise. Yet his lips involuntarily curled into a smile. Surprised, perhaps? Zhao Kongqing propped himself up with a straight blade, laughing, a derisive grin etched across his face. Indeed, this forbidden ruin is quite the anomaly. Under ordinary circumstances, I would surely have fallen prey to your schemes and perished at your hands. Alas! Zhao Kongqing extended a finger towards the sky, where rain was falling today. You may deceive the senses of living beings, yet you cannot impede the rain that descends by the force of gravity. The raindrops upon my skin provide me with tactile feedback. You can alter my perception and make me believe the rain is falling from all directions, but I can use this to deduce the true source. As long as I ascertain one standard direction, the rest becomes significantly simpler. Zhao Kongqing chuckled darkly, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and arrogantly raised his straight blade, its edge aimed at the ghost-faced king. I'm not boasting. Had I possessed a forbidden ruin, you would have met your demise countless times over. With a roar, the ghost-faced king was successfully incited by Zhao Kongqing, charging wildly toward him. Zhao Kongqing continued to keep his eyes closed, predicting the approach of the ghost-faced king. The clash of blades echoed. Zhao Kongqing engaged in a fierce melee, relying on his formidable combat intuition and experience to trade blows with the ghost-faced king for several strikes. Yet, this was the limit of his prowess. Under the relentless assault of the ghost-faced king, the mortal Zhao Kongqing soon found himself unable to withstand the onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, the creature delivered a powerful blow to his chest, shattering 2 ribs and sending him hurtling through the air. It took Zhao Kongqing a full 5 seconds to stagger to his feet. Had it not been for the straight blade that mitigated some of the damage, this strike would have surely claimed his life. Coughing violently, he expelled several mouthfuls of blood, his complexion pale as a ghost. The ghost-faced king loomed in the rain, its gaze icy and resolute, drawing closer with each deliberate step. At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated from behind Zhao Kongqing. Zhao Kongqing! Zhao Kongqing! Zhao Kongqing! Startled, Zhao Kongqing paused, a flicker of recognition stirring within him as he realized. This voice sounded oddly familiar. Wait, could it be? He opened his mouth, seemingly poised to respond, but after a moment's hesitation, he opted for silence. His expression was fraught with complexity. Meanwhile, outside the boundless void, Lin Xia stood near an open area, rain drenching his hair, yet he appeared oblivious, shouting at the top of his lungs. Zhao Kongqing, stop hiding. I know you are around here. After his cry echoed, he fell silent to listen, but aside from the cacophony of rain, there was nothing else. Damn it. The bat had clearly seen a cloaked figure vanish alongside the monster. How could there be no trace? Had he truly misperceived? Furrowing his brow, Lin Xia scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. Just a few meters away, 3 peculiar signposts stood alone, stark against the rain-soaked ground. Lin Xia stepped forward, wiping the rainwater from the notice board, softly reading the words inscribed upon it. No entry ahead. When was this sign erected? Moreover, this arrangement seems rather peculiar. Lin Xia pondered deeply, and suddenly, as if a memory had been sparked, his eyes began to gleam. He recalled having mentioned that his forbidden domain served as an auxiliary battlefield, something akin to Wujia Void. Lin Xia scrutinized the 3 notice boards before him, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he bellowed once more, "Zhao Kongqing, I know you are in the Wujia Void. Open the door and let me in." 1 second, 2 seconds. Zhao Kongqing's voice drifted from behind the notice board, laden with annoyance. "What the hell are you doing wandering around at this hour without having dinner? Get lost." Chapter 26. The dimming life and the shimmering moon. Zhao Kongqing found himself perplexed. In such heavy rain, what could this fellow possibly want to stroll about for? Moreover, he had already opened the Wujia Void. How did Lin Xia know he was here? It was peculiar that he appeared precisely at the moment Zhao Kongqing was being pressed to the ground. If he were to witness this, how embarrassing. Furthermore, having just declared that safeguarding the world was entrusted to him, if he were to inadvertently pull Lin Xia into this, and something unfortunate were to befall him, Zhao Kongqing would never forgive himself. "What do you care about my outing? I know you are fighting that strange masked figure inside. Let me in. I'm quite capable of fighting now." Lin Xia's voice resounded once more from outside. "You can fight? Nonsense!" Zhao Kongqing exclaimed. "This is not merely the ghost-faced man. This is the ghost-faced king. The Chuan realm. You, a mere novice who has just stepped into the Zhan realm, are 2 major realms beneath him. How can a high school student like you dare to confront him? Moreover, aren't you typically terrified of death? Why, then, do you recklessly advance toward danger? Hurry back home for dinner. I declare here and now, as long as I, Zhao Kongqing, am present, this creature cannot harm even a hair on your family's head. Times change. Though I fear death, I cannot bear to owe anyone a favor." Lin Xia shouted from outside. "We are joyfully feasting inside, while you stand here recklessly battling the ghost-faced king alone. You wish to be an unsung hero? I shall not permit it. If you wish to dine, wait until we have vanquished the ghost-faced king, and then we shall return together for a meal." Lin Xia forcefully collided with the air beside the notice board. Yet it felt as though an invisible barrier separated the realm within from that outside. No matter how vehemently Lin Xia pushed, it remained steadfast and unyielding. Within the realm, Zhao Kongqing was once again sent flying by the ghost-faced king, collapsing on the ground for an extended period before he managed to prop himself up with his blade. "Do not exert yourself. Cough, cough. Though I lack a realm, my boundless void is more than sufficient to block those below the Qi realm. To enter here, there are but 2 possibilities. Either I permit you entry, or you must await my demise. If you cannot even breach my boundless void, what difference is there between confronting the ghost-faced king and courting death?" Zhao Kongqing's gaze fixated on the ghost-faced king, his voice growing ever weaker. After he uttered his final words, the commotion beyond the realm faded away. No one continued to strike the void, nor did any other sounds emerge. Zhao Kongqing waited for a second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. A smile began to grace his lips. This was as it should be. Obediently returning home for dinner, leaving the rest to us, the night watchers. Zhao Kongqing struggled to stand upright, gasping for breath, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. With each inhalation, excruciating pain caused his body to tremble slightly. He had reached the limits of his endurance. Before him, the ghost-faced king loomed like a small mountain in the rain, covered in wounds, both old and new. Yet it remained vibrant, showing no signs of collapse. Such was the extraordinary resilience of a mythical creature. One hand grasping a blade, Zhao Kongqing's other hand trembled as it reached into his pocket. Moments later, he retrieved a medallion. Etched upon it were 2 crossed straight swords, beneath which lay a name, Zhao Kongqing. In a moment of reverie, he seemed to return to the time when he had just joined the Night Watchers, still a rookie. The medallion symbolized the essence of the Night Watchers. It represented not only their faith but also their combat prowess. Within the inner side of this medallion was a small needle. Pressing the switch would cause it to eject. And at the tip of the needle was a substance known as ghostly summon. This drug, when injected into the body, would ignite all of a person's latent potential within a brief period, enabling those already possessing the power of the forbidden abyss to harness its might to an extraordinary degree. If there exists no forbidden realm within oneself, then the demonic summons will forcibly stimulate your body, awakening the latent forbidden realm hidden within the essence of life. In other words, during the duration of the drug, it can bestow upon one who lacks a forbidden realm a semblance of one. This is a means of mutual destruction. a strategy for a desperate counterattack, and the singular opportunity for those warriors without a forbidden realm to experience their own. It should not be employed unless absolutely necessary. Zhao Kongqing clutched the emblem, his form trembling uncontrollably as he gazed at the gradually approaching demon-masked king, a faint smile gracing his lips. Do you know how long I have awaited this day? The rain poured down relentlessly. The water mingled with blood, cascading down Zhao Kongqing's arm, dripping onto the surface of the emblem. He paid no heed to whether the demon-masked king could hear or comprehend, murmuring to himself amidst the rain. Men, after all, are always drawn to supernatural powers. Yearning for the day they can traverse heaven and earth, shatter mountains with a single fist, and envelop clouds with a mere thought. Having been a night watchman for so many years, I have long awaited the awakening of my own forbidden realm. Unfortunately, at over 40 years of age, I have yet to witness my own. Frankly, it is quite challenging to navigate life as a night watchman without a forbidden realm. Each time I observe the captain and others battle with their forbidden realms, exuding an explosive charisma, my heart often tinges with envy. Eventually, I began to contemplate that if one day I were to encounter an insurmountable foe, I should certainly attempt the demonic summons before my demise, to see my own forbidden realm. Even in death, I would embrace it with a smile. Regardless of the outcome, I am grateful for this opportunity you have bestowed upon me. Zhao Kongqing extended his palm, allowing the rain to wash over the surface of the emblem. With a gentle rub of his fingers along the side of the emblem, a slender silver needle sprang forth. He inhaled deeply and pierced the needle into his palm. Damn, that stings. Zhao Kongqing grimaced, cursing under his breath. The instant the needle penetrated his skin, he felt an overwhelming agony recede like a tide, replaced by an unprecedented surge of strength. Every cell in his body seemed to be invigorated, displaying an extraordinary vitality. His heart resonated like the drums of war, rapid and powerful. Simultaneously, a mysterious force field radiated outward from Zhao Kongqing. His eyes gleamed with intensity. The ghost-faced king appeared to sense the impending danger, letting out a low growl. His feet racing through the rain, propelled by a terrifying kinetic energy. Zhao Kongqing's posture gradually straightened, his grip on the blade tightening. The raindrops striking the surface of the straight sword produced a melodious clinking sound. Standing resolutely in the downpour, his eyes ignited with an unprecedented brilliance. He then raised his hand and, with a swift stroke, aimed at the rapidly approaching ghost-faced king, unleashing a powerful slash. A black crescent, towering at 4 to 5 meters, sliced through the curtain of rain, silently cleaving the space between them in an instant. The speed of this crescent was astonishing, too swift for the ghost-faced king to react. Consequently, a mangled, menacing arm was sent soaring high. With a single stroke, Zhao Kongqing severed the ghost-faced king's arm. Zhao Kongqing gripped his blade, a smile uncontrollably curling at the corners of his lips. He threw his head back and laughed heartily. Forbidden Ruins Sequence 083, Eclipsing Life and Moon. Ha ha ha. I knew it all along. I, Zhao Kongqing, am indeed a genius. Chapter 27. A glare the rain poured down in torrents. Zhao Kongqing, wielding his straight blade, was drenched in dark crimson, his body a grotesque tableau of blood. Yet, his eyes shone bright like stars. So this is the essence of the Forbidden Ruins. Exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. Before him, the ghost-faced king stared in disbelief at its empty right arm, its pale visage contorted in shock. It could not comprehend how the mouse it had just mercilessly tormented could unleash such formidable power in an instant. Yet, its intellect was insufficient, and it lacked the luxury of time. Zhao Kongqing sprang into action. Under the influence of the ghostly spirit's elixir, his body had forgotten all injuries. Restored to its prime condition, he was like an arrow released from its bow, hurtling towards the ghost-faced king. Roar! The ghost-faced king's eyes blazed crimson. Having lost its right arm, it had succumbed to a frenzied state. Its muscles bulged, its body swelling in size, legs bending as its massive frame leapt into the air. Splashing torrents of water. In midair, the two figures collided with breathtaking speed. Boom, boom, boom. Their movements blurred, as arcs of black blades splintered outward, etching vicious scars into the ground beneath them. Originally, Zhao Kongqing's blade could not breach the defenses of the ghost-faced king, in terms of both strength and speed. He was undeniably at a disadvantage, which was the fundamental reason for the severe beating he had just endured. However, now equipped with the Mingxing Shanyu, Zhao Kongqing's lethality had ascended to a terrifying level, with each strike leaving a profound gash upon the ghost-faced king. Although, from the perspectives of strength and speed, Zhao Kongqing still fell short of the ghost-faced king, He compensated for the deficiency in lethality, allowing his other shortcomings to be mitigated by experience. Even with physical attributes significantly inferior to those of the Ghost-Faced King, he was still capable of pinning his opponent to the ground. The facts substantiated Zhao Kongqing's claims. With the forbidden ruins at his disposal, he could slay the Ghost-Faced King 800 times, given sufficient time. Eliminating the Ghost-Faced King would merely be a matter of time. Yet, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that time was not on his side. Although the use of the Ghost God induction could unleash one's full potential, its duration was fleeting. Nearly 10 seconds had elapsed since Zhao Kongqing had activated the forbidden ruins, leaving him with little time remaining. Amidst the fierce battle with the Ghost-Faced King, Zhao Kongqing acutely sensed his strength waning, and the previously suppressed pain began to resurface. Even the black crescent he wielded was growing increasingly diminutive. It appeared that the Ghost-Faced King had perceived the shift in his condition and, unwilling to spare any of his essence, unleashed an even more ferocious assault. After exchanging blows for several rounds, the Ghost-Faced King seized an opportunity and delivered a powerful punch to Zhao Kongqing's chest. A resounding thud echoed through the air, and Zhao Kongqing was sent sprawling like a kite with its string severed, crashing heavily to the ground. A sharp pain coursed through Zhao Kongqing, overwhelming him like tumultuous waves crashing against every nerve. He clenched his teeth tightly, his eyes bloodshot with agony. Coughing up blood, he slowly rose from the mire. His gaze fixed intensely on the Ghost-Faced King, the fire in his eyes still ablaze. He could still draw breath. His forbidden ruins remained intact. He was still capable of fighting. The Ghost-Faced King had not yet perished. He could not afford to fall, with a dagger braced against the ground. He unsteadily stood up when suddenly, a bizarre occurrence transpired. A deafening roar erupted from behind Zhao Kongqing, causing the heavens above to tremble slightly and a fissure to tear open in the sky. This was, Zhao Kongqing stared blankly at the heavens, as if struck by a realization, and abruptly turned his head. Not far behind him, an invisible canvas concealing the sky had already split open at one corner. Within that fractured opening, a youth with golden-hued eyes was slowly approaching. Zhao Kongqing's mouth fell agape, his expression akin to that of encountering a ghost. You, how did you get in here? Lin Xia brushed the rain-soaked hair from his face, his eyes glowing like a furnace, both fervent and sacred. He sighed with resignation, acknowledging, I must admit, this Wuja void is indeed quite formidable. However, I am fortunate to possess these eyes, allowing me to discern its most vulnerable point. And thankfully, it is night. Zhao Kongqing understood only the first part of the statement, but it did little to quell his bewilderment. How could you possess such formidable strength when you have merely just entered the Zhan realm? Incorrect. How did you breach the boundless void without weapons? You may not believe it, Lin Xia spoke calmly. I shot him a glare, and he proceeded. Zhao Kongqing. Lin Xia spoke no falsehood. Under the cover of night, he could perceive a significant enhancement in his vision, though not as exaggerated as fivefold. A twofold improvement was evident. Prior to acquiring the Starry Night Dancer, he could vanquish the Phantom Mask with the Seraphim's divine might, and now, bolstered by the night, he could also penetrate the boundless void with that same power. However, the toll on his mental energy was immense. Merely glaring had nearly drained him completely. Lin Xie glanced at the battered Phantom King, then at the myriad of scars on the ground, and his gaze towards Zhao Kongqing became peculiarly inquisitive. You mean to say you have no forbidden ruins? Is this truly the work of a mere mortal? Zhao Kongqing was disinclined to elucidate, for his time was indeed scant. Enough chatter. Step aside. I can assist you in battle. I know. Just retreat for now. Zhao Kongqing turned to him. One strike, and I will deliver another blow. Once I finish this strike, you may join me. Understood. Lin Xia stepped aside. Zhao Kongqing inhaled deeply, gripping the hilt of his blade tightly. His gaze fixed intently on the distant Phantom King. Kid. Yes? Observe this strike closely. Why? This strike shall be magnificent. Without waiting for Lin Xia to show any sign of disdain, Zhao Kongqing forcefully propelled himself off the ground, unleashing an astonishing speed as he charged towards the Ghost-Faced King. The Ghost-Faced King, perceiving that this man before him had reached the brink of exhaustion, chose not to engage in a direct confrontation but instead remained alert, poised to defend against the impending assault. The light in Zhao Kongqing's eyes blazed like an ignited torch, growing ever brighter. He broke through the curtain of rain, sprinting towards the Ghost-Faced King with no embellishment, raising his hand and wielding his blade. An unprecedentedly colossal crescent slashed through the night sky, moving at an incomprehensible speed that cleaved every raindrop in its path. The swiftness of this strike was so extraordinary that even the formidable ghost-faced king could not evade it with ease, even if it desired to flee. Its current condition rendered it incapable. Thus, the black crescent traversed the heavens and gently severed the grotesque head adorned with a pale, ghastly visage. Chapter 28 Gulu. The head of the ghost-faced king thudded onto the ground. Zhao Kongqing's body swayed, and he collapsed straight down. Lin Xia, quick-witted and agile, deftly caught Zhao Kongqing's form, only then realizing the extent of his grievous injuries. Scrapes, bruises, fractures. In Lin Xia's mental perception, Zhao Kongqing was riddled with wounds, crimson streams flowing forth and staining the muddy rainwater beneath him. At least 5 or 6 of his bones were broken, and Lin Xia could hardly fathom how Zhao Kongqing had managed to stand under such severe afflictions. Most critically, Lin Xia could distinctly perceive the rapid decline of Zhao Kongqing's physical form. His vitality flickered like the dying embers of a fire, growing increasingly feeble. Lin Xia sat beside Zhao Kongqing in a state of bewilderment. "Your body," he began, only to be interrupted by a fit of coughing. "It's nothing. Merely the after-effects of forcibly unleashing potential. At this rate, you will perish. I am aware. Is dying acceptable to you?" Zhao Kongqing attempted a laugh, but it was cut short by another bout of coughing, accompanied by blood. Yet, he mused, at least before death, he had experienced the forbidden abyss, and moreover what? I have succeeded, wielding my blade against the abyss, staining the heavens with blood. Trembling, Zhao Kongqing reached out to touch the muck beneath him, his hand coming away stained with blood. The amount of bloodshed, if it could not dye the heavens, would surely color the earth. Lin Xia was momentarily stunned. "But there are no multitudes behind you. Aside from me, no one witnesses your efforts. Is this truly worthwhile?" Zhao Kongqing smiled softly, choosing not to respond. "Do me a favor. Speak. In my pocket, there is a pack of cigarettes. Please light one for me." Lin Xia rummaged through Zhao Kongqing's chest pocket, retrieving a cigarette dampened by the rain. And from his own trouser pocket, he produced a lighter. He placed the cigarette between Zhao Kongqing's lips and shielded the lighter from the rain, pressing the ignition several times. Click, click, click. A small flame ignited, setting the cigarette alight. Zhao Kongqing inhaled deeply, exhaling a long breath, as if a wave of comfort washed over him. Zhao Kongqing, with a cigarette between his lips, gazed at the overcast sky, raindrops cascading down his face, trailing down his cheeks. "Lin Xia," he began. "I struck down the ghost-faced king. Did you witness it?" "I did," Lin Xia replied. A smile involuntarily crept across Zhao Kongqing's lips, a manifestation of his elation. Lin Xia nodded, poised to articulate his thoughts when suddenly, a slight tremor coursed through his body. He turned rigidly, and there, in the distance amidst the mire, a hulking headless corpse was slowly rising. Upon its body, a pale and eerie ghostly visage scuttled like a parasite, traversing from its legs to its back, and then from its back to its chest. Ultimately, it anchored itself upon the chest of the ghost-faced king. Meanwhile, the head that had just been severed bore no trace of the ghostly face. Lin Qia's pupils dilated in astonishment. The ghost-faced king was not dead. The rain continued to fall. Zhao Kongqing, still lost in the reminiscence of the recent event, failed to notice the shift in Lin Qia's expression. "Damn it. The guy whom even the captain couldn't slay has fallen to my blade. Lin Xia, do you think I'm formidable?" Lin Xia fell silent for a moment, then looked down at Zhao Kongqing in his arms, nodding emphatically. "Yes, formidable. With such a significant achievement, if I manage to survive, I should be able to attain the rank of general, right?" "Absolutely." Lin Qia's eyes brimmed with conviction, urging him to survive. Hiki. Zhao Kongqing appeared to envision a promising future, his face radiating contentment. Yet, the light in his eyes was gradually dimming. Lin Qia's hands trembled slightly as he shook Zhao Kongqing's body, urgently whispering, "Zhao Kongqing, you have yet to become a general. You cannot die yet." It appeared that Zhao Kongqing was no longer able to hear Lin Qia's voice, his eyes gradually becoming unfocused. He parted his lips, his voice emerging faintly like a whispering mosquito. "Was I handsome just now?" "Handsome." Lin Qia's lips quivered as he resolutely nodded. "More handsome than anyone I have ever seen." A faint smile graced Zhao Kongqing's lips, his eyes slowly closing, his body relaxing. Zhao Kongqing had passed away. The sound of rain poured down. Lin Xia sat there in a daze, raindrops blurring his vision, yet his gaze remained fixated on Zhao Kongqing, until the heavy sound of footsteps echoed once more. Lin Xia pressed his lips together, took a deep breath, and slowly rose from the ground. He turned around, his eyes landing on the headless corpse of the ghost-faced king in the distance, as if two blazing suns were igniting in his gaze. He took 2 steps forward and drew a straight blade embedded in the earth. It was Zhao Kongqing's sword. Grasping the weapon, Lin Xia advanced step by step towards the ghost-faced king, the rain soaking him to the bone, yet failing to extinguish the fury burning within his heart, and the golden flames in his eyes. The ghostly face upon the corpse of the ghost-faced king twisted, as if silently screaming, its pace accelerating until it charged at Lin Xia like a staggering giant beast. The headless ghost-faced king, having lost its right arm to Zhao Kongqing, could only rely on its left claw to unleash a tempestuous onslaught. Lin Xia wielded his blade with an uncanny foresight, as if he could predict the trajectory of his opponent's assaults. In a flash, he would sidestep and evade the strikes. He resembled a midnight butterfly, fluttering gracefully amidst a tempest, untouched by the raging winds. The terrifying combination of his dynamic vision and the swiftness of a starry night dancer transformed Lin Xia into an ethereal specter in that moment. He deftly dodged the attacks of the Phantom King over a dozen times, maintaining a stoic expression as he raised his hand and swung his blade with ferocity. This time, his target was not a vital point on the body, but rather the pale ghostly visage embedded in the chest of the Phantom King. If his intuition served him correctly, this ghastly face was the true essence of the Phantom King. Although Zhao Kongqing had severed the Phantom King's head, he had failed to injure this visage, allowing the Phantom King to rise once more. Lin Xia danced between the openings in the Phantom King's onslaught, his straight blade striking repeatedly upon the ghostly face. Despite possessing 5-fold strength, he could only inflict shallow wounds, leaving mere crimson streaks. Yet, this was of no consequence. If one strike did not suffice, he would deliver 10, or even 100. This time he aimed to shatter the Phantom King's very soul. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes while the Phantom King could not touch Lin Xia. Lin Xia continued to land blows upon him. Gradually, the ghostly face on the Phantom King's chest became marred with an increasing number of wounds, growing ever more gruesome, its expression twisting in agony. Soon, the Phantom King's aggression began to wane. With a glint of murderous intent in his eyes, Lin Xia seized the opportunity. Gripping the blade tightly in his hand, with all his might, he plunged it into the ghastly face. A piercing, chilling wail echoed through the heavens. Chapter 29. A decade. Lin Xia's blade pierced through the ghostly visage, yet that was not the source of the anguished roar from the ghost-faced king. What truly elicited such a heart-wrenching wail was the sight of Lin Xia's eyes. Beneath the searing golden light, the ghostly face melted away like a candle engulfed in flames, dissolving rapidly. Although this golden radiance lasted but a moment, it was sufficient to extinguish the flickering life of the already near-death ghost-faced king. Ultimately, under Lin Xia's unwavering gaze, that ghostly visage solidified into a crumpled, semi-solid mass, completely erasing any trace of its former self. Simultaneously, Lin Xia felt a warm current flowing from his hand that gripped the dagger, coursing gently into his being. He frowned slightly, stepping on the ghostly body beneath his feet, and withdrew the straight blade. After a moment's contemplation, he bent down to retrieve the pale mass of the ghostly face, only to be met with a sudden wave of darkness that nearly caused him to collapse. Despite the enhancement from the Night Dancer, the intense and perilous battle had drained him significantly. Most critically, the 2 uses of the Eye of the Seraph had utterly depleted his already limited mental fortitude, rendering even the act of walking a strenuous endeavor. As Zhao Kongqing had articulated, at his current level, facing the ghost-faced king meant only one path: death. Had it not been for the Night Watchman's prior injury to the ghost-faced king, and had Zhao Kongqing not sacrificed himself to cripple the creature, even with the Eye of the Seraph and the Night Dancer, he would still have stood no chance against the ghost-faced king. This was the mythic entity that had descended upon this realm. This was the Chuanjing. Raindrops cascaded down his cheeks as he stepped through the pools of blood. Stumbling towards Zhao Kongqing's lifeless body, he reached the corpse and slowly settled beside it. I have long told you, hero, that such a role is not easily assumed. Lin Xia gazed at the lifeless Zhao Kongqing, murmuring to himself, here you are, wagering your very life in a brutal struggle, yet how many truly comprehend your sacrifice? Do you realize? Meanwhile, several miles away in the city center, the revelry continues unabated. They sing in karaoke bars, savor culinary delights in hot pot restaurants, engage in intimate encounters within hotels, and munch on popcorn in cinemas. And you can only perish silently in this desolate place. They remain oblivious to the fact that amidst this torrential downpour, a man wielding a blade has vanquished a mythical beast. They remain unaware that their carefree indulgence is made possible by the sacrifice of another's life. Is it truly worth it? Lin Xia fixed his gaze on Zhao Kongqing's pallid visage, seemingly awaiting a response that, regrettably, would never come. He continued, "Do you think I fear death? You are mistaken. I harbor no trepidation toward it. Do you believe that a child, who has glimpsed angels, blinded, and confined in a mental asylum, would still hold reverence for mortality? I have made countless attempts to end my own life in the darkness, yet each time, the light has pulled me back. The light that saved me is not from those beings in the city, consumed by desire and lamenting the injustices of life. It is my family." Lin Xia raised his gaze to the pitch-black sky and spoke softly. "If the masses have not saved me, why then should I sacrifice my own life to protect this masses? Thus, I refuse to be the sentinel of the night." Lin Xia turned his gaze towards the humble abode amidst the torrential rain, a flicker of confusion evident in his eyes. "However, I am a person who cannot owe others a debt of gratitude. You have saved my entire world. What can I possibly do for you in return?" Lin Xia paused momentarily before continuing. "I am aware that the night watchmen enjoy substantial benefits. Even in death, your family will receive exemplary care, and your funeral arrangements will be handled with the utmost dignity. You lack for nothing, and I, too, am devoid of wealth. How then? Am I to repay you for such an immense favor?" Lin Xia sat there, lost in thought, before once again shifting his gaze to the distant lowly dwelling. In the rain, his fists slowly clenched and then helplessly relaxed. It was as though he had made a resolute decision, using his blade to prop himself up. He struggled to rise, murmuring to himself, "In my life, I owe a debt of gratitude to only 3 individuals: my aunt, who toiled tirelessly for a decade on my behalf, my cousin, whom I burdened for 10 long years, and you, who saved the lives of my family of 3. You have rescued my world. In exchange, I shall guard yours for 10 years. After a decade, regardless of the circumstances, I will sever ties with the night watchman, and the multitude shall no longer concern me. I shall return to this home and resume my former life. Is this arrangement fair?" Lin Xia lowered his gaze to Zhao Kongqing, who lay quietly in a pool of blood, as if he were merely asleep. "Since you do not oppose, so be it." Lin Xia plunged his straight blade into the ground, facing a singular direction, and knelt down. In that place, under the rain, stood an ordinary low house. "Auntie, Shaoqi is leaving. Please forgive my abrupt departure, for I fear that once I return, I shall never want to leave again. I've heard that the night watchmen are well compensated, and during these 10 years of my servitude, the subsidies provided should suffice for you and your son to live well. 10 years hence, Shaoqi shall ensure you experience the finest life. Your nurturing grace, I shall repay in a decade." Lin Xia knelt in the rain, droplets cascading from his hair, moistening his eyes. He bowed deeply, pressing his forehead to the ground for an extended moment before slowly rising. He stood gradually, casting one last glance at the humble abode, then drew the straight knife from the earth, and turned to depart. "Xiangnan, I have arrived at the old residential area. Where is old Zhao?" In the downpour, a woman clad in a dark red cloak, thoroughly drenched, stood in the street, her back burdened by a black long box, gasping for breath. "On the vacant lot 2 buildings ahead of you." Wu Xiangnan's voice emerged from the earpiece. He paused, his tone heavy with restraint. "Hong Ying, prepare yourself." "Prepare for what?" "We lost contact with him moments ago, and old Zhao's emblematic locator has remained still for several minutes." Hong Ying's pupils constricted abruptly, her body trembling slightly, before she shot forward like an arrow, racing ahead. "Don't say such things. Perhaps he is merely fatigued." Hong Ying gritted her teeth, her voice tinged with tears. "Hong Ying, do not speak." Red Ying roared. "Red Ying, old Zhao's emblem has moved." At this utterance, a spark ignited in Red Ying's eyes. "I knew it. I knew it. He is not so easily vanquished. Where is he?" "He is moving slowly, drawing ever closer to you." Red Ying paused, instinctively halting her steps, her gaze fixated on the corner not far away. The distant rumble of thunder reverberated through the clouds, while the rain cascaded like a torrential curtain, obscuring her vision. Faintly, a figure emerged from the downpour. It was a young man, a sword slung across his back, cradling a man's lifeless body in his arms. He came to a halt, summoning every ounce of strength, and roared, as if declaring to the entire world, "I, Lin Xia, have returned General Zhao Kongqing in triumph." Chapter 30. The rain ceased inside the house. Auntie gazed blankly at the wall clock, lost in thought. The dining table before her, laden with an array of dishes, had grown cold, nearly unchanged since Lin Xia's departure. Time slipped away, and after what felt like an eternity, Yang Jin reached out, using his chopsticks to place a piece of meat into Auntie's bowl. Mom, let us eat. Sighing, Annie shook her head, a deep breath escaping her lips. Your brother ran out halfway through dinner. Why hasn't he returned yet? Could something have happened? Rest assured, he is safe. Perhaps his classmates insisted on taking him out for a meal now that his eyes have healed, Yang Jin gently reassured her. Hearing his words, Annie's expression visibly softened. Yet her worry soon returned. However, he left without an umbrella. Mother. Yang Jin stood up, pointing out the window, speaking calmly. The rain has ceased. Indeed, the rain had stopped. The hazy moonlight penetrated through the clouds, casting its glow upon the desolate night, enveloped in silence. In the nearby vacant lot, the battered sign had been removed, and the remnants of blood and flesh had been meticulously cleared away, leaving behind only the gruesome scars on the ground, silently narrating the events of the previous night. Perhaps by tomorrow morning, someone will discover these mysterious fissures. They will engage in countless speculations. Yet they shall never uncover the truth of what transpired. A few droplets of rain cascaded from the eaves, splashing into the muddy puddle, creating ripples. Plop! A foot stepped into the puddle, sending a spray of water into the air. In the darkness, on the scarred ground, a small black mutt strolled leisurely. Around its neck hung a diminutive cloth pouch. It navigated through the cracks and came to a clean patch of ground, halting its steps. Just a few moments prior, a man's corpse lay here. Bowing its head, a faint glimmer appeared in its obsidian eyes. Suddenly, it opened its mouth, uttering human words in a deep and resonant voice. The soul returns. Songnan City, Peace Bridge. Peace Bridge is a grand structure located in the suburban area of Songnan City, beneath which flows the Jiangnan Grand Canal. Traversing the entirety of Songnan City, countless pedestrians and vehicles cross this bridge daily, making it one of the city's landmarks. At the entrance of Peace Bridge, a myriad of quaint shops flanks both sides. Among them, one seemingly inconspicuous establishment boasts an aged crimson sign, Peace Agency. Like its neighboring shops, it is modest in size. Merely a little over 200 square meters, slightly larger than the typical Lanshow noodle shop adjacent to a school. Its unremarkable nature stems not only from its commonplace name but also from the striking establishments that border it. To the left stands a wedding planning company, festooned in vibrant red and purple, aptly named Peace Weddings. To the right, a funeral service shop adorned with white satin and floral wreaths is titled Peace Funeral Services. The left exudes joy and celebration, while the right envelopes itself in somberness and mourning. Amidst these two extremes, the Peace Agency appears almost transparent, failing to capture the attention of passers-by. If one were to discern a distinguishing feature, it would be its name. Unlike other agencies that specialize in diverse fields, law firms dedicated to litigation, detective agencies focused on investigations, or accounting firms adept at financial matters, this establishment bears no prefix. Only the word peace, rendering its purpose utterly enigmatic. At this moment, within the spacious and well-lit hall of the Peace Agency, a young man sits quietly on a sofa, his head bowed as he gazes at the floor tiles in silence. In the same hall, 6 individuals are present. So, you are the one old Zhao tasked with finding the Seraphim agent? Wu Xiangnan inquires, seated on a sofa across from Lin Xia. Indeed, Lin Xia replies. After a brief silence, Wu Xiangnan slowly spoke. My name is Wu Xiangnan, and I am the vice captain of the Night Watchman Team 136 stationed in Songnan City. The man clad in black, leaning against the pillar, is our captain, Chun Mai. Lin Xia followed Wu Xiangnan's gaze and saw a man nearby, hands tucked into his pockets, silently observing him. Noticing Lin Xia's attention, Chun Mai slightly nodded in acknowledgement. Wu Xiangnan turned to the remaining 4 individuals, urging, Stop standing there foolishly, introduce yourselves. At that moment, a woman sat alone on a single sofa, hugging her knees, her damp hair framing her face as she lifted her head slightly to reveal her reddened eyes. Night Watchman Team 136, frontline combatant, Hong Ying, she stated. Lin Xia recognized her. It was Hong Ying who had brought him here. After her introduction, a man standing beside her, holding a towel and wearing a smile, chimed in, Night Watchman Team 136, frontline combatant, Wenshima. Next, a girl huddled in a corner, equally tearful, raised her head gently and said, Night Watchman Team 136, combat support and part-time military medic, Si Xiaonan. Night Watchman Team 136, long-range fire support, Lang Xian. Added a man sitting nearby, cradling a sniper rifle, his tone icy. Once everyone had introduced themselves, Wu Xiangnan spoke again. You are Lin Xia, correct? Regarding the death of Zhao Kongqing, do you have anything to add? I have already made myself quite clear. Lin Xia calmly stated that Zhao Kongqing opened the Wujia void and engaged in a fierce battle with the ghost-faced king, ultimately leading to their mutual demise. Were you present during their confrontation? I was. How did you gain entry into the Wujia void? I merely shot at a glance, and it opened. Wu Xiangnan slightly furrowed his brows and inquired, could you elaborate on the scene of their battle? For instance, how did Zhao Kongqing slay the ghost-faced king? He swung his blade, unleashing a massive black crescent that severed the ghost-faced king's head, Lin Qiye replied. The black crescent? Wu Xiangnan pondered deeply. At that moment, Chen Mai, who had been silent, suddenly interjected. It was Minqing Shanwei. Old Zhao utilized the ghost god call, activating his own forbidden realm. When Qima expressed his astonishment, the Minqing Shanwei of sequence 083? That is a highly dangerous forbidden realm. To think. Uncle Zhao truly hit the nail on the head. I used to believe he was merely self-absorbed, Si Xiaonan softly remarked. No, he is indeed self-absorbed. A faint smile played at the corners of Chen Mai's mouth, a glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes. I imagine that when that fellow first beheld his forbidden realm, he could scarcely believe it himself. Had we been there, he would undoubtedly have insisted on telling us that his forbidden realm was the most magnificent of all. Hong Ying seemed to envision an amusing scene, a slight smile gracing her lips, but soon the light in her eyes dimmed. Wu Xiangnan gazed into Lin Qiye's eyes and spoke once more. There is another question. From the corpse of the ghost-faced king, it is evident that the fatal wounds consist of a series of knife cuts, accompanied by inexplicable burn marks. Yet, Minqing Shanyu does not appear to possess such characteristics. What could be the explanation for this? Lin Qiye furrowed his brow. Meeting Wu Xiangnan's gaze as he articulated each word with precision, I have made myself abundantly clear. Zhao Kongqing confronted the ghost-faced king alone, fighting to the bitter end. Ultimately, he managed to slay the ghost-faced king. Chapter 31. Qimo. Upon hearing Lin Qiye's response, Wu Xiangnan's frown deepened in intensity. Just as he was about to inquire further, Hong Ying abruptly sat up, her crimson eyes fixed on Wu Xiangnan as she exclaimed in fury. Wu Xiangnan, what do you mean by this? Zhao Kongqing is dead. Our comrade is gone. Do you not feel the slightest sorrow in your heart? Wu Xiangnan opened his mouth, paused for a moment, and then spoke calmly. Old Zhao's death saddens me as well, but the truth holds equal significance. Hong Ying stared at him with unwavering intensity, her chest heaving violently. She let out a derisive laugh, forcefully slamming the black box she held onto the ground before turning to leave towards the exit of the basement. Meanwhile, Wen Qima, who stood nearby, contemplated intervening but felt a tug on his sleeve. Turning in confusion, he found Si Xiaonan beside him, shaking her head. Thus, the situation at hand. Xiangnan, that is enough. Just as Wu Xiangnan was about to press Lin Qiye further, the captain, Chen Mai, who had been standing on the periphery, suddenly interjected, interrupting his words. Lin Qiye had made his stance abundantly clear. As for the details, there was no need for further inquiry. This matter would end here. Chen Mai, with his hands tucked in his pockets, approached Wu Xiangnan from behind and gave his shoulder a gentle pat. Startled, Wu Xiangnan turned to see the undeniable intensity in Chen Mai's gaze. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded reluctantly. Chen Mai sat down slowly on the couch opposite Lin Qiye. With Zhao Kongqing's affairs concluded, it was time to discuss you, Lin Qiye. Discuss what? As far as I know, Zhao Kongqing once extended an invitation for you to join the Night Watchers, which you declined. Later, he even mentioned that he lost track of you. Had you not emerged with Zhao Kongqing's corpse, we might never have found you again. Given this, why do you wish to join the Night Watchers now? Chen Mai fixed his penetrating gaze upon Lin Qiye. To repay a favor, Lin Qiye replied calmly. Chen Mai was taken aback. A favor? I had an agreement with him that I would join the Night Watchers. Lin Qiye paused before adding, however, I have one condition. What condition? I will only remain with the Night Watchers for 10 years. After that, I shall depart. At this declaration, everyone present was momentarily taken aback, their expressions turning peculiar. The Night Watchers are not merely community volunteers. Once one joins, leaving is not an option. Therefore, what you propose regarding 10 years, I cannot acquiesce to that. No one within the entire Night Watchers organization can grant you such a promise. As Lin Qiye was about to speak, Chen Mai interjected once more. However, if in 10 years you possess the capability to leave the Night Watch on your own accord, rendering their higher-ups powerless against you, then that would be a different matter altogether. In any case, attempting to depart from the Night Watch through conventional means is out of the question. Surprisingly, Lin Qiye nodded decisively. If I cannot leave in 10 years, then that will be my own issue. Upon hearing Lin Qiye's almost reckless response, both Si Xiaonan and Wen Qima were taken abape, their mouths agape in astonishment. Even the frigid Xuankong's eyelids twitched, as he cast a couple more glances at Lin Xia. Given that, I will promptly submit your application to join the organization. However, until you complete the training, you will not be considered a formal member. Training? Lin Xia inquired. The Night Watch operates under a semi-militarized management structure. All newcomers must undergo a concentrated training period lasting 1 year before officially joining the ranks, during which they will learn combat skills, firearms handling, operational deployment, and the use of forbidden ruins, among other proficiencies. When does it commence? It begins every September, which is just a month away. Until you complete the training, you will merely be regarded as a temporary member of our squad. At this point, Shunmai seemed to recall something and solemnly cautioned, as a temporary member, we do not provide food and lodging. Lin Xia, no food or lodging. Wasn't it said that the Night Watch offers excellent benefits? How can they be so miserly? Then, where will I stay for this month? Am I to return to my aunt's house? No, no, no. Upon returning, there exists a 99% probability that he shall not emerge again, perhaps even fleeing with his entire family. However, he must certainly inform his aunt, at least to assure her of his safety. Thus, he intends to compose a letter stating that he has enlisted in the military, which may put her mind at ease. Yet, the current dilemma lies in the fact that the night watchman prohibits him from staying overnight. Must he then resort to sleeping on the streets? Fear not. You may reside at my home, came an unexpected offer. At that moment, Hong Ying, who had been stealthily lurking behind the door, peeked her head out and whispered, My house is quite spacious. Providing you with a room is no trouble at all. Hong Ying, did you not leave in a fit of anger? When Qima exclaimed, eyes wide with surprise. I merely remembered that I had forgotten something, so I returned. Is that not permissible? Hong Ying shot her a glare, stepped into the room, retrieved a black box from the floor, and then cast another reproachful look at Wu Xiangnan. Wu Xiangnan remained speechless, under her incredulous gaze. Hong Ying approached Lin Xia and spoke gently, Dear Xia, do not worry. Since you are now a member of our team, I shall certainly look after you. Temporarily. He is a temporary member, Chunmai interjected earnestly. Moreover, the two of you may not even know who is older. You cannot so hastily refer to him as brother. Captain, you are far too rigid, Hong Ying retorted, sticking out her tongue at Chunmai. She then tore a piece of paper from the table, inscribed an address upon it, and pressed it into Lin Qia's hand. Dear Xia, I must go practice shooting now. Should you not find me after the formalities are completed, do feel free to return home on your own. The face of Hong Ying was in close proximity to Lin Qiyi, so near that he could distinctly perceive her faint fragrance and observe her eyelashes fluttering gently. Her clear, sparkling eyes gazed at him with a smile, resembling a serene pool of autumn water nestled within a grove of golden maple leaves, pure, enchanting, and imbued with warmth. It must be said that Hong Ying possessed striking beauty. Her porcelain skin, delicate nose, crimson lips, exquisite features, and alluring figure. Lin Qiyi swiftly diverted his gaze, a blush inexplicably rising upon his cheeks. This was the first time in his life he had been so close to a girl, especially one as naturally captivating as Hong Ying. Thank you, Sister Hong Ying. Suddenly, with an exuberant laugh, Hong Ying sprang to her feet, startling Wu Xiangnan, who was behind her. Why are you acting so strangely? Wu Xiangnan retorted, exasperated. Mind your own business. Hong Ying pouted, what can I say? Our new has such a lovely voice. Lin Qiya's lips twitched slightly as he instinctively turned his head away. At that moment, when Mo approached with a smile, saying, Hong Ying, stop teasing the newcomer. Qiyi, come along. Let me show you around and share some insights about the night watchman. Feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve, Lin Qiyi followed Wen Mo outside, descending the stairs towards the ground floor. When Mo suddenly spoke in the corridor. What is it, Senior Wen Mo? Ahem. Please don't call me senior, it feels too distant. Besides, I am only 2 or 3 years older than you. When Qima, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched his head and said, Just call me by my name, or as they do, Qima. Very well. Actually, I have a small request. When Qima halted, gazing intently into Lin Qiya's eyes. What is it? May I stay with you at Hong Ying's home tonight? I have wanted to for quite some time. Chapter 32. The night watchman Lin Qiya's expression grew increasingly peculiar as he regarded Wen Qima. When Qima chuckled lightly, I was merely jesting. I noticed that you seemed quite oppressed inside. I thought it might help you to relax. He looked into Lin Qiya's eyes, his gaze softening. After all, anyone who had witnessed such a brutal battle would find it hard to emerge unscathed, especially someone still in their high school years. Lin Qiya was momentarily taken aback. He pressed his lips together, falling into silence. When Qima was right, Even Lin Xia himself had failed to recognize the extent of his own mental turmoil. Having witnessed Zhao Kongqing's demise and battling fiercely against the ghost-faced king alone, he had left behind the small haven he had known for over a decade to join the unfamiliar and perilous night watchman. Despite his relative maturity, he was, at his core, still a boy. Under such immense upheaval, the weight upon his shoulders had become suffocating. Just a moment ago, while sitting there, I noticed your state was quite dire. In truth, it wasn't just me. Hong Ying perceived it as well. Otherwise, she would not have taken the initiative to invite you to stay at her home, nor would she have been able to suppress her sorrow. Smiling as she exchanged playful banter with the captain and vice-captain. Upon your arrival, you may find yourself unfamiliar with her, but as you grow acquainted, you will discover she possesses an extraordinary kindness. Lin Xia was taken aback. He vividly recalled the heart-wrenching image of Zhao Kongqing being cradled in his arms amidst the rain, with Hong Ying weeping inconsolably. Now, reflecting on Hong Ying's gentle smile moments ago, it seemed to veil a profound sorrow. Yet, if she was already so heartbroken, why would she still concern herself with my feelings? Indeed, it was not only Hong Ying and I who sensed this, aside from Xiangnan, who was rather straightforward, and the emotionally detached Lung Xian, the others had also noticed. However, the captain, being somewhat proud, could only subtly rely on Hong Ying to uplift the atmosphere, while Xiaonan, being too shy, found it difficult to speak. When Qima turned and continued ascending the stairs, speaking softly, perhaps before your arrival, you perceive the night watchman as a mere assembly of mechanical and cold-killing machines. Yet, as you linger here longer, you shall realize that this is far from the truth. Lin Xia followed Wen Qima to the first floor, traversing the hall of the disguised office before pushing open the door. At this moment, it was deep into the night. The once bustling and vibrant Hepping Bridge lay in silence, the ground still glistening with remnants of the recent rain, with only the peace office remaining operational along the street. Before arriving, I had envisioned the night watchman as a vast organization situated in a desolate military exclusion zone, filled with aircraft and tanks, frequently conducting military exercises. Lin Xia gazed at the tranquil streets, slowly articulating his thoughts. Wen Qima was taken aback for a moment, then turned to Lin Xia and couldn't help but chuckle. What a coincidence! Before I joined the Night Watch, I thought the same way. After all, that's how those science fiction films portray it. He raised his head to gaze at the hazy moonlight in the sky. However, while there may be no military restricted zones, nor planes or tanks, the Night Watch is indeed a formidable organization. Why are there only 6 of us here? The Night Watch differs from military forces, Wen Qima continued, shaking his head. What you refer to as a military restricted zone, with its centralized management, although convenient and efficient, possesses a fatal flaw. Its mobility is severely limited. For instance, if a mythical creature were to appear in Songnan City today, once the local police confirmed it, they would have to send a message to the base located in Shangjing City. Then, after a review at the base, they would dispatch personnel to investigate in Songnan City. It would take at least 2 days before the investigation could commence. In that span of time, many lives could be lost. Thus, the optimal solution is to station a night watch team in every city. When there are signs of a suspected mythical creature within the city, the station team can immediately proceed to investigate and address the issue. We are the night watch team stationed in Songnan City. Lin Xia pondered for a moment. No wonder the division of roles among you is so clear, with each member excelling in their own field. Precisely. From main combat strength to combat support to long-range assistance, and overseeing the overall situation. Each member has their strengths and can collaborate effectively. This is the standard mode for every station team. But what if a mythical creature appears in a city that the local night watch team cannot handle? Then let us request special team support from the higher-ups. When Qima extended 4 fingers, in the Great Xia, aside from the night watchmen stationed in each city, there exist 4 special squads. These squads do not reside in any particular city, but when a city faces predicaments that the local night watchmen cannot resolve, they are dispatched to assist. They do not bear squad numbers, only unique code name, a distinction that embodies the glory of the special teams. Special squads, you say? Lin Xia inquired with curiosity. Have you ever encountered one? I have not seen one with my own eyes, but 2 years ago, in the neighboring Huaihai city, 3 mythical creatures from the Sea Realm appeared simultaneously, nearly culminating in catastrophe. Subsequently, a 6-member special squad, codenamed Mask, emerged unexpectedly and eradicated them all in just one night. A glimmer of yearning flickered in Wen Qima's eyes as he recounted. It is said that when the sun rose the next day, The blood of the mythical creatures stained the bay red, while the masked squad had already stealthily proceeded to the next city. That sounds rather impressive, doesn't it? Are there specific requirements for joining them? Indeed, there are, and they are quite stringent, Wen Qima sighed. Firstly, members of the special squad must at least be at the peak of the Chuan realm. The peak of the Chuan realm. What is the highest realm among you six? It is the captain, who is also at the Chuan realm, but still a great distance from reaching the pinnacle, Wen Qima continued. Furthermore, to join a special squad, possessing mere strength is insufficient. One must also exhibit uniqueness. What uniqueness? It refers to the distinctions that set one apart from other Night Watchers, such as possessing a highly dangerous Forbidden Ruin sequence, like those in the top 80, or excelling to the pinnacle in a specific field, like a Grandmaster of Blade or a Grandmaster of Sword, or being an agent of a certain deity. An agent of a deity? Is that truly considered uniqueness? What absurdity is this? When Qima cast a sidelong glance at Lin Xia, his eyes filled with envy. Just because you are an agent of the Seraphim, do you think agents of deities are as common as cabbages on the streets? Are they not? Lin Xia asked, bewildered. Certainly not. Wen Qima had never encountered such shamelessness. Agents of deities on the side of humanity are an exceedingly rare species. Among all the Night Watchers, there are only about 8 or 9, primarily distributed across various special teams or serving as captains of Night Watcher brigades in major cities. They are of utmost importance. Damn it, I truly envy you, kid. Wen Qima unusually let out a curse and sighed helplessly. You possess immense potential. Once you mature, this small city of Tsangnan will no longer be able to contain you. Perhaps in the future, you will become the captain of the Night Watchers stationed in the capital city, or you might join a special team and traverse the world. It is not impossible for you to lead a special team as well. In any case, your future is limitless. Chapter 33, Inscription. Oh, Lin Xia's expression remained calm. Wen Qima looked at him in astonishment. Oh, is that all? What more is there to say? Do you not feel even the slightest surge of excitement or fervor? A bit, but merely a fraction. Lin Xia replied nonchalantly, expressing his disinterest in promotions and such matters. Wen Qima cast him a peculiar glance, seemingly forgetting that he was a heretic destined to betray the Night Watchers a decade later. Lin Xia remained noncommittal and continued to inquire, according to your words. These 4 special teams represent the pinnacle of the Great Xia's combat strength? Certainly not, Wen Qima responded. They may indeed be the apex of team combat effectiveness among the Night Watchers, but they do not embody the zenith of Great Xia's martial prowess. Are you suggesting that there are organizations akin to the Night Watchers within Great Xia? No, there is only one Night Watcher in Great Xia. But above them stand 5 human paragons. Human paragons? Lin Xia echoed, as the term implies, they represent the utmost combat strength achievable by humanity. Due to their powers nearing those of ancient deities from myth, they are also referred to as demigods. To stand shoulder to shoulder with the divine in mere mortal form? Although I recognize that you are quoting classic cinematic lines, it is indeed the case. When Chimu gazed up at the night sky, his eyes brimming with admiration, these 5 individuals are the pillars of humanity and the sole beacon of hope visible through the vast, enveloping fog. Who are they? I do not know. They are too distant from us, and very few have glimpsed their visages or learned their names. However, there are indeed some intriguing rumors. What rumors? These 5 extraordinary individuals, referred to as one sword, one knight, one monarch, one void, and one sage, evoke a sense of wonder. Yet, what substance do these titles truly hold? They seem devoid of any meaningful information. It is said that the supreme commander of our night watch is among these 5 paragons of humanity. Known as one monarch, yet it has been an eternity since anyone has witnessed his prowess. I have a question. Go ahead. Have humans, to this day, ever slain a deity? Lin Xia gestured towards the heavens, not speaking of bizarre mythical creatures, but rather the ancient deities that dwell within the annals of mythology. When Qima paused in contemplation, then shook his head, expressing uncertainty, I do not know, but I believe it is unlikely. In this vast, shrouded fog, humanity resembles a blindfolded lamb, oblivious to the happenings of the world and unaware of when the apocalypse might descend upon us. In an era where the existence of deities has been affirmed, should humanity truly succeed in vanquishing a divine being, it would undoubtedly incite panic among all other deities. Consequently, they may unite to eradicate humanity, plunging us into an even more dire predicament. Lin Xia nodded in understanding. Is there anything else you wish to inquire? After a moment's reflection, he asked, do temporary team members receive any benefits? Yes. Then I have no further questions. So, among all your inquiries, Is this the one that concerns you the most? Indeed. Lin Xia nodded, as if it were a matter of course. Special teams, the pinnacle of humanity. Such concepts felt exceedingly distant to him. He preferred to remain grounded. Well, when Shima turned his head and inquired, "Are you tired?" "Not at all." "Then allow me to take you somewhere. In the dead of night." "Is that appropriate?" "Quite appropriate." When Shima's lips twitched. "Very well." Lin Xia reminded him, "Do not forget, I am still a minor." When Shima, a few minutes later, the car came to a gentle halt in a desolate wilderness devoid of any life. Lin Xia opened the door and stepped out, scanning the surroundings with a vigilant gaze directed at Wenshima. "What brings you here?" Wenshima silently rolled his eyes and pointed toward a nearby cemetery. "Over there." Following his gesture, Lin Xia fell into silence, faintly discerning the purpose of Wenshima's visit to this place. The two ventured along a narrow path until they reached the periphery of the cemetery. It was not extensive, in comparison to the larger municipal cemetery on the city's outskirts. This one was significantly smaller. Yet, the craftsmanship of the tombstones and the spacing between them far surpassed that of an ordinary graveyard. The gravestones here appeared more exquisite and remarkably orderly. This was the resting place of the night watchers of Tsangnan City. Wenshima spoke calmly, recalling that since the special biological response team of the Great Xia officially transformed into the Night Watchmen in 1936, adopting a city-by-city management approach, this place had been designated as the final resting place for the fallen Night Watchmen of Tsangnan City. Of course, this was merely a default resting place. Upon officially joining a Night Watchman team, individuals could express their preference for interment in the Night Watchman cemetery, cremation, or burial in their ancestral hometowns, among other options. Years ago, Zhao Kongqing chose to be buried in the Night Watchman cemetery, stating that he bore too much blood on his hands and feared that returning to his ancestors' graves would frighten them. As he reminisced, a smile crept upon Wenshima's lips, as if he could once again envision Zhao Kongqing's carefree manner when he made that remark. Lin Xia remained silent, gazing at the numerous gravestones surrounding them. A slight frown etched upon his brow. So many. In this cemetery, there were at least 60 or 70 distinct gravestones, the majority of which were new. From 1936 to the present, a span of 85 years had elapsed. With a sense of nostalgia, Wenshima remarked that initially, their sacrifices were indeed minimal. As each city experienced only a few mythical creatures annually, and even those that did appear were not particularly powerful. However, with the passage of time, the frequency of mythical beings descending grew increasingly rapid, and their strength became ever more formidable. Consequently, their casualties also escalated. Nearly half of the gravestones you see here commemorate those who perished in the last 20 years. It is said that prior to Captain Chen Mai's arrival to oversee Tsangnan City, 2 team members would die each year. And it was only after the captain's arrival that the mortality rate significantly decreased. In Lin Xia's mind, the image of that taciturn figure clad in black emerged, evoking a sense of admiration within him. Yet, Zhao Kongqing had only just sacrificed himself tonight. Had his gravestone already been prepared? Suddenly, Lin Xia pondered this, his curiosity piqued. No. Then why are we here? When Shima raised his hand, gesturing towards the distance. Look there. Following his, Lin Xia gazed toward the dark expanse of the cemetery, where a faint glimmer began to brighten. Under the dim light, Hong Ying sat by a vacant plot, her eyes rimmed with red, cradling a nameless stone tablet in her arms, while her right hand meticulously carved into it with a chisel. Tears streamed down her cheeks, falling onto the tablet, only to be hastily wiped away. In that moment, she seemed devoid of the vitality she once possessed. But, didn't she say she was going to practice shooting? Lin Xia stared at the scene in disbelief. She lied. When Shima shook his head, it is an unwritten rule that the gravestone of a night watchman is carved by their comrades. Originally, this stone should have been inscribed by me. Though she didn't voice it, I understood that she was the one who truly wished to carve Zhao Kongqing's gravestone. Their bond was profound, indeed. So, even though she fabricated such a blatant lie, I chose to turn a blind eye, allowing her to secretly inscribe the stone. Lin Xia and Wenshima stood quietly, observing Hong Ying as she devotedly engraved the tablet, silence enveloping them for an extended period. Beneath the hazy moonlight, in the stillness of the cemetery, only the sound of Hong Ying's chisel emitted a faint, sorrowful cry. Aren't we going to greet her? After a while, Lin Xia inquired of Wenshima. Now, greeting her would only lead to embarrassment, as she is rather sensitive. However, this situation makes them feel like voyeurs peering into someone else's secrets. Lin Xia felt an uncomfortable twist in his heart. When Qima turned to him, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Do you believe that we are the only peeping toms lurking about? Chapter 34. What do you intend to do? In the cemetery, amidst the trees on the other side, Xiangnan lay on the ground, his body tensing as he suddenly turned around, exhaling in relief upon recognizing the visitor. Captain, it's the dead of night. Moving silently in a graveyard nearly gave me a heart attack. He placed a hand on his wildly beating heart, taking deep breaths to calm himself. Chunmai quietly settled beside Wu Xiangnan, observing Hong Ying, who was engraving a tombstone in solitude not far away. He spoke softly. I thought your thick skull was solely filled with tactics. I never expected to see you here. Wu Xiangnan shot him a glare in the dead of night. Who would believe she would be practicing her shooting? Am I that dull? Indeed. Wu Xiangnan inquired. What about Qimo? He should have arrived by now. He's lying low across the ravine with Lin Xia. And what of Lung Xian and Xiaonan? Lung Xian has long since vanished. Xiaonan is too afraid of the dark to come. Oh, the two men fell into silence. After a lengthy pause, Chunmai finally spoke again. I'm genuinely pleased that you came. Is that so? Indeed. Chunmai nodded earnestly, indicating that you are no longer the same Wu Xiangnan who crawled out from a pile of corpses. No matter how much you deny it, you have already begun to change. Why should I deny it? Wu Xiangnan replied calmly. It has been nearly 6 years since the demise of the Blue Rain team. And as a mere survivor, I must move forward. Encountering you all is indeed a stroke of good fortune for me, Wu Xiangnan. Chunmai sighed deeply, in their eyes. You are merely a rigid individual bound by rules and regulations. The last time I eavesdropped on Hong Ying and Xiaonan in the corner, they remarked that you would never find a wife in this lifetime. If they were to discover that you were once a distinguished member of the renowned Blue Rain Special Team, they would surely be left in astonishment. I am but a survivor, unworthy of bearing that name any longer, Wu Xiangnan stated calmly. For now, I simply wish to be an ordinary member of the 136th team. Chunmai patted Wu Xiangnan on the shoulder, choosing silence. What do you think? Wu Xiangnan suddenly inquired. What? The newcomer, Lin Xia. A fine young man. I am not referring to his potential, but rather his character. I am speaking solely of his character. Wu Xiangnan paused before continuing. Gue Mian Wang was slain by him. If I am not mistaken, Zhao Kongqing only managed to inflict a severe injury, but did not deliver the fatal blow. Is this important? Is it not significant? Chunmai gazed into Wu Xiangnan's eyes and slowly spoke. The child chooses to attribute the merit to Zhao Kongqing. It is his decision. Why must you cling to this? After all this time spent with Lao Zhao, do you not know what his dreams entail? To eliminate the mystery of H1 realm is a significant achievement. This will greatly benefit the child's future. Do you believe he cares about such things? Wu Xiangnan fell silent. Chunmai shifted his gaze from Hong Ying to the distant ravine and calmly continued. I have said before, this child is remarkable. Meanwhile, several dozen miles away from the cemetery, Lung Xian crouched on a hillside, lowering his binoculars with a slight smirk. One after another, lacking even a modicum of skill, I've captured them once more. Click, click. The binoculars emitted a few soft sounds as several high-definition photographs fell from below. Among them were images of Hong Ying carving a tombstone alone, Lin Xia and Wen Qili engaged in conversation, and 2 burly men frolicking in the woods. He treasured these photographs, carefully placing them into a locked box. Inside the box was a collection of images, uniquely belonging to Team 136, humorous, awkward, yet heartwarming moments. 2 hours later, Lin Xia stood in front of an opulent villa. Utterly astonished, he lowered his head to reconfirm the address on the note, glanced again at the villa, and gasped in disbelief. It turned out she was wealthy. If Lin Xia had not erred, the magnificent residence before him was indeed Hong Ying's home. In the faint recesses of her mind, Lin Xia seemed to hear her words echo once more. My home is quite spacious. Indeed, it was more than just spacious. Standing hesitantly at the entrance of the villa, Lin Xia finally resolved to step forward and knock on the door. Previously, he and Wen Qima had silently observed Hong Ying inscribing the tombstone at the cemetery until she had completed her task, and only then did they depart. Moreover, to prevent Hong Ying from growing suspicious, he had deliberately arrived half an hour late, creating a temporal gap. He knocked twice, then retracted his hand. A faint sound of slippers shuffled behind the door, followed by the creaking of the villa's entrance. There stood Hong Ying, clad in a plush pajama, her eyes slightly reddened. Upon seeing Lin Xia, a smile graced her face. Xia, come in. Why have you returned so late? Qima kept me engaged in conversation until now. Lin Xia, with a pang of guilt, replied, I lost track of time. As he stepped into the house, he lowered his gaze and noticed that Hong Ying had already prepared a pair of slippers for him. I didn't clean the house today, so it might be a bit messy. I hope you don't mind, Hong Ying said, twirling a strand of hair around her finger, a hint of bashfulness in her demeanor. It's already quite tidy, Lin Xia observed as he glanced around, a hint of resignation in his tone. And honestly, as long as there's a place to stay, I'm already very pleased. It must be said that the decor and arrangement of Hong Ying's home exuded a sense of grandeur and elegance, which made Lin Xia, who had never stayed in a villa before, feel somewhat out of place. Furthermore, he had never spent the night at a girl's home before. Is Xia here, Hong Ying? A soft voice wafted from the second floor, revealing a drowsy Si Xiao Nen leaning against the railing, quietly inquiring. Hong Ying nodded in response. Lin Xia was momentarily taken aback, turning to glance at Hong Ying. She smiled at him, explaining, since I usually don't stay in the dormitory, I worry about Xiao and being there alone, so I let her stay with me here. Now it makes sense. At that moment, Lin Xia seemed to recall something, asking, what about your uncle and aunt? Will my presence here disturb them? Not at all, Hong Ying shook her head. 5 years ago, they vanished into the mist. Before Xiaonan arrived, I lived here all by myself. Are they part of a reconnaissance team? He inquired. Indeed, Hong Ying replied. Lin Xia opened his mouth, realizing he had treaded into sensitive territory but was at a loss for comforting words. Just then, Hong Ying pointed to a room on the second floor. You will be staying in that room. I have already tidied it up. The blue towel and toiletries in the bathroom are yours, so don't mix them up. Wearing slippers, Hong Ying ascended the stairs step by step. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she whirled towards Lin Xia, saying, by the way, if you wish to enter my and Xiaonan's room, you must knock first. If I catch you harboring any ill intentions. She raised the sleeves of her nightgown, revealing her fair arms, and waved them menacingly. Do not forget, I am the frontline combatant of our team. Aside from the captain, no one can defeat me. My sister's spear is not blind. Having spoken, she gracefully turned back, her lustrous black hair cascading naturally as she strode into her room. Lin Xia stood by, while the drowsy Si Xiaonan yawned and waved goodbye, wishing him a good night. With a resounding thud, 2 doors closed, plunging the corridor once again into silence. Suddenly, Lin Xia recalled something and hurried to Red Ying's door, knocking several times. Creak. The door slowly opened, revealing Red Ying standing behind it, a long gun in hand, and a stern expression on her face, raising her chin defiantly. What do you want? Chapter 35. We are regular troops under the warm glow of the lights. The tip of the long gun glimmered ominously. This is absurd. She truly had a long gun concealed in her room? Lin Xia swallowed hard and quickly spoke. No, Red Ying. I just wanted to ask if you have any paper and a pen. Red Ying paused, perplexed. At this late hour, what do you need paper and a pen for? To write a letter. I think I have some. Just wait a moment. Red Ying set her long gun aside and rummaged through her room. Standing at the door, Lin Xia could clearly see the interior of Red Ying's quarters. To his surprise, her room was remarkably simple, even austere. In this space, there was only a hardboard bed, a desk lamp, a writing desk, and a plush toy resting beside the bed. There were no superfluous decorations, no luxurious mattress, no sofa, and no air conditioning. Lin Xia found it hard to fathom how, in such an opulent villa, Red Ying's room could be so starkly bare. Rather than being described as the master bedroom of a villa, it would be more fitting to liken it to the humble abode of an ascetic. The only item in this room that resonates with the youthful essence of Hong Ying is a charming plush toy. Paper, paper, paper. Found it. Hong Ying's eyes sparkled as she took a pen and a few sheets of paper, making her way to the door to hand them to Lin Xia. Sister Hong Ying, do you usually sleep here? Lin Xia inquired. Hong Ying glanced back and nodded, explaining that as a sentinel, one must not indulge excessively in material pleasures, but rather continuously hone one's will. If this villa were not a relic of my parents, requiring regular upkeep, I might have sold it long ago and returned to the dormitory. Lin Xia fell silent for a moment, then expressed his understanding. Thank you. Good night. Good night. And you should retire early as well, Hong Ying replied with a smile, gently closing the door behind her. Descending the stairs, Lin Xia settled into a chair in the living room and illuminated a lamp overhead. On the table lay a sheet of paper and a pen. The distant chirping of cicadas echoed softly outside, the summer night's heat dissipating after the rain, casting the silhouettes of leaves in the moonlight onto the table. Lin Xia picked up the pen and sat motionless at the table. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before he finally began to write, inscribing the first line on the paper. To Auntie, Young Jean. Mom, Mom? Young Jean gently shook her aunt, who was sleeping at the dining table, calling softly. Auntie opened her bleary eyes and slowly lifted her head, rubbing her sore neck while asking, "What is it? Has your brother returned?" Young Jean shook her head. "No, but there is a letter beneath the door." "A letter? Ah, it seems like it was written by my brother." "Xiaoqi, quickly, open it and take a look," Auntie said anxiously, watching Young Jean as he unsealed the letter. "This child, he hasn't he returned all night, and hasn't he even bothered to inform us? Now that he is at the doorstep, he doesn't he come in? What does it mean that he left a letter?" Young Jean opened the letter, and Annie took it from him. They leaned in together, scrutinizing its contents. After a while, Annie trembled as she set the letter down, staring blankly ahead. "Mother, brother says he has enlisted in the army." Young Jean lifted the letter and turned to Annie. Enlisted? How could this happen? Suddenly enlist in the army? Auntie murmured. He never mentioned it before. No, he did mention it. Young Jean nodded earnestly. He said it before? In the past. He often confided in me that his greatest dream was to join the army, but he had to set that dream aside due to his eyesight issues. Young Jean paused, then pointed to a few words in the letter and continued. Moreover, look, brother mentioned in the letter that after his eyesight improved, he secretly enlisted. But he didn't tell you because he feared you would stop him. Last night, he quietly boarded the train to Chichihar. Wait a minute. What doesn't he add up? What do you mean? This letter was only received by you this morning, yet according to what it says, he should be on the train already. Auntie's mind suddenly sparked with clarity. Young Jean scratched his head. Actually, I only discovered this letter this morning. It's possible it was there last night. I just didn't see it. However, this is rather abrupt. Aunt is unable to accept this reality, and besides, the child Xi has only just recovered his eyesight. What if he relapses when he is conscripted? No, this cannot be. I am deeply concerned. I must seek out the government. I want my nephew back. In her agitation, Aunt rose hastily, disregarding her slippers, and rushed towards the door. Suddenly, she halted in her tracks. Outside her home stood two men in military uniforms, awkwardly poised as if they were about to knock. If Lin Qiyi were present, he would instantly recognize them as Chun Mai and Wen Qima. "Who are you?" Anne inquired, furrowing her brow. Chun Mai and Wen Qima exchanged glances, and a gentle smile spread across Wen Qima's face as he offered a somewhat unrefined military salute to Aunt. "Greetings. May I ask if you're Ms. Wang Fong, the guardian of Lin Qiyi?" "Yes, that is I. We are from the Tsangnan Military Political Office, here to deliver some documents and subsidies regarding Lin Qiyi's enlistment." "Military Political Office?" And asked skeptically, "What is that place?" "It is specifically responsible for the induction of new recruits." "Oh, then please, come in and have a seat." Aunt stepped back to allow them entry, turning to prepare tea for them. "I was just about to seek you out. This situation feels rather peculiar." As soon as Chun Mai and Wen Qima sat down, the latter broke into a cold sweat upon hearing her words. Wen Qima leaned indiscreetly towards Chun Mai and whispered, "Captain, are we truly able to navigate this without complications?" "Fear not. For our procedures are derived from the official military, all of which are authentic. However, you submitted Lin Qiyi's application for membership only yesterday. It seems improbable that the documents could have arrived so swiftly. Are you certain these are genuine?" Chun Mai's lips twitched slightly, and soon, they materialized into reality. "Yet, I fail to comprehend. We could have awaited the formal documentation before proceeding, so why the haste? It is not our urgency, but rather that of Lin Qiyi." Chun Mai cast a glance at his aunt, who was busily engaged in the kitchen, and whispered, fearing that she might doubt the contents of the letter and seek verification from the government, whereas the lower echelons of bureaucrats are oblivious to our existence. "Do you grasp my meaning?" "Understood." Wen Qima nodded, straightening his posture and displaying a standard smile. "Madam Wang Fong, rest assured, we are the official military. And Lin Qiyi's enlistment in Urumqi has been duly approved, posing no issues whatsoever." Meanwhile, Young Jean helplessly supported his forehead. The aunt, pouring tea, trembled, causing the cup in her hand to topple onto the table. She stiffly turned, her eyes wide open as she exclaimed, He was supposed to go to Chichihar, wasn't he?" Chapter 36. Fool Chun Mai shot a glare at Wen Qima. Wen Qima replied earnestly, "Madam, it is as follows. Lin Qiyi initially expressed a desire to serve in Chichihar, but subsequently complied with the reassignment to Urumqi." The aunt, still skeptical, inquired, "Then where are his documents?" When Shima retrieved several thick stacks of documents from his briefcase, methodically placing them on the table and sliding them towards his aunt. All of Lin Xia's paperwork is here. Please keep it safe. After a moment's contemplation, when Shima continued, there may be additional documents arriving later, and we shall visit again at that time. His aunt squinted, holding the documents at a distance, scrutinizing each word meticulously, fearful of overlooking any critical information. After a considerable time had passed, she finally set the papers down with a deep sigh. This child has just recovered his eyesight. I worry about any mishaps during his military service. Rest assured, we have conducted thorough examinations of Lin Xia's eyes, and there will be no further issues. He is in good health. When Shima's tone softened gradually. Moreover, children must eventually spread their wings and gain experience away from their families. Would you not agree? His aunt opened her mouth as if to voice a thought, but ultimately sighed in resignation. Madam, here is the subsidy for Lin Xia's military service. Please accept it. Chunmai produced a thick envelope and pushed it towards her. Startled, she lifted a corner of the envelope, her body trembling in shock as she gazed at the two men. This is far too much, isn't it? The state provides excellent benefits for soldiers, particularly for those in Lin Xia's unique unit, which receives slightly higher subsidies than others, when Shima explained. Unique? Does that imply any danger? Her expression shifted uneasily. Not at all. The uniqueness refers to the distance involved, when Shima replied with a serious demeanor, knowing well that the journey to Urumqi would indeed take a considerable amount of time. It was thus. Andy clutched the envelope in her hand, fidgeting nervously. It was her first time encountering such a significant sum of money. Comrade, could you possibly send this to him? She spoke with concern. What if he goes so far and has no money on him? Besides, leaving this much money at home, I cannot feel at ease. In the army, such a large amount is unnecessary, and we have regulations in place. This money is intended for the family. Please do accept it. When Shima replied, his eyes narrowing slightly, his tone growing increasingly serious. As for your safety, rest assured, as long as we are here, no one will dare to harm you. And when will he return from this journey? 10 years. Chunmai interjected suddenly, his expression earnest. He will certainly return in 10 years. 10 years. Annie murmured, glancing back at Yang Jin, whispering to herself. By then, Jin should be entering university. When Shima and Chunmai continued to converse with Auntie for a while longer, and when the time was right, they rose to take their leave. By the way, can you make phone calls there? Auntie suddenly recalled. Of course, when Shima nodded. I will arrange for a call for you. As long as it is not during training hours, you will be able to reach him. All right, very good. Auntie accompanied the two to the door and stood alone for a moment before slowly returning to the room, staring blankly at Lin Xia's space. Her eyes began to redden. Mom, it's a good thing that brother is going to serve in the military, Yang Jin said, approaching with the little black dog in his arms. Attempting to comfort her. I know, dear. Aunt gently dabbed the corner of her eye, reflecting on how the child had grown. It was only natural for him to venture out into the world. Indeed, undergoing training in the military would be a commendable endeavor. Upon his return, he would be considered a veteran, and when the time came for his mother to seek a suitable bride for him, there would undoubtedly be many suitors vying for his attention. Yang Jin interjected, Mother simply cannot help but worry. Aunt gazed out the window, lost in thought. It is time to leave. Chunmai descended the stairs and patted Lin Xia, who was secretly watching from the window. What do you think? Lin Xia asked softly, his eyes fixed on Aunt on the balcony. She believes it. That is good. Have you given her the money? I have. Chunmai paused. That amounts to your entire stipend and a year's salary in advance. How will you manage after giving all this to them? I have saved a bit over the years. I can make do for a year without issue. Chunmai fell silent for a moment before adding, if you find yourself with free time, you are welcome to join us for meals at the office. Lin Xia, astonished, inquired. But aren't temporary team members not provided with meals or accommodation? Temporary team members are indeed not provided with meals, yet. Chunmai patted his shoulder as he walked towards the nearby van. My cooking is an exception. Lin Xia's expression softened into a smile. Just then, his newly acquired phone chimed. Hello? Is this little Seven? It's me, Aunt. You, dear child, enlisted without even informing me. If you wish to go, I would never stand in your way. Have you stopped considering me as your aunt? I apologize, dear aunt. I realize my mistake. Sigh. Are you on the train? How long until you arrive? I've heard it takes 2 days. The little green train is rather slow. Once you reach the military camp, make sure to eat well and take care of your health. I understand, Aunt. Also, I've received your allowances. I will set them aside for when you return to marry. Aunt, our military offers great benefits. We earn a considerable amount every year. You should use that money for yourself. You, my dear, have no sense of saving. Keep your money safe and ensure you live well. Do you hear me? I hear you, Aunt. Well, if there's nothing else, I will hang up now. All right, goodbye, Aunt. Oh, and once you arrive in Chichihar, remember to let me know you're safe. I will, Aunt, goodbye. There was a long silence on the other end before her slightly hoarse voice echoed once more. Goodbye. Beep, beep, beep. The line went dead, and she clutched her phone tightly, sitting as still as a statue. Soon, 2 streams of warm tears cascaded down her cheeks. She slowly leaned over the table, burying her face in her shoulder, weeping silently. Nearby, Yang Jin sighed softly, turning to gaze out the window, murmuring, "Brother, you fool." Outside the old residential district, "It's time to go, Seven Knight." Chenmai turned around and calmly spoke. Lin Xia put away his phone, casting one last glance at the distant low house, and murmured in acknowledgement. The wind began to rise. The strands of Lin Xia's dark hair were gently lifted by the breeze as he tightened his collar and turned to walk into the wind. Their garments rustled in the gusts. Chapter 37. The Girl Who Defeated the Gods in the spacious and tidy courtyard of the Asylum of the Gods. Nick sat in a rocking chair, holding a vase and lost in thought. A youth clad in a white coat traversed the corridor, carrying several bottles of medicine, and approached her. "You've come to see me, Deities, my child." Nix turned to Lin Xia, a smile blossoming on her lips. Lin Xia sat beside her and nodded. "It's time for your medication." He poured the contents of the bottle and carefully divided them into small heaps, placing them in Nix's hands. "Be good. Take your medicine first." Nix did not hesitate, swallowing the medicine in one go, then gazing at Lin Xia with eyes full of affection. "Deities, you seem troubled?" Lin Xia was taken aback. He did not expect this patient to discern his state so readily. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded. "I suppose so. Is there anything I can do to assist you?" "Regrettably, this is something you cannot help me with," Lin Xia replied, shaking his head. How could an outsider alleviate the pain of someone who had run away from home and was suffering alone? Nix appeared somewhat disheartened, but then, as if struck by a thought, she spoke. "In that case, Deities, I have a gift for you." "A gift?" Lin Xia was taken aback. "Indeed. I bestow upon you my bracelet. Henceforth, wear it close to you, and you shall." Nix gently grazed her wrist, feeling its emptiness. She glanced down at her bare wrist. Where was the bracelet? "My bracelet. Where's my bracelet?" "Lin Xia." As expected, Nix is gravely unwell. Nix tilted her head, furrowing her brow, seemingly lost in thought. Just as Lin Xia was about to rise and depart, Nix suddenly spoke. "I remember now. What do you recall?" "My bracelet was one from me." "One from you?" Lin Xia paused, pondering. He could not recall any myth involving a bracelet. Which deity claimed it? "Not a deity." Nix shook her head, gesturing toward Lin Xia. "She is like you. Like me. Another one of your children?" Lin Xia endeavored to align his thoughts with Nix's. "No, she is like you, adorned in this same white garment." Lin Xia's pupils constricted, his brow furrowing deeply. "Are you implying that before me, someone else donned this attire and entered your chamber, seizing your bracelet?" Nix nodded. Lin Xia's expression grew increasingly grave. Unintentionally, he had gleaned such crucial information from Nix's words. According to her account, prior to his entrance into this asylum and the liberation of Nix, there must have been another visitor who had also opened Nix's door. He was not the sole master of this place. Yet this hospital clearly resides within one's own mind. How could anyone else enter? Lin Xia suddenly recalled that the first time he dreamt of knocking on the door of a mental institution was 5 years ago. 5 years prior, it had abruptly and mysteriously invaded his dreams. Could it be that, before he dreamed of the hospital, others existed here? With this thought, Lin Xia promptly sat back, solemnly inquiring, "How did she win your bracelet?" Nikes reflected for a moment before responding. "She said she wanted to compete with me. If I won, she would return my child. If I lost, I would have to give her my bracelet." "What did you compete in?" Nikes slowly uttered 2 words. "Creation." "Creation? In the end, you lost? How is that possible?" Lin Qia's eyes widened in astonishment. "You are the goddess of night, one of the 5 deities who create worlds. How could you possibly lose to another?" "I do not know, but I did indeed lose." Nike shook his head. "Do you remember her appearance?" "Yes. She seemed to be around 12 or 13 years old, with long black hair, quite beautiful, and there was a peculiar pattern here." Nikes pointed to the back of his hand. "A 12 or 13-year-old girl defeated you in creation." Lin Xia's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. Even if your divine essence is diminished, that seems implausible. Nike sat there, seemingly lost in memory once more. Lin Xia steadied his emotions and continued to ask, "What else do you remember about her? A name, perhaps?" "Uncertain," Nike's remarked. "I only know that her surname seems to be G. Lin Xia murmured, contemplating the character. "Before I return to my room." She walked in that direction. After a moment's thought, Nike's pointed towards a room on the third floor. "I understand. Take care of yourself," Lin Xia said, glancing at the room before turning and sprinting down the corridor. Moments later, Lin Xia arrived at the door indicated by Nike's. The plaque bore 3 prominent characters, Director's Office. Lin Xia furrowed his brow and pushed the door open. Inside was a moderately sized office, appearing somewhat disordered. He had previously entered this room, having retrieved the white coat from a hanger within, yet it seemed he had overlooked something significant during his earlier visit. Since Nike's mentioned that the girl had entered this room, it was highly probable that she had left behind some crucial clues. This time, he intended to conduct a thorough search. Instead of rummaging through everything, he chose to sit down in place and slowly closed his eyes. Utilizing the divine insight granted by the seraph, he could effortlessly perceive all the items within this room, far more efficiently than sifting through clutter. Seconds later, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. Rising, he approached the desk and began to explore the final drawer's compartment, extracting a slightly yellowed sheet of paper. Indeed, there it was. Lin Xia swiftly tore open the envelope, retrieving the letter, his expression shifting to one of peculiar bemusement. "Hiss, this character appears rather unsightly. It's all crooked and resembles the handwriting of a primary school student just beginning to learn. To whom it may concern, I am unaware of your identity. Yet it is evident that you are the true master of this place. By the time you discover this letter, several years will have elapsed. Please refrain from mocking my handwriting, for I am still quite young. I assure you, my penmanship will improve with age. I apologize for having temporarily retained your hospital. But considering it has now returned to its rightful owner, I hope you will not hold it against me. Playful tongue-out doodle. Furthermore, I have borrowed a few items from some of your patients. Rest assured, I shall return them upon my next encounter with you. Lastly, allow me to remind you that there exists a hidden space beneath this office. When I am older, I shall seek you out, stranger. For you embody my hope of returning home. Farewell." Commemoration Chapter 38. The monster Lin Xia set the letter aside, his expression one of perplexity. He had anticipated uncovering the secrets of this hospital or perhaps receiving a message from a mysterious power, or even revealing the truth of this world. However, what in the world is this absurd resemblance to a 6th grade essay? Could it be that the previous director of this hospital was indeed a little girl? That seems implausible. What kind of child could possibly triumph over the goddess of night and creation? From this bewildering letter, Lin Xia gleaned little information prior to him. This hospital had been in the hands of another girl, who also took some items from the patients. With this thought, Lin Xia furrowed his brow once more, recalling her mention of several patients. In other words, besides Nike's, she had also accessed the chambers of several other deities, even winning an item from each through a contest. What a remarkable anomaly. However, she mentioned that there was something beneath this office. Lin Xia knelt down, meticulously probing the floor with his mind. As he approached the 20-meter threshold, he seemed to encounter something distinctly unusual. Was there a mechanism hidden within this room? Lin Xia raised his gaze towards the wall behind the office. In his perception, there lay a concealed passage beyond that wall, and the method to unveil it. After a moment of careful sensing, Lin Xia stood up, approached the corner bookshelf, and gently pressed on a hidden compartment. Immediately, the wall behind the office began to slowly part, revealing a dark passageway. Without hesitation, Lin Xia ventured down this corridor. The passage was lengthy and profound. It took him quite some time to reach its end. Upon opening the door at the terminus, he found himself momentarily stunned. Before him stretched a dimly lit, damp corridor, flanked on either side by ominous cells. Indeed, cells. Unlike the 6 chambers above, what lay before Lin Xia were genuine prison cells, with iron doors adorned in intricate patterns, the purpose of which remained a mystery. Advancing cautiously down the corridor, Lin Xia maintained a vigilant mental awareness of his surroundings. At the very base of this already enigmatic asylum for the gods, 2 rows of bizarre cells were concealed, unmistakably harboring malevolent intentions. Strangely, both sides of the cells were eerily empty, devoid of any presence. Could it be that this was merely an abandoned prison? Lin Xia murmured to himself as he continued to move forward. Soon, he arrived at the end of the corridor. However, When his gaze fell upon the first cell at the end, his pupils suddenly constricted. In the corner of that cell crouched a formidable figure. Seemingly aware of Lin Xia's footsteps, it stiffly turned its head, revealing a pale and grotesque visage. The Ghost-Faced King. Upon recognizing this familiar silhouette, a surge of intense murderous intent erupted in Lin Xia's eyes, causing him to instinctively step back. The Ghost-Faced King lunged at Lin Xia like a wild beast, roaring fiercely, but the moment it made contact with the cell bars, it was repelled by an invisible force, crashing against the wall behind it. Lin Xia furrowed his brow tightly. Hadn't he slain the Ghost-Faced King? Its face had been cleaved into 18 pieces, undeniably dead. And its body should have been taken away by the night watchman. How could it possibly appear here? Just as Lin Xia was engulfed in confusion, a familiar panel reappeared before his eyes. Criminal, Ghost-Faced King. Choice. As a mythological creature you have personally slain, you possess the authority to determine its soul's fate. Option 1. Completely obliterate its soul, erasing it from existence. Option 2. Allow its fear value towards you to reach 60, enabling you to employ it as a hospital aid, providing care for patients while offering a degree of protection in return. Current fear value, 1. Upon reading this, Lin Xia finally comprehended the situation at hand. Upon reflection, it appears that this asylum not only harbors 6 enigmatic patients but also possesses the extraordinary ability to transform mythological beings, whom one has personally slain, into caretakers. In other words, with each mythological creature I vanquish, there lies the potential to convert it into a caregiver? Does this imply that the mythological entities here could include ancient deities? What if, and I do mean what if, I were to eliminate a genuine deity in the future, could I compel them to serve me? With this thought, Lin Xia felt his heart race increasingly. The resounding roar of the Ghost-Faced King jolted Lin Xia back to reality. He raised his gaze to the terrifying figure of the Ghost-Faced King within the cell, his expression gradually turning icy. The Ghost-Faced King. Lin Xia observed him and calmly remarked, "You are formidable. Having you as my caregiver would undoubtedly be a remarkable choice." Upon hearing these words, the Ghost-Faced King began to quiet down. Lin Xia slowly extended his hand, seemingly intending to caress the ghastly visage of the king. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in the king's eyes, yet the instinct for survival forcibly suppressed it. Since its arrival here, it had been aware of its 2 potential fates and understood that its destiny lay in the hands of this insignificant being before it. It did not wish to be utterly extinguished from existence. Thus, it could only choose to submit. Bowing its head, it remained as still as a dog. Lin Xia's palm made contact with the king's ghastly face, gently rubbing it. "You have slain many, but that is of little consequence. I am not acquainted with them, and it does not hinder my intention to employ you." Lin Xia's eyes narrowed, a glint of cold light shimmering within them. "Alas, you have taken the life of someone quite significant." Suddenly, Lin Xia's hand exerted force. The ghastly visage of the Ghost-Faced King contorted violently, its piercing wails echoing throughout the confines of the cell. It desperately flailed its limbs, attempting to escape from Lin Xia's grasp, but alas, it was futile. This was Lin Xia's hospital. He was the esteemed director here. He wished for its demise, and it was destined to perish. A chilling glint flashed in Lin Xia's eyes. And amidst the anguished cries, the Ghost-Faced King expanded rapidly, like a balloon. Then, it erupted with a thunderous blast. Blood and shredded flesh splattered across the cell, only to be swiftly consumed by the walls and floor. In mere seconds, a mythical creature from the Chuan realm vanished entirely. This cell resembled a living, carnivorous beast. Lin Xia's white coat was similarly stained with blood as he surveyed the desolate chamber, his expression devoid of emotion as he spoke. "You are formidable, but regrettably, my hospital does not welcome you." With that, he turned, hands tucked into the pockets of his coat, and strode toward the exit. In the dimly lit corridor, the blood staining his coat rapidly seeped away, vanishing, like a ravenous monster. Chapter 39, Tutoring Ding Dong. Welcome. A melodious electronic chime resonated as Lin Xia pushed open the door to the office and stepped inside. Upon entering, he was momentarily rooted to the spot. Seated on the office's sofa was a woman in her 50s, leaning on a cane with one hand and adjusting her reading glasses with the other, animatedly recounting something. "Oh, let me tell you, my old partner, he is exactly like this. In the past, he would grasp my hand tightly, fearful of any unforeseen mishaps. However, since last week, he has changed remarkably. Surely, there must be another woman involved." Opposite her, Hong Ying rested her chin on her hand, listening intently, occasionally responding with astonishment. "Really? He is that outrageous?" Yes, I believe you are right, Grandma. How utterly unacceptable of him. Rest assured, this matter is firmly within our purview. Beside her, when Chima sat with a serious demeanor, maintaining a gentle smile, I concur with you, Grandma. I also agree with you, Hong Ying. Indeed, I believe you are all correct. Noticing Lin Xia standing perplexed at the doorway. When Chima exchanged a knowing glance with him before rising to follow Lin Xia into the back of the store, Hong Ying remained seated, animatedly conversing with the grandmother. What on earth is happening here? As they entered the dimly lit corridor leading to the basement, Lin Xia could no longer contain his curiosity. Is this a normal operation? I thought the storefront was merely a FAA day, yet it appears there is indeed business being conducted? Ah, you still do not grasp the full picture. When Chimo replied, patting his shoulder. In the city of Tsangnan, while not vast, it is not insignificant either. Mysterious events do transpire, albeit only 5 or 6 times a year. You see, when we are not occupied with such enigmas, what do? We engage in training or idle chatter. It can become rather tedious. So, have you expanded your business to investigate extramarital affairs? Lin Chia's expression was quite peculiar. Was she really a grandmother in her 50s? The elderly lady was 60 this year. You see, taking on some trivial commissions not only provides a way to pass the time, but also allows one to earn a little extra income. How delightful. Lin Xia pondered. Aside from investigating infidelity, do we have any other services? Indeed, our range of services is extensive, remarkably so. When Chima's eyes sparkled, we assist in rescuing kittens and puppies from trees, offer tutoring for children below middle school level, provide legal assistance to those in need, rescue abducted children, and occasionally don masks to subdue bank robbers. Wait, isn't that a bit overreaching? Lin Chia's eyes widened in disbelief. Rescue, education, law, interpersonal relationships, are you even encroaching upon police work? It's standard practice. I found myself suddenly intrigued. Among you, who possesses legal expertise? Longxian, prior to joining the Night Watchers, was a PhD in law from a political and legal university. Lin Xia. The two made their way to the underground activity space. And when Chima patted his shoulder, by the way, the captain said to find him at the training ground when you arrived. Where is it? Continue down the hallway to the end. All right. Lin Xia traversed the activity room, following the corridor onward. The last time I visited, I had not paid attention. But at this moment, Lin Xia finally realized the vastness of this underground space. Long corridors and mysterious chambers stretched before him. He roughly estimated that the area was at least as wide as 2 streets. At last, Lin Xia reached the end of the corridor, where he encountered a large iron door. Pushing it open, he entered a spacious and brightly lit training ground, at least the size of 3 football fields. Had they excavated the entire bottom of the canal? Lin Xia muttered to himself. Upon seeing Lin Xia, Chun Mai, who was meditating in the center of the training ground, opened his eyes and waved him over. Captain, he greeted. So what do you think of this place? It feels quite different, Lin Xia replied candidly. The inconspicuous entrance above belied the vast space below, reminiscent of a scene from a science fiction film. Chun Mai nodded slightly. This area was constructed decades ago by a proprietor of a forbidden realm with earth-based attributes, allowing such an extensive excavation without disturbing the surface. Ah, I see. Lin Xia responded. By the way, some documents regarding your membership in the Night Watch have arrived and are stored in the archives. You may retrieve them if you wish. Chun Mai paused before adding. However, your saber, cloak, and insignia will only be distributed after you enter training. For now, you can use this sword. He handed Lin Xia a straight sword from behind him. Lin Xia accepted it and examined it closely, noticing 3 small characters engraved beneath the hilt. Zhao Kongqing. This is... Lin Xia looked up in astonishment. Lao Zhao's blade. Chun Mai calmly said, you are the chosen child of him. He fell in battle. His sword shall be entrusted to your care. Lin Xia fell silent for a moment, tightly gripping the hilt of the sword in his hand. All right, then. With a hint of confusion, he inquired, but wasn't it said that I am merely a temporary member for now? Why do I need a sword? With over a month remaining before the training commenced, this period must not be wasted. We need to teach you some things. Chun Mai gradually rose, gazing at Lin Xia, and continued. After all, you are to join our team 136. If your performance during training is subpar, it could bring shame upon us. Lin Xia. For some reason, he suddenly felt akin to a child being forced into remedial classes by their elders due to poor grades. Very well, how should I practice? Without hesitation, Lin Xia resolved that even if Chun Mai had not initiated the conversation, he would actively seek him out for guidance in combat. Life is one's own. To be lazy at this juncture is akin to slow demise. In the morning, we will practice with the sword. In the afternoon, you will learn to use the forbidden ruins with Wenqima, and in the evening, you shall train with guns alongside Longxian. Chenmai retrieved 2 bamboo swords from the nearby weapons rack, grasping them firmly. Pick up your sword. We shall begin. Lin Xia glanced at the straight sword beside him and exclaimed in astonishment, Captain, mine is a real sword. It matters not, Chenmai replied, his expression unchanging as he approached Lin Xia with both swords in hand. In the end, the result remains the same. For reasons unknown, Lin Xia felt a tightening in his heart, a vague sense of foreboding. He picked up the dagger from the ground, unsheathed it, and took a deep breath. Captain, I am going in. Chenmai nodded. Come on, go ahead. Lin Xia's gaze sharpened as he gripped the hilt tightly, swiftly charging towards Chenmai. 3 seconds later, his anguished scream echoed throughout the underground chamber. Chapter 40. Mortal Realm of the Divine Afternoon. Wenqima sat languidly in the Forbidden Ruins training ground, glancing at the time. Where is that fellow? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Just as the words left his lips, a figure slowly pushed the door open, shuffling towards him like a zombie. What the hell? Upon seeing the newcomer, Wenqima exclaimed, Xia, what happened to you? The bruised and battered Lin Xia waved his hand, about to say something, when he stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground. Wenqima hurried forward to support him. Did you spar with the captain? Yes. Well, it seems you have some talent. Lin Xia stared into his eyes. You call this talent? When I first sparred with the captain, I lay on the training ground for an entire day and night before recovering. Wenqima sighed. The only one who can barely hold their own in close combat against the captain now is Hong Ying. I heard Zhao Kongqing is a master of close combat. Isn't he capable? Wenqima fell silent for a moment before slowly replying, his clashes with the captain cannot be termed as merely a struggle, they are evenly matched. Of course, under the condition that neither side employs the forbidden ruins. Lin Xia endured the pain coursing through his body and managed to rise to his feet. If one were to lift his clothing, they would uncover a myriad of bruises adorning his skin. Chenmai's blade was swift, heavy, and merciless. Moreover, it seemed he bore no intention of showing leniency. Don't worry, I'll seek Xiao Nan's assistance for treatment shortly, by tomorrow morning. I'll be ready to face the blows again, Wenqima reassured him. Lin Xia remained silent. Now, let us commence the lesson, Wenqima announced, clearing his throat. Lin Xia straightened his posture. First, we shall discuss what the Forbidden Ruins are. This has already been mentioned by Zhao Kongqing, Lin Xia interjected. Very well. Then let us speak of the Divine Ruins. That has also been addressed. All right, let us delve into the Forbidden Ruins generated by physical objects. That too has been covered. Wenqima sighed, exasperated. How much information has this fellow divulged to you in secret? He pressed his forehead. What about the Forbidden Ruins sequence? Has that been discussed? That has not. Wenqima breathed a sigh of relief and began to explain. The Forbidden Ruins sequence refers to the classification of the danger levels associated with the Forbidden Ruins, arranged in a sequence akin to the Divine Codes, beginning with 001. The lower the number, the greater the peril. Isn't this similar to the Divine Codes? Not quite. The Divine Codes pertain to the order in which humanity discovered the deities, independent of their inherent power or danger. In contrast, the Forbidden Ruins sequence categorizes based on risk. I understand. The Forbidden Ruins, classified beyond the 600 sequence, are referred to as harmless Forbidden Ruins. Their effects are minimal, merely capable of watering plants, eliminating dental cavities, or conjuring instant snacks. The ruins within the 400 to 599 range are termed low-risk Forbidden Ruins. While they possess lethality, they do not pose significant danger and, if utilized wisely, may yield miraculous results. Those in the 200 to 399 sequence are designated as dangerous Forbidden Ruins, capable of inflicting large-scale threats to human society and possessing combat abilities against the arcane. The 90 to 199 range is labeled as high-risk Forbidden Ruins, which can impose considerable threats to humanity, exhibiting exceptional combat prowess. Typically, those who wield such ruins are elite fighters, such as captains, who fall within this category. As for the sequences below 89, they are known as ultra-high-risk Forbidden Ruins. These ruins either exhibit extraordinarily formidable destructive capabilities or possess unfathomable special powers. In essence, such ruins transcend the realm of humanity, capable of annihilating entire cities with ease. Wenqima reiterates, this is not mere alarmism. A few years ago, a powerful mythical creature with the Forbidden Ruins sequence of 063, known as Luo Tianmi Sha, emerged in the northwestern desert, nearly burying several cities in raging sands. It was only through the intervention of a specialized team that this threat was neutralized. Lin Xia was taken aback. He recalled Zhao Kongqing mentioning that his Forbidden Ruin sequence was 083. The Vanishing Moonlight was classified as an exceedingly high-risk Forbidden Ruin. Although it ranked among the last few, it remained exceptionally rare. When Shima's expression was tinged with melancholy, had he been born with this Forbidden Ruin, perhaps he would have swiftly joined a special squad and risen to the rank of general. Is this the ranking of Forbidden Ruins? What about Divine Ruins? Lin Xia inquired with curiosity. Divine Ruins are a category of Forbidden Ruins, thus they are included in the sequence, when Qimo replied, pausing for a moment. He cast a somewhat envious glance at Lin Xia. Of the top 30 in the Forbidden Ruins sequence, 23 were Divine Ruins. The powers bestowed by the deities are, undoubtedly, beyond the reach of mere mortals, surpassing our wildest imaginations in both danger and uniqueness. So, among the top 30, there are still 7 human Forbidden Ruins? Lin Xia asked. Indeed, when Shima's eyes sparkled with excitement. And among the top 5 Forbidden Ruins, one belongs to humanity. Which one? Lin Xia pressed. I do not know. Please do not look at me like that. I have only been with the Night Watch for a few years. How could I possibly know such confidential matters? When Qimo raised his hands innocently, what about my Forbidden Ruin? Lin Xia pointed to himself, asking about his sequence. When Qimo glanced at him and responded softly, the divine code is 003, the divine ruin of the Archangel Michael, known as Realm of Mortal Divinity. Its Forbidden Ruin sequence is likewise 003. The Forbidden Ruin sequence 003. Mortal Realm of the Divine. Lin Xia murmured. However, do not rejoice too soon. 003 belongs to the Seraph, not to you, Lin Xia. When Qimo interjected, emphasizing that it is only in the hands of the Seraph that it truly embodies 003. In your possession, as a novice newly stepping into the realm of the mysterious. Its potency may merely classify it as a high-risk Forbidden Ruin. It is only when you reach a sufficiently elevated realm, one that allows you to stand shoulder to shoulder with deities, that it will truly become 003. Lin Xia nodded, acknowledging the insight. By the way, I have another question. Go ahead. Is it possible for the same individual to serve as a proxy for multiple different deities? It is not possible. When Shima shook his head without a hint of hesitation, at least, there has never been such a precedent in human history. Oh, Lin Xia nodded. From this moment forth, there exists such a case. In addition to the Seraph's mortal realm of the divine, Lin Xia also possesses Dancer of the Starry Night, bestowed upon him by the goddess of night. In a certain sense, he is indeed a proxy for 2 deities. Naturally, this is something he cannot reveal to others for the time being. Should the higher-ups of the Watchers discover this, he would face dire consequences. At least for now. He is too weak. Perhaps when he becomes strong enough, he would have no fear of exposure. Having covered the foundational knowledge, let us discuss your Forbidden Ruin. What capabilities does your current, mortal realm of the divine possess? Within a circular domain of 20 meters radius centered around me, I can perceive all that exists. Oh. When Qimo raised an eyebrow and asked, what color is Hong Ying's undergarment today? White, came the reply. In the experimental grounds, the 2 men exchanged a brief glance and shared a smile. Chapter 41. The incomplete divine ruins. The exceptional abilities in reconnaissance and combat assistance may not seem overwhelmingly advantageous at present. Yet as your strength escalates, they are bound to evolve into an exceedingly formidable force. When Shima noted the information while speaking, what else? The dynamic vision is approximately several times more potent than before. Close quarters lethal capabilities, quite commendable. What else? In conditions of significant mental strain, I can invoke a fragment of the Seraph's divine authority. Typically, divine agents possess this capability. Is there anything more? None. None? When Shima exclaimed in astonishment, raising his gaze, is that truly all? That is the extent of the power granted to me by the Seraph, Lin Xia replied earnestly. Speaking a truth of sorts. When Shima furrowed his brow slightly, pondering for a moment before shaking his head repeatedly. No. This is the mortal divine realm. Even at the Zhan level, the exhibited might should far exceed this. Are you implying that my current abilities are incomplete? Lin Xia was taken aback. When Shima nodded, stating, to illustrate, the Athena agent from Team Phoenix, upon merely entering the Zhan realm, could effortlessly demolish an entire building with a single punch and tear apart mythological creatures of the Chi realm with her bare hands. Although your abilities are commendable, they are merely adequate. What is most crucial is that what you currently exhibit is solely supportive in nature. However, this is the divine realm of Michael. How could it possibly possess such limited power? Lin Xia gazed at his own hands in bewilderment, yet he could only perceive these abilities. When Shima pondered for a moment before continuing, there are two possibilities. The first is that when the Seraph chose you as its agent, it bestowed upon you only this minuscule portion of power. At present, I find this possibility most plausible. The second is that the other abilities of your divine domain have always existed, but you are currently unable to sense them, or perhaps you are unconsciously disregarding them. Unconsciously disregarding? For instance, your ability might allow your skin to breathe. Due to your prolonged use of this ability, you have become entirely accustomed to it. After a long duration, even though you have been maintaining this ability, you may begin to unconsciously overlook it, as its usage has become second nature. Are you suggesting that I might have been using this ability all along without realization? Precisely. Reflect carefully. Throughout your life, have you noticed anything that sets you apart from others? Lin Xie contemplated for a moment. Blindness? That hardly counts. When Shima sighed in resignation, personally, I still lean towards the first possibility, that the Seraph did not grant you the complete divine domain from the outset. After all, this is the sacred realm of the Seraphim. Even if the second hypothesis holds true, it would be unreasonable for you to remain so ordinary while wielding such power. A mere sneeze should suffice to send a multitude flying. Lin Xia, in any case, I previously stated that your current, mortal divine domain could be classified as high risk. It seems I have overestimated you. Based on the abilities you have displayed thus far, it appears to be merely of ordinary danger level. When Shima made a few notes on the document and reassured him, however, do not lose heart. As your strength increases, your subsequent abilities will gradually manifest. For you are the agent of the Seraphim, and they would not allow you to suffer such embarrassment. Lin Xie shrugged, hoping for the best. Although Lin Xie felt a twinge of disappointment, it was hardly significant. Possessing the asylum of the gods, he was not overly reliant on the Seraphim, for within his institution, 6 deities remained imprisoned for him to choose from. Now that we have gained a preliminary understanding of your capabilities, it is time to commence training. When Shima summarized the document and swiftly devised a training regimen for him. How shall we train? In general, your current abilities emphasize perception and anticipation. Such characteristics are relatively easier to train than those that unleash mighty attacks at the drop of a hat. It merely requires the gradual harmonization of your body and abilities. When Shima gestured towards the room behind him, which housed a mechanism containing 39,000 concealed micro-rubber guns. Each second, it could unleash anywhere from 1 to 39,000 rubber bullets. Although the velocity of the bullets was slightly inferior to that of real ammunition, it sufficed for Lin Xia's current realm. What you must do is step inside and utilize your perception and dynamic vision to evade the rubber bullets as deftly as possible. Considering your level, let us commence with a rate of 50 bullets per second. Lin Xia glanced at the room and nodded in acknowledgement. I understand. He pushed open the door and positioned himself at the center, observing the densely packed gun ports resembling a honeycomb pattern along the walls. A sense of foreboding rising within him once more. Wait, why are there gun ports directly beneath my feet? What if they fire inappropriately? Gazing at the myriad of ports beneath him, a chill ran through him, and his expression shifted. In real combat, danger can manifest from any direction. There are no places that should be spared. When Shima's voice echoed from all directions, if you're ready, I shall begin. Lin Xia slowly closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. Let us begin. Beep, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the instant the signal sounded, rubber bullets surged towards Lin Xia from all angles, akin to raindrops, their speed so swift that they were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Reacting at the moment the bullets were discharged, Lin Xia executed 2 swift jumps backward, evading a significant portion of the barrage, yet a new wave of bullets was unleashed. Each at an exceedingly tricky angle. In Lin Xia's perception, he possesses the ability to predict the trajectory of bullets, albeit within a limited scope. For instance, envision a person attempting to catch a rolling ping-pong ball. This task is effortlessly accomplished. Should the challenge increase to 3 ping-pong balls, it remains feasible. However, when confronted with 20 ping-pong balls rolling in various directions simultaneously, the human brain struggles to respond timely, rendering it incapable of accurately discerning each ball's motion. Lin Xia is faced with a similar dilemma. The training had scarcely commenced for 3 seconds when he had already endured over a dozen hits from rubber bullets. Although these projectiles are non-lethal, Their rapid velocity still inflicts a degree of pain. At last, he comprehended the essence of this training. Damn it! Why am I getting hit again? In the activity room, Chun Mai donned an apron and gloves, carrying a bowl of aromatic bone soup to the table, where he gently set it down. Gurgle. Hong Ying's eyes widened as she swallowed hard. Captain, how long has it been since you last cooked? Is the sun rising in the west today? Beside her, Wu Xiangnan smiled faintly. Haven't you realized? This is primarily prepared for Lin Xia. We are merely supplementary. Uncle Chun. You're biased. Si Shaoran pouted in indignation. Chen Mai's lips twitched slightly as he spoke with an impassive demeanor. I'm simply weary of the same old lunchboxes and desire a change in flavor. It has nothing to do with that kid. Now I understand. Hong Ying's eyes sparkled as she reached for the bone soup with her chopsticks. Then I shall not hold back, hee. Smack. Chen Mai deftly struck back at Hong Ying's hand with his chopsticks, speaking with a hint of indifference. Lin Xia has yet to finish his class. Everyone, please wait. Hong Ying, with a forlorn expression, lamented, Captain, do you no longer care for us? Chapter 42. How is my talent? So fragrant. Lin Xia, his body aching all over, staggered out of the training room. The tantalizing aroma wafting from the activity room reignited the spark in his otherwise lifeless eyes. When Chima's lips curled into a slight smile, indicating that the beating he endured earlier in the day was not in vain, Lin Xia made his way directly to the activity room. As he pushed the door open, he was met with 4 pairs of glowering eyes that fixed upon him simultaneously. Lin Xia sensed an unusual tension in the atmosphere. What on earth is happening? Nothing. Just sit down and eat, Chen Mai replied with a casual glance. Oh. Lin Xia responded, taking a seat. Hong Ying watched Chun Mai with eager anticipation, her expression exuding an unspoken plea. Let us eat. Chen Mai finally uttered the words everyone had been awaiting. The others immediately sprang into action, akin to wolves starved for days, their eyes gleaming with hunger. Hong Ying. Is the food for the night watchman always this exquisite? Lin Xia inquired softly, gazing at the bountiful spread before him. With a hint of irritation, Hong Ying retorted, I don't wish to converse with you right now. After a moment's thought, she added, I will only speak with you once I have finished eating. Lin Xia. Lin Xia. Yes, Captain. Did you gain anything from today's training? Indeed, I gained much. Chun Mai nodded thoughtfully before continuing. Does it hurt? A little. Xiaonan, please assist him with his treatment later. Si Xiaonan pouted slightly, but obediently agreed. All right. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Mai added, there is no need for a complete recovery. As long as he can endure the pain tomorrow, that suffices. Lin Xia. With a soft clink. 2 pairs of chopsticks collided in the bone soup, creating a delicate sound. The chopsticks remained firmly locked in place, each grasping a piece of meat, neither willing to yield. Hong Ying and Wu Xiangnan exchanged fierce glares, their eyes seemingly igniting a cascade of sparks in the air. Wu Xiangnan, I spotted this piece of meat first. Hong Ying declared with a fierce glare. Wu Xiangnan calmly retorted, I picked it up first. Release it. I will not. Let go. I refuse. The tension between them intensified, the sparks flying ever more fiercely. At that moment, the quietly dining Lung Xian, who had been almost invisible, fixed his gaze on the piece of meat and casually reached to his waist, retrieving an MP5 submachine gun and placing it on the table. Release it, he stated calmly. Hong Ying. Wu Xiangnan. With an air of nonchalance, Lung Xian extended his chopsticks, seizing the largest piece of meat. After a brief hesitation, he placed it into Lin Xia's bowl. Newcomer, eat more. You'll need your strength for target practice later, he said coldly while stowing the submachine gun away. Oh, all right. Lin Xia, momentarily taken aback, found himself staring blankly at the engrossed Lung Xian, who epitomized the phrase actions speak louder than words. Goodness, this is what it truly means to be decisive and reticent. Lung Xian, taking a seat at the dining table, was reminded by Chun Mai not to draw his weapon during meals, lest an accidental discharge ruin the feast. Lung Xian nodded in acknowledgement. Hong Ying and Wu Xiangnan exchanged glances before dutifully lowering their heads to continue eating. Once Lin Xia had finished every morsel on his plate, Lung Xian rose and approached him, inquiring with a casual tone, Are you full? Yes, came the reply. Let us practice shooting. All right. As the 2 figures gradually faded into the corridor, Wen Qima sighed heavily and turned to see Xiaonan. Xiaonan, what is it? Your status as the group's darling has been usurped. Si Xiaonan responded with a sullen expression. Guns are modern weapons, the pinnacle of human ingenuity. In the shooting range, Lang Xian stood before a neatly arranged wall adorned with various firearms, his face devoid of expression. While these weapons held minimal efficacy against high-tier mythical beings, they proved significantly more effective against those of lesser rank. Especially for novices, mastering the use of firearms became imperative in the absence of formidable close combat skills. Lung Xian retrieved a handgun from the wall behind him and placed it before Lin Xia. I shall impart to you but two essential lessons. One concerning marksmanship techniques, and the other regarding the principles underlying firearm mechanics. Unless you intend to specialize in weaponry in the future, this knowledge should suffice for your needs. Lin Xia nodded repeatedly. Now, take this firearm and proceed to the target range. Let me witness your innate talent. Lung Xian gestured towards a target in the distance. Lin Xia nodded, grasped the pistol, and positioned himself firmly at the shooting station. Taking a deep breath and mimicking the actions he had observed on television, he raised the gun, aimed, and fired. Bang! The sound of the gunshot caused both faces to darken immediately. A miss. Lung Xian approached the target, confirming thrice that there were no bullet holes, his expression growing increasingly grim. How could one miss at 30 meters? This. Lin Xia lowered the gun and cleared his throat. How would you assess my talent? Lung Xian cast a glance at him, despair evident in his eyes as he shut them tight. You possess not an ounce of talent. Lin Xia. Upon returning to the grand villa of Hong Ying, Lin Xia collapsed onto the sofa, rubbing the weary corners of his eyes. The day's training had subjected him to both physical and mental torment. First, he was mercilessly reprimanded by the captain, followed by being turned into a sieve by rubber bullets. Although the evening firearms class was not particularly exhausting, it repeatedly ground his self-esteem into the dirt. He truly had no aptitude for firearms. After a night of training, as he exited the training room, Lin Xia could distinctly perceive that Lung Xian appeared even more fatigued than he. Most notably, the spark in his eyes had vanished. In the end, Lin Xian offered him some words of comfort, suggesting that it was not entirely unreasonable for a novice to struggle, urging him to put forth greater effort in the future. However, the conversation soon shifted, and it was Lin Xia who began to console him instead. Rest assured, I believe my current lack of talent is merely temporary. With more practice, I shall improve. You must have faith in me, as well as in yourself. Your marksmanship is exceptional. There is no reason you should be unable to teach me. Time is of the essence. What matters most is patience. Let us remain optimistic. At least within 20 meters, I can still hit the target. There is hope for me yet. Just as Lin Xia was immersed in his melancholic thoughts, a graceful figure quietly approached him. Xia, are you feeling very tired? Hong Ying, clad in a plush pajama set, extended a cup of tea toward Lin Xia with a smile. He managed a wan smile as he accepted the tea. Thank you. It's not too bad, really. Although I am fatigued, it is a fulfilling kind of tiredness. After taking a sip of tea, he glanced around and inquired, where's Xiaonan? She seems to be a bit upset that you have taken her position as the favored one and has retreated to her room, she replied. No wonder. When she was treating me earlier, she kept pinching my flesh. I thought that was part of the normal procedure. Lin Xia absent-mindedly touched the bruises on his arm. Realizing the truth, Hong Ying chuckled softly. In truth, the captain is strict with everyone. When I first arrived here, even though I am a girl, he showed no mercy and made me cry during training. Hong Ying gazed out the window, seemingly lost in a fond memory, a smile gracing her lips. He can be quite fierce. Not fierce at all, not in the slightest. Hong Ying shook her head. The decline in the mortality rate among the night watchers in Songnan City is largely attributable to the captain. His formidable strength is one reason, while the other is his deep sense of responsibility towards his team members. The more fiercely he trains you, the more indelibly the pain imprints upon your memory, fostering rapid growth. He would rather be hated by his subordinates than see them perish on the battlefield due to lack of strength. Do you understand? Lin Xia remained silent for a long while, seemingly recalling the piercing gaze of Chenmai from the morning, and slowly nodded. I understand. A faint smile graced Hong Ying's lips as she affectionately patted Lin Xia's head like an elder sister, softly saying, All right, if you're tired, go rest early. Good night. Good night. Lin Xia bid farewell to Hong Ying and returned to his room, dragging his weary body onto the bed, staring blankly at the vacant ceiling. After a while, he slowly rose from the bed, drawing forth the straight blade from its sheath, one hand grasping the sword and the other the scabbard. He closed his eyes, reminiscing about each sword technique Chenmai had demonstrated that day. Under the hazy moonlight, he executed one stroke after another. Chapter 43. Another arrival? The school bell rang softly, and groups of high school students exited the school gates, chatting and laughing as they made their way outside. Alas, yet another day of overwhelming assignments. I won't be done until past 11. Isn't that the truth? That foolish teacher assigned 12 reading comprehensions. Are we meant to survive? Reading comprehension isn't just a casual task, is it? How can it be done casually? 3 long, 1 short, choose the short. 3 short, 1 long, choose the long. Varied lengths, select C. Ambiguous choices, opt for D. Wait a moment, let me take notes. Suddenly, a student turned around and called out to Li Yifei, who was lagging at the back. Li Yifei, why are you so slow? Hurry up. Li Yifei snapped back to attention. Oh, I'm coming. He quickened his pace to catch up with the group, all the while glancing around restlessly, his mind evidently elsewhere. What's the matter? Looking for something? Wang Liang inquired, puzzled. Li Yifei hesitated for a moment, then sighed. After that incident, I've developed a certain apprehension about going home after school. Even though there's no evening study session today and it's still bright out, I can't shake this unsettling feeling. Wang Liang rolled his eyes. You encountered a murderer, and now you're acting like it's the end of the world? Look at you, robust and sturdy, yet so timid. That is not it. Sigh, forget it, it's hard to explain. Li Yifei shook his head. Just then, as if struck by a thought, he abruptly halted. What now? I just remembered I left my homework in the classroom drawer, Li Yifei said, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Honestly, how can you be so forgetful? You were already slow-witted, and now it's even worse. Thankfully, the school hasn't closed yet. Go back and get it. I'll head on with them first. Wang Liang waved goodbye and turned to follow the others. Li Yifei stood there for a moment, letting out a sigh before turning back towards the school. By the time he reached the school entrance, 20 minutes had passed since the end of classes. Most of the students had already departed, leaving the campus eerily deserted. Fortunately, the door had not yet closed. Li Yifei muttered to himself as he hastily made his way into the school. The campus, bathed in the twilight of dusk, exuded an air of tranquility, markedly devoid of the usual bustle. Occasionally, a few students engaged in cleaning emerged from the classrooms, glancing at the time before swiftly heading towards the main gate. Brushing past Li Yifei, who was moving against the tide, they were all eager to return home, to partake in the warmth of a home-cooked dinner. As Li Yifei ventured further, the crowd thinned, and the encroaching dusk deepened. Towering trees lining the path rustled in the wind, and the fading rays of the sun, poised to descend beyond the western mountains, filtered through the leaves, growing dimmer by the moment. Li Yifei hurried to the front of the second-year teaching building, leaping up the stairs to the 4th floor, arriving at the entrance of his classroom. The corridor, empty save for the soft glow of the twilight, was solely occupied by him. At this hour, the cleaning crew had largely dispersed, and even the classroom door was locked. However, this posed no challenge for Li Yifei, who skillfully opened a window, set down his backpack, and with a firm push, vaulted inside. Homework, homework, homework. Found it. Li Yifei rummaged through his desk and pulled out a notebook, his eyes lighting up. He stuffed the notebook into his bag and approached the window, preparing to execute the same maneuver to escape. Just then, 2 figures suddenly appeared at the end of the corridor. Out of the corner of his eye, Li Yifei caught sight of them, and with a jolt, he quickly crouched down, hiding behind the tiles beneath the window. What terrible luck, encountering the dean right now. Li Yifei cursed silently. As 2 individuals approached from the end of the corridor, one was Lu Xiaoyan, the class representative for Chinese, and the other was the academic director of their sophomore year. After school, sneaking back into the classroom through the window could easily lead to misunderstandings. If the director were to discover him, there would be no way to explain himself, and he would be left in a predicament. Therefore, Li Yifei pressed himself closely against the wall, intending to wait until the 2 had departed before making his move. As they conversed and drew nearer to the classroom where Li Yifei was hiding, he gradually began to hear their dialogue clearly. Thus, your class must select a student with exceptional writing skills to participate in this citywide competition. Understood, director. There are quite a few talented writers in our class, such as... As they continued walking, the director seemed to grow weary and paused, resting his hands on the railing of the corridor. Lu Xiaoyan, too, halted beside him, continuing their discussion. Their position happened to be right at the entrance of the classroom, where Li Yifei was concealed, through the reflection in the window. Li Yifei witnessed this scene and, exasperated, rolled his eyes. He decided to sit down and wait for their departure. Well, what you've suggested is quite good. Please have them come to my office tomorrow. I shall speak with them, the director said, nodding in satisfaction as he turned to Lu Xiaoyan, preparing to leave. Director, Lu Xiaoyan suddenly called out, halting him. The director turned back, looking at her with curiosity. Is there something you need, Lu Xiaoyan? In the twilight, a faint blush appeared on Lu Xiaoyan's face, as she became inexplicably shy. The director, in fact, I have always wanted to tell you. Li Yifei, who was lurking nearby, widened his eyes in shock, nearly losing his gaze. What on earth? I merely returned to fetch an assignment. And what did I just witness? Lu Xiaoyan actually harbors feelings for the director? But the director is almost 50, and he is balding. Does she have such a peculiar taste? The principal, standing before Lu Xiaoyan, furrowed his brow tighter and tighter. Actually, I have always wanted to devour you. The last 3 words escaped Lu Xiaoyan's lips, her mouth splitting into an astonishing arc, as if it had been forcibly torn apart, revealing a set of jagged teeth resembling barbs. Her pupils had vanished, leaving only the whites of her eyes, creating a most unsettling visage. Meanwhile, the dimples on her cheeks still glimmered with an eerie wine red under the twilight. The director's eyes widened in terror, instinctively parting his lips to scream. In the next moment, Lu Xiaoyan's entire head split open at the mouth. A multitude of sharp teeth radiated a chilling gleam. This mouth was so vast, it could effortlessly accommodate an entire living person. Hence, this cavernous maw almost instantaneously engulfed the director, the flesh writhing and contorting within, provoking a wave of nausea. Witnessing the entire ordeal, Li Yifei clamped his mouth shut, his body trembling with fear as he fixed his gaze on the window. After a prolonged moment of chewing, Lu Xiaoyan's gaping maw opened once more, and she expelled a fully intact director. Aside from a bit of mucus on his body, not a single hair was missing. He lay there quietly on the ground, while Lu Xiaoyan's flesh and blood gradually restored, transforming back into an ordinary high school girl within mere seconds. She fixed her gaze upon the principal, remaining utterly still. Moments later, the principal suddenly opened his eyes and rose from the ground in an eerie manner. Their eyes met, and both revealed a smile simultaneously. In an extraordinarily uncanny synchrony, they stepped forward, gradually vanishing at the end of the corridor. Only after confirming their departure did Li Yifei finally release his breath, collapsing helplessly onto the ground, gasping for air. In his mind, only 2 words echoed. Again. Chapter 44, Mysterious Arrival. Ding dong. Welcome. Lin Xia pushed open the door of the office, finding Hong Ying seated upright on the sofa, lost in thought. He waved his hand at her. Good morning, Sister Hong Ying. Xia, you're finally here. Upon seeing Lin Xia, Hong Ying sprang up from the sofa. What's wrong? Something has happened. Hong Ying spoke seriously, gripping Lin Xia's wrist as she hurried downwards. It was Lin Xia's first time witnessing such a grave expression on Hong Ying's face. His brows furrowed slightly. Is the mysterious arrival here? Yes, and it's quite troublesome. As they entered the activity room, Lin Xia noticed that the members of Team 136 had already gathered. Chen Mai, leaning against the pillar, approached the conference table upon seeing Lin Xia, taking a seat with an expressionless demeanor. Everyone is here. We are ready to commence the meeting. Once everyone settled in, Chen Mai tapped the table with his knuckles and began to speak slowly. Last night, we received news about the emergence of another suspected mythical creature. The location is Sangnan Second High School. Second High? Lin Xia exclaimed in surprise. Yes, the very school you attended, Chen Mai confirmed with a nod. Moreover, it seems the one who reported it is an old acquaintance of yours. Chen Mai called out to the back room. Hey, has that kid woken up? If he's awake, let him come out. Everyone turned their gaze, and soon the door to the room creaked open, revealing a young man with bloodshot eyes. Upon seeing him, Lin Xia gasped. Li Yifei? Li Yifei was taken aback, and upon noticing Lin Xia seated at the conference table, he rubbed his eyes to confirm it was indeed him. Lin Xia? What are you doing here? Did you also see that monster? No, he is one of us, Wu Xiangnan interjected, shaking his head. A temporary team member. Chen Mai corrected. A temporary recruit. Li Yifei gaped at Lin Xia, and after a moment, he finally reacted. What the hell? They said you joined the military. But it turns out you've joined here. Lin Xia shrugged. Some unexpected events occurred. You can discuss your matters later. For now, let us address the case at hand. Chen Mai reminded everyone, and then, as if recalling something, he added, originally, in the event of a case suspected to involve the mysterious, it would typically be reported to the police first, who would then relay it to us. However, this fellow had previously encountered the masked man case, had interacted with us, and signed a confidentiality agreement. Thus he directly made a phone call, circumventing the usual protocol. This is an exception. Our standard procedure does not operate in this manner. The others nodded in acknowledgement, but Lin Xie understood clearly that Chen Mai's explanation was directed at him. Go ahead, he prompted. All right. Li Yifei swallowed hard and recounted. Last night, I returned to school to retrieve my assignment book and happened to see. He meticulously detailed his observations from the previous day, and as the narrative progressed, the frowns of the team members deepened. Once Li Yifei finished speaking, Wu Xiangnan nodded. If what this fellow says is true, there is a 95% probability that this matter involves the mysterious. With that, he turned to Li Yifei. You should be aware of the consequences of reporting false information, correct? Yes, I understand. Everything I said is true, truly beyond any doubt. Li Yifei responded earnestly. Very well. Chen Mai then turned to Wu Xiangnan. What are your thoughts? Based on the information gathered thus far, it appears this mythical creature possesses extraordinary camouflage abilities, capable of transforming into others while engaging in normal communication without revealing any clues. Beside them, Wen Qima let out a sigh, pondering the pretense. Another troublesome individual. Furthermore, it appeared to possess the ability to assimilate any creature it devoured. Which was the true cause for our concern, Wu Xiangnan remarked. Much like the zombies in films? An endless cycle of infection? Hongning inquired. Although the modes of infection differ, the outcomes are indeed quite similar, Wu Xiangnan replied. Then should we simply rush into the school and eliminate Lu Xiaoyan? Hong Ying's eyes brightened at the thought. It's not that simple, Lin Xia interjected from across the table. Since it can infect others, we cannot ascertain whether Lu Xiaoyan is its original form. She might also be a victim of infection. Xia is correct, Wu Xiangnan nodded. The greatest challenge of this mysterious incident lies in our ignorance of the origin of this peculiar infection pathway. It's akin to hunting zombies. If we cannot locate the source, exterminating the lesser zombies serves no purpose. Moreover, we are unaware of how long this mythical creature has existed or how many individuals it has infected, Wen Qima added. Lu Xiaoyan could very well be its first victim, or perhaps merely one of many. We must also prepare for the worst-case scenario. The worst-case scenario? Hong Ying questioned, perplexed. That the entire second high school transforms into a school of monsters, Wu Xiangnan replied slowly, his eyes filled with gravity. In fact, the reach of this creature's infection may extend beyond the school, affecting other areas of Songnan City. Upon hearing this, Li Yifei suddenly shuddered. What do you mean by that? Have you ever considered? Wu Xiangnan slowly rose, locking eyes with Li Yifei, and spoke calmly. In this school you attend, aside from yourself, all other teachers and students, are they not transformed into monsters? No, even you, standing here, may have unwittingly become part of the enigma. Li Yifei's pupils abruptly constricted, a chill racing from his soles to his brain, leaving his mind utterly blank. All right, Xiangnan, do not frighten him, Wen Qima said with a smile as he stood up. If that were the case, the Raven of Calamity would have already sounded the alarm. Since it remains silent, it indicates that the situation has not yet reached such a perilous threshold. Raven of Calamity? What is that? Lin Xia inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Hong Ying. It is a raven, as well as a forbidden object that carries its own restricted space, Hong Ying patiently explained. When a great disaster is about to befall Songnan City, it will cry out in advance as a warning, serving as a sort of detector. Oh, Lin Xia nodded. In any case, now that the mysterious presence has surfaced, we must investigate thoroughly. If we allow this monster to continue its growth unchecked, we may soon find ourselves facing the future that Xiangnan has described. Chen Mai spoke slowly. Xiangnan, do you have any plans? Wu Xiangnan seated himself, adjusted his glasses, and spoke with a grave demeanor. I believe it is of utmost urgency to ascertain the exact location of the mythical creature's essence, while simultaneously determining the extent of its contagion. Therefore, I propose that we divide into two groups for our operation. One group will center around the second high school, dispersing outward to search for any traces of additional infected individuals. The other will infiltrate the interior of the second high school, following the clues to swiftly locate its essence. Chen Mai nodded, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. Since we are to infiltrate the second high school, we must not raise any suspicions. Our actions must align with the personas of high school students. Hong Ying, Xiaonan, and Xia. The task of entering the second high school and uncovering its essence is entrusted to you. Chapter 45. Infiltration Captain. Xia is merely a temporary team member. He should not partake in the operation to eliminate the mysterious presence until he is officially designated, a voice interjected. Wu Xiangnan's brow furrowed slightly. Chen Mai shook his head, asserting, based on the current intelligence, this mythical creature excels in disguise, lurking, and infection. Its capabilities are not particularly high. Xia has undergone half a month of training and has significantly improved. This presents an excellent opportunity for him to hone his skills. Furthermore, he was previously a student at the second high school and is most familiar with it. It would also be the most natural for him to approach Lu Xiaoyan. With that said, Chenmai turned his attention back to Lin Xia and continued, "Of course, as a temporary member, I will not coerce you. If you do not wish to participate, you may remain here to oversee." "I will go," Lin Xia responded without the slightest hesitation. Chenmai was not mistaken. After over half a month of rigorous training, his combat prowess had significantly increased. He felt an urgent need for an opportunity to put his newfound skills into practice. In this perilous era, survival necessitated an early acquaintance with danger itself. Although Lin Xia preferred to remain unobtrusive, he would not forego any opportunity to hone his abilities. With that in mind, it was time to take action. Chenmai rose to his feet and turned to Li Yifei. "You will accompany Xia and the others." Li Yifei hesitated. "But I am just an ordinary person. What if they will ensure your safety?" Chenmai replied, his tone unwavering. "You have encountered that mythical creature. We possess the most knowledge about it here. You must go." Upon hearing Chenmai's almost commanding tone, Li Yifei reluctantly nodded. "If this mission proceeds smoothly, I shall offer you an opportunity to join the night watch." As Chenmai walked towards the door, he spoke slowly. Li Yifei's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Just as Lin Xia was about to depart, Lung Xian, who had been standing silently in the corner, suddenly called out to him. "Lin Xia." Lung Xian approached and produced a sleek black handgun from behind his waist, handing it to Lin Xia. "Take this. The magazine is full." Lin Xia hesitated. "But my marksmanship, what if I accidentally harm someone?" His expression betrayed his discomfort. Lung Xian regarded him with a knowing glance before turning away. The significance of a weapon extends beyond mere slaughter. Lin Xia stood in a momentary daze before finally stowing his handgun away in his pocket and striding towards the entrance of the corridor. 20 minutes later, 3 figures, each burdened with different boxes, stood forlornly before the entrance of the second high school. "Why do your school uniforms look so dreadful?" Hong Ying remarked disdainfully, glancing down at her red and white high school attire. "The girls' uniforms are quite decent," Lin Xia countered, gesturing towards his own blue and white outfit. "The boys' attire is truly unsightly. Moreover, whether a uniform is appealing or not is subjective. What you have is already quite commendable." Beneath the sunlight, Hong Ying donned a white short-sleeved shirt, layered with an open red and white uniform that fluttered gently in the breeze. Her high ponytail swayed gracefully, and she carried a long black box on her back, radiating vitality and charm. In stark contrast, Si Xiaonan presented a different image. She wore a cartoon-themed long-sleeve shirt, with her uniform wrapped around her waist like a skirt. Her lustrous black hair was styled into 2 large buns, giving her the appearance of a shy and innocent young girl. With a playful smile, Hong Ying winked at Lin Xia. "Little brother Xia, who would have thought you were so eloquent?" Lin Xia replied, "The pressing issue is that the first class of the morning is already halfway through. How do we manage to slip in?" He glanced at the time and then cast a wary look at the intimidating security guard at the entrance. "Furthermore, with these items in hand, we are bound to be stopped for questioning," Si Xiaonan said softly, eyeing the black box she held. "Isn't that a simple matter?" Hong Ying's lips curled slightly upwards as she raised her chin and pointed towards the towering wall, urging, "Climb over." Lin Xia pondered for a moment before glancing at the delicate and seemingly fragile Si Xiaonan, whose height barely reached his shoulder. "I have no issue with it. But Xiaonan might face some difficulties." Si Xiaonan, with a silent roll of her eyes, swiftly darted to the wall. With a few nimble taps of her toes against the surface, she resembled a graceful butterfly taking flight. Clutching the black box in one hand, she spun elegantly in midair before landing soundlessly on the other side of the wall. Lin Xia was momentarily speechless. Hong Ying stifled a laugh. "Xia, although Xiaonan appears gentle, she has been a night watcher for 2 years. Do not underestimate her." With that, Hong Ying dashed towards the wall, gliding effortlessly along its surface before gracefully vaulting over it with poise and ease. Arriving at the base of the wall, Lin Xia recalled the duo's dazzling performance and felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, rather embarrassing. Taking a deep breath, he tossed the black box over first, then leaped high, effortlessly pushing off from the wall's edge, while he managed to clear it with relative ease. The comparison to Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan's elegance left him feeling somewhat sheepish. "Not bad. A bit handsome, indeed," Hong Ying remarked, returning the black box to Lin Xia with an encouraging smile. Lin Xia shook his head, eager to conclude the topic swiftly. Let us adhere to the plan. I will approach Lu Xiaoyan closely in the classroom, while you investigate the dean's office in the administrative building. Understood. If anything arises, we shall communicate via the earpiece. Hong Ying gestured to the discreet earpiece nestled in her ear before turning away with Si Xiaonan. After taking a few steps, she paused, feeling a touch of embarrassment, and turned back. Where is the administrative building? Also, where can I find the dean's office? With a resigned gesture, Lin Xia pointed towards the distant tall structure. Room 403. Meanwhile, at the podium, a bespectacled middle-aged man animatedly expounded upon the lesson, stating, thus, we assert that odd changes remain constant, and symbols correspond to quadrants. This mnemonic is essential for everyone to memorize. Now let us proceed to the next problem. Suddenly, a series of knocks resounded. Tap, tap, tap. The collective gaze shifted towards the entrance, where Lin Xia, having been absent for a fortnight, stood quietly, a black box in hand, slightly bowing. Reporting in, Lin Xia, the mathematics teacher, taken aback upon seeing him, inquired, why have you only just arrived? Where have you been these past few days? I encountered some issues with my eyesight and spent 2 weeks in the hospital. I see. Please, come in and have a seat. The math teacher adjusted his glasses, exhibiting considerable leniency towards Lin Xia, the previously disabled student, and refrained from imposing undue difficulties. Amidst the astonished gazes of those around him, Lin Xia calmly returned to his designated seat, settling down. His mental acuity scanned the surroundings, and a slight furrow formed upon his brow. Dear students, let us continue our lesson. The mathematics teacher tapped the blackboard, drawing the attention of others as he resumed his discourse. Lin Xia subtly caressed his earpiece, and the voice of Chin Mai resonated within. Lin Xia, how's the situation? I have entered the classroom, he replied, lowering his voice. Can your forbidden ruins discern them? Yes. What is the quantity? Lin Xia furrowed his brow, his tone growing grave. Not good. Chapter 46, A Campus of Peril, the debut of the new book, today 5 updates. Prior to their departure, Chun Mai and the others had specifically cautioned Lin Xia to remain vigilant in utilizing his abilities, since the infected humans of this mythical creature could not be identified by mere appearance. Alternative methods of discernment were imperative. As the sole individual among them possessing the mental acuity to perceive the forbidden ruins, Lin Xia's role was undeniably crucial. As Lin Xia had anticipated, his seraphic eye could indeed identify the infected. At this moment, within the realm of his mental perception, Lu Xiaoyan appeared as a grotesque entity, cloaked in human skin, skillfully manipulating that fade while engaging in hushed whispers with her deskmate. Within this classroom, aside from Lu Xiaoyan, there lay another infected individual, a girl whose presence was not particularly memorable to Lin Xia, a nondescript student named Han Ro. At this moment, she was quietly scribbling something before turning to pass a small note to the boy seated behind her. The young man behind her, Lin Xia, was also familiar with Lu Yuan. He would never forget Lu Yuan, who had once pushed him aside when confronted by the ghostly figure. How many are there? The voice of Chun Mai echoed again through the earpiece. There are 2 in my classroom, and when I arrived, I specifically surveyed all the classrooms on this floor. Just on this level, there are approximately 6. Is there any hope for them? No, Lin Xia replied with certainty. Their internal organs have vanished, replaced by grotesque masses of flesh and blood. Even if those creatures are slain, there is no way they could survive. They died the moment they were consumed. Just on this floor, there had already been 6 victims. If one were to consider the entire school, how many lives would be lost? When a school becomes rife with so many casualties, its fate is essentially sealed. The societal repercussions of such an event would be even more terrifying. After a long silence, Chin Mai finally spoke again. Understood. Continue observing, but do not raise alarm. Received. Lin Xia took out paper and pen, intently listening to the teacher's lecture, behaving like an ordinary student. After a brief lecture of several minutes, Li Yifei rushed to the door, panting, and knocked. Report. Li Yifei, you're late. The teacher's expression was stern towards the seasoned troublemaker. Teacher, I was ill and have a sick leave note. Li Yifei waved the note from his book. The teacher cast a sharp glance at him. Return to your seat immediately. If you perform poorly again on this test, I shall have to inform your parents. Li Yifei hurriedly resumed his place beside Lin Xia, bowing his head to retrieve his book while quietly inquiring, what have you discovered? I have gathered some information. Though it remains incomplete, Lin Xia replied, casting a glance out the window. I require an opportunity, an occasion to perceive the entire faculty and student body. Li Yifei was taken aback. Are you suggesting? After this class, there will be a flag-raising ceremony. By then, I shall be able to ascertain the situation. At least preliminarily. Lin Qia's eyes narrowed slightly. The administration building. For 403. I found it. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan arrived at the door of the head teacher's office, halting simultaneously. They exchanged a glance and promptly assumed their positions. Si Xiaonan stood at the entrance with the black box on her back, while Hong Ying concealed herself in the shadowed corner behind the door, ever ready to spring into action. Si Xiaonan cleared her throat and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. After 3 resounding taps, the two held their breath, waiting for several seconds, but the silence within remained unbroken. Hong Ying furrowed her brows slightly and exchanged a knowing look with Si Xiaonan. Si Xiaonan knocked again, but still, there was no response. Hong Ying gestured for Xiaonan to step back a few paces and approach the door herself. Drawing a slender wire from her pocket, she gently manipulated it at the lock. Click! With a soft sound, the door creaked open. Inside lay an empty office. Hong Ying cautiously entered the room, scanning her surroundings until she confirmed it was indeed unoccupied, at which point she exhaled in relief. Sister Hong Ying, it seems the occupant has only just departed. The cup is still warm. Si Xiaonan reached out to touch the cup on the table and spoke. They must have gone to a meeting. If it were merely a trip to the restroom, the door would not be locked. Hong Ying nodded slightly, deciding to search the area for any clues. Si Xiaonan agreed. I shall keep watch for you. She closed the door behind her and sidled over to the window, retrieving a delicate little mirror from her pocket to observe her surroundings through its reflection. Meanwhile, Hong Ying swiftly rummaged through the office, desk, drawers, filing cabinets, flower pots, every possible hiding place. However, apart from a heap of useless documents, nothing of value was uncovered. Suddenly, she paused, sniffing the air intently. Xiaonan, do you detect any peculiar scent? Hong Ying furrowed her brow. Huh. It seems I do not, Si Xiaonan replied, sniffing thoughtfully. The frown on Hong Ying's face deepened. She crouched down, following the faint, unpleasant odor until her gaze landed upon a tile beneath the chair. This tile appeared remarkably clean and bore signs of having been disturbed. She extracted a small knife, prying at the edge of the tile until it lifted slightly, releasing a wave of rancid odor. Struggling against the stench, Hong Ying delicately used the knife's tip to extract what lay beneath the tile, a piece of yellowish-brown soft membrane. As she unfolded it, her pupils dilated in shock. Skin. This is human skin. Hong Ying abruptly lifted her gaze to Si Xiaonan. Do these infected individuals shed their skin? Si Xiaonan's brow furrowed. A snake? It is possible to report this information to Wu Xiangnan. Perhaps it could lead to the discovery of details regarding this mythical creature. Hong Ying swiftly returned the piece to the tile, covering it once again. Just as she concealed all traces of her presence, a sudden melody emanated from outside the window, startling her. Recognizing the familiar tune, Hong Ying approached the window, gazing down at the increasing throng of students flowing out of the corridor, murmuring to herself, the flag-raising ceremony? Is the music for the flag-raising ceremony across the entire Great Xia uniform? At this moment, Lin Xia and Li Yifei were making their way down the corridor, slowly following the raucous stream of students. Li Yifei cautiously scanned the surroundings and leaned closer to Lin Xia's ear. Xia, your involvement with them suggests you possess that special ability as well, doesn't it? Indeed. Damn, I truly envy you. What is your ability? To perceive the surroundings with mental awareness, something akin to that. Lin Xia replied ambiguously. Can you distinguish between monsters and humans? Yes. Then, you must tell me the truth. How many are there in our class? 2. Lu Xiaoyan and Han Ruruo. Upon hearing these names, Li Yifei appeared to breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness it's not Wu Shujie. After harboring a crush on her for so many years. If she were to transform into a monster, I doubt I would ever find love in this lifetime. Lin Xia inquired. And what about now? How many are around me? Li Yifei anxiously asked. The 5th person in front of you. That girl is one too? Her? Li Yifei reminisced for a moment about a girl from the neighboring class, seemingly named Tian Li, who had also been transformed into a monster. This was not particularly surprising. Lin Xia was taken aback, questioning why. Li Yifei raised an eyebrow. Haven't you realized? Oh, right. You just transferred here a few days ago. So you wouldn't know. Realized what? Lin Xia inquired. Lu Xiaoyan, Han Ruruo, and Tian Li. They all share the same dormitory. Chapter 47. The flag bearer. Upon hearing this revelation, Lin Xia stood frozen in place. Indeed, during his previous exploration of the floor, He had noticed that the majority of those infected by the monsters were girls. With Li Yifei's words, he began to sense that something was amiss. Could it be that the mythical creature emerged from the girls' dormitory? Lin Xia murmured to himself. He activated his earpiece and spoke in a hushed tone, "Sister Hongying. Where are you?" "Just exited the office building." "What's the matter?" Lin Xia conveyed his suspicions, and on the other end, Hongying immediately nodded. "All right. While everyone is at the flag-raising ceremony, let us head to the girls' dormitory now." "Understood." As the march music began to play, Lin Xia's class filed out of the corridor, gradually making their way toward the flag-raising platform. The ceremony was to take place in a small clearing in front of the teaching building, which was rather cramped, with students from all 3 grades of high school crowded together, leaving little space between them. "Students at the back, keep up. Hurry. Don't push me. Hey, can you move any faster? How fast can I go? The people in front of me are stuck. What can I do? Where's the person ahead of me? Who was in front of you?" "Lin Xia, where did he go?" "I don't know. He was just here." "Oh, Li Yifei is also missing." As several classmates expressed their confusion, Lin Xia and Li Yifei had already slipped away from the group, swiftly navigating through the throngs of students. Lin Xia's mental perception extended only 20 meters. To encompass the more than 2,000 students, he had to keep moving incessantly. "Lin Xia, have you finished your search? The music has ended. The flag raising is about to commence." Li Yifei struggled to push through the surrounding students, calling out to Lin Xia ahead. "Not yet. There's still half to go. What should we do? Everyone has formed a line, and once the music stops, we will be discovered." At that moment, the repetitive march music grew fainter, and the 2 students weaving through the crowd became increasingly conspicuous, with many pointing and whispering about them. Lin Xia furrowed his brow. Li Yifei was right. If they continued to weave through the crowd while everyone else stood still, it would undoubtedly attract attention. Forcing their search could also lead to being intercepted by a teacher. However, if they ceased their efforts, their only option to thoroughly ascertain the students and faculty across all 3 grades would be to wait until after school to block the exits. Time was of the essence, and uncertainties loomed large. They could not afford to wait. Lin Xia's mind raced, and suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he spotted the flag-bearer team in the distance, his spirits lifting. He altered his course, swiftly parting the crowd as he approached the front of the flag-bearer team. "Greetings, fellow student." Lin Xia approached the student at the forefront and spoke courteously. The flag-bearer was momentarily taken aback. "Hello, you have been dismissed." The student gazed at him in confusion. "What are you talking about?" "The school administration has just issued an urgent notification, requesting exemplary student representatives to participate in the flag-raising ceremony, followed by a speech. Therefore, it is necessary to temporarily replace the flag-bearer," Lin Xia stated earnestly, extending his hand to grasp the flagpole held by the other student. "However, I am Li Yifei, the exemplary student representative of the 2nd year. Please hand over your flag to me. If you have any questions, you may address them to the administration after the ceremony." Lin Xia expressionlessly seized the flagpole from his grasp and positioned himself in the place originally designated for him, his demeanor solemn. Li Yifei scratched his head in bewilderment, and after a moment of inner conflict, he chose to return to his class's lineup. "Lin Xia, what do you intend to do?" Li Yifei could not help but inquire. "Your actions could lead to disciplinary action." "No, I too shall face consequences. I have usurped your identity and taken the flag from the bearer. This is not your fault," Lin Xia replied nonchalantly. "Moreover, I am no longer a student and therefore am not bound by the school's regulations. I am the night watchman." As solemn and dignified music began to play, students, teachers, and administrators alike fell silent, their gazes fixed on the flag held by the bearer, awaiting its ascension. In rhythm with the music, Lin Xia raised the flag and marched forward with precise steps. "Ah, do you see that flag bearer? Doesn't he look somewhat familiar?" "Indeed, he is quite handsome, resembling Lin Xia a bit." "Are you sure it's just a bit?" "I feel like it is him." "It seems to be true." The vast majority may not recognize Lin Xia, yet his classmates promptly identified him. Whispering amongst themselves, the leaders on stage remained oblivious to the change of the flag bearer, smiling as they gazed at the dashing youth. After all, such trivial matters were beneath their concern. With so many students in the school, how could they know who was to raise the flag today? However, the teacher responsible for the flag-raising ceremony suddenly changed countenance upon seeing Lin Xia. For reasons unknown, an ominous premonition stirred within him. Amidst the audience's salute, Lin Xia strode confidently along the path to the flagpole. Just as he was about to step onto the platform, he executed a sharp right-angle turn. Without hesitation, he headed towards another corner of the student formation. The leaders, who had been smiling in anticipation of the flag, were left dumbfounded. Their smiles froze on their faces as they stared blankly at Lin Xia, who seemed utterly indifferent to their presence. It took several seconds for them to react. And in unison, they turned to the teacher overseeing the ceremony, their eyes brimming with questions. The teacher responsible for the flag raising was drenched in cold sweat. Meanwhile, the students had also caught on, staring in shock as Lin Xia passed by, their murmurs growing louder. What on earth? Why isn't he going up on stage? I don't know. Is this his first time raising the flag? He looks rather unfamiliar. How intriguing. This wave has collapsed directly. The expressions of the leaders in the audience are utterly hilarious. It has left me in stitches. What on earth is Lin Xia up to? Just then, the voice of the teacher in charge of the flag-raising ceremony rang out. Silence. Everyone be quiet. The student holding the flag, you are going the wrong way. Lin Xia, seemingly oblivious, had no intention of turning around and even quickened his pace. His gaze sliced through the faces of all the students before him like a blade. Their eyes reflected surprise, confusion, derision, and schadenfreude. Yet, in Lin Xia's eyes, there was a profound depth akin to an unfathomable abyss. To him, they resembled a flock of sheep unknowingly marching towards the jaws of a wolf, perilously unaware of their imminent danger. Among the more than 2,000 teachers and students present, only Lin Xia and Li Yifei remained awake. Perhaps it is as they say, while all others are intoxicated, I alone remain sober. Come back. You quickly return. Which class are you from? The teacher on stage bellowed in fury. Finally, after surveying all the students, Lin Xia feigned surprise. Abruptly turning back and hastening toward the flagpole, swiftly binding the flag to it. The teacher fixed a furious gaze upon Lin Xia, his body trembling with rage. He seemed poised to question him, yet this was hardly the appropriate moment. Lin Xia chose to disregard the teacher entirely, his mind occupied with matters far beyond the teacher's concerns. As the music shifted and the national anthem was sung in unison, the flag ascended slowly yet beneath the flagpole. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Lin Xia's cheek. He stood there, dazed, surveying the surrounding leaders before casting his gaze downward at the throng of students below, his heart seemingly plummeting into an abyss. Captain, you should brace yourself, he murmured to himself. Chapter 48. The Girls' Dormitory U. Which class are you from? What happened to the original flag bearer? As the flag-raising ceremony concluded, the teacher in charge stormed up to Lin Xia, his demeanor fierce and menacing. At that moment, Lin Xia had no time to engage. He simply sidestepped and walked away. The teacher's eyes widened in disbelief. After years of teaching, he had never encountered such an outrageous student. Stop right there. I'm speaking to you. What is this attitude? Do you believe I won't take you straight to the principal's office and have you publicly reprimanded? He seized Lin Xia by the shoulder, shouting furiously. Ahead. Lin Xia halted, slowly turning his head. In his eyes, two golden flames ignited instantaneously. In that instant, an unprecedented pressure enveloped the teacher's heart. Under the gaze of those eyes, he felt as though he were staring into the vast cosmos, insignificant like a mere grain of sand amidst the boundless darkness and uncertainty. The sensation of oppression. It was a pressure that transcended the very essence of existence. In a fleeting moment, the teacher's back became drenched in cold sweat, his entire being teetering on the brink of collapse. The flames in Lin Xia's eyes flickered out, as if they had never existed. What transpired just now was my fault. Feel free to report me to the entire school, or even file a complaint at the office. Lin Xia gazed at the teacher, who was panting heavily, and calmly remarked. However, you must wait until I have completed my work. With that, Lin Xia turned and, under the horrified gaze of the teacher, sprinted away. Captain, Xia, report your status. I have thoroughly examined the entire faculty and student body of the school. The situation is dire. I believe resolving this matter quietly will be akin to climbing a mountain. Please elaborate. Among the 3 grades, the number of infected individuals in both the first and third years is relatively low, totaling no more than 10. However, the second year is the most severely affected, with 36 infected individuals, and in one class, nearly half of the students are infected. This is only among the students. Among the teachers and administration, there are nearly 20 infected as well. Therefore, I can surmise that within the entire second high school, at least 60 faculty and students have been transformed into monsters. A profound silence enveloped the other end of the earpiece. Captain, over 60 infected. Even if each infected person is merely a lamp level, that means there are over 60 lamp monsters within this high school. If we were to discover the true form of this mythical creature, all these infected lamp individuals would undoubtedly enter a frenzied state, launching indiscriminate attacks on the surrounding faculty and students. Furthermore, their numbers are too great. Should any of them escape the school, it would spell disaster for the entire Cangnan city. Lin Xia calmly articulated his deductions. In the stillness of the night, a sense of urgency hung in the air. A voice crackled through the earpiece, heralding an ominous revelation. They were beginning to seep out. Several kilometers away, in a modest rented room, Chenmai gripped his knife tightly, stepping over the remnants of flesh and blood that littered the ground, accompanied by the solemn-faced Wu Xiangnan. We have investigated Lu Xiaoyan, the individual you mentioned, Hanruo, as well as the home of the academic director. We discovered that their families have also succumbed to the infection, and we have just neutralized them. The situation is more dire than we had anticipated. Thus, we must systematically visit the homes of the infected to swiftly sever the transmission of the contagion. Regrettably, this means we cannot offer immediate support. However, such troublesome mythological entities are inherently not formidable. I believe that the three of you can handle the situation effectively, but this will inevitably incite chaos within the school, potentially exposing our existence along with that of the mythological beings. Fear not. We possess a forbidden artifact known as Whispers of Dreams, which can create illusions within a certain radius and erase fragments of memory. Additionally, I will appoint Lung Xian as a temporary guardian, establishing an unfettered void around the second high school, ensuring no one may enter or exit. For the time being, the school will transform into an isolated island, cut off from the world. Chenmai approached the window, his gaze directed toward the location of Lin Xia and his companions. In a calm yet resolute tone, he declared, "Our adversaries are formidable. There is no need for restraint or concealment. We must locate their true essence and eliminate them with utmost urgency. While ensuring the safety of both teachers and students, we must prevent further casualties. This time, you may take a bold leap." After a moment of silence, Lin Xia nodded gravely, acknowledging his understanding. He severed the connection and stood beside Chenmai, who observed Wu Xiangnan's furrowed brow and remarked, "Isn't it too daunting for him to encounter such a significant event on his first mission? Xiangnan, this child is unlike you and me." Chenmai replied with a slight shake of his head. "He possesses potential, character, and resilience. All we need to do is provide him with a clear path and a broad stage, and he will ascend to great heights on his own." In the girls' dormitory of No. 2 High School, Hong Ying stealthily peeked out from the window, glancing inside before waving her hand behind her, urging, "Hurry. The dormitory supervisor is absent." Xishaoan swiftly darted in from outside, gracefully leaping over the entrance barrier and slipping behind the duty room. Hong Ying followed suit. And once they evaded the duty room, they dashed up the stairs, bounding 3 steps at a time with remarkable agility. In no time, they reached the 5th floor. At that moment, the flag-raising ceremony had just concluded, and the students had returned directly to their classrooms to prepare for lessons. The dormitory building was eerily quiet, with all the doors on either side securely locked, casting the narrow corridor into shadow. Only the front terrace allowed a slant of sunlight to pierce through. Cautiously, Hong Ying pressed against the wall, utilizing the dim light to survey the floor. "Which room did Lin Xia say belonged to those girls?" she whispered, turning to ask. "The second room from the north," Xishaoan replied. Hong Ying cast her gaze toward the dormitory on the northern side and silently approached it, while Xishaoan tightly grasped her hem, a flicker of fear evident in her eyes. "Sister Hong Ying, please walk slower. I understand. You, my dear, are unafraid of slaying monsters yet dread the darkness," Hong Ying replied with a hint of exasperation. As the two gradually neared the dormitory door, Hong Ying deftly inserted a fine needle into the lock, and the door creaked open. As Hong Ying had anticipated, the dormitory was devoid of any presence. The pair entered and commenced a swift search. "Wow, this dormitory is quite nice. The balcony is rather spacious," Hong Ying remarked as she stepped onto the balcony. Suddenly, her pupils constricted as she seemed to catch sight of something. On the clothesline, amidst a collection of soft pink garments, there fluttered 4 thin sheets of human skin, swaying in the breeze. "Sister Hong Ying." Xishaonan, having witnessed the same sight, paled visibly. Hong Ying furrowed her brow, maneuvering past the eerie remnants to peer over the balcony's edge. This dormitory building was the most peripheral structure on campus. Opposite the balcony lay an expanse of undeveloped land, devoid of any other buildings. It was no wonder they felt bold enough to display human skin so brazenly. However, what if others came to visit? The thought solidified Hong Ying's gaze, prompting her to hastily exit the dormitory and opened the door to the adjacent room. On that balcony, for more sheets of human skin danced in the wind. Next door, and the next again. Hong Ying diligently searched through several nearby dormitories, discovering that the majority of balconies were adorned with human skins, some displaying 1, others 2, and a few even 4. This ominous sight indicated that a significant number of students on this floor had already been transformed into monsters. Sister Hong Ying, this is troubling. Xia murmured to herself while standing outside the door. Indeed, it was a troubling situation. Hong Ying sighed deeply, then shifted her focus, stating, however, this also suggests that the monster's ability to infect others must inherently possess limitations. Why? Xia pondered. If it truly had an infinite infection capacity, I reckon that within merely 2 nights, it could silently infect everyone on this floor. Yet, the reality stands contrary to this notion. We are unaware of how long it has been lurking in the shadows, but it is certain that it has surpassed 2 days, and in that time, it has only managed to infect 4 or 5 dormitories. This signifies that there is a cap on the number of individuals it can infect? Perhaps. Hong Ying acknowledged, but another possibility exists. Its infection capability may be bound by a cooldown period. For instance, a single entity might only be capable of infecting 1 person within a day. Xiaonan's eyes gradually brightened with realization. Indeed, if it possessed true infinite infection ability, the entire school would have succumbed long ago. Thus, we can deduce numerous insights. Following this line of reasoning, Hong Ying continued. From the intelligence provided by Xia, it appears that among the infected individuals, the proportion of boarding students significantly exceeds that of day students. This is primarily because day students do not reside on campus. When they are present, they usually gather in groups, making it exceedingly difficult for the monster to infect them unnoticed. Moreover, among the infected individuals, the proportion of females significantly surpasses that of males. This is not only due to the fact that females are relatively easier targets, often found alone, but also because Hong Ying's eyes narrowed slightly as she turned to gaze down the dimly lit, narrow corridor. The essence of that mythical creature resides here. Xia gaped in astonishment. Sister Hong Ying, how did you suddenly become so clever? Hong Ying raised an eyebrow. Do you think I am that foolish in your eyes? Indeed. You have always seemed rather dim-witted, the type who only uses their brain in critical moments. Hong Ying helplessly gazed at the ceiling, and after a pause, removed her earpiece. All right, I admit, those insights were actually shared with me by Qi. Xia pouted. He indeed possesses quite a bit of intelligence. Hong Ying sighed. Although I am reluctant to concede, he does appear to be a tad brighter than I. Lin Qia's voice echoed softly through the earpiece. Are you sure it's just a tad? Be quiet. Oh, by the way, I must caution you. Lin Qia's tone turned serious. Just now, I saw a large group of girls heading towards the dormitory building. Hong Ying furrowed her brow. Are they infected? It's too far for me to sense. Be cautious. Understood. Hong Ying donned her earpiece once more and exchanged a glance with Xiaonan. The two swiftly made their way toward the corridor. At that moment, several girls approached from the corridor, chatting and laughing. Hong Ying's gaze sharpened slightly as she halted, pulling Xiaonan to a stop, her eyes brimming with vigilance. The group of girls in the corridor regarded the two unfamiliar figures with a mix of surprise and scrutiny, engaging in hushed whispers. Who are they? I don't recognize them. Perhaps they belong to another class? But aren't there only our classes on this floor? I've never seen them before. Maybe they're here looking for someone? Indeed. Let me ask. One of the long-haired girls stepped forward, her tone courteous. Hello, are you here looking for someone? A smile graced Hong Ying's face as she replied, Yes. I am searching for Wang Nan from Class 6, but I seem to have forgotten which dorm she is in. Wang Nan? The long-haired girl tilted her head slightly. There is no one by that name in Class 6. Could you be mistaken? Isn't this the senior class dormitory? No. This is the sophomore dormitory. The seniors are on the first floor. Oh, I see. Hong Ying scratched her head apologetically, grasping Xiaonan's hand. She cheerfully responded, I'm sorry for the disturbance. Not at all. The long-haired girl smiled politely. As Hong Ying and Xiaonan maneuvered around her, they proceeded down the corridor. And the cluster of girls, noticing their approach, graciously parted to create a pathway. That girl is truly beautiful. Hong Ying overheard one of the girls whispering as they passed, envy glimmering in her eyes. Indeed, her features are exquisite, and her skin is flawless. How enviable. And the shorter girl behind her is lovely too. She is so adorable. So adorable that one might wish to devour her whole. At the moment when Hong Ying and Xiaonan brushed past the other girls, A fervent hunger ignited in the eyes of those girls, their heads unfurling like blooming buds, revealing crimson flesh and a menacing array of teeth. The corridor of the dormitory was already narrow, and with these girls occupying most of the space, there was hardly any room left for Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan, so little that they could barely dodge. Yet at that moment, a subtle smile danced upon the corner of Hong Ying's lips, and a burst of crimson light erupted around her. Boom! The rose-hued flames radiated from her and Si Xiaonan, sweeping outward in all directions, the terrifying repulsion sending the monsters in the corridor careening away. Crack! 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 The flames roared, the intense heat causing the emergency lights on either side of the hallway to shatter, plunging the entire corridor into darkness. Only the flames flickered alone. And then, a girl carrying a long box gracefully ascended the stairs. The fire illuminated her face as she gently tapped on the long box behind her. A soft hum emanating from within, and a long spear sprang forth from the side of the box, landing steadily in her grasp. Hong Ying elegantly wielded the spear, creating a flourish as she navigated through the rose-colored flames, gazing defiantly at the terrified monsters before her. Humph, I knew you were no good. With the spear resting on her shoulder, she tapped her earpiece and declared, "Let us see from now on who dares to call me foolish." Chapter 50. Not completely rescued. Si Xiaonan, with a hand on her chest, approached Hong Ying from behind, her expression one of lingering fright. "They look quite terrifying," she remarked. To which Hong Ying nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, they seem somewhat lacking in strength." With that, she forcefully stomped her feet against the ground, launching herself forward like an arrow released from its bow. The tip of her spear ignited in a brilliant rose-colored flame, trailing a fiery streak through the air. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The monsters in the corridor, upon witnessing Hong Ying's advance, gaped their grotesque, flesh-ridden maws wide, intent on devouring her whole. Hong Ying narrowed her eyes slightly, her form unwavering as she charged headlong into the gaping maw. Just as the monstrous jaws were about to engulf her, a brilliant flash of crimson light erupted from the spear's tip, illuminating the dark corridor in an instant. In the following moment, a colossal fireball ignited. The spear effortlessly cleaved through the creature's body, and the flickering flames consumed the torn flesh in mere breaths. Standing firm, Hong Ying casually rested the spear on her shoulder, the flames at its tip still dancing. With a light chuckle, she regarded the stunned monsters before her and provocatively waggled her fingers, declaring, "You few are simply not enough to challenge me." Si Xiaonan, filled with excitement, clapped her hands in admiration, exclaiming, "Sister Hong Ying, you are so impressive." The monstrous figures let out a guttural roar, fixating their gaze upon the crimson-haired girl before them. In the next moment, an increasing number of silhouettes emerged in the corridors on either side. Some donned school uniforms, while others wore casual attire. Some held water basins, while others clutched books. Their long, lustrous black hair cascaded down as pairs of eyes fixated intently on the central figure of Hong Ying. They remained eerily silent, their stares unyielding. Drip, drop. The distant sound of water dripping from the restroom echoed, and faint rustling noises emanated from the ceiling above. Outside, the muted chatter of students reverberated. Yet the entire corridor was enveloped in an unsettling silence. The girls flanking the corridor multiplied, standing in perfect unison like a silent battalion. This scene sent shivers down one's spine. Si Xiaonan quietly edged behind Hong Ying, extracting a blade from the black box in her hand, gripping it firmly. 16, 17, 18. Hong Ying meticulously counted the figures, murmuring to herself, 18. This number posed a slight predicament, but merely a slight one. Ruo, you mentioned wanting some AD calcium during our last class. I happened to pick up a bottle at the convenience store just now. Here you go." In the classroom, Lu Yuan held out a bottle of AD calcium milk to Han Ruo, his cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson. Han Ruo turned, offering Lu Yuan a sweet smile as she accepted the bottle. "Thank you, Lu Yuan. You were truly kind to me." Upon beholding Han Ruo's radiant smile, Lu Yuan was instantly enveloped by an ethereal sensation. With a firm pat on his chest, he assured her, "Rest assured, Ruo, whatever you wish to drink in the future, simply let me know, and I shall procure it for you." "All right," Han Ruo replied with a nod. After a brief moment of hesitation, she leaned in closer to Lu Yuan's ear and, in a soft and tender tone, murmured, "Lu Yuan, after school. Could you wait for me in the garage?" Lu Yuan's heart raced at the implication, pounding vigorously in his chest. I have something I wish to tell you." Han Ruo's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she cast a flirtatious glance his way, their unspoken connection palpable in the air. Lu Yuan, brimming with excitement, nodded fervently. Yes, I will surely wait for you after school tonight. At that moment, however, Hanruoruo seemed to pause, as if sensing something amiss, and abruptly rose from her seat. What's the matter, Ruoruo? Where are you going? Lu Yuan inquired, perplexed. I just remembered something I forgot to retrieve. I need to return to the dormitory, Hanruoruo replied. Her earlier softness replaced by an icy demeanor as she coldly uttered her parting words and began to stride toward the door. At that instant, a young man approached her table, obstructing her path. Lin Xia? Lu Yuan furrowed his brow upon recognizing the newcomer. Hanruoruo's fleeting irritation vanished, quickly replaced by an innocent and naive smile. Lin Xia, do you require something? She asked. Ignoring Lu Yuan's gaze, Lin Xia pondered for a moment before finally stating, in truth, I have harbored feelings for you for quite some time. Hanruoruo was taken aback. Lu Yuan nearly spat out blood, resolutely rising to his feet. He fixed his gaze upon Lin Xia and said, Lin Xia, you mustn't do this. Hanruoruo has someone she admires. You cannot persist. Before Lu Yuan could finish his words, Lin Xia forcefully pushed him back into his seat, simultaneously covering his mouth. Hanruoruo paused for a moment, seemingly pondering the situation. And suddenly 2 blushes appeared on her cheeks. So. Then let's be together, Lin Xia naturally declared in the next breath. Roars of excitement erupted. Although Lin Xia's voice was not loud, the impact of his words was undeniably profound. The entire class erupted in a frenzy. Wow. Who would have thought Lin Xia actually likes girls like Hanruoruo? I never saw that coming. Yet, upon closer inspection, Hanruoruo is indeed quite lovely. However, it is evident that Lin Xia is even more handsome. Wow, how domineering. I absolutely adore this. What a pity. Look at Lu Yuan's expression. It's simply priceless. I concur. They should be together. 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 Amidst the clamor, Hanruoruo lowered her head, seemingly inspecting her toes, her face flushed deep crimson. After a brief moment, she replied in a voice as faint as a mosquito's, well, if that's the case. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan stared at her in disbelief. As if struck by a bolt from the blue, his world had collapsed. Lin Xia nodded expressionlessly. If that is settled, see you in the garage tonight. Lin Xia released his hand from covering Lu Yuan's mouth, and the latter sat there like a statue, staring blankly at the blushing Hanruo, utterly motionless. Lin Xia cast a sidelong glance at him and silently walked away. Li Yifei, having witnessed the entire episode, approached Lin Xia and whispered, Xia, why did you choose to save him? He previously pushed you aside. I truly did not wish to save him. Had I been my former self, I would not have intervened at all. Lin Xia patted his shoulder. However, given my current responsibilities, I cannot simply turn a blind eye. From the perspective of a night watchman, saving a life is imperative. Thus, I saved him, albeit not entirely. Li Yifei paused, perplexed. What does that mean? Lin Xia turned to glance at the dazed Lu Yuan, speaking with profound significance. Do you believe that, given his character, he would ever relinquish his pursuit of Hanruoruo? Li Yifei's eyes widened. Are you suggesting he will not give up? Out of duty as a night watchman, I saved him once, Lin Xia stated calmly. Yet, if he insists on courting danger, that is no longer my concern. At that point, I might even applaud from the sidelines. Chapter 51. I understand you. The day after the premiere. Today for updates. Everyone, let us go. In the previous chapter, there was an error with the character's name. Wang Xiao should have been Lu Yuan. Ahem, it has been corrected. Li Yifei smacked his lips. When it comes to ruthlessness, you truly are the most formidable. Lin Xia was about to say something when a voice came through his earpiece, causing his expression to shift slightly. What happened? Something has gone awry on Hong Ying's end. Without hesitation, Lin Xia seized the black box and dashed towards the classroom exit. Hey, there's only a minute left until class starts. Li Yifei instinctively reminded him, only to realize that the days of sitting in class without a care were long gone. He hurriedly followed Lin Xia out, and just as they reached the door, he collided head-on with the English teacher. Li Yifei, class is about to start. Where are you rushing off to? The English teacher glared at him, annoyance evident in her voice. Class. Li Yifei pushed past the teacher and sprinted off in the distance, shouting back, at this point, who cares about class? Times have changed. Teacher. The English teacher could only fume in disbelief. Li Yifei, with the speed of a sprinter, trailed behind Lin Xia until they reached the girls' dormitory. A large crowd had already gathered below. Did you hear that? It sounded like an explosion from inside. I heard it. It seemed like something was screaming. It's terrifying. How could that be? I only heard an explosion. Someone must have hidden illegal electrical appliances, causing a fire. Has anyone called the police? Someone's already on the phone. The fire truck should arrive shortly. We need to secure the scene. Wait, why is there no signal? Me neither. How strange. Outside of number 2 middle school, in a secluded corner, Long Xian placed the notice board down and gently drew the blade across his fingertip, causing a few drops of blood to ooze forth. With an expressionless face, he extended his hand and etched a long line upon the surface of the board. How did old Zhao do it again? Long Xian murmured, recalling for a moment. Suddenly, he pressed his palms together and thrust them downward. Forbidden ruins, unfettered void. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. 10 seconds passed, yet the notice board remained utterly still. The corners of Lang Xian's mouth twitched slightly as he pondered. Perhaps there wasn't enough blood? Thus, he drew the blade again and made a cut on his left hand, drawing a horizontal line on the board. Forbidden ruins, unfettered void. Still, there was no response. Growing somewhat impatient, Lang Xian tapped the surface of the notice board, akin to striking an old television with poor connection. After a couple of taps, the board trembled slightly, and an invisible canvas unfurled from its center, connecting with 2 other notice boards, enveloping the entirety of the sky above the second high school. This time it worked. Satisfied, Lang Xian stood up and gazed into the distance, suddenly taken aback. Wait, why does the color of unfettered void appear different this time? What the hell? Look, why has the sky turned green? Is this real? How astonishing. Hurry, take a picture. Which unfortunate soul has found themselves under such an enormous hat? What must one endure to provoke such a phenomenon? The suddenly transformed sky captivated everyone's attention, even causing teachers and students in the midst of class to step outside and point towards the heavens. Xia, what is happening? Li Yifei gazed at the verdant sky, feeling an unsettling sensation within. Lin Xia furrowed his brow, unsure but suspecting a connection to the boundless void, though he deemed it inconsequential. His gaze fell upon the throng encircling the girls' dormitory, his brow slightly knitting in concern. They had barricaded the girls' quarters, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, it would be rather difficult for him to enter. You need to create a diversion to draw their attention away, he urged. Create a diversion? Li Yifei was taken aback. What kind of diversion? Anything will suffice. You could feign a heart attack or perform a striptease, whatever it takes to divert their gaze. But I can't do any of that. Li Yifei protested. Lin Xia turned, gazing earnestly into Li Yifei's eyes. If you intend to join the night watch after this incident, you must be prepared to give everything, including your virtue. Wait a moment. Why must joining the night watch entail sacrificing my virtue? Li Yifei groaned in exasperation. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted someone within the crowd and, after a moment's contemplation, made a decisive choice. All right, go ahead. I'll help you draw their attention. Lin Xia nodded and navigated around the crowd, approaching the perimeter of the blockade, casting a knowing glance at Li Yifei. Taking a deep breath, Li Yifei shouted at the mass of people ahead, Wushujie. A resounding voice immediately quelled the clamor of the crowd as everyone turned in unison, astonished at the sight of the boy who had suddenly appeared beneath the girls' dormitory. Among the onlookers, Wushujie also turned to gaze at Li Yifei, whose expression was grave and filled with perplexity. Beside her, Lin Qia's lips twitched slightly. He couldn't possibly be preparing to. Wushujie, Li Yifei called out once more, I like you. Upon hearing those 4 words, a wave of excitement erupted from the crowd. High school students possess an unusual fascination with matters beyond their studies, whether it be a sudden fire or, more significantly, a public confession of love. Clearly, the latter held a far greater allure for them than the former. The flames of curiosity ignited within their hearts, and their eager gazes converged upon Wushujie. Even taking a few steps back to grant her a semblance of space, seizing the moment, Lin Xia swiftly crossed the boundary and dashed into the girls' dormitory. Wushujie lowered her head, unable to meet Li Yifei's gaze, and after a brief silence, she spoke softly, I'm sorry. I already have someone I like. Upon hearing these words, Li Yifei's mind went blank. In that disoriented moment, he felt as though he had suddenly grasped the sentiment expressed by Wang Xiao just moments ago. Whom do you like? A blush crept onto Wushujie's face as she replied, I like Lin Xia. Upon hearing Lin Xia's name, Li Yifei's expression shifted dramatically, and he instinctively glanced toward the entrance of the girls' dormitory, only to find that Lin Xia had already vanished from sight. He remained silent for a long time, gradually lifting his head to gaze upon the verdant sky above. His eyes glistened with moisture. Lu Yuan, do not weep, for I, Li Yifei, understand you. Suddenly, The whirling tips of the guns ignited a dazzling display of fiery satin, resembling elongated crimson tassels adorning the gun muzzles. As blooming rose-hued sparks erupted amidst the dark corridor, the figure of Hong Ying darted swiftly among the monsters, her spear sweeping across, and in an instant, the head of one beast soared high, consumed by flames. The remaining monsters appeared to be gripped by fear, retreating in unison. Before them, Hong Ying, wielding her fiery spear, her long hair billowing, approached with measured steps. Chapter 52. The Serpent Demon. The rose-colored flames illuminated the corridor as if it were daylight. Hong Ying, with her spear in hand, crouched slightly, her gaze fixed upon the four monsters before her, as a wave of heat radiated outward from her center. Suddenly, her figure transformed into a blazing inferno, shooting forth. The rose-hued embers dissolved swiftly in the air, trailing a crimson afterimage. Her speed so remarkable that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. In an instant, she had flickered in front of the monsters. The spear trembled lightly, and countless fiery spear illusions blossomed like buds, piercing the four unsuspecting monsters into a sieve. The rose-hued flames ignited, engulfing the shrieking beasts entirely. Sparks fell from the sky like withering cherry blossoms, carpeting the entire corridor. Hong Ying sheathed her spear behind her, gently snapped her fingers, and the flames in the corridor extinguished in an instant, plunging the space back into darkness. "Xiaonan, are you all right?" "It's nothing. I even managed to slay a creature." Xiaonan glanced at the disfigured monster lying on the ground, chuckling softly. "Xiaonan is truly remarkable," Hong Ying remarked, gently ruffling her hair with a smile. "How can I compare to you, Sister Hong Ying, when your flame feather garb is unleashed? Even dozens of monsters wouldn't suffice to satisfy your prowess. Flattery suits you well." Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor. Hong Ying furrowed her brow, gripping the long spear at her back and casting a wary glance ahead. What is going on? Are there still students inside? A panicked dormitory supervisor hurried up the stairs and, upon seeing the two standing in the scorched corridor, gasped in astonishment. Upon recognizing her, Hong Ying relaxed slightly, moving her hand away from the spear. "We are students here to extinguish the fire. It has already been put out," she replied. Due to the darkness of the corridor, the supervisor seemed unaware of the weapon on her back, urgently waving her hands. "Which class are you in? How can you be so reckless? Come with me quickly. The fire truck is on its way." Hong Ying and Xiaonan exchanged glances, sheathing their weapons into the dark box, and hurried towards the dormitory supervisor. As they reached her, she seemed ready to say something. Bang! The sudden crack of gunfire erupted, a bullet piercing through the railing and striking the supervisor at her waist. Hong Ying and Xiaonan's pupils dilated in shock, instinctively distancing themselves from her. The tremendous recoil slammed the supervisor against the wall, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at the boy slowly ascending the stairs below. In the next moment, her head erupted, transforming into a grotesque, bloodthirsty monstrosity that let out a terrifying roar. It was aimed at the head. How did it end up hitting the waist? At the corner of the corridor, Lin Xia held his gun, muttering to himself. As he pointed the barrel at the gaping maw of the creature, his expression devoid of emotion as he pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 3 successive bullets pierced through the monster's mouth, causing its body to convulse violently before it lost all vitality, rigidly tumbling down the stairs. "Xia?" Hong Ying exclaimed in surprise. "I heard you were embroiled in a fierce battle, so I rushed over." Lin Xia holstered his handgun and ascended the staircase, stepping over the pool of blood and flesh, casting a glance around. Where's the monster?" "It's been dealt with," Hong Ying replied, hands on her hips, a grin on her face, exuding an air of triumph as if awaiting praise for her prowess. "Have you found its true form?" Hong Ying's expression immediately soured, her face falling as she shook her head in disappointment. "No." Lin Xia meticulously inspected this level, lost in contemplation. Logically, this was the very spot where the first infected individual had appeared. Could it be that its true form left after infecting others? Was it that intelligent? This mythical creature undoubtedly possessed considerable intellect. Lin Xia asserted, it can flawlessly replicate a person's personality and habits, making it utterly indistinguishable from the real thing, a feat beyond that of mere beasts. Moreover, its infection strategies thus far exhibit a remarkable degree of logic. Logic? Is that so? Xiaonan inquired, puzzled. Indeed, it chose to commence the infection from the girls' dormitory, not only because the girls possess relatively weaker physical strength, making them easier to manipulate, but also cunningly utilizing their unique charm to disarm other suspicions. It engaged these girls in conversations with the boys, winning their favor, and then lured them to secluded locations to infect them, all without a trace, with even the teachers falling victim. Its actions appeared random. Yet they were imbued with a profound stealth, advancing with meticulous strategy. Had Li Yifei not coincidentally encountered Lu Xiaoyan infecting the Dane, we might not have recognized its existence for another 6 months, and by then, the number of infected individuals could have escalated to an exceedingly terrifying extent. After hearing Lin Qia's analysis, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan felt a shiver run down their spines. It was the first time they had encountered such an astute mythical creature. With a furrowed brow, Hong Ying remarked, "If what you say is true, it must have been aware of our arrival and would naturally not remain here, correct?" "That is quite likely," Lin Xia replied with a resigned nod. "Then, what is that over there?" Si Xiaonan tilted her head, pointing towards the end of the corridor. Lin Xia and Hong Ying were momentarily taken aback, then simultaneously turned to look, their pupils constricting in shock. There, on the small balcony at the corridor's end, a creature with a serpent's tail and a human form coiled languidly. Its ebony scales emanating an eerie chill in the dim sunlight, and a pair of ghostly green eyes fixated intently on the three of them. Hiss. The crimson serpent's tongue flicked out, and the corners of its mouth curled into a mocking smile. After a brief moment of astonishment, Lin Xia and Hong Ying exchanged glances and, without uttering a word, sprinted toward the balcony. Chase! The serpent-tailed creature raised its head high, opening its massive jaws to emit a sudden, piercing scream into the sky. Hisses. Following this chilling cry, it swiftly glided down the edge of the balcony with astonishing speed. Almost simultaneously, a cacophony of screams erupted from a distant classroom. Lin Xia abruptly halted. Gazing into the distance, the infected had gone berserk. Hong Ying gracefully leaped onto the balcony's edge, her long spear slung across her back, turning to Lin Xia and declaring, "You go protect the students. I will pursue it." No sooner had she spoken than she leapt down, vanishing from sight. Lin Xia skidded to a stop and sprinted down the corridor. With Hong Ying's prowess and skill, jumping from the 5th floor posed no challenge. However, given his current capabilities, such a leap would spell disaster. Lin Xia, burdened with the black box, raced down the hall as countless students screamed and scattered like headless flies. In the distance, the faint roar of a monster echoed ominously. "Don't run. Stay close behind me. We cannot leave the school now," Lin Xia shouted, but amidst the chaos, his voice went unheard. Everyone was frantically rushing toward the school gates, only to be thwarted by an invisible barrier preventing escape. This was to ensure that neither the monster nor the infected could breach the unchecked void. "Silence! Silence! Listen to me," Lin Xia shouted repeatedly. Yet still no one paid him heed. At that moment, the words of Lin Xian echoed in his mind once more. Consequently, Lin Xia drew a pistol from his pocket and pulled the trigger towards the sky. As gunfire reverberated throughout the campus, the frenzied students stood in stunned silence. Lin Xia brandished a firearm, aiming it at the statue-like figures of his peers, his expression impassive as he raised his chin slightly. I said, "Silence." Chapter 53. The apocalypse of the campus. The purpose of the gun transcends mere lethality. It also serves as a means of deterrence. When the sudden emergence of monstrous beings instills a frenzy of terror among the populace, only another form of fear can momentarily restore their composure. Who are you? Why do you possess a gun? Are you a police officer? Help us. There are monsters in the school. Save us. After a brief moment of bewilderment, the students erupted once more, pressing towards Lin Xia, their cacophony echoing through the school gates. Lin Xia furrowed his brow, advancing rather than retreating. His finger gently pressed the handle of the black box, which swiftly opened to reveal a sheathed blade that shot forth. In a flash, Lin Xia grasped the hilt, and with a resounding clang, the sword was drawn. The blade, shimmering with a pale blue luminescence, sliced through the air, producing a faint hum as it hurtled toward the foremost boy. The boy's pupils dilated in terror, his head seemingly swelling, as if something were about to burst forth. Yet, Lin Xia's blade struck first, severing his head cleanly. A grotesque, bloodied visage, replete with fangs, soared into the air, and viscous blood splattered across the surrounding students, who stood in shock, frozen like statues, as they beheld the horrifying spectacle. From the moment they irrationally charged towards Lin Xia to the instant he drew his blade, swung it, and severed a head, it transpired in the blink of an eye. The students remained momentarily entranced, unable to comprehend the visually jarring reality before them. Mere seconds later, piercing screams erupted in a frenzy. A monster had been lurking among them all along. "Silence!" Lin Xia bellowed, a fleeting glimmer of golden light flashing in his eyes. The chaotic throng fell into an immediate hush. At the moment Lin Xia spoke, An unprecedented pressure crashed upon their hearts like a tidal wave, rendering them utterly stunned. Now, there are no monsters concealed among you. You may exit the school. Someone will open the door for you. Lin Xia sheathed his straight blade and calmly proclaimed, "However, I expect you to exit in an orderly fashion. Do not push." If I see anyone disregarding the rules, he raised the muzzle of his weapon slowly, brandishing it before the crowd. Upon hearing this, the students promptly turned and rushed towards the school gate. Although their haste appeared somewhat frantic, they maintained a semblance of order. A few girls, their legs trembling and unable to move, were supported by their male peers as they made their way to the entrance. At this moment, a corner of the boundless zone was lifted, revealing a passage leading to the outside world. Beyond the boundless zone, there would be designated personnel to erase their memories, a matter that did not require Lin Qia's concern. This wave alone comprised approximately 400 students, with a multitude more streaming from the classroom buildings towards this location. Primarily first-year and third-year students. The number of infected individuals among the first and third-year students is already quite limited, and the proximity of the teaching building to the school gate makes it relatively easy to escape once the monsters emerge. However, the predicament lies in the fact that there are still infected persons concealed among the panicked students, akin to unstable bombs, their detonation unpredictable. Undoubtedly, when they do explode, it will serve as the final straw that shatters the students' psychological resilience. It is reminiscent of a group of students who, after a harrowing escape from the monsters, finally find refuge, only to witness one of their peers suddenly succumb to transformation. Although the monsters possess limited lethality, the absurd actions humans may take out of panic are boundless. Fortunately, with Lin Xia, a human detector, present, he can effortlessly identify the monsters hidden within the crowd and eliminate them directly. Those deemed harmless can exit through the unfettered void. With such a large number of students, insisting they remain on campus would only heighten the unpredictability, while Lin Xia cannot ensure the safe passage of every student. He can facilitate the departure of as many as possible. Thankfully, the physical condition of the high school students is relatively robust. Within minutes, approximately 13 to 1,400 individuals have reached the school gate and, after being assessed by Lin Xia, have left the premises. The buildings for the first and third years are now nearly vacant. We can close the passage. I need to enter and rescue others. Lin Xia informed Lang Xian through his earpiece. Lang Xian acknowledged with a sound, and the passage of the unfettered void gradually sealed, isolating the entire school once more from the outside world. Just as Lin Xia was about to embark on his journey, the sky suddenly flickered, reminiscent of an old television with a poor connection, dimming ominously. What could be happening? I am still quite unfamiliar with the Wujia void. It seems I have stumbled upon something peculiar. Cold Xian's voice resonated through the earpiece. Will it affect you? I shall investigate further. Lin Xia glanced up at the blood-red sky, letting out a sigh. I feel that a vibrant green would be more welcoming. After all, this scene appears akin to the apocalypse. Beneath the crimson vault of heaven, the atmosphere of the entire campus was eerie and mysterious, with distant screams from the sophomore building mingling with the roars of monsters, echoing through the air. A faint metallic scent of blood lingered, causing Lin Xia to furrow his brow. He shook his head, dismissing the chaotic thoughts in his mind, and swiftly searched through the first and third-year teaching buildings, his blade in hand. Alan, I am so scared. Shoo. Alan peeked out from the bathroom stall, glancing outside before retreating slowly. Lower your voice. Don't attract those monsters. But why aren't we following them out? Why are we hiding in here? Another girl questioned. In this cramped, dimly lit stall, 3 girls huddled together, their faces pale with fear. Alan lowered her voice, her eyes gleaming with an unexpected excitement. Haven't you seen those disaster films? When the apocalypse strikes, those who rush out mindlessly usually perish. Based on my years of watching films, it is undoubtedly the wisest course of action to separate from the main group, seeking refuge in a secure location while awaiting rescue. Yet, this is not a movie. The girl beside her spoke with a tremor of tears. And are you truly convinced that the restroom is a safe haven? I too wish to find another place, but within this vast educational building, aside from classrooms, there are only restrooms. Where else could we possibly go? Alan sighed in resignation, yet assured them, rest assured, as long as we hide here, everything will be fine. Creak. Before Alan's words could fully settle, the door of the restroom stall was abruptly flung open. The 3 girls concealed within the stall screamed in unison. However, when they beheld that the figure entering was not a monster, but a youth wielding a knife, they simultaneously clasped their mouths in silence. Fine. It would be strange if it were. Lin Xia spoke in a detached tone. In an instant, he drew the blade from his hand and, amidst the terror-stricken gazes of the three, swiftly severed one girl's head from her body. A grotesque, bloodied head tumbled to the ground. Chapter 54. The Wise Ones. Silence. You've killed Shoshio. She is no longer who she was. Cannot you see that? Witnessing their sister, who had just moments ago hidden with them in the stall, transformed into a monster and cleaved in two, the two girls were utterly petrified, their legs trembling beneath them. Lin Xia, with a sense of futility, guided them out of the restroom, where a handful of boys and girls had gathered at the entrance. Upon seeing Lin Xia emerge with the two girls, their eyes brimmed with admiration. Is there truly someone inside? Senior Qi, you are truly remarkable. You can sense someone inside from 10 meters away. Are you a cultivator? Can you take me along? Some were still in shock, realizing it was not the time for idle chatter. Hurry and lend a hand. The crowd finally reacted, rushing to assist the two girls who had been rescued. Both were survivors whom Lin Qi had saved during their first year in the secluded corners of the 3rd District. Many girls, like the two just rescued, were paralyzed with fear, yet fortunately, most of the boys remained resilient, unaffected by terror to the point of immobility. What shall we do next, Senior Qi? They inquired. The search and rescue of both teaching buildings is complete. You should take refuge in the auditorium we just passed. I have already cleared it out. Lin Qi replied calmly. And what about you? The 2nd-year teaching building is the epicenter of the disaster. I still need to save people. May I accompany you? I just repelled a monster with a fire axe. I can be of assistance. A robust-looking boy suggested. No, I can manage alone. Lin Qi shook his head, gesturing towards the trembling girls in the group. Your fire axe should be used to protect them. Very well, the boy acquiesced. Without lingering further, Lin Qi offered a few instructions before descending the stairs alone, making his way towards the depths of the 2nd-year teaching building. The monsters hidden in that area accounted for approximately 60% of the school's total, and nearly 10 minutes had passed since the outbreak of chaos. Heaven knows what the 2nd-year building had become. Hopefully, they would exhibit some wisdom. Hurry. The boys have pushed the desks and chairs into the corridor, completely blocking it. Come on, everyone, put in more effort. We cannot allow them to break through. Where are the girls? Stop screaming. Quickly, attend to the injured. What? There are still a few survivors on the 3rd floor? Blast it, Axe Brigade. Charge with me. Mr. Wang, I entrust you with the command of this floor. On the chaotic balcony of the 5th floor, Li Yifei shouted at the top of his lungs as the majority of the 2nd-year students had congregated on this level. The tightly packed desks and chairs thoroughly obstructed the corridors on either side, while dozens of monsters below relentlessly slammed against the barricade. Mr. Wang, the reserved teacher with glasses, nodded solemnly. Rest assured, I will handle this floor. My years of playing tower defense games will prove invaluable. Li Yifei seized a fire axe, slinging it over his shoulder, and called out to the opposite corridor. A few sturdy boys, armed with fire axes, steel rods, and tennis rackets, rushed over swiftly. There are still over 20 classmates trapped in Class 8 on the 3rd floor. We must rescue them. Li Yifei briefly outlined the situation. Several boys quickly fashioned a thick rope from their clothing and secured it to the railing of the corridor, allowing it to dangle straight down. After tugging on it and finding it sufficiently sturdy, Li Yifei was the first to climb onto the railing. Gripping the rope tightly, he began to inch his way down, emulating scenes he had seen on television. The other boys followed suit. Though somewhat anxious, they maintained an orderly approach. Mr. Wang, do you think Li Yifei and the others will be in danger? A girl asked, her concern evident as she watched the unfolding scene. Teacher Wang cast a deep gaze at them, sighed, and wondered how it was possible that there was no danger. Yet, I have faith in his abilities. Li Yifei is so handsome, how did I never notice before? Murmured the girls nearby. Throughout history, in every dark era, there have always been individuals who, once obscure, rise to become the guiding lights for the masses. Students like Li Yifei, who often appear hopeless, possess an irreplaceable potential in such circumstances. Never underestimate anyone. No matter how inconspicuous they may seem, for one day, they might shine with resplendent brilliance. Teacher Wang adjusted his glasses and, as if realizing something, turned to caution the girl. By the way, early romantic relationships are strictly prohibited. Li Yifei and his companions successfully descended to the 3rd floor corridor by following a thick rope. At this moment, most of the monsters were distracted in the stairwell between the 4th and 5th floors, leaving only 2 creatures lingering at the entrance of Class 8. All doors and windows of Class 8 had been barricaded with desks and chairs, preventing the monsters from breaching the classroom. It was not just Li Yifei who was clever. The group descended quietly, remaining unnoticed by the two monsters until they stealthily approached from behind, prompting the creatures to become alert. They abruptly turned, revealing their fearsome jaws as they prepared to act. "Hold your ground," Li Yifei shouted. 4 or 5 boys seized chairs from the classroom, shouted in unison, and charged at the two monsters. Although the monster possessed unparalleled skills in devouring humans, its strength was not significantly greater than that of an average person. Despite the relentless onslaught of the boys wielding chairs, they managed to withstand its assault. However, the creature's razor-sharp teeth swiftly rendered the chairs utterly useless. In that fleeting moment, the remaining boys surged forward, wielding fire axes and clubs with reckless abandon, striking at the monster's mouth. After a frenzied barrage, the creature convulsed violently and collapsed, its head reduced to mere fragments. The boys gasped for breath, their lips curling into uncontrollable smiles, their eyes brimming with exhilaration. Together, they had vanquished 2 fearsome monsters. "Hurry, we must rescue the others," Li Yifei yelled as he dashed to the classroom door, knocking urgently. Inside Class 8, the students had been peering through the gaps between their desks, observing the commotion outside. When they witnessed Li Yifei and his companions triumph over the monster, they quickly opened a door, allowing several boys to step out. "I am Li Yifei from Class 2. Come with us to evacuate," he urged. "Evacuate? Where can we possibly go?" The leader of the boys shook his head, gesturing towards the first floor. "The first floor has completely fallen. There are at least 10 monsters down there. We cannot break through. You managed to kill 2, but can you slay 10? "We are retreating upwards," Li Yifei replied earnestly. "We eliminated the monsters on the 5th floor and barricaded the corridors with desks and chairs. Most students are hiding there." "5th floor," the boy chuckled. "Let me ask you, which floor are we on now?" "The 3rd floor," came the response. "Where are the monsters currently congregating?" "On the 1st, 2nd, and 4th floors." "Even if we make our escape towards the 5th floor as you suggested, how shall we navigate past the densely populated 4th floor? Even if we miraculously manage to break through from the 4th floor, you mentioned that the corridors on the 5th floor have been completely sealed off. Will you be able to open the door in time for us, allowing all of us to pass through before sealing it once more?" He gestured towards the thick rope dangling in the corridor on the 3rd floor. "Or do you believe that all 28 of us can ascend to the 5th floor using that rope?" Li Yifei was left speechless. Chapter 55. In Xingyu, 3rd day of debut, 4th update today. I did not anticipate such a multitude. Li Yifei sighed. "We are immensely grateful for your willingness to come down and rescue us." The young man bowed slightly, but regrettably, "Your retreat plan is unfeasible. Do you possess a more effective strategy?" "Hold the fort." His voice was remarkably calm. Although these monsters appeared intimidating, they were not insurmountable. As long as we continually reinforce the defenses of our doors and windows, stalling them should not pose a problem. I firmly believe that soon, specialized individuals will arrive to rescue us. Li Yifei remained silent for a moment, scrutinizing the bespectacled young man before him, who exuded an air of gentility. "I still do not know your name." "In Xingyu." "In Xingyu? Are you the In Xingyu who ranks first in the city academically?" Li Yifei's eyes widened. "Academic achievements do not concern me." In Xingyu's gaze fell upon the grotesque remnants of blood and flesh scattered outside the corridor, his eyes glimmering with an unusual light. It seemed that this world was far more intriguing than I had previously imagined. For reasons unknown, Li Yifei felt a shiver run down his spine upon meeting his gaze. "Since you are unwilling to accompany me, I shall return to the 5th floor," he declared, turning to leave, for his presence was no longer required here. And the 5th floor still housed a multitude of students. "I suspect you may find it difficult to depart now," and Xingyu remarked, moving to the window and pointing towards 3 monstrous beings charging down the right corridor, while 3 others crawled up from the left. They were surrounded. Most alarmingly, one of the creatures, as it traversed the hallway, casually shattered the thick rope that dangled outside, severing Li Yifei and his companions' only means of retreat. Li Yifei's pupils constricted in sudden terror. With the aid of chairs and a fire axe, they might manage to slay 2 of the beasts, but facing 6 simultaneously would undoubtedly spell their demise. Quickly, reassemble the desks and chairs. The boys in the classroom hastened to restore the furniture that had been moved aside at the entrance. Soon, the creatures reached the outer edge of the classroom, their bodies and sharp teeth incessantly disturbing the makeshift barricade, causing it to teeter precariously. Over 20 boys exerted every ounce of strength, bracing against the desks and chairs, their faces turning a deep shade of purple. Inside and outside the room, this was a desperate struggle for survival, one that wagered dozens of lives. The girls in the classroom turned pale, shrieking as they huddled into the corners. While the expressions of the remaining boys were equally grim, only the frail Xingyu stood to the side, furrowing her brow as she gazed at the scene before her. Seemingly lost in contemplation, the death of 2 monsters was immediately followed by the emergence of 6 more, indicating that these creatures were interconnected through a shared mental network, governed by a central brain of remarkable intelligence, rivaling that of humans. However, the pressing question remained: how did they know to sever the thick rope? Assuming all monsters could share visual information, Li Yifei and his companions, when descending from the thick rope into the corridor, should have remained unseen from the monster's perspective. How did they discern that the thick rope served as a crucial link between the 2 floors? Meanwhile, as Xingyu pondered these mysteries alone, the foremost among them, Li Yifei and his companions, gritted their teeth, their forms gradually yielding to the overwhelming pressure exerted from ahead. Damn it, they were on the verge of collapse. Just as exhaustion threatened to claim them, a figure darted swiftly past the window, a pale blue glimmer slicing through the crescent moonlight, and in the next instant, a grotesque monster's head was sent soaring into the air. Before the remaining 5 monsters could comprehend the situation, the figure altered its stride, twisting its body in an extraordinarily peculiar manner, and unleashed a deadly strike. The blade cleaved through the nearest monster from shoulder to waist, severing it in 2. Blood gushed forth, and the remaining 4 monsters finally reacted, howling as they lunged toward the figure. Just as they were about to make contact, 2 blazing orbs of light erupted from the man's eyes, resembling a furnace ablaze with ferocious flames, blindingly radiant. A terrifying aura surged forth like a tumultuous tide, crashing against the very souls of the 4 monsters. Their movements momentarily faltered. Then, a pale blue flash of light surged forth once more, tracing a crescent arc as it severed the necks of 4 monstrous beings. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly, akin to flowing water, without the slightest pause. Though the youth had swiftly retreated, the splattered blood still stained his school uniform a deep crimson. He furrowed his brow, and the furnace within his eyes gradually dimmed, fading into oblivion. The blade returned to its sheath. A throng of students stood by, utterly astounded. What had they witnessed? A high school student, clad in the same uniform, had felled 6 monsters with but a few strikes? Qi Yi, you have finally arrived, Li Yifei exclaimed upon spotting him, his voice tinged with a hint of plaintive lament. I thought you had abandoned me. Spare me the melodrama, Lin Qi Yi retorted with a silent eye roll. Classmate, are you here to rescue us? An eager voice emerged from the crowd. I suppose so, Lin Qi nodded, turning to Li Yifei, briefly explain the situation to me. All right. Li Yifei gathered his thoughts and began. After that strange cry echoed, the majority of the monsters went berserk, plunging the entire building into chaos. Our 4th floor has fared relatively well, but on the 1st floor, in one of the classrooms, half the students transformed into monsters, slaughtering their peers and completely blocking the staircase. We have no way to escape the building. Some attempted to leap down from the 2nd floor, yet they were torn to shreds upon landing. Thus, nearly all the students have begun to flee upwards, accompanied by a group of formidable young men. I vanquished several monsters on the 5th floor. After escorting the majority of students from the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors, I barricaded the corridor and engaged them in a relentless standoff. Subsequently, we learned of survivors on the 3rd floor, prompting our descent. Lin Xia inquired, how did you handle those individuals whose monstrous nature was uncertain? Thankfully, you had previously informed me that Han Ruo was also a monster. She did not transform but blended into the crowd. I discerned her presence immediately. To avoid alarming her, I confined her, along with several boys who had interacted with her frequently and a few girls from the same dormitory, within a classroom under careful supervision. Upon hearing this, Lin Qian nodded repeatedly, expressing gratitude for my presence. Otherwise, the casualty count among the students would have been far greater. Li Yifei scratched his head, grinning, and remarked, with my commendable performance, joining the night watch should pose no issue, right? Not a problem, Lin Xia replied, seemingly sensing the gaze of another. She turned to meet the eyes of a bespectacled, frail-looking boy. From his gaze, Lin Xia perceived an emotion distinct from that of the others. While most regarded him with fear, reverence, admiration, or infatuation, this boy's eyes held the curiosity of one who had encountered a rare specimen, eager to study him further. Who are you? Lin Xia inquired, perplexed, and Xingyu stepped forward, extending his right hand with utmost courtesy. Greetings, I am Xingyu. Lin Xia hesitated briefly before accepting his handshake. I am Lin Xia. Chapter 56. The Naga demon and Xingyu opened his mouth, seemingly poised to inquire about something. Yet after a moment's hesitation, he wisely chose to remain silent. He harbored a keen interest in Lin Xia's identity and his extraordinary combat prowess. But in such a public setting, he surmised that posing such questions would likely provoke disdain from Lin Xia. Xia, he is the prodigious talent of Songnan City, a rare gem of the second high school. Have you heard of his name? Li Yifei interjected. I have not. Now is not the time for such discussions. Lin Xia replied coolly. First, we must escort these students to the auditorium. It is a safer location. Li Yifei was taken aback. But we can't possibly descend. There are numerous monsters on the first floor. Realizing the folly of his inquiry midway, Li Yifei fell silent. They're all gone. Otherwise. Do you think I would have ascended? Lin Xia regarded Li Yifei as if he were somewhat dim-witted. You are truly formidable, Li Yifei remarked, grinning. So, do you intend to continue upwards to rescue others? Of course. I shall accompany you, Li Yifei asserted resolutely. Rest assured, I will not hinder your efforts. Moreover, they trust me now. I can assist you in managing the situation. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Xia nodded slightly. Then bring your axe team and ascend with me. Although it may appear that nothing has changed on the surface, after a day of relentless struggle, nearly 20 monsters have perished at Lin Xia's hands. Both his physical and mental stamina have been severely depleted. He is utterly exhausted. With Li Yifei and his axe-wielding team by his side, much of the pressure has been alleviated. I wish to join, and Xingyu suddenly interjected. You? Lin Xia questioned. I can provide strategic insights and analyze the behavioral patterns of the monsters, and Xingyu replied, gazing steadily into Lin Xia's eyes, showing no signs of hesitation. Li Yifei leaned closer to Lin Xia and whispered, I believe this lad is quite astute. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Xia nodded slightly. Very well. But let it be clear that I cannot guarantee your safety. After all, he was already accompanied by an entire team. Adding one more would not make a significant difference. Not a problem, I fear not death, and Xingyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. After advising the others in his class to proceed to the auditorium, Lin Xia felt assured. The auditorium was not far from the sophomore building, and given that he had recently cleared the area of monsters, they were unlikely to encounter further danger. Li Yifei, what is the situation upstairs? All is well. Containing the monsters on the fourth floor should pose no issue. Good, then let us rest for a moment. Lin Xia casually found a chair to sit upon. The fourth floor harbored a considerable number of monsters, and to confront them head-on, he would require ample physical and mental fortitude. Redding, how is it faring on your end? Lin Xia activated his earpiece. I failed to capture it. I pursued it across most of the school before it vanished into the woods behind your campus. The voice on the headset, Hong Ying, seemed somewhat disheartened. Lin Xia's heart sank further. As long as the original entity remains immortal, this incident will not come to an end. Even if he manages to eliminate each monster within the school, it would merely be a temporary solution rather than addressing the root of the problem. So, where are you now? Xiaonan is attempting to track the traces left by the creature. We shall continue our pursuit. As long as the void domain persists, it cannot escape this school. Very well. By the way, Wu Xiangnan has discovered what this creature is. Lin Xia's eyes brightened. This monster is a Nantua serpent demon, likely originating from rural folklore. Wu Xiangnan previously searched through all mythological texts without finding any information on this entity, ultimately uncovering fragments of knowledge in a tattered ancient tome. A Nantua serpent demon? Such a serpent demon possesses remarkable camouflage abilities and intelligence comparable to that of humans. After consuming a living being, it can implant serpent seeds within, transforming the host into its progeny and controlling their actions. However, the production of serpent seeds is limited. Even the original entity can only produce one seed per day, while its offspring take 3 days to generate, and both the original and its progeny lack formidable combat capabilities, at least during their juvenile stages. I see. Lin Xia stroked his chin thoughtfully. It appears that this serpent demon has existed for a longer duration than he had anticipated. With such a multitude of serpent offspring, it may have lingered within this school for over a month. He was exceedingly cautious and prudent. Just as Lin Xia pondered, and Xingyu silently approached his side. Is there something you wish to inquire about? I have a question. If you are about to ask whether I am a superhero or a cultivator, then let that notion be dismissed. No, what I wish to ask is, do such monsters exist unbeknownst to us? And Xingyu gestured toward the dismembered creature outside. Lin Xia hesitated for a moment before nodding. Then why do we continue to live so leisurely and comfortably? Lin Xia cast a glance at him and spoke slowly. Because there are those who stand vigil against the darkness for humanity. Technically, Lin Xia ought not to have answered this question. But given that they would inevitably come to acquire this knowledge, it mattered little how it was conveyed at this point. However, Lin Xia could only divulge so much. I understand, and Qingyu nodded. Are you not afraid? Afraid? Why should I be? And Qingyu's lips curled slightly in amusement. I merely find it intriguing. Intriguing? So it seems that this world harbors such wondrous creatures beyond mere science. And Qingyu licked his lips, his gaze fixated on the monster's corpse in the corridor. I truly wish to take them back for dissection and study. You are still merely a high school student, are you not? And what of it? Do you, like others, believe that a high school student is confined to learning only what high school students ought to learn? And Qingyu chuckled lightly. Spending 3 years acquiring that rigid and monotonous knowledge is nothing but a waste of life. Recently, I completed my master's degree in biology. And in the latter half of the year, I intend to pursue a doctorate, primarily focusing on the genetics and mutations of organisms, with some research in clinical medicine. Lin Xia stared blankly at Qingyu, and after a prolonged silence, managed to utter a few words. I apologize for the intrusion. Is it truly possible for such a prodigy to exist in this world? Lin Xia had always considered himself reasonably intelligent, yet in comparison to the young man before him, the very notion of intelligence seemed utterly trivial. He glanced at the time, rose from his chair, and strode towards the classroom exit. It was time to rescue those in need. The crowd swiftly gathered their weapons, following Lin Xia with fervor. Even Qingyu rummaged through a drawer to produce a fruit knife, a smile adorning his face as he joined the fray. The expression he wore suggested not a battle against monsters, but rather an intent to dismember them into 18 pieces for further study. Chapter 57. Wishing you happiness on the 5th floor, Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan. Ruorio, I'm here. I'm here. In a corner of the classroom. Han Ruorio leaned closer to Lu Yuan, her eyes rimmed with red, lips pressed together, resembling a startled young deer. Lu Yuan, why have they imprisoned us? Li Yifei. Li Yifei mentioned that one among us might be a monster. Lu Yuan gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed intently on a group of boys outside the window. Lu Yuan. Yes. I am so frightened. Lu Yuan, captivated by her innocent and vulnerable eyes, felt his heart melt. Within him, his resentment towards Lin Xia burned like an uncontrollable wildfire. Why? Han Ruorio was meant to be mine. How dare you, an outsider who has only been here for a few days, take her away from me? I refuse to accept this. Lu Yuan suppressed the flames of anger within him and gently reassured Han Ruorio, do not be afraid. I am here. And all will be well. Lu Yuan, you are truly wonderful. Han Ruorio rested her head against Lu Yuan's chest, her gaze tinged with melancholy. Unlike the cowardly Lin Qiyi, who would flee at the first hint of danger, showing no concern for me at all. Lin Qiyi? Ha! He is nothing but scum. Lu Yuan scoffed. I have made my decision. Han Ruorio lifted her head to meet Lu Yuan's eyes. Her cheeks flushed with a soft blush. I want to break up with him. A man like that is utterly unreliable. Lu Yuan's entire being trembled with joy, a glimmer of hope shining in his eyes. Then you. I still prefer someone like you, who can provide me with a sense of security. Han Ruorio shyly lowered her head. Upon hearing these words, Lu Yuan felt as though he were soaring to the heavens. He abruptly pulled Han Ruorio into his embrace and earnestly declared, Ruorio, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? I promise to be 100 times better than that Lin Qiyi. Han Ruorio replied with a gentle nodding slightly before leaning back into his arms. Lu Yuan's heart blossomed with joy. Lu Yuan, what is it? I do not wish to stay here. I am so frightened. Lu Yuan was taken aback. Glancing towards the group of boys standing outside the door, his expression conflicted. But they will not allow us to leave. There may be monsters among us. Lu Yuan, do you think I am a monster? Han Ruorio gazed into Lu Yuan's eyes, her expression laden with a sense of grievance that threatened to spill into tears. Lu Yuan swallowed hard and shook his head resolutely, declaring, No. Then are you a monster? She pressed. I am not. He retorted. Then why must we remain here? Does Li Yifei have the authority to confine us in this place? On what grounds does he claim we have issues? Han Ruorio grasped Lu Yuan's hand, her voice trembling with emotion. Lu Yuan, I truly do not wish to stay here any longer. Please take me away. Each of her words struck deep within Lu Yuan's heart, and coupled with her pitiful gaze, it ignited a fierce desire to protect her. Taking a deep breath, he rose to his feet, firmly clasping Han Ruorio's hand, and declared, Rest assured, I will take you out of here. I will prove to you that I am a man of greater fortitude than Lin Xia. With that, he led Han Ruorio to the classroom door and began to knock resolutely. Lu Yuan, what are you doing? A man outside shouted through the window. Let us out. Lu Yuan bellowed in response. You cannot leave. Li Yifei claims there is a monster among you. You're talking nonsense. Lu Yuan pointed an accusing finger at the boy. Li Chong, open your eyes and see. I am Lu Yuan. She is Han Ruoruo. We are classmates. Merely based on Li Yifei's word, you confine us here? Do you know what this is called? It is called illegal detention. If you do not let us out, you are committing a crime. Li Yifei is a madman. If he chooses to break the law, must you follow him into wrongdoing? Lu Yuan's voice resonated throughout the entire floor, instantly capturing the attention of all the students. The few who were tasked with guarding Lu Yuan and his companions exchanged anxious glances, hesitating in their resolve. After all, they were still students. And the act of imprisoning their peers felt inherently wrong. Moreover, the individuals they were confining were their classmates. Such actions seemed excessively harsh. Lu Yuan. Do not make baseless accusations. We are in a precarious situation. As you can see, so many of our classmates have transformed into monsters. Who can guarantee that none among you share that fate? Li Chong stood firm, unyielding in his stance. Why should it be us? Lu Yuan retorted with a cold sneer, pointing at everyone present. Are you not all equally suspicious? How could Li Yifei possibly know if there are monsters among us? Does he possess the ability to see through walls? Just as the two engaged in heated debate, a tremendous crash echoed from the right side of the corridor. A wave of dread washed over everyone as they turned in unison, their eyes brimming with terror. Could it be that a monster had breached their defenses? It was Lin Xia. Lin Xia was mercilessly slaying the monsters, with Li Yifei and the others trailing behind him. Gasps erupted from the entrance of the corridor as the students exchanged incredulous glances, seemingly unable to believe their ears. Lin Xia? Slaying monsters? Boom. Another deafening roar reverberated through the hall, as tables and chairs tumbled down like a small mountain, the clattering sound sending nearby students scrambling backward in fright, the rising dust obscuring their vision. As the dust settled, a blood-stained youth clad in a school uniform emerged slowly, a knife gripped firmly in his right hand, his eyes burning like a furnace ablaze. The moment their gazes met, it was as though an ancient and ferocious beast had fixed its stare upon everyone, rendering them utterly speechless. The golden light in Lin Xia's eyes gradually faded, and the heavy stone that had weighed upon the hearts of the crowd vanished without a trace. Behind him, several boys began to rush forward, including Li Yifei and Qingyu. Li Yifei, how did you all get up here? What about the monsters on the 4th floor? A voice emerged from the crowd, laced with urgency. Li Yifei, holding a fire axe, chuckled and replied, They're all dead. My brother Xie cleared the entire 4th floor. The building is now completely safe. All eyes turned to Lin Xia, disbelief etched on their faces. How is that possible? So many monsters. He took them all down by himself? Is this true? Look at the weapon in his hand, and the blood on him. It must be real. Wow. Did you see the look in his eyes just now? So cool. What was that? Some sort of superpower? As the whispers among the crowd intensified, Lin Xia's gaze cut through to Lu Yuan, who stood seething with indignation. For reasons unknown. Lu Yuan felt a shiver run down his spine, instinctively taking a half-step back. Lin Xia, expressionless, brandished his knife and began to stride toward Lu Yuan. Unconsciously, the students in the corridor parted to create a path for him, their murmurs dwindling to silence. When Lin Xia reached Lu Yuan, the entire corridor was engulfed in an eerie stillness. What? What do you want? Under Lin Xia's gaze, Lu Yuan appeared somewhat flustered. Let me tell you, Han Ruoruo has already broken up with you. She is now my girlfriend. Lin Xia raised an eyebrow, seemingly indifferent to whose girlfriend she was. I hear you intend to take her away? Beside him, Han Ruoruo lowered her head, seemingly evading Lin Xia's penetrating stare. Lu Yuan gritted his teeth and summoned his courage. That's right. I intend to take her with me. Do you dare to stop me? Lin Xia simply observed him in silence, and after a moment, let out a cold chuckle. He stepped aside, gesturing for Lu Yuan to pass. I won't impede your departure. You are free to go. Furthermore, I wish you both happiness. Chapter 58. Appreciation. Lu Yuan was taken aback, seemingly surprised that Lin Xia so readily allowed him to leave. Could it be that he feared him? Had he not exuded an impressive aura just moments ago? With this thought, Lu Yuan involuntarily straightened his back. Casting a glance at Lin Xia and scoffing, he took Han Ruo's hand and strode out confidently. Once their figures vanished into the corridor, a member of the Axe squad approached Lin Xia, whispering, Brother Xia, are you truly letting them go? He has stolen your girlfriend. Should we teach him a lesson? The members of the Axe squad had witnessed Lin Xia's formidable combat capabilities and revered him greatly. Seeing Lu Yuan now so arrogantly escorting Han Ruo away ignited a spark of anger within them. No need. Han Ruo is not my girlfriend. Lin Xia smiled faintly. casting a deep glance in the direction from which the two had departed. In truth, I am rather happy, he admitted. The young man looked at Lin Xia with surprise, his expression abruptly turning peculiar. Could it be that Brother Xia harbors such a penchant? Li Yifei stifled a laugh, patting Lin Xia on the shoulder. Congratulations on having your wishes fulfilled. Indeed. Lin Xia turned his gaze to the students in the corridor. Is this all of them? Yes. All the survivors from the second year are present, Li Yifei confirmed, then leaned closer to Lin Xia's ear. Among them, is there anyone? None. Lin Xia replied, a slight smile gracing his lips. The only one has already eloped with Lu Yuan. Haha, that's a relief. Lin Xia instructed. Let us take them to the Grand Hall. Once the true form of the Nantua serpent demon is eradicated, we shall be able to depart. All right. I will inform them right away, Li Yifei said, stepping forward to explain to the gathered students. Meanwhile, Lin Xia wandered to the edge of the railing, frowning as he gazed into the distance. Have you not yet located the true form? Turning at the sound of a voice, Lin Xia saw it was Qingyu. He nodded slightly. Have you discovered anything during your pursuit? Qingyu paused for a moment before replying, I have found some clues. She leaned in close to Lin Xia's ear, whispering something softly. Lin Xia's expression grew serious, his brow furrowing deeper. Are you certain? Not entirely. Qingyu shook her head, acknowledging her limited understanding of this creature, which was insufficient to make an accurate judgment. I understand, she said, before making a request. What is it? Lin Xia inquired. I want that. Qingyu pointed towards Lin Xia's groin. Lin Xia's expression changed. I meant the gun. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Xia retrieved the handgun from his pocket and handed it to Qingyu. There are only 3 bullets left. Do you know how to use this? I learned about it from television. That should suffice. Your skill level is likely superior to mine. Lin Xia sighed as Qingyu quietly placed the handgun into her pocket, hoping she would not need to use it. A moment later, Li Yifei approached with all the students from the 5th floor. Everyone is here. Please escort them to the auditorium. The monsters in the school should be mostly gone now, and there shouldn't be any danger. I need to search for the main body of the Nantua snake demon, Lin Xia stated. Leave it to me, Li Yifei assured, patting his chest. Lin Xia nodded, and with a swift motion, he vanished into the corridor. Once Lin Xia departed, a throng of people gathered around Li Yifei, each one speaking over the other with inquiries. Li Yifei, you went down to rescue people. What happened? Why did Lin Xia suddenly appear? Did he truly eliminate all the monsters by himself? It must be true. Did you not catch the scent of blood on him? It was overwhelmingly pungent. How did he accomplish this? Who on earth is he? Li Yifei cast a discreet eye roll at the group of girls whose eyes sparkled with excitement, pondering silently whether he should inquire about it later. With that thought, he turned and walked away, muttering to himself, You girls, once you leave this place, your memories will be erased, and I doubt you'll recall Lin Xia. As the monsters were vanquished, a sense of relief gradually washed over everyone, and discussions among the girls about the enigmatic Lin Xia grew increasingly fervent. The boys from the axe-wielding team who had accompanied Lin Xia in their relentless battle against monsters could no longer contain themselves and approached, animatedly recounting tales of Lin Xia's remarkable feats, leaving the girls utterly captivated. At that moment, Teacher Wang sauntered over and ominously declared, No early romances allowed. The girls were left speechless. Meanwhile, Lin Xia, with his sword slung over his back, sprinted through the campus, swiftly activating his earpiece. Sister Hongying, any updates? We've discovered some traces. The Nantua snake demon appears to have headed north. North? Lin Xia paused, contemplating the possible locations, the cafeteria, the arts building, the playground. Or the academic building? Not sure. Xiaonan and I are searching the cafeteria. All right, then I shall investigate the arts building. With a shift in direction, Lin Xia dashed purposefully towards the arts building, a relatively recent addition to the school, erected approximately 5 or 6 years ago, as part of a national initiative promoting the harmonious development of student culture and the arts, for which the school had invested significantly. However, once the building was completed, the students hardly attended any art classes, as if their teacher would inexplicably fall ill every time an art lesson was scheduled. The art building, though modest in height at 3 stories, housed a diverse array of rooms designated for various artistic pursuits. There were spaces for sketching, sculpting, and even dance practice. Lin Xia swiftly traversed the corridor on the 1st floor, perceiving nothing amiss. However, upon reaching the 2nd floor, an image suddenly materialized in his mental awareness. Lin Xia's expression transformed with intrigue. Rua, why don't we escape the school and hide in the piano room? Lu Yuan asked softly. glancing out the window while holding Han Ruo in his arms. Han Ruo lifted her head from his embrace, a slight smile gracing her lips as she replied sweetly, "What's the point of going outside? It's much quieter here. In this space, I can engage in some fascinating activities." A jolt of electricity coursed through Lu Yuan, causing him to feel a delightful tingling all over. He swallowed hard. "What activities? What do you think?" Han Ruo leaned closer, her soft voice whispering enticingly into Lu Yuan's ear, igniting a yearning within him. "But there are monsters outside. This isn't right, is it?" Lu Yuan felt a surge of forbidden desire welling up within him, yet reason cautioned him against acting on it. What is so wrong about it? Han Ruo wrapped her arms around him delicately, her tongue grazing his cheek like a dragonfly touching the water's surface. Just as Lu Yuan felt the last vestiges of his rationality slipping away, ready to explore Han Ruo's form, she gently uttered the latter part of her sentence. "Do you not wish to be consumed by me?" Han Ruo's lips curled into a sinister smile, as a grotesque, bloodied visage pressed against Lu Yuan's face, its jagged teeth sending shivers down his spine. Lu Yuan's pupils dilated in terror. He opened his mouth, desperately screaming, thrashing wildly in an attempt to escape Han Ruo's grip. But it was utterly futile. "Ruo, you two are. No, please. Do not. I beg you. I do not wish to die yet." In that moment, he recalled the moment of arrogance when he departed from the 5th floor. Had he not left then, perhaps he would not find himself in such dire straits now. Lin Xia, save me." Amidst Lu Yuan's frantic cries, a sudden, crisp sound of a door creaking open echoed. Both Han Ruo and Lu Yuan froze, turning their heads in unison. There stood Lin Xia, armed with a straight blade, quietly observing the scene before him. Lin Xia, Ruo is a monster. Quickly, please save me." Lu Yuan's eyes sparkled with the glimmer of hope as if he had spotted a lifeline, summoning an unknown strength to struggle violently within Ruo's embrace. Lin Xia scratched his nose, offering an apologetic smile. "My apologies for the interruption. I merely wish to observe. Please, do continue." With a bang, the door to the piano room was slammed shut, followed by the unmistakable sound of it being locked. Chapter 59, Dialogue with the Serpent Demon. A chilling scream reverberated from the music room, while Lin Xia leaned leisurely against the corridor railing, stifling a yawn. 1, 2, 3, 15, 16, 17. Nearly there. Lin Xia muttered softly, stepping forward to reopen the door. Inside the music room, the serpent offspring transformed from Han Ruo watched him with keen vigilance, while Lu Yuan lay quietly on the floor, his body devoid of any wounds. Instead of tearing him apart, he opted to plant the serpent seed. A far better choice. Lin Xia smiled as he reached behind him. With a soft sigh, his blade was drawn from its sheath. At that moment, Lu Yuan suddenly sat up as if resurrected, his eyes fixed on Lin Xia, harboring a flicker of resentment. He rose in an eerily grotesque manner, his head gradually splitting open to reveal a gaping maw lined with jagged teeth, roaring at Lin Xia. Roar, roar, roar. Before he could utter another sound, Lin Xia swiftly plunged his knife into the creature's mouth, twisting it fiercely. Lu Yuan's serpent demon offspring let out a wretched scream as blood gushed forth, completely shattering the monstrous jaw. Lin Xia sheathed his blade with a sidelong glance at the slowly collapsing Lu Yuan, calmly stating, "Now, I can strike you down without any psychological burden." With that, he turned to gaze at Han Ruo, who had been fidgeting nearby. Upon noticing Lin Xia's attention, Han Ruo opened her massive mouth and roared, bending slightly as if preparing for battle. "Do not rush, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. You may very well be the last serpent demon offspring in this school." Lin Xia lightly shook the sheathed dagger in his hand, signifying that he harbored no intentions of violence. "Nanda serpent demon, I am aware that your true form can perceive me through this vessel. It would be prudent to sheath your menacing demeanor so that we may engage in a meaningful conversation." After a brief pause, the grotesque visage of the serpent demon's progeny gradually reformed, the scalp and bones mended, the sanguine lines slowly faded, and the skin stitched back together, soon revealing the countenance of Han Ruo. Han Ruo stood there with an impassive expression, leaving little for the night watchman and me to discuss. "Indeed, you are quite remarkable," Lin Xia remarked, raising an eyebrow. "Yet, despite your claims of having nothing to converse about, you ultimately chose to revert, did you not? Was it merely to utter such trivialities?" Han Ruo's brow furrowed slightly, crimson lines resurfacing on her face, suggesting she might transform once more at any moment. "You seem to possess an extensive understanding of this society. If I am not mistaken, you must have descended upon this city long ago. Lin Xie gazed intently into Han Ruoruo's eyes, as if seeking to unearth a hidden truth. Alas, the current Han Ruoruo was but a marionette. The true dialogue unfolded with the elusive Nanda serpent demon, whose essence remained concealed. There was nothing to glean from Han Ruoruo's visage. What of it? Lin Xie continued. I fail to comprehend how, with your formidable talent for disguise, you could evade detection for so long. Had you not proliferated your progeny extensively within the confines of the school, you could effortlessly assimilate into human society, leaving behind traces of your serpent lineage among the affluent, thus securing a life of opulence at your fingertips. You possess unparalleled conditions, enabling you to navigate the human realm with ease. Yet, why? Beginning from half a month to a month ago, have you suddenly chosen to fervently cultivate offspring? Lin Xie furrowed his brow as he voiced his curiosity. Reproduction is an instinct inherent to my kind, Han Ruoruo replied nonchalantly. Moreover, when a wolf infiltrates the realm of sheep, do you believe it will willingly remain subdued? Others may be unwilling, but you are different, Lin Xie asserted with conviction. You possess extraordinary intelligence and exercise great caution. All beings of high intellect possess the capacity to restrain their innate instincts. What a ludicrous logic, Han Ruoruo scoffed. Since you delight in deduction, allow me to present you with a conundrum. In this sealed school, there exist 3 night watchmen. The girl with the spear, the girl with healing abilities, and you, who can see through my disguise. The girl with the spear represents the pool realm, and I cannot plant my serpent seed within her. The other girl has always been by her side, rendering me unable to act. However, if I were to eliminate you, the only one of the lantern realm, and implant the serpent seed within you, do you think they would discover it? A sinister smile split Han Ruo's face, stretching from ear to ear, as Lin Xie's pupils abruptly constricted. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly darted towards the nearby open space. In the next moment, a colossal black figure shattered the wall behind him, sweeping past the spot where Lin Xie had just stood. The robust serpent tail struck heavily, creating a deep pit in the ground. Lin Xie utilized the momentum to roll over and swiftly regained his footing, his right hand resting on the hilt of his blade. His eyes filled with gravity. Before him, a creature, its body enveloped in black scales, with a human torso and serpentine tail, coiled menacingly. Its alluring vertical pupils fixated intently on Lin Xie. The Nanda serpent demon. You are attempting to extract information from me, and I, in turn, am stalling for time. The Nanda serpent demon hissed, its voice emanating from within. Sister Hongying, the Nanda serpent demon has appeared in the piano room of the art building. Lin Xie unsheathed his straight blade, calmly addressing the serpent demon. I understand. I will be there immediately. Hold on for a moment longer. Hongying's voice crackled through the earpiece, followed by a rush of wind. Hisses. The Nanda serpent demon swiftly slithered across the ground, its tail effortlessly demolishing all obstructive pianos in the room with a flick. Its sharp claws sliced through the air with a piercing sound. In that instant, as the serpent demon lashed out, Lin Xie reacted, darting swiftly to the side. The demon's claws raked across the wall where Lin Xie had just been standing, as if slicing through tofu, leaving several deep gashes. Steadying himself, Lin Xie glanced at the nearly shredded wall, his expression darkening as he muttered under his breath. Is this what you call a fragile form and low combat strength? Lin Xie narrowly dodged a swipe from a claw, only to have a stout serpent tail come rushing from the side. With lightning speed, he swung his blade, clashing it against the serpent's tail. The air resonated with the sound of metal striking metal as the blade scraped against the dark scales, producing dazzling sparks. Immediately, an overwhelming force thrust Lin Xie back, nearly toppling him to the ground. He barely managed to steady himself, noticing a shallow cut etched into the serpent's tail. The strength was somewhat less than I had anticipated, and its defense pales in comparison to that of the Ghost Face King. Lin Xie squinted, murmuring to himself. It seems that aside from its enhanced defensive capabilities, it is not entirely unmanageable. Chapter 60. A shot that pierces through. Although it was not yet evening and Starry Night Dancer could not be activated, Lin Xie's extraordinary dynamic vision and combat instincts made it seem not too difficult to contend with the Nantua serpent demon. However, the challenge lay in the confines of the piano room. The narrow terrain significantly hindered Lin Xie's ability to evade. Thus, he decisively dashed out of the door, sprinting towards the outside of the art building. As Lin Xie exited, the Nantua serpent demon violently smashed through the walls of the piano room, its elongated body swiftly slithering along the corridor's walls, reaching above Lin Xie in mere moments. With a sharp whoosh, The serpent demon's formidable claws descended towards Lin Qia's neck from above. Yet, Lin Qia's back seemed to possess a sixth sense as he executed a swift roll forward, narrowly evading this perilous strike. Immediately, he propelled himself off the ground, utilizing inertia, his hands firmly grasping the hilt of the straight knife, blade facing upwards, striking with precision towards the serpent demon's abdomen. This series of movements flowed seamlessly, as if he had meticulously calculated every step in advance. The serpent demon's eyes narrowed, its body twisting rapidly to evade the critical point. Nevertheless, the blade still pierced its flesh, leaving a long, deep gash. With a shriek, the demon coiled its body fiercely, simultaneously snapping its monstrous jaws towards the proximity of Lin Xia. In a flash, Lin Xia positioned the straight knife before him, yet the demon's biting force was overwhelming, firmly clamping onto the knife's blade. It lifted its head, violently thrashing, then hurled Lin Xia, along with the knife, away. Lin Qia's body first shattered a pane of glass before soaring out into the corridor, plummeting straight down from the second floor. Fortunately, the ground below was adorned with lush greenery. He managed to grasp a branch midair, swinging gently to dissipate most of the force, ultimately landing on the grass beneath. Lin Xia staggered to regain his balance, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Though he had not sustained any serious injuries, the pain was undeniably real. Meanwhile, the serpent demon also burst through the window, leaping from the second floor, its sharp claws glinting ominously under the dark red sky, aiming directly at Lin Xia. He swiftly retreated, evading the demon's descent, then, as if foreseeing the future, advanced once more, the straight knife in his hand striking accurately towards the demon's neck. Clang, clang, clang. A series of piercing collisions echoed as Lin Xia engaged in a fierce clashing of his straight blade against the serpent demon's sharp claws. Just as the demon was about to make its move, a blinding golden light suddenly erupted from Lin Qia's eyes. An overwhelming aura silently permeated the mind of the non-tuos serpent demon, a suppression emanating from the essence of life that momentarily disoriented its spirit, causing its body to falter. In that fleeting instant, Lin Xia swung his blade in a cross pattern, striking the demon's chest and leaving behind two gruesome gashes. The serpent demon held in agony, swiftly retreating several meters, its serpentine eyes fixed intently on Lin Xia, seemingly astonished that this mere youth, only at the lamp level, possessed such formidable fighting prowess. Doubt began to creep in. Continuing the fight might lead to its defeat, and if the other two night watchers arrived, it would surely meet its end. Yet, if it let this opportunity slip away, would it ever have another chance to turn the tide? As it grappled with this dilemma, a slender figure darted towards them like an arrow, rose-colored flames blooming beneath her feet, her speed astonishing. Upon seeing her, a smile graced Lin Qia's lips. In an instant, the non-tuos serpent demon ceased its hesitation, turning to scuttle into the art building with remarkable speed, disappearing within moments, its form concealed by walls and rooms, leaving its whereabouts unknown. Where had it gone? Hong Ying, armed with a long spear, shouted from 100 meters away. The classroom on the far left of the second floor. It's opening the window to escape. Every movement of the Nandu snake demon remained within Lin Qia's perceptual range as he intently focused on that classroom, responding affirmatively. With a surge of momentum, Hong Ying slightly bent her legs and leaped upwards like a cannonball, vibrant rose flames blazing beneath her feet. In that single bound, she ascended 3 stories high. In midair, she deftly retrieved the spear from her back, and a searing wave of fire erupted around her. She gently tossed the spear before her, twisting her body midair to perform a graceful half-rotation, her tightly bound black hair flowing in the wind, while the spear spun effortlessly. As the spear's tip aligned with the classroom, Hong Ying's right foot, propelled by the rotational momentum, struck the rear end of the spear with tremendous force, accompanied by a torrent of flames. Thus, a spear enveloped in flames shot across the sky like a bolt of lightning, leaving faint scorch marks in the air as it surged toward the classroom. Boom! In the blink of an eye, that beam of crimson light pierced through the entire art building, creating a gaping hole with a 5-meter radius. The spear penetrated the rapidly advancing Nandu snake demon's body, accurately pinning it to the ground and creating a massive crater. Clouds of dust billowed forth. Lin Xia stood beneath the art building, staring in a daze at the structure that had been obliterated by a single spear strike, completely bewildered. In that moment, he finally understood why others perceived the Nandu snake demon-esque combat prowess as feeble. Hong Ying descended from the air and walked directly to Lin Qia's side, carefully circling him to inspect for injuries, asking with concern, "Xia, are you hurt?" "No," he stammered. "That is good." Hong Ying patted his shoulder and walked towards the non-tuos serpent demon. Let us proceed and take a look. If all goes as expected, it should be dead. The two approached the rear of the art building, where they discovered the untouched serpent demon impaled in the ground by a long spear within an exaggeratedly large pit. Hong Ying stepped forward to extract the spear, hoisting it onto her shoulder. She then kicked the corpse of the untouched serpent demon, finding it devoid of any signs of life. Indeed, it is dead, she remarked, nodding with satisfaction. Stretching, she sighed. Finally, it is over. I am so tired. If only we could have ended it this way earlier. She climbed out of the pit at a leisurely pace, brushing off the dust from her school uniform. Xia, let us go. Sister will treat you to dinner. Hong Ying seemed to recall something, grinning as she spoke. After all, it is your first completed task. A celebration is in order. As she took a few steps, she sensed something amiss and turned back, only to find Lin Xia still standing in the large pit. What's wrong? Hong Ying inquired, approaching the edge of the pit with curiosity. Lin Xia gazed down at the corpse of the untouched serpent demon, his brows furrowing increasingly. Something is not right. Chapter 61. The true body. What do you think? Those things truly are? I do not know, but I suspect that for the next decade or so, they will haunt my nightmares. A decade? Do you really believe you will survive until then? What do you mean by that? What if these monsters do not merely exist in our school, but throughout the entire Great Xia? Is it akin to a zombie outbreak as depicted in films? Indeed, that is precisely the sentiment. Let it go. Lin Xia just mentioned that it is only occurring in our school, and once we are rescued, we shall be safe. Who exactly is Lin Xia? The vast auditorium is now filled to half its capacity, with students from the second-year class gathered here after being rescued. The only access point to the auditorium is guarded by the Axe team, making it arguably the safest location. At this moment, the air is thick with sounds of weeping, comforting murmurs, discussions, and disputes. Despite the efforts of some to maintain order, the cacophony persists unabated. And Xingyu quietly sits at the back of the door, her eyes closed, lost in contemplation. Knock, knock, knock. A distinctive sequence of 3 knocks resonates, 2 long and 1 short. The members of the Axe team stationed behind the door exchange glances, quickly moving aside the obstacles blocking the entrance. It is Li Yifei returning, and Xingyu opens her eyes and turns towards the door. Li Yifei enters the auditorium, panting heavily, appearing as if he has just completed an 800-meter dash, drenched in sweat. How did it go? Have the students from other areas evacuated? And Xingyu inquires, rising to her feet. They've all evacuated. I sprinted through half the school, and aside from this place, I did not encounter any other students. Damn, I'm exhausted. Li Yifei plops down onto a bench, wiping the sweat from his forehead. That's good to hear, and Xingyu nods. Let me tell you. When I reached the playground, I heard a tremendous noise coming from the art building, as if a structure had collapsed. Li Yifei appeared to have recalled something and hurriedly spoke to Xingyu. Is it really that exaggerated? They must have found the essence of the monster and are currently engaged in battle. He reclined in his chair, letting out a long sigh. If it weren't for my obligation to search and rescue, I would be tempted to sneak a glance. Indeed, it's wise to keep a distance when celestial beings clash. Ah. Indeed. What is the name of Lin Qia's organization again? And Xingyu seemed to have had a sudden realization and inquired of Li Yifei. The Night Watchers. No sooner had he uttered the words than Li Yifei covered his mouth, contemplating for a moment before releasing his hand. Oh well, it doesn't matter if I tell you. After all, everyone's memories here will be erased. Erased memories? Yes, they possess an item capable of erasing memories on a large scale. Given the number of witnesses to the monster, if even one were to divulge any details, it would surely stir up considerable trouble. What about you? Will you need it too? I won't. Li Yifei chuckled, leaning closer to Xingyu's ear to whisper, to be honest, after this incident concludes, I should be able to join them. And Xingyu nodded, asking, are there any conditions for joining them? Why, do you wish to join as well? It's not that simple. Their standards for recruitment are exceptionally high. Li Yifei waved his hand dismissively. One must either awaken abilities like Lin Xia or demonstrate their own value to them. Have you awakened your abilities? Not quite. I simply showcase my value to them, Li Yifei replied with a smile. Xingyu nodded slightly, her gaze tranquil as a deep pool. Indeed, your performance this time was remarkably outstanding. Were I in their position, I too would readily accept you. As the two conversed, a series of irregular knocks echoed from outside the door, instantly alerting the members of the Axe team. Li Yifei rose, his expression grave as he focused on the door. Who is it? It is I, Lin Xia. Upon hearing the name Lin Xia, the group's eyes brightened, and a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. They opened the door, and Lin Xia, bearing a blade upon his back, slowly entered. What news? Li Yifei stepped forward, urgency in his tone. It was successful. Lin Xia affirmed with a nod. We have slain the non-Tuas serpent demon. Li Yifei exhaled deeply, a smile breaking across his face as he patted Lin Xia's shoulder. Impressive. Xia, you truly managed to vanquish it, ensuring everyone has safety. At his words, the entire hall erupted in jubilant cheers. Those students who had narrowly escaped the clutches of death were finally poised to leave this terrifying school, to distance themselves from the man-eating monstrosities. The axe team joined in the celebration, casting aside their axes and embracing one another in exhilaration. Li Yifei exchanged knowing glances with Lin Xia, then leaned closer to whisper. I must say, my contributions this time have been significant. Joining the Night Watch should pose no issue, right? I certainly wish to avoid any brainwashing. Lin Xia stood in silence for a moment before responding coolly, perhaps. Li Yifei was taken aback. At that moment, and Xingyu quietly withdrew a pistol from her pocket. The dark muzzle aimed at Li Yifei's nape. In the astonished gaze of the axe team, she pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 consecutive gunshots echoed like thunder splitting the sky, abruptly silencing the raucous laughter and chatter around them. The once vibrant hall was plunged into profound stillness. The expressions of joy on everyone's faces froze. They turned stiffly towards the exit, their eyes filled with disbelief. Li Yifei, bewildered, turned his head to see Xingyu calmly holding the gun, a wisp of smoke dissipating from the dark muzzle. He stood in a daze for several seconds before asking, Xingyu, why did you shoot? Xingyu remained silent, standing there without uttering a word. After a long while, Li Yifei finally came to his senses and slowly reached up to touch the back of his head. Clatter! The spent shell fell to the ground, producing a crisp ringing sound. On the back of his head, 3 shallow bullet wounds were gradually healing, with only a few drops of blood seeping out, which Li Yifei wiped away, leaving no trace behind. Gazing at the few drops of blood on his hand, Li Yifei murmured to himself, I was shot. Why am I still alive? He lifted his gaze to Lin Xia, extending his blood-stained hand towards him. Hey, Xia, look at me. Why am I not dead? His pupils trembled slightly as a thought crossed his mind. Have I awakened to power? Before him, Lin Xia looked at him with a complex expression, and after a moment, shook his head slightly. You have not awakened any power. You are, indeed, the Naga. Upon hearing those words, Li Yifei's pupils abruptly contracted, and he staggered back 2 steps, shaking his head repeatedly. Impossible. What are you saying? How could I possibly be a serpent demon? I am Li Yifei. Lin Xia shook his head and stepped forward, forcefully yanking at the zipper of Li Yifei's school uniform. With a resounding rip, the zipper broke, revealing Li Yifei's chest, where a faint gunshot wound lay like a silent brand. You are the Nandu serpent demon, or rather, a part of the Nandu serpent demon. The remnants you left behind may deceive others, but they cannot deceive me. Chapter 62, 2 Aberrations No. This cannot be. Li Yifei gazed down at the gunshot wound on his chest, shaking his head incessantly. I could never kill anyone, nor could I ever be a monster. Li Yifei. Lin Xia grasped the collar of Li Yifei's uniform, pulling his head close, locking onto those fearful eyes. Look into my eyes. Suddenly, 2 golden flames ignited in Lin Xia's eyes, the divine might of a seraphim pouring forth, surging violently into Li Yifei's mental realm. In mere moments, Li Yifei's eyes rolled back, and he fainted completely. Yet the next instant, a powerful hand seized Lin Xia's wrist, and Li Yifei's eyes flew open. They were a pair of mesmerizing vertical pupils, calm and profoundly deep. Interesting. How did you discover it? Li Yifei's voice was deep and tranquil. With your perceptive ability, you should not have been able to see through my disguise. I truly did not see through it. Otherwise, you would have been exposed long ago in the depths of the office. The flames in Lin Xia's eyes remained undiminished. Since entering the school, everything that transpired seemed plausible, yet it was pervaded by an eerie undercurrent. Are you implying that you deduced this? To some extent, yes. The inconsistencies you left behind were simply too numerous. Oh. Li Yifei's eyes narrowed slightly. Do elaborate. The first point of suspicion lies with your sick leave note. Lin Xia began calmly. This morning, when you entered the classroom, you did so bearing a sick leave note. And what of it? According to your account, you discovered that you had forgotten your homework after school yesterday. Returned to the school and witnessed Lu Xiaoyan in the act of devouring someone. Following that, you fled the school in a panic and found us, the night watchman. So then, when did you procure your sick leave note? Lin Xia scoffed softly. Do not tell me that after witnessing the gruesome scene last night, you anticipated that you would be joining us today and specifically went to the academic office to obtain a sick leave note, knowing full well that the office had closed long before. Thus, only two possibilities remain. The first is that you had already prepared your sick leave note, intending to skip school today for leisure, fortuitously encountering the horrifying scene last night. The second possibility is that you were already aware we would come and had, in fact, prepared to join us. Li Yifei remained silent for a moment before continuing. The second point of suspicion lies in the presence of human skins on the balcony of the girls' dormitory. Logically, the Naga is an exceedingly cautious creature. Having concealed itself within human society for so long, it would never brazenly display human skins on the balcony, as the risk of exposure would be far too great. Yet, it chose to do precisely that. Initially, I failed to grasp the significance of this act. But later I realized it was a deliberate hint. It wanted to suggest that it resides within this very dormitory building. It sought to lead us to it. Lin Xie gazed into Li Yifei's eyes, and then you appeared. Your emergence was perplexing, as if intended to divert Hong Ying and incite a riot throughout the school. Subsequently, Li Yifei stepped forth like a savior, rallying the students and successfully repelling the onslaught of the Naga offspring, a veritable exemplar of survival strategy. At that moment, I still did not suspect you. It was the presence of Xingyu that aroused my doubts. Lin Xie's gaze shifted to the slender boy with glasses behind him. Li Yifei's neck contorted unnaturally as he scrutinized Xingyu. Adjusting his spectacles, Xingyu spoke. The number of Naga offspring besieging us has always been peculiar. When those offspring first appeared, everyone rushed upstairs. Only our classroom employed desks and chairs to barricade the doors and windows, remaining steadfast within. At that time, the majority of the Nagas either ascended to the fourth floor, invading your corridor, or lingered on the first floor, cutting off everyone's escape route. In truth, only two remained on the third floor, attempting to breach our classroom. Generally speaking, when a group of hunters encounters two types of prey, one robust and formidable, the other feeble and easily attainable, they typically converge upon the latter, which is us. Initially, I surmised that this was due to a disparity of information. The other serpent demons had been lured upstairs by you, unaware that we were still present on the third floor. However, I later discovered that these serpent demons possess a shared awareness. Xingyu paused momentarily before continuing, which implies that they are acutely aware of the succulent morsel beneath their feet, yet remain indifferent, as if they are deliberately sparing us. Subsequently, Li Yifei descended like a celestial savior, bringing a group to our rescue. After vanquishing two serpent demon progeny, he inadvertently provoked 6 more from below to attack us. This number is equally precarious, exerting immense pressure upon us without directly incapacitating our ability to resist. Even if they had summoned 1 more, we would have been unable to withstand it. Yet, they did not. Just as Lin Xie was on the verge of arrival, those 6 serpent demon progeny suddenly intensified their assault, driving us to the brink of despair. Everything felt too coincidental and exceedingly bizarre. Is this enough for you to doubt me? Li Yifei furrowed his brow tightly. No. What truly incites my suspicion is the action of the serpent demon progeny severing your thick rope. Xingyu shook her head. When you descended by rope, the 2 serpent demons did not witness this event and, logically, should have been oblivious to the rope's existence. Yet, the subsequent 6 serpent demons swiftly severed the thick ropes as if they were acutely aware of our means of retreat. Their act of cutting through what they should not have perceived elucidates a singular truth. Among us, there exists an entity that shares their vision. And Xingyu spread his hands, acknowledging that, at that moment, my understanding of the serpent demons was limited, and the subsequent conclusion emerged only after exchanging information with Lin Xie. Li Yifei's vertical pupils fixated on Xingyu, and with a sardonic chuckle, he remarked, had I known you were this astute, I should have eliminated you from the outset. Moreover, every time the serpent demons manifested, you were conspicuously absent. Lin Xie continued. The first encounter with the serpent demon occurred in the girls' dormitory. I ask you, after confessing your feelings to Wu Shujia, where did you vanish during the interval before returning to the second-year classroom? As Lin Xie and the others engaged in battle with the serpent demon's corporeal form, you similarly claimed to be searching for other surviving students, which further solidified my suspicions. Xingyu added. Li Yifei glanced at Xingyu and then turned to Lin Xie, self-deprecating laughter escaping him. How did I end up entangled with you 2 aberrations? Chapter 63, The Truth. Subsequently, I ventured a highly audacious hypothesis, weaving all the threads of information together. Lin Xie continued. Li Yifei sighed and urged, do tell. The arrival of the Nanda serpent demon in this world was much earlier than we had surmised. Lin Xie gazed intently into Li Yifei's eyes. Upon its arrival in this world, it swiftly mastered the rules governing societal dynamics, leveraging its exceptionally high intelligence and formidable ability to disguise itself. Equally, it became aware of the existence of the Night Watchers. Its inherent vigilance compelled it to quietly lurk within human society. Throughout this prolonged journey, in pursuit of perfect disguise, it subconsciously birthed a second persona, named Liifei. This persona forgot who it truly was, relinquished its past, and embraced the identity bestowed upon it by the Naga. Living as an ordinary high school student within this city, if all proceeded as anticipated, it would likely enjoy a carefree existence, leveraging its extraordinary lifespan and innate abilities. However, approximately 2 weeks ago, it witnessed the tragic demise of the Oni King, a fellow mythical being who was even more powerful than itself. Its primary persona felt a profound sense of fear emanating from the Night Watchers, leading it to experience trepidation and anxiety. Concerned that it too might suffer the same fate as the Oni King, given its combat prowess, defeating the Night Watchers was an impossibility. Thus, it resolved to exploit its talent for disguise to infiltrate their ranks, aspiring to transcend the murky waters of conflict. It subtly prompted Liifei to request admission into the Night Watchers, only to be met with a merciless denial. Yet, it remained undeterred. Consequently, it began to devise its plans. From the very beginning, its purpose was not to propagate offspring, nor was it to annihilate the Night Watchers. Its singular aim was to showcase the value of Liifei. It orchestrated an elaborate play, instilling fear in Liifei to the point of confusion, subtly suggesting he seek out the Night Watchers, thereby allowing subsequent events to unfold precisely as it had envisioned. However, an unforeseen variable emerged within this scheme, namely, myself. Lin Xia gestured to himself, revealing that he had joined the Night Watchers merely a fortnight prior. It was entirely unaware of my existence, let alone my ability to discern its progeny with clarity. Fortunately, after some probing, it discovered that I was incapable of unmasking its true form, prompting it to continue with the game. It executed its plan by revealing its true nature within the female dormitory, luring away the strongest combatant, Hong Ying, and then reverting back to the unsuspecting Liifei, returning to the classroom to orchestrate the situation. It meticulously manipulated the movements of each progeny from the shadows, ensuring that Liifei garnered all the attention while simultaneously avoiding any genuine peril. Yet, at this juncture, the variable, re-emerged. I seized the limelight that rightfully belonged to Liifei, vanquishing every progeny within the building. Though it simmered with indignation, the realization that Liifei had already demonstrated his worth quelled any excessive reaction. The subsequent events unfolded with simplicity. It transformed into its true self to engage in battle with the Night Watchers, subsequently feigning death to create the illusion that the Nantua serpent demon had been vanquished, allowing Liifei to join the Night Watchers and securing a future free of worry. Alas, I saw through this ruse once more. Lin Xia gazed at Liifei with a tinge of regret, sincerely remarking, "This trap is exquisitely laid. Truly, had it not been for my interference, you would have had a 90% chance of success." Liifei fixed his gaze upon Lin Xia, and after a moment, he broke into applause, exclaiming, "Marvelous, simply marvelous. I never anticipated that I would ultimately fall to the schemes of you two." However, his smile swiftly faded, replaced by a glare brimming with animosity. "You have obliterated my hope for survival. Tell me, how should I repay you?" In an instant, Liifei's physique began to swell like a balloon, his skin sprouting dark scales, transforming him into a monstrous being with a human torso and a serpent's tail. The next moment, piercing screams echoed throughout the auditorium. Hundreds of students, witnessing the terrifying form of the Nantua serpent demon at such close quarters, were rendered irrational with fear, while the sole exit was blocked by the serpent's attack, forcing them to retreat in panic to the farthest corner of the hall. As for Qingyu, he had swiftly retreated to safety at the onset of Liifei's transformation, his eyes fixated on the Nantua serpent demon, brimming with excitement and curiosity. The Nantua serpent demon seemed to have singled out Lin Xia, its claws slicing through the air, aiming directly for his throat. Lin Xia regarded it with a semblance of a smile, his right hand reaching behind him. With a soft sound, a blade was unsheathed. The clash resonated throughout the grand hall, causing the serpent demon's vertical pupils to constrict in shock. This time, Lin Xia effortlessly parried its attack with one hand, his actions seemingly effortless. "Apologies, but you can no longer suppress me." Lin Xia turned to gaze at the gradually dimming sky outside the door. Night had fallen. Under the cloak of darkness, he possessed fivefold the strength and speed he normally wielded. At this moment, The non-Tuas serpent demon was no longer his adversary. With a swift motion, Lin Xia effortlessly parried the demon's sharp claws with his straight blade. A flick of his wrist sent the blade shimmering like a fleeting shadow. In a flurry, he struck the demon's arm 4 times, causing it to recoil with a piercing scream, furiously roaring at Lin Xia. In an instant, he darted forward, arriving before the creature. The non-Tuas serpent demon clawed at the air in a desperate frenzy, yet Lin Xia effortlessly countered each strike with a single hand. His eyes narrowed slightly. "You are too slow." In the next moment, the speed of his blade surged, leaving behind ethereal afterimages in the air. A translucent blue blade formed an impenetrable wall before the non-Tuas serpent demon. As Lin Xia's velocity intensified, the demon struggled to defend itself, grotesque gashes appearing on its body. Before long, a significant portion of its black scales shattered, leaving it in a state of utter disarray. Even as it attempted to navigate the edges of various walls using its crawling advantage, Lin Xia pursued it like a specter, never far behind. The demon's cries grew increasingly anguished, filled with venomous hatred as it glared at the young man before it, its eyes ablaze with overwhelming loathing. This time, in terms of both intellect and combat prowess, it was mercilessly crushed. With a stoic expression, Lin Xia continued to strike blow after blow, as if he were refining an unfinished masterpiece. When the non-Tuas serpent demon had nearly lost its capacity to resist, a flash of golden light flickered in Lin Xia's eyes, and his form shimmered. The pale blue blade carved a straight path through the air as Lin Xia swiftly maneuvered behind the non-Tuas serpent demon. With a crisp sound, the sword returned to its sheath, and a massive serpent head tumbled to the ground. Its wide, furious eyes remained fixed on Lin Xia, as if yearning to drag him down into the depths of the underworld. Lin Xia turned to the lifeless body at his feet, murmuring softly, "I'm sorry. Li Yifei, let us meet again in the hospital." Chapter 64. Tranquility. With a creak, the grand hall's doors swung open once more, and Lin Xia emerged slowly, carrying a black box. Hong Ying, seated on the staircase, waved cheerfully as she saw him, asking, "All taken care of?" "Yes, all is well," he replied. Hong Ying nodded, though after a moment's hesitation, she could not resist inquiring, "By the way, why didn't you let me intervene? He was my classmate. By taking his life myself, I have provided him with closure," Lin Xia responded nonchalantly. Hong Ying was momentarily taken aback, contemplating the notion that personally delivering death could be viewed as providing closure. What kind of reasoning was that? Xishan shot him a glance, muttering under her breath, "Creep." Lin Xia was indeed fabricating an excuse. He feared that had Hong Ying intervened, she might have dispatched the serpent demon with a single shot, thus depriving him of the opportunity to deliver the final blow, preventing Li Yifei from being reborn within the confines of the divine hospital. Nevertheless, I owe you a debt of gratitude. Without your assistance, I might have fallen for that creature's trickery. Upon our return, I shall recommend you for a first-class merit." Hong Ying exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. "What about the students inside?" Lin Xia gestured towards the hall behind him. "Let them remain inside for now. Shortly, someone will come to utilize the Dream Whisper, erasing all memories related to the serpent demon and yourself, and subsequently crafting a dream for them. How do we explain the deceased student?" Lin Xia could not help but inquire, "And furthermore, you demolished an entire building. That is no longer our concern. A specialized department will address the matter, ensuring a plausible explanation, perhaps a laboratory explosion, a massive fire, terrorist activities at the school, or even an alien invasion. Are you certain the last scenario is plausible? More so than the descent of myth." "Indeed." Hong Ying pressed her lips together and lowered her head slightly. "Yet, too many students have sacrificed. It is all my fault." "Sister Hong Ying, how can you blame yourself? The vast majority of the students were already doomed, having been implanted with the serpent seed before their demise. If it were not for you, the casualties would have been far greater." Xishan consoled her, then glanced at Lin Xia and softly added, "And you, though I am reluctant to admit it, you are indeed quite formidable." Lin Xia. "By the way, I met a remarkably intelligent individual this time, who seems quite fascinated by mythological creatures. Could we possibly recruit him into the Night Watch?" Lin Xia appeared to recall something and turned to Hong Ying. This was a request made by Qingyu just recently in the Grand Auditorium. Hong Ying hesitated for a moment, thoughtfully responding, "Xia, becoming a member of the Night Watch is not solely based on intelligence. This vocation is perilous." "Do you grasp my meaning?" Lin Xia nodded slightly, refraining from further persuasion. Assisting Qingyu in making this request was the extent of his capabilities, after all. He himself was merely a temporary member of the Night Watch, not formally inducted. Since their request had been declined, there was no point in continuing to press the matter. "Let us go. It's time to disband." Hong Ying rose from the stairs, shouldering the black box that contained her long spear, and proceeded toward the door. Lin Xia cast a final glance at the auditorium and stepped forward to follow her. Inside the auditorium, and Qingyu, who had been standing by the door, felt a heaviness in his gaze. At that moment, his eyes fell upon the corpse of the untouched serpent demon not far away. After a long moment of frowning contemplation, as if he had resolved himself, a glimmer of determination shone anew in his eyes. Outside the school gate, beside a black van, two men leaned against the car door, silently observing the stillness of the campus. One of them received a message through his earpiece. Chunmai raised his eyebrows slightly. It's over, they are coming out. Beside him, Wu Xiangnan's expression darkened. Why did she only speak to you, and not to me? I am the captain. I am the deputy captain. Who told you to always oppose Hong Ying? I am merely adhering to protocol. You are too rigid. Chunmai shook his head, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. So, Hong Ying is closer to me after all. This is not a matter of whether a child is closer to their father or mother. Your tone is rather peculiar. Wu Xiangnan rolled her eyes. The meaning is essentially the same. The two fell into a momentary silence before Chunmai spoke again. I heard that Lin Xia performed exceptionally well this time. Indeed. You know, since it's his first successful mission, shouldn't we show some appreciation? Such as, perhaps we could hang a banner, or bake him a cake upon our return. Wu Xiangnan sighed. What's wrong? You remind me of a parent who is about to welcome home their child who has just aced their exams, practically wearing pride on their face. Is that so? I feel quite pleased. At that moment, when Qima, seated in the driver's seat, couldn't help but roll down the window and interject, honestly, you two are overdoing it. Completing a task and picking them up. Why all the theatrics? What about Lung Xian? No idea. He is always elusive. Just then, while they were bantering, three figures slowly emerged from the school gates. Hong Ying spotted the two by the car from a distance, leaping with joy and waving at them. Si Xiaonan pondered for a moment, then discreetly wiped the blood from Lin Xia onto her own face, resembling a little flower cat. She held her head high, as if declaring, I wasn't slacking off. Lin Xia, carrying the black box and drenched in blood, barely resembled his former self. He squinted slightly at the horizon, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. Are you hurt? Chenmai inquired as Lin Xia approached. No, Lin Xia shook his head. How do you feel? Feeling contemplative, Lin Xia thought that it was somewhat simpler than he had imagined. Chenmai chuckled softly and nodded slightly. All right, let us get in the car. It's time to head back. Captain, why don't you ask me? Hong Ying pouted, hands on her hips, inquiring. You? Wu Xiangnan cast her a sidelong glance. It's a miracle you didn't demolish the school. Why would I ask you? Hong Ying glared at Wu Xiangnan, grinding her teeth in anger. Did I ask you? You're not the captain. I am the captain, albeit the vice captain. The vice doesn't count. Of course it does. It doesn't count. Click. The crisp sound of a shutter echoed as a photograph emerged from the bottom of the telescope, carefully retrieved by a hand. Not far away, on the rooftop of a tall building, Long Xian sat at the edge, gently swaying the photograph in his hand as the image became increasingly clear. A gentle breeze tousled his bangs as he gazed down at the photograph, a faint smile gracing his lips. This one is quite well taken. He treasured the photo, placing it in a box close to his heart, then leisurely rose from the rooftop's edge, resting the sniper rifle on his shoulder as he stepped into the night. Chapter 65. Awakening. Hello? Is this Captain Chenmai? It is. We encountered an issue while cleaning the battlefield at No. 2 High School. What issue? When we were recovering the body of the untouched serpent demon, we discovered that its head is missing. In the passenger seat of the van, Chenmai's brow furrowed slightly. Missing? Indeed. We scoured the entire site and found no trace of its head. Could it be that the students have concealed it? That seems improbable. We have already searched their persons without any discoveries. We speculate that someone may have absconded with its head prior to our arrival at the auditorium. Currently, the no-restriction airspace should still envelop the school, preventing any escape. Chenmai calmly stated, you are to broadcast the dream whisper throughout the campus to erase his memory. A memory-less individual will unwittingly walk into our trap. Acknowledged. After hanging up the phone, Hong Ying inquired with curiosity, Captain, what transpired? The head of the Nanda serpent demon has gone missing. It appears that someone has stolen it. Chenmai replied. However, it is not a grave concern. We should be able to retrieve it. Lin Xia was initially taken aback, his brow furrowing slightly as he gazed out the window. Could it be him? Bang. The attempt by Qingyu to scale the wall was thwarted by an invisible barrier, sending him crashing to the ground. Gritting his teeth, he rose and adjusted his backpack, staring into the void before him. The invisible barrier still stood. They may have already realized that the serpent demon's head was missing. He murmured to himself. A flicker of determination ignited in his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he sprinted towards the playground. If escape was not an option, he would find a place to hide. He did not believe that this barrier could remain open for long. As long as he could conceal himself until they departed, he would find his way out. And Qingyu dashed to a secluded patch at the far edge of the playground, where he unearthed a manhole cover from the weeds and exerted force to lift it. Immediately, a foul stench assailed him from the depths of the sewer. And Qingyu stifled the urge to retch, forcing himself to adjust his mindset, shouldering his backpack as he leaped down, replacing the manhole cover. In the damp, dark confines of the sewer, the repugnant odor invaded in Qingyu's nostrils from all directions, nearly suffocating him with its intensity. He clenched his jaw, clutching his backpack tightly, enduring the assault. In the pitch darkness, his eyes remained as bright as stars. Suddenly, a melodious tune wafted in from the outside, causing Qingyu's pupils to constrict sharply. In a daze, he fancied he heard whispers beside his ear, and an overwhelming drowsiness began to envelop him, lulling him towards slumber. At that moment, an extraordinary force surged from his heart, as if a clear spring flowed into his mind, washing away all dreams and whispers into oblivion. And Qingyu abruptly opened his eyes, the murkiness vanishing entirely, replaced by utter clarity. Beneath his gaze, an imperceptible veil of gray settled. Now, he was more awake than ever before. He stared blankly ahead, then lowered his gaze to his palm. In his eyes, his body appeared to transform into an exquisitely precise machine, revealing the intricate workings of each component, allowing him to comprehend their operational principles with remarkable clarity. He grasped the mechanics of every blink, every breath. It was as if he were a master watchmaker, scrutinizing the intricate processes of a timepiece through a magnifying glass. He had never understood his own body in such depth before. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He swiftly unzipped his backpack and withdrew a severed head, the head of a Nanda snake demon. Beneath its eyes, this mythical creature, entirely beyond the realm of contemporary scientific study, seemed disassembled into a myriad of gears, mechanisms, and screws. Yet, at that moment, he was unable to comprehend its intricacies. Thus, and Qingyu extracted a sharp fruit knife from the compartment of his backpack. Like a surgeon wielding a scalpel, he fixated on the head before him and then plunged the knife into its cranium. He struggled to breach the skull. He was dissecting it, yearning to unveil what lay within. His incision became increasingly rapid, his eyes alight with fervor, his body trembling with exhilaration. In the dark, foul-smelling sewer, a frail youth gripped the knife, a smile gracing his face as he meticulously carved into the grotesque head. His voice echoed in the dim surroundings. So it is. So it is. I understand now. This is how it functions. Fascinating. Truly fascinating. Where's this? In a shadowy cell, Li Yifei slowly opened his eyes. Dazed, he surveyed his surroundings. Just as he prepared to rise, fragmented memories surged into his mind like a tide. He cried out in anguish and staggered, collapsing to the floor. And Qingyu fired his weapon, and he was knocked unconscious by Lin Qiyao. The Nanda snake demon lurking within him emerged. A fierce battle ensued, and then Lin Qiyao severed its head. He stared in shock at his hands, his voice trembling. I am truly the Nanda serpent demon. How could this happen? I was the one who killed them. Before his eyes, the images of those students slaughtered by the serpent demon's offspring resurfaced, the blood-soaked ground etched into his mind like a brand, gradually morphing into his nightmare. No. He knelt on the ground, his face contorted, groaning in agony. In the next moment, his eyes suddenly transformed into eerie slits, as if he had become a different person, standing up with an expressionless demeanor. A cowardly wretch. One of the Nanda serpent demon's arms sprouted scales and violently grasped the railing before it, attempting to twist it apart. Immediately, obscure runes emerged from the surface of the cell, and a terrifying repulsive force threw the Nanda serpent demon back, crashing heavily against the wall on the opposite side of the cell before falling to the ground. The Nanda serpent demon glared at the railing, its forked tongue flickering, its eyes chillingly cold. The moment it made contact with the railing, fragmented information about the cell flooded into its mind. It did not know where this place was, but it understood. Its fate was entirely in the hands of one individual. That person was the master of this place. As the Nanda serpent demon pondered, steady footsteps echoed from the far side of the corridor, its slitted pupils constricting as it swiftly crawled to the railing, peering toward that direction. In the dimly lit corridor, a figure gradually became clearer. It was a youth clad in a white coat, hands tucked into his pockets. Upon seeing his face, the Nanda serpent demon shuddered. It was you. Lin Xia approached it with an impassive expression, raising an eyebrow. Surprised, are you? Unexpected, is it? Chapter 66. The first caregiver. The Nanda serpent demon lurked silently beyond the enclosure, observing him intently. Lin Xia narrowed his eyes, standing outside the barrier, matching the demon's gaze. Within his field of vision, a familiar panel unfolded. Sinner, Nanda serpent demon choice. As the mythological creature you have slain with your own hands, you possess the authority to determine its soul's fate. Option 1. Erase its soul entirely, causing its existence to vanish from the world. Option 2. Allow its loyalty value to reach 60, thereby enabling its employment as a caregiver in the hospital, where it would tend to patients while providing you with a measure of protection. Current loyalty value, 0.85. After reading this information, Lin Qia's brow arched slightly. This task was unlike the previous one, if his memory served him correctly. The last caregiver's criterion was based on fear value, whereas this time it had shifted to loyalty value. This indicated that the standards for caregivers varied depending on the mythological creature in question. Moreover, the loyalty value was divided into two parts, one being 0, and the other 85. If Lin Qia's speculation was accurate, this discrepancy arose from the Nanda serpent demon's essence being split into two distinct consciousnesses. The first value originated from the Nanda serpent demon itself, while the second came from Li Yifei, an independent consciousness. I believe you are now aware of your fate. After a moment of silence, Lin Xia spoke slowly. If you kill me, Li Yifei will perish as well. The Nanda serpent demon fixed its gaze upon Lin Xia. Oh. Lin Xia smiled faintly. Do you really think I would be concerned about his life or death? Indeed, if he were to perish, I might be troubled for a time. But that would be the extent of it. Our relationship is not of such depth, as you should well know. The Naga demon fell into silence. As a being that had been observing everything from the shadows, it was acutely aware of every move made by Li Yifei. Their acquaintance had lasted barely over half a month, and to claim that their bond was particularly close would be sheer nonsense. Moreover, Li Yifei had previously abandoned him to flee on his own. The Naga demon was not foolish enough to bet everything on the nature of their feelings. What do you desire? I believe you have misunderstood something, Lin Xia replied calmly. At present, you are the one attempting to demonstrate your worth to me. Should your value fail to meet my expectations, I'm afraid my establishment does not accommodate idlers. The Naga demon paused for a moment before responding slowly. I excel in disguise. I can plant serpent seeds, and my skills in lurking and infiltration are unparalleled. Not sufficient. I am adept at strategizing and can offer you counsel. What is it you claim to be proficient in? I have said nothing. The Naga demon nearly forgot that it was his own scheme that had been unraveled by Lin Xia. Nevertheless, pooling ideas is not necessarily a disadvantage. One's intellect may not encompass every aspect, and our methods of contemplation and levels of understanding differ, which could potentially provide you with some insights. That does sound rather promising. What else do you have? Although my physical prowess is currently rather limited, upon reaching adulthood, my true form shall possess formidable combat capabilities. Furthermore, I can shed my skin, making it exceedingly difficult to be vanquished. Lin Xia pondered for a moment. Will you bring joy to the elderly? I shall not. The Nandu serpent demon struggled to comprehend this, yet Li Yifei excelled in such matters. Then it is settled. Lin Xia paused briefly before continuing. You may remain. But there are additional conditions. What conditions? During non-essential moments, allow Li Yifei to take control of this body. The Nandu serpent demon wrestled with this decision for a while, but eventually nodded. Very well, I agree. Freedom is indeed important. Yet it certainly does not wish to be obliterated. Moreover, Li Yifei is also a part of it, so relinquishing control of the body is not too difficult to accept. Lin Xia nodded, extending his hand into the void, where a piece of parchment and a steel pen materialized before him. This is your employment contract. Review it and, if all is satisfactory, please sign. Lin Xia assumed the demeanor of an authoritative figure, casually tossing the parchment into the air. The Nandu serpent demon grasped the paper, reading it intently, and its expression soon transformed into one of intrigue. Rather than being merely an employment contract, it would be more appropriate to describe it as a bond of servitude. The document meticulously enumerates a plethora of obligations that the Nantoa serpent demon must fulfill, including but not limited to the unconditional obedience to the commands of Director Lin Xia, the prohibition against harming or intending to harm Director Lin Xia and his interests, the safeguarding of public property within the hospital, the regular maintenance of cleanliness in the hospital, and the obligation to rise early to prepare breakfast for the patients. In the supplementary section, there is an additional clause stating that in non-essential circumstances, the persona of Li Yifei must govern the body. In stark contrast, the section outlining the obligations of Lin Xia is conspicuously devoid of any text. This is unequivocally a ruthless, one-sided contract that exploits the interests of the caregiver to an appalling degree. However, the non-Taoist serpent demon finds itself with no alternative but to resolutely affix its signature. The moment the name is inscribed, the parchment spontaneously ignites, and the peculiar runes surrounding the cell gradually dissipate, causing the cell door to swing open. Simultaneously, the non-Taoist serpent demon swiftly reverts to human form, adorned with a cerulean caregiver's uniform, which bears a black nameplate on the chest, Caregiver 001. Li Yifei gazes in bewilderment at his attire, scratching his head. He had overheard the conversation between the non-Taoist serpent demon and Lin Xia clearly, and it became apparent that he had transitioned from being Lin Xia's classmate to a mere subordinate laborer. How does it feel to be revived? Lin Xia inquired with a smile as he approached. Not bad, Li Yifei said with a wry smile. Boss Lin, please don't exploit me too harshly in the future. I can hardly bear it. Call the director, Lin Xia replied, giving his shoulder a light pat before turning to walk towards the prison cell. Come with me. I shall introduce you to this hospital. Sighing, Li Yifei, clad in a caregiver's uniform, hurriedly followed Lin Xia. This area is the ward. Currently, only one room is occupied, and there is but a single patient here, named Deities. As for her condition, you may refer to the case file I've prepared. Over there is the activity area. On ordinary days, you may take the elderly lady there to watch television or engage in a game of chess. We mustn't allow her to remain idle, clutching a vase in the yard, lest she not only fails to recover from her mental illness, but also succumbs to senile dementia. This is the pharmacy. These medications should be administered 3 times daily, 2 pills each time. As Lin Xia continued his exposition, Li Yifei felt increasingly numb. What on earth is this place? Mother, I have found you a companion. From now on, he shall keep you company, Lin Xia finally said, leading Li Yifei before Deities with a smile. Deities gazed at Li Yifei, as if contemplating something. After a moment, she opened her mouth wide, exclaiming with joy, "Grandson, Grandma has found you." Chapter 67. Stop him. Li Yifei's smile suddenly froze on his face, and he slowly turned to look at Lin Xia. Lin Xia offered him an encouraging glance. Grandma, Li Yifei stammered. Li Yifei obediently opened his arms, embracing the excited Nix with a smile that was more sorrowful than joyful, exclaiming, "I miss you dearly." Observing from the sidelines, Lin Xia raised an eyebrow, his gaze towards Li Yifei brimming with admiration. "You truly excel in bringing joy to the elderly," Lin Xia noted, as he distinctly observed Nix's healing progress leap from 21 to 23. This progress bar was visible solely to him, oblivious to Li Yifei. Over the past half-month, Lin Xia had diligently visited the hospital every day, administering medication to Nix and engaging her in conversation. Thanks to this dual approach of medication and emotional support, Nix's condition had markedly improved. She no longer snuck into the medicine room to weep while clutching a bottle of pills, with the Yifei now providing round-the-clock companionship. Her recovery was likely to accelerate significantly, and it wouldn't be long before her progress reached 50. At that juncture, he would be able to extract Nix's second ability. During this time, Lin Xia had also attempted to open the door to the second ward, but to no avail. It appeared to be directly linked to one's own level of mastery, and the cultivation of mental strength required a gradual approach, one that could not be rushed. Fortunately, Lin Xia had thoroughly stabilized his realm through the training methods imparted by Wen Qima, and he anticipated that a breakthrough to the next level would not take long. After offering a few more words of advice to Li Yifei, Lin Xia departed from the psychiatric hospital. The days ahead appeared to bear no distinction from those that preceded them. Even though Lin Xia had successfully completed his inaugural task, the daily training regimen showed no signs of abatement. In fact, Lin Xia felt that Chenmai's strikes had become increasingly painful. Nevertheless, following the harrowing experience of life and death combat, Lin Xia's synergy with the mortal realm had grown remarkably harmonious, and the precision of his mental perception had significantly improved. Within the confines of the mechanism chamber, he could now adeptly evade a shooting frequency of 50 rounds per second and was ready to challenge 100 rounds per second. Perhaps the most notable advancement lay in Lin Xia's marksmanship. From the outset, he struggled to hit targets at 30 meters, and only managed to graze the targets at 20 meters. Yet through relentless training, He had now reached a point where he could reliably strike targets within 30 meters. Lin Xia vividly recalled the day he first hit a target at 30 meters, perceiving with his mental prowess the tearful gaze of Lang Xian standing behind him, silently wiping away her tears, before raising her head to reveal a smile of profound satisfaction. 10 days later, Lin Xia approached the captain's office and rapped lightly on the door. "Enter," came the reply. Upon stepping into the room, he found Chun Mai engrossed in a document. Lifting his gaze to Lin Xia, he remarked, "In a few days, the new recruit's training will commence." Lin Xia paused, suddenly realizing that nearly a month had elapsed since his induction into the night watch. "Should I make any preparations?" he inquired. "Well, judging by previous years, this year's new recruit training will also take place in Beijing. I will prepare the necessary materials for you during this time, and you can take them with you when the time comes." During the training period for new recruits, a unified system of closed management is implemented. Although daily necessities will be provided, their quality may leave much to be desired. I will have Hong Ying accompany you to the market to procure some items, and I shall reimburse you for the expenses. Furthermore, the weather in Beijing is considerably colder than in Songnan, so do remember to purchase ample winter clothing, charging the cost to my account. In such training sessions, injuries are quite common, so please come to me again tomorrow morning. I will provide you with some medication that is significantly more effective than what is available on the market. Chen Mai meticulously advised Lin Xia while holding a small notebook, detailing everything from the most comfortable type of train sleeper to various other matters. By the time Chen Mai closed the notebook, over half an hour had elapsed. "Did you take note of everything I just mentioned?" Chen Mai inquired earnestly, gazing intently at Lin Xia. Lin Xia nodded affirmatively, assuring him that all was noted. "Good." Chen Mai seemed to recall something else. "Make sure to purchase the train tickets to Beijing well in advance. Those who arrive early can select their dormitories. You might as well pick them up while you're out shopping. For tomorrow." "Tomorrow? Are we leaving tomorrow?" Lin Xia was taken aback. "The sooner, the better." "Understood." Lin Xia replied with a nod. After Lin Xia departed from the office, Chen Mai silently retrieved his wallet, glancing into it with a soft sigh. That afternoon, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan took Lin Xia on a tour, exploring almost every corner of Songnan City, making up for all the streets Lin Xia had never visited in his life. "Wow, Xiaonan, that Peppa Pig bed sheet is so beautiful. Shall we purchase a splendid gift for Qi?" "Indeed, indeed. That delightful pink suitcase is simply marvelous. Let us acquire one, shall we?" "Absolutely. Xiaonan, behold this backpack. Reminiscent of Snow White. Is it not splendid?" "Oui. Absolutely. Oh, look at that charming little dress. It is truly lovely. Let us buy it." "Absolutely." Sobs Lin Qi firmly covered Si Xiaonan's mouth and earnestly spoke. "Sister Hong Ying, I believe that is not suitable for me." With a look of regret, Hong Ying set down the backless dress she held and sighed. "Well, you are a boy, and wearing a dress is not quite appropriate." She then picked up a nearby alluring camisole, her eyes sparkling as she turned to Lin Qi. "Then let us buy this." Lin Qi. By evening, Lin Qi returned to his room, burdened with numerous bags, unsteady on his feet. Gazing at the vibrant array scattered around, he sat down with a resigned smile that only grew brighter. As he smiled, a faint hint of sadness surfaced in his eyes. He looked up towards the window, where the hazy moonlight bathed the world below, pondering. Is it time to leave? The following morning, at the train station's entrance, Lin Qi stood before the station, dragging 2 large suitcases behind him. With the other members of Team 136 gathered behind. "Have you packed everything?" Wu Xiangnan inquired first. "Yes, I've got everything. Little Qi, I bought you sunscreen, depilatory cream, and body lotion. You must remember to use them." Hong Ying's eyes shimmered with tears as she stood at the forefront, reluctantly uttering, "You will manage, don't worry." Lin Qia's tone bore a hint of resignation. "Qia." Chen Mai stepped forward, his expression grave. "The capital city is not like our Songnan. It's too far away. Moreover, the training camp inherently harbors some inequities. If this were Songnan, we could simply storm in with swords drawn to seek justice for you. But in the capital, you must rely on yourself. Rest assured, I am capable of taking care of myself," Lin Xia replied earnestly. He offered a slight bow to the crowd, stating, "I shall take my leave now." Rising to his feet, he waved farewell as he dragged 2 suitcases into the train station. The onlookers gazed at his departing figure, their hearts weighed down with unease. At that moment, Chen Mai's phone abruptly rang. "Hello?" "What?" Chen Mai's head snapped up, pointing a finger at Lin Xia in alarm. "Damn it, stop that young man. The crowd turned back in confusion. Unbeknownst to them, the higher-ups had made an unexpected decision to hold the new recruit training in Songnan. Hurry, stop him. Once he enters the station, the ticket cannot be refunded. Chapter 68. A convergence of fates in the capital city at the Night Watcher's training office. What? The new recruit training is set in Songnan? Where's Songnan? Yuan Gang exclaimed in disbelief as he perused the documents in his hands. Before him, a man lounged lazily in a reclined chair behind the desk, stretching and squinting as he sat up, revealing a cross-shaped scar on his forehead. He is Xiaoping Gu, the captain of the Night Watchers team number 006 stationed in the capital city. The small city, located in the southeastern region, lies adjacent to Huaihai City. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoping Gu replied, "But wasn't the annual training always held in the capital? Why has it suddenly been relocated to Songnan this year?" Yuan Gang frowned. Who knows what the higher-ups are thinking? Xiaoping Gu rose, filled a cup with hot water, and leisurely reclined once more. Oh no. You merely need to follow orders. You are the vice captain of our team 006, as well as the chief instructor for the new recruits over the years. Having trained so many batches of soldiers, is it not feasible to adapt to a different environment? Of course it is. Yuan Gang shook his head repeatedly. I simply cannot comprehend why the sudden change of venue. The facilities and equipment here are readily available, yet they insist on transporting everything to Songnan. Isn't that just stirring up trouble? The higher-ups must have their reasons for this decision. We need only execute the orders given to us. It is not for us to question. Do not inquire further. Very well, Yuan Gang sighed. With the efficiency of the logistics department, they will have a complete training base set up in Songnan before dawn tomorrow. You should gather your team and prepare to depart. Xiaoping Gu sipped his tea. Understood. Yuan Gang pondered for a moment before continuing. While I am away from the capital, can you ensure that everything remains in order and avoid any unforeseen complications? Swish. A slipper was flung from behind the desk, and Yuan Gang deftly sidestepped to avoid it, immediately followed by Xiaoping Ji's reprimands emanating from behind the desk. Hey, Yuan Gang. Who do you look down upon? I am, after all, the captain of the garrison squad in Shangjing. Do you think I'm just idling away? Yuan Gang chuckled, casually tossing Xiaoping's slipper out the window before swaggering out the door. Xiaoping erupted in a furious tirade. In a luxurious club in Guangshan, a plump young man in a bathrobe reclined on a sofa, his eyes wide with surprise as he read a notification in his hands. He turned to inquire, what exactly is Songnan? Behind the door of the VIP room, 5 imposing bodyguards stood expressionless, while a bespectacled butler slightly bowed and replied gently, Young master. Songnan is a small city located in the southeast. It seems that the policies have changed this year, and your itinerary may need to be adjusted. I will arrange for someone to take care of it immediately. The young man pondered for a moment, placing the grapes back into the bowl, and waved his hand decisively. Book a flight for tomorrow. I shall depart then. The butler was taken aback. Young master, is it too hasty to leave tomorrow? There's no need to worry about accommodations. We have arranged the best quarters for you with the night watchman, who will ensure your comfort. It's too dull in Guangshan. I wish to meet new friends. Young master, once you arrive, please try to speak Mandarin. Otherwise, they may not understand you. Mandarin? The young man thought for a moment and conceded. Indeed, if there is a language barrier, it would be difficult to forge true friendships. Having spoken, he gently patted the young woman who was tenderly massaging his feet. All right, you may retire now. After indulging in this lifestyle for over a decade, it is time for a change. He rose, stretched lazily, his ample flesh quivering slightly. Songnan, I bid you farewell. On Mount Jiuhua. The sound of Buddhist chants resonated, and the air was suffused with the fragrance of sandalwood. An elderly monk clad in a cassock ambled along the wooden corridor, his prayer beads gently rotating in his hand, his gaze as tranquil as still water. At last, he paused at the entrance of a meditation room. He extended his hand, lightly tapping twice on the door before entering. Inside the meditation room, there was merely a bed, a table, and a cushion. Upon the largest wall, the characters for Calm the Mind were elegantly inscribed in black brush strokes, appearing gentle, yet seemingly concealing a formidable intensity. A young man with black hair, resting upon the cushion, slightly opened his eyes. Master Chao Yuan, your letter has arrived, the old monk intoned, performing a respectful gesture before retrieving an envelope from his sleeve. The young man rose slowly, accepting the letter, and studied it for a considerable time. Songnan, he murmured to himself, then looked up at the old monk, respectfully inquiring, Master, do you think I should go? Young disciple, you have meditated in this temple for 5 years. The demons within your heart have been subdued. I believe it is time for you to depart. A flicker of hesitation crossed the youth's eyes. But the sins I carry. To take life is a sin, to save life is a virtue. When virtue and sin are balanced, one attains true freedom. The old monk's gaze was profoundly deep as he pressed his palms together and calmly spoke. Remaining within this temple, even if one sits in silence for decades, the sins will ultimately remain. Benefactor, it is time to let go. The youth remained silent for a long while, also joining his hands in prayer and bowing deeply. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. Chao Yuan, I have one more thing to remind you, the monk continued. Please, Master. Go on. On your journey to Tsangnan, you may encounter a noble personage. If you seize this opportunity, not only will you cleanse your sins, but you may also attain enlightenment. A noble personage? Chao Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. What characteristics do they possess? 2 trees standing tall, 8 gods gone, 10 years into the night, ferrying the world. The old monk closed his eyes, his hands still pressed together, his voice resonating like the tolling of an ancient bell, Amitabha. Chao Yuan's eyes were filled with confusion, yet he diligently committed these words to memory, bowing in respect. In that case, Chao Yuan raised his gaze towards the sea of clouds atop the mountain outside the meditation room, his hands clasped, and calmly stated, I shall depart. Inside the carriage, Lin Xia glanced at the silent companions, subtly withdrawing his neck. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Ahem. When Qima cleared his throat, breaking the silence. Well, Xia, the train tickets can no longer be refunded. That is not your concern. Do not dwell on it. Chinmai, in the passenger seat, appeared somewhat pale. We should think of something positive, right? For instance, we are so close to Tsangnan for the training. We can visit you anytime. The training is closed off. We cannot enter. Driver Wu Xiangnan spoke softly, when Qima paused for a moment, acknowledging that at least they had acquired all necessary supplies, such as down jackets, thick blankets, heating pads, and large scarves. Qima, these items are unnecessary for the winter in Tsangnan, Hong Ying reminded softly. Silence. Chunmai shot a glare at Wen Qima, feeling as if his heart were bleeding. After a moment's hesitation, he turned back, gazing longingly at Lin Xia. Xia, perhaps you could check if these can be returned? Chapter 69. The first new recruit. The low rumble echoed. Above the azure sky, several heavy armed transport helicopters descended slowly, the whirling blades stirring up clouds of dust from the ground. On the opposite side of the helipad, several men in military uniforms stood resolutely against the fierce wind, resembling statues of unwavering strength. The helicopter's door gradually opened, and Yuan Gang, clad in military attire and carrying a black box, disembarked. With a sharp salute, the awaiting soldiers greeted him in unison, their voices resonating with vigor. Good day, Commander. Yuan Gang strode forward with purpose, his expression grave, while the gusts raised by the helicopter flapped the edges of his uniform. Is the training camp fully established? Report. The training camp is ready. Very well. Yuan Gang nodded. By the way, please provide me with the list of new recruits for this training session. Understood. With the black box in tow, Yuan Gang turned and made his way toward the training camp that had risen overnight. The training camp is situated in a desolate suburb within the territory of Tsangnan City, encompassing a vast area. Surrounding the camp, checkpoints have been established for a distance of 10 miles, fortified to the level of a military base. Aside from the new recruits arriving for training, no one else can access this secluded location. Commander, here is the list of new recruits for this year. While Yuan Gang and the instructors were strolling through the camp, a soldier hurriedly approached and handed the list to Yuan Gang. Upon receiving the document, Yuan Gang glanced at it and froze in place, causing the instructors behind him to halt as well. Rubbing his eyes, he scrutinized the list twice, murmuring to himself, What on earth? What a bizarre lineup this year. What is it, Commander? The inquisitive instructor leaned in closer. The young master from the Guangshan Bailey Group? Is it the same Bailey Group? The instructor's eyes widened in astonishment as he caught sight of the first line. The foremost family conglomerate of the Great Xia, the second largest sponsor behind the Night Watchman, often referred to as the Museum of Forbidden Objects. The Bailey family? Another instructor could not contain himself, exclaiming, Is this the young master from our sponsors at the Night Watchman? Why would a privileged heir forsake his comfortable life to join the Night Watchman? Seeking a taste of life, perhaps? It's possible. The thoughts of the affluent are beyond our comprehension. What will we do during training? What if we inadvertently provoke him with a heavy hand? Could he retaliate against us? Dare they? Yuan Gang's eyes narrowed slightly. The Night Watchmen are a national organization. While the Bailey family has indeed contributed substantial funds, the Night Watchmen are not their private playground. As long as one enters our training camp, all are equal, and I shall push everyone to their limits. If anything goes awry, I shall take responsibility. Yes. The instructors nodded in unison. Yuan Gang's gaze fell once more upon the list in his hands. Astonishingly, a divine agent had emerged in this cohort. A divine agent? Which deity? Yuan Gang raised his eyes to the heavens, squinting slightly, and noted the code name 003, the Seraphim Michael. A Seraphim? When did a divine agent arise from the Seraphim? Fortunately, it is from our Night Watchman. It has been many years since a divine agent last appeared. This young man has a promising future ahead. The last divine agent to emerge from basic training seemed to be that individual from the special team. Mask, right? Indeed. Yuan Gang scrutinized the list, encircling several names with a red pen, letting out a resigned sigh. A young master from the Bailey group and a divine agent from the Seraphim are already enough to trouble us. This time, 3 ultra-high-risk Forbidden Domain possessors have appeared simultaneously, one of whom is ranked within the top 50. Additionally, there are inheritors of the 8 trigrams palm from Beijing, the Mo family spear from Hebei, and active special forces. Observing the densely circled names on Yuan Gang's list, the other instructors felt a twinge of anxiety. Chief, are we capable of managing such formidable individuals? Yuan Gang remained silent for a long while before folding the list away and calmly stated, "Contact the mask team and summon them to help me maintain order. Only prodigies can contain prodigies." Outside the training camp, amidst the military checkpoints, a special forces soldier, with a furrowed brow, peered through his binoculars for an extended period before slowly lowering them and retrieving his radio. Report, a young male is approaching from the distance. He relayed the details. He appears to be a high school student, dragging a pink Hello Kitty suitcase and a Peppa Pig suitcase. It is not visually ascertainable whether he is armed. A high school student? The voice on the other end hesitated. Could it be a new recruit? The notification was sent out only this morning, and he arrived by noon? What remarkable speed. He is still approaching. Please advise. Stand by. I shall go meet him. Before long, a military jeep emerged from behind the checkpoint, heading towards the direction of the young boy. Under the blazing sun, Lin Xia trudged along the rugged, muddy path, struggling with the weight of 2 suitcases. Beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks. Is there really a training camp here? Lin Xia murmured, glancing around. Could it be that the captain is playing a trick on me because I didn't return the items? Just this morning, after receiving the specific address of the new recruit training camp, Chunmai had urged him to come over, following the somewhat awkward farewell ceremony the previous day. Today's send-off was less grand, when Chima had driven him to the vicinity and left him to make the final leg of the journey on his own. Upon learning that Lin Xia was training in Songnan, the others seemed to feel a sense of relief. Perhaps, as Chunmai had suggested, if anything were to befall Lin Xia, they would rush over with weapons in hand, unlike the anxiety they felt in the capital. After all, Songnan City was the territory of their Team 136. Buzzing. As Lin Xia advanced with his suitcase, the roaring sound of an approaching vehicle caught his attention. He squinted and paused his steps. A camouflaged military off-road vehicle, kicking up dust, screeched to a halt beside him. An officer leaned out, scrutinizing Lin Xia closely. What brings you here? Training. A new recruit? Yes. Arrived so soon. I'm from Songnan. Show me your identification. Lin Xia presented the documents prepared by Chunmai, which the officer examined thoroughly before returning them. He gestured towards the vehicle. Get in. Lin Xia placed his luggage in the trunk and climbed into the off-road vehicle. The officer drove him directly past all checkpoints, eventually stopping at the entrance of the training camp. Here we are. You can go in now. He indicated the large gate ahead with a nod. Lin Xia jumped out of the vehicle, dragging 2 pink suitcases, and stood before the imposing iron gate. Looking up at the sign, 039 New Recruit Training Base. This was the place where he would spend the next year, and he was the first recruit to arrive. Chapter 70, a bond stronger than gold. Before long, an instructor emerged from behind the door, casting a surprised glance at him. A new recruit? Indeed. What is your name? Lin Xia. The instructor's demeanor shifted as he regarded Lin Xia with a serious expression, as though he were examining a rare treasure. You are Lin Xia? Lin Xia felt somewhat uneasy under his scrutiny. Yes. Is there a problem? No. The instructor shook his head and opened the gates of the training camp. You are the first to arrive this year. Come in. By the way, I am Hong Hao, your instructor. Hello, Instructor Hong. Lin Xia replied politely as he stepped into the camp. Instructor Hong nodded. You arrived early, and it seems you've caught a break. I will personally guide you through the training camp. Hong led Lin Xia through the vast, empty training facility. The interior of the camp was far more expansive than Lin Xia had anticipated. The structures were not makeshift tents or wooden shacks, but rather buildings composed of an unfamiliar solid material, appearing as though they had sprouted from the ground itself. The ground was meticulously organized with lines demarcating pedestrian pathways from vehicular routes, complete with clear markers indicating the locations of the cafeteria and dormitories. The variations in line thickness and color were visually pleasing, almost a boon for those with obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Had Lin Xia not known that this was once a barren land, he might have mistaken it for a newly completed base that took years to construct. Military vehicles sped along the road, laden with crates of supplies and equipment, food, water, weapons, bedding. Lin Xia even caught sight of a truck brimming with explosives. A faint twitch tugged at the corners of his mouth, as a flicker of concern regarding the security of this base washed over him. It is worth mentioning that Lin Xia had never undergone any proper collective training. After all, he had been blind since elementary school and had not participated in military drills throughout middle or high school. He scarcely engaged in physical education classes. And were it not for his dedication to personal fitness, he would likely be in a state of frailty now. Over there lies the training ground, where most of the physical conditioning takes place. Instructor Hong gestured toward the expanse resembling an airport, stating, "Physical fitness is our primary focus. Your physique appears average, and you may find it quite challenging. To the left is the mess hall, a place you will come to both love and loathe over the coming year. Nearby is the classroom, designated for theoretical instruction. A series of abandoned structures can be seen, serving as a mobile training site for urban combat, rappelling, and ziplining. And there lies the shooting range." Lin Xia observed the seemingly endless array of training facilities before him, quietly noting their functions. His heart tinged with curiosity and anticipation. "What is that? A convenience store?" he inquired, directing his gaze toward a small shop not far off. It resembled the modest convenience store one might encounter at school, a low building filled with an array of daily necessities. At that moment, a group of instructors stood at the entrance, gesturing toward the wall adorned with cigarettes while engaged in conversation. It is a supply station. Instructor Hong cast a glance, noting that the training camp is entirely enclosed, rendering currency unnecessary. Should any of your personal items become damaged, you can procure replacements here. Additionally, provisions such as bread, water, and cigarettes are allocated monthly to each individual, ensuring ample supply. As the two passed by, it seemed that the instructors within the supply station had noticed something. As all turned to gaze at Lin Xia, whispering and pointing at him, Lin Xia furrowed his brow, questioning why they were all looking at him. "The agent of the Seraphim is indeed a rare commodity. Their curiosity about you is quite natural," Instructor Hong responded. "Were there no agents participating in the new recruit training before me?" "Certainly there were," Instructor Hong nodded. "The last agent to emerge from this training camp has already become the captain of the masked team." "Mask?" Lin Xia was taken aback. If his memory served him correctly, when Shima had previously mentioned the exploits of this special team. "Which deity does he serve as an agent?" "You will find out in a couple of days." Instructor Hong replied with a slight smile, withholding the answer. Leading Lin Xia to a cluster of dense buildings, Instructor Hong stated, "This is the dormitory area, consisting entirely of double rooms. You are the first to arrive, so feel free to choose." Lin Xia nodded, meandering around the vicinity of the dormitory building before selecting a room that faced south, offering the best light and comfort. "Good choice. I shall register you now." Instructor Hong noted Lin Xia's room number, informing him that the training would officially commence in 3 days. For now, he advised Lin to rest well, as the forthcoming year would be devoid of respite. With a brief instruction, Instructor Hong turned and departed, leaving Lin Xia alone in the dormitory. The environment was far cleaner than Lin had anticipated, though the facilities were exceedingly rudimentary. The low, hard bed felt unstable even when he sat upon it. There was no air conditioning, nor even a fan to alleviate the heat. Fortunately, Lin Xia was accustomed to hardship, and this setting posed no significant challenge for him. He adeptly organized his belongings, spread out his sheets and duvet, and reclined on the bed. With no signal or mobile phone, finding ways to pass the time was futile. Indeed, 3 days of solitude would be stifling. Thankfully, Lin's mind was occupied with thoughts of a mental institution, where he could engage in tea-drinking sessions with Nikes to foster camaraderie or play chess and converse with Li Yi in the activity room, never feeling the weight of monotony. Early the following morning, Lin ventured to the supply station for provisions, as the cafeteria had yet to open, leaving him without a place for breakfast. Upon his return to the dormitory, he discovered several individuals waiting at his door. "Young master, I have shown you numerous places, and this one boasts the finest environment, warm in winter, cool in summer, and abundant sunlight." A man with a sycophantic smile stood before a plump young fellow, chattering incessantly. Alas, one must admit that Songnan truly pales in comparison to our Guangzhou and Shenzhen, with a faltering economy and a dismal environment. "Dear sir, just look at this building. Goodness gracious. What on earth is this? The walls are peeling away. Observe the abysmal state of the facilities in these dormitories. Can one even sleep on this bed? Sir, perhaps we should reconsider and return home. There is no need for us to endure such hardship." The stout young man, puffing out his chest, cast a disdainful glance at him and retorted, "Nonsense. I have come to embrace challenges. I shall not retreat. Cease your incessant prattle and open the door. I shall reside here today." The man, resigned, unlocked the door only to be taken aback by the scene within. "Goodness, who could be so thoughtless as to invade your space? Quick, you lot, what are you dawdling for? Dispose of these filthy belongings at once." The bodyguards behind the plump young man hurried forward, eager to assist in clearing the mess. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Qia's eyes. Oh, the cliché antics of a wealthy young master bullying the common folk. How delightful it is to witness the farcical display of arrogance and deception. Just as I relished the role of an underdog. As Lin Xia prepared to make his move, the stout young man suddenly delivered a swift kick to the man's rear, unleashing a torrent of invective. "How dare you? This is a double room, and my roommate resides here. You, a mere lackey, dare touch my roommate's belongings? Filthy, you say? I loathe bullies like you who take advantage of their power. Begone, and take your distance." A man was abruptly knocked to the ground by a stout figure, his face a mask of panic as he slapped himself several times before hastily darting towards the exit. "You lot, bring over the gifts I prepared for my roommate. I shall await here today, ensuring my roommate experiences the essence of camaraderie and the strength of enduring bonds." Nearby, Lin Xia observed with a perplexed expression. Chapter 71. The plump Bai Li, the bodyguards behind the rotund figure, promptly arranged a stack of beautifully wrapped gift boxes beside Lin Qia's bed, lining them up neatly in a single file as they stood behind their master. "TSK, what are you all doing here? This is a military training camp, not your home." The stout individual impatiently waved his hands. "Move along. I do not wish for my roommate to be left with the impression that I relish in bullying others." The bodyguards exchanged glances, ultimately departing with a sense of resignation, leaving the stout figure alone amidst a mountain of gifts. He glanced down at his attire, cleared his throat, and sat upright at the door. Lin Xia scratched his head, finding the unfolding situation rather perplexing. After pondering for a moment, he slowly made his way back to his dormitory. As Lin Qia's figure appeared in the empty corridor, the stout man's eyes sparkled with excitement. He abruptly stood, adjusted his appearance once more, and revealed a bright, wide smile, showcasing his pristine white teeth as he gazed at Lin Xia, who was approaching in his slippers. Lin Qia's expression became increasingly awkward under the stout man's peculiar scrutiny, feeling as though he had forgotten how to walk. Eventually, he reached the entrance of his dormitory. "Greetings. Hello, my name is Bai Li Tu Ming. I understand that this name may be a bit difficult to pronounce, so you may simply call me Tu Ming. Or even Fatty." Before Lin Qiyi could respond, the hefty fellow suddenly bowed deeply, startling Lin Qiyi into retreating 2 steps. "I hope we can become friends. I look forward to your guidance over the coming year." This unexpected display left Lin Qiyi utterly bewildered. "Ahem, so Bai Li." "Bai Li." Lin Qiyi pondered, seemingly forgetting the last 2 characters of his name, only recalling something about Fatty. "Bai Li. Fatty, you need not be so formal." The glimmer returned to the fatty's eyes, evidently pleased with the moniker Bai Li Fatty. "I haven't yet inquired about your name." "Oh, I am Lin Qiyi. Brother Qiyi, I have brought you some local specialties from my hometown. They are not particularly valuable, and I hope you won't find them unworthy." He smiled as he handed over the gift boxes one by one to Lin Qiyi. Lin Qiyi merely scanned the boxes with his mental energy, and his expression immediately transformed in delight. "This, a box of Rolexes?" Lin Qiyi was taken aback. Inside the fatty's hands, neatly arranged, were 12 Rolex watches: the Submariner, the Explorer, the Greenwich, each style distinct. If it weren't for Lin Qiye's frequent perusal of magazines, he wouldn't have been able to recognize many of them. A dozen Rolexes in one box created an impression akin to a gift set of red Fuji apples. What's this? Brother Qiye doesn't he fancy Rolex? The fatty paused, setting the Rolex gift box aside, and picked up another box. What about the Patek Philippe? Cartier and Baume Mercier also have their offerings. Brother Lin Qiye, I initially intended to present something else, yet most items in this training camp are of little use, thus a watch seems most appropriate. The pile of gift boxes in Lin Qiye's arms grew steadily, and after a considerable pause, he finally spoke. Bailey Pangpang, does your family engage in the watch business? No, our family dabbles in various trades, Bailey Pangpang chuckled. But do not misconstrue. I am merely a child from an ordinary family, not some scion of a prestigious lineage. I am quite down to earth. I am very relatable. I believe you as much as I believe in ghosts. Lin Qiye silently rolled his eyes and set aside the gift box, declaring, I do not wish to accept these. Why not? Bailey Pangpang grew anxious. Just take it. It's hardly valuable, merely a token of our meeting. I have no fondness for receiving gifts. Then, what should I? Bailey Pangpang glanced at Lin Qiye and then at the gift box in his hands, perspiration forming from his urgency. Lin Qiye regarded him with a sigh. You may keep it for now. Should I desire it one day, you can give it to me then. Well, very well. Bailey Pangpang solemnly tucked the gift box away, then slowly opened his suitcase, carelessly tossing aside sheets and pillowcases onto the bed, before sprawling out comfortably atop them. Lin Qiye's lips twitched as he inquired, What are you doing? Sleeping, Bailey Pangpang replied, patting the crumpled fabric into shape. This makes for a rather comfortable bed. Lin Qiye was not one to meddle in others' affairs, especially considering how suspicious the little chubby boy appeared. He preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. So he simply closed his eyes and feigned sleep. After a while, Bailey Pangpang quietly got up and called softly, Brother Xia. Lin Qiye lay still, his eyes shut tight. Bailey Pangpang cautiously stood up and tiptoed towards the cabinet, rummaging through it. What could this chubby boy be up to? Lin Qiye continued to use his mental perception to monitor Bailey Pangpang's every move. Moments later, Bailey Pangpang emerged with a gift box he had just put back, carefully inching his way to the side of Lin Qiye's bed, whispering as he tucked the boxes under the bed one by one. Lin Qiye thought to himself, this little chubby boy. How persistent. Irritated, Lin Qiye suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Bailey Pangpang beside him. What are you doing? Bailey Pangpang jumped in fright, plopping down on the ground, staring nervously into Lin Qiye's eyes, his not-so-bright mind racing. He awkwardly leaned towards Lin Qiye's feet and sniffed. Qiye, your feet smell really nice. Lin Qiye was utterly dumbfounded, and even with his cleverness, he could not think of a suitable response to such a statement. What kind of creature is this? Seeing Lin Qiye frozen in place, Bailey Pangpang hesitated for a moment before extending his own foot towards Lin Qiye, cautiously asking, How about, you sniff mine too? As Lin Qiye's murderous intent began to rise, in the distance, atop another building, Chief Instructor Yuan Gang silently set down his binoculars, his expression utterly captivating. He turned his gaze towards Instructor Hong and pointed at the two individuals across the way, who were engaged in the peculiar act of sniffing each other's feet, and remarked with a sardonic tone, Is this what you referred to as two dangerous individuals? Instructor Hong, with a furrowed brow, responded, No. As he rubbed his temples, feeling a sense of disquiet. This was indeed perplexing. One was an arrogant Seraphim agent, and the other, a pampered young master of the Bailey Group. The notion of these two residing under the same roof seemed inherently perilous. Yet, how could they? Yuan Gang gently patted his shoulder and said earnestly, Hong Hao, to truly understand a person, one must look beyond their identity and background. In this world, there can be countless individuals with similar familial circumstances, yet the essence of one's character and temperament can vary immensely. Having uttered these words, Yuan Gang turned to leave. Once he was entirely out of Instructor Hong's sight, he could no longer contain his amusement and let out a chuckle. How intriguing. Chapter 72. The training commences from the second day of Lin Qiye's arrival at the training camp. The influx of new recruits gradually increased. The once desolate dormitory building was now nearly filled to capacity, without anyone even noticing. By the morning of the third day, Lin Qiye was roused from his slumber by the clamor echoing from the corridor. He sat up, rubbing his bleary eyes. Is that the rotund fellow up so early? Lin Qiye glanced at the empty bed, reminiscent of a pigsty, and raised his eyebrows in surprise. It seemed that this wealthy young gentleman was indeed quite different. Over the past 2 days of acquaintance, Lin Xia had formed a preliminary understanding of Bai Li Pang Pang. He was certainly not the typical arrogant scion. Instead, he appeared to be making a concerted effort to conceal his privileged background, masquerading as someone from an ordinary family, albeit with rather clumsy execution. His nature was not malevolent. Merely somewhat naive, this was Lin Xia's initial assessment of Bai Li Pang Pang. Fearless and unperturbed, Lin Xia, in a certain sense, even anticipated that his roommate would be a haughty individual who would frequently provoke him, thus providing him with a legitimate excuse to retaliate and claim dominion over the entire room. Yet, ironically, he turned out to be a harmless, bumbling fool. This fool approached their interactions with an incessant cheerfulness, often gifting him trinkets and speaking with utmost politeness. Lin Xia felt as though he were striking a fist against a cloud. To hit him would be an affront to his conscience. Yet to refrain became increasingly difficult when, in the dead of night, the fool would brazenly place his feet near Lin Xia's face. Most infuriatingly, after Lin Xia was roused from his slumber, Bai Li Pang Pang would gaze at him earnestly, a blend of expectation and shyness in his eyes, and ask, "Xia, have you yet answered me? Do my feet smell fragrant?" Thankfully, Lin Xia had no knife at hand. Otherwise, this insufferable fool would undoubtedly see no dawn. Lin Xia stretched his body, toothbrush in mouth, dragging an empty hot water bottle as he prepared to venture out for his morning ablutions. As I opened the door, I was greeted by a throng of people surrounding the dormitory building across from me. Amidst the crowd, a rotund figure, radiating an aura of opulence, was bellowing at the top of his lungs, "Comrades, I have brought some specialties from my hometown, and I hope you will not disdain them. Throughout this coming year, I look forward to your kind consideration." He continued, "Hey, you over there, no need to push. There is enough for everyone." The corpulent individual raised his plump arm, adorned with numerous luxury watches, each one wrapped around like a mummy, exuding an air of extravagance. The new recruits around him were instantly captivated. "Do not misunderstand me. I am not some wealthy scion. I am merely a child from an ordinary family, wishing to coexist harmoniously with all of you." Suddenly, a loud crash. Lin Xia, witnessing the chaos across the dormitory, stood agape, his toothbrush falling to the floor. "Who on earth is this rotund individual?" he murmured to himself. "Surely, even those affluent scions cannot possess such wealth. With over 200 recruits in the camp, each receiving a luxury watch? This is sheer extravagance." Yet, despite the uproar in the dormitory, there remained individuals unfazed by the commotion. Lin Xia noticed a youth leaning against the wall in the corridor of the same floor, observing the spectacle with detached indifference. He stood there like a figure from another realm, exuding an aura of disconnection, as if an invisible barrier separated him from the surrounding clamor, his gaze serene as still water. On the right side, within the female dormitory building, a long-haired girl stood on the corridor, squinting her eyes as she gazed disdainfully at Bai Li Pang Pang amidst the crowd. The more Lin Xia observed, the more he realized that numerous onlookers were clandestinely watching this farce unfold. Some bore indifferent expressions, others exhibited mocking glee, some looked down with contempt, while others seemed poised to act. Bai Li Pang Pang's antics not only ignited the atmosphere within the new recruits' dormitory, but also subtly unfurled a hidden tapestry before Lin Xia's eyes. Likewise, as Lin Xia became aware of their presence, they too took note of one another. At that moment, Instructor Hong, accompanied by several other instructors, stormed into the dormitory area, their presence exuding an air of menace. They lifted their heads to the raucous dormitory building, unleashing a torrent of curses. "What the hell is going on here? Are you holding a market fair? Huh? Do you want me to summon a few strippers to perform a dance for your amusement?" The echoes of his shouts reverberated between the dormitories, causing the new recruits congregated around Bai Li Pang Pang to scatter in a flurry, leaving only him, clutching his collection of watches, who quietly cast a glance downward and murmured softly, "You can't see me. You can't see me. You can't see me." The corners of Instructor Hong's mouth twitched slightly as he maintained a stern expression, continuing to yell, "Don't think that just because the training has officially commenced, you can act recklessly. I tell you, once you pass through that door, you are soldiers. Soldiers must uphold discipline. This is your first warning. I'll let you off this time, but if I catch any of you causing trouble again, I swear I'll make you regret it during training." Instructor Hong bellowed. "Do you understand?" Understood. The sound emanated from the 3 dormitory buildings. Instructor Hong's gaze, sharp as a blade, swept across the structures before he slowly spoke. "This afternoon at 2 o'clock, everyone assemble at the training ground. After concluding his announcement, he turned and strode away with several other instructors, exiting the confines of the dormitory. Bai Li, plump and flustered, peered down through a gap in the corridor, hastily stood up, and dashed over to Lin Xia, clutching his watch tightly. That startled me. Fortunately, I hid quickly. Otherwise, I would have been discovered. Bai Li exclaimed, placing a hand over his racing heart. Lin Xia replied, Alas, it seems the remaining gifts cannot be delivered. Bai Li glanced down at the watch in his hand and sighed. Why are you so fixated on giving gifts? Lin Xia could not help but inquire. How else can one cultivate good relations with others? Bai Li asserted matter-of-factly. My father always says that the world is governed by the intricacies of human relationships. Lin Xia rolled his eyes. If the intricacies of human relationships were all there was to this world, then society would have already perished. With that, he disregarded whether Bai Li comprehended his words, bent down to retrieve his toothbrush, and continued towards the hot water room, leaving Bai Li standing in place, scratching his head in confusion. In the afternoon, Lin Xia donned the military uniform he had received from the supply station and made his way directly to the training ground. Meanwhile, Bai Li, attempting to fit his rear end snugly into his trousers, hurriedly followed Lin Xia, intermittently calling out, Xia, wait for me. When the two individuals arrived at the training ground, the majority of the participants had already assembled, though they had yet to form any orderly lines. They stood haphazardly, a motley crew of varying heights and builds. On the demonstration platform, over 20 instructors stood tall and proud, their postures as upright as ancient pines. At the forefront, the chief instructor, Yuan Gang, surveyed the chaotic assembly below, his eyes narrowing slightly. Stand in formation, bellowed an instructor behind Yuan Gang. Instantly, the new recruits fell silent. Although their lines remained crooked, the semblance of order began to emerge. Lin Xia and Bai Li Pang had arrived relatively late, positioning themselves at the back of the ranks. Despite this, they could still feel the imposing pressure emanating from the multitude of instructors on the platform. Without resorting to forbidden techniques or weapons, the instructors stood there, their mere presence exerting an aura akin to that of majestic mountains, pressing down upon the hearts of the crowd. Such an aura could only stem from the trials of life and death battles, an experience utterly foreign to these novices. Yuan Gang remained silent for a considerable time, observing the throng below. Before finally speaking in a deep and resonant voice, I am aware that each of you hails from the illustrious realm of the Great Xia, possessing talents that many can only dream of, be it the coveted forbidden techniques or extraordinary skills, perhaps even remarkable backgrounds. However, from the moment you step through that door, you have assumed but one identity. You are recruits, mere novices. No, at this moment, you are not even novices. You are worthless, mere refuse. When confronted with a truly formidable mystery, one only brings ruin upon oneself and burdens their comrades. If you aspire to genuinely become a night watcher, you have a considerable distance yet to traverse. Yuan Gang's voice crescendoed, resonating like thunder across the vast training ground. Lin Xia's keen perception discerned that the expressions of most new recruits had grown icy. Some raised their heads with pride, others concealed their smirks, some regarded him with disdain, while others pondered in silence. What is this? Are you all in dissent? Yuan Gang scrutinized their faces, arching an eyebrow. No one uttered a word, yet their expressions conveyed their sentiments. Indeed, I am defiant. Do you believe that, possessing a powerful forbidden ruins and extraordinary abilities, your futures are boundless? Do you think that my position here, reprimanding you, is merely a result of having been born a few years earlier, or that your realm surpassed mine? Do you assume that while I may call you weak and of lower realm, I cannot label you as worthless or contemptible? Yuan Gang scoffed derisively. I speak no falsehood. In your current state, even upon reaching the Klein realm, you would merely be slightly more competent refuse. When faced with those who are truly strong, you would falter before a single strike. Do you believe me? Many began to breathe heavily, their gazes fixed intently upon Yuan Gang, eyes ablaze with fury. I do not believe it. At that moment, a young man, clad in an unbuttoned military uniform with his cap worn backwards, leisurely extended his hand, chewing gum with an expression of mockery. New recruit, what is your name? Shen Zhuqing. Good. Who else dares to dissent? I too am unconvinced. Me. And I. Led by Shen Qizhu, the number of dissenters grew increasingly, until nearly half of the entire group raised their hands in agreement. In the back row, Bai Li Pang nudged Lin Xia. What about you? Me? I concede. Why is that? Because he is not wrong. The memories of that torrential downpour flooded Lin Xia's mind, alongside the formidable ghost-faced king that swept through the ring. And within the second school, there stood the non-Tuas serpent demon, shrouded in darkness, possessing extraordinary intellect and secretly orchestrating everything. They had never encountered the mysterious. Unaware of what such beings truly were, Lin Qia's eyes narrowed slightly. I can assure you, if they were to confront the two enigmatic entities I have faced, no more than 10 among these 200 individuals would survive. Moreover, in this world, there undoubtedly exist stronger, more grotesque, mysterious beings. Should I encounter them now, I fear I would not even comprehend how my demise would come to pass. Have you encountered the mysterious? Are they formidable? Very formidable. All right, since you concede. I shall also concede, by Li Pangpang stated with a lack of principle. Upon the stage, Yuan Gang's lips curled into a slight smile as he nodded, continuing, well, since so many of you are unconvinced, I shall grant you an opportunity, a chance to recognize your own selves. With that, he produced a walkie-talkie and spoke calmly, next, please. Beep. The walkie-talkie fell silent, and Yuan Gang gazed up at the azure sky, seemingly awaiting something. The crowd below lifted their gazes, yet found nothing amiss. After a brief pause, they began to murmur amongst themselves. Suddenly, a voice cried out from the throng, look, someone is falling from the sky. The crowd swiftly turned their heads upward. Lin Qia squinted at the heavens. There, against the cerulean expanse, 7 dark figures were rapidly enlarging. Moments later, it became apparent to them that these were 7 individuals clad in gray cloaks, bearing black boxes on their backs, each adorned with distinct masks. They plummeted from the cloud's summit, devoid of any protective gear, free-falling towards the training ground, the wind causing their cloaks to billow and snap fiercely. Goodness, are they jumping out of an aircraft? Without parachutes? Exclaimed Bailey Pangpang, who stood beside Lin Qia. The astonishment was not limited to Bailey. Others were equally dumbfounded. And the cacophony of voices swelled. On the stage, Yuan Gang rubbed his nose and muttered softly, well, I merely mentioned it in passing, and they actually jumped. How dedicated. In the sky above, the 7 figures descended swiftly, their frantic screams echoing through the air. Among them, a man wearing a swirling mask flailed his limbs wildly. Ah, help me, he shrieked. Swirl, can you quiet down a bit? My ears are about to burst, scolded a woman in a rose mask. I'm terrified of heights, she added. Rose, don't just stand there and complain. Our captain, yelled the swirling figure, his voice hoarse from the exertion. Yuan Gang, that fellow, claimed he would jump from the aircraft, and we are indeed going to leap? Why should we? At the bottom, a man donning a mask emblazoned with the character Wong spoke in a calm tone. I have heard that this year's new recruits are rather difficult to intimidate. It seems that Instructor Yuan has resorted to seeking our assistance, and we must oblige. Ah, what if we fall to our demise? With my presence, you shall not perish, replied the man beside him, adorned with a balanced mask, rolling his eyes. Are you confident in your abilities? I have recently gained a couple of pounds. Can you truly support me? Captain, may I allow this fellow to meet his end? Absolutely not. Ah, enough. Silence. The man with the Wong mask glanced below and continued, we are about to land. Making excessive noise will alert them, which would be quite embarrassing. Then, I shall endeavor to keep my cries to a minimum. Vortex covered his mouth. As they descended closer to the ground, the new recruits finally discerned their attire. Is that the masquerade? One of the 4 elite squads, the masquerade. Amidst the gasps of astonishment. As the 7 individuals were on the verge of crashing to the earth, the man wearing the balanced mask extended 2 fingers and gently waved. In an instant, the weight of the 7 vanished, allowing them to float down to the ground like feathers. Their toes barely touched the surface, and they stood firmly, their gray cloaks billowing in the breeze, while in the sunlight, the 7 distinct masks shimmered brilliantly. Wang Mian's gaze swept across the faces of the crowd, and he spoke softly, hello everyone, we are the masked team. Before he could finish, the legs of Xuanwu suddenly gave way, and with a thud, he knelt before the new recruits. Xuanwu, masked team members, new recruits. Chapter 74, 239 verses 5. The scene abruptly fell into an eerie silence. The corners of Wang Mian's mouth twitched uncontrollably beneath his mask, while the fist of Rose tightened with intensity. The expressions of the instructors present were nothing short of spectacular. Only the new recruits stood there, bewildered and somewhat perplexed. Was this truly kneeling? Was this happening? What on earth was he doing? They may have had an inkling of what transpired, yet dared not entertain such notions, striving instead to concoct a plausible explanation for the bizarre spectacle before them. For heaven's sake, this was mask. How could such a fundamental error occur? All eyes were fixated on Xuanwu. After a fleeting moment of realization, he hesitated briefly before slowly raising his hands and bowed respectfully to the new recruits. Xuanwu of the masked team wishes everyone an early Happy New Year. With that, he sprang to his feet, standing tall and proud as if nothing had transpired. Lin Xia. Li Pangpang pondered for a moment, then leaned seriously into Lin Xia's ear. Xia, do you think this instructor is perhaps operating on a tight budget and couldn't hire the genuine mask team, so they settled for a cheap imitation? That seems unlikely. Lin Xia's gaze settled on the figure of Wang Mian at the forefront of the seven, his expression gradually turning solemn. Lin Xia could sense a faint aura of divine authority emanating from the man on stage. While others might remain oblivious, Lin Xia was acutely aware of their true nature, for they were all agents of the divine. Simultaneously, it seemed that Wang Mian also sensed Lin Xia's presence, their eyes locking in an intense exchange. After a brief moment, Wang Mian averted his gaze and continued with his previous lines. We are the mask special team. A collective gasp arose from the crowd. Yuan Gang's lips curled into a slight smile as his voice reverberated through the training ground. Since you refuse to submit, I shall grant you an opportunity to recognize your own worth, a chance to truly engage with top-tier geniuses. It is currently 2:30 in the afternoon. Before 9 this evening, all 239 of you new recruits must, by any means necessary, unmask any member of the mask team to claim victory. Should you succeed, it will serve as proof of your true prowess, and the necessity for further training this year shall be rendered moot. I shall advocate for your graduation tomorrow. However, if no one accomplishes this feat by 9 o'clock, then cast aside your laughable pride and arrogance into the latrine. Regardless of the demands we impose during this training, you are bound to comply. Do you understand? Upon hearing Yuan Gang's proclamation, the new recruits erupted in a flurry of discontent. Soon, voices of protest emerged. This is unfair. They are primarily formidable figures of the Chuan or High Realms, while we are merely at the Zhan realm. How can we compete? In this confrontation, the members of the masked team will restrain their realms to the Zhan level. In a matchup of equal realms, 239 individuals face off against 7. Are you afraid? The audience erupted in astonishment. With everyone at the Zhan level, the fundamental distinction of strength dissipates, leaving only tactical coordination, strategy, and combat proficiency. Even though the members of the masked team are renowned veterans, they still number an impressive 239. They could simply overwhelm their opponents, couldn't they? The breaths of the new recruits quickened immediately. The sheer disparity in numbers renders defeat illogical. If they emerge victorious, it would not only spare them a year of rigorous training, but also significantly enhance their reputation. Excellent. I concur. It is settled. The atmosphere among the recruits ignited. Their gazes fixated intensely on the 7 figures clad in gray on the stage, their eyes ablaze with determination. Sensing their fervent fighting spirit, Wang Mian squinted slightly, his voice resonating with calm confidence. Against you. We do not require 7 individuals. We need only 5 to vanquish all of you. Upon hearing this, the recruits' emotions erupted once more, fervently responding to Wang Mian's provocation, creating a chaotic scene. Are they truly this arrogant? Li Pangpang exclaimed in disbelief. They are not arrogant. Quite the contrary, they are pursuing stability, Lin Xia replied, shaking his head. Li Pangpang was taken aback. To claim that 5 individuals could defeat us all, how is that not arrogance? The rules of this confrontation dictate that victory is achieved by unmasking any one of the participants. Thus, the greater the number of combatants on the field, the higher the likelihood of defeat. Observing that Li Pangpang remained oblivious, Lin Qiyi continued. A team of 7 individuals will undoubtedly possess both strengths and weaknesses. Once a vulnerability is exposed, the chances of it being exploited amidst a collective assault of 239 individuals are significantly heightened. However, if all weaknesses are kept off the field from the outset, such issues can be circumvented. Are you suggesting that they fear having members who lack combat skills, hence opting not to field them at all, thereby eliminating their weaknesses? Precisely. So, does this imply that they harbor apprehensions toward us? That our chances of victory are substantial? Not necessarily. Lin Qiyi cast a glance at the fervent crowd before him and replied coolly. Although we possess a numerical advantage, we are merely a disorganized mob lacking coordination. In such circumstances, our numbers, paradoxically, become a liability. The 5 from the false mask are akin to a sharpened blade, whereas our 239 individuals are but scattered grains of sand. Well, Li Pang sighed. Whether we can triumph over the false mask does not hinge on our numbers, but rather on the intellect of our members. Lin Xiye's gaze swept over the new recruits surrounding him. Yuan Gang, noticing that the morale of the crowd had reached its zenith, spoke up. The weapons you require can be found in the storeroom. The next 7 hours belong solely to you. Do not concern yourselves with the extent of destruction wrought upon facilities or buildings. No matter the chaos you create here, we possess the ability to restore it all. Now, let me witness your prowess. After uttering these final words, Yuan Gang turned and departed with the other instructors. Following the original plan, it would be myself, Vortex, Rose, Libra, and Moon Ghost who would take the stage. You may return to rest. Wang Mian instructed the other 2 members, who then followed the instructors away. Ultimately, only 239 new recruits remained in the venue, alongside the 5 members of the masked ones. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. All the recruits cast malevolent glances towards the 5 on stage, and from the crowd, someone raised a hand and inquired, "When can we begin?" Libra smiled faintly, extending a finger to point towards the crowd. In the next moment, the questioner was struck in the chest, as if by an invisible hammer, violently spewing blood and flying backwards. Amidst the ensuing chaos, Wang Mian spoke in a low voice. Wasn't the instructor's message clear enough? From 2 o'clock to 9 o'clock. Which means, it has already begun. Chapter 75. The battle. As soon as Wang Mian's voice faded, dozens of new recruits surged forward, unleashing a torrent of flames. Frost, gales, and lasers. A myriad of attacks came rushing forth. The training ground erupted like a powder keg ignited by a fuse, exploding with fervor. Li, the plump figure, shouted twice and prepared to ascend into the skies. Lin Xia seized him, without hesitation, and turned to sprint wildly out of the training ground. "Xia, what are you doing? We need to engage. Is it truly a death wish to venture forth now?" Lin Xia shouted as he ran. "Do you have any weapons?" Our arms were confiscated upon entering the training camp, yet the 5 members of the masked squad are fully armed. Are you planning to confront them with your bare head? Li Pang was momentarily taken aback, instinctively patting his pockets. In truth, furthermore, the special squad is designated as such precisely because their combat prowess far exceeds that of ordinary individuals. To recklessly charge ahead without knowledge of their forbidden abilities and combat styles is tantamount to courting death. Lin Xia glanced back, seemingly to validate his concerns, as an unexpected transformation occurred on the training platform. A deep violet vortex suddenly unfurled in midair, standing resolutely before the masked squad, forcefully absorbing all incoming attacks. In the next instant, a colossal pink hammer materialized, towering 2 stories high, conjuring a howling gale that sent all the new recruits soaring through the air. At this juncture, most of the new recruits had begun to sense the peril, but turning back to flee was already too late. The vortex flicked its finger lightly, and the purple whirlpool reappeared above their heads. Now you choose to run. It is too late. The vortex smirked disdainfully. The flames and frost that had been previously devoured by the violet vortex erupted forth, raining down like droplets from the sky, igniting a series of explosions on the training platform. Fiery infernos and thick smoke billowed upward, as Li Pang, trailing behind Lin Xia, swallowed hard, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. Is this the combat power that the Zhan realm should possess? What formidable strength would they possess if they exerted their full might? Otherwise, how could they be deemed a special squad? Lin Xia sighed, scarcely a minute into the contest. Nearly half of their numbers had already been lost. This is troublesome. Lin Xia was not the only astute individual, as he and Li Pang surged forth. Many others reacted swiftly, likewise dashing out to avert disaster. Were it not for Lin Xia's exemplary leadership, the casualties would have been far greater. Amidst the billowing smoke, 5 figures cloaked in gray slowly emerged. The vortex glanced at the unconscious recruits strewn about and smirked. A bunch of fools. It seems victory in this farce is all but assured. One should not jump to conclusions too early. Wang Mian observed the recruits gradually fading from sight with a calm demeanor before turning to the man adorned with the crescent moon mask. Their next objective must be the warehouse. Yuegawei, you should proceed to block the entrance while we encircle from the periphery. Understood. With a fleeting motion, Yuegawei vanished from sight. In the underground base of the training camp, the instructors sat before their screens, each holding a stack of documents, shaking their heads slightly. To have lost over 90 individuals in a single encounter indicates we may have overestimated their capabilities. Ultimately, it boils down to the exceptional strength of the masked ones. Another instructor sighed, noting that deploying a top-tier squad known for eliminating unbounded realm mysteries was an overwhelming disadvantage for the recruits. That cannot be said. They have suppressed their power to the Lan realm, which hardly constitutes bullying, does it? However, their experience and synergy are realms far beyond those of these fledgling recruits. Among them are 3 individuals from the highly perilous Forbidden Zones, along with the agent of that divine being. Yet, there is no need for excessive pessimism. As the instructors engaged in discussion, Yuan Gang slowly spoke up, observing that while the recruits appeared to suffer significant losses, the few who truly possessed the hope to contend with the masked one had managed to escape. Perhaps eliminating some disruptive elements would prove beneficial for them. The nearby instructor was taken aback. Sir, are you suggesting that you genuinely wish for the recruits to triumph? No, Yuan Gang shook his head, with that individual present. Victory is unattainable. I merely anticipate witnessing a remarkable battle. Qi, slow down. I can't keep up. Li Pang Pang exclaimed, breathlessly sprinting as Lin Qi tugged him along. Lin Qi raised an eyebrow and simply released her grip, declaring, then your fate is your own concern. I shall proceed ahead. Watching Lin Qi abandon him so decisively left by Li Pang Pang momentarily stunned, before he mustered every ounce of strength to chase after her. No, this is not good. If I am left alone, I will surely be caught. Qi, brother Qi, wait for me. Finally, Li Pang Pang arrived, panting and stumbling, at the entrance of the warehouse, only to find the door firmly shut. He paused, bewildered. Why is this door closed? Were we not instructed to retrieve our weapons ourselves? Lin Qi furrowed his brow slightly. So, shall we take it? You didn't mention leaving the door open for us. Do we need to break this door down? Li Pang Pang stepped forward and knocked, pondering the material. It seemed rather sturdy. Lin Qi circled the warehouse, his expression growing grim. He turned to Li Pang Pang. What is your forbidden realm? I don't have a forbidden realm. Li Pang Pang replied with unwarranted confidence. Lin Qi thought to himself, how on earth did this glutton manage to infiltrate the Night Watchers? This is problematic. With a sigh, Lin Qi said, my forbidden realm lacks the capacity for large-scale destruction. I cannot open this door. Li Pang Pang scratched his head. Oh, is that all? Actually, step aside. Just as Li Pang Pang was about to elaborate, a cold female voice emerged from behind him. He froze and turned to see a tall woman standing behind him, her long hair a fiery red cascading to her waist. Even the plain new recruit uniform could not conceal her graceful figure. She cast a disdainful glance at Li Pang Pang and strode directly to the entrance of the warehouse. Who are you? Lin Qi squinted slightly. He remembered this woman. Earlier that morning, when Li Pang Pang was causing a ruckus at the opposite dormitory building, she had stood on the girls' dormitory corridor, looking down upon the scene with contempt. They had even exchanged a glance, and Lin Qi still recalled her aggressive gaze. Molly, she replied coolly, extending her fair hand to gently press against the surface of the warehouse door. In the next moment, the entire warehouse trembled violently. Chapter 76, Moon Demon. As soon as Molly's palm made contact with the warehouse door, the metallic barrier began to vibrate at an almost imperceptible frequency, emitting a sharp hum from within. Instantly, several terrifying fissures appeared on the surface of the door. Molly withdrew her hand and, turning around, delivered a powerful kick that shattered the dilapidated door into numerous fragments, which collapsed with a thunderous crash. Amidst the swirling dust, Molly dusted off her hands and entered the warehouse with an expressionless demeanor. Such formidable destructive power. Lin Qi's gaze fell upon the scattered metallic debris as he stroked his chin, murmuring to himself. Outside, Li Pang Pang fixated intently on Molly's retreating figure, swallowing hard. What's wrong with you? Lin Qi inquired, noticing his strange expression. Qi. Li Pang Pang leaned closer to Lin Qi's ear and whispered, don't you think Qi's quite impressive? Lin Qi rolled his eyes, clearly uninterested in continuing the discussion with Li Pang Pang. He proceeded directly to the weapon rack in the warehouse, casually selecting a standard-issue straight knife. Before arriving at the training camp, Chen Mai had advised that weapons were not to be brought inside unless absolutely necessary, so he had left Zhao Kongqing's knife at Hong Ying's residence. Fortunately, as the night watchmen were uniformly equipped, there was an abundance of weapons available in the warehouse. While grasping the knife, Lin Qi remained vigilant, keeping a mental note of Molly's actions. Unexpectedly, the woman disregarded the weapons displayed on either side, making her way directly to the innermost part of the warehouse. There, she retrieved a massive katana from a hidden corner and slung it across her back before turning to exit. Such a weapon is indeed a rarity. As she passed by Lin Xia, he spoke calmly, prompting her to pause momentarily and glance at him. I like this one. Is there a problem? Lin Xia turned to meet her gaze, extending his right hand. I am Lin Xia. Oh, Molly replied coolly, showing no intention of shaking his hand. Lin Xia's eyes narrowed slightly. Ultra-high-risk forbidden ruins? Why should I divulge that to you? Do you not desire victory? Will sharing that information guarantee a win? Who do you think you are? Lin Xia continued. Among the 5 of the Mask, at least 3 are categorized as ultra-high-risk forbidden ruins, and their cooperation is exceedingly close. If our ultra-high-risk individuals do not unite, we stand no chance whatsoever. Molly furrowed her brow, gazing at Lin Xia in astonishment. You are also ultra-high-risk. Not quite. Lin Xia shook his head. Just as Molly turned to leave, he added slowly, I am the agent of the Seraph. Molly's footsteps halted abruptly. She turned her head. Her eyes filled with shock. You are an agent of the divine? Indeed. Molly scrutinized Lin Xia for a moment, and after a brief hesitation, she spoke softly. Forbidden Ruins Sequence 076, Myriad Frequencies. Enables me to manipulate the vibrational frequency of any object that comes into direct or indirect contact with me within the confines of the Forbidden Ruins. Lin Xia raised an eyebrow, quickly recalling how effortlessly she had breached the grand door moments ago. He nodded slightly, acknowledging her strength. It is no wonder you wield a katana. While the two were engaged in conversation, Bishar Fadi hurriedly approached, clearing his throat to gain their attention. He solemnly extended his hand towards Molly. Greetings, Miss Molly. I am Bishar Tuming, hailing from an ordinary family in Guangzhou. Molly's brow furrowed abruptly as she cast a disdainful glance at Bishar Fadi, snorting coldly before turning to leave the warehouse. I detest individuals like you, the so-called young masters. I warn you, keep your distance. Bishar Fadi was taken aback and quickly protested. No, I'm not a young master. I truly come from a humble background. What about your weapon? Lin Xia inquired, noticing Bishar Fadi's empty hands, confusion etched on his face. I don't know how to wield any weapon. So I didn't bring one. After a moment of silence, Lin Xia patted his shoulder and suggested, how about this? Find a secluded spot to hide. Wait until the battle concludes before emerging, to avoid getting beaten. Bishar Fadi resolutely shook his head. No way. I refuse to be a coward. I want to fight. Lin Xia sighed, shaking his head as he strode towards the exit of the warehouse. Suit yourself, as long as it brings you joy. At this moment, an increasing number of new recruits arrived at the warehouse to collect their gear. Lin Xia and Bailey Pangpang stepped out of the warehouse doors, where they spotted Molly, who was leaning against the wall with a great sword slung over her shoulder, seemingly waiting for something. What are you waiting for? Lin Xia inquired as he approached her. For you, Molly replied calmly. If I am not mistaken, there is another individual who is also in grave danger. Who? The man who was the first to oppose the commandant's words just now. Do you recall him? Are you referring to that fellow wearing his military cap backwards, with his uniform unbuttoned and chewing gum, looking rather arrogant? Bailey Pangpang interjected after a moment of recollection. I remember him. Lin Xia nodded in agreement. If we could just suddenly, with a jarring clang, Lin Xia's pupils constricted as he swiftly drew his straight sword, aiming it at Molly's back. Clang. A crisp sound of metal colliding echoed through the air as Molly reacted with astounding speed, flipping forward and rising to her feet, her right hand gripping the hilt of her great sword. In the void, a short sword flickered indistinctly, and Lin Xia's straight sword pressed firmly against the blade of the short sword. Lin Xia's gaze remained fixed on the emptiness ahead, his expression growing increasingly grave. From the void, a man wearing a crescent moon mask materialized silently. He held the short sword in reverse grip, staring at Lin Xia in astonishment. You can see me? By sheer luck, perhaps, Lin Xia replied coolly. The moon demon fixed his gaze upon Lin Xia's eyes, and after a moment of realization, he spoke. I understand now. You are the agent of the Seraph. Your aura closely resembles that of the captain. Behind Lin Xia, Molly wore an expression of deep anger. Had it not been for Lin Xia intervening to thwart the assassination attempt, she would likely have found herself inexplicably eliminated. Enraged by this thought, she drew her katana with great force, the blade trembling violently at an alarming frequency. Lin Xia swung his straight sword to deflect the moon demon's dagger, and without a moment's hesitation, he leaped backward. In the next instant, Molly brought her katana down. The air before the blade quivered violently, followed by a terrifying shockwave that projected from the blade, cleaving through the earth's surface and crashing into the warehouse wall, leaving behind a ghastly scar. A cloud of dust surged forth, and amidst the fissure, the moon demon stood silently, his right arm having vanished completely. Indeed, this is a perilous forbidden realm. The moon demon stated calmly, as the ethereal moonlight swirled in the air, soon coalescing into a semblance of an arm. Chapter 77. Breaking through. Molly, wielding her katana, looked at the moon demon with astonishment. How is this possible? Is this regeneration? No. At the moment the blade made contact with his body, half of him disintegrated into moonlight, evading your attack. Lin Xia, utilizing his mental prowess, observed the events unfold with clarity, furrowing his brow as he replied. A troublesome, forbidden realm. It seems he has come alone for now. Lin Xia's gaze swept around, and his eyes grew increasingly bright. This was an opportunity. If we could unmask him, victory would be ours. Upon hearing Lin Xia's words, Molly's eyes ignited with fervor, and the dozens of newly armed recruits who had just emerged from the warehouse turned their collective attention towards the solitary figure of the moon ghost. Here stood a lone member of the mask. The moon ghost sensed the unfriendly stares directed at him, and his lips twitched subtly. This was not what he had envisioned. According to his original plan, he would linger in the warehouse, akin to a specter in the shadows, silently reaping the new recruits. How had he become so exposed? At that moment, Bai Li, with a grand gesture, pointed at the moon ghost and bellowed, "Brothers, attack him!" As his voice echoed, the surrounding recruits surged forward, brandishing an array of weapons and formidable artifacts, their momentum overwhelming. Cursing under his breath, the moon ghost's form suddenly blurred, dissipating into thin air. The recruits, now devoid of a target, stood momentarily stunned, bewildered as they scanned their surroundings. Lin Xia sprang into action. Like lightning, he dashed towards a patch of emptiness. His eyes ablaze, and with a swift motion, he slashed his straight blade through the air. In the next instant, a short sword materialized, blocking his strike. The moon ghost was compelled to reveal himself, casting a gaze of resignation upon Lin Xia. "Brother, must you go to such lengths?" Lin Xia smiled faintly, and suddenly, a blinding golden light erupted from his eyes, unleashing a torrent of divine might that surged towards the moon ghost's very essence. Nevertheless, although the moon ghost had suppressed his realm to that of a mere light, he fundamentally retained the physique of a river level. The divine authority of the seraph had little effect on him. The pressure from a deity? This is the extent of the power at the light level? Is this what a seraph truly embodies? The moon ghost momentarily lost his focus but quickly regained it, his short sword dancing swiftly as it clashed against Lin Qia's straight blade. The sound of clashing metal rang out, clang, clang, clang. The speed of their strikes was astonishing, however. Within mere seconds, Lin Xia began to feel an overwhelming pressure. After all, the moon ghost was a member of the masked faction, and his swordsmanship was no trifling matter. Lin Xia had only recently begun his training with the blade, and this encounter immediately placed him at a disadvantage. Fortunately, he was not alone in this battle. While Lin Xia held off the moon ghost for those few seconds, the new recruits surged forward, encircling him and effectively cutting off all avenues of escape, initiating an unrelenting assault. Amidst the torrential barrage of attacks, the moon ghost could only rely on his moonlight transformation ability and his extensive combat experience to barely endure. Luckily, he could also transform his mask into moonlight. Otherwise, it would have shattered under the relentless explosions. But where were those four fellows? Wasn't it supposed to be a team effort? Why had it turned into me versus a multitude? Among the crowd, the moon ghost awkwardly dodged the flurry of attacks, grumbling aloud. No sooner had he spoken than a figure appeared silently atop a building to the east. It was a man wearing a balanced mask. And almost instantly upon his emergence, Lin Xia noticed him, his expression turning grave. The rooftop, under the silent gaze of Tianping, observed the chaotic battlefield below. With a gentle clap of his hands, he murmured, "Force field transition." Instantly, the scattered metallic shards, debris, weapons, and bricks around the crowd began to levitate, as if a colossal bowl were inverted overhead, poised to unleash its contents at any moment. Gravity doubled. With another clap, the individuals engulfed by the fragments suddenly felt a weighty pressure, nearly toppling them to the ground. Under this oppressive force, their movements were significantly slowed. Amidst the throng, Yue Gui finally let out a sigh of relief, thinking, if I had arrived just a few minutes later, I would have truly been done for. "What a useless fool Yue Gui is," came a nonchalant voice from the southern road as Xuanhua strolled over leisurely. Shortly thereafter, Rose appeared on the western path, her small hammer shimmering in her grip, rapidly enlarging to a towering height of 3 stories. With one swing, It could obliterate the warehouse entirely. To the north, Wang Yan stood there with his hands in his pockets, having appeared unnoticed. His gaze swept across the dozens of new recruits present, and he spoke calmly. I regret to inform you that you are surrounded. Surrounded? For individuals have encircled nearly 40? While it seemed absurd, not a single new recruit present dared to dismiss it as a joke. They were truly ensnared. Within the crowd, Lin Xia's expression grew increasingly grave. What now? Molly, wielding her katana, wore a similarly grim countenance. Should we fight them? With just our numbers, we stand no chance. Lin Xia shook his head as his mind raced with thoughts. He slightly turned, his gaze traversing the half-collapsed warehouse, landing upon the vortex beside the southern storeroom. In a moment, watch my actions, Lin Xia whispered. Both Molly and Bailey Pang Pang exchanged a solemn glance, subtly nodding. With only 4 of them, they had secured the 4 directions. If they united their efforts to break through in one direction, their chances of success were significantly heightened. Lin Xia's voice rose slightly, ensuring that all the new recruits present could hear him clearly. When that balance strikes, we will collectively charge towards the woman on the western side. The eyes of the new recruits flickered, silent yet understanding. Perched atop the rooftop, the figure of the balance lightly gestured, and in an instant, the metallic shards and remnants of the building that loomed above them cascaded down, their sharp edges glinting ominously. Almost simultaneously, the majority of the new recruits, burdened by double the gravity, sprinted towards the direction of Rose. Meanwhile, a glint of cold light flashed in Molly's eyes, and her katana trembled once more in her grasp. With a fierce roar, she swung her blade skyward. A powerful, invisible shockwave emanated from the sword, colliding forcefully with the descending barrage of sharp debris, shattering them into fragments that scattered to the ground. Concurrently, Rose, wielding a colossal hammer 3 stories high, raised an eyebrow as she observed the throng of bewildered newcomers rushing towards her, a cold smile creeping across her face. Seeking death, with a triumphant flourish. The size of her hammer swelled dramatically, nearly becoming the size of an entire residential building, yet she effortlessly hoisted it, summoning a gale as she brought it crashing down upon the unsuspecting new recruits. A shadow loomed over them, obscuring the sun. Chapter 78. The explosion the hammer wielded by the Rose was fearsome, yet the new recruits were not to be underestimated. At the very moment the hammer was about to descend upon them, a burst of light erupted, colliding with the massive hammer and firmly bracing against its base. The resonating sound of the explosion echoed from the point of impact, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. The 2 forces remained locked in a stalemate, neither yielding to the other for the moment. At this juncture, the other 4 masked team members sprang into action, sprinting swiftly towards the west, as the encirclement rapidly constricted. Run! Lin Xia, positioned at the rear, suddenly let out a roar. Ignoring the chaotic battlefield ahead, he pivoted and dashed southward. Meanwhile, Mo Li and Bai Li Pang Pang were engrossed in the fierce battle before them. Upon hearing Lin Xia's shout, they momentarily froze, only to quickly regain their composure and follow him in breaking through to the south. Captain, a few have turned back to head south. Tian Ping observed this scene, momentarily taken aback. Wang Mian hesitated slightly before stating, let us first eliminate these several dozen recruits before we deal with the vortex to the south. Understood. The vortex abruptly altered its course, pursuing the 3 who were making their escape southward. At this moment, other new recruits also began to react, attempting to break through in various directions amidst the chaos. Unfortunately, the encirclement had already solidified, and those who had barely made it halfway were swiftly dispatched by other members of the masked team. Lin Xia pressed on without a hint of hesitation, charging directly into the warehouse, which had partially collapsed. Bai Li Pang Pang and Mo Li closely followed suit. The vortex flickered and swiftly arrived at the warehouse entrance, approaching them with astonishing speed. As the vortex entered the warehouse, a cart unexpectedly slid towards him. The vortex was momentarily taken aback, instinctively sidestepping the oncoming cart. However, in the next instant, a round object gently descended from above, landing precisely within the cart. The vortex looked up to see Lin Xia perched on a beam, a faint smile gracing his lips. He then turned and leapt onto a nearby weapons rack, swiftly making his escape. Peering down, the vortex, illuminated by the faint light from outside, discerned the contents of the cart, a neatly arranged load of explosives. Atop the explosives sat a bomb with a countdown of merely 2 seconds remaining. The vortex's pupils constricted in alarm. Boom! A blinding flash of light erupted, accompanied by billowing clouds of smoke. obliterating half of the warehouse in an instant. The reverberating sound of the explosion echoed throughout the training base. With the detonation of the entire cart of explosives, other grenades, fuses, and gunpowder within the warehouse also ignited, resulting in a cataclysmic secondary explosion. The faces of the masked squad, who had just eliminated dozens of new recruits, changed simultaneously. Flames surged like pillars, thick smoke billowing all around. The 4 members of the masked squad hastily approached the ruins of the warehouse, their expressions grave. Amidst the flames, a disheveled figure staggered out from the debris, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the group. Coughing violently, the disheveled Vortex collapsed onto the ground, cursing as he spoke. Damn it, that kid has a wicked heart. If I hadn't reacted swiftly and opened the devouring vortex in time, I would have surely met my end. He caressed the mask on his face, now marred and unrecognizable, with fine cracks running across its surface. It seemed that with just a little more force, it would shatter completely. Fortunately, the mask remained intact. There was no catastrophe. Vortex, you were too careless, sighed the balance. Can you truly blame me for this? Vortex replied weakly. Beside them, Moon Ghost shrugged and remarked, I was just about to warn you that the Seraph's agent is not one to be trifled with. I never imagined that despite our meticulous setup, he would manage to break through so effortlessly. The king remained silent, gazing in the direction where Lin Xia and the others had departed, his eyes flickering. Truly, as expected of an agent, he was indeed extraordinary. Vortex scratched his head and asked, Captain, are you complimenting yourself? Lin Xia turned back to glance at the warehouse engulfed in flames, calmly stating, It's safe now. They did not pursue us. Bailey panted heavily, exclaiming, Xia, you were so ruthless. He isn't dead from the explosion, is he? If that were the case, he wouldn't have been able to join the special team. Lin Xia shook his head, a hint of regret in his voice. Unfortunately, it seems that the explosion did not destroy his mask after all. Otherwise, we would have secured victory. Is it really acceptable to abandon the others like this? Asked Molly, shouldering her katana as she looked towards Lin Xia. They were never going to escape anyway. Lin Xia spoke calmly. Their ambitions are far too great. The reason we managed to break free is that we are merely 3, while the masked individuals opted to besiege the majority, which numbered over 40. Should our numbers increase even slightly, they will undoubtedly redirect their main forces to intercept us, and at that point, our escape will be impossible. Ultimately, we merely exploited the disparity in our values to compel the masked team to make a choice. If we were to charge headlong alongside the others, not a single one of us would escape. Molly remained silent. What shall we do next? Bailey, the portly one, inquired. At this juncture, the foolish recruits among the newcomers should have already been eliminated. The remaining recruits have likely formed small factions among themselves, scattered throughout the training camp, seeking opportunities to eliminate the masked squad. Lin Xia crouched down, sketching in the dirt with a nearby twig. As of now, the number of recruits still present is approximately 100. Discounting those who have lost their resolve and cower in corners waiting for the confrontation to conclude, the actual combat strength should be around 90. Whether attacking head-on or through ambush, it would require at least 10 individuals to simultaneously strike against the masked team. Assuming these 90 individuals have been divided into 4 to 8 groups, dispersed across various corners of the academy. Lin Xia hastily drew a rudimentary map of the training camp, marking several key locations. If I were a member of the masked squad, I would seize every moment to dismantle these small factions one by one. If my deductions are correct, the next phase will likely involve a protracted struggle for strategic positions and a war of attrition. In preparation for a confrontation over territories, the training camp offers limited ambush locations, namely the cafeteria, classrooms, dormitory buildings, and the tactical research room. I surmise that the masked squad's next destination is the dormitory. Lin Xia marked a pentagram at the dormitory's location. Why? Bailey Pang could not comprehend. Among all these locations, the dormitory boasts the largest area, the most ambush points, and the highest level of concealment. I suspect there must be more than one new troop lying in wait there. Given the potential exhaustion of their mental fortitude from prolonged engagements, the masked squad will undoubtedly opt to tackle the most formidable challenge from the outset. Thus, it is highly probable that they will head straight for the dormitory. A glint of determination flashed in Lin Xia's eyes as he abruptly lifted his head, only to find Bailey Pang and Molly regarding him with peculiar expressions. What is it? Is there a flaw in my reasoning? Lin Xia pondered with confusion. Bailey Pang and Molly exchanged glances before slowly articulating, You're peculiar. Chapter 79. Suffocation the dormitory? Why must we go there first? Vortex paused, rubbing his belly. I would prefer to head to the cafeteria for a meal. Currently, the cafeteria is not serving any food. The balance tilted with a roll of the eyes. I have articulated my point quite clearly. Our numbers are a disadvantage, and being constrained to the Zhan realm, we lack the capacity to contend with a war of attrition. Thus, we must eliminate the greatest threat right from the outset. Oh, after we finish with the dormitory building, may we proceed to the cafeteria for sustenance. Let us adhere to the plan devised by the balance, and first target the dormitory building. Wang Mian spoke slowly, but we must exercise caution. That location has likely transformed into their stronghold. We cannot afford to stumble in the gutter. Understood. The underground base. This Great Xia is impressive. He managed to break through and nearly detonated the vortex's mask. One instructor remarked. After all, without some skill, how could one become an agent? His close combat abilities are formidable, yet he has yet to reveal any traits of the Seraphim. That is the mundane divine realm of Sequence 003. If he had just activated it, he could have escaped without detonating explosives, couldn't he? Intelligence indicates that his divine ruin seems incomplete. Nevertheless, his terrifying deductive skills and close combat proficiency are sufficient to place him among the most promising individuals in the entire rookie camp. I am quite curious about what the scene would be like when he engages in combat with Wang Mian. Yuan Gang gazed intently at the screen, rhythmically tapping his knuckles on the table, seemingly lost in thought. Commander, what are you observing? Yuan Gang extended his hand, pointing to a youth seated in the corner, clutching a blade and meditating with closed eyes. Observe him. Him? The instructor scratched his head, recalling that he had been seated there since the beginning of the match. Was there something extraordinary about him? Yuan Gang tossed the documents onto the table, urging, "Take a look." The nearby instructors picked up the papers, their eyes widening in astonishment, culminating in a collective gasp. He is Zhao Yuan. Why have you been sitting here all along? Come and discuss tactics with us. A young man pushed open the dormitory door, observing the solitary figure in the corner, letting out a sigh. Zhao Yuan slowly opened his eyes and calmly replied, "You may proceed without me. But Zhao Yuan, don't you wish to triumph over the masked one and conclude the training camp? Sitting idly here is rather defeatist, isn't it? When the masked team arrives, will you merely await your own elimination?" The young man wore an expression of frustration, as if he were exasperated by his inaction. Realizing that further communication was futile, he simply shut the door and turned to leave the corridor. "Brother Shun, he still refuses to join us." In the hallway, a group of several recruits had gathered, with a particularly striking figure at the center, another high-risk wasteland owner, casually chewing gum and wearing his military cap askew. Shin Qingzhu waved dismissively and scoffed, "Let him be. He is merely a coward, timid and averse to trouble. Even if we called him over, it would be of little consequence. Brother Shin, what shall we do next? In this ambush, once the members of the masked team arrive, we will allow the group across the building to initiate the confrontation. Then, we shall strike unexpectedly and decisively vanquish the masked team." Excellent. Indeed. Foolishness. Splendid. Amidst a chorus of agreement, an unusual sound seemed to weave into the mix. The crowd paused momentarily, turning to discover a man standing behind them, wielding a dagger and donning a crescent-shaped mask. The corners of his mouth subtly curled upwards beneath the mask. You bang, bang. The masked figure struck with lightning speed, using the hilt of his dagger to render two new recruits unconscious, effectively eliminating them. In an instant, the others finally reacted, drawing their blades to retaliate. Yet, before their weapons could reach the masked figure, he blurred and vanished entirely from their sight. He can become invisible. Everyone, be cautious. The new recruits shouted in alarm. Shin Qingzhu's expression darkened ominously as he swiftly raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Snap! In an instant, all the air within a 10-meter radius was evacuated, creating a vacuum. The other new recruits encircling Shin Qingzhu suddenly found their eyes narrowing, desperately clutching their throats, their expressions contorted in agony. They writhed in pain on the ground, attempting to crawl away, but upon reaching the edge of the vacuum, an invisible barrier seemed to thwart their escape, trapping them in their torment. Shin Qingzhu's expression was one of indifference, as he blatantly disregarded his companion's suffering, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. "I am aware that you cannot hear my voice, but you should be able to decipher the movements of my lips. In a vacuum, humans do not succumb to death immediately. When the external gas pressure dissipates, the gases within the body expand, escaping through the mouth, nose, and rectum, gradually being drained away. Concurrently, microbubbles within the blood vessels expand, creating a frothy blockage that leads to internal hemorrhaging. A human can survive in a vacuum for a maximum of 16 seconds, and 7 seconds have already elapsed. Now, it would be prudent for you to remove your mask. Or else, I would not hesitate to eliminate you alongside them right here. A murderous intent flared in Shun Qingzhu's eyes, and at that moment, a flash of sword light suddenly appeared before his neck. Shun Qingzhu's pupils contracted sharply, instinctively drawing his sword to parry, but just then, the figure of the moon ghost materialized, delivering a powerful kick to his chest, sending him flying. Shun Qingzhu landed outside the forbidden ruins, the gases in this space returning once more. The new recruits, hunched on the ground, gasped for air and began to cough violently. Cough, cough, cough. You lunatic! The moon ghost, wielding a short sword, fixed a chilling glare upon Shun Qingzhu. After a single encounter, how could you resort to such brutality? Shun Qingzhu chuckled softly, rising from the ground. How else could I draw you out? Now, matters have become much simpler. With a swift motion, Shun Qingzhu reached out, and the surrounding air rapidly compressed towards the moon ghost, forming a high-pressure cage that not only ensnared him, but also incessantly bore down upon him. The cold light in the moon demon's eyes flickered ominously, as half of its body transformed into moonlight, forcefully piercing through the confines of the air. The short sword in its hand darted towards Shun Zhuqing with lightning speed. Shun Zhuqing clapped his hands together, erecting a barrier of air before him, while simultaneously retreating swiftly, seizing the collars of several new recruits and hurling them into the corridor of the dormitory behind him. Meanwhile, the moon demon's short sword was nearly slicing through the air barrier, prompting Shun Zhuqing to take a deep breath. He blew a bubble with his chewing gum and directed it towards the moon demon. In the next instant, a violent explosion erupted with a thunderous roar. Chapter 80, General? The sound of explosions. In another dormitory building, several new recruits sprang to their feet, gazing towards the direction of the explosion, their expressions shifting dramatically. That side has encountered trouble. Should we go lend a hand? One of them inquired, furrowing his brow. You should focus on your own safety first. A voice echoed from afar, and soon after, a purple vortex rapidly took shape below. Boom. The remnants of the explosion that had just been absorbed by the vortex erupted forth, carrying with it terrifying shrapnel and flames, instantly reducing half of the dormitory building to rubble. Amidst the shattered debris, a concrete sphere slowly unfurled, and dozens of new recruits shot forth from within. We've been ambushed. Charge together. The leading recruit bellowed, his long sword radiating a crimson glow as he surged towards the vortex, followed closely by a cascade of colorful attacks. The force field reversed. A crisp sound of applause rang out from a distance, a scale balanced in midair, pointing towards the crowd. The gravity that enveloped the crowd instantaneously reversed, leaving them with a sensation of weightlessness as a powerful force propelled them skyward, causing their entire formation to collapse in an instant. At that moment, a colossal hammer shadow whistled through the air. Rose, also suspended in midair, grasped the mighty hammer and shouted, "Here we go!" With a resounding crash, the hammer sent the dozen or so new recruits soaring through the air. Even those who barely managed to evade the strike with their own abilities found themselves ensnared by the gravitational field, only to be struck again. In less than half a minute since their emergence from the vortex, this small squad of over 10 recruits was utterly annihilated. A blinding explosion erupted from another dormitory building, and as the scales descended with Rose, they turned to observe the commotion. Wasn't Moon Ghost merely meant to engage another group? What had stirred such chaos? The vortex murmured. Beside them, Wang Mian narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems Moon Ghost has encountered formidable foes. We should head over as well. The four figures flickered before darting towards the source of the explosion. Once they departed, Lin Xia slowly lowered his binoculars, a grave expression crossing his face. Indeed, they had been defeated, and without the slightest chance to counter. Molly spoke calmly. The current masked team is resolutely determined to execute a blitzkrieg under such a fierce assault. Our hastily assembled squad cannot withstand it. Lin Xia shook his head. What comes next? Shall we remain spectators? Baili Pangpang gazed at Lin Xia. No, we must take action now. Lin Xia's gaze fell upon the distant dormitory building, which was engulfed in a relentless explosion. If my assumptions are correct, the individual currently engaged in combat with the Moon Ghost is another high-risk entity. As one of the few capable of contending with the masked one, we cannot allow him to be eliminated so easily. We maneuvered behind the masked one, ready to assist the high-risk entity in launching an offensive if the opportunity arose. Otherwise, we would focus on rescue and retreat, saving as many as we could. Of course, this was contingent upon ensuring our own survival. Suddenly, a blinding fireball erupted from the dormitory, shattering the glass of an entire floor. A figure, hazy as moonlight, emerged from the wreckage, closely followed by a young man. The moon ghost lightly pressed his feet against the wall, pivoted, and leapt into the air, hurling his short sword, which sliced through the faint afterimage, aiming directly for Shun Qingzhu's neck. Shun Qingzhu's pupils contracted as he swiftly extended 2 fingers to intercept. The surrounding air solidified like iron before him, firmly halting the short sword just inches away, and with a slight flick of his fingertips, he sent the blade flying several dozen meters away. The moon ghost reached beneath his cloak, retrieving 2 more short swords, poised to act when Shun Qingzhu snapped his fingers again. The air between them compressed rapidly and simultaneously. A spark of electricity erupted from Shun Qingzhu's ring. Boom! A searing flame burst forth, causing the moon ghost's form to shimmer like moonlight as he staggered back several meters. When the concentration of oxygen and nitrogen in the air is reduced to a certain ratio, it creates conditions for explosive combustion, with just a spark. An explosion can be ignited. Shun Qingzhu, with his hands tucked into his pockets, calmly remarked, "My extensive, indiscriminate lethality is your nemesis. Yet, you can only manipulate the air within a radius of 10 meters, cannot you?" Yu Guei, gripping his short sword, gazed into Shun Qingzhu's eyes and retorted, "At your current level, you are eons away from achieving such indiscriminate devastation." A flicker of anger crossed Shun Qingzhu's face as he replied, "That will suffice to deal with you." In unison, they charged towards each other. At that moment, a massive hammer plummeted from the heavens. Shun Qingzhu's pupils constricted suddenly, and he halted abruptly, extending his hands as he prepared to counter the hammer descending upon him. The air within a 10-meter radius was rapidly compressed, coalescing into a wall of air that shielded his head. Clang! The hammer struck down, causing the ground around Shun Qingzhu to sink slightly. With fissures rapidly spreading beneath his feet, he let out a muffled groan, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. As his form swayed and he staggered to the ground, the air wall crumbled inch by inch, while the colossal hammer above him swiftly diminished in size, ultimately returning to the grasp of Rose, who toyed with it as if it were a mere trinket. Forbidden Ruin Sequence 068, Chi Min, yet another ultra-high-risk Forbidden Ruin. Tian Ping strolled beside the vortex, speaking softly. "No wonder Instructor Yuan urged us to intervene. This indeed presents a formidable challenge. It is said that among this batch of recruits, apart from the agents, there are 3 ultra-high-risk individuals, the woman wielding the katana, the man manipulating the air. But where is the third?" The vortex began to scan its surroundings. "One should remain vigilant and lie in ambush nearby," Wang Mian remarked coolly. No sooner had his words left his lips than the windows of the dormitory buildings on either side shattered with a sudden explosion. Dark, ominous gun barrels emerged from the broken glass. Rifles, submachine guns, sniper rifles, and even several grenade launchers. In the corridors stood more than 20 new recruits, their fingertips emanating a kaleidoscope of colors, their expressions menacing as they regarded the masked individuals. Simultaneously, 4 recruits appeared behind the 2 buildings, extending their hands towards the ground. Earth walls, barriers, vines, and steel spikes. A series of disparate walls rose from the earth, effectively sealing off the route that the 3 had traversed. In conjunction with the dormitory buildings arranged in a triangular formation, completely cutting off any escape for the masked team. Amidst the ruins, Shun Qingzhu staggered to her feet, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, and cast a cold smile at the 5 before her. "You believe," she began, "that my prolonged struggle with that moon-masked assassin was for naught?" Her narrowed eyes scrutinized the masked team as she continued, "I concede that in a direct confrontation, we new recruits cannot prevail against you. However, we have set our trap, and here, we shall wear you down." Suddenly, Shun Qingzhu retreated swiftly into the dormitory behind her, and a heavy wall of air materialized before the building, preventing the masked team from advancing. "This is rather troublesome," Xuanhua observed, glancing at the recruits lying in wait from all directions, scratching his head in contemplation. More than 50 individuals. It appears that the ambush here indeed consists of more than just 2 teams. Essentially, half of the new recruits present have gathered, creating quite a spectacle, Tian Ping remarked. After speaking, he turned to Wang Mian. "Captain, it seems it is time for you to take action." Wang Mian stood quietly, his silence unwavering. Within the dormitory building, Qingju gazed down at the 5 individuals below, gently waving her hand. Engage. The firearms positioned at the surrounding windows erupted simultaneously, their dark muzzles belching forth blinding flames as bullets poured forth like a relentless tide, aimed directly at the 5 in the center. In addition to grenades and bullets, the new recruits capable of attacking the forbidden ground unleashed their fury, a tempest of mixed elements and peculiar assaults cascading down like raindrops. Xuanhua took a deep breath, conjuring a massive purple vortex above everyone's heads, devouring all incoming attacks. However, he was only at the Zhan realm and could not sustain it for long. Qingju observed this scene, her voice calm as she remarked, "Indeed." Moments later, the purple vortex above began to thrash violently. "Captain, I cannot hold on any longer." Xuanhua's face turned ashen as he turned to Wang Mian. The sky was ablaze with a dazzling display of interwoven attacks, illuminating Wang Mian's white mask. Beneath the mask, Wang Mian's ancient, tranquil eyes flickered with a glimmer of light. His hand rested lightly on the hilt of his sword, and with a sudden force, he drew it. Clang! The blade emerged half an inch from its sheath. In an instant, it was as if the chaotic barrage of attacks had been paused, suspended in midair, moving at a snail's pace toward the masked figures. Moreover, the other members of the masked squad surrounding them, as well as the new recruits lying in ambush atop the 3 dormitory buildings, appeared as if they had been plunged into a quagmire, their movements reduced to an excruciating slowness. In this languid world, Wang Mian quietly unsheathed the black blade at his waist. With this motion, the blade's surface shimmered with an increasingly brilliant light, emanating a terrifying aura of pressure from its body. Wang Mian took a step forward and, in an instant, swung his sword. The intertwining rays of the blade converged before him, forming a net of light, yet they too lingered at an exceedingly sluggish pace, enveloping him completely. Crack! The black blade returned to its scabbard. Instantly, everything around him resumed its normal pace. In the next moment, a series of vicious slashes erupted outward from Wang Mian's center, shattering the 3 dormitory buildings into fragments in an instant, while astoundingly avoiding harm to each new recruit, sparing their lives. Boom! The 3 dormitory buildings, now reduced to dozens of segments, collapsed with a thunderous roar. The billowing clouds of thick smoke engulfed the figures of the 5 members of the central masked squad amidst a chorus of astonished gasps, transforming the entire dormitory area into a wasteland. In the distance, Great Xia and his companions, poised to encircle the masked squad, stood in stunned silence. What? Is this Sin State? Molly gazed ahead in a daze, murmuring to herself. To simultaneously suspend time and unleash such an outrageous blade of light. What is the nature of his divine realm? Great Xia furrowed his brow tightly, his eyes brimming with confusion. Perhaps it was due to their relatively distant position from the dormitory buildings that they had not been ensnared in that bizarre temporal dilation, allowing them to witness the entirety of Wang Mian's sword swing with clarity. The issue lies in the fact that a Zhan realm individual, even if he is an agent of the divine, cannot possibly exhibit 2 entirely unrelated abilities simultaneously. In truth, his divine domain revolves solely around the manipulation of time. Bai Li, scratching his head, pondered the extraordinary blade auras that seemed to defy logic. One might interpret his prowess as a form of cheating. Cheating? The black dagger he wielded is a forbidden artifact, capable of unleashing the forbidden domain of sequence 301, Yuan, which condenses its speed into blade energy. The faster the speed, the mightier the blade energy. Although the inherent danger level of this artifact is not particularly high in the hands of that individual, it possesses lethality comparable to extremely high-risk weaponry. Furthermore, Wang Mian can unleash blade energy equivalent to that of the Chuan realm merely by utilizing the acceleration of the Zhan realm. Thus, even when suppressing his own realm to Zhan, he wields the lethal force of the Chuan realm. That seems utterly absurd. Lin Qi could not help but exclaim. Moreover, if Wang Mian can unleash such outrageous attacks using only the Zhan realm, how formidable would he be if he were to liberate his full potential? Is this the caliber of the captain of a special task force? Truly a prodigy among prodigies. Then who might the deity behind him be? Lin Qi suddenly recalled something. The deity, codenamed 017, the god of time, Kronos. Mo Li gazed into the distant ruins and slowly spoke, noting that as the captain of the mask team, adorned with a mask bearing the character Wang, and as the agent of the god of time, he is sometimes referred to as the masked time king. Lin Qi's expression grew grave. Previously, while he delved into the study of the goddess of night, Nyx, he also took the opportunity to explore other deities within Greek mythology. Cronus, as the second-generation king of the gods, undoubtedly possessed powers that ranked among the most formidable of all divine beings. Correspondingly, as his agent, the strength of the king's face was bound to be extraordinarily terrifying. However, despite Cronus's might, Nyx, as a primordial deity, was, in terms of lineage, considered an elder to Cronus. Should he fully harness Nyx's abilities, he would undoubtedly surpass Lin Xia in prowess. By the way, how do you know so much about the king? Lin Xia seemed to recall something, turning to glance at Bai Li Pang Pang. Bai Li Pang Pang cleared his throat. For the Yuan, in his possession was a token given to him by our family in an effort to win him over. I often used that knife to swat mosquitoes during my childhood. Lin Xia, your family? Molly furrowed her brow slightly, as if recalling something, a look of astonishment flickering in her eyes. What did you just say your name was? Bai Li Pang Pang paused. Then his heart soared with excitement as he gazed earnestly into Molly's eyes, extending his hand once more. Miss Molly, allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Bai Li Tu Ming. Bai Li, Molly murmured, the family renowned as the Forbidden Object Museum. The Bai Li clan? Bai Li Pang Pang coughed softly, lowering his voice and gesturing gently. Let us keep this quiet. Modesty is key. I am merely a child from an ordinary family. Molly gazed into his eyes, the disdain in her gaze deepening. With a cold snort, she turned her head away, entirely disregarding the outstretched hand of Bai Li Pang Pang. I detest the scions of wealthy families. The richer they are, the more I loathe them. Bai Li Pang Pang's expression abruptly froze. Chapter 82. Strike me down with his innate divine ruin and that forbidden artifact. His combat prowess had far surpassed the Zhan realm. Perhaps he could single-handedly confront all 239 of our new recruits without issue. Jasmine's countenance darkened. In this battle, we stood no chance whatsoever. Not necessarily. Bai Li Pang Pang replied, patting his belly with a jovial smile. Lin Qi inquired, do you have a plan? The Yuan was a gift from my family, so naturally, I have means to restrain it. Bai Li Pang Pang rummaged through his pocket and produced a roll of tape. This is the forbidden item known as the sealing roll, sequence 343. If we affix a segment to the blade, it will completely isolate the knife from its surroundings, rendering it as ineffective as an ordinary knife against the temporal divine ruin of Wang Mian. Lin Qi accepted the tape, astonished as he looked into Bai Li Pang Pang's pocket. You carry this with you? Did you anticipate Wang Mian's arrival? Bai Li Pang Pang chuckled, neither confirming nor denying the implication. Noting his reluctance to elaborate, Lin Qi chose not to press further, his gaze flickering over the sealing roll in his hand. As long as we could seal that blade, hope would still remain. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions echoed through the ruins, as a multitude of figures surged towards the massed squad from all directions, blinding flashes erupting in succession. The dormitory building lay in ruins. Yet not all the recruits were forced to withdraw. Those who remained were predominantly gifted individuals hailing from various corners of the world, adept at preserving their own safety amidst chaos. Shingu, are you all right? A recruit stumbled from the debris, calling out to his side. In the next moment, a heavy wall panel beside him shattered explosively, and Xin Qingzhu emerged, his face grimy and somber, coughing twice. I'm fine. What on earth was that just now? Could such an attack truly be conjured by the Zhan realm? Xin Qingzhu's gaze fell upon the distant massed squad, locked in a fierce skirmish with the other recruits, his expression grave. Shingu, there are still about 30 of us capable of fighting. Should we advance or advance? Xin Qingzhu spat. Discarding his military cap that had been worn backward, a fierce determination etched upon his face. The ambush is gone. We shall confront them head on. I refuse to believe that after such a prolonged battle, they have much spirit left. With that, a whirlwind erupted beneath him, propelling him swiftly towards the chaotic battlefield. The vortex, that troublesome fellow has arrived, Yu Gui remarked, striking two recruits unconscious with the hilt of his short sword. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the rushing Xin Qingzhu and called out to Vortex, "Why are you summoning me? My forbidden domain is ill-suited for combat against him. You should go instead." TCH, always ordering others around, Vortex muttered, turning to charge at the swiftly approaching Xin Qingzhu. Two figures swiftly approached, and in the next moment, a violent explosion of air erupted, unleashing a series of resplendent purple whirlpools. The two collided with great intensity. Tianping clapped his hands, causing the debris surrounding him to levitate and shoot towards the oncoming recruits, quickly engulfing them entirely. Just as he was poised to continue his role as a distant artillery, a head suddenly emerged from the rubble beneath his feet. Tianping's expression shifted, and without hesitation, he retreated a few steps, with a slight curl of his fingers. Sharp fragments of stone encircled the individual completely. How intriguing. Someone has set an ambush for me here. Tianping narrowed his eyes slightly. The person slowly crawled out from the debris, brushing off the dust from his face to reveal an exceedingly youthful visage. Clutching a blade, he calmly shook his head, stating, "I did not ambush you. I was merely resting inside when the building collapsed. And upon emerging, I saw you." Tianping replied. Qiao Yuan glanced around, lightly touching the stones beside him with his fingertips, nodding in acknowledgement. "Yes, indeed, eliminate me." Tianping was taken aback. "What did you say?" "Eliminate me." Do you not wish to resist?" "That would be futile," Qiao Yuan replied, shrugging while holding his knife, "and I fear that if I do resist, you may not handle it well." After a moment's contemplation, he added, "None of you would withstand it. Are you looking down on me?" Tianping was both amused and exasperated. "You, a mere recruit, speak quite boldly. Do you truly believe you can kill me?" Qiao Yuan stroked his chin, pondering meticulously for a moment before earnestly nodding, suggesting it might be feasible. "Oh." Tianping's eyes narrowed into a perilous arc. "Then why don't you give it a try?" "I refuse." Qiao Yuan decisively shook his head. "Once I draw my blade, I can hardly restrain myself. I no longer wish to commit acts of slaughter." With that, he cast the dagger he had been holding onto the ground, clasped his hands together, and bowed his head reverently, uttering a prayer of Amitabha. "No, you must attempt it," Tianping exclaimed, his curiosity utterly piqued by this scene. "I want tea. Just try. What harm could come from it? I assure you, you cannot injure me. I cannot take that risk. Please, draw your sword. Come and strike me." Amitabha. As Tianping was about to express something further, his expression shifted slightly, and he drifted back several meters. A terrifying shockwave surged forth, fracturing the ground beneath him. As stones erupted from the earth, they were ensnared midair by a peculiar force field. Furrowing his brow, Tianping glanced to his right, his fingers curling slightly, causing the suspended stones to shoot forth like a volley of arrows. Not far away, Molly, wielding a katana, suddenly stomped her foot into the ground, unleashing an invisible shockwave that radiated from her center, shattering all the stones in midair. It's that formidable lady." Rosa, swinging a heavy hammer nearby, caught a glimpse of Molly locked in a standoff with Tianping, her eyes lighting up. Without hesitation, she abandoned the recruits in front of her, hefted her hammer, and charged towards Molly. "Tianping, leave this formidable lady to me." The gaze of the rose was piercingly bright, looking at Molly as if she were a rare treasure. The enormous hammer in her hand quickly expanded, swirling with fierce winds as it descended upon Molly. A flash of murderous intent surged in Molly's eyes as she gripped her katana, bracing herself to meet the hammer head-on. Bang! At that moment, Lin Qia's figure suddenly appeared, charging straight to Qiao Yuan's back, seizing his collar and swiftly pulling him away from the balance. Qiao Yuan regained his senses, reflexively grasping Lin Qia's wrist, causing the two to come to an abrupt halt. "What are you doing?" Qiao Yuan furrowed his brows and asked. "Of course. I am taking you away," Lin Qia replied calmly. "Do you believe you can defeat him?" "I never intended to win. I merely wish to be eliminated sooner," Qiao Yuan responded. Lin Qia rolled his eyes, after finally making it into the arena and rescuing the first person. It turned out that he was a peculiar individual solely seeking to be eliminated. "Oh, then suit yourself," Lin Qia coldly remarked, unwilling to waste any more time on such a lackluster character. He turned to head towards another battlefield. Qia, there is someone here. I can't pull him out myself," Bailey shouted, tugging at a new recruit half-trapped in the ruins. Upon hearing this, Qiao Yuan, who had been about to turn back to find the balance, trembled at the mention of Lin Qia's name. Qia, he murmured to himself. Chapter 83. Are you confident you can survive? Wait a moment. Qiao Yuan suddenly called out, stopping the departing Lin Qia. Lin Qia frowned and turned back. "What is your surname?" "Lin, as in the double wood," Lin Qia replied, looking at Qiao Yuan with confusion. "Is there a problem?" In the twilight of 10 years, standing amidst the dual trees, the 8 deities fade away, revealing the truth of your being. Qiao Yuan gazed at Lin Qia in a daze, murmuring to himself. Lin Qia, unable to discern his words, merely rolled his eyes at his solitary ramblings. What a lunatic! Choosing not to engage further, Lin Qia turned and dashed toward another battlefield. Qiao Yuan silently observed his departing figure, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, a hand clapped on his shoulder from behind. Turning around, He found Tian Ping gazing at him with eager anticipation. "Come strike me. I am most curious." Chao Yuan studied him for a moment before glancing back at Lin Xia, who was fervently battling on the field. After a brief hesitation, he slowly bent down to pick up the knife lying on the ground. Tian Ping's eyes sparkled with excitement. "It seems he now perceives me as a coward. I must rectify this unfavorable impression." As Chao Yuan grasped the knife, he muttered to himself. "What did you say?" Tian Ping inquired, slightly unclear. "Are you certain you can survive?" Chao Yuan, one hand gripping the sheath while the other cautiously approached the hilt, fixed his gaze on Tian Ping and replied earnestly, "If you're not confident, I could seek out that man over there wearing the king mask." Tian Ping shook his head decisively. "Rest assured, this minor matter does not require the captain's intervention." "Oh, then I shall draw my blade." Chao Yuan inhaled deeply, letting his hand rest upon the hilt. The moment his fingertips grazed it, an inexplicable sense of dread surged within Tian Ping's heart. Meanwhile, the silent observer Wang Mian abruptly turned his head, fixating intently on the distant figure of Chao Yuan, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes. The blade was drawn, and a surge of dark malevolence erupted like a raging pillar of fire, soaring skyward. Tendrils of inky flames burst forth from Chao Yuan's skin, instantly incinerating his upper garment, revealing a robust torso marred by scars. The black malevolence intertwined with flames coalesced around his body, gradually solidifying into a grotesque humanoid shroud, part human, part demon. With a slight grin, a wisp of white smoke emanated from within him as he slowly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of blood-red, uncanny orbs. In his gaze, there was no trace of reason or calmness. He resembled a feral beast. The pupils of Tian Ping suddenly constricted, the unease in his heart intensifying. He instinctively began to retreat, seeking distance from Chao Yuan. Just as his feet left the ground, Chao Yuan's form flickered and, like a specter, appeared before him. With a sinister grin, he swung his blade towards Tian Ping's neck. The black flames danced around the sword, effortlessly penetrating Tian Ping's defensive barrier, aiming directly for his head. A jolt shot through Tian Ping's heart. In that fleeting moment, he recalled how the youth had earnestly gazed into his eyes and posed the question, "Are you certain you can survive?" Certain? What a joke. This strike vividly instilled a sense of life and death peril within him. If he did not unleash his true potential, relying solely on the Zhan realm, he would undeniably perish under this blow. Just as Tian Ping prepared to liberate his realm, he felt a sudden blur before his eyes, as a figure unexpectedly materialized before him. Before him stood a man adorned with a mask bearing the character for king, wielding a black blade. The sharp sound of clashing metal reverberated, clang, as blinding sparks erupted in the twilight. The swords of the masked figure and Chao Yuan collided, unleashing a tempest that surged forth from their encounter. In the wake of this confrontation, a terrifying wave of sword energy was unleashed from the masked warrior, sending Chao Yuan, along with his blade, hurtling through the air and crashing into the distant ruins. The masked figure sheathed his sword and turned to Tian Ping, expressing a hint of exasperation. "Tian Ping, you have underestimated your opponent." But, Tian Ping said, rubbing the corners of his eyes, still struggling to comprehend the spectacle before him. "What exactly was that?" The name Forbidden Ruin Sequence 031, Black King Annihilation, echoed in his thoughts. Encountering a human wielding a forbidden ruin of such high order was a novel experience for him. Indeed, the top 30 in the Forbidden Ruin sequence were referred to as the realm of deities, implying that a significant majority of these ruins belonged to divine beings, while also signifying that those possessing these 30 ruins had transcended into the realm of divinity. The sequence 031, Black King Annihilation, represented a power that truly lay beneath the divine and above all sentient beings. As he observed Chao Yuan rising from the debris in the distance, the masked figure remarked coolly, "This power is overwhelming, and he is too feeble, to the extent that upon utilizing the forbidden ruin, he risks losing all consciousness, acting solely on primal instinct in battle. This is a true indiscriminate assault, one that could even harm his own allies in the throes of frenzy. I comprehend." The scales of balance gradually ascended as he gazed intently at the frenzied Chao Yuan before him. With a serious tone, he remarked, "I was careless just now, however, now I shall exert my utmost effort to confront this madman." His fingers interlaced, and the scattered weapons and debris around him levitated simultaneously, enveloping the space in a tempest of floating objects, all aimed at the grounded Chao Yuan. Chao Yuan, gripping his blade, fixated his blood-red eyes upon the airborne balance. a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth as dark flames of malevolence swirled around him. In the next instant, he vanished, darting like a specter through the ruins. With a mere flick of his finger, the multitude of bricks and weapons redirected with precision, launching forth like a barrage of gunfire, causing the ground to tremble beneath. Boom, boom, boom. The black flames erupted, and amidst the glint of the blade, Chao Yuan effortlessly cleaved through the descending debris, moving with astonishing swiftness, arriving beneath the balance in a heartbeat. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he leaped high into the air. Just as his blade was about to make contact with the body of the balance, the latter wobbled slightly and soared several meters higher. Thus, in his frenzied state, Chao Yuan realized a grave predicament. He could not reach. The balance, while soaring, taunted the bewildered Chao Yuan below. "You cannot fly. Does that frustrate you? Chao Yuan. Damn it, that fellow is exceedingly shameless." From a distance, Bai Li Pang, observing the battle, could not help but curse. That individual is too formidable. If it were a one-on-one duel on solid ground, aside from Wang Mian, no one could stand against him. Thus they could only engage him in this drawn-out manner. Lin Xia stroked his chin, murmuring to himself, that fellow was unexpectedly strong. After a moment of hesitation, his gaze landed on Wang Mian in the distance, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Take care of yourself." He patted Bai Li Pang on the shoulder, and with a swift motion, he departed from the spot. Just as Bai Li Pang was about to say something, Lin Xia had already vanished from sight. He scratched his head, letting out a helpless sigh. At that moment, a shadowy figure crept up behind him. The hilt of a dagger was raised high, striking fiercely towards Bai Li Pang's nape. With a resounding clap, a dazzling golden shield suddenly enveloped Bai Li Pang, repelling the dagger wielded by the shadowy figure. Bai Li Pang was momentarily stunned, slowly turning to face the awkward figure, tilting his head in confusion. "Oh, were you trying to ambush me just now?" Chapter 84. The Great Xia unfazed, the shadowy figure produced another dagger, aiming once more at the golden shield. This time, he targeted with the blade's tip. With a crisp sound, the dagger's tip chipped away a fragment, yet the golden shield remained intact. The shadowy figure, my apologies. But I possess this, Yao Guang, protective charm, which renders such attacks ineffective against me. Bai Li Pang cheerfully pointed at the necklace adorning his chest, adding, by the way, its rank is 171, classified as a high-risk forbidden relic. In the next instant, the golden shield surrounding Bai Li Pang converged into two rapidly spinning rings of light, hurtling towards the shadowy figure with a fierce roar. The moon ghost swiftly retreated, its form becoming indistinct before vanishing into the air. Invisibility? Bai Li Pang raised an eyebrow, retrieving an old monocle from his pocket and placing it upon his nose. The lens shimmered with a faint blue light as Bai Li Pang turned his head and gently waved his hand, sending forth two luminous rings that sliced through the air. Clang, clang. Two short swords emerged from the void, intercepting the glowing rings, causing the moon ghost to stumble, gazing at Bai Li Pang in astonishment. "You can see me too? Eye of True Sight, Sequence 315, specifically designed to pierce illusions and falsehoods." Bai Li Pang adjusted his monocle with a grin. The moon ghost appeared to have realized something. "You are the young master of the Bai Li family? Please refrain from calling me young master. I am merely a child from an ordinary family," Bai Li Pang replied earnestly. The moon ghost coughed. "Seeing how fervently they are engaged in battle, I too. I should lend a hand." Bai Li Pang reached into his pocket, and to the astonishment of the moon ghost, he pulled out a broom. Not the small broom typically used for tidying up at home, but rather a large broom, crafted from fine branches, meant for sweeping the streets. Bai Li Pang brandished the broom toward the moon ghost with great force. A tempestuous gust, laden with delicate arcs of electricity, erupted forth, shattering the bricks and debris ahead. Nevertheless, the gale showed no signs of abating. Instead, it surged forward with even greater ferocity towards the moon ghost. Moon ghost. Without a moment to ponder, the body of the moon's spirit dissipated into moonlight, barely evading the strike. Yet the ferocious gusts remained undiminished, barreling straight towards Molly and Rose, who were embroiled in the chaos of battle. As the hammer and the katana clashed repeatedly, both warriors turned their heads simultaneously, witnessing the menacing tempest of thunder. With an exclamation of dismay, they immediately fled in the opposite direction. "You clumsy oaf! Can't you aim properly?" Molly shouted at the rotund figure of Bai Li. Cough, cough, Cough my sincerest apologies. Bai Li bowed repeatedly in contrition, hastily stowing away his broom and rummaging through his belongings, ultimately producing a grand sword. The moon spirit stared, bewildered. Are you some kind of Doryman? If I can't use thunderstorm, then I shall resort to this. Mimicking Doryman's stance, Bai Li raised the sword high above his head, invoking transform into 3000. With a swift motion, countless spectral blades erupted from the grand sword, densely suspended in the air, their tips gleaming ominously towards the moon spirit below. The moon spirit swallowed hard at the sight. Is this the true essence of the Forbidden Artifact Museum? Isn't this cheating? With a gentle flourish of the blade, Bai Li inhaled deeply and bellowed, attack. The myriad sword lights cascaded like a torrential rain, coalescing into a dragon of blades, roaring as it surged towards the moon spirit. In response, the moon spirit too inhaled deeply and shouted, Vortex, save me. Meanwhile, the Vortex, engaged in a fierce struggle with Shen Qingzhu, seized the opportunity and sprinted toward the moon spirit, his lips twitching in fervor. Shen Qingzhu narrowed her eyes and summoned the winds to follow closely behind. As the Stegosaurus was on the verge of engulfing the moon ghost, a violet vortex erupted, devouring most of the sword shadows, allowing the moon ghost to seize the opportunity and swiftly escape. However, in the next moment, a blade emanating black flames grazed his scalp. The moon ghost turned around, only to find the devilish Chao Yuan standing behind him, grinning menacingly. Heavenly balance, save me. Below, the instructors gazed at the dormitory ruins, reminiscent of a celestial battle. Engulfed in a profound silence, the vortex, the rose, the heavenly balance, the moon ghost, along with Bai Li Pang Pang, Emoli, Shen Qingzhu, and Chao Yuan were engaged in a chaotic melee, the screen filled with howling attacks, occasionally causing the signal to tremble. Boom! A resounding crash echoed above, and dust began to cascade from the ceiling as the lights in the monitoring room dimmed. The instructors exchanged glances, contemplating, should we perhaps relocate? They won't bring this place down, will they? Surely. Not. We're 10 meters underground. How could a group of Lamp Realm fighters possibly? One instructor pointed at the screen, plunging everyone into silence once more. Suddenly, I realized that the decision to summon the massed squad to maintain order was indeed a sagacious one. The instructors nodded vigorously. If they had adhered to previous methods, pitting the instructors against the newcomers, it would have led to utter chaos. In a mere training session, such a plethora of talents had emerged. Yuan Gang slowly leaned back in his chair, a smile gracing his lips. Who knows, in a few years, the long-awaited 5th Special Squad might finally come into existence. Commander, do you believe they can become the 5th Special Team in the future? One instructor exclaimed in astonishment, taken aback by such high praise. Over the past 2 years, the mysteries surrounding our Great Xia have grown increasingly numerous and formidable. Beyond the vigilant guardians stationed in each city, the 4 existing special teams have begun to struggle. Now, the high-ranking officials among the Guardians have started to devise plans to reorganize the 5th Special Team. Yuan Gang's knuckles rested firmly on the table as he continued. After the fall of the Blue Rain team, the 5th Special Team has remained vacant due to a lack of candidates. Yet now, I perceive hope in them. The course of fate is inherently unpredictable. These young individuals may face the grim possibility of dying on the battlefield, or some may retreat to safety. However, there will undoubtedly be a few among them who can evolve into the true pillars of the nation and establish the 5th Special Team. Upon finishing his words, Yuan Gang's gaze settled on a specific screen. Perhaps a great era is on the horizon. As dusk gradually deepened, the night enveloped the sky. Outside the chaotic battlefield, Wang Mian stood at the edge of the ruins, appearing as an outsider, gazing into the distance. There, a young man approached slowly, wielding a knife. Upon seeing the newcomer, Wang Mian's lips curled into a subtle smile. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Chapter 85. The Battle of Agents. Lin Xia halted his steps, fixing his gaze upon Wang Mian's eyes, and spoke slowly. To abandon the siege of a particular team member in favor of challenging you, the captain, is undoubtedly the most foolish decision I have made in this confrontation. However, indulging in a moment of caprice is not without its charm. The key to triumph in this battle lies in unmasking a particular false agent rather than eliminating them all. Thus, the most prudent strategy would be to collectively assault a vulnerable point, rather than engaging in mindless duels. Lin Xia was acutely aware of this. Yet, more than the desire to win, he yearned to uncover more about the divine agents. 10 years prior, the Seraph had inexplicably cast a glance in his direction. leaving no words behind, which had led to his becoming an agent. Yet, his own divine origin remained incomplete. These unanswered questions weighed heavily on Lin Xia's mind. With no one capable of providing clarity, Wang Mian was the first divine agent to appear before him, and he wished not to squander this opportunity. I perceive that you harbor many uncertainties. Wang Mian placed his hand upon the hilt of his sword, speaking calmly. Once this battle concludes, regardless of the outcome, you may seek me out for a discussion. Thank you, Lin Xia replied sincerely, mirroring Wang Mian's gesture by placing his hand on the hilt of his own weapon. Are you certain you wish to employ that auxiliary tool for our duel? Lin Xia's gaze settled upon the dark blade at Wang Mian's waist. Wang Mian arched an eyebrow. Using my own weapon hardly constitutes cheating. How shameless, Lin Xia retorted. Thank you for the compliment. Clang. Lin Xia was the first to strike. With his blade unsheathed, Lin Xia moved with astonishing swiftness, like a fleeting shadow weaving through the ruins. The battle had been underway for over half a day. And as night fell, under the enhancement of the Starry Night Dancer, Lin Xia's speed reached an incredible level. Wang Mian, witnessing Lin Xia's remarkable swiftness, let out a soft gasp. Moments later, the yuan at his waist was slowly drawn. Whoosh! The invisible divine ruins unfolded. In Lin Xia's eyes, Wang Mian's draw was so rapid it became a blur. Had it not been for his mental acuity, he might have missed Wang Mian's strike entirely. Subsequently, an exaggerated blade aura sliced through the air, rushing towards Lin Xia with alarming speed. In that fleeting instant of Wang Mian's draw, Lin Xia's terrifying dynamic vision had already anticipated the trajectory of the blade, allowing him to assume an evasive posture early on. Thus, despite the astonishing velocity of the blade aura, Lin Xia managed to sidestep it just in time, narrowly avoiding the attack. The blade aura skimmed past the tips of Lin Xia's hair, severing a lock of black strands. Following this textbook-worthy evasion, Lin Xia charged directly towards Wang Mian. To Wang Mian's surprise, he had not anticipated Lin Xia's agility. He hesitated for a moment before unleashing his second, third, and fourth strikes. A dense web of blade auras intertwined before Wang Mian, and Lin Xia narrowed his eyes, pushing his dynamic vision to its limits. In his perception, Wang Mian's movements gradually slowed down, and he seemed to discern the gaps between each strike. Yet, within moments, his eyes began to ache from the strain. Lin Xia forcefully blinked his eyes twice, and in the next instant, a dense net of blade aura was already upon him. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xia sharply leaned back, as if he were about to slip, teetering on the brink of a heavy fall to the ground. Simultaneously, he thrust the hilt of his straight knife into the earth behind him, barely stabilizing his backward-leaning form, evading the lowest edge of the blade aura. The razor-sharp aura grazed the tip of his nose, and Lin Xia could even sense the chilling aura emanating from it. After dodging the blade net, he suddenly exerted force with his hand that gripped the knife, propelling himself off the ground and swiftly approaching Wang Mian. As the blade aura swept past Lin Xia, he distinctly felt his body relax, and the speed of Wang Mian appeared to slow in his eyes. The temporal domain had been lifted. A spark of brilliance ignited in Lin Xia's gaze. As he had anticipated, given Wang Mian's current realm, it was utterly impossible for him to sustain the temporal domain for an extended period. From the very beginning, Wang Mian had been conserving his strength, allowing the other 4 team members to engage in combat. It was only when ambushed by Shen Qingzhu and the others that he was compelled to act once. And during that instance, the temporal domain lasted merely 3 seconds. If Lin Xia's conjecture held true, Wang Mian's current duration of the temporal domain should not exceed 5 seconds. And every utilization would undoubtedly consume a substantial amount of mental energy, rendering him reluctant to deploy it unless absolutely necessary. The temporal domain was exceedingly formidable. Yet Wang Mian's current realm was insufficient. Managing to sustain it for this long was already quite commendable. Although they find themselves in the same divine realm, Lin Xia's mortal realm appears to be somewhat incomplete. His mental acuity and dynamic vision remain unwearied, even when engaged continuously for a full 24 hours. This suggests that incompleteness can indeed possess its own advantages. Otherwise, he would be compelled to act like Wang Mian, who, with each strike, could only maintain his prowess for a fleeting 5 seconds. Seizing the opportunity presented by this ephemeral divine realm, Lin Xia surged forward towards Wang Mian, his straight blade slicing through the air with sudden ferocity. Clang! Wang Mian's yuan deftly parried Lin Xia's strike, transmitting a faint tremor from the blade to Lin Xia's hand. Yet that was the extent of it. The yuan, devoid of any speed enhancement, was merely an ordinary blade capable of numbing an adversary's fingers. Does the mortal realm possess acceleration capabilities? How is it that you move so swiftly? Wang Mian inquired, his curiosity piqued as their blades collided. He had assumed that his few strikes would be sufficient to eliminate Lin Xia from the fray. Yet he was astonished to find Lin Xia matching his velocity within the temporal divine realm. After all, he was 003. It was only natural for him to exhibit such prowess. Lin Xia offered a vague response. Indeed, Wang Mian, without further suspicion, prepared for the next moment as the temporal divine realm unfolded anew. Although the duration of the temporal divine realm is brief, as long as there is a sufficient interval, consecutive activations pose no significant challenge. Now that the cooldown period for Wang Mian's temporal divine realm had elapsed, Lin Xia perceived Wang Mian's speed accelerating once more, his movements leaving behind phantoms in their wake. Wang Mian deflected Lin Xia's straight blade, raising the Yuan with graceful ease, and then delivered a light, yet decisive slash. This time, you cannot evade, Wang Mian stated calmly, gazing at Lin Xia, who was now within arm's reach. Clang! Lin Xia effortlessly blocked Yuan's attack with his straight knife, leaving Wang Mian momentarily stunned. Where's the blade aura? I had such a formidable blade aura. He glanced down at the Yuan in his hand, noticing a piece of tape inexplicably affixed to the blade. A sealing scroll? Wang Mian's expression shifted subtly. In his gaze, Lin Xia's lips curved into a slow smile, declaring, "Now, your cheat is useless. Let us engage in a fair battle." In the next moment, Lin Xia pivoted the blade in his hand, aggressively striking toward Wang Mian. Chapter 86. Support within the Time Divine Ruins. Wang Mian's speed was astonishing, effortlessly evading Lin Xia's straight knife. I see, this is what that chubby boy from the Bailey family bestowed upon you. In mere moments, Wang Mian grasped the situation, letting out a resigned sigh. Yet, his eyes held no trace of regret. Instead, they sparkled with excitement. Very well, I shall engage you. In a proper fight, he completely abandoned the strategy of unleashing blade aura, opting instead to close the distance and battle Lin Xia with the Yuan in hand. The black blade clashed against the pale blue blade, creating dazzling sparks in the air. In the Time Divine Ruins, Wang Mian, wholly focused on offense, moved at a speed that transcended human capability. If someone else stood in Lin Xia's place, they might not even catch a glimpse of his hand, let alone perceive the trajectory of the blade. Even Lin Xia had to summon all his concentration, employing dynamic vision alongside his terrifying reflexes, to barely fend off Wang Mian's onslaught. Now, Lin Xia felt immensely grateful for the remedial classes organized by Chun Mai and others prior to this moment. Had he not endured the punishing strikes of Chun Mai's wooden sword, or undergone the rigorous training of evading bullets, he would likely be unable to last even 5 seconds now. Amidst a dazzling display of flashing blades, Lin Xia sensed a lightness in his body, as the flow of time around him resumed its normal pace. In contrast, the speed of Wang Mian appeared to decelerate in Lin Xia's eyes. It was my turn. Lin Xia smiled, raising the straight blade in his hand and launching a frenzied assault upon Wang Mian, who had lost the temporal advantage. Within the temporal divine ruins, Lin Xia found himself unable to match Wang Mian's prowess, but with the dissolution of the ruins, he, bolstered by the Starry Night Dancer enhancement, could now dominate Wang Mian. The tide of battle shifted instantaneously, Lin Xia's onslaught resembling a tempest, forcing Wang Mian to retreat repeatedly. Were it not for Wang Mian's exceptional swordsmanship, he might not have been able to withstand the onslaught for long. As seconds ticked by, Wang Mian once again opened the temporal divine ruins, retaliating against Lin Xia. The two exchanged blows in a relentless back and forth, each momentarily seizing the upper hand, fiercely clashing for over 3 minutes. Aren't they exhausted? After a ceasefire, Bai Li Pang Pang sat upon a stone, wiping the sweat from his brow, reflecting upon the scene. Beside him, Yue sighed. I do not know if they are fatigued, but I have endured a day of beating, and I am truly weary. Bai Li Pang Pang patted his shoulder, offering consolation. It's all right, brother. Resting here is quite pleasant. Let them fight it out. We can visit my home when this is over. Yue. Boom. A blast of air struck the ground before the two individuals, sending shockwaves that left Bai Li Fat dazed and confused. Hey, you two over there fighting. Could you possibly move to a more distant location? Please, do not harm the innocent. Bai Li Fat shouted towards the distant figures of Shen Qingzhu and Xuanhua, who were locked in a heated battle. After that, he turned back, concern etched on his face, and asked, How are you? Brother Yuegui? Are you all right? Cough, cough. I'm fine, I'm fine. In the distance, Xuanhua observed the two carefree individuals resting nearby, his mouth curling into an envious grin. I propose a truce. Shall we take a break? Shen Qingzhu pondered for a moment and replied, why not? Let's go. Meanwhile, the swaying figure of Tianping, floating in the sky, glanced at the frenzied Qiao Yuan below and sighed, is it really necessary to go to such lengths? Aren't you tired from all that shouting? Perhaps we should take a break as well. Roar, roar, roar. Roar, cough, cough, cough. Qiao Yuan, his voice hoarse from the relentless shouting, coughed a few times as the black flames engulfing him gradually subsided, and the blood-red hue of his eyes began to regain lucidity. Cough, cough. Let's go. Let's go, Ba. I'm utterly exhausted. With his voice barely a whisper, Qiao Yuan gestured to Tianping and staggered away. Before long, Rose and Molly, hand in hand and chatting joyfully, approached from the opposite side. Hey, why have you stopped fighting? I was looking forward to enjoying the spectacle, Xuanhua remarked, a hint of disappointment in his tone. What? Is it only permissible for you to take a break? Rosa cast a glance at him and tightened her grip on Molly's arm. It is quite rare to encounter such a dashing and formidable woman. I cannot bear to part with her. Rosa, you must understand that your demeanor easily leads others to misconstrue our masks as signs of perversion. Tianping sighed in exasperation, covering his forehead. How can the pursuit of true love be considered perverse? Rosa huffed, declaring, when we return, I shall change my code name. Change your code name? You won't be called Rosa anymore. From now on, I shall be known as Lily. Instantly, the gaze of the onlookers towards the two shifted to something peculiar. Bailey Fatty's hand trembled, causing the grand sword in his embrace to clatter to the ground in fright. Molly quietly withdrew her hand from Rosa's arm, moving to Bailey Fatty's side, and unexpectedly stated, make way, I need some space. Huh? Oh, all right. Thus, the 8 of them crowded together on a stone, savoring the spectacle of the two combatants clashing in the distance. Go, Captain. The captain is the most handsome, Su Nw shouted at the top of his lungs. Bailey Fatty, unwilling to be outdone, cheered, 7 knights, give it your all. Defeat him. Captain, strike him down. Rosa echoed the call. Bailey Fatty proclaimed, 7 knights is mighty. The captain is incredible. Yugue quickly joined in. 7 knights. Cough, cough, cough. Bailey Fatty cleared his throat and turned to the silent trio of Molly, Shen Qingzhu, and Qiao Yuan, urging, you should join in the cheer as well. I cannot contend with them alone. Shen Qingzhu turned her head away, disregarding Bailey Pang Pang, while Mo Li touched her nose and after a long pause finally uttered, I am not familiar with him. It was Qiao Yuan, who hesitated for a moment before hoarsely calling out, Lin Xia, cough, cough. Awesome. Cough, cough, cough. Brother, never mind, let me take over. Bailey Pang Pang, feeling a pang of sympathy, insisted, no, let go of me. Cough, cough, cough. Xia is amazing. Wow, is it necessary to go all out like this, brother? Xia, awesome, awesome. Clang, 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 clang. Sparks flew as the two, engrossed in their duel, were jolted by the distant sounds. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Mian lifted his chin and declared with pride, you hear that? My support is more powerful than yours. Lin Xia replied, after so many consecutive uses of the divine ruins, your mental strength must be nearing its limit, right? Ignoring Wang Mian's boast, he continued, your body must be nearing exhaustion as well. Wang Mian raised an eyebrow. I have been battling for so long. My physical abilities far surpass those of ordinary people, while you are merely an average high school student. Your ability to last this long has truly surprised me. I can still fight. Lin Xia calmly shook his head. Is winning this battle so crucial for you? I do not care about the outcome of the duel. I simply wish to give my all. Chapter 87, Playing Dirty Sir. Who do you think will win between the two of them? Beneath the surface, over 20 instructors gathered around a single screen, their eyes fixed intently. Before Yuan Gang could respond, another instructor interjected, isn't it obvious? Although Lin Xia is also a divine agent, he is merely a novice and cannot prevail. Not necessarily. Another countered. To be frank, while Wang Mian's divine ruin is exceptionally formidable, its power is considerably limited at the Zhan realm. Furthermore, with Yi Yuan sealed, the odds between Lin Xia and himself are truly 50-50. Indeed, another added. If Wang Mian were replaced by the Athena agent from the Phoenix squad, Lin Xia would likely not last 5 exchanges. After all, that is a humanoid behemoth, and such a disparity in strength cannot be compensated for by mere speed. Considering this, what if Lin Xia actually wins? One instructor mused, unable to contain his thoughts. Will we truly heed the commander's orders to abruptly terminate the training? If that were the case, the higher-ups would likely have our brains scrambled. Yuan Gang observed the battlefield between the two quietly and finally spoke. Let us watch for now. It is premature to draw conclusions before a victor emerges. To give it your all. Upon hearing Lin Xia's words, a glimmer of admiration appeared in Wang Mian's eyes, and he nodded slightly. Very well. With a resounding clash, their blades met, and at that moment, the temporal divine ruin opened once more. Lin Xia took a deep breath, elevating his mental state to its zenith. If all went as expected, a resolution to their combat would soon be at hand. The blade of Yi Yuan sliced through the air, emitting a faint hum, as Lin Xi instinctively raised his sword to meet Yi Yuan's strike. At that moment, a ripple of invisible waves surged from beneath the mask of Wang Mian, as a formidable divine pressure erupted from his eyes, crashing violently into Lin Qi's mind. Although Lin Qi wielded the awe of the seraphim to command countless individuals, it was his first experience being overawed by another's divine might. Almost instantaneously, as the divine authority of the god of time unleashed its power, Lin Qi's eyes also narrowed. Within his gaze, two blinding golden rays erupted forth, resembling twin blazing furnaces, emanating an overwhelming divine presence. In midair, their gazes collided. A tempest surged forth from the epicenter of their eyes, the rampant divine force radiating outward and dominating the surroundings. My goodness, just a glance between these two, and the winds began to howl. Li Pang Pang exclaimed. Tian Ping fixated on the distant duo, murmuring, at this moment, it is the deities behind them that are clashing. The ferocious confrontation between the divine might of the seraphim and the god of time raged for several seconds, as blood vessels began to surface in their eyes. Their contest was no longer one of individual strength, but of the divine power contained within them. With a soft thud, Wang Mian suddenly let out a muffled groan, retreating a half-step. Simultaneously, the divine realm of time surrounding him began to shatter inch by inch. Lin Qi's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he stepped forward, and suddenly swung his blade. This time, Wang Mian was unable to raise his weapon in defense. The pale blue edge of the sword sliced through Wang Mian's mask, cleaving the character Wang in two. Crack! Wang Mian's mask was shattered. Beneath the mask, a delicate yet composed face emerged, gazing helplessly at Lin Xia. The onlookers suddenly sprang to their feet, gasping in astonishment. Even the instructors seated before the screen felt a jolt of alarm in their hearts, realizing the gravity of the situation. I'm sorry, Wang Mian whispered as he locked eyes with Lin Xia. Almost immediately, the ripples in his gaze began to undulate once more. Time's divine realm, unfold. The shattered fragments of the mask that hung suspended in the air swiftly reversed course, hurtling back towards Wang Mian's face. His reclining form gradually returned to its original position, and the onlookers resumed their seats, a hint of bewilderment flickering in their eyes. Lin Qi's body involuntarily retraced its steps, the blade retracting along its previous path, while the cracks on the mask began to mend, restoring his form to the moment before he had struck. Lin Qi's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with astonishment. Time had reverted to 3 seconds prior. At that moment, the clash of their formidable powers had yet to yield a victor. He had not yet unleashed his blade, and Wang Mian's mask remained intact. The spectators seemed to have forgotten the extraordinary scene that had just unfolded, still fervently cheering for the two combatants. Only Lin Xia retained the memory of what had transpired moments ago. No, besides Lin Xia, the instructors who were intently observing the screen were also aware of the recent events. He had severed Wang Mian's mask. Goodness. Thankfully, Wang Mian had reversed time. Otherwise, we would have truly found ourselves in dire straits. Yet, can such time manipulation truly be wielded within the realm of Zhan? No. Just now, Wang Mian has broken through to a new realm. In that fleeting moment, he has at least attained the Chuan level. Does that not mean we have lost? Ahem, as Lin Xia has yet to unveil Wang Mian's facade, we have not lost. However, he has indeed unlocked his realm. Isn't this merely a form of deceit? Matters of scholars cannot be deemed as trickery, can they? Do you truly wish for this training session to conclude abruptly, leaving you content? The instructors immediately erupted into chaos. At that moment, Yuan Gang slowly rose from his seat and glanced at the clock. It was already 9 o'clock. The match had ended. Chief, regarding the outcome, Yuan Gang cast him a sidelong glance and calmly replied, the training must continue. This is not merely for our own dignity. It is for the future of these children. On the ground, Lin Xia looked down at the knife in his hand, then turned his gaze towards Wang Mian. After a prolonged silence, he finally grasped the situation. You are being deceitful. Shoo. Wang Mian placed a finger to his lips, leaning closer to Lin Xia's ear and whispering, Lin Xia, I concede, I have just lost to you, but this new recruit training must continue. Do you understand what I mean? Lin Xia's expression suddenly turned peculiar. You want me to pretend that I did not win? As if everything that just transpired was but a figment of imagination? Precisely. Wang nodded thoughtfully, then added, but rest assured, your performance has not gone unnoticed by the instructors. After this battle concludes, you may approach them as a victor and request some form of recompense. Lin Xia raised an eyebrow, stating, I am a person of principles. I estimate that they will have no qualms about presenting you with a red envelope of 500,000. As for my principles, perhaps they might even bestow upon you a protective artifact. Clearing his throat, he continued, in that case, I owe you a favor. Wang gazed into Lin Xia's eyes and proclaimed, as the captain of the masked team, I owe you a favor. It's a deal. Chapter 88. The youth is fearsome. Time is up. The battle has concluded. Instructor Yuan Gang's voice resonated through the loudspeakers of the base, echoing clearly in every corner. The members of the masked team, who had been sitting anxiously nearby, finally breathed a sigh of relief. That scared me to death. I nearly thought our captain was about to lose, Xianshu said, patting his chest, still shaken. Yuegawei remained silent for a moment, pondering, why do I feel something is amiss? I share that sentiment, replied Xiangwei, her expression somewhat peculiar, as if sensing the captain's cough, cough, cough. Tianping coughed violently several times. Casting a knowing glance at the others, the members of the masked team promptly fell silent, as if they understood something, their faces tinged with embarrassment. What? Didn't Tichio win? Bailey said, scratching his head. No, time is up. He failed to sever Wang's mask. Molly interjected, shaking her head. Bailey Pang blinked in confusion, pointing at his single-lens glasses perched on his nose, and lamented, but I clearly saw Xia wielding a knife. Sob sob. Suddenly, Lin Xia emerged from an unknown place, firmly covering Bailey Pong's mouth with an expressionless demeanor, dragging him into a corner. Bailey Pang resembled a young maiden abducted by a villain, yearning to speak, yet finding himself utterly voiceless. You saw everything? In the corner, Lin Xia looked at Bailey Pang with a sense of resignation. Indeed. Let's pretend we didn't see, Bailey Pang replied, momentarily stunned. But, Bailey Pang, what do you think of these new recruits? After contemplating, Bailey Pang remarked, aside from a few, the rest are quite inexperienced. Do you believe it is wise to cancel this training session and allow them to venture forth, confronting those mysteries head-on? That should not be the case. Exactly. Lin Xia patted his shoulder, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, his eyes deep with compassion. Even if I win, I must feign that I have not. I do not fight for myself. I fight for the future of these 200 individuals. This is the essence of vision. Bailey Pong's sturdy frame trembled as he stared at Lin Xia, coming back to his senses after a prolonged silence. I see now. Brother Xia, who would have thought you are not only clever and formidable, but your ideological realm has ascended to such heights? I have been narrow-minded. Lin Xia nodded slightly. This matter must remain confidential. Rest assured, I understand. Bailey Pang heavily patted his chest twice, his gaze filled with determination. Let us proceed. The battle has concluded, and it is time to assemble. Half an hour later, on the training platform, over 20 instructors stood rigidly, flanked by all the members of the masked squad. Yuan Gang stood at the forefront, gazing down upon the silent, bowed new recruits, a fleeting smile gracing his lips. I am profoundly disappointed in you, he began slowly, his deep voice resonating under the night sky. Upon hearing these words, the members of the masked squad, standing nearby, trembled slightly and bowed their heads in silence. 239 individuals faced 5, and aside from a scant few, the vast majority never even touched the hem of the masked squad's uniforms. Their actions were sluggish, their thoughts disordered, utterly devoid of coherence. I was right in everything I previously stated. You are nothing but worthless. If you continue in this manner, you will only jeopardize your comrades. Yuan Gang bellowed for some time, and sensing a pang of conscience, he added, of course, with a few exceptions. Since you have lost, you must adhere to my previous directive. Cast aside all your pride and self-respect, forget your past, and dedicate yourselves wholeheartedly to this training. This intensive training will last for 1 year and is divided into 2 segments. The first segment comprises the most rigorous physical conditioning, over the next 6 months. We will employ a forbidden object to suppress the forbidden ruins within you, causing you to relinquish the special powers you hold dear and reducing you to mere mortals. During this period, we will subject you to various forms of torment, exhausting both your body and mind, pushing you perpetually to the brink of collapse. You will experience despair and anguish, even contemplating the end of your existence. Yet, regrettably, here, you will not even have the option to seek death. As for the second part, it involves the practice of forbidden realms and tactical theories. Once you endure this half-year, I shall gradually elucidate it for you. Yuan Gang's gaze swept over the new recruits below, and after a moment, he turned and departed. Enjoy this final moment of tranquility, novices. Tomorrow marks the beginning of your nightmare. The instructors followed Yuan Gang's lead, turning away, while the members of the masked team exuded an air of aloofness. Vanishing into the night, the new recruits immediately began to murmur among themselves. Physical training. I seem to regret coming here. Bai Li Pongwan lamented, patting his belly with a sorrowful expression. Rather than this, I believe you should concern yourself with another issue. Lin Xia slowly interjected. What? The dormitory building has just been demolished. Where shall we stay tonight? Not only Lin Xia, but the other recruits swiftly recognized this dilemma, racing back to the dormitory area, only to stand there, dumbfounded. The dormitory, which had just been reduced to rubble, had remarkably returned to its original state. Not a single crack marred the walls, and the ground bore no trace of debris. Even the belongings and bed linens of the recruits remained pristine, showing no evidence of a fierce battle having ever transpired. How is this possible? The new recruits were utterly astonished by the scene before them. In the mere half hour since their departure, how could such a transformation occur? Meanwhile, Lin Xia, deep in thought, stroked his chin and gazed into the distant darkness. Ahem. Please assist me. Wang Mian had already removed his mask, stumbling as he walked and nearly collapsing to the ground. Xuanwu and Taiping supported him on either side, letting out a long sigh. Captain, was it really necessary? The logistics team could have repaired the dormitory building. Why resort to time rewind to reconstruct it? Xuanwu furrowed his brow and voiced his concern. One must take responsibility for their actions. Those 3 buildings were brought down by me, Wang Mian replied, shaking his head, his lips slightly pale, although devoid of life. Rewinding time by over half an hour placed an immense strain on his mental fortitude. Taiping's expression was equally troubled. It's fine. I'll just have Kai Kai prepare a bowl of soup for me when we return. By the way, Captain, did we lose today? Rose couldn't help but inquire. Taiping shot her a glance, signaling her to avoid this topic for the moment. Wang Mian paused, then slowly straightened his posture. Turning to face the raucous dormitory building behind him, a smile creeping onto his lips. Indeed, we lost. And now we owe a favor. The younger generation is formidable. Chapter 89. How the sharp whistle echoed through the pitch-black night, shattering the tranquility of the dormitory area. Lin Xia abruptly awakened from his slumber. Casting a glance at the Rolex serving as a makeshift table corner support, his brow furrowing slightly. 3 o'clock in the morning. How ruthless. He hastily donned his military uniform, playfully slapping his slippers onto the slumbering Bai Li Pong's face. The latter grunted a couple of times, lazily licking his lips before turning over to continue his repose. Lin Xia, disinterested in his companion's antics. Lin Xia tidied his attire and pushed the door open. Just as the door was about to close, he murmured, I heard that Molly has a preference for women. Bai Li Pang shot upright from his bed like someone awakened from a nightmarish dream, glancing at the empty bed across the room, finally comprehending the situation. Had they lost their minds? I've only had 4 hours of sleep. Chia, brother. Wait for me. As Bai Li Pang hurriedly dressed, he pushed the door open and discovered that numerous others had already begun sprinting toward the training ground. Frustrated, he scratched his head and dashed after them. In the twilight, Lin Qia's speed was astonishing. By the time he reached the training ground, aside from 3 instructors standing at attention, no other recruits were present. Instructor Hong regarded Lin Xia, the first to arrive, with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Following Lin Xia, the subsequent recruits arrived in succession, while Instructor Hong held a stopwatch, seemingly awaiting something. As the last few recruits finally made their way in, Instructor Hong, his expression impassive, gazed at the drowsy assembly below and spoke in a deep voice. Today marks the first day of your formal training. I shall instruct you on what discipline is and what execution entails. Upon hearing the whistle, regardless of your previous engagements, you must assemble at the training ground within 3 minutes. Instructor Hong's gaze swept over the crowd, his eyes slightly narrowing. Now, Anyone who takes more than 3 minutes to arrive will automatically step out. Among the new recruits beneath the demonstration platform, only a few stepped forward, while the majority murmured among themselves. What should we do if we are unsure of how much time has passed? A recruit inquired, raising his hand. Instructor Hong shot him a glance, stating, "You will run 10 laps first." The recruit replied, "I was merely asking. I instructed you to run 10 laps. Do you not comprehend?" "Yes." The expressions of the recruits below instantly furrowed, seemingly unable to fathom Instructor Hong's actions. At that moment, a solemn middle-aged man among the recruits suddenly spoke up loudly. "Report." Instructor Hong's eyes brightened slightly. "Speak. What if one does not know how much time has elapsed? Then rely on your instincts. Take a gamble. I have records of all your arrival times. You may wager that you arrived within 3 minutes. If you are correct, there will be no repercussions. If not, double punishment. Understood. Have you served in the military?" Former Special Forces of the Army Combat Brigade, Zheng Zhong. Lin Xia cast a complex glance at the middle-aged man. Is he also a Special Forces member turned night watchman? When old Zhao first entered the recruit training, was it not the same? Instructor Hong nodded slightly, shifting his gaze away from Zheng Zhong. "I shall reiterate, those who exceed the time limit, step forward." Upon the conclusion of this statement, a significant portion of the recruits immediately stepped out of line, including the chubby Bai Li, who wore a pained expression. Although he was uncertain of the exact duration he had taken, he surmised it had surpassed 3 minutes. In contrast, Lin Xia remained motionless within the ranks, undoubtedly not exceeding 2 minutes. Once everyone had settled, Instructor Hong extended his hand, pointing at several individuals within the original formation. You, and you. Step forward and stand at the back." The recruits who were singled out turned solemn, reluctantly moving to the rear, forming a new line. Those who had automatically stepped out were tasked with donning weighted packs and running 10 laps around the training ground, while those identified by Instructor Hong would bear the weight for 20 laps, with no respite allowed until completion. Those who arrived within 3 minutes were permitted to rest on the spot. A chorus of lamentations arose from the ranks as they begrudgingly approached the side of the training platform, each donning a weighted pack and commencing their laps around the eerily silent training ground. Meanwhile, Lin Xia sat leisurely, observing their exertions. I can no longer sense my forbidden domain." Suddenly, a recruit beside Lin Xia exclaimed, "Neither can I. I hadn't even noticed until you mentioned it. What on earth is happening?" It must be related to what Instructor Yuan previously stated regarding the forbidden objects that could suppress the forbidden domain, right? I truly cannot feel it at all. This sensation is most unsettling. Lin Xia was momentarily taken aback. What? You can no longer perceive the forbidden domain? Having just arrived with the enhancement of the night dancer, Lin Xia took a moment to attune his senses, his brow slightly furrowing. Unlike others, he remained aware of his forbidden domain. Both the mundane divine realm and the night dancer still resided within his being. However, their effects appeared to be significantly diminished. The range of his mental perception had shrunk from a radius of 20 meters to a mere 2, and his dynamic vision had also been considerably weakened. Interestingly, the enhancement from the night dancer seemed to be the least affected, as Lin Xia could scarcely perceive any notable change. He speculated that while the forbidden object within the training camp could suppress the forbidden domain, its impact on the divine domain was far less pronounced, merely serving to weaken it, unlike the mundane divine realm, which relied on his own mental prowess. The power of the night dancer emanated from the very essence of the night, rendering the forbidden object's effect on it nearly negligible. Thus, Lin Xia might be the only recruit in the training camp capable of employing the forbidden domain. Nevertheless, Lin Xia was judicious and did not recklessly exploit the divine domain to alleviate his physical burdens. He had come to the training camp to hone his abilities. Resorting to the divine domain for an unfair advantage would render his presence here futile. In the distance, amidst the running group, a plump figure could be seen trailing at the rear, laboriously moving his legs, inch by inch. Not far ahead of him was Shen Qingzhu. Unlike someone unable to run, Shen Qingzhu appeared lethargic. Were it not for his occasional long strides, Lin Xia might have mistaken him for a leisurely stroll in his own garden. As he continued running, Shen Qingzhu yawned once more. "Hey you, are you taking a leisurely stroll? Run." Instructor Hong furrowed his brow and berated Shen Qingzhu. Shen Qingzhu symbolically jogged a couple of steps before meandering again, seemingly indifferent to the instructor's words, exuding a nonchalant demeanor. "Enjoying your walk, are you? Add 10 more laps. You must complete them today, or else you shall run until you collapse on this track." Instructor Hong appeared genuinely furious, insisting on finishing within 2 hours. We're facing an additional 10 laps, continuing until exhaustion overtook him. Shinchiju frowned, cast a sidelong glance at Instructor Hong on the training platform, spat to the side, and then began to run earnestly. 30 laps took him an hour and a half, while the plump Bai Li completed his 10 laps in the same duration. However, Instructor Hong recognized that Bai Li was indeed putting in effort, and with the defiant Shin Qingzhu ahead, he found the chubby boy somewhat more agreeable and refrained from urging him on. When Bai Li finally finished and collapsed onto the ground, the sky began to show hints of dawn. Apart from him, everyone else had essentially completed their laps. Lin Xia assisted the nearly lifeless Bai Li back to the dormitory, where the latter flopped onto the bed like a rag doll, drenched in sweat, appearing utterly exhausted. Damn it. I've run a lifetime's worth of steps in one night. I'm dead tired. I need to sleep for a bit. Just as Bai Li finished speaking, a sharp whistle pierced through the air once more. Chapter 90. The Steamed Bun and Raw Meat. Bai Li Pang, with tears streaming down his face, rushed towards the training ground with an inexplicable surge of energy. Just moments ago, he had been a mere puddle of exhaustion on his bed. Yet now he moved with remarkable agility. As the night faded away, Lin Qiyi relied solely on his own speed to reach the training ground, and fortunately, he was no slowpoke. He arrived within 3 minutes once again. This time, a noticeably larger number of individuals arrived on time. However, a few who had just completed 20 laps either lagged behind or collapsed the moment they reached the training ground, their eyes rolling back as they fainted. Just as one individual fell, a group of medics rushed in, swiftly hoisting the incapacitated onto stretchers with an alarming efficiency, seemingly oblivious to where they were being taken. Instructor Hong glanced at his stopwatch and nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. The majority have arrived on time this round. There is noticeable improvement. He continued. The next 20 minutes will be your meal time. Those who fail to return within this time frame are surely aware of the consequences. With that, he and the other 2 instructors turned on their heels and departed without a backward glance. The new recruits exchanged glances, then, in unison, sprinted towards the mess hall. Even Bai Li Pang, who had appeared lifeless moments earlier, was now invigorated, his eyes sparkling as he surged to the front, his expression as if he intended to devour the entire dining hall. However, upon their tumultuous entry into the mess hall, the new recruits were suddenly taken aback by the scene before them. In the expansive dining hall, numerous square tables were arranged, each adorned with 2 large basins. One basin was filled to the brim with steamed white buns, while the other contained raw meat, still bearing traces of blood. The newcomers wandered into the cafeteria, standing beside the tables and gazing around in confusion. Where's the food? What about the dishes? They were perplexed. What is this? Raw beef? How does one consume this? Perhaps in a while, they might prepare a hot pot to cook it, but that seems unlikely. Lin Xia and Bai Li Pang stood at one table, the latter furrowing his brow as he lifted the 2 large basins, seemingly searching for rice at the bottom. Xia, what do you think this means? It means nothing more than that they want us to eat, Lin Xia replied. But how does one eat this? They don't even provide a drop of water with the buns, and this raw meat is revolting. Even a jar of Laogan Ma would be better. Lin Xia remained silent, merely gesturing towards the table next door. There. A former Special Forces soldier named Zhang Zhong was expressionless as he tore into the raw meat with fervor, while his other hand clutched a steamed bun, wiping away the blood with one hand as he stuffed the meat into his mouth. This. Bai Li Pang stared in shock at the scene, momentarily at a loss for words. Is anyone there? Someone come out. Shin Qingzhu hurled the bun back into the basin, calling out in a low voice. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man emerged from the kitchen, holding a spoon and wearing a dark expression. Who the hell is shouting? He barked. Is this food meant for people? Who do you think you were looking down on? Shin Qingzhu narrowed her eyes, addressing the old man coldly. Eat if you wish, or leave. The old man retorted with a glare. Oh. Shin Qingzhu raised an eyebrow, about to say something further when, at that moment, several individuals entered the dining hall. Draped in gray cloaks and holding masks, they strode directly through the center of the hall, taking their seats at the round table at the back. In that instant, a hush fell over the crowd. This time, they did not don their masks, yet everyone understood who they were. Ah, it's you little rascals. The old man chuckled upon seeing the 7 figures. Old son, after all these years, you're still cooking for the recruits in the dining hall? Remarked the handsome Wang Mian, rising respectfully as he addressed the old man. The other members of the masked team also stood, bowing slightly in tribute to old Sunday Alas. With this old body of mine, I can no longer step onto the battlefield. I can only exert my remaining energy in this wretched kitchen. Old Sun waved his hand dismissively. It's been quite some time. I truly miss your culinary skills. I must trouble you once again. Oh, no need to fuss about it. Just wait here. I shall prepare a few dishes for you, Old Sun said, grabbing a spoon and turning towards the kitchen, completely disregarding the recruits as if they were invisible. With the massed team present, the other recruits dared not stop Old Sun, merely frowning at the white steamed buns and raw meat in the bowl, remaining motionless. Go ahead and eat, Lin Xia said, reaching into the bowl to take a piece of the white bun and biting into it. The bun was quite hard and devoid of flavor, resembling chewing on wax. I can't eat this, Li Pangpang said, feeling somewhat nauseated at the sight of the raw meat. Not eating will not allow me to withstand today's training, Lin Xia remarked as he gnawed on a steamed bun. Moreover, once we are on the battlefield, no one can guarantee that food will always be available. If one wishes to avoid starvation, one must learn to adapt swiftly. With that, Lin Xia produced a piece of raw meat, took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and took a substantial bite. Li, albeit with gritted teeth, also retrieved a bun from the basin and began to chew. Molly, observing from the side, wrestled with her indecision for a considerable time before finally resolving to bite into the raw meat. Meanwhile, Chow Yuan, standing across from her, completed an entire chunk of meat without a flicker of emotion, astonishing the surrounding recruits for an entire year. Shen Qingzhu's expression darkened. After a cold snort, he too began to partake in the food. Gradually, more recruits began to eat, yet the majority remained rooted in place, their faces contorted in resistance, preferring to endure hunger rather than consume the food before them. In the room on the second floor, Instructor Hong gazed down upon the entire cafeteria, nodding slightly. Indeed, more individuals are able to eat compared to the previous cohort, and among them are several promising candidates. Zheng Zhong is truly worthy of being a special forces soldier. He consumes his food without a hint of distaste. Lin Xia is also commendable, but what surprised me was Shen Qingzhu's willingness to eat. He is nothing but a military rogue. Old Hong, one must not judge solely by appearances. I believe that although he possesses a somewhat abrasive personality, at his core, he is not inherently bad. Are you quite optimistic about him? People are ever-changing. This year of intensive training will alter many things. By the time they depart from here, who can say what they will become? Instructor Hong shrugged, neither affirming nor denying the inquiry. In this modern era, is it truly necessary to maintain such stringent practices? The newly arrived instructor hesitated to ask, even under the most challenging circumstances, must one resort to consuming raw meat? Slowly, Instructor Hong closed his eyes, seemingly lost in reminiscence. Over 80 years ago, when the Night Watch was first established, a great calamity had struck, resulting in widespread food scarcity. During those years, the predecessors subsisted on tree bark and grass roots, armed with knives and a sense of mystery. Even though the economy has flourished now, some traditions must not be forgotten. Every new batch of recruits must partake in raw meat for their first meal. It is already a privilege that they are not served grass roots and tree bark. This is the tradition of the Night Watch. It was so in the past, it is so in the present, and it shall remain so in the future. Instructor Hong paused, opening his eyes to gaze out the window as he spoke slowly. Until the day comes when this nation no longer requires the Night Watch, these ancient traditions will be forever buried with the untold secrets of history. Chapter 91. The Agents of Time. Just as Lin Xia and his companions were pinching their noses to consume raw meat, an alluring aroma suddenly wafted through the cafeteria, invigorating everyone, who turned in unison to investigate. There stood Elder Sun, dragging a large tray laden with an array of dishes, swiftly approaching the members of the masked team. Braised pork, chicken stewed with mushrooms, ants climbing a tree, steamed sea bass. Oh, how delightful! Upon seeing the bountiful spread, Xuan was swallowed hard, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Hee, it is indeed a rare occasion for you little ones to return, so I must prepare something special for you. With his calloused hands brushing against his apron, Old Sun beamed with a smile. Thank you, Old Sun. The other members expressed their gratitude in unison before eagerly picking up their chopsticks, indulging in hearty laughter and feasting. Gulp. In the hushed hall, the sound of swallowed saliva echoed repeatedly. Even the new recruits who had just managed to eat a bland steamed bun found themselves suddenly unable to continue as the enticing aroma wafted through the air. Over 200 famished eyes, resembling starving ghosts, fixated hungrily upon the grand round table. as if they were about to surge forth to seize the food in the next moment. Wang Mian cast a sidelong glance at them, silently placing his exquisite bow on the table before returning to his meal. I refuse to accept this. Why should they revel in delicacies while we are left to gnaw on buns and consume raw meat? One new recruit could not suppress his discontent. Humph. Old Sun's expression soured as he replied with irritation. When you little brats leave this camp and return in the future, I shall prepare a grand feast for you as well. At that moment, Wang Mian seemed to recall something and beckoned Lin Xia over. Xia, come and have some food with us. Swish. All the new recruits abruptly turned their heads, fixating on Lin Xia, who was gnawing on raw meat. Lin Xia raised an eyebrow, hesitated for a moment, and then carried his bowl over to sit at the round table of the masked team. Come, have some chicken. Wang Mian took a clean small bowl and began to serve Lin Xia, saying, Xin Yuan, bring over some pieces of fish from that side for Xia. All right then. Could you bring some broth as well? It's quite flavorful. I will fetch him a pair of chopsticks. What about the rice? Is there enough? If not, I have some here. Rose stood up to serve rice to Lin Xia. The masked squad exhibited a demeanor of utmost courtesy towards Lin Xia, so much so that he felt a tad embarrassed, repeatedly gesturing, No, please eat. I merely came to ask a few questions. I shall manage with this. Moon Ghost paused. With such delectable dishes before you, why not indulge instead of consuming raw meat? Indeed, he replied. Look at the envy in the eyes of your comrades behind you. Are you truly not tempted? I am a rookie. I shall eat what a rookie ought to eat. Lin Xia resolutely shook his head. Seeing his firm stance, the members of the masked squad had no choice but to take their seats. Wang Mian regarded Lin Xia with approval and spoke. Are you inquiring about the agents? Yes. Feel free to ask. I shall share whatever I know. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xia posed a profound question. What is the relationship between agents and gods? Your inquiry delves into an intricate realm. Wang Mian mused for a considerable time before responding. Essentially, the connection between agents and gods can be encapsulated in two words. Contract, due to various reasons. Gods generally refrain from making direct appearances in human society. If they wish to act, they must seek out a suitable individual to assist them, at which point a mysterious contract is forged between man and deity. The essence of a contract is, in truth, an exchange. The deity bestows a portion of its divine power upon the agent, who, in return, is obligated to assist the deity in fulfilling certain tasks. However, not just anyone can become an agent. One must be recognized by the deity itself to qualify for this role and thus fulfill the terms of the contract. Contract. Lin Xia murmured, a look of confusion etched across his brow. If a contract had indeed been signed, it seemed illogical that he would remain entirely uninformed. The seraph had granted him a fragment of its divine power, yet had failed to mention what he was to do in return, rather than a contract. Lin Xia felt this arrangement resembled more of a gift. So what is it that you are to assist the god of time with? Lin Xia inquired, directing his gaze towards Wang Mian, only to realize that his question may have been somewhat intrusive. He quickly added, if it is not permissible to disclose, then consider my question unasked. There is nothing that cannot be said, Wang Mian replied, shaking his head. About 8 or 9 years ago, when I was still an ordinary person, I was wandering aimlessly down the street when suddenly, a truck driven by an intoxicated driver came barreling towards me. I had no time to react, and just as I was about to be struck, time around me inexplicably froze. Subsequently, the god of time emerged from the void and entered into a contract with me, granting me a portion of his divine realm. In exchange, I am destined to enter Takamagara in the future to retrieve a certain object for him. Takamagara? Lin Xia was momentarily taken aback. The land of the gods in Japanese mythology? Indeed. Does it truly exist? The god of time asserts existence. Therefore, it undoubtedly exists, yet I have yet to uncover it. Wang sighed in resignation. Lin Xia nodded, inquiring whether joining the Night Watch was a personal choice. Indeed, prior to my allegiance to the Night Watch, a malevolent agent of the ancient god church approached me, urging me to join their ranks. Wang spoke with composure. Yet I declined. Lin Xia pondered aloud, noting that the objective bestowed upon you by the god of time is unrelated to which faction you align with. Hence their belief that they could recruit you. Precisely. Some within the ancient god church have even discovered leads regarding Takamagara, yet I have no desire to associate with them, ultimately leading to my refusal. Did they then abandon their pursuit? It is not that simple. The individuals of the ancient god church are quite mad. If they cannot enlist you, they will resort to any means to eliminate you. When I first joined the Night Watch, I was ambushed by them 3 or 4 times. Were it not for my fortunate fate, I likely would not be here today. Wang shrugged. But now, they dare not seek me out. Why is that? Because they are uncertain they can best me, and Wang's gaze fell upon the other teammates at the table, a smile gracing his lips. I have a reliable group of companions, whether in one-on-one combat or in a brawl, that would not dare to lay a finger on me. Ahem, Captain. It is best not to become overly sentimental during meals. It can be quite nauseating. Vortex remarked with a peculiar expression. Yet, I speak only the truth. Even so, you could have waited for a moment when no one was around to speak, saying it now. How awkward. Rose shot a disgruntled glance at Wang Mian. Well, I shall be more mindful next time. Lin Qiye sat there in a daze, observing the 7 before him as they jested and playfully bickered. After a considerable while, a faint smile graced his lips. Chapter 92. The Power of Currency Outside the Cafeteria. A sharp whistle pierced the air once more. Lin Qiye had yet to react when the 7 members of the masked team suddenly sprang to their feet and bolted outside. As they dashed a few paces, Vortex suddenly snapped back to reality. Wait a minute, we are not new recruits. Why are we running? It was instinctual. Wang Mian scratched his head, glancing around the hall, where all the freshmen were fixated on them. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he said, Well, let us continue eating. The members of the masked team resumed their seats, feigning ignorance of the incident, and continued their meal. The new recruits, diverted from their gaze, instinctively checked the time on the wall. Only 10 minutes had elapsed since they began dining, with a full 20-minute limit still ahead. Why is the whistle blowing again? Nevertheless, they set down their buns and hurried towards the training ground, for no one wished to endure extra laps for tardiness. Bali Peng choked on a white bun, frantically patted his chest, and waved at Lin Qiye before turning to dash outside. I'll head out first. You all continue eating. Lin Qiye remarked as he turned away. All right, go ahead, Wang Mian replied with a slight smile, thinking that when they next met, it would be outside the training camp. Are you leaving? Yes, a mysterious sea phenomenon has appeared in the north. We must hurry there after our meal. Well, I wish you a triumphant return. Lin Qiye waved goodbye and swiftly exited the cafeteria. As the last of the diners departed, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Without the envious gazes of the new recruits, the meal lost its flavor. Xuan was set down his chopsticks, letting out a long sigh. Truly a cruel irony. Tianping rolled his eyes. Since we are all full, it is time for us to depart. Wang Mian, noticing that no one else was eating, picked up the black box beside him and slowly rose to his feet. Yes, let us not keep them waiting too long. Yuegawei wiped his mouth. The rest of the group also stood, donned their cloaks, grasped their black boxes, and strode towards the cafeteria exit. Gentle sunlight streamed through the clean windows, casting a warm glow upon the empty cafeteria as the 7 of them walked side by side. A soft breeze wafted in through the entrance, lifting a corner of their gray cloaks. The pristine tiled floor reflected their silhouettes distinctly. They slung the black boxes behind them, lowered their heads, and donned their respective masks, stepping forth. The entire cafeteria fell into utter silence. In the cramped kitchen, the slightly stooped figure of Old Sun stood by the small window, silently watching their departing figures. His eyes were slightly reddened, yet his gaze was filled with resolve. After a moment, he brought his feet together, straightened his chest, and rendered a precise military salute in the direction they had gone. To the training ground. From the realms of myth, legend, and rural whispers emerge enigmatic beings, our foremost adversaries as night watchmen. Their powers are as varied as their characteristics, yet it is indisputable that they far surpass mere mortal humans in strength. As we prepare to confront such entities, what do we rely upon? In the training arena, a stranger instructor stands at the center, surveying the new recruits. Shen Qingzhu lazily raises her hand, declaring, Report. We rely on the formidable Forbidden Ruins. The instructor chuckles derisively, acknowledging that the Forbidden Ruins indeed represent humanity's most crucial asset in battling the mysterious. However, it does not encompass the entirety of our means. Unless your Forbidden Ruins are exceptionally potent, capable of extinguishing the mysterious with a mere flick of your finger. Do you possess such power? Shen Qingzhu raises an eyebrow. I do. And your Forbidden Ruins are? Sequence 068, Qi Min. The instructor remains silent, feigning ignorance of her response. Straightening his posture, does anyone else have a different answer? Amidst the crowd, a chubby boy suddenly raises his hand. Report. We rely on money. The instructor, bemused, retorts, Money? Pray tell, how does one battle the mysterious with wealth? Shall we hurl coins at them until they succumb? Amused yet exasperated, he turns to all the new students. Speaking earnestly, In our struggle against the mysterious, beyond the forbidden ruins, we must also possess formidable physiques and combat skills. Combat skills are further divided into melee and ranged weaponry. While ranged weaponry may prove useful against lower-tier mysteries, it is in melee combat that true mastery lies when facing higher-tier adversaries. Today, allow me to instruct you in the art of melee combat with cold weapons. On the other side of the training ground, Instructor Hong stood with two other instructors, gazing intently at the unfolding scene. Instructor Hong, who is this newly arrived Instructor Han? One of the instructors inquired with curiosity. He is a combat expert transferred from headquarters, having just arrived by plane this morning. Although it is his first time leading recruits, I have high hopes for him, Instructor Hong replied, his eyes filled with admiration. The second instructor, furrowing his brow, remarked, "He just got here and is leading new recruits for the first time? I hope there won't be any mishaps." Impossible. Instructor Han's close combat skills are among the finest in the country. We can confidently return to our card games, Instructor Hong reassured him. Oh, very well then. The three quietly departed, careful not to disturb anyone. Meanwhile, on the demonstration platform, Instructor Han continued to enthusiastically explain the use of cold weapons among the night watchmen. Except for a few special cases, the vast majority wielded standard-issue weapons, notably the Starblade. Grasping a straight sword, Instructor Han drew it from its sheath. The straight sword has numerous advantages, which I shall not elaborate on here. Today, I will primarily focus on the techniques for wielding the straight sword. To master the straight sword, the foremost principle is reaction speed. He demonstrated several techniques for drawing and sheathing the sword, captivating the attention of the recruits below. However, Great Xia found himself growing somewhat fatigued, not due to Instructor Han's teaching, but because these were lessons he had already learned from Chun Mai, ingrained in him through countless painful experiences. At that moment, the advantages of private instruction became evident. Now, allow me to invite a few individuals for a demonstration. After Instructor Han elucidated the techniques of wielding a blade, he carelessly tossed aside his straight sword and retrieved two wooden swords from a nearby rack. Who was it that claimed they could defeat the mysterious rotund figure with money? Come forth and showcase your skills. Instructor Han's gaze swiftly landed upon the plump Bai Li. Beckoning him with a wave, Bai Li scratched his head, awkwardly ascending the practice stage to accept the wooden sword from Instructor Han. Do you remember what I just relayed? Bai Li hesitated for a moment, then confessed, I didn't. Just utilize your monetary prowess. Instructor Han chuckled lightly, eager to witness how one could triumph over the enigma with currency. This time, I shall assume the role of the attacker, and you will defend according to my earlier instructions. If you haven't memorized them, rely on your natural abilities. Oh, Instructor Han, wielding the wooden sword, struck down before Bai Li, his eyes narrowing slightly. Meanwhile, Bai Li stood rigidly with the sword, his body riddled with vulnerabilities. With a derisive smirk, Instructor Han stepped forward, executing a swift and decisive strike with the wooden sword. Just as the blade was about to make contact with Bai Li, a blinding golden shield suddenly materialized, enveloping him in its protective embrace. With a soft crack, Instructor Han's wooden sword shattered into 3 pieces. Instructor Han, Bai Li. Chapter 93, The Fractured Instructor Han. The atmosphere in the venue instantly froze, bathed in a resplendent golden light, reminiscent of a grand light bulb. Bai Li Pang scratched his head and hastily deactivated the Yao Guang feature, causing the luminous glow to vanish without a trace. The artifact capable of suppressing the forbidden ruins seemed to only affect the forbidden ruins within the human body, proving ineffective against other special items of the same nature. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he spoke up. Instructor Han, I apologize. I just forgot to turn off the automatic emergency mode. Instructor Han glanced at the wooden sword in his hand, his gaze towards Bai Li Pang growing increasingly unfriendly. Bai Li Pang quickly removed the necklace and returned it to his pocket, his expression sincere as he said, I'm sorry, Instructor Han. Shall we try again? Instructor Han took a deep breath, discarding the half-burnt wooden sword and replacing it with a new one. Very well, let us proceed once more. Swish, crackle. This time, the wooden sword was not obstructed by the peculiar golden light. Yet, just as the sword was about to make contact with Bai Li Pang, it spontaneously ignited. In a mere half-second, the wooden sword in Instructor Han's grip was reduced to nothing but a handle. Instructor Han exclaimed, I forgot to turn off the automatic firewall. My apologies, Instructor Han. Bai Li Pang suddenly realized his mistake and hurriedly removed a string of beads from his wrist. Shall we try again? Get lost. All right. Instructor Han tossed aside the burnt weapon, rubbing his weary eyes, seemingly fatigued. After a moment of silence, he sighed and scanned the new students, pointing at Lin Shiyi, who stood beside by Li Pangpang. You, step forward. Ah, understood. Lin Xia effortlessly ascended the martial arts stage and stood before him, extending his hand to receive the wooden sword. You have no forbidden items on you, do you? Instructor Han inquired suspiciously, casting a fleeting glance at Lin Xia. None. Good. Have you memorized what I just taught? Yes. Well then, I shall introduce a new offensive technique. You may find it challenging to defend against, but fret not. I shall not strike too forcefully. Seeing that a normal person had finally appeared, Instructor Han's mood seemed to brighten considerably. He addressed all the new recruits, explaining, previously, I demonstrated several fundamental sword techniques. Now, I will showcase a more advanced slicing maneuver that cleverly exploits the human visual blind spots while maximizing the sword's swift potential. It is highly practical and possesses considerable power. Allow me to demonstrate. Instructor Han turned, facing Lin Xia, took a half step forward, and with a sudden motion, swung the wooden sword at an exceedingly acute angle toward Lin Xia. Smack! A light sound echoed as Lin Xia effortlessly blocked the swift strike with one hand. Instructor Han's expression was one of astonishment. Lin Xia responded with a grin. Impressive swordsmanship. The two stood close, their gazes locked. Instructor Han opened his mouth as if to inquire, how did you manage to block that? Lin Xia replied, Was it difficult? Ahem, that was merely a simple demonstration. One can see that this recruit possesses a solid foundation in swordplay and quick reflexes. Now, I will formally demonstrate for everyone. Instructor Han attempted to ease the tension, stepping back a few paces before once again delivering a powerful swing with the wooden sword. Smack! Lin Xia stood firm, blocking the onslaught. Instructor Han, undeterred by disbelief, wielded his wooden sword with increasing speed, striking relentlessly. The sharp sounds of wood clashing echoed crack, 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 as Lin Xia's wooden sword blurred into a phantom, deftly parrying each of Instructor Han's attacks. Moments later, the instructor quietly lowered his weapon. He gazed at Lin Xia, whose innocent expression seemed almost ghostly. Have you studied swordsmanship? He inquired. A little, came the reply. Who taught you? Captain Shinmai of Team 136. Instructor Han slowly closed his eyes, a sense of despair washing over him. You may step down. Oh. Lin Xia returned to the ranks with an impassive expression, acutely aware of the peculiar gazes directed at him from those around. Instructor Han turned away discreetly, muttering softly, Come on, Hanli. You can do it. They are merely a bunch of recruits, a collection of novices. There can't be that many prodigies among them. Push forward. Don't give up. This time, I will surely succeed. Taking a deep breath, he turned back, scrutinizing the faces of the new soldiers. Soon, his gaze landed on an unremarkable boy who appeared somewhat expressionless. His physique, not particularly robust. You, come forward, Instructor Han stated flatly. Chao Yuan hesitated for a moment, then stepped onto the training platform. Do you possess any forbidden items? No. Has anyone taught you swordsmanship? No. Very well. Instructor Han sighed with relief, at last. He had encountered a normal individual. He tossed the wooden sword to Chao Yuan and said, Come on, let's practice. You defend. Never mind, this time you attack, and I shall demonstrate defense. With a thud, Chao Yuan did not reach out to catch the sword but allowed it to fall at his feet. Instructor Han narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone turning stern. What does this mean? Pick up the sword. Chao Yuan shook his head. I cannot touch the sword. Why not? I fear I may lose control. It is merely a wooden sword. A wooden sword is still a sword. I cannot carelessly handle anything that resembles a blade. Instructor Han furrowed his brow, perplexed by such peculiar behavior. I command you to pick it up. I truly cannot. Pick it up. That is an order. With a resigned sigh, Chao Yuan acquiesced, bending down to retrieve the sword. In that instant, Lin Xia and the others paled, retreating several meters in unison. Their gazes towards Instructor Han filled with sympathy. Instructor Han was taken aback, sensing an ominous premonition as he witnessed this scene. Just as he was about to speak, Chao Yuan's hand had already grazed the hilt of the sword. An explosive surge of dark malevolence erupted from Chao Yuan. A towering column of pitch-black fire shooting into the sky, a terrifying pressure suffusing the entire training ground. Meanwhile, the three instructors in the lounge, engaged in a game of cards, suddenly changed expressions and sprang to their feet. What the hell? Something has happened. Let us go, quickly check it out. The eruption of malevolence was abrupt, startling all the instructors in the training camp, who turned their gazes towards the training ground with furrowed brows. There, swirling black flames of malice danced around Chao Yuan, who stood bare-chested, a flaming wooden sword slung over his shoulder, grinning menacingly at Instructor Han. Instructor Han exclaimed, "What on earth is this? I merely touched the hilt of the sword, and it transformed into this monstrous sight. I just wanted to teach them how to wield a blade. Is there not a single normal person in this recruit camp? Oh heavens!" Gazing at the menacing Chao Yuan, then at the wooden sword in his hand, Instructor Han fell into a moment of silence before resolutely casting it aside. To hell with this. Chapter 94. Beheading White with a furious roar, the enraged Chao Yuan dashed forward like a bolt of lightning, his wooden sword slicing through the air, the black flames resembling a crescent moon as they aimed at Instructor Han. Sensing the impending danger, Han squinted slightly, rolling to the side to evade the crescent while swiftly retrieving a straight sword from the ground. A soft sound echoed as the straight sword was drawn. With the blade in hand, Han's demeanor shifted instantly. His penetrating gaze seemed to foresee the movements of the frenzied Chao Yuan. As Chao Yuan lunged towards him, Han abruptly retreated a half-step and, pivoting, unleashed his sword. Clang! The wooden sword, enveloped in black flames, clashed against Han's straight sword, producing a resounding metallic ring. With a sinister grin, the frenzied Chao Yuan summoned all his strength. Instructor Han's straight sword was deflected by the wooden blade, yet he exhibited no sign of panic. With remarkable precision, he anticipated the trajectory of the frenzied Chao Yuan's next strike, effortlessly dodging it and retreating several steps, his gaze heavy with concern. "Xia, wasn't the Forbidden Ruin suppressed?" Bailey Fatty inquired in a hushed tone, perplexed. The higher the sequence of the Forbidden Ruin, the weaker the suppressive effect of the object used to restrain it. While it could suppress others effectively, Chao Yuan's sequence was far too elevated for complete subjugation. Moreover, his Forbidden Ruin was exceptionally unique. In a berserk state, even he struggled to maintain control, rendering the object's effect even less significant. Lin Xia articulated his conjecture. "Does that mean the instructor's Forbidden Ruins have also been suppressed?" Bailey Fatty seemed to grasp the implication. Realizing that only Chao Yuan was capable of utilizing the Forbidden Ruin in the current setting, while Instructor Han was solely relying on combat skills to engage with the frenzied Chao Yuan. That was an extraordinarily perilous situation. Lin Xie remained silent, his attention fixed on the two combatants clashing on the stage, lost in thought. "Everyone, evacuate the training ground immediately," Instructor Han commanded as he exchanged blows with the rampaging Chao Yuan, staggering back from the force of Chao Yuan's tremendous strength. He spoke solemnly to the new recruits below. With his keen insight, he recognized the young man's Forbidden Ruin before him and began to grasp the current circumstances. Regardless of the situation, Chao Yuan was far too dangerous now. The recruits, deprived of their suppressed Forbidden Ruins, were merely ordinary individuals, and staying any longer could lead to unforeseen calamities. "Damn it! I can't sense my own Forbidden Ruin." Instructor Han gritted his teeth, persistently attempting to manifest his Forbidden Ruin, yet to no avail. In a state of madness, Chao Yuan had become a formidable adversary even to Wang Mian, presenting a challenge of considerable magnitude. Devoid of the luxury of time acceleration or the presence of Instructor Han Yuan, he now relied solely on his combat experience and skills to contend with this opponent. It was precisely for this reason that Lin Xie and others were afforded a glimpse into the true prowess of this beleaguered instructor. Regardless of the frenzied speed of Chao Yuan, Instructor Han consistently anticipated his movements, wielding his straight blade with an almost sentient grace. Akin to a butterfly flitting through the air, deftly parrying each of Chao Yuan's strikes. Unfortunately, while he could deflect the attacks, he was unable to withstand the monstrous force and the overwhelming malevolent flames that surged forth. This battle was inherently skewed. Amidst the sinister laughter of the frenzied Chao Yuan, Instructor Han could only strive to protect himself, retreating step by step. Yao Guang, the rotund Bai Li, adorned himself with a necklace and extended his chubby hand, gesturing towards the martial arts stage. A blinding beam of golden light coalesced, soaring forth like a swift arrow, striking heavily against the wooden blade. In an instant, it transformed into a golden rope, ensnaring the frenzied Chao Yuan. With a roar of fury, Chao Yuan's black flames blazed even more fiercely, effortlessly severing the rope conjured by Yao Guang in a mere 2 seconds, freeing himself from its grasp. He then turned to gaze at Bai Li, his expression a mask of savagery. Bai Li trembled, taking a half-step back, swallowing hard. "Brother Xia, save me," Lin Xie replied. "Hand me the knife." With a sense of resignation, he uttered the words. "Huh, all right," Bai Li exclaimed, plunging his hand into his pocket and quickly rummaging through it. At this moment, the frenzied Chao Yuan had abandoned Instructor Han, completely shifting his focus towards the chubby Bai Li and Lin Xia, rushing towards them with reckless abandon. Instructor Han's expression changed drastically, urging them to flee. He propelled himself forward, pursuing the madman Chao Yuan in haste. Lin Xia, his brow furrowed, stood firm, a faint golden glow flickering in his eyes as an overwhelming aura radiated from him. Found it. Bai Li, rummaging through his pocket, produced a blade of similar length to the starry blade and handed it to Lin Xia. At this juncture, the dark flames of the frenzied Chao Yuan had already reached Lin Xia. The wooden blade, entwined with ominous flames, cleaved through the air, aimed directly at Bai Li's neck. Just then, a flash of white light surged forth. Swish! The wooden blade collided with the gleaming edge, effectively halting the encroachment of the malevolent flames. As Lin Xia deftly twisted his wrist, deflecting Chao Yuan's wooden blade. Trembling with shock, Bai Li stood behind Lin Xia, clutching his wildly beating heart. Damn, that nearly scared me to death. Lin Xia let out a light gasp, glancing down at the blade in his hand, a hint of confusion crossing his features. I clearly did not make contact with the wooden blade. Why? This blade bore the insignia of a forbidden artifact known as Little/White, an artificial relic. A replica of the legendary weapon /White of sequence 061. When wielded, it could bypass a distance of 5 meters, not particularly formidable as a forbidden object. Bai Li patted his belly, recalling that the genuine /White was one of the treasures in his family's collection. Said to disregard distances of up to 1,000 meters. With a single stroke, all would submit within that range. Is it truly that exaggerated? Lin Xia toyed with the small Zhanbai, exclaiming in astonishment. Indeed, there are only a few forbidden items that my family, particularly my father, diligently guards as if they were treasures. I am unable to even catch a glimpse of them. He weighed the small Zhanbai in his hands, nodding in satisfaction. Madman Chao Yuan let out a low growl, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Xia, the malevolent flames enveloping his body flaring up with renewed vigor. Lin Xia sensed his stare, snorted coldly, and returned the glare with force, 2 golden furnace-like orbs erupting from his eyes. An overwhelming divine might surge directly into Madman Chao Yuan's psyche, eliciting a muffled grunt from him as he staggered back, his body swaying as if intoxicated. It appears that divine might is unexpectedly effective against this fellow, Lin Xia murmured to himself, then turned to Bai Li Pang. Could you hand me that sealing scroll again from last time? Sure, Bai Li Pang replied, retrieving the tape from his pocket and placing it into Lin Xia's hands. Gripping the small Zhanbai in his right hand, Lin Xia gently tore a segment of the sealing scroll with his teeth, his eyes shining like the blazing sun as he swiftly charged towards Madman Chao Yuan. With only 5 meters separating them, Lin Xia swung the small Zhanbai several times, effortlessly deflecting the wooden blade from Chao Yuan's grasp. In a fit of rage, Chao Yuan's other hand curled into a claw, wreathed in malevolent flames. As it shot towards Lin Xia's body like a bolt of lightning, Lin Xia seemed to have completely discerned his movements. He crouched slightly, evading the strike, and then swung the small Zhanbai again, delivering a powerful blow to Chao Yuan's elbow. The wooden blade flew from Chao Yuan's grip. Lin Xia swiftly turned around, his left hand revealing a significant portion of the sealing scroll, entwined around his neck, wrapping several times to completely obstruct the black flames before he suddenly yanked downward. The frenzied Chao Yuan fell to the ground with a thud. Chapter 95. Fierce Opponent. The black flames gradually receded, revealing the original skin beneath. Chao Yuan clutched the sealing scroll around his neck, the crimson hue in his eyes slowly fading as he began to cough violently. Lin Xia released the tape in his hand, finally exhaling in relief. Indeed, Chao Yuan in his frenzied state was extraordinarily powerful. Had it not been for the 2 forbidden items Lin Xia possessed, coupled with his divine might countering the Black King's annihilation, this victory would not have been so effortless. With his bare torso lying on the ground, Chao Yuan gasped for air, his gaze fixed upon Lin Xia, a faint smile gracing his lips. Truly, it is you. What? There are few in this world who can subdue Black King's annihilation. Is that so? If I am not mistaken, the captain of the Phantom Mask can as well. It is not the same. You can absolve me of my sins. What are you saying? Lin Xia furrowed his brow, seemingly unable to comprehend Chao Yuan's words. Chao Yuan merely shook his head, rising from the ground without elaborating further. Nearby, Instructor Han approached, scrutinizing Lin Xia for a long while. Are you uninjured? No. Instructor Han paused, giving Lin Xia a thumbs up. That move was splendid. Lin Xia smiled slightly. Instructor Han extended his hand to assist Chao Yuan in rising. Just as Chao Yuan was about to utter a few words, Instructor Han shook his head, signaling him to refrain from speaking. You need not say anything. The entirety of this matter rests upon my shoulders. It was I who insisted you draw your blade. It is not your fault. Chao Yuan, who had intended to apologize, found his words effectively silenced. With a resigned sigh, he brought his hands together in front of his chest and bowed slightly, murmuring, Ba. Before long, a cadre of fully armed instructors hurried over, their expressions tightening upon seeing the disheveled state of the training platform. Instructor Han approached them and succinctly conveyed the situation, which eased their concerns. Instructor Hong, I believe. I am ill-suited for teaching. Instructor Han pulled Instructor Hong aside, exhaling deeply as he spoke. Is this truly your first day on the job? And you wish to abandon it already? Instructor Hong raised an eyebrow. I have come to realize that instructing students and engaging in battle are entirely different endeavors. In the field, I can face a multitude of enemies with a single blade, unperturbed by any peril. Yet, here in the classroom, merely a few minutes have passed, and I find myself in utter disarray, nearly causing an instructional mishap. Seeing the troubled expression on Instructor Han's face, Instructor Han could not help but chuckle. I must say, you possess a remarkable talent for teaching. You managed to draw 3 individuals. One is the young master of the Bailey family, another is an agent of the Seraphim, and the last is a perilous entity among the most hazardous. This is not merely a selection from a handful of candidates. You have astoundingly chosen 3 of the most formidable characters from a pool of 239 recruits. Your luck is truly extraordinary. Instructor Hong, please refrain from mocking me. Instructor Han, feeling a tad embarrassed, gently touched his nose. To be candid, in terms of close combat, there may be instructors among us who excel beyond your prowess. Yet their strengths lie in specific areas, unlike your well-rounded expertise, mastering an array of weapons with finesse. At this stage, these fledgling recruits do not require specialization in any one form of close combat. Rather, they must first discover their own combat style from the myriad of weapons available. This necessitates a mentor well-versed in all martial arts to guide them, a role we cannot fulfill. In all of the Great Xia's Night Watchmen, it seems only you, Hanli, possess such capability. However, among these new recruits, there are only a few who pose a significant challenge. In truth, having the opportunity to witness the growth of this group of prodigies is a fortunate experience for both you and me, is it not? Instructor Hong's gaze drifted into the distance, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Are you not curious to see the remarkable transformation of these prodigies when they emerge from this training camp? Instructor Han paused, instinctively turning to look at the new recruits. The image of a young boy with his left hand bandaged and a sword gripped in his right flickering in his mind. After a moment of silence, he nodded. Very well, I shall give it another try. Instructor Hong chuckled softly and patted Instructor Han on the shoulder twice, encouraging him to proceed. As the group of novices awaited his training, nodding in acknowledgement, Instructor Han took a deep breath and strode confidently toward the training ground. Upon his return, the previously restless recruits fell silent, and the entire training area was enveloped in tranquility. Instructor Han's gaze swept across the assembly, and he retrieved a wooden sword from a nearby rack, stepping onto the half-damaged practice platform to continue his explanation. Earlier, we discussed a particular sword technique, which, while swift and agile, still lacks sufficient power. The morning was devoted entirely to close combat training. After briefly demonstrating several sword techniques, Instructor Han proceeded to elaborate on the two-handed sword, fencing, spear techniques, and even the use of concealed weapons. As this was their first encounter with training in cold weapons, the session primarily centered around Instructor Han's instruction. His benevolence shone through as he allowed all the recruits to sit and listen, providing them with a much-needed respite after a morning of rigorous exertion. By the time Instructor Han's voice grew hoarse, it was time for lunch. When the novices eagerly arrived at the cafeteria, they were met with the familiar sight of steamed buns paired with raw meat, which shattered their spirits. Some even retched at the sight. However, keen-eyed individuals soon noticed that alongside the buns and raw meat, each place setting featured a small pile of pickles. This revelation sent waves of joy through the despondent recruits. 7 nights, do you think that old man in the cafeteria has had a change of heart? He actually prepared pickles. Bai Li, feeling moved, stuffed the pickles into his steamed bun and took a hearty bite. I do not know. All I am aware of is that this meager dish of pickles is hardly sufficient for a few bites, Lin Xia remarked, counting the number of pickles with a sullen expression. Just then, A figure stealthily approached their table. Qiao Yuan silently extended his pickles to Lin Xia. Munching on raw meat as he spoke, "This is for you." Lin Xia was taken aback, while Bai Li Pang Pang widened his eyes in disbelief. "I say, brother, this is pickles. Are you not going to eat?" "If Lin Xia wishes to eat, then I shall give it to him." Upon hearing this, Bai Li Pang Pang's mouth fell open. "Do you know what this is called?" "What? A simp? I am more than willing." After a moment of silence, Lin Xia slowly replied, "If this is about this morning's incident, there truly was no need for such gestures. I was not hurt." "No, Lin Xia." Qiao Yuan shook his head, gazing earnestly into Lin Xia's eyes. "I merely wish to adore you." Lin Xia, Bai Li Pang Pang's sturdy frame trembled, and his gaze towards Qiao Yuan instantly shifted. "Damn it, this is a formidable rival." Chapter 96, Extreme Training. Is this person afflicted with some grave illness? Lin Xia regarded Qiao Yuan with a peculiar expression. He had always been inclined to view others with the utmost suspicion. It was challenging not to overthink when someone suddenly approached with such fervent attentiveness. "I do not understand." Lin Xia shook his head. "Is it simply because I can restrain you in your frenzied state? You can also help me absolve my transgressions and achieve a sense of fulfillment." Qiao Yuan clasped his hands together, softly chanting the Buddha's name. Lin Xia furrowed his brow, inquiring, "What are you saying?" Qiao Yuan's expression darkened, a flicker of sorrow crossing his eyes. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke. "I carry the lives of 333 innocent souls who have perished tragically. Their blood crying out to the heavens, their grievances vast as the ocean. Only you can absolve me of this sin and spare me from the torment of karmic retribution." "You killed 333 people?" Bai Li Pang Pang's eyes widened in disbelief. "Were you once a bandit?" "No." "Then what did you do?" Qiao Yuan gazed blankly, his eyes fixed on the ground, remaining silent. Lin Xia eventually said, "I'm sorry, but I lack the ability to absolve others of their sins. You should seek a monk." "I have sought one." Qiao Yuan met Lin Xia's gaze. "I recited scriptures on Jiuhua Mountain for 7 years in quietude, yet the bloodshed within me has not diminished in the slightest. Master Jinsheng proclaimed that only one person could aid me in absolving my sins and achieving complete merit. Did he provide me with your ID number?" Lin Xia asked, perplexed. "No, but it makes little difference." Qiao Yuan replied calmly, "The 2 trees stand tall. The 8 deities retreat. 10 years of night. Ferrying the world." "Isn't that precisely Lin Xia?" Lin Xia remained unfazed by the first 2 statements, but upon hearing 10 years of night, ferrying the world, his expression gradually turned solemn. Did it mean he had been blind for 10 years, or did it refer to his pact with Zhao Kongqing to be a night watchman for a decade? If it were the former, it would merely indicate that Qiao Yuan had conducted a meticulous investigation into him. However, if it were the latter, at the time he made his vow, there was not a soul around. How then did that Master Jin Chan come to know of it? As I've said before, I will not alleviate others' disasters or traverse their tribulations. Lin Xia shook his head. "Perhaps it is not possible now, but I have faith that you will achieve it in the future." "Do you have such confidence in me?" "I believe in Master Jin Chan." Lin Xia gazed at Qiao Yuan for a considerable time, letting out a helpless sigh. "Suit yourself, but I shall make no promises." The corners of Qiao Yuan's mouth curled upward slightly, as if recalling something, and he presented a dish of pickled vegetables to Lin Xia. "Eat the pickles." After a moment of hesitation, Lin Xia reached out, took a portion, and stuffed it into a steamed bun, taking a substantial bite. A satisfied smile spread across Qiao Yuan's face. This smile increasingly resembled that of a sycophant. Bai Li Pang Pang muttered under his breath, shamelessly inching closer to Qiao Yuan, reaching out to grab some pickles as well. Qiao Yuan's expression soured, and he swiftly covered the dish with his hand. "Scram! Just let me have a bite. If Xia can eat it, why can't I?" "Such stinginess." Bai Li Pang Pang pouted. "These are all Lin Xia's." Qiao Yuan replied expressionlessly. Bai Li Pang Pang, feeling wronged, leaned toward Lin Xia. "Xia, tell me, do I, Bai Li Pang Pang, deserve to eat your pickles?" "You do not." "My Rolex." "Well, it's fine to have a little." Seeing Lin Xia relent, Qiao Yuan, under the mocking grin of Bai Li Pang Pang, could only reluctantly release his grip and silently nod on raw meat. Bai Li Pang Pang, with a steamed bun in one hand and pickles in the other, stood defiantly before Qiao Yuan, nibbling away while emitting a foolish chuckle reminiscent of a favored concubine basking in her newfound power. "Attention everyone!" Just as the others were engrossed in their meal, Instructor Hong entered the cafeteria accompanied by 2 other instructors, his resounding voice echoing throughout the hall. All hands dropped their buns simultaneously, except for Bai Li Pang Pang, who who stuffed a piece of bun into his mouth, cheeks puffed out, standing rigidly in place. Instructor Hong's piercing gaze swept across the assembly as he spoke slowly. This afternoon marks your first extreme training session. Once you finish your meal, gather behind the cafeteria. Do you understand? We understand. The new recruits replied in unison. Instructor Hong nodded and offered a piece of advice. The extreme training this afternoon will be arduous. It would be wise to finish the food on your table. With that, the three instructors turned and departed, and the noise in the cafeteria surged once more. Extreme training? What on earth is that? Bailey Pang Pang wondered aloud, still chewing on his bun. I have no idea. Xiao Yuan shook his head. Let us just finish what we have on the table. Lin Xia gazed towards the direction the instructors had left, letting out a long sigh. This afternoon would likely be a true trial by fire. After Lin Xia and the others finished their meal, they proceeded directly to the back of the cafeteria, where several black buses were already parked, their destination unknown. Out of the camp? Bailey Pong Pong's eyes sparkled with a hint of anticipation. Exiting the camp may not necessarily be a good thing, Lin Xia remarked, his brow slightly furrowed. Why? This indicates that the facilities within the training camp can no longer meet the demands of extreme conditions. Suddenly, Zheng Zhang, a former Special Forces soldier, appeared behind the three individuals and spoke unexpectedly. Have you trained before? I am uncertain whether the training of the night watchers differs from that in the military. In any case, the afternoon training will not be as leisurely as the morning session, so conserve your energy. Zhang Zhang walked past Lin Xia, and the door of the black bus slowly opened. With a gentle leap, he vanished from the sight of the crowd. Lin Xia pondered for a moment, still unable to discern the nature of this extreme training. Ultimately, he decided to cease his speculations and boarded the bus behind Zheng Zhong, with Bai Li and Xiao Yuan following suit. Once everyone was on board, the vehicles began to move slowly, and the 5 black buses exited the training camp's gates, speeding towards the wilderness. After approximately half an hour, the vehicles came to a halt. Lin Xia, who had been resting, opened his eyes and gazed out the window, momentarily taken aback. Jinan Mountain. As a local of Cangnan, Lin Xia easily recognized the verdant peaks before him. Cangnan City is situated in the southeastern plains of Daxia, which lack notable high mountains. Jinan Mountain, standing at around 4,000 meters, is not considered particularly lofty, however. It is surrounded by a series of smaller peaks that encircle it, forming a cohesive range, neither excessively large nor insignificantly small. Moreover, the majestic Jinan Mountain remains untouched by extensive development, nestled on the outskirts of Cangnan City, characterized as a wild and untamed landscape. Atop Jinan Mountain, a modest cable car awaits to ferry visitors, yet the site attracts a mere trickle of tourists each year, rendering it one of the most obscure attractions imaginable. Once the vehicle came to a halt, Instructor Hong rose, casting a glance back at the new recruits, a cruel smile curling upon his lips. All personnel, disembark. Chapter 97. Entering the mountain in no time, the new recruits had assembled at the foot of Jinan Mountain. Instructor Hong stood before them, hands clasped behind his back, surveying the group before slowly articulating, "We are about to embark on extreme training. Do you see the mountain range behind you? Shortly, I will equip each of you with a burden of 35 kilograms, and your task will be to traverse this range before dawn tomorrow." Reporting. Zheng Zhang called out. "Speak. Is it merely a standard weight-bearing cross-country exercise?" "Not so simple." Instructor Hong replied with a slight smile, gesturing with his hand. Suddenly, a swarm of drones erupted from the last bus, each equipped with a miniature gun barrel. The burdens you carry possess built-in positioning capabilities. Once the training commences, these drones will enter the mountains and pursue all of you. Should you be struck by the paintball guns they carry, it signifies failure. And failure will incur a punishment that is harsh, exceedingly harsh, profoundly harsh. Instructor Hong's smile widened uncontrollably, as if recalling some amusing thought, emphasizing the word harsh thrice, sending shivers down the spines of the new recruits. "There are several rules I must emphasize." Instructor Hong extended 3 fingers and stated, "First, the burdens you carry can be exchanged among yourselves. For instance, if one of you finds it difficult to continue, you may transfer part of your load to another, and you may retrieve it at any time. However, it is imperative to note that you must not discard any weight without permission. Failure to comply will result in immediate disqualification. Second, you are prohibited from attacking or even touching the drones in any manner. Additionally, you may not carry any items that could obstruct the paintball gun's fire, nor may you hide in any terrain corners, remaining motionless. The only course of action available to you when confronted by the drones is to flee. Third, while you are permitted to form groups. You must not engage in any form of aggression towards one another, nor may you interfere with another's actions forcibly. After elucidating these 3 points, Instructor Hong shouted, "Do you understand?" "We understand," replied everyone in unison. "Now, take your burdens and head into the mountains." Following the command, the recruits began to take turns shouldering their loads, each receiving a tactical knife. This knife is intended for navigating the terrain, not for inflicting harm upon one another. Remember that, cautioned Instructor Hanli earnestly. When it was Chao Yuan's turn to receive his weapon, Instructor Hanli quietly placed the knife down and, turning around, produced a spoon. "Instructor, this." Chao Yuan was taken aback. "You cannot use knives, and since there are no other weapons available, you'll have to make do with this for now," Instructor Hanli reassured him, patting his shoulder. Chao Yuan pondered. "While others can use their knives to cut through the underbrush, what can I possibly do with this spoon? Are you digging a pit for yourself? By the way, that plump fellow over there." Instructor Hong seemed to recall something as he called out to Bai Li Pang Pang, who was preparing to enter the mountain. "Remove the free space and all those necklaces and bracelets you have on you, and place them in my custody." Instructor Hong extended his hand. Bai Li Pang Pang trembled, crossing his arms protectively over his chest. "Instructor, these items are quite valuable. I'm not taking them from you permanently, merely for safekeeping, understand? If you were to scatter prohibited items everywhere upon entering, what sort of training would that be?" "Fine." With a sorrowful expression, Bai Li Pang Pang retrieved another small white pouch from his pocket and handed it to Instructor Hong, along with the various trinkets adorning him. "All right, off you go." Instructor Hong solemnly placed these items in order and waved Bai Li Pang Pang away. Once all the new recruits had entered the mountain, Instructor Hong leisurely settled into the newly erected tactical tent and yawned. "Instructor Hong, is it really necessary to make such a fuss over a mere weighted endurance run?" Instructor Hanli asked, perplexed as he took a seat beside him. This is far more than a simple endurance run." Instructor Hong chuckled. "Do you truly believe they can escape this mountain range?" Instructor Hanli was momentarily taken aback, seemingly not comprehending his implication. "We have employed prohibited items to seal off this entire mountain range. Within this area, the original terrain has been irrevocably altered." Instructor Hong gazed in the direction of the departing recruits, a sinister smile gracing his lips. The entire mountain range had transformed into an inextricable labyrinth. No matter how fervently they ran, escape was an impossibility. Thus, they were destined to be relentlessly pursued by drones within this intricate maze, until their strength was utterly depleted. Such an outcome surpassed the efficacy of ordinary weighted cross-country training by leaps and bounds. Instructor Hanli pondered for a moment. Articulating his thoughts, "You aim to cultivate a sense of despair while permitting them to exchange burdens, testing not only their mental fortitude, but also exhausting their physical capabilities, all the while fostering a sense of trust among them." Indeed, Han's incisive analysis was commendable, and Instructor Hong raised his thumb in admiration. However, could the pressure exerted by mere drones and paintball guns truly be so formidable? Hanli could not help but inquire. A mysterious smile danced across Instructor Hong's face as he replied, "You shall see in due time. The punishment for failure is far more terrifying than you can imagine." At Jinan Mountain, Lin Xia and Chao Yuan adeptly navigated through the dense forest, burdened by their weights. The trees of Jinan Mountain were ancient, towering, and thickly clustered, with mottled sunlight filtering down, evoking the essence of a primordial jungle. "Wait for me," called Bai Li Pang Pang, his round physique making progress through the verdant undergrowth exceedingly challenging. "Why is this so heavy? Could you two possibly lighten my load a bit?" Bai Li Pang Pang lifted his head, his face brimming with expectation as he looked at the two ahead. "Absolutely not," Lin Xia replied decisively. "Scram," Chao Yuan coldly retorted, then turned to Lin Xia, gazing imploringly as he spoke. "Xia, shall I assist you by carrying a bit?" "No need," was the curt reply. Bai Li Pang Pang interjected, his tone laced with concern, buzzing. Just as he finished speaking, a cacophony of drone propellers descended upon them from behind, causing Lin Qia's expression to shift with alarm. "The drones are here. We must hasten our pace, or we shall undoubtedly be caught." Chao Yuan glanced around. The rookie soldiers, who had initially entered Jinan Mountain together, began to disperse. After all, clustering together would only heighten their chances of being targeted by the drones. "Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh, perhaps you should go ahead. This thing is far too cumbersome. I fear I cannot outrun the drones." Bai Li Pang Pang lamented, the ominous buzzing growing ever closer. "Are you not afraid of being hit and facing the consequences?" "Consequences?" I suppose so, but how terrifying could that punishment truly be? Li Pang Pang replied, uncertainty creeping into his voice. Chapter 98. A grand scene of social mortification thud. The moment Li Pang Pang finished a sentence, a drone emerged from the thicket behind, firing a shot that struck one of the rookies behind him. The soldier stood frozen, stumbling for a few paces before he felt the world spin, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. Immediately, two instructors burst forth from the nearby foliage, grinning wickedly as they dragged the unconscious rookie into the underbrush. Witnessing this, Li Pang Pang exclaimed in horror and hastily took several steps back. What in the world? Wasn't it just a paintball gun? Why does being hit render someone unconscious? What on earth were those two instructors about? Judging by their expressions, I fear for the chastity of that poor fellow. Li, plump as he is, couldn't help but voice his thoughts as he approached the two men. Chow Yuan fell silent for a moment, pondering whether the penalty for failure was indeed the loss of one's virtue. Surely it couldn't be that severe. Lin Qi's lips twitched. After all, we have quite a few ladies among us. Indeed, but what are they doing in the grove at this moment? Li glanced back at the thicket, his small eyes reflecting a profound sense of bewilderment. The two instructors, carrying the unconscious recruit, promptly lifted him onto a nearby stretcher, transporting him back down the mountain to the starting point. This must be the first elimination of the year during the extreme training. How intriguing. One instructor observed the recruit being carried away, and a glimmer of excitement sparkled in his eyes. He proceeded to equip the recruit with the truth ring, activated the microphone, and connected it to the Bluetooth speakers in everyone's gear. Instructor Hong orchestrated everything with remarkable composure. Soon, the subdued recruit was awakened and bound to a chair, rendered immobile. Hey, can you hear me? The instructor's voice suddenly emanated from the speakers behind them, startling the group. Lin Xia and his companions halted in unison. Was there actually a sound system in there? What were they planning? Lin Xia exclaimed in astonishment. No sooner had he spoken than the speakers crackled to life once more. You can hear me? Excellent. Ahem. Let the punishment commence. Your name is Wang Liang, correct? What is the most disgraceful act you have ever committed in your life? I once caught a glimpse of the older sister from my neighbor's house while she was bathing. Oh, was it pleasing? Indeed, she captivates my dreams frequently. Have you ever been discovered? There was one occasion when I was caught. She informed my mother. And that very night, I endured a severe beating. Oh, do you fancy that older sister? I do. She often visits my dreams at night. And sometimes Wang Liang's cheeks flushed crimson, his facial muscles strained in a futile effort to contain himself, yet his lips betrayed him, while his hands were firmly restrained to the chair, rendering him immobile. Opposite him, Instructor Hong asked a series of mortifying questions with utmost seriousness. The other instructors, listening from outside, struggled to suppress their laughter but eventually succumbed, erupting into collective guffaws. Within the mountains of Jinan, all 238 members, save for Wang Liang, halted in their tracks, succumbing to uncontrollable laughter. Ha! This lad, Wang Liang, truly has such embarrassing tales. How outrageous. Sneaking a peek at the older sister bathing, and without inviting me. I'm dying of laughter. Ha ha ha. As their laughter echoed, their expressions shifted dramatically. An unprecedented chill enveloped their hearts, their faces resembling withered eggplants. Li Pang Pang swallowed hard, his face pale, his voice hoarse as he spoke. Is this the consequence of being struck? It must be some kind of forbidden object that compels one to speak the truth. This tactic is truly ruthless. Lin Qiyi could not help but interject. The three exchanged a brief glance before sprinting deep into the Jinan Mountains, with Li Pang Pang surprisingly bursting forth with an unexpected vigor, leading the charge. His teeth clenched and his eyes ablaze with indomitable spirit. It seemed as though he might breathe fire. Was this truly a punishment? This was nothing less than a grand spectacle of social humiliation. These shameless instructors dared to pose any question imaginable, under the influence of that forbidden object. Even his own measurements slipped from his lips. Had he been in Wang Liang's position, the consequences would be unfathomable. In that moment, everyone surged forward as if invigorated by a potent elixir, their eyes aflame with determination. At the foot of the mountain, within the hastily erected tactical tent, Instructor Hong observed the rapidly moving red dots on the screen, nodding in satisfaction. What do you think? The results are quite promising, aren't they? Instructor Han, clutching his belly in laughter, gave him a hearty thumbs up. Impressive. Suddenly, a flurry of missiles sliced through the forest, followed by anguished cries and the sound of heavy objects crashing to the ground. Lin Xia furrowed his brow, glancing at the nearby woods, and in the next instant, he retreated with lightning speed, narrowly avoiding 2 missiles. "The drones are closing in from the left," he stated gravely. "We must proceed to the right." Qiao Yuan cast a worried gaze toward the other side, where the terrain was considerably more rugged and would demand greater exertion. I can't shake the feeling that these instructors are doing this on purpose." Li Pang gasped for breath. "They aim to drive us into those hellish places." "We have no choice," Qiao Yuan replied calmly. Lin Xie was the first to plunge into the dense forest, teeming with rocks and ancient trees. He ran, leaped, dodged, and twisted, wielding a small knife to cleave through the encroaching branches, striving to forge ahead. In a short span of time, his military uniform became riddled with scars, and his hands bore numerous small cuts inflicted by the sharp twigs around him. Ultimately, he was merely a high school student, despite a month of intensive tutoring. His physical capabilities were limited. The relentless exertion rapidly drained his stamina, and gradually, his movements began to slow. In contrast, Qiao Yuan appeared remarkably resilient. Even after such prolonged running, he merely exhibited slight breathlessness without exhibiting significant fatigue. As for Li Pang, he wore an expression of utter exhaustion. Seemingly on the verge of collapse, yet somehow possessed an inexplicable strength that propelled him forward step by step. One could only wonder what secret this fellow harbored, instilling such profound fear of punishment within him. As Lin Xie sliced through the vines obstructing his path and prepared to pass through, he was suddenly startled by a rustling sound and a faint buzzing from the opposite direction. At that moment, Shen Qizhu also carved through nearby obstacles, appearing directly before Lin Xie. Their gazes locked, and both were momentarily taken aback. Almost immediately, 2 waves of drones encircled them from the front and back. "Damn it. This is bad," they both cursed in unison. Chapter 99. The Sidekick. "What the hell? How did you suddenly appear in front of us?" Li Pang, too, was taken aback by the scene, left utterly dumbfounded. Now is not the time to dwell on this predicament. Shen Qizhu shouted loudly and swiftly changed direction, leaping to the left. Coincidentally, Lin Xie had also chosen the same path at that very moment. The 2 groups, initially trapped one behind the other, both surged to the left in a bid to break free, followed by a series of piercing sounds from incoming missiles. Among the 3 underlings behind Shen Qizhu, 2 were struck simultaneously, their desperate wails echoing as they collapsed to the ground, their eyes rolling back in unconsciousness. Lin Xie wielded his knife with such speed that it seemed to leave a trail of shadows, swiftly carving out a narrow path through the thicket, while Qiao Yuan, clutching a seemingly useless spoon, exerted himself to keep up. Li Pang gasped in surprise, darting behind a large tree to evade a barrage of missiles, then tumbled and crawled after Lin Xie and the others. The group ran for their lives, traversing the rugged old forest until they finally reached a relatively spacious clearing, where a small stream babbled gently down from the mountains, producing a melodious tinkling sound. Lin Xie took a few steps, bent down by the stream, cupped his hands to drink, and splashed some water on his face, releasing a long sigh of relief. Li Pang, however, plopped down on the ground, utterly exhausted. "Xie, how far are we from crossing the mountain range?" "Still a ways to go," Lin Xie replied slowly. "From the very beginning, drones have been rushing towards us from various directions, necessitating several changes in our course along the way. We have only advanced about 4 or 5 kilometers in a straight line from our starting point. Is the instructor playing tricks on us? We're being pursued by drones and aren't allowed to fight back." Shen Qizhu stood up, kicking a stone beneath his foot into the stream, his face a picture of displeasure. "If this continues, we shall never traverse the mountains." Qiao Yuan's brow furrowed deeply. "In truth, I have sensed something amiss since the very beginning." Lin Xie hesitated for a moment before speaking up. "Amiss? Have you not noticed? We have been running for quite some time, and regardless of the direction we take, the position of the sun in the sky remains unchanged." Lin Xie pointed to the sun above, adding, "Moreover, the mountain path I see seems to shift constantly." The group paused, their expressions darkening as they looked up in unison. "What is going on?" "It appears that the instructors have shrouded this area with forbidden substances from the outset. They had no intention of allowing us to break free." "What, then, is their true objective?" "To utterly drain our stamina here." Bai Li's face turned pale. "Meaning we are all destined to face that punishment?" "Not necessarily," Qiao Yuan interjected suddenly. "Those who have directly exhausted themselves to the point of fainting have not appeared in the punishment." Bai Li, in despair, sank to the ground with a long sigh. It seemed the drones were aware that they were nearing their limits, refraining from closing in, thus granting them a rare moment to catch their breath. After such an arduous pursuit, their strength was nearly depleted, and one by one, they collapsed onto the ground. The clearing by the stream enveloped in a profound silence. Only the relentless soul searching from their burdens echoed through the mountain gorge, provoking occasional laughter amongst them. "Hey, you there?" The lad with the spoon. Shen Qingzhu's gaze fell upon Xiao Yuan. "You are undeniably powerful. Why did you not exert yourself during the battle against the masked one last night?" "I refrained from drawing my sword unless absolutely necessary. This is a vow I made before the Buddha," Xiao Yuan replied calmly. "But you did strike later on," Shen Qingzhu countered. "That was only when it became unavoidable," Xiao Yuan remarked, his peripheral vision catching Lin Qiye's presence. Shen Qingzhu frowned. "What do you mean? He compels you to act, yet when I request the same, you merely sit there in silence? Do you look down upon me?" "Indeed. You." Shen Qingzhu's gaze sharpened. "Those who cannot even master their own emotions are forever the weak." Xiao Yuan toyed with the spoon in his hand, speaking with an air of tranquility. Shen Qingzhu glared fiercely at Xiao Yuan, his fist clenched tightly, as if he yearned to strike him. After a prolonged moment, he eventually relaxed his hands. Rising to his feet, he cast a cold glance at Xiao Yuan. "Let us see who is strong and who is weak." With that, he turned and strode in the opposite direction. Soon after, the only remaining rookie hurriedly stood and followed him. "Damn it, both of them have been eliminated. Why are you still following me?" Shen Qingzhu snapped, his anger flaring. "Because you are my brother Shen." A dark-skinned rookie grinned foolishly. "If it weren't for you helping my mother pay off her debts, I would still be begging on the streets, let alone being a night watchman. Are you out of your mind? Just yesterday, I nearly used Qi Min to eliminate you along with that ghostly figure, and you still regard me as brother Shen?" It was merely an attempt to compel him to emerge, the loyal follower stated earnestly, and moreover, if you truly cared nothing for us, why would you insist on confining us to the dormitory building before resorting to an airburst? You. Shen Qingzhu, vexed, kicked a pebble aside, cursing under his breath. "I shall not concern myself with this any longer. Since you lot, blind as you are, have chosen to accompany me, so be it. Remember, do not add to my troubles." Shen Qingzhu turned on his heel, striding purposefully into the distance, while his followers trailed closely behind. "Brother Shen, is your burden heavy? Shall I assist you in carrying some of it? Get lost. My burdens are mine to bear." "Oh." Once Shen Qingzhu had distanced himself, Li Pang shrugged, perplexed. It is indeed curious. Shen Qingzhu possesses a foul temper, an inflated ego, and an affinity for cursing. And yet, there are those willing to follow him. Have they truly lost their senses? That boy is named Deng Wei. In his youth, his father abandoned the family, and his mother developed a penchant for gambling, accruing a mountain of debt. Eventually, the creditors came knocking with knives in hand, leaving him no choice but to borrow money from various sources. It was then that he fortuitously encountered Shen Qingzhu, who, in a fit of inexplicable generosity, sold several parcels of his ancestral land to lend to Deng Wei. Subsequently, the two awakened in the Forbidden Ruins and caught the attention of the Night Watchers, leading them to this place. Xiao Yuan succinctly recounted the series of events. "You seem to know quite a lot about this. That Deng Wei happens to be my roommate." Xiao Yuan shrugged, accompanied by two loyal companions, twin brothers named Li Jia and Li Liang, who inexplicably followed Shen Qingzhu with unwavering devotion. He appeared to be a man with a story, though it was not immediately apparent. Li raised an eyebrow. At that moment, the droning sound of drones echoed through the forest once more, causing Lin Qiye's expression to shift subtly as he rose from the ground. Here they come again. Chapter 100. Brother Shen. The buzzing intensified. Several drones emerged from the woods to the right. Shen Qingzhu's countenance changed dramatically. "Run," he shouted, swiftly turning to leap onto the exposed rocks in the stream, racing in the opposite direction. Deng Wei adjusted the heavy load on his back, gritting his teeth as he followed in Shen Qingzhu's footsteps, carefully stepping forward. Just then, the drones had already soared into the distance. Their mounted guns trained on the two men, unleashing a barrage of missiles. Deng Wei's gaze was drawn to the missiles, panic setting in as he hurriedly bent down to evade the incoming projectiles. However, the stone beneath his feet suddenly slipped, and he tumbled directly into the stream with a splash. Splash! Shen Qingzhu abruptly turned back, his expression shifting to one of alarm. After a brief moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and grasped Deng Wei's shoulder, helping him to his feet. "Damn it, I told you not to follow me. Now you've brought trouble upon us." Shen Qingzhu cursed as he supported Deng Wei, moving quickly, while Deng Wei limped, his right foot seemingly injured. Rat-a-tat-tat. Two drones continued to pursue them relentlessly, almost as if they were doing so on purpose, sporadically firing shots. Yet curiously, not a single bullet found its mark. Shen Qingzhu furrowed her brow, her gaze fixed on the thicket not far ahead. Her pace quickened, nearly shouldering Deng Wei as she advanced. Amid the precise gunfire of 2 drones, which seemed to outline the human form, Shen Qingzhu plunged into the underbrush with Deng Wei. The drones circled the thicket twice before refraining from following them inside. The 2 of them hunched over, struggling to navigate through the dense foliage. At last, Shen Qingzhu, expending every ounce of her strength, stumbled and fell to the ground, bringing Deng Wei down with her. He clutched his right ankle, his face contorted in agony. "How's your foot?" Shen Qingzhu panted heavily, reaching for Deng Wei's ankle. "It's nothing serious, just a sprain, I think." Shen Qingzhu felt a large, swollen area on his ankle, and her expression darkened. "You can't run anymore." Deng Wei gasped for breath, looking at Shen Qingzhu with a faint smile. "Damn it, what's so funny? Shun, you turned back to save me." "Shut up. I just barely managed to reach you." "Shun, you should go. Take my load. I can't move anymore. I'll just wait here for the instructor to eliminate me. My burden is mine to bear." "Shun, you are destined for greatness. As a strong individual, you must survive until the end." Deng Wei reached out, grabbing Shen Qingzhu's load. "Since I'm destined to be eliminated, helping you lighten your burden is a way to contribute." Shen Qingzhu gazed at Deng Wei's dark, mischievous smile, falling into silence. "Give it to me. Don't snatch it." Shen Qingzhu grasped the burden tightly, contemplating for a moment before speaking. "All right. I shall take on a load of 10 pounds while you carry 25. That works. I trust your judgment." With that, Shen Qingzhu relieved himself of 25 pounds, placing it upon Deng Wei, feeling an immediate lightness envelop him, allowing his entire being to relax significantly. "Brother Shun, you should leave now. The drone will arrive shortly." "Understood. Please take care." With a nod, Shen Qingzhu shouldered the 10-pound load and slowly rose to his feet. He cast a final glance at the incapacitated Deng Wei before turning to disappear into the thicket. Armed with his knife, he carved out a narrow path barely wide enough for a single person, painstakingly navigating through the dense foliage. In that vast forest, he was utterly alone, accompanied only by the rustling of branches, while the surroundings remained enveloped in silence. After walking for some time, Shen Qingzhu raised his gaze to the sky, noting that the sun's position had not shifted, causing his brow to furrow once more. Are these instructors truly toying with us? Have they trapped us here like lab rats merely to relish our misfortunes? As he muttered these words, his pace gradually slowed. He glanced back towards Deng Wei's direction, a flicker of hesitation crossing his features, yet he quickly shook his head. "No. Shen Qingzhu, you are destined to become a formidable force. A strong individual must possess a ruthless heart. You must endure until the end. You must demonstrate to those who underestimate you just how powerful you can be." Clenching his fists, he took a deep breath and pressed onward. At that moment, a familiar voice emanated from the speakers of the burden. "Your name is Li Liang, correct?" "Yes." "Well then, why not share with us who you admire?" "I harbor no affections for anyone." "Ah, a stoic and unfeeling young man. Yet there must be someone you admire, right?" "Indeed. Who might that be?" "It is my esteemed brother, Shen Qingzhu." The instructor's voice was laced with astonishment. "Why?" "During our first year of high school, my younger brother, Li Xia, was deceived and entangled with a local gang of ruffians. Each day after school, we found ourselves cornered at the school gate, subjected to their bullying and extortion. Eventually, Shen, a senior, could no longer bear to witness our plight. He intervened single-handedly, confronting a dozen thugs and sending 4 of them to the hospital. As a result of this incident, he was expelled from school, unable to sit for the college entrance examination, and returned home to till the land. From that moment on, my brother and I vowed to follow Shen, despite his notoriously irritable temperament and penchant for cursing at us. Yet, over time, one discovers that he is, in fact, the gentlest soul in this world." Shen Qingzhu froze mid-motion, resembling a statue ensnared within the thicket. After a prolonged silence, he muttered to himself, "Damn it, what nonsense is this fellow spouting? It is clearly you who is being punished. Why must I bear the brunt of this embarrassment?" Gradually, he turned his gaze back toward the path he had come, his grip tightening around the small knife in his hand. Meanwhile, hidden within the foliage, Deng Wei rested with his eyes closed, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "That Li Liang speaks with remarkable clarity. I wonder how Shun will react upon hearing this." Buzzing sounds of drones filled the air as Deng Wei opened his eyes, watching the drones descend from the sky with a sly grin. "Come on, eliminate me." Several drones pivoted, their gun barrels aimed directly at the incapacitated Deng Wei. Taking a deep breath, he murmured, Just don't ask me any strange questions later. Otherwise, they'll hear and mock me. He slowly closed his eyes. Rat-a-tat-tat. The sound of missiles echoed, and Dang Wei felt as though he had been waiting an eternity. Yet he remained unscathed. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Shen Qingzhu, one hand wielding a small knife and the other bearing a heavy load across his chest, shielding Dang Wei from all the incoming missiles. Dang Wei was momentarily taken aback. Brother Shen, the rules state that you cannot use your pack to block bullets. Shen Qingzhu raised an eyebrow, discarding the weight he held with a subtle smirk. Rules? When have I, Shen Qingzhu, ever adhered to rules? With that declaration, he leaped into the air, his knife soaring forth and, to Dang Wei's astonishment, directly piercing and destroying one of the drones. The rules say you can't attack the drones. I will defiantly strike. Shen Qingzhu landed, observing the drone plummeting in flames, and snorted disdainfully. He turned back to the prostrate Dang Wei, asserting with an air of dominance. Useless, your brother Shen has come to save you. Just then, a gunshot rang out, and a missile struck Shen Qingzhu squarely in the back. He let out a muffled grunt, his eyes rolling back, and he promptly lost consciousness. Chapter 101. The Heretics. Well, isn't this the rebellious Shen Qingzhu? So, you've been eliminated too? Indeed. Who gives you the audacity to destroy drones? I apologize. I have been rather presumptuous. Given this, let us double your punishment time. I shall ponder where to begin. Ah, did you hear what Li Liang just said? I did. Is what he said true? Indeed. Then, why do you choose to present yourself as ruthless, lawless, and arrogant? Because people are inherently inclined to fear the strong and bully the weak. The feeble will always be preyed upon. While I am genuinely curious about your past, considering the peculiar circumstances, I shall refrain from inquiring for now. Instead, tell me why you desire to become strong. I do not wish to be looked down upon by others. Is that the only reason? Yes. You conceal your true self, appearing fierce while harboring gentleness within, and you care so much about others' opinions. Are you a Virgo? Yes. Oh, let us discuss your romantic experiences then. How many love letters have you written thus far? 114. So many? Please elaborate. When I was 4, I developed a fondness for the older sister next door, and then Lin Xia and the others dashed through the mountains, straining to hear Shen Qingzhu's public reprimand. Goodness, this time, Zhai Gu is truly in trouble. Li Pangpang huffed and puffed, occasionally breaking into laughter. Lin Xia gazed at the gradually dimming sky and spoke slowly. It has been nearly 5 hours since we entered Jinan Mountain, and more than half of the participants have already been eliminated. Chao Yuan turned to Li Pangang, somewhat astonished, and remarked, Didn't you say you wouldn't make it when you first entered? How have you managed to hold on until now? Even if I were to faint from exhaustion, I would refuse to accept that punishment. Li Pangang seemed to recall something, his face turning ashen. Now that you mention it, I am even more curious about the secrets you harbor. As more and more new recruits were dragged down the mountain, the number of drones overhead noticeably increased. Initially, only 2 or 3 drones pursued them. Now, there were often more than 10. Fortunately, the instructors displayed some degree of compassion, refraining from surrounding them completely with drones. Each time, they would provide a gap through which the recruits could flee, granting them a fleeting opportunity for escape. The drones relentlessly pursued them, draining their stamina before disappearing momentarily to allow for a brief recovery, cycling through this torment, forcing them to teeter on the brink of their limits time and again. Now, Lin Xia finally understood why this was termed extreme training. The deeper they ventured into Jinan Mountain, the slower their pace became. Li Pangpang stumbled behind Lin Xia and the others, his complexion growing increasingly pallid. If you cannot go on, sit down and rest, Lin Xia observed, his brow furrowed, keenly aware of Li Pangpang's condition. No, I cannot. I must run. Li Pangpang's eyes were glazed, his clothing drenched in sweat, yet he pressed forward, determination shining in his gaze. Damn it. Why am I still not unconscious? Chao Yuan pondered for a moment. How about you just crash into a tree? I'm afraid of the pain. Li, the plump one, waved his hand dismissively. You all go ahead. I truly feel I'm nearing my limit. If I faint, you needn't come to rescue me. In truth, we never intended to save you. Li's expression twitched, he coughed a couple of times. It hurts. It truly hurts. Li placed a hand on his chest, and before he could finish his words, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Chao Yuan stepped forward to check on him, nodding at Lin Xia. He's fine, just exhausted to the point of fainting. Well then, let us move on. Lin Xia turned and continued deeper into the forest. To be honest, Lin Xia himself was also approaching his limit. After 5 continuous hours of trekking with a heavy load. Despite numerous breaks, his body was not particularly resilient, and now he was beginning to see stars. Why don't you take a break too? Chao Yuan glanced at Lin Xia. Lin Xia took a deep breath and shook his head. I can still persevere. Why are you pushing yourself so hard? Only by breaking through one's limits can one grow stronger. Lin Xia spoke calmly, and only by becoming stronger can one survive, and only by surviving can one return. Return? Return where? Lin Xia shook his head, offering no reply. If you merely wish for me to help absolve your sins in the future, there is truly no need to curry favor with me. Lin Xia suddenly spoke. If this is a transaction, you need only provide a sufficient price. Is this how you perceive transactions? Chao Yuan inquired casually. What other perspective could there be? Do you find yourself lacking in friends? Lin Xia replied. I have always been an outcast. What a coincidence, I too share that sentiment. Chao Yuan remarked. Yet it is precisely this shared experience that might enable us to forge a friendship. Wouldn't you agree? The last individual who sought my companionship lost his head by my own hand, and the one before him was devoured by a monster I delivered him to. The grass on his grave must be half a meter tall by now, Lin Xia stated with an expressionless visage. Is the risk of being your friend truly so perilous? Indeed. In truth, I am not dissimilar. I have not only severed the heads of several close companions, but also annihilated an entire village. Since that fateful day, not even a dog remains in the place where I grew up. Do not dare to compare me to you. From this perspective, I am far inferior. You are unique. Even disregarding the prophecy of the golden cicada master concerning you, you remain exceptional. Chao Yuan gazed intently into Lin Xia's eyes, adding, if it were possible, I would genuinely hope that two such outcasts as ourselves could become friends. After a brief silence, Lin Xia gestured toward the lifeless body of Bai Li Pang Pang lying behind them. What about him? Him? Chao Yuan chuckled softly. Do you not find that? In a certain sense, he too is an outcast? True, he is extraordinarily foolish, yet remarkably affluent. Astute observation. Not long after, 2 instructors approached the unconscious Bai Li Pang Pang with a stretcher, expressing surprise at his endurance, noting that the little chubby fellow had managed to hold on until now. Having run himself to the point of fainting, one of the instructors shook his head with a hint of regret, lamenting that he had hoped to hear some juicy gossip about the Bai family, having heard that the scions of these prominent families often led tumultuous private lives. Oh, never mind. Let's just carry him down, he concluded. Goodness, he's heavy. The 2 men hoisted Bai Li Pang Pang onto the stretcher and huffed their way down the mountain. On the stretcher, the seemingly lifeless Bai Li Pang Pang let out a few grunts, quietly opened his eyes, and a faint smile graced his lips. At the foot of the mountain, 7 hours had already elapsed. How many remained? Instructor Hong inquired as he entered the tactical tent. The instructors, fixated on the screen, counted and replied, 16 are still left, most of whom are seasoned fighters or special forces. However, surprisingly, Lin Xiyi and Chao Yuan are still in the fray. While they excel in combat, their stamina is not their strong suit, if I am not mistaken. They too are nearing their limits. Instructor Hong gazed up at the darkened Jinnan Mountain, speaking slowly. Chapter 102, One Person. Having endured 8 hours in Jinnan Mountain, Lin Xiyi and Chao Yuan, burdened with weight, traversed yet another peak as the night deepened, enveloping the mountains before them in complete darkness. In this environment, rife with branches and pitfalls, navigating without a flashlight is nearly impossible. No one knows whether the next step will land on solid ground or lead into a thicket of thorns. At this moment, the vast Jinnan Mountain lies in utter silence. How many are left? The instructors sit together, and Instructor Hong glances at the time, inquiring. 3 remain. Special Forces members Zheng Zhong, Lin Xia, and Chao Yuan. Goodness, how have those 2 managed to endure until now? It defies logic. One instructor murmurs. It is not surprising that Chao Yuan, having been tempered by the Black King's annihilation, can hold on, but Lin Xia, how has he managed it? Instructor Hong strokes his chin, his eyes filled with perplexity. Now only 2 remain. An instructor, who has been intently monitoring the screen, speaks up. Just moments ago, Zhang Zhong lost his footing in the darkness and tumbled down the mountainside, rendering him unconscious. The medical team has already attended to him. At this hour, perhaps we should conclude this extreme training? Indeed, it is too late. Nothing can be seen in the mountains, and continuing like this could lead to unforeseen accidents. Instructor Hong pauses for a moment, then decides to remain cautious, directing all drones towards the 2 young men, with the medics closely following, prepared for rescue. I am curious to see just what their limits are. In the pitch-black jungle, Lin Xia's eyes shimmer as the blade in his hand deftly cleaves through the thorns before him, allowing him to crouch and slip through the opening. Qiao Yuan follows closely behind, never faltering. It's so dark, can you still see? Qiao Yuan, holding a small spoon, cannot help but ask. Lin Xia spoke calmly. Then you should walk slower. I can no longer see you. I am already walking at a leisurely pace, Qiao Yuan retorted. But you mentioned an hour and a half ago that you were reaching your limit. How is it that you now exhibit such vitality? Are you a night owl? Something like that, Lin Xia admitted. Indeed, he had felt exhausted long ago, yet as darkness enveloped the surroundings, his stamina began to recover at an astonishing rate. A brief respite would rejuvenate him to a state even more vigorous than when he first entered Jinan Mountain. Though he had no intention of exploiting this ability to gain an unfair advantage, it was a passive skill that he could not deactivate. He yearned to train earnestly and transcend the limits of his body, yet every time he sensed he was nearing his threshold, his energy inexplicably surged back. In contrast, while Qiao Yuan's physical prowess had been greatly enhanced by the Forbidden Ruins, his endurance was still finite. Having persevered thus far, he too was approaching his limit. In essence, Lin Xia resembled a peculiar being with a recovery rate of 1,000%, while Qiao Yuan, despite his extensive reserves, faced the inevitable decline of his stamina. It has been a long time since we heard the sound of punishment. Could it be that only the two of us remain in this mountain? There was one just 10 minutes ago. Now it appears to be just us, Qiao Yuan replied. How do you know that? Lin Xia did not respond, but merely cast a glance at the bat that had just fluttered by overhead. In the depths of the mountain under the cloak of night, earthworms, millipedes, lizards, and bats, all nocturnal creatures, served as Lin Xia's eyes and ears. For over an hour, he had been meticulously attuned to the mountain's every nuance through them. He was acutely aware of the medical personnel trailing behind him and the drones hovering above, and he knew that if he so desired, he could vanish into the wilderness, eluding all detection. At this moment, the mountain had become Lin Xia's domain. I feel as though I am nearing my limit. After a brief passage, Qiao Yuan's faltering steps came to a halt as he stood behind Lin Xia. Lin Xia raised an eyebrow. Aren't you going to make one last effort? I cannot afford to lose consciousness, Qiao Yuan replied, shaking his head. If I do, the Forbidden Realm might seize control of my body, complicating matters further. It seems that a high-ranking forbidden sequence is not without its drawbacks. Lin Xia sighed. You should go. I will wait here. If all goes according to plan, you will soon hear the sound of my punishment. Qiao Yuan sat down on the spot, offering Lin Xia a faint smile. Then I shall take my leave. Until we meet again at the training camp. Indeed, Lin Xia turned, gripping his blade tightly, and strode boldly into the shadowy depths of the mountain. At the base of the mountain, Qiao Yuan relinquished his efforts, leaving Lin Xia alone. An instructor spoke up. This lad continues to surprise us. Instructor Hong raised an eyebrow, reflecting on the situation. Moreover, what is it? Since over an hour ago, he has been moving in a straight line. What? The instructors in the tent were taken aback. How could this be possible? We have consistently altered the path through Jinan Mountain. How could he possibly traverse it in a straight line? I do not know. Yet he has indeed accomplished it. At this current pace, in no more than 3 hours, he could truly cross the entirety of Jinan Mountain. 3 hours? Does he possess enough stamina? While I would like to assert that he does not, it seems that logic seldom applies to him. Instructor Hong fell silent for a moment before slowly speaking. Dismantle all the tents here, leaving one person to punish Qiao Yuan. The rest shall accompany me to the other side of Jinan Mountain. We shall wait for him there. Instructor Hong, do you truly believe he can achieve this? If it were anyone else, I might doubt it, but if it is him, that is an entirely different matter. 9 hours into the journey through Jinan Mountain, Lin Xia ran faster through the dark forest, resembling a fleeting specter, gliding freely through the wilderness as if it were his own home. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the weight he carried on his back. Qiao Yuan, yes, you have done remarkably well. I know. However, regrettably, you must still face punishment. I understand. Currently, there are few who can hear our conversation. Aside from a few instructors, only your comrades still battling in the mountains remains. You may relax a bit. Ask away. What type of girl do you prefer? I do not like girls. Could it be that you? I am rather fond of mature, voluptuous, intellectually stimulating women, preferably those who have had past partners. Fortunately, fortunate indeed. Wait, did you just say something quite remarkable? The instructor's expression changed. Your tastes. Ahem, Qiaoze, let us shift the topic. What is your greatest regret in life? On the other end, Qiao Yuan fell into a brief silence. When I was 6 years old, I failed to drown myself in the river. Why? If I had died then, none of the subsequent events would have occurred. Qiao Yuan spoke calmly. I would not have returned to the village, nor would I have curiously picked up the scythe lying on the ground. I would not have unleashed my forbidden powers, resulting in the slaughter of 172 innocent villagers. I certainly would not have been incarcerated, extinguishing 161 lives within the police station with a mere nail clipper. This is not your fault. It is my fault. I will not evade responsibility. You merely could not contain the power within you. This was never your intention. It is my body. My inability to control it is indeed my fault. The instructor fell silent for a moment. So, do you have anything you wish to convey to that companion in the mountains? Qiao Yuan smiled faintly, turning to gaze at the dark silhouette of Jinnan Mountain, and slowly began to speak. Lin Shiyi, do not bring shame upon us heretics. Chapter 103, Regret. Upon hearing these words, Lin Shiyi's lips curled into a subtle smile. He grasped the dagger with a reverse grip, his form weaving through the underbrush like a specter. In this moment, he held nothing back, pushing his speed to its utmost limits. Despite the presence of that mysterious forbidden object suppressing him, its effects on the Starry Night Dancer were far from optimal. He now resembled a player utilizing cheat codes. Endowed with dark vision, doubled recovery, extraordinary stamina, enhanced velocity, and a fully revealed map. Within the tracking devices held by the instructors, Lin Xia was swiftly traversing the entirety of Jinnan Mountain, barreling straight toward the opposite side. Meanwhile, the 4 buses carrying other recruits had long since departed, leaving only one vehicle laden with supplies and instructors, making its way toward the exit of Jinnan Mountain under the cloak of night. The drones, their power dwindling, were reluctantly returning to base. The multitude of medics that had been trailing Lin Xia began to struggle, gradually falling behind until they ultimately lost sight of him. Were it not for the small red dot on the map continuing to advance rapidly, the instructors might have feared that Lin Xia had gone missing. 9 hours into Jinnan Mountain. 10 hours into Jinnan Mountain. The instructor's bus had already reached the other end of Jinnan Mountain, and they disembarked, peering through their night vision binoculars to observe the movements ahead. How much longer could it be? Very soon. It had only been 2 hours. How was he achieving this? One instructor, holding a tablet, could not help but exclaim. Even if the town suppression monument could not completely subdue his forbidden realm, this speed was utterly outrageous. Could he have transformed into a ghost, simply drifting out? Are divine agents truly so formidable? How long did Wang spend on his last extreme training? Instructor Han Li inquired. The best result was 6 hours, but that was just before graduation. In the 5 preceding extreme training sessions, he never truly traversed the entire terrain. Instructor Hong gazed at the imposing black peaks before him. Although the previous training location was not Jinnan Mountain, the two were nearly indistinguishable, with Jinnan Mountain's terrain being even more rugged. Not only him, but throughout the history of the new recruit training camp, the number of individuals who could genuinely complete the extreme training was exceedingly few, and none had managed to do so on their first attempt. If Lin Xia could indeed emerge from this challenge, he would etch his name into the annals of our training camp's history. He is about to emerge, the instructor's voice echoed once more. All the instructors fell silent, raising their binoculars to scrutinize the scene ahead. Suddenly, from beneath the black mountain, a mud-covered youth slowly appeared. His military uniform was marred with scratches from branches and smeared with dirt. His military cap was nowhere to be seen. He clutched a small knife tightly, his palm already bloodied from the grip. Under the moonlight, his handsome visage became increasingly distinct as he approached the instructors and came to a halt. Have I completed it? Lin Xia rasped. The instructors were momentarily taken aback, and after a brief pause, Instructor Hong stepped forward and patted his shoulder. You have completed it, he said. You have made history. Lin Xia's body wavered slightly, unable to control his forward tumble, but Instructor Hong reacted swiftly, catching him just in time. Lin Xia was indeed exhausted. Even with the enhancement of the Starry Night Dancer, amid such intense training, he found himself nearing his limits, and had even surpassed them entirely. His ability to persevere to this point was not solely attributed to the Knight's embrace, but also to his remarkable resilience and unwavering dedication. Instructor Hong supported him as he sat down nearby, while Instructor Han handed over his water bottle, giving him a thumbs up. Impressive. Lin Xia smiled faintly, accepting the water bottle and gulping down the liquid. After a grueling 10 hours, aside from a few sips of stream water, he had consumed nothing, and his throat felt as though it were on fire. Drink slowly. Take your time, Instructor Han remarked. Suddenly, a thought struck him. What? You still haven't given me my compensation, Lin Xia stated earnestly. Compensation? Instructor Han was taken aback. What compensation? Having only arrived that morning. He was unaware of the previous day's confrontation between the new recruits and the masked figures. However, the other instructors were well aware, and, upon hearing Lin Xia's mention, a few awkwardly averted their gazes. Don't worry, you won't be shortchanged. Come see me tomorrow at your convenience, Instructor Hong said, approaching Lin Xia with a ring in hand. A hint of exasperation in his voice. All right, Lin Xia nodded. As the architect of history, are you not inclined to accept a punishment? Lin Xia was taken aback. I succeeded. Why should I be punished? Oh, just for fun. Besides, there's no one else around to hear us. Let us pose a question. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Xia nodded. Very well. He took the truth ring and slipped it onto his ring finger. After much deliberation, Instructor Hong solemnly posed the singular question. What is the greatest regret of your life? Lin Xia was momentarily taken aback. This inquiry was one he had not even contemplated himself. Numerous regrets seemed to haunt him, such as that fateful night when he climbed onto the rooftop, beheld the seraph, and lost his sight, thus forfeiting a childhood that was easily accessible to ordinary individuals, or the time he fell from the eaves, was confined to a psychiatric hospital, and thereafter was regarded as an outcast, or perhaps the fact that he could not ensure a better life for his aunt and Jean. His existence appeared to be riddled with tragedies and regrets. He was uncertain how long he remained silent, turning his gaze toward the inky black sky, and slowly and heavily articulated the answer he had subconsciously overlooked. I could not save him. In a haze, Biley opened his eyes. How did I end up in this tub? He gazed in confusion at his own bare form, now lying in a large bathing tub filled with an unknown liquid that emitted a foul odor. Instinctively, he attempted to extricate himself. You'd best lie back down quietly, Lin Xia, who was also submerged in the tub, advised. Xia, what is happening? I returned later than you, so I am equally in the dark. In any case, the instructors prepared a medicinal bath for each of us, seemingly intended to alleviate fatigue and strengthen our bodies. Then what about my clothes? I am unsure. When I arrived back, you were already lying in there like a plucked chicken. Biley Pang scratched his head, feeling as though his previously sore arms had returned to normal. In surprise, he remarked, the effects of this medicinal bath seem rather impressive. Of course. It's the night watchman's secret recipe, came the calm response from Chow Yuan, who stood at the door, toothbrush in mouth. Why didn't you take the medicinal bath? Biley Pang inquired, puzzled. I've already finished, Chow Yuan replied, rolling his eyes and gesturing toward the clear sky outside. It's morning. The instructor announced a pause in morning exercises today. We will head directly to the dining hall for breakfast shortly. The dining hall. Biley Pang's eyes lit up, only to dim again as he seemed to recall something. Chow Yuan turned to leave, casually dropping a piece of information. I heard today's breakfast in the dining hall includes steamed buns, fried dough sticks, and soybean milk. Suddenly, Biley Pang sprang up from the wooden tub, his eyes wide with astonishment. Without a second thought, he leaped out of the tub, slipped on his shoes, and dashed out of the dormitory. Meanwhile, Lin Xi turned his head, lost in thought as he glanced at the clothes Biley Pang had forgotten to wear. In the next moment, a chorus of shrieks erupted from outside the window. Chapter 104. A grand gift with no morning training scheduled. The day felt less rushed. Lin Qiyu leisurely enjoyed his medicinal bath for a while longer before finally changing into his clothes and making his way to the dining hall. Chow Yuan was not mistaken. Today the cafeteria was finally devoid of the nauseating steamed buns and raw meat, instead offering an aromatic Chinese breakfast, soy milk, fried dough sticks, buns, pancakes, and plain congee. At this moment, the cafeteria was teeming with new recruits who, having endured that nightmarish extreme training, were indeed ravenous, devouring their food like famished souls. Lin Xia observed Biley Pang, who had already finished 2 baskets of buns, his lips twitching slightly. Xia, these buns are truly delightful. I wonder if that old man's son has had a change of heart. Would you like one? Biley Pang, mouth full, extended a bun towards Lin Xia. Lin Xia accepted without hesitation, grasping the bun in hand while leisurely sipping his soy milk. By the way, Xia, how did you manage to come down from the mountain last night? Did you faint or were you shot? Biley Pang seemed to recall something and inquired. Given that Lin Xia had taken an unusually long time, the other recruits had long been sent back to the training camp, and naturally, few were aware of Lin Xia's solitary passage through Jinan Mountain. I walked out, Lin Xia replied nonchalantly. Biley Pang paused, momentarily bewildered by Lin Qia's meaning. Before exclaiming in astonishment, "You mean, you truly traversed the entire Jinan mountain? What sort of monster are you? You actually accomplished it." Chao Yuan quietly leaned in from the adjacent table, placing a large meat bun into Lin Qia's bowl, relieved that they had not brought shame upon their peculiar group. Li Pang scratched his head in confusion. "Wait, you mentioned a few heretics. Aside from the two of you, who else is there?" Lin Qiyi and Chao Yuan simultaneously fixed their gazes upon Li Pang. "I'm just an ordinary." "Shut up," Li Pang was interrupted. "Oh." Having satisfied his hunger, Lin Qiyi set down his bowl and glanced at the clock on the wall. "You all eat. I have a matter to attend to." With that, he turned and strode out of the cafeteria. Li Pang raised an eyebrow and nudged Chao Yuan. "What do you think? Why is he acting so mysteriously today?" "Who knows?" Chao Yuan replied, his expression impassive. "It's not like he's off to meet a lover." "Why not?" Li Pang questioned. "With his personality, do you think that's even a possibility?" "True." After Lin Qiyi exited the cafeteria, he proceeded directly to the instructor's office. Reporting, "Come in." Upon entering the office, Instructor Hong cast a glance at him, immediately feeling a twinge of headache. "I must say, you're rather eager, aren't you? I asked you to come today, and you really showed up early in the morning?" "I just happened to have some free time." Lin Qiyi shrugged. "Have a seat." Instructor Hong rose and retrieved an envelope and a small black box from the cabinet behind him, presenting them to Lin Qiyi. "Yesterday, Wang Mian already briefed us. Although there are quite a few conditions, they are not unacceptable. Inside the envelope on the left is a bank card with 500,000. The password is written inside. You can withdraw it at any bank. In the box on the right lies the reward we bestow upon you, a forbidden item." Instructor Hong reclined in his chair, expressing his thoughts. "You truly are remarkable. Few possess the audacity to extract benefits from Commander Yuan." Lin Qiyi was taken aback. "These rewards originated from Commander Yuan himself?" "Indeed," Instructor Hong replied. Leaning back against the chair, "It was the commander's idea to have the masked squad engage in battle with you. I never anticipated we would lose so unexpectedly. The commander has shouldered the responsibility and arranged these conditions for you, yet he is unwilling to accept any assistance from us." Lin Xia lowered his gaze to the envelope and the box before him, remaining silent for a moment before pushing the envelope back. "Let it be." Instructor Hong was taken aback. "Wasn't this previously agreed upon? Now you wish to forego it?" "I do not wish to accept it. In truth, there is no need for you to decline. He is our commander, also the deputy leader of the Night Watch team stationed in the capital, holding a significant position within the upper echelons of the Night Watch. Do you truly believe he lacks this 500,000? "It is not a matter of need or lack," Lin Qiyi calmly responded. "I do not accept money from soldiers." Instructor Hong looked at Lin Qiyi in astonishment. And after a pause, he spoke. "Have you considered this carefully? If you refuse it now, you may not receive it next time you desire it." "I decline." "Very well. You are quite resolute." Instructor Hong nodded, reclaiming the envelope, then reached for the box on the table once more. Smack. Lin Xia pressed his hand down on the box. "This belongs to me." Lin Xia met Instructor Hong's gaze earnestly and declared, "Did you not say you did not want it?" Instructor Hong grinned. "I have no need for money, yet this item is of great utility to me. Just a jest, I assure you." Instructor Hong released his grip, chuckling softly. You cannot fathom the expression on the commander's face when he unveiled this treasure. It was one of profound sorrow. "What lies within? Open it, and you shall discover." Lin Xia unfastened the box, revealing a cerulean diamond-like crystal, no larger than a fingernail. Yet its surface emanated a faint, ethereal glow, indicating its extraordinary nature. "This is the Blue Heart," he remarked, recognizing it as a forbidden artifact salvaged from the East China Sea over 2 decades ago. Within a meter's radius, it perpetually activates the Blue Guardian of the Forbidden Ruin Sequence 278, capable of withstanding most mental assaults. However, it is essential to note that it has its limitations. Should the assailant possess a higher realm of mental prowess, its efficacy would merely serve to diminish the attack's potency. Lin Qiya's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although he currently possessed 2 divine relics, neither offered any significant defense against mental attacks. In open combat, he was well prepared, but if faced with mental aggression, he could only resort to the might of the Seraph's divine power for resistance, which was taxing on his mental energy and primarily offensive, lacking in defensive capabilities. The Blue Heart effectively rectified this shortcoming. A remarkable item, Lin Xia affirmed. Surely, anything presented by the commander must be of exceptional quality. Instructor Hong smiled. "When you return, Find a string to fashion it into an amulet. While we need not speak of distant realms, it will undoubtedly suffice for any challenges below the Chuan level. Lin Xia solemnly stowed away the azure heart and expressed his gratitude to Instructor Yuan. Instructor Hong waved his hand dismissively, urging him to dispense with such pleasantries and return swiftly, for training was about to commence. Lin Xia bid a brief farewell to Instructor Hong and hurriedly exited the office. Once he departed, Yuan Gang's ethereal presence materialized within the office, his gaze fixed upon the envelope on the desk, a faint smile gracing his lips. Commander, what are your thoughts on him? Instructor Hong, unfazed by Yuan Gang's sudden appearance, inquired. Excellent. Even if Wang Mian had not reached an agreement with him, I would have found a way to bestow the azure heart upon him. After all, he is the agent of the Seraphim, and we cannot allow such potential to wither prematurely. Yuan Gang lifted his gaze towards the direction in which Lin Xia had departed. And what of now? At present, I truly believe he is deserving of the grand gift I intend to offer. Chapter 105. The path to training ground echoed with the rhythmic clash of wooden swords. As Lin Xia, with one hand resting behind his back and the other gripping his blade, advanced steadily with measured steps. Opposite him, Bai Li, flustered and panicked, stumbled backward, his wooden sword flailing wildly as he struggled to defend himself. With a deft flick of his wrist, Lin Xia effortlessly disarmed Bai Li, sending the wooden sword flying from his grasp. In a swift motion, he stepped forward, the wooden blade hovering ominously by Bai Li's neck. You are far too formidable. I cannot match your strength, Bai Li exclaimed, dropping his weapon in defeat and collapsing onto the ground, breathless and frustrated. It is not that I am strong, rather, you are simply too weak, Lin Xia stated matter-of-factly. Zhao Yuan, who could not wield a blade, sat quietly beside them, resting his chin in his hand as he observed the duel. Upon hearing Lin Xia's words, he nodded in agreement. Bailey Pang Pang lamented, Bailey Tumming, your fundamentals are exceedingly poor. You should practice the basics alongside them. Instructor Han Li approached Bailey Pang Pang, who, with a despondent expression, reluctantly joined the group practicing the fundamentals. Lin Xia, Instructor Han Li's brow furrowed slightly. Although your foundation is solid and your swordsmanship proficient, I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss. What is lacking? Your sword possesses form but lacks spirit. After gathering his thoughts, he continued, your technique is too rigid. It may suffice against those of average skill, but against true masters, it will prove burdensome. Let us engage in a spar. Instructor Han Li retrieved a wooden sword from a nearby rack, adopting a seemingly casual stance in front of Lin Xia. Lin Xia nodded, taking a serious fighting posture as he abruptly swung his wooden sword. With a sudden fluidity, Instructor Han Li's previously relaxed stance transformed, and his wooden sword cut through the air with an ethereal grace, effortlessly parrying Lin Xia's assault. After deflecting 3 successive strikes, Han Li's eyes narrowed, and his wooden sword seemed to come alive, darting forth like a serpent to strike Lin Xia's wrist. With a soft sound, Lin Xia's wooden sword slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground beside him. He stood there, momentarily stunned. Unlike the previous practice session, where Instructor Han Li engaged in a controlled sparring match with him to teach the new recruits a fixed knife technique, deliberately slowing down the pace for clarity, this time was distinctly different. Instructor Han unleashed a series of 4 strikes with no discernible pattern, and the wooden sword in his hands seemed to possess a life of its own, exhibiting an alarming agility. In contrast, Lin Xia's knife technique appeared particularly rigid. Do you sense it? Instructor Han inquired as he retrieved the wooden sword for him. Yes, Lin Xia replied, furrowing his brow in contemplation. But how can I practice to overcome this rigidity? After a brief silence, Instructor Han responded, while this issue is indeed serious, it is not insurmountable. It merely demands considerable time investment. Many martial arts masters require 2 to 3 decades of diligent practice to attain a higher realm. Upon hearing the mention of 2 to 3 decades, Lin Xia's expression turned somewhat grim. However, I believe the fundamental reason lies elsewhere, Instructor Han continued. What is it? Lin Xia asked. Have you ever considered that perhaps you are not suited to wield a knife? Or, more specifically, not suited to wield this particular type of knife? Instructor Han gazed intently into his eyes. Lin Xia was momentarily taken aback. To be frank, your innate talent with a knife is not particularly high. Those gifted individuals, even when handling a knife for the first time, display an indescribable aura, regardless of their initial clumsiness. Unfortunately, I do not observe that quality in you. Instructor Han Li continued. Of course, I do not mean to imply that you lack talent. Among the multitude of people in this world, Those who possess exceptional gifts are indeed few. With diligent practice, your swordsmanship can certainly achieve a level of proficiency. However, if you aspire to reach a higher realm, it is an arduous journey. My intention in speaking at length is to remind you that you may discover a path more suited to your own capabilities. A path more suited to my own capabilities, Lin Xia murmured to himself. Instructor Han patted him on the shoulder and said, reflect on this, and I will go check on the others. After the instructor departed, Lin Xia stood alone, gripping his sword, seemingly lost in contemplation. Following the trials of the first day, the subsequent days proved to be considerably more bearable. Not only had the cafeteria's meals improved, but the bizarre and harsh physical punishments had also diminished. Nevertheless, the instructor's relentless and varied physical training still left the new recruits in agony. After a long day of training, Lin Xia slowly climbed into bed. As soon as he closed his eyes, his thoughts began to spiral. The image of Instructor Han's 4 strikes lingered in his mind, alongside his own stiff, blocking movements. Perhaps he was right. He truly might not be suited for the sword. Yet, the notion of spending over 20 years honing this skill was something he found difficult to accept. If he were to abandon the sword, then, where would his path lie? In a haze of confusion, Lin Xia drifted off to sleep, where he once again faced the terror governed by Chen Mai. In the subterranean training ground, Chen Mai wielded twin wooden blades with a ferocity akin to a tempest, overwhelming Lin Xia to the point of breathlessness. He could only feebly parry a few strikes, enduring the sharp pain inflicted by the wooden sword. However, this time, he chose not to flee. His eyes widened as he meticulously focused his mental energy, capturing the trajectory of Chen Mai's blades, where they originated and where they descended. Gradually, the underground arena began to fade, Chen Mai's visage becoming increasingly indistinct, yet the 2 wooden swords in his grasp left an indelible mark upon Lin Xia's heart with each precise movement. Suddenly, Lin Xia's eyes flew open. He sat up in bed, his gaze radiant like the moonlight streaming through the window. After a brief moment of hesitation, he donned his attire and quietly slipped out the door. With the enhancement of the starlit dancer, Lin Xia traversed the path in complete silence, akin to a specter haunting the night, gliding through the majority of the training camp until he arrived at the expansive training ground. He approached the martial platform, reaching up to retrieve 2 wooden swords from the rack, and slowly closed his eyes. The essence of Chen Mai's swordplay manifested vividly in his mind. He moved. Under the cloak of night, bathed in moonlight, he grasped the twin swords, resembling a fluttering midnight butterfly, graceful yet imbued with profound elegance. He opened his eyes, which sparkled like distant stars. Achoo! At the peace affairs office, Chen Mai suddenly sneezed. Wu Xiangnan, reclining on the sofa watching television, tilted his head. Caught a cold? Doesn't seem like it, he replied, having sneezed more than a dozen times. I believe it is possible that someone is missing me, Chen Mai stated earnestly. Wu Xiangnan rolled his eyes, dismissing the notion. Chapter 106. Unable to walk, Grandma. We cannot eat with our hands. We must use chopsticks. I can't. But I just taught you yesterday. Look, hold the chopsticks like this with your fingers. Yes, just like that. Eating this way is so troublesome. Ah. You must learn gradually. All right. Everyone has started eating. When will Dad be back? Dana Ducey, how long has it been since he came home? Is he causing trouble again? Rest assured, my father is simply busy with matters outside. Fine. In the activities room, Li Yifei, clad in an apron, sat helplessly at the table, facing the sorrowful Nikes, who was dressed in a black gauzy dress, her head bowed in contemplation. Outside the door, Lin Xia, in a white coat, raised an eyebrow and entered. Dana Ducey, Nikes exclaimed, her eyes lighting up upon seeing Lin Xia. Are you back for dinner? Lin Xia, noting her hopeful gaze, smiled and nodded. I have returned, Mother. Quick, have a seat. Nikes glanced around, pulling a small stool from the side to place beside her. Li Yifei cast a resentful look at Lin Xia. You do remember to come back. How should I speak to your father? Nikes shot Li Yifei a glare. Li Yifei replied, I've been too exhausted from training these past few days. I collapse into bed at night without any energy to come here. Lin Xia sighed in resignation and took a seat at the table. He gazed at the sumptuous feast laid out upon the table, momentarily taken aback. Did you prepare this? Indeed. Where did the ingredients come from? I noticed a patch of vegetables in the backyard, so I harvested a few. Vegetables from the yard? Lin Xia pondered for a moment, then pointed at the large braised fish head. And the fish? It came from the small pond beside the infirmary. Wasn't it one you raised? And the rice? Where did that come from? Oh, I found it in the cupboard of the dean's office. Li Yifei tilted his head. Is something wrong? Is it expired? Lin Xia opened his mouth, glancing at Nikes, who had already consumed half a bowl of rice, and silently shook his head. It shouldn't be, right? I think not. After all, I've been eating it for several days without any issues. Li Yifei shrugged. Li Yifei, you are not human, but a serpent demon. Serpent demons do not suffer from stomach ailments. Lin Xia picked up his chopsticks, selecting a piece of fish, and chewed. The flesh was exceptionally tender, unlike any variety found on Earth. Nevertheless, since these two had been consuming it for several days, there should be no cause for concern. Lin Xia cast a glance at Nikes, his brow slightly raised, as he leaned closer to Li Yifei. What have you been up to during this time? Li Yifei paused. Not much, really. I've just been chatting with her, teaching her to play chess and cards, basking in the sun, and indulging her like a grandchild. Is there an issue? No, you've taken excellent care of her. Li Yifei could not perceive the progress bar above Nix's head, yet Lin Xia could. He recalled that just over 10 days ago, the healing progress displayed a mere 20%. Astonishingly, it had now surged to 48%. In truth, even without the visual indicator, Lin Xia could sense a significant improvement in Nix's health. He vividly remembered the day she was released from the hospital, appearing dazed and confused, mistaking inanimate objects for children, and exhibiting a strong aversion to conversation, engaging only in fleeting exchanges with a vase. Now, Nix not only refrained from misidentifying peculiar objects as children, but her entire demeanor had become markedly more animated. She could engage in normal dialogues with Li Yifei, and her eyes sparkled with newfound vitality. It seemed that companionship was remarkably beneficial for her recovery, Lin Xia mused. Reviving Li Yifei as a caregiver in the hospital had indeed proven to be a sagacious decision. With Nix's treatment progress at 48, a mere increment would allow for a second extraction of her abilities. Perhaps, should I attempt it today? After a moment's hesitation, Lin Xia deftly picked up a piece of fish with his chopsticks and offered it to Nix's bowl. Mother, please eat a bit more. Nix paused, turning to meet Lin Xia's gaze, tears shimmering in her eyes. Donis, you are so considerate. With Lin Xia's watchful eyes upon her, the treatment progress leaped from 48 to 49. Mother, please have some more vegetables. Mother, I find this fish quite delightful. Do try it. Mother, allow me to serve you some rice. Mother. Lin Xia began to fervently serve dishes and refill the bowl of Nikes, who, while joyfully consuming her meal, silently shed tears. Across the table, Li Yifei was taken aback by the scene. Xia, what is this? Li Yifei inquired. Lin Xia turned to him, urging, quickly perform a talent for Grandma. Li Yifei, scratching his head, stood up from his seat, pondering for a moment, then announced, Grandma, I have no special skills, so I shall perform a handstand while eating. Lin Xia could only sigh at the absurdity of it all. They had been at Nike's side for quite some time, yet their efforts seemed futile. It appeared that such matters could not be forced. After all, he was a doctor who treated others, albeit one whose efficacy was still in question, and he couldn't simply engage in whimsical antics. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that this was the most vibrant and human moment within the halls of the Asylum of the Gods. Li Yifei diligently carried his plate to the kitchen to wash, while Lin Xia retrieved today's medication from the cupboard, meticulously separating the doses to prepare for Nikes. Meanwhile, Nike sat quietly on a small stool by the table, gazing intently at Lin Xia's focused efforts. A thought seemed to cross her mind, and a faint smile graced her lips. Dana Dus. What is it? How long has it been since our home has been this lively? Lin Xia hesitated for a moment before shaking his head, uncertain. Children, as they grow older, drift further and further away, despite having so many in the end. It is only I who remains. The glimmer in Nix's eyes dimmed slightly. Lin Xia gazed at Nix in silence for a long while, then approached her with hot water and medicine. At least now you have us, do you not? Lin Xia spoke softly, extending the water to her hand. We shall not leave. Nix's body trembled slightly as she met Lin Xia's gaze, her eyes igniting with an unprecedented brilliance. Simultaneously, the healing progress bar above her head advanced a fraction further. Nix's healing progress. 51. The conditions for reward acquisition have been met. Nix's divine abilities may be randomly drawn once more. Nix's healing progress has surpassed 50, permitting her to temporarily leave the Asylum of the Gods for activities. Chapter 107. The darkest infiltration. The moment Lin Xia beheld this notification, his eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Upon reading the last sentence, he paused briefly, a flicker of confusion crossing his mind. Temporary leave from the hospital for activities? Did this mean Nyx could step outside and breathe the fresh air? Upon leaving the hospital, would she belong to mortals or deities? A cascade of inquiries flooded his thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xia shook his head, deciding to explore these matters later. For there were more pressing tasks at hand. Drawing abilities. Lin Xia silently mused, and the mysterious wheel suspended in the void began to spin automatically. As the pointer glided over the various options on the spinning wheel, Lin Xia fixed his gaze upon its surface, feeling as though his heart was being lifted. Please, let it not be the transcendent birth. Let it not be the transcendent birth. The wheel slowed its rotation, seemingly responding to Lin Xia's earnest plea. As the pointer wobbled past the section of transcendent birth and landed in another realm, the abyssal corruption. Once the pointer came to a complete halt, the entire wheel gradually faded away, leaving only these four characters suspended in midair. Lin Xia extended his hand and gently touched the surface of the characters, and a mysterious force flowed through his fingertips and into his body. Approximately 5 seconds later, several lines of smaller text materialized before Lin Xia. Abyssal corruption, abyssal divine ruins. It allows the primordial darkness to corrupt everything around you. Any object or creature shrouded in the abyssal darkness falls under your dominion. The range and strength of control over the abyssal divine ruins increase with the growth of your mental prowess. Lin Xia recited this passage repeatedly, his astonishment intensifying with each iteration. Unlike the previous Starry Night Dancer, this time the drawn abyssal corruption was evidently of a higher echelon, for it bore the additional title of Divine Ruins. The implication of Divine Ruins suggests that this is not merely a capability, rather, it may pertain to the most central legacy of the Goddess of Night. Functionally, the Starry Night Dancer resembled an auxiliary ability of the night, lacking the primary characteristics of the ruins, whereas abyssal corruption is entirely different. This is the divine ruin belonging to the Goddess of Night. If Lin Xia's intuition was correct, he had truly stumbled upon a treasure this time. Suppressing the excitement bubbling within him, Lin Xia meticulously administered the medication to Nikes, exchanged a brief word with Li Yifei, and then hastily departed from the Divine Psychiatric Hospital. Upon awakening in his bed, he cast a glance at the peacefully slumbering Bai Li Pang Pang before quietly slipping out. Moments later, atop the dormitory building, Lin Xia slowly approached an open space, surveying his surroundings to ensure that no surveillance set by the instructors was present before coming to a halt. Standing there, he closed his eyes. In the next instant, an absolute darkness emanated from him, expanding in all directions, like a drop of black ink merging into a white canvas. Everything around was gradually enveloped by this darkness. Grains of sand, air, circling birds, and scattered moonlight. This was the purest form of black, the most primal essence of darkness. The darkness continued to spread until it reached approximately 10 meters from Lin Xia, where it came to a standstill. Within this shroud of absolute darkness, Lin Xia slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was filled with the inky hue of the night. Would he still be affected by the forbidden object that suppressed the forbidden ruins? Lin Xia murmured to himself. He sensed a mysterious force binding him within, obstructing the unfolding of the dark divine ruins. If the influence of the forbidden object were to be eliminated, he estimated that the ruins could extend to a radius of 20 meters. His mortal realm of gods likely covered a similar distance. If his conjecture was accurate, 20 meters was probably the limit of the realm. Lin Xia extended his finger and gently raised it. Within the depths of the abyssal ruins, the grains of sand scattered upon the ground trembled gently, eventually rising from the earth to dance around Lin Xia's fingertips. He gazed at the sand swirling at his fingertips and nodded slightly. In other words, I can exert control over all objects within the confines of the ruins. Lowering his gaze to the concrete floor beneath him, his eyes narrowed slightly. A fine crack suddenly appeared on the surface, as if it had been forcefully torn apart, revealing a narrow fissure. The extent of control still has its limits. For now, I can only manage simple manipulations. I wonder, when my realm advances, will I be able to tear apart atomic nuclei directly? Lin Xia gently brushed his fingers along the crack in the ground, slowly rising to his feet, and lifted his gaze towards the birds ensnared in the darkness. In the next moment, the pupils of the birds were similarly enveloped in the night as hue. With the shackles lifted, the birds flapped their wings a couple of times, gracefully circling Lin Xia before finally resting upon his hand, resembling a statue. Their eyes mirrored Lin Xia's, profound and enigmatic. He extended his other hand, softly caressing their feathers. By eroding the intellect of creatures through darkness, I can exercise control over them. Yet, I remain uncertain as to what extent this can be applied to humans. Moreover, within the ruins, regardless of whether it is night or day, it seems to activate the Starry Night Dancer. Consequently, my combat prowess within this domain will soar to a terrifying zenith. Lin Xia meticulously analyzed the abyssal divine ruins, conducting experiments with the surrounding environment until his mental energy was utterly depleted, rendering him incapable of further exploration of the ruins. His mental strength remained insufficient, allowing him only a mere 2 minutes within the abyssal divine ruins. However, he pondered. It seemed Wang Mian could sustain himself for only 5 seconds. How could he be so feeble? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xia murmured to himself. Although I benefit from the Starlit Dancer enhancement within the ruins, which has augmented my mental energy, it should not account for such a vast difference. Could it be that the temporal ruins are more taxing on one's mental faculties? Yet, my duration surpasses his by nearly 20-fold. After a prolonged period of reflection, he ultimately attributed the disparity to Wang Mian's frailty. Once he retracted the abyssal divine ruins, Lin Xia hesitated briefly before plunging his consciousness back into the hospital. Dana Ducey. You returned so swiftly? Nix exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Lin Xia approach. Mother, would you like to take a stroll? Lin Xia inquired, gazing into her eyes. Out. Where to? Outside the hospital, to the real world. Though she did not fully comprehend his words, Nix replied after a moment's thought. If you are with me, I would gladly go. Very well, then come with me. Lin Xia grasped Nix's wrist, gradually extricating their consciousness from the psychiatric hospital. A moment later, Lin Xia opened his eyes atop the rooftop. He turned around and found behind him a noble-looking woman clad in a black gauzy gown, standing quietly beneath the night sky. Chapter 108, The Flickering Night. Could it truly be brought forth? Lin Xia stared blankly at Nikes before him, under the celestial canopy. She seemed to have transformed into someone entirely different, no longer the dazed patient from the hospital. Now, she resembled a genuine deity. A hint of confusion graced Nike's stunning visage as she approached the edge of the building, gazing down at the silent training camp and the distant twinkling lights, and slowly spoke. Is this your divine realm? Danados. Lin Xia shook his head. This was not a divine realm, but the tangible world. The world? Nikes tilted her head, extending her hand to point at the brightly lit city in the distance. Yet, this undeniably resembles a divine realm. Lin Xia sighed, choosing not to further entangle himself with this ancient-minded and somewhat troubled deity over the concept of a divine realm. Instead, he walked to her side and inquired, how does it feel to be out here? It's vast and beautiful, but it lacks the warmth of home. Nikes pondered for a moment before adding, however, since this is Donato's divine realm, I shall embrace it regardless. Lin Xia was momentarily taken aback, then realized that when Nikes referred to home, she meant that small psychiatric hospital. Unfortunately, I still cannot leave this training camp. Otherwise, I would take you around. The modern city holds many fascinating wonders, he lamented with a shake of his head. This is your divine realm. Why can you not depart? Ah, it is called a rule. Do you wish to leave? Can you escort me out? Beneath this nocturnal veil, I can guide you anywhere, Nix remarked, gesturing towards the starlit sky above. Has your divine power been restored? Not at all, yet I can still perform amidst the mere twinkling of ordinary stars. Lin Xia's gaze drifted towards the distant city, hesitating momentarily as if resolving to embrace a certain determination. He spoke. I desire to visit a place. And once I have gone, I shall return. Very well, my child. Nix smiled, extending a hand to clasp Lin Xia's wrist, envisioning the location in her mind. I shall take you there. Lin Xia gently closed his eyes, a quaint old house materializing in his thoughts. In the next instant, a dense darkness emanated from their position, and their figures abruptly vanished. In the training camp, Yuan Gang, who had been sipping tea, suddenly paled. The cup slipped from his grasp, shattering into numerous fragments upon the floor. The presence of a deity? He sprang to his feet, his gaze darting towards the rooftop of the dormitory. Eyes wide with disbelief. How could it be? How could a divine presence manifest here? He wrestled with his thoughts for a long moment, but ultimately seized the dagger from his bedside, bolting out the door with lightning speed. Under the still night sky, he left trails of afterimages, rummaging for his phone as he ran, dialing a number. Hello? Captain, something has occurred. Upon hearing Yuan Gang's voice, so solemn and grave, Xiaoping on the other end of the line also tempered his previously irreverent demeanor and spoke with seriousness. What has transpired? There has been a fluctuation of divine power within the training camp in Songnan City. What? Which deity is it? Xiaoping's expression shifted slightly. I do not know, but the essence seems to align with none of the deities known to us today. I suspect it may be a god that we have never observed before. I understand. Do not act recklessly. I shall report this to the commander-in-chief and see if we can deploy a top-tier human to investigate. Understood. Yuan Gang hung up the phone, his form swift as the wind, as he dashed down to the dormitory building. Without a moment's hesitation, he ascended the vertical wall of the dormitory, reaching the very spot where Lin Xia and Nix stood moments before. He stood atop the dormitory roof, surveying the area, his brow slightly furrowed. Where have they gone? Mom, let me wash the remaining dishes. No need. You should focus on your homework. It's fine, Mom. I've already finished my homework. You worked late last night. You should rest early today. Yang Jin extended his hand to take the bowl from his aunt, saying. His aunt stood there with empty hands, shaking her head helplessly. You, my dear, just like your brother, always so considerate. At this, she paused, gazing up at the moon suspended in the night sky, murmuring to herself, I wonder how that child is faring now. Don't worry, brother will be fine. Aunt let out a sigh and could only nod. Yang Jin smiled gently. It's all right, Mom. Leave it to me. You should go to bed. Make sure you also rest early, she replied. Good night. Good night. Aunt walked into the room and closed the door behind her. In the cramped living room, the only sound left was Yang Jin washing the dishes, while the little black dog lay obediently by his feet, yawning. The night quietly descended upon the rooftops of the neighboring building. Suddenly, a plate slipped from Yang Jin's hand and shattered loudly on the floor, the piercing sound echoing in the silence. A glint of cold light flashed in Yang Jin's eyes, only to vanish just as quickly. He abruptly stepped on the little black dog's body and shot at a glare, causing it to immediately cease its barking. However, its eyes remained fixed on the distant building, baring its teeth in a fierce expression. Another Western deity. How could one be near me? Yang Jin murmured, giving the little black dog another kick, which elicited a few whimpers as it obediently lay back down. What's wrong? What happened? And hurriedly emerged from her room, noticing the scattered shards of the plate, and rushed to Yang Jin's side. Are you hurt? I'm fine, Mom. Just a slip of the hand, Yang Jin replied with an apologetic smile, grabbing a broom and dustpan to clean up the mess. Let me help. The shards are sharp. I don't want you to get hurt. No need. I can manage. In the distance, Lin Xia silently observed the scene, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. In the dim light of the evening, Lin Xia let out a soft sigh, observing the hesitant demeanor of Yang Jin, who seemed somewhat clumsy in his tasks. Beside him, Nikes displayed a flicker of curiosity and inquired, pointing at Yang Jin, Is he your friend? Lin Xia shook his head, responding, He is family. Family? Nikes' expression deepened with confusion. Yes. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xia exhaled once more. All right, let us return. So soon? Nikes replied. It is best not to be away for too long. Very well, I shall follow your lead. Nikes nodded, grasping Lin Xia's wrist once more. And as the night flickered around them, their figures vanished from sight. Within the modest dwelling, Yang Jin, who had just finished sweeping up the shards, lifted his gaze towards the direction where the two had disappeared, sinking into a pensive silence. Chapter 109 In the Shrouded Night. Lin Xia and Nikes reappeared atop the dormitory building. A faint smile lingered on Lin Xia's lips as he sighed deeply and turned his head, only to be momentarily taken aback. Beneath the darkened sky, Yuan Gang sat on a nearby step, gripping his knife tightly as he fixed an intense stare upon Nikes. Suddenly, he noticed Lin Xia standing beside Nikes, equally frozen in place. Nikes glanced at Yuan Gang with surprise before turning to Lin Xia, asking, Is that also your friend? Lin Xia replied, I suppose so. Yuan Gang slowly rose to his feet, an overwhelming aura of mental pressure emanating from him as he approached Nikes with deliberate steps, calmly stating, Vice Captain of the Daxia Night Watch stationed in Beijing, Yuan Gang. May I inquire your esteemed name? Nix. Nix narrowed her eyes, an inexplicable aura emanating from her being. Despite the absence of any discernible fluctuation of divine power, this aura was sufficient to firmly subdue Yuan Gang. She regarded Yuan Gang with a subtle hint of condescension. It turned out she was the goddess of the night. Yuan Gang paused momentarily before continuing. May I inquire about your esteemed purpose for visiting our Great Xia? Nix tilted her head thoughtfully and replied, I have come to seek my son. Yuan Gang was taken aback. Lin Xia coughed twice, his mind racing, and promptly interjected, What she means is, she is here to find her representative. A flicker of understanding crossed Yuan Gang's eyes, so the goddess was in search of a representative. But has she found one? Indeed, Xia asserted, once again speaking before Nix could. Who is it? It is I. Yuan Gang stared at Xia in disbelief, his expression one of sheer astonishment. You are not the Seraphims. I serve two masters. Yuan Gang turned to Nix, a hint of inquiry in his gaze. Your Excellency, what he says. What my son says is the truth, Nix replied with utmost seriousness. Yuan Gang was left speechless. After a moment of stunned silence, he finally gathered himself and spoke slowly. Your Excellency, since the representative has been found, I kindly request that you depart from the borders of Great Xia. Nix turned her gaze towards Xia, who cleared his throat softly. Yes, the representative has been located. It is time for you to return home. Very well. Nix exhibited not the slightest hesitation. Danace, remember to visit often. Ahem, rest assured. Farewell. With a wave of his hand, Xia watched as Nix's figure gradually faded, ultimately vanishing into the depths of the night. The evening breeze swept through the desolate dormitory, leaving only Yuan Gang and Xia in its wake. Yuan Gang silently sheathed his blade, his back drenched in cold sweat. For confronting a deity was far more daunting than he had anticipated. He cast a piercing glance at Xia. You, my friend, what on earth is happening? Xia scratched his head. I was simply enjoying a peaceful slumber when she suddenly summoned me here. After a brief conversation, she appointed me as her agent. Yuan Gang was taken aback by Xia's nonchalance, as if he were merely recounting a visit from a friend followed by a casual meal. Pray tell. That is the goddess of night we speak of, not your neighborly little sister. Is it truly that simple? Yuan Gang couldn't help but exclaim. And what of her calling you Denies? Being a foreign deity, she found it cumbersome to use her name in Chinese and thus assigned me a new one. Wait, why does a foreign god speak Chinese? That is of little consequence. And what task did she entrust you with as her agent? Xia pondered for a moment. To visit home frequently? She requested my assistance in locating a missing bracelet. Xia stated with utmost seriousness. Her bracelet has gone astray, and she has asked me to retrieve it. A request for lost items. Thankfully, that's manageable. Yuan Gang nodded in agreement. However, have you truly become the emissary of two deities? Yuan Gang furrowed his brow as he gazed at Xia, a phenomenon unprecedented in the annals of the Great Xia. But now it has manifested. Very well. Yuan Gang sighed, instructing him to return to rest while he would attend to the remaining matters. Xia nodded and descended the corridor alone, secretly relieved. It seems one cannot casually allow patients to roam free. Even if they do, they must refrain from wielding divine powers. Otherwise, the night watchman would inevitably discover them, leading to a plethora of complications. Nevertheless, at least this opportunity provided a plausible justification for his abilities in the realm of darkness, allowing him to wield both divine essences openly in the future. With this thought, Xia's spirits considerably lifted. At that moment, atop the dormitory building, Yuan Gang settled back onto the steps, lit a cigarette, and once more dialed a number. Hello? How are things on your end? The call was promptly answered by Xiaopinga. The crisis has been averted. The human pinnacle need not come. Yuan Gang exhaled a long sigh of relief, fatigue evident in his voice. Damn, facing a deity for the first time was utterly overwhelming. You engaged him directly? Indeed, it was the goddess of night, Nyx. It appears that tonight, a new deity will be added to the human observation sequence. Indeed. Well, take care and rest well. I must report to the commander. Additionally, there is one more matter. The lad named Xia has simultaneously become the emissary of both the Seraphim and Nyx. Yuan Gang meticulously briefed Xiaoping Gu on the circumstances before concluding the call and gazing silently at the luminous moon in the night sky. On October 12, 2021, the night watchman Yuan Gang, stationed at the new recruit training camp number 039 in Songnan City, observed the goddess of night, Nyx, seemingly suffering from a divine affliction, thus being incorporated into the divine hierarchy, designated as Sequence 043. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away from Songnan City, an ancient horse-drawn carriage glided effortlessly over the mighty Yangtze River, advancing at an astonishing speed. The unremarkable chestnut mare bore a carriage crafted entirely from dense timber, moving as if it bore no weight at all, each step propelling it several dozen meters forward, its hooves seemingly treading upon solid ground amidst the flowing waters. At the front of the carriage sat a youth clad in coarse linen, lazily holding the reins and leaning against the carriage's front, stifling a yawn. Suddenly, his phone rang. The young man answered briefly before putting the device away. Master Qin, the commander has informed us that the deity in Songnan has departed, and we need not proceed. A moment later, an elderly voice drifted languidly from within the carriage, humph, in the dead of night, and I have been made to waste my efforts. Master, shall we continue our journey, or turn back? Turn back. It is best to avoid that sinister place in Songnan if we can. Understood. The young man flicked the reins, commanding the horse to move. The chestnut-red steed abruptly changed direction, drifting with the cart upon the waters of the Yangtze River, turning upstream and proceeding against the current. Chapter 110. Crisis. As the cold wind began to rise, the harsh winter approached. On the training grounds of the boot camp, over 200 recruits clad in thin black short-sleeved shirts were running laps around the field. 5 months had elapsed since the commencement of the training. Technically, they were no longer recruits, but in the eyes of the annual boot camp, as long as they had not stepped through that door, they would forever remain novices. January's chill was palpable, with the morning dew crystallizing into frost, and the biting cold slithered like tiny serpents into their skin, prompting involuntary shivers. Bai Li, the portly recruit, rubbed his cheeks, exhaling a plume of white mist while letting out a deep sigh. In this frigid winter, having to rise so early for training is truly torturous. I've lost over 10 pounds recently. Lin Xia maintained an upright posture, silently running, as the icy air reddened his exposed skin, yet his expression remained unchanged. Bai Li, are you rubbing your face while running? Are you that cold? Shouted a keen-eyed instructor nearby. Bai Li's countenance shifted, and with a forced bravado, he responded, report. I am a bit cold. Cold simply means you're not running enough. Once everyone finishes, you will stay behind for 5 additional laps. Yes, Bai Li exclaimed, on the verge of tears. After 5 months of grueling training, Bai Li Pang has shed a significant amount of weight. If his physique once resembled that of a soccer ball, it now approximates that of an oval ball. This transformation is not exclusive to him. The rigorous physical training has engendered profound changes in everyone. It is not merely their physical fitness that has improved, but their mental demeanor has also undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. Amidst the relentless winter, the languor and murkiness that once clouded their eyes have vanished, replaced by an unprecedented resolve and clarity. In this vibrant display of spirit, one can witness their tangible growth. They have become akin to finely honed blades, evolving from their initial roughness to a striking sharpness. Now, they embody the essence of soldiers. All right, dismissed. Time for dinner. The instructor's voice resonated through the air. The neatly arranged formation did not disperse in a chaotic manner. Instead, it moved with a silent understanding towards the cafeteria entrance, only to break into independent groups upon entering. On the frost-covered training grounds, Bai Li Pang was the sole figure with a sorrowful expression, sprinting furiously. Should we wait for him? Chao Yuan inquired, observing Bai Li Pang's frantic lapse. Lin Shi shook his head. No need. The more delicious our meal appears, the faster he will run. That makes sense. Since the onset of winter, the cafeteria's offerings have progressively improved. Each time they step inside, they are greeted by the tantalizing aroma of meat that stirs their appetites. As the new recruits' physical capabilities have enhanced, so too have their appetites. Yet, the cafeteria seems to have precisely calibrated their portions, ensuring that they are satisfied without being overstuffed. It can be said that the meal arrangements are perfectly balanced. Lin Xia and Chao Yuan were enjoying their meal when Bai Li Pang, drenched in sweat, hurriedly rushed in. Where's my meat bun? He exclaimed. Lin Xia pushed a steamer basket forward, revealing 4 buns. I saved these just for you. Xia, you truly understand me. Bai Li Pang exclaimed joyfully, grabbing a bun and devouring it heartily. Meanwhile, Chao Yuan silently rolled his eyes. By the way, the new year is approaching. Are we getting a holiday? Bai Li Pang suddenly inquired. Lin Xia was taken aback. Since arriving at the training camp, he seemed to have completely lost track of time. 5 months had flown by. And if it weren't for Bai Li Pang's reminder, he wouldn't have realized it was already February. We're in a closed training environment. How could there be a holiday? You're overthinking it, Chao Yuan replied, shaking his head. Bai Li Pang sighed in disappointment. I was hoping for a few days off. To be honest, after being away for so long, I find myself missing my grand villa, the soft, fragrant bed, and the beautiful housemates. Chao Yuan quietly took a large bite of his bun. By the way, Xia, once the training ends, come with me to Guangshan for some fun. After all, I am the king of Guangshan. I guarantee you'll have such a good time that you won't want to return to Songnan. Bai Li Pang said excitedly. Chao Yuan blinked. What about me? You? You can go with a group, Bai Li Pang replied. Guangshan, huh? Lin Xia murmured to himself. I've never left Songnan City in my life. It would be nice to see it if given the chance. Ah, if only we had a holiday during the new year. I could take you with me. However, I would prefer to return home for a festive family dinner. Lin Xia's hand faltered slightly as he shook his head. If he couldn't go home, dining with the captain and the others would suffice. The night watch team in Songnan City? I believe the captain's name is Chenmai. Bali pondered. There have been numerous mysterious incidents in Songnan City, and he wondered what they might be doing now. Perhaps they are engaged in the hunt for the enigmatic? In the training camp, within the instructor's office, Chenmai sat across from Yuan Gang and spoke earnestly. You must grant us a holiday. Yuan Gang, rubbing his forehead, replied, Captain Chun, I have already mentioned that we are undergoing closed training. There are no holidays during the new year. You two have emerged from here, so you should understand. Then, simply grant Lin Xia a leave of absence, so he may accompany me home for the New Year's Eve dinner. Chenmai remained unyielding. That would contravene the regulations. I am unconcerned. Leaning back in his chair, Chenmai spoke with deliberate calmness. You may find this hard to believe, but 2 members of our team are currently lying in wait outside your training camp. Should you refuse, they may very well proceed to seize him. Yuan Gang inhaled deeply. Captain Chun, please do not place me in a difficult position. How about this? If you are unwilling to release him, allow us to enter during the new year to deliver meals. This. Yuan Gang furrowed his brow. Captain Chun, could you please clarify what you truly intend to accomplish? To my knowledge, your Team 136 has always maintained a low profile. Why is this time different? After a moment of silence, Chenmai slowly replied, This time is not the same. Why? Someone intends to take action against the new recruits. Upon hearing this, Yuan Gang's expression slightly changed. What do you mean? Chenmai looked into Yuan Gang's eyes and calmly stated, Recently, Songnan City has been unsettled. Many infiltrators have emerged. Infiltrators? I am uncertain of their affiliations, but after extensive tracking, we can essentially ascertain. Chenmai's gaze suddenly sharpened as he spoke each word deliberately. Their target is this training camp. Chapter 111. Holiday someone wishes to strike at the training camp? Yuan Gang narrowed his eyes slightly. Are they mad? How many instructors are guarding this place? With countless means both overt and covert, how dare they? Some individuals, when the stakes are sufficiently high, are capable of anything. What profit could there possibly be in a new recruits training camp? Within this camp, there are individuals of great significance. I believe, Instructor Yuan, you are more aware of this than I am, Chenmai stated calmly. Yuan Gang opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately fell silent. Just for a single young heir of the Bailey Group. Do you know what bounty has been placed on his head in the black market? Chenmai extended his hand, indicating a number, 800 million. There are already those willing to pay 800 million to take the life of this sole heir of the Bailey Group. This is no trivial matter. 800 million is enough to tempt countless individuals to wager everything they possess. To eliminate the young master of the Bailey Group in the cities of Guangzhou and Shenzhen would be an insurmountable challenge, yet in this small town of Songnan, I believe many would be willing to take the risk. Instructor Yuan, do you truly think that the defenses of this training camp can rival the impenetrability of the Bailey Group's headquarters? Chenmai paused momentarily before continuing. Moreover, aside from the young master of the Bailey family, your camp also harbors an unprecedented dual deity agent. Although few are aware of this information at present. Do you truly believe that the ancient deity church is oblivious to it? Will they merely sit idly by, waiting for Lin Xia to grow in strength? With a young master from the Bailey Group and a dual deity agent within your camp, you will forever be ensnared in the vortex they bring. They have bided their time for 5 months. Now that they are beginning to act, they must be thoroughly prepared. Do you still consider this training camp to be so secure? Yuan Gang remained silent for a long while, his eyes filled with resolve. As long as I am here, no one can harm them. You are the vice captain of the squad stationed in the capital, a formidable force in the Sea Realm. With your presence, security is assured, but... Chenmai's gaze sharpened as he slowly articulated the next phrase. Can you guarantee that among you instructors, there are no traitors? Bang! Yuan Gang abruptly rose from his seat, his eyes fixed intensely on Chenmai. What do you mean by that? Never underestimate the allure of profit. Nor should one place unwavering faith in the steadfastness of human nature. I have stated before that 800 million is sufficient to drive the vast majority into a frenzy. Even if the instructors within your ranks are indeed united like an ironclad fortress. I am aware that there are numerous divine agents within the ancient god sect skilled in the art of manipulation. Can you assure me that none among your instructors have fallen under their sway? By your reasoning, Does this mean our training camp is now besieged by both internal strife and external threats, surrounded on all sides? Yuan Gang smirked, asserting that if our training camp cannot withstand this group, what grounds do you have to believe that your Team 136 can ensure Lin Xia's safety? We are merely 6 individuals, and our understanding of one another is absolute. Thus, at the very least, we are free from internal discord. As for external threats, Chinmai smiled faintly, declaring that Team 136 has never feared external dangers. Yuan Gang regarded Chinmai in silence. The Night Watch team in the capital city stands as the vanguard among all Night Watch teams in the Great Xia, comprising the elite of the elite. Yuan Gang's position as deputy captain is not one to be taken lightly. As Chinmai has articulated, the ambitions of the training camp are vast, with over 100 personnel in both the instructor and logistics divisions. Among such a multitude, can he genuinely guarantee the absence of traitors? If the external situation is as dire as Chinmai suggests, then fending off attacks from all directions would already be a formidable challenge. Should there indeed be a traitor working from within, the situation would become exceedingly precarious. After much contemplation, Yuan Gang slowly returned to his seat. What do you believe we should do now? Chinmai's fingertips lightly tapped on the table, enunciating each word with precision. The golden cicada sheds its shell, transforming from whole to fragmented. A sharp whistle echoed through the sky. Numerous recruits swiftly surged out of the dormitory, racing towards the training ground. In less than 3 minutes, everyone had assembled at the foot of the drill platform. Instructor Hong counted the numbers and nodded slightly. Very well, after 5 months of training, you have begun to embody the essence of soldiers. Below the platform, the recruits stood tall, their gazes sharp as blades. This afternoon, we shall not engage in physical conditioning. Rather, I have an important announcement to make. Instructor Hong's eyes swept over the crowd, a faint smile gracing his lips. The first half of this training session, focused on physical conditioning, will conclude 1 month ahead of schedule. This means that from today onward, our training will pivot towards tactics, firearms, and the intricacies of restricted areas. Upon hearing this proclamation, the recruits erupted with joy, whispering excitedly among themselves. 7 nights, 7 nights. Did you hear? The nightmare has finally ended. Bai Li, overwhelmed with emotion, was nearly moved to tears. Lin Xia let out a long sigh of relief. While physical training was vital, none desired to toil endlessly. The news of an early conclusion to the conditioning phase was undoubtedly a cause for celebration among all. And there's more. Instructor Hong spoke again, and the crowd fell silent. Following a unanimous discussion among your instructors, we have decided to grant you a break before the next phase of training begins. From today until the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year, you will enjoy a total of 4 days off. If the previous statement merely stirred their excitement, upon hearing this phrase, everyone was momentarily taken aback before erupting into cheers. Wow, Xia, did you hear that? We are really getting a holiday. Bai Li, the plump fellow, tugged at Lin Xia's clothing. Exuberant like a child weighing over 200 pounds. Is it really a holiday? Chao Yuan's eyes widened, struggling to believe his ears. Xia, after we return, let's pack our things. I will take you to explore Guangshan. Before Bai Li could finish his sentence, Instructor Hong interjected. However, no one is permitted to leave Cangnan. Any violations will result in immediate disqualification from the Night Watchman. Bai Li fell silent. Lin Xia patted his shoulder, stating, just so we're clear, don't count on me. I don't have a place either. Everyone was instructed to return to their dormitories to pack their belongings and gather at the training ground within half an hour, where transportation would be provided for their departure. Is that understood? Understood. Dismissed. With that, the once orderly formation rapidly disbanded, excitement etched on every face. Although they could not return home, the chance to step outside and experience the world was indeed a welcome respite. Xia, let us go. Time to pack. Bai Li urged as he noticed Lin Xia standing still. Lin Xia furrowed his brow slightly, pondering for a moment. Don't you think this holiday came a bit too suddenly? Chapter 112. The attack suddenly? Bai Li scratched his head. I think this should be called a surprise. Moreover, what could possibly be unpleasant about a holiday? Why ponder so excessively? Lin Xia fell silent for a moment, nodding slightly, hoping that perhaps I am merely overthinking. Upon returning to his dormitory, Lin Xia tidied up his belongings. However, he truly had little to pack, as his family had already provided all the necessary daily items. Perhaps this is one of the advantages of living nearby. Ultimately, Lin Xia shouldered a light backpack and proceeded to the training ground for assembly, while Bai Li, rather absurdly, approached empty-handed, devoid of any belongings. Is this how you're leaving? Chao Yuan, dragging a suitcase, remarked in astonishment upon seeing Bai Li. Indeed. What about your clothes? Your daily necessities? I'll just have someone buy me a few more sets. Damn wealthy individuals. By the time the new recruits arrived at the training ground, several buses awaited them, and beside the vehicles, an array of black long boxes lay stacked. The moment Lin Xia beheld these boxes, his eyes narrowed slightly. He was aware of the contents within, and many of the other recruits could surmise as much. This holiday would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Chao Yuan furrowed his brow. Instructor Hong stood before the recruits, hands clasped behind his back, and addressed them in a commanding voice. During this leave from the camp, everyone must take the star blade with you. However, it is strictly forbidden to use it unless absolutely necessary. Even in exceptional circumstances, you must strive to avoid drawing public attention and refrain from causing panic among the populace. Is that understood? Understood. Draw your blades. All the recruits lined up in a long, orderly queue to collect their black boxes from the ground before boarding the vehicles in a systematic manner. Lin Xia, cradling the box, took a seat on the bus, his mental energy sweeping through the contents, and he let out a deep sigh. What's wrong? Chao Yuan, seated behind him, leaned forward. The knife bears no name. It is likely a temporary issue, meant to be returned. That much is certain. Chao Yuan nodded, explaining that only after graduating from the training camp would they be issued their personal blades, cloaks, and emblems. For now, their star blade was still in the forging process. Bai Li, somewhat rotund, tapped the black box in his hands and remarked, while the quality of this knife is commendable, it pales in comparison to the restricted items. You should be quiet. As the bus filled to capacity, it began to move slowly, heading directly towards the exit of the training camp. As they gradually departed the confines of the camp, an inexplicable lightness enveloped them, as if a weight that had long oppressed them had vanished, revitalizing their spirits. In that moment of liberation, it felt as if a shackle had been shattered, a refreshing sensation coursing from their minds throughout their bodies, cleansing every inch of their skin. Lin Xia's body jolted, and in the next instant, he felt an unprecedented clarity. This is Lin Xia stared at his hands, astonished. I've broken through. I've broken through. Me too. What is happening? I've also made a breakthrough. Incredible. I've finally reached the pool realm. Ha ha ha. Not only Lin Xia, but the same circumstance unfolded for all the new recruits departing from the training camp. At that moment, Instructor Hong, seated in the passenger seat, rose and chuckled. Did you think that we utilized that precious forbidden item merely to suppress your forbidden realm? While your forbidden realm is subdued, your mental energy flow will also be restrained. That forbidden item has contained you for over 5 months. Now it has suddenly been released. And the mental energy that has been constrained for so long will experience a violent rebound, effortlessly shattering the shackles of the pond realm and ushering you into a brand new dimension. This is a benefit bestowed upon every new recruit by our training camp. Consider it a reward for successfully enduring 5 months of hellish training. As soon as Instructor Hong's words fell, the atmosphere in the entire bus erupted with excitement. Lin Xia meticulously sensed the flow of his mental energy. Both the quantity and the recovery speed were incomparable to the pond realm. This time, his mental energy had truly undergone a transformation from a lantern to a pond. While the majority were engrossed in perceiving the shift in realms, Bai Li Pang, in confusion, touched his forehead and looked at Lin Xia with bewilderment. Did you break through too? Yes. I can't sense the realm of mental energy. I only feel much lighter overall. That indicates that your mental energy has also been significantly enhanced, Chao Yuan slowly interjected. Although you lack a forbidden realm and cannot specifically perceive mental energy, it nonetheless exists objectively. After the enhancement of mental energy, the potency of your future use of forbidden items will also increase. Oh, how I envy those of you who possess the forbidden treasures. Can you, with a clear conscience, gaze upon your collection of forbidden items and repeat your earlier sentiments? Such possessions cannot truly compare. After all, these treasures are merely external, and no matter their might, they do not belong to oneself. While Bai Li Pang was engaged in grandiloquent discourse, a sudden shout erupted from someone pointing out the window. What on earth are those? An immediate hush fell over the crowd as they followed the direction of his finger, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Against the backdrop of the azure sky, 5 unidentified objects streaked rapidly across the clouds, leaving behind a trail of white smoke, hurtling towards them with alarming speed. Lin Qia's pupils contracted in shock. Missiles. Those are missiles. Everyone down. Grab hold of something. Instructor Hong bellowed from the passenger seat. Whoosh. 5 missiles sliced through the air, three of which narrowly grazed the heads of the crowd, plunging directly towards the training camp behind them. In an instant, as the three missiles struck the training camp, a blinding eruption of flames exploded forth. Boom! Amidst the earth-shattering roar of the explosion, the searing blaze surged like a rampaging dragon, while thick black smoke coalesced into a massive mushroom cloud, ascending into the sky. Mere moments later, a terrifying shockwave surged from behind the vehicle, causing the entire bus to tremble violently. Lin Xia clutched the seat's support frame tightly, turning to behold the training camp, where amidst the tumultuous flames, a glimmer of gold flickered in and out of view. Just then, two more missiles descended from the heavens. A missile struck the military checkpoint they had just passed, and in a deafening explosion, the entire checkpoint was reduced to rubble. Meanwhile, another missile plummeted from above, hurtling towards them. Lin Xia's pupils constricted in an instant as Instructor Hong abruptly rose, poised to act. In the next moment, a long spear wreathed in vibrant crimson flame shot forth from a distance. The spear moved with astonishing speed, its trajectory almost imperceptible to the naked eye, carving a red line across the sky as it intercepted the missile mid-air with uncanny precision. Boom! A fireball erupted in the sky, and the shockwave nearly toppled the bus. Shattered fragments of the missile were violently expelled, raining down like metallic shards. Inside the bus, the new recruits clutched their ears tightly, the proximity of the explosion threatening to rupture their eardrums. As the vehicle jolted violently, luggage stored atop the bus tumbled down, creating utter chaos within the cabin. At that moment, Lin Xia's eyes widened in realization. In the next instant, a profound darkness erupted from his center, rapidly engulfing the entire bus before expanding outward, swiftly forming a hemispherical shield around the vehicle. Whoosh! Countless missile fragments shot out, traveling at speeds comparable to bullets, embedding themselves into the shroud of night. The moment they entered the realm of utter darkness, they were suspended mid-air. Even those that slipped through Lin Xia's defenses were slowed to a crawl, resembling blades embedded in the metal canopy of the bus, with not a single fragment penetrating the interior. When all the missile fragments were successfully intercepted, Lin Xia finally released the shadowed divine ruins, half kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath, his back drenched in cold sweat. No one knew what he had endured during those fleeting seconds. After the missiles exploded mid-air, the fragments, propelled by the violent force of the blast, could reach speeds exceeding 200 meters per second. This meant that from the moment the fragments detonated to the instant they pierced through the body of a new recruit on the bus, no more than 2 seconds elapsed. Within that brief interval, Lin Xia's mind raced like lightning. He first recognized the inevitable possibility of a fragment attack, then recklessly unleashed the shadowed divine ruins at full speed, leaving himself with no more than a second. It was the first time Lin Xia had activated the shadowed divine ruins, and it took him a full 5 seconds to envelop a 10-meter radius. Had he not just ascended to the pool realm half a minute prior, he would have certainly been too late. Even though he managed to unfurl the shadowed divine ruins before the fragments arrived, the speed of the missile debris was astonishing. From their entry into the shadowed divine ruins to the moment they penetrated the recruit's body, it took no more than 0.25 seconds. Coupled with their overwhelming numbers, it would have been nearly impossible to intercept them all. Fortunately, Lin Xia, having entered the pool realm, had expanded his mental perception range to 100 meters. Beyond that distance, as the missile fragments first contacted the boundary of Lin Xia's mental perception and subsequently reached the bus, within a mere 0.5 seconds, he utilized his brain's extraordinary processing speed along with his exceptional dynamic vision to predict their trajectories, thus imprisoning them all within the shadowed divine ruins. As the missile detonated, a dark abyss unfurled, and Lin Xia foresaw the trajectory of each fragment, capturing them all. This was the entirety of Lin Xia's experience within those fleeting 2 seconds. In that brief moment, he saved the lives of nearly 50 new recruits aboard the bus. For others, those 2 seconds merely constituted the blink of an eye. Yet for Lin Xia, it felt as if he had traversed an entire century. What transpired? What just happened? Indeed, I sensed a darkness enveloping me, and then, the fragments. The missile fragments cascaded down. What occurred? If those shards had been propelled outward, the metal of this vehicle would have offered no protection. Were we dancing on the precipice of death? The majority remained oblivious to the events that had unfolded, save for 3 individuals. Closest to Lin Xia were Bailey Pangpang, Xiao Yuan, and the instructor, Hong, seated at the front. As the passengers grappled with confusion, Lin Xia, utterly drained, turned pale, his vision swimming with golden stars, and everything around him began to fade into darkness. Xia, Lin Xia. Instructor Hong rushed to his side, urgency lacing his voice, but Lin Xia's consciousness faltered, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. In the training camp, a delicate veil of golden light enveloped half of the facility, preserving the lives of all instructors and support staff within, while the structure remained unscathed. However, the other half of the camp had been reduced to a sea of flames. Dressed in military attire, Yuan Gang stood before this inferno, the golden hue of his aura slowly dissipating, his furious eyes reflecting the raging inferno before him. His fists clenched tighter and tighter. "Commander!" An instructor rushed over from a distance, binoculars in hand. "2 more missiles have landed on the road leading out of the camp." "What?" Yuan Gang abruptly turned his head. "What about the new recruits?" It seems that a member of Team 136 shot down one of the missiles, and something black flashed by. In any case, all the buses were left unscathed, and no one was injured. Yuan Gang let out a sigh of relief, but soon, the fire of anger within his eyes blazed even brighter. Just as the recruits had stepped out of the training camp, missiles were fired at them. Indeed, there are traitors among us. Yuan Gang took a decisive step forward, firmly planting his foot in the fiery chaos. A dazzling golden light erupted, and in the next moment, the flames engulfing half of the training camp were extinguished in an instant. Amidst the ruins, Yuan Gang adjusted his military cap, gazing into the sky above, his eyes profoundly deep. "Yet I cannot comprehend. How did they manage to deploy the missiles?" Hundreds of kilometers away from the training camp, at Missile Launch Base 39, the shrill blare of alarms echoed throughout the base, red warning lights flickering ominously. This highly secretive missile launch facility had, unbeknownst to anyone, fallen into enemy hands. "Missile Launch Base 39, please respond immediately. This is headquarters. Missile Launch Base 39, please report your status immediately. Calling Missile Launch Base 39. Calling Missile Launch Base 39. Please respond if you hear this." In the vast control room, only the intermittent sounds of beeping lingered, while beneath the flickering lights lay pools of crimson blood and the shattered remnants of a sorrowful statue. At the very center of the control panel sat an alluring woman, casually toying with a bloodied, handleless blade, tossing it lightly into the air and catching it with ease. She lifted her gaze to the satellite monitoring screen before her, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of her lips. The recruits had actually been released from the training camp. These individuals were more astute than anticipated. The commotion in Songnan had been too conspicuous, undoubtedly alerting them to some underlying truth. A deep voice resonated from her phone, but she dismissed the concern, finding the situation all the more intriguing. With a sinister grin, she extended her long, crimson tongue, reminiscent of a serpent, and licked her lips. If that were the case, she would personally venture to Songnan to confront that individual. Rising from her seat, a morbid excitement flickered in her eyes as she casually shattered a hunched stone statue nearby, the remnants of flesh mingling with stone debris, evoking a sense of nausea. On the expansive floor of the control room, a grotesque serpent's eye was sketched in vivid red blood. Chapter 114. Close protection in a haze of confusion. Lin Xia slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the familiar ceiling. He remained in a stupor for a moment before gradually rising from his bed. Though his head still felt somewhat heavy, it was a vast improvement from before. This place was Hong Ying's residence. Lin Xia had resided in this place for over a month, so he was naturally familiar with the room before him. Rubbing his temples, he turned and descended from the bed. The door creaked as he pushed it open, revealing a circle of people already seated in the villa's living room. Chen Mai, Wu Xiangnan, Hong Ying, Wen Qima, Si Xiaonan, and Instructor Hong. Upon hearing the sound of Lin Xia's door opening, everyone looked up. Hong Ying's face darkened as she slapped the back of Wu Xiangnan's head. "Didn't I tell you to speak quietly? Now you've woken Xia, haven't you?" Wu Xiangnan could only respond with a bewildered expression. "Xia, do you feel better?" "Yes, I'm fine now," Lin Xia replied. His curiosity peaked as he walked down the stairs. "How did I end up here?" "You exhausted a significant amount of mental energy in a short period, which caused you to faint," Chen Mai explained as he shifted to make room on the sofa. "Fortunately, Hong Ying and Qima arrived just in time and brought you back from the car." Lin Xia took a seat beside Chen Mai, casting a puzzled glance at Instructor Hong. "I delivered the new recruits to their destination and sought out Captain Shan, who happened to be on his way here, so I accompanied him." Instructor Hong smiled and continued. "Lin Xia, you saved the entire vehicle of people. I will see to it that your merit is reported. If all goes well, receiving a medal should not be an issue." "A medal?" Lin Xia inquired, intrigued. The merit system for night watchers differs from that of the military. You will understand in due course. Oh. Lin Xia nodded, his brow furrowing in contemplation. But why were we attacked by missiles? Shouldn't he that be under military control? Who would seek to assail us? Instructor Hong and Chen Mai exchanged glances. The latter reluctantly speaking. It is not you they wish to attack. Their focus is solely on you, or that chubby fellow. The cult of the ancient gods. Lin Xia was astute enough to recall that Wang Mian had previously warned him. As the agent of the Seraph, he would inevitably attract the attention of the cult of the ancient gods. Moreover, he now simultaneously served as the agent of both the Seraph and the goddess of night. An unprecedented dual divinity. It was entirely reasonable for the cult to take measures against him. Given the current circumstances, it was apparent that they were involved. Instructor Hong nodded. Having just received intelligence from the military that the missile launch facility number 39 had fallen. However, the majority of the missiles required dual keys for activation, theoretically. Even if the base is compromised, it could not launch without central authorization. Yet, coincidentally, 5 missiles were undergoing maintenance. Thus, only one key was accessible, which she exploited. Was it indeed the work of the cult of the ancient gods? Upon our arrival at the scene, we discovered numerous shattered statues and remnants of flesh, along with a serpent's eye painted in blood. Statues and a serpent's eye? Lin Xia pondered. Medusa? Yes. It must be the Medusa agent who recently joined the cult of the ancient gods, codenamed Serpent Woman. Lin Xia nodded thoughtfully. Thus, this holiday was, in fact, intended to protect the new recruits. Instructor Hong stated that their objective was none other than to send either you or Bai Li Tumming out of the training camp under the guise of a holiday. This would not only divert attention, thereby preventing unnecessary casualties among other recruits, but also enable them to conceal you, rendering large-scale weaponry ineffective against you. Furthermore, the current training camp is not as impenetrable as it seems. Lin Xia sighed deeply, realizing the rationale behind the early conclusion of physical training. The liberation of their restricted area, and the allowance of weapons outside the camp. In summary, for the coming days, you must remain vigilant and, if possible, venture out more frequently. Lin Xia was taken aback. Logically, as primary targets, he and Bai Li should have been well hidden, only permitted to leave under dire circumstances. Why then, do you intend to use me as bait to draw them out? The key to the situation suddenly dawned on Lin Xia. Indeed, mere evasion would not resolve the issue. Having endured for over 5 months, they could certainly continue to bide their time, attempting to outlast us. While they may have the luxury of patience, we do not. Therefore, we must seize this 4-day holiday to eliminate all threats. Instructor Hong continued, reassuring him not to worry excessively, as a number of absolutely trustworthy instructors had been discreetly dispersed throughout the city to protect them. Moreover, Commander Yuan, as a powerful figure in the maritime realm, was constantly monitoring the situation, ensuring that they could not stir up significant turmoil. Honging approached and patted his shoulder, saying, Don't be afraid, 7th Night. With us in Songnan, no one can harm you. Meanwhile, Lang Xian was hiding somewhere, clutching a sniper rifle, vigilantly watching the area. Any slightest movement would not escape his keen eyes. When Qima smiled and remarked, You know, I'm quite capable myself these days. What about Bai Li Tumming? Where has he gone? Lin Xia turned to Instructor Hong for clarification. After he disembarked, he headed straight to the 5-star hotel in Songnan. It is said that the steward has already reserved a room for him. Oh, he also asked me to convey that his room number is 9039, and he hopes you can visit him when you have the time. Understood. Instructor Hong stood up, addressing everyone in the room. Well, since everyone is safe, I shall return to the camp. Lin Xia, taken aback, interjected, But has the training camp been bombed? With Director Yuan there, the camp will be secure. However, we must swiftly uncover any traitors within. Instructor Hong waved his hand at Lin Xia. We'll meet again at the camp. All right. Once Instructor Hong departed, Chen Mai slowly rose, seemingly recalling something, and turned to Lin Xia, asking, 7th Night, tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Do you have any plans? Lin Xia lifted his gaze, his eyes briefly sparkling before dimming again as he replied, None. Then you should accompany Hong Ing and the others to buy groceries in the morning. Tomorrow night, come to the office for the New Year's Eve dinner. I'll handle the cooking, Chen Mai said, walking beside Lin Xia, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Lin Xia was momentarily taken aback, a smile once again gracing his lips as he nodded. Captain, are you not going to stay and protect Xia? Hong Ing pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. With you, Xiao Nan, and Lung Xian here, What do I have to worry about? Besides, the agency isn't far from here, should anything occur. I can swiftly come with my blade. Moreover, do you even have a place for me to stay? Shenmai replied with a sense of resignation. One must grow. Hong Ying, you cannot forever shield Lin Xia. Wu Xiangnan also rose to his feet. One day, he would leave this place. Striving to become a formidable individual, providing him with too much protection now may not be beneficial. Humph, you're just being lazy. Hong Ying made a face at Wu Xiangnan. He chose to ignore her provocation, walking directly in front of Lin Xia and gently patting his arm, a smile appearing on his face. Good lad, you've grown. After saying this, he waved at Lin Xia and followed Chunmai out of the villa. Suddenly, he turned back, glancing at Wen Qimo, who remained motionless on the sofa. Why aren't you leaving? Wen Qimo replied earnestly. I can share a bed with Lin Xia to protect him closely. P.S. I visited the doctor today. It might be neuritis caused by anxiety. In any case, I will need to rest for a few days. From now on, I can only rely on my stored drafts. So I will be updating twice daily until my reserves run low. After the recovery of the Sanjita period, everything will be compensated. I hope for your understanding. Chapter 115. The burning pinnacle. Under Wen Qimo's persistent insistence, he ultimately decided to stay, albeit not sharing a bed with Lin Xia, but instead laying a makeshift bed on the living room floor. Observing his radiant smile, Lin Xia silently rolled her eyes, beginning to question whether this fellow truly intended to remain and safeguard her. I'm going out for a stroll, Lin Xia announced after hastily packing her belongings and glancing at the sky outside. Shall I accompany you? Hong Ying inquired, lifting her gaze. Lin Xia hesitated for a moment. No need. Where I'm headed isn't suitable for girls. When Qimo was taken aback, his eyes brightening. Then, may I join you? I'm just going to the hotel to meet a friend. What are you thinking? Oh, in that case, never mind. Lin Xia intended to check on by Li Pangpang at the hotel. As the host of Cangnan, it would be rather inconsiderate to leave him unattended. However, she worried that if she brought Hong Ying along, she might inadvertently witness something inappropriate. This is a critical time. Wouldn't it be unsafe for you to go alone? Hong Ying expressed her concern. It's going to be dark soon, and I'll be safer alone, Lin Xia replied with a slight smile. Besides, didn't the vice captain say not to worry too much about me? Right now I'm quite capable. Moreover, there are plenty of instructors lurking in the city, and I have no doubt that Lung Xian is hiding somewhere. I'll be fine. Hong Ying nodded, and then, as if recalling something, she emerged from the room carrying a black box, which she handed to Lin Xia. Take the knife with you. Lin Xia retreated to his quarters to change out of his military attire, donning a casual ensemble instead. He rummaged through the wardrobe to retrieve a black gentleman's hat, placing it atop his head to obscure his features. After a moment's hesitation, he strapped on both Zhao Kongqing's knife and the one he had brought from the training camp, grasping the two black boxes, and quietly exited the villa. At the Kyransky Grand Hotel, in the opulent presidential suite, a small rotund figure emerged from the bathroom, clad only in a towel around his waist. With an air of flamboyance, he slicked back his damp hair, cradling a glass of red wine in his hand, which he gently swirled. Swaying to the rhythm of the music, he moved with the grace of a corpulent dancer, executing a 360-degree turn in the corridor before sauntering into the living room. However, his smile froze upon sighting the scene before him. There, in the living room, Chao Yuan sat on the sofa, clutching the scabbard and regarding him with an expression reminiscent of madness. What the hell? Why are you here? Didn't I book you a single room at the inn next door? Bai Li, the chubby figure, crossed his arms defensively, irritation evident in his tone. A single room is no match for the comfort of a presidential suite. Chao Yuan shrugged casually, propping his feet up on the coffee table. Bai Li retorted with a disgruntled expression, Move along, you're disrupting my enjoyment of life. He waved his hand dismissively. It's fine, you keep dancing. I shall pretend I didn't see a thing. Bai Li Pangpang's lips twitched slightly as he sat in the living room, a large man clutching a knife. Observing me dance. Do you truly believe I can dance under such circumstances? Chao Yuan pondered for a moment before saying, Then I shall set down the knife. But it is not merely about the knife. Bai Li Pangpang, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. Are you so eager to expel me? Surely you haven't summoned someone. Nonsense. I have always maintained my integrity. How could I possibly have called for? Bai Li Pangpang trembled with indignation. Chao Yuan tilted his head, contemplating the correlation between KFC and integrity. I do not care. Leave. Leave now. Bai Li Pangpang glared fiercely. I could assist you in catching mice if I remain. Nonsense. This is a 5-star hotel. Where would mice come from? Is that not the case? Chow Yuan extended his hand, pointing at a small mouse cowering in the corner of the room. Bai Li Pang's complexion turned pale. Retreating a step before storming towards the bedroom, cursing the filth of this hotel, I shall call the front desk to address this. Suddenly, a blinding flame erupted from outside the window, shattering a large portion of the floor-to-ceiling glass. A thunderous explosion resonated, unleashing a torrent of scorching air mixed with fiery waves, sending both Bai Li Pang and Chow Yuan hurtling through the air. The deafening roar of the blast drew the attention of pedestrians on the street, who gasped in astonishment. Beneath the black night sky, the pinnacle of the towering hotel, piercing the clouds, had transformed into an inferno, with shards of glass mingling with fragments of burning furniture plummeting rapidly from the heights. Amidst the myriad of falling objects, should one gaze with a night vision telescope, they would discern the silhouettes of two figures plummeting at an alarming speed. Clad only in a towel, Bai Li Pang screamed loudly. The howling winds whipping past his ears, enveloping him in a profound sense of weightlessness, his complexion paling to an alarming degree. Beside him, Chow Yuan clutched a blade, similarly descending with great velocity, yet his countenance remained unperturbed. He cast a glance upward at the burning upper floors and murmured to himself, "Indeed, there are rats, damn you. Chow Yuan. Foolish Chow Yuan. Idiotic Chow Yuan. Damn it. After everyone else disembarked, they all avoided me like the plague. Yet you still dare to cling to me? Do you have any idea how many people in this city wish to take my life? Are you not afraid of death?" Bai Li Pang berated him as they fell. Chow Yuan merely raised an eyebrow, unperturbed. Bai Li Pang paused in surprise, seemingly taken aback by Chow Yuan's response. Then, in frustration, exclaimed, "You lunatic, you madman. Fortunately, I was prepared. Otherwise, you would have to wait to die alongside me." With that, Bai Li Pang reached beneath his towel, retrieving a necklace. "Yao Guang," he declared, pointing forth as a golden radiance burst forth, transforming into two soft clouds that floated behind them, alleviating their burdensome weight. They descended gently to the ground. Chow Yuan glanced at Bai Li Pang, who was only swathed in a towel, an expression of curiosity dawning upon his face. "Where have you concealed the free space?" Bai Li, with a frown etched upon his chubby face, retorted, "What business is it of yours?" Chow Yuan lifted his gaze toward the uppermost level of the hotel, where violent explosions reverberated in the air. The instructors had taken action. It seemed they were engaged in a confrontation with the assassins. Alas, not even a moment of respite for a proper bath. Bai Li pinched the flesh on his belly, letting out a heavy sigh. Was the life of the young master of the Bai family always this exhilarating? Throughout my life, I have faced numerous assassination attempts, yet here I stand, unharmed. Bai Li raised his eyes to the night sky. By tomorrow, my entourage of bodyguards should arrive, and then, let us see who dares to lay a hand on me. Chow Yuan's gaze swept across the surroundings, narrowing slightly. "I believe," he mused, "that you ought to focus on surviving today first." Bai Li, puzzled, turned his head. Chow Yuan pointed towards the eerily deserted street and slowly remarked, "Do you not find it unsettlingly quiet here?" Chapter 116, The Assailant. Hello. Greetings, I am looking for a friend. Might you know his room number? 9039. Very well. I shall connect you at once. Boom. Before Lin Xia could finish his conversation with the front desk, a cataclysmic explosion erupted overhead, followed by the piercing screams of the surrounding pedestrians. Lin Xia's expression shifted dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed out of the hotel lobby, looking up at the sky. There, the pinnacle of the towering edifice had transformed into a blazing inferno. Without counting, Lin Xia instinctively knew that this was undoubtedly the floor where Bai Li Pang resided. In this entire hotel, only he could provoke such an outrageous attack. Just as Lin Xia was preparing to dash into the hotel, sprinting up to the 90th floor, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a golden flash in the night sky. His eyes narrowed slightly. Without hesitation, he grasped two black boxes and maneuvered through the panicked crowd, hastily making his way toward the location of the golden flicker. Navigating through various thoroughfares, Lin Xia finally arrived near the site where the golden light had descended. This area was relatively secluded, with very few pedestrians and even fewer vehicles at this late hour. He closed his eyes, meticulously employing his mental prowess to scrutinize his surroundings. When suddenly, his body trembled slightly. He opened his eyes and hastened toward a narrow intersection, his expression darkening immediately. At the forefront of this street stood a signpost bearing 4 prominent characters: "No entry ahead." Unrestrained void. Lin Xia's brows furrowed tightly. This was certainly not the unrestrained void initiated by Team 136. The sign indicating the implementation of unrestrained void could only be possessed by the Night Watch squad stationed in various cities. This implied that Night Watch members from other cities had become involved in this matter. Were they there to protect Bailey Pang Pang, or to assassinate him? Lin Xia surmised that the likelihood of the former was exceedingly slim. If they were indeed there to safeguard him, why had they chosen this moment to appear? And why had they covertly activated the unrestrained void? 800 million is a sum substantial enough to sway the hearts of those with wavering resolve, prompting them to pilfer the notice board and betray the Night Watchers in pursuit of the bounty on Bailey Pang Pang's head. How many adversaries are there? Did they bring the notice board directly, or did they steal it from the Night Watchers? Might there be formidable foes of high caliber among them? A cascade of inquiries flooded Lin Qi's mind as he stood silently before the notice board, ensnared in contemplation. To enter or not to enter? In the past, he would have fled at the first hint of danger and uncertainty, but now, perhaps unbeknownst to him, he had undergone a gradual transformation. What catalyzed this change? Perhaps it was the warmth bestowed upon him by Team 136, the fervor of Hong Ying, the gentleness of Chi Mo, the Captain's protective nature, the Vice Captain's pride, the tenderness of Lung Xian, and the resolute spirit of Zhao Kong Chang. Or maybe it was the trials endured together in the training camp, or the myriad of seemingly trivial details woven into the fabric of daily life. Once, he had only his aunt and Jean in his life, but now, without even realizing it, he found himself surrounded by many more. Beneath the night sky, a glimmer of determination emerged in his eyes, as a golden hue gradually illuminated his gaze. Half a year ago, he breached the boundless void to rescue the hero who had safeguarded his world. Now, he was prepared to breach the boundless void once more, to save his friend. This is, Bailey Pang Pang surveyed his surroundings, his expression unusually grave. The boundless void. Is it friend or foe? What do you think? Chao Yuan's gaze fell upon the street ahead, where the dimly lit night sky cast shadows over the flickering streetlights lining either side of the road. In the distance, a robust figure was slowly approaching. Behind him, Bailey, the plump man, turned to look, only to see another man at the opposite end of the street, bearing 3 swords on his back, staring intently at the two with a mocking glint in his eyes. 2 in total? No, there should be at least one more, lurking outside in the boundless void. Chao Yuan shook his head. Bailey snickered derisively, questioning when the night watchman had resorted to banditry. No, we are no longer night watchmen, the imposing man declared in a low voice as he drew nearer. We hail from the sanctuary. Sanctuary? Bailey gazed at Chao Yuan in confusion. The sanctuary serves as a prison for those guilty of criminal acts, housing many former night watchmen who were expelled for their misdeeds. Chao Yuan spoke calmly, stating that had it not been for the total commander's intervention back then, sending him to Jihua Mountain, he too would be confined there now. So, you have just emerged from incarceration. Bailey grasped the situation. Yet, while you may wish to kill me, why resort to blowing up a hotel? What are the innocents harmed in the process? Those who once vowed to protect this nation now disregard the lives of its people for personal gain? Do not conflate us with that pack of wild dogs. The man burdened with 3 blades spoke with fury, asserting that they, too, had once been watchmen, and that there existed a fundamental line they would not cross. Their intention to kill was merely to repay a debt of gratitude. But whose debt? Bailey's brows furrowed in skepticism. Do not attempt to extract our words. You need only to understand that tonight you shall not escape this void of no restrictions. The burly man let out a growl, his eyes igniting with ferocity, as his muscles convulsed violently. His stature first surged upward by half a meter, only to shrink rapidly. Ultimately, he transformed into a frail figure, scarcely a meter tall, appearing as though a mere gust could topple him. Conan, Bailey exclaimed in astonishment. The Forbidden Ruins Sequence 214, Body Reconfiguration, allows the individual to freely compress their muscle tissue. Despite his current appearance akin to that of a primary school child, his speed and strength had undoubtedly reached a truly terrifying level. Chao Yuan's gaze was laden with gravity. A cold smirk danced upon the lips of the emaciated man, as he stomped his foot upon the asphalt, leaving a profound indentation, before darting across half the street like a swift arrow. A diminutive fist loomed larger in Bailey's sight with alarming speed. Yao Guang. Golden radiance crystallized before him, forming a shield, as the man's fist collided with it in a display devoid of embellishment. A resounding thud echoed, and fissures appeared upon the surface of the Yao Guang shield. Damn it! Bailey exclaimed in shock. Following that, a whip-like kick struck the Yao Guang shield anew, dispersing the golden luminescence slightly. Bailey Pang Pang hurriedly thrust his hand into the bath towel, seemingly searching for something, while calling out to Chao Yuan behind him. "Could you lend me a hand?" Chao Yuan, gripping his blade, remained fixated on the distant figure of the three-blade man, unable to assist. Under the moonlight, the man, expressionless, unsheathed a knife from behind, while two others seemed to be drawn forth by an invisible hand, simultaneously emerging from their scabbards. Chapter 117. The Archer. Thud, thud, thud. The emaciated man unleashed a series of powerful punches against the surface of the Yaoguang shield, shattering the golden light, his eyes reflecting a chilling intent. Following that, he delivered a fierce elbow strike aimed at Bailey Pong Pong's head. However, just as his elbow was about to make contact, it encountered an invisible barrier, igniting as if it had struck a wall of flames, causing extensive charring to his skin. The emaciated man, possessing a tenacious spirit, grimaced in pain but hesitated only for a moment before launching an even swifter attack. Bailey Pang Pang, having endured countless beatings in close combat classes, recognized the impending danger of the elbow strike hurtling toward him. He rolled to the side with lightning speed, narrowly evading the blow. At that moment, he finally extracted a gleaming broadsword from the towel. "Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, that was close," Bailey Pang Pang exclaimed, his face pale as he gripped the sword tightly and swung it toward the rapidly approaching emaciated man. The blade sliced through the air, multiplying its brilliance. 1 became 2. 2 became 4, 4 became 8 in an instant. A torrent of sword light surged forward like a mighty river. The emaciated man's expression darkened as he swiftly retreated, narrowly avoiding the onslaught. Just as he was preparing to continue his assault, a terrifying malevolence surged into the sky. He turned in astonishment, only to behold a humanoid monstrosity enveloped in black flames standing on another street, wielding a straight blade, exuding an aura of bloodthirstiness. Before this creature, the three-blade man swallowed hard. What in the world is this abomination? With a swish, the frenzied Chao Yuan, his blood-red eyes ablaze, rushed over 100 meters in an instant, the straight blade in his hand entwined with fierce black flames, and suddenly swung down. The three-blade man was taken aback by the overwhelming malevolence, breaking out in a cold sweat. Without a moment's hesitation, he sharply raised his blade, while the other two suspended blades also aligned above him, clashing with Chao Yuan's weapon. A sharp screech filled the air as the blades collided, and the three-blade man felt an immense force radiating from above, causing the ground beneath him to shatter inch by inch, with every bone in his body resonating in agony. After ascending to the pool realm, the malevolence emanating from Chao Yuan seemed to intensify, and his madness grew more rampant. He swung his straight blade repeatedly, akin to a blacksmith relentlessly forging iron. Clang, 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 clang. The blade hammered furiously against the weapon in the three-blade man's grasp, accompanied by Chao Yuan's maniacal laughter. The three-blade man's legs buckled, and he half-kneeled on the ground, a profound sense of life and death crisis enveloping him, somehow summoning an inexplicable strength. He forcefully kicked to the side, rolling away to evade Chao Yuan's straight blade. The weapon struck the ground, sending shards flying, and the three-blade man stumbled, collapsing to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. What on earth is this monster? The three-bladed man, filled with terror, suddenly turned his head and shouted into the distance, "If you do not act now, I shall perish." Whoosh! As his words faded, an arrow silently sliced through the night sky, shooting toward Chao Yuan's face with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. The frenzied Chao Yuan's pupils constricted. He swung his broadsword with fervor, accurately striking the arrow's tip. Yet, in the next moment, he was sent flying, along with his sword, crashing into the building behind him. On a distant high-rise, a woman armed with a bow sneered coldly, "Dare to catch my arrow with bare hands? You seek death." With that, she swiftly drew 3 arrows from her quiver and released them in quick succession. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 arrows pierced into the building where Chao Yuan had been struck. The first arrow shattered the low-rise into debris. The second created a massive crater with a radius of several meters. The third soared through the swirling dust, aiming directly for Chao Yuan's heart. Chao Yuan roared, unleashing a deafening howl, his malevolent energy flooding forth like a raging torrent, coalescing into a black blade aura that slashed toward the arrow suspended in the air. The clash between the blade aura and the arrow produced an invisible ripple, and before the fierce blade aura, the arrow's shaft shattered inch by inch, ultimately dissipating into the atmosphere. On the rooftop, the female archer frowned slightly, deftly retrieving another arrow from her quiver. Humph, if I cannot kill you, I shall target that little chubby one instead. Let us see just how many arrows he can withstand. Oh, which little chubby one are you referring to? A detached male voice echoed from behind her, causing the female archer's pupils to constrict in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, she swiftly drew her bow and nocked an arrow, aiming towards the source of the voice. Alas, just as her fingertips grazed the fletching, a profound darkness enveloped her surroundings, making her feel as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. In the next moment, the arrow slipped from her fingers, spiraling through the air before gracefully landing in the grasp of a youth adorned with a black gentleman's hat. Moonlight cascaded upon the brim of his hat, casting shadows that obscured his features. The boy toyed with the arrow for a moment, then shook his head in disappointment. This arrow bears no uniqueness. Thus, the issue lies within your own forbidden domain. The female archer's eyes widened, disbelief flooding her gaze. It was inconceivable. No one could approach her from behind without her detection. Could he be a phantom? As an archer, maintaining acute vigilance of her surroundings was imperative. She could hear even the slightest movement within several meters, yet this time, she had failed to perceive the boy's footsteps. Unbeknownst to her, under the enhancement of the Starry Night Dancer in the pool realm, Lin Qiye's stealth capabilities had reached an utterly terrifying level. Even if he were to pivot and become an assassin now, he would undoubtedly be among the finest. With a gentle flick of his fingers, Lin Xia let the arrow hover delicately between the female archer's brows, mere moments from penetrating her skin. How many of you are there? How did you enter the unfettered void? Where is old Han? The female archer inquired, her brow furrowing in concern. Lin Qiye's brow slightly furrowed, his fingers curling ever so slightly, as the tip of the feathered arrow pierced the space between the female archer's brows, causing beads of blood to seep forth. It seems that I am the one questioning you now. Lin Xia paused and added, of course, should you be inquiring about that Mediterranean old man. I regret to inform you that I have already dispatched him. The female archer fixed her gaze upon Lin Qiye's eyes, and after a moment's contemplation, she coldly remarked, I understand now. You are the unprecedented dual deity proxy. You have finally revealed yourself. It appears you are unwilling to answer my questions. Lin Qiye's eyes narrowed slightly, a chilling demeanor manifesting within them. If that is the case, then let us consider you as my experimental subject. With that, his eyes were suddenly engulfed in darkness, and his entire presence became profoundly enigmatic. In the next instant, a shroud of night began to ascend upon the female archer's eyes. Chapter 118. A single strike. A piercing scream reverberated through the night sky. As the three-blade man and the emaciated figure simultaneously turned their gazes toward the direction of the female archer, astonishment evident in their eyes. There was another enemy? On the rooftop, the female archer's eyes had completely succumbed to darkness. She knelt in agony, her hands uncontrollably clawing at her scalp, as if attempting to expel something from her mind. Blood flowed in rivulets from the crown of her head, and she opened her mouth wide, expelling large quantities of black blood, her body visibly darkening at an alarming rate. What have you done? She clutched her head in anguish, suddenly lifting her gaze to Lin Qiye and letting out a piercing scream. Lin Qiye observed the dire state of the female archer. His brow slightly furrowed as he stroked his chin thoughtfully. The effects of the dark corruption on sentient beings were rather limited. The higher the intellect, the more resistant one becomes to its influence. Given my current realm, I could at most exert control over cats and dogs. Its impact on humans is rather negligible. In that moment, a brilliant light erupted in the archer's eyes, a surge of mental energy crashing forth, as the darkness in her gaze receded like a receding tide. She sprang to her feet with lightning speed, staggering as she fell backward. Lin Qiye let out a muffled groan. Retreating a few steps while pressing his hand to his forehead, his brow knitted tightly. Mental fortitude could break free from the dark corruption, the higher one's realm. The greater the backlash against me. She must possess pool-level mental energy. Otherwise, that last exertion could have rendered me unconscious. It seems I cannot recklessly employ the dark corruption on individuals to manipulate their thoughts just yet. The female archer plummeted from the rooftop, yet being a former night watcher. Even in her injured state, her agility remained remarkable. In a flash, she drew an arrow from her quiver, embedding it into the sturdy wall, effectively slowing her descent. Then, using the natural momentum of her body, she rolled twice on the lawn below, barely managing to right herself before swiftly nocking an arrow. Whoosh! An arrow shot forth, carrying with it a terrifying force, darting accurately towards the spot where Lin Xia stood. Lin Xia's brows arched slightly, as if he had fully anticipated the trajectory of the feathered arrow. He gently tilted his head, allowing the arrow to graze his hair and whisk past his ear without inflicting a scratch. The female archer stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Lin Xia grasped a black box in one hand while delicately holding his gentleman's hat in place with the other. The fierce wind tousled the edges of his attire, and a faint smile curled at the corners of his lips. With a single step forward, he gracefully leapt from the rooftop. Unlike the female archer, who sought to slow her descent, he embraced free fall, lightly tapping the building's wall with the tips of his toes, gliding down the 6 stories like a specter in the midnight hour, landing securely on the ground. This series of movements flowed seamlessly, akin to a black cat leaping down from a cupboard, elegant and effortless. This was the essence of the starry night dancer. At last I, too, can leap from a building. Lin Xia mused, recalling the clumsy scene of fleeing down the stairs while chasing the Naga demon at school, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. Are you human or ghost? The female archer, witnessing this spectacle, felt a shiver run down her spine. Without a word, she turned and sprinted down the convoluted streets behind her. As she ran, she deftly retrieved an arrow from her quiver, drawing her bow and firing back at Lin Xia with remarkable fluidity. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several arrows shot forth in rapid succession. Yet Lin Xia remained unruffled, evading them with the ease of a leisurely pedestrian, effortlessly sidestepping every feathered projectile. The perceptive acuity and dynamic vision afforded by the mortal realm, combined with the starry night dancer, were no trifling matter. The female archer, witnessing the scene, gritted her teeth and resolutely drew 3 feathered arrows, knocking them onto her bow. With careful aim, she unleashed them. The 3 arrows soared through the air in a triangular formation, completely sealing off all avenues of escape for Lin Xia, their tips resembling a vast net descending upon him. Lin Xia adjusted his gentleman's hat atop his head, and an exquisite darkness emanated from him, radiating outward in all directions. In the next instant, the 3 arrows became ensnared within the shadows, unable to advance a mere fraction, having caught hundreds of missile fragments in the span of half a second. Intercepting these 3 arrows was a trivial feat for Lin Xia. With a gentle wave of his hand, the arrows swiftly changed direction and flew back towards the female archer. However, as the arrows were not shot from her bow, they lacked formidable momentum, and combined with his kindergarten-level marksmanship, the arrows had long since veered off course. The female archer could only stare in disbelief. Lin Xia sighed, deciding to silence her to conceal his astonishing shooting prowess. His fingers lightly pressed on the handle of a dark box, producing a soft click, from which a sheathed straight sword sprang forth. Lin Xia grasped the sword, the crisp sound of its unsheathing resonating through the air. His eyes narrowed slightly as he held the blade with one hand, approaching the female archer like a specter. His speed a stark contrast to before. The female archer bit her lip and fired several arrows in quick succession, yet Lin Xia effortlessly evaded each one. Beneath the interplay of light and shadow cast by the street lamps, Lin Xia's figure resembled a specter, as the pale blue blade traced a straight line across the dimly lit street, swiftly arriving before the female archer. Her pupils dilated in sudden shock. In a flash, a glimmer of the blade appeared, and blood erupted forth. With an impassive expression, Lin Xia glided past the female archer, sheathing his blade. Thud. The archer, her throat severed, collapsed to the ground, a pool of blood gradually expanding around her. In the realm of the pond, Lin Xia required but a single blade, a single strike to claim her life. This was not merely a disparity within the confines of the Forbidden Ruins. It was a profound difference in combat prowess. If the battle between the frenzied Chao Yuan and the 3-bladed man resembled a berserker overpowering an assassin, her encounter with Lin Xia was akin to a fragile marksman facing a lethal assassin, utterly defenseless against his extraordinary agility. As for Bai Li and the emaciated man, perhaps it was reminiscent of the whimsical conflict between Doraemon and John. Lin Xia picked up the black box from the ground, slightly lifting his black gentleman's hat, glancing toward the distant explosions, and sighed in resignation. Soon, he would have to deal with that madman again. What a nuisance. He shook his head, grasping 2 black boxes, and strode into the shadowy street. Meanwhile, several hundred meters away, atop another high-rise building, Lang Xian slowly moved away from the sniper scope. Gazing in the direction Lin Xia had departed, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed. Chapter 119, Chao Yuan. Lock. The emaciated man shattered the asphalt ground with a single step, leaving behind a deep pit adorned with spiderweb-like cracks. Bai Li, the rotund figure, stumbled barefoot in an attempt to evade, letting out a ghastly shriek as he swung his great sword once more. The sword's shadow danced like a dragon, sweeping across the earth. The emaciated man made a powerful leap, soaring several stories high, and gracefully descended after narrowly avoiding the blade's arc, landing firmly atop a streetlight. Hearing a series of explosions resonate from afar, Bai Li's eyes began to gleam with hope. Qiao Yuan, hold on a little longer, reinforcements are on the way. However, his gaze was drawn to the distance, where the frenzied Qiao Yuan had already impaled the three-knife man to the ground, grinning wickedly as he dismembered him, blood splattering onto his face, presenting a grotesque visage akin to that of a deranged killer. This scene prompted Bai Li to ponder who the true villain might be. Qiao Yuan, in a state of unrestrained rage, had lost all semblance of reason. Even though he had rendered the three-knife man utterly lifeless, he remained engrossed in the thrill of the slaughter, seemingly oblivious to Bai Li's plight. In truth, it was a stroke of fortune that he had not turned his blade upon Bai Li as well. Useless fool! The emaciated man cursed upon witnessing the three-knife man's gruesome fate, intensifying his assault. Yet, regardless of how fiercely he attacked, the seemingly clumsy Bai Li moved like a nimble loach, consistently evading his strikes while retaliating with a barrage of bizarre and grotesque objects that left the emaciated man in a state of utter disgust. "Behold, my invincible grand mirror," Bai Li exclaimed, pulling from his towel an ancient, round mirror, directing it towards the emaciated man. The moonlight reflected upon the mirror illuminated the emaciated man's face, causing him to halt abruptly in his tracks. At this moment, the emaciated man felt as though his brain had been mercilessly struck by a hammer, a buzzing sensation overwhelming his thoughts, his complexion turning as pale as parchment. A mental assault. He struggled to steady himself, directing a gaze filled with fury at the rotund Bai Li, who, before he could react, flashed a smug grin and swung his large sword once more. The flurry of sword shadows engulfed the emaciated figure, raising clouds of dust. Bai Li stood with one hand on his hip, nonchalantly touching his nose, scoffing at the small pool of power. How laughable. No sooner had he spoken than a figure appeared behind him like a wraith. The emaciated man was bloodied on one side, his expression a terrifying mask of rage, as if he intended to devour Bai Li whole. He raised his right hand high, suddenly aiming for the back of Bai Li's neck with a lethal strike. Bai Li sensed a chill creeping up his spine, realizing the imminent danger, and was about to hastily evade when a muffled groan emanated from behind him. He turned to see a man clad in black, adorned with a gentleman's hat, who had stealthily approached him. Grasping a straight blade, the man pierced the heart of the emaciated figure, blood cascading from the blade's tip to the ground. The emaciated man struggled to turn his head, glimpsing the face shrouded in shadow, as if he wished to utter something. Yet the stranger swiftly withdrew the blade, blood splattering, and the emaciated man breathed his last. Bai Li, upon recognizing the newcomer, exclaimed with delight, "Qi, you have come too?" Lin Qi sheathed his straight blade, shrugged his shoulders, and remarked, "I merely wished to take a glance, to fulfill a simple gesture of hospitality." Little did I know. His gaze drifted into the distance, and his brow furrowed slightly. "Never mind, let us first deal with that individual." Bai Li Pang paused, turning to observe, only to find that at some point, Qiao Yuan had risen from the pool of blood, the blade wreathed in black flames resting upon his shoulder. A sinister grin etched across his face as he approached the two, exuding an aura of malevolence. "It's fortunate you arrived. Otherwise, I would not have been able to triumph over this fiend." Bai Li Pang shuddered at the sight of the demonic Qiao Yuan. Ever since advancing to the pool realm, his forbidden domain seemed to have grown more formidable and ferocious. Lin Qi furrowed his brow, extending his hand toward Bai Li Pang. The sealing scroll. Bai Li Pang rummaged for a moment before reluctantly handing over the tape, sighing deeply. From now on, this should more aptly be named the Qiao Yuan Chastity Lock. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Lin Qi's mouth as he grasped the straight blade in his right hand and wrapped the tape around his left. A wave of darkness emanated from him like an expanding tide. The frenzied Qiao Yuan seemed to sense this dark aura, becoming increasingly cautious. He fixed his gaze upon Lin Qi, ensconced within the center of the darkness, halting his advance, seemingly torn between approaching or retreating. With a raised brow, Lin Qi surged forth toward the deranged Qiao Yuan, akin to a phantom. Since the frenzied Chao Yuan had detected the peril of the abyssal divine domain and hesitated to draw closer, Lin Xie resolved to close the distance himself. In the depths of the abyssal god ruins, the frenzied Chao Yuan perceived Lin Xie's proactive assault as a blatant provocation. With a thunderous roar, he charged towards Lin Xie. The clang of blades echoed as they engaged in a fierce exchange, their strikes producing brilliant sparks. Enveloped in malevolent energy, Lin Xie's dark erosion could not penetrate or control anything on Chao Yuan's person. He was compelled to rely on the passive enhancements of the Starry Night Dancer and the advanced capabilities of the mundane divine realm to contend with his opponent. However, the Black King's decimation, now at the Pool realm, was equally formidable. With both the heart-stopping malevolent flames and the frenzied combat style capable of instilling terror in any adversary of the same rank. After a brief stalemate, the crazed Chao Yuan effortlessly quelled Lin Xie's offensive, swiftly gaining the upper hand. With a series of ferocious roars, Chao Yuan's blade techniques intensified, compelling Lin Xie to strain against the onslaught, his brow furrowing slightly. In the next moment, a blinding golden light erupted from his eyes. The might of the Seraph was indeed the nemesis of the frenzied Chao Yuan. Merely a glare from Lin Xie dispersed much of the malevolent energy surrounding Chao Yuan, causing him to stagger backward. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Xie unfurled the chastity lock he wielded, quickly ensnaring Chao Yuan's form, then darted behind him, gripping the adhesive tape and yanking it fiercely. With a resounding crash, Lin Xie, bolstered by his formidable physique under the cover of night, executed an over-the-shoulder throw that sent the frenzied Chao Yuan hurtling into a nearby low building. Billowing clouds of smoke erupted, and Lin Xie stood poised with his straight blade, narrowing his eyes as he gazed into the wreckage of the building. After a while, Chao Yuan, having regained his human form, struggled to crawl out of the window, coughing a few times as he slowly peeled off the tape from around his neck. "Chi, could you possibly be gentler next time?" Chao Yuan rubbed his neck, marked by the tight grip, and looked at Lin Xie, who appeared aggrieved. "You weren't gentle when you struck me just now." Lin Xie, with an impassive expression, sheathed his sword and spoke slowly. Holding a grudge? Lin Xie did not respond to his inquiry. Instead, he lifted his gaze towards the sky. At this moment, the Wujie void had been breached, and above them, the hotel's top floor was still ablaze, showing no signs of extinguishment. The instructors continued their battle, and the adversaries they faced were likely from the Chuan realm. "Fortunately, we jumped down directly," sighed Chao Yuan as he observed the scene. Lin Xie picked up the black box from the ground and turned to walk towards the other side of the street. That kind of enemy was beyond our capability to confront. Rather than standing idly here and increasing the risk of exposure, it would be better to enjoy a bowl of noodles. Chapter 120. The transaction: a bowl of shredded pork noodles, a bowl of pork chop noodles, a bowl of braised beef noodles, topped with pork chop, vegetarian chicken, shredded meat, an egg, dried tofu, and extra noodles. The three of them casually found a spot in the noodle shop, which was quite secluded, far from the main road, with a dilapidated sign. Yet, the aroma of the noodles wafted through the air, detectable even from a distance. It was already past 10 in the evening, and the noodle shop was occupied solely by Lin Xie and his companions. They chose not to sit inside the dimly lit establishment, but rather at a small table by the entrance. In the quiet, shadowy alley, the faint glow emanating from the kitchen mingled with the colorful neon lights of the adjacent adult shop, casting a unique charm upon the grayish-blue tabletop. In this bustling metropolis, it offered a distinctive ambience. "Is this really where you intended to eat noodles?" Baili Pang Pang inquired, glancing around before leaning closer to Lin Xie to voice his thoughts. "Given our current circumstances, could I possibly take you to a fancy hotel for dinner?" Lin Xie rolled his eyes. "We must opt for these secluded corners where we can dine in peace." "Ah, I see. You certainly have a long-term perspective," Baili Pang Pang acknowledged. "Besides, my funds only suffice for a meal here. Rest assured, although the establishment appears humble, the taste of the noodles is undoubtedly exceptional," Lin Xie added. Before long, 3 bowls of steaming noodles were placed upon the small table. In the depths of the night, the rich aroma of the noodles was both unassuming and astonishing. "Boss, how much do I owe you?" Lin Xie asked as he retrieved his wallet. "The shredded pork noodles are 10 yuan, the large pork chop noodles are 12, and this young man's 42 yuan, totaling 64 yuan, the owner replied with a cheerful smile, extending his hand. Suddenly, Lin Xie's hand froze in midair. He intended to pay for himself. Lin Xie extracted a 20 yuan note and 2 1 yuan coins from his wallet, handing them over to the proprietor. He then pointed at Bai Li Pangdang. Bai Li Pangdang's robust figure trembled as he exclaimed, "Xia, did you not promise to treat me? I have changed my mind," came the reply. After a brief moment of hesitation, Bai Li Pangpang inquired, "Sir, do you accept card payments?" Ultimately, it was Chao Yuan who produced a crumpled 50 yuan bill to cover Bai Li Pangpang's meal, but in return, Bai Li Pangpang agreed to provide him with accommodation and meals for the next few days. This was not due to Lin Qia's stinginess. He had brought only 50 yuan with him, believing it would suffice for a simple meal. But unexpectedly, the three of them immersed themselves in their noodles while engaging in a discussion about the recent battle. "So, you were ambushed directly? Did they accurately demolish the 90th floor? Lin Xia furrowed his brow as he listened to their accounts. "Indeed. Did you not notice that I am still clad in a bath towel?" Bai Li Pangpang pointed to his tattered towel, a mixture of laughter and despair in his voice. However, they must have employed some form of large-scale destructive forbidden technique rather than conventional weaponry. Anything capable of such devastation would require at least Chuan level. Your strategy of jumping from the building to escape was astute. Had they caught sight of you, there would have been no escape, and you would have been drawn into the instructor's battle, Lin Xia analyzed. Your living arrangements are rather conspicuous, Chao Yuan interjected. Staying in such a hotel necessitates identity registration. Anyone with ill intent could easily ascertain your whereabouts with a simple inquiry. Bai Li Pangpang murmured, "Well, I've simply grown accustomed to it. When I was in Guangzhou and Shenzhen, I stayed in hotels far superior to this one. This is Cangnan, not the domain of the Bai Li family. However, in my lifetime, I have faced assassination attempts no fewer than 800 times, so this level of attack is merely trivial." With a dismissive wave of his hand, Bai Li Pangpang showed little concern. Chao Yuan shrugged. It seemed that being a wealthy young master was not as easy as it appeared. As the three engaged in conversation, four more figures entered from outside. "Brother Shun, we've already had 2 bowls of noodles in a row. Are we having noodles again tonight?" One of them asked. "What do you know? Noodles are a specialty of Cangnan. It's a rare opportunity, so we must indulge." Shen Qingzhu strode in confidently, accompanied by Deng Wei, Li Jia, and Li Liang, and before even reaching the counter, he called out, "Boss, for bowls of clear broth noodles." "Ah, it's you all again? Eating clear broth noodles for the second time?" the boss exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the 4. "Indeed," Shen Qingzhu replied as he approached the entrance and noticed the 3 individuals at a table, engrossed in their noodles. "You all? Oh, so the esteemed brother has come for noodles as well?" Bai Li Pangpang greeted him with a mouthful of pork chop. Lin Xia and Chao Yuan also nodded in acknowledgement. They were comrades who had endured 6 months of hellish training together. Though they had little interaction in daily life, the bond of camaraderie was undeniable. Shen Qizhu hummed in response, his gaze lingering on the aromatic noodles before the trio, his lips pursing slightly. Gulp. A swallow echoed in the quiet alley. Its sound particularly distinct. Shen Qingzhu glanced back, observing his 3 companions bowing their heads in unison. He raised his gaze to the price list hanging in the center of the shop, a look of conflict appearing in his eyes. "Boss, let us change the order. We'll have 3 bowls of shredded pork noodles and 1 bowl of clear soup noodles," he called out as he settled into the seat beside Lin Xia. "Certainly. The shredded pork noodles are 10 yuan a bowl, and the clear soup is 6 yuan. That totals 36 yuan, came the reply. Shen Qingzhu rummaged through his wallet, extracting several crumpled bills and placing them on the table before swiftly putting his wallet away. A mere glance from Lin Xia with his mental prowess revealed that Shen's wallet was completely emptied. He had calculated the price precisely. "Brother Shun, why are you having shredded pork noodles again?" one of the companions inquired. "After so many clear soups, I thought you might be tired of it and wish to try something different." "And what about you, Brother Shen?" "I simply adore clear soup," Shen Qingzhu replied with a hint of pride, asserting that simplicity and purity embody the true essence of noodles. The 3 companions exchanged glances, remaining silent. Shen Qingzhu seemed to recall something, turning to Lin Xia. "By the way, how is your injury from the car? You're all right, aren't you?" Lin Xia shook his head. "I'm fine." Shen Qingzhu nodded, hesitating for a moment before speaking. "At that time, thank you. If you hadn't shielded us from those fragments, we would all have been hurt." "Brother, when did you become so courteous?" Bai Li Pangwa questioned suspiciously. "You rotund fool. I have always been clear about enmities and grievances. This is merely a matter of principle," Shen Qingzhu retorted. Shen Qingzhu cast a sharp glance at Bai Li Pangpang, then turned to Lin Xia and spoke slowly. "I understand that this holiday will undoubtedly be extraordinary. If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to confide in me. For the sake of our camaraderie, I shall assist you in any way I can. Lin Xia raised an eyebrow, a sudden idea emerging in his mind. In that case, I indeed have a business proposition to discuss with you, he replied. What is it? Lin Xia gestured towards Bai Li Pang Pang and said, during the holiday, provide him with personal protection. The group present, including Bai Li Pang Pang, was momentarily taken aback. Him? Shen Qingzhu's gaze fell upon Bai Li Pang Pang, her brow slightly furrowing. In exchange, he will pay you a protection fee of 1,000 yuan each day. What do you think? Lin Xia continued. Shen Qingzhu's body stiffened as she locked eyes with Lin Xia, pondering her thoughts. After a brief silence, she finally spoke. Very well. She then pointed to her three subordinates, adding, however, this arrangement only includes me. They are not part of the deal. Agreed. Chapter 121. Three Snowmen. Xia, why did you choose Weiga to protect me? Bai Li Pang Pang whispered into Lin Xia's ear as they walked down the dimly lit street. At this critical juncture, both you and I have become targets. Thus, I cannot remain by your side for an extended period, as that would only heighten the danger. Furthermore, when Xiao Yuan loses control, he cannot distinguish between friend and foe. In short, you require a competent individual by your side, and they must be skilled. Upon hearing this, Bai Li Pang Pang's eyes widened in realization. You truly are astute. At the rear, Shen Qingzhu stood with his hands in his pockets, gazing up at the stars, lost in thought. Suddenly, he halted in his tracks. Hey, fatty, he called out abruptly. Bai Li Pang Pang turned around, grinning. Well, considering I'm now your employer, could you perhaps address me differently? Fine, Bai Li Tumming. Shen Qingzhu replied, taking a deep breath. Let's discuss something. Could you advance me a day's wages? Bai Li Pang Pang raised an eyebrow. What do you need it for? That's not your concern. Just tell me if you can give it to me, Shen Qingzhu insisted. Bai Li Pang Pang glanced at Lin Xia, who nodded in assent. However, I don't have any cash on me right now. Bai Li Pang Pang scratched his head. I have 300 yuan left. Will that suffice? Xiao Yuan interjected from the side. That's enough. Please hand it over, Shen Qingzhu urged, nodding affirmatively. Xiao Yuan passed the last 300 yuan from his wallet to Shen Qingzhu, who then turned back towards the noodle shop. Under the dim light, the trio seemed to witness him return to the dilapidated eatery. He first spoke to the proprietor, ordering an extra piece of pork and an egg for each of his three companions, then handed over all the money to Deng Wei, offering a few instructions before hastily exiting. Let us go, Shen Qingzhu said calmly. Lin Xia and the others exchanged glances, silently agreeing to remain quiet as they turned to leave the alley. The hotel was bombed. Bai Li Pang Pang lamented as they walked. Then where will we stay tonight? Xiao Yuan suggested, clutching his knife. How about we find a temple to sleep in? This is a modern city. Where would we find a temple at this hour? True enough, came the resigned reply. Lin Xia pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. I know a place. Follow me. The three companions trailed behind Lin Xia, winding through several desolate paths until they arrived at the entrance of a dilapidated inn. Soft hues of pink and purple illuminated the rooms, casting a gentle glow at the threshold. The four stood before the entrance, gazing up at the faded, whimsical sign that read Dream Butterfly Village Lovers Inn. Upon seeing those words, Bai Li Pang Pang felt a tightness in his chest. Xia, are you serious? In Songnan City, there are few places that allow check-in without an identification card, and this one is relatively well kept. Lin Xia raised an eyebrow slightly. If you don't wish to stay here, you'll have to sleep under a bridge. Then this will do, they decided. Upon entering, it was indeed as Lin Xia had described. No identification was required, and the inn offered a variety of rooms. Just as Bai Li Pang Pang was about to book 3 rooms, Shen Qingzhu suddenly interjected, I'll share a room with you. Bai Li Pang Pang exclaimed, what? Given their agreement to provide close protection, it was too risky to stay apart. You can take the bed. I can sleep on the floor, Shen Qingzhu insisted earnestly. Bai Li Pang Pang retorted, if that's the case, I'll share a room too. Xiao Yuan spoke calmly, with 3 of us. We can easily gather around for a game of dodiju. Then it's settled, they decided, not allowing Bai Li Pang Pang a chance to protest. Xiao Yuan and Shen Qingzhu promptly chose a room for him, and they ascended the staircase. Each step on the floorboards emitted a loud creak. Upon ascending to the 2nd floor, a faint and indescribable sound emanated from several nearby rooms. Shen Qingzhu was momentarily taken aback, a subtle blush gracing her cheeks. Yet she held her head high and strode forward with an air of confidence. Xiao Yuan, on the other hand, lowered his head, softly murmuring a prayer. Bai Li, plump and astonished, observed the pair with an expression of disbelief gradually forming on his face. You all can't possibly still be are you not? He inquired. What a jest. I had already reached that age when I was but 7. Shinchiju approached the door of her room, unlocking it with the key in her hand. A faint musty odor wafted toward her as she entered, causing her to furrow her brow slightly. The room was modest in size, furnished with 2 beds, and the overhead light was covered in layers of grime, hinting at a long neglect. The pinkish glow illuminated the space, creating a somewhat peculiar atmosphere. You two may take the beds. I shall sleep on the floor, she declared. Shinchiju moved to the window, attentively surveying the outside for an extended period. Once assured that they were unobserved, she drew the curtains. Baili nodded. Turning to Chao Yuan, he asked, which bed will you take? Baili then noticed the empty corridor behind him, letting out a soft exclamation. Hello. On the first floor. What do you require? May I inquire if you possess something that can be enjoyed by 3 people together, something thrilling and entertaining? Well, it is not entirely absent. What precisely are you looking for? Playing cards. After ensuring that Baili Pang Pang was comfortably settled, Lin Qiyi departed from the inn, gliding silently towards Hong Ying's residence like a specter of the night. Unbeknownst to him, delicate snowflakes began to descend from the darkened sky, adorning the tranquil streets. Lin Qiyi extended his hand, gently catching a snowflake and watching as it melted in his palm. After a prolonged silence, he shook his head in resignation. This year, I cannot build a snowman with you, a Jean. 10 minutes later, upon Lin Qiyi's return, Hong Ying sprang up from the sofa, her expression one of indignation. Where have you been for so long? If you hadn't returned, I would have gone out to find you, lounging lazily on the sofa. When Mo yawned, I can attest that during the past half hour, she has mentioned your name at least 200 times. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lin Qiyi scratched his head. I just went out for a late-night snack. I'm sorry, Hong Ying Jia. With a sigh, Hong Ying replied, never mind. Let's just get some rest. When Mo, you must keep an eye on Qiyi tonight and ensure his safety. Got it. When Mo yawned again. With me in the living room, no one will dare to intrude. Hong Ying gazed out the door, letting out a soft sigh. The captain and that old dog from Xiangnan truly lack loyalty, sneaking away like that. How inconsiderate. With that, she turned and retreated to her room. Lin Qiyi chuckled softly, resigned, and returned to his own chamber. With a gentle click, the lights of the villa extinguished, plunging it into darkness. Outside, the night sky was vast, and snowflakes danced gracefully. The biting cold wind swept through the slumbering Xiangnan, swirling with a flurry of snowflakes, howling between the city streets. Mere meters away atop the villa, Long Xian lay still, cradling his sniper rifle, resembling a statue vigilant over his surroundings. A crunching sound echoed from behind him as footsteps pressed into the snow. Startled, Long Xian turned abruptly, momentarily frozen in place. Is it not cold in this frigid winter? Chen Mai, cigarette in mouth, ambled over and settled beside him. Not cold, Long Xian replied tersely. I brought you a coat. Dressed in a black trench coat. Wu Xiangnan joined them, draping the garment over Lang Xian's shoulders, his gaze drifting towards the distant villa, a faint smile gracing his lips. Aren't you two going back to sleep? Long Xian inquired. Sleep? Not a chance. Oh, I heard that Qiyi went to help the chubby fellow fight today. How did it go? After a brief pause, Long Xian's lips curled slightly. Quite well, he has grown stronger. Even I might not be able to defeat him now. Is that so? Chen Mai chuckled softly, not bad. Indeed. You've guarded him all day. It's our turn now. No need. If you lack even this little resolve, how can you call yourselves snipers? Wu Xiangnan and Chen Mai exchanged glances, sharing a wry smile, and chose not to insist further. On the church rooftop, silence enveloped them. In this unspoken moment, the 3 men sat quietly, watching over the distant villa, unmoving. The drifting snowflakes gently descend upon them, blanketing their forms beneath the stillness of the night sky, gradually enveloping them until they transform into 3 snowmen, resembling the guardians of this city. Chapter 122, The Second Patient, The Asylum of the Gods. In the clean and bright courtyard, Nyx, clad in a flowing black veil, sat serenely in a white rocking chair, which swayed gently with the caress of the breeze, her eyes closed in apparent delight. Grandma, it's time for your medication, Li Yifei, dressed in a teal caregiver's uniform, approached with a tray in hand. All right. Nyx replied obediently, accepting the medicine from Li Yifei and swallowing it one by one. Xiaofei, what is it? What's the matter, Grandma? You know when will that child Deities give me another grandchild? It would bring you a brother, and life would be livelier. Xiaofei, why are you silent? Grandma, your son is unable to find a wife. How can you speak of your father in such a manner? Nyx glared at him, assuming the authoritative demeanor of an elder. Though Deities may possess a somewhat cold disposition, he is quite handsome. You are right. As Li Yifei rolled his eyes while dealing with Nyx, Lin Xia, donned in a white coat, approached with an unhurried demeanor. Deities, you have returned to visit me? Seeing Lin Xia, Nyx's face instantly lit up with joy. Mother, Lin Xia replied with a smile, how have you been these days? All is well, indeed. Lin Xia glanced at the treatment progress bar above Nike's head, which remained steadfast at 78. Ever since he aided her in surpassing the 51 threshold 6 months prior, the advancement of her treatment had slowed considerably, with nearly a month passing without any progress. Has the efficacy of the medication reached its zenith? Lin Xia pondered. If his assumptions were correct, to further enhance Nike's treatment progress, merely relying on this modest psychiatric institution would prove insufficient. After all, Nike's affliction stemmed from her heart. A comprehensive cure would necessitate seeking solutions beyond these walls. Regrettably, he had spent the past 6 months in a training camp, and after the lessons learned from previous experiences, he dared not let Nike's wander freely again. To continue advancing her treatment, it seemed he would have to wait until he graduated from the training camp. Mother, please rest for a while. I have matters to attend to. Lin Xia conversed with Nike's for a spell, then exchanged a knowing glance with Li Yifei, and together they proceeded towards the ward. Li Yifei inquired with surprise, what are we doing here? Aren't the doors locked? That was then. Lin Xia adjusted his glasses thoughtfully. Now that I have transcended the mental realm, perhaps I can unlock the next door. The next door? What lies beyond it? Lin Xia arrived at the floor housing 6 patient rooms and paused before the second room's door. He raised his gaze to the sign that resembled neither a pen nor a staff and spoke slowly, perhaps. This institution is on the verge of welcoming its second patient. Li Yifei's eyes widened in disbelief. Am I to gain another grandmother? Not necessarily. Who knows what this time holds? Lin Xia shook his head. Director, will having one more patient lead to an increase in salary? No, Li Yifei sighed, resigned to his laborious fate. He quietly stepped back, allowing space in front of the door for Lin Xia. Standing before the second patient room, Lin Xia took a deep breath and slowly placed his hand on the doorknob. If his intuition was correct, each door here corresponded to a realm of his own. Having now transcended into the pool realm, his mental prowess might be sufficient to unlock the restraints on this second door. Behind the first door lay a melancholic goddess of the night. What could possibly await behind the second? With a heart full of questions, Lin Xia turned the doorknob. Click! The crisp sound of the mechanism engaging resonated, as the runic restraints adorning the door dissipated simultaneously, and the door creaked open. Indeed, Lin Xia's conjecture proved accurate. These 6 doors represented the realms of lantern, pool, river, sea, infinity, and Klein. He was now qualified to release the second patient. The aged door emitted a piercing hum as Lin Xia, peering into the encroaching darkness of the room, caught a glimpse of what lay beyond. Behind him, Li Yifei craned his neck, eager to discover the identity of his second grandmother. In the dimly lit room, a young man cloaked in a deep blue robe sat quietly, slightly tilting his head, his profound gaze fixed upon Lin Xia, resembling a statue that had remained unchanged for millennia. His face bore the commonplace features of a Westerner, yet his eyes were indelibly etched into Lin Xia's heart like rivets. She vividly recalled the moment she opened the door to Nike's ward. Her own eyes clouded with numbness and confusion. However, the man before her exuded not a trace of murkiness. Instead, his demeanor radiated an ineffable wisdom and tranquility. You have arrived. The man in the deep blue robe spoke calmly, his voice slightly hoarse. Lin Xia raised an eyebrow. Did you know I would come? Yes, he replied with a subtle nod. This is quite different from Nike's situation. Lin Xia mused inwardly as she observed the enigmatic man, her gaze shifting to the wall at the back of the ward. Unbeknownst to her, a few lines of text had emerged on the wall. Room No. 2 patient, Merlin task, assist Merlin in treating his mental illness. Upon reaching designated treatment milestones, 1, 50, 100, a portion of Merlin's abilities may be randomly extracted. Current treatment progress, 0. After reading the words, Lin Xia turned her gaze back to the man draped in the deep blue robe, her expression suddenly becoming intricate. Merlin, the legendary magician from English mythology? Regarding the mythology of England, Lin Xia possessed scant knowledge. After all, in the past century, during which many continents succumbed to obscurity, the number of books and experts on foreign mythology has dwindled significantly. Were it not for the illustrious name of the wizard Merlin, coupled with his considerable reservoir of knowledge, he might not have been aware of such a figure. As the legendary sorcerer who aided King Arthur in his ascension, Merlin can be regarded as the progenitor of British wizardry. He was not only adept in nearly all forms of magic, but was also reputed to possess the ability to foresee the future, embodying both immense power and profound wisdom. However, as Lin Xia understood, the figure of Merlin is not merely an individual. Rather, he is a confluence of various mythical elements amalgamated by the English people. The legendary sorcerer before him is not solely the sage who assisted King Arthur, but also a deity born from the English people's yearning for the unknown, a deity representing magic and wisdom. Lin Xia glanced up at the sign on the door, and at that moment, he finally comprehended the significance of the staff depicted upon it. Speaking of which, the first room revealed a Greek myth, while the second unveiled an English myth. Could it be that the 6 rooms here each symbolize a distinct mythological system? If so, might there be a myth belonging to the Great Xia among them? Chapter 123. The Real World? What in the world? It turns out to be a man. Li Yifei peeked out and muttered softly. HM? Merlin, seated quietly in his chair, cast a fleeting glance at him, a faint glimmer shimmering in his eyes. In the next moment, his form, concealed beneath a deep blue robe, contorted violently. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a statuesque woman with golden hair and azure eyes. Gender holds no significance for me. Merlin's soft voice resonated, leaving Li Yifei at the doorway utterly astounded. Dean, this. Li Yifei stammered, pointing at Merlin. Lin Xia appeared unfazed by the spectacle. He shook his head and slowly spoke. He is Merlin, the legendary sorcerer renowned for his mastery of transformation. Not only can he become a woman, but he could also take the form of your father. No sooner had Lin Xia's words fallen than Merlin's physique began to twist once more, rapidly expanding. The deep blue robe swelled at an astonishing pace, yet its material remained indestructible, regardless of his body's transformation. Scales reminiscent of serpents emerged upon his form, and crimson serpent tongues flickered as, in mere moments, Merlin morphed into a colossal naga, several times larger than Li Yifei. This serpentine creature, draped in a deep blue robe, coiled upon the chair, its slit pupils fixated on Li Yifei, enveloping him in an invisible aura of pressure that compelled an involuntary shudder from him. Lin Xia turned to gaze at Li Yifei. Is this your father? How would I know? Li Yifei muttered, retreating a half step. I don't even know what my father looks like. He can discern your true form and unveil the visage of your father. Is this the power of prophecy? Lin Xia sighed, his gaze settling upon the serpent demon. He spoke calmly. Lord Merlin, perhaps it would be best for you to revert to your original form so we may converse properly. The serpent demon nodded slightly, her figure shimmering before transforming back into an ordinary young man, who quietly took a seat. In the dimly lit room, the two engaged in a silent exchange of glances, the atmosphere suddenly thick with silence. You are Lin Xia? Merlin inquired slowly. You are aware of me? Lin Xia responded, intrigued by the enigmatic words. 10 years ago, I foresaw that you would open this door, Merlin revealed. Upon hearing such prophetic claims, Lin Xia's curiosity was piqued. Then tell me, what does my future hold? Merlin shook his head. I cannot say. Are you not a seer? Prophecies are not infallible, Merlin remarked, his gaze fixed upon Lin Xia's eyes. When you first opened the door, I attempted to glimpse your fate, yet your past and future remain an indistinct blur. Only your present offers a glimpse. Present? Lin Xia arched an eyebrow. What is my present like? You currently find yourself ensnared in a perilous vortex. A single misstep could lead to your utter destruction, and this may also implicate those around you. Lin Xia's expression grew increasingly grave. Beyond this, I cannot discern, Merlin continued, shaking his head. At this moment, I am unable to make precise predictions. Why is that? My crystal ball is lost. Lost. Lin Xia was taken aback. Merlin seemed to recall something, a bitter smile gracing his lips. A decade ago, a young girl entered this room and challenged me to a match, stating that if I were victorious, she would grant me my freedom. However, if I were to lose, I would have to surrender the crystal ball to her. And so did you lose? Lin Xia's eyes began to gleam with curiosity. That girl, was she around 12 or 13, with long black hair and a peculiar mark on the back of her hand? Indeed. Lin Xia pondered for a moment. What exactly did you compete in? A bitter smile returned to Merlin's lips. We engaged in prophecy, or rather, deduction. Deduction? How does one compete in that? Li Yifei could not restrain his curiosity. We began with a single fallen leaf, deducing the transformations of the entire forest over the past 50 years, the present, and the forthcoming 50 years, without declaring a victor. Then, we proceeded to deduce stones, raindrops. Eventually, we discovered that when it came to external entities, no matter how we competed, we could not determine a clear superiority. Thus, we chose to focus on one another, deducing each other's entirety. In the second round, she successfully unraveled part of my destiny's trajectory, yet in the third round, I failed to perceive hers. Merlin recalled the circumstances, his brow furrowing deeper. Her existence was entirely beyond my expectations. In the realms of past, present, and future, there were no traces to be found. She was akin to a specter not of this world. And no matter the method employed, I could not glimpse even a fragment of her fate. Therefore, I lost. Li Fei swallowed hard, nudging Lin Xia gently and whispering, "Is that truly so extraordinary? Who was that girl?" "I do not know," Lin Xia replied, shaking his head, his brow furrowed in contemplation. "Undoubtedly, the girl who won the Merlin crystal ball, the one who claimed the Nyx bracelet, and the individual who left an envelope in the dean's office are all the same person, commonly known as Jin Yan. Yet, how could a girl of merely 12 or 13 triumph over the goddess of night in creation, and best the great prophet Merlin in the manipulation of fate?" The more Lin Xia delved into this mystery, the more he felt that this girl, who referred to herself as Jin Yin, was shrouded in enigma. Should he uncover her true identity, the origins of this mysterious asylum of deities might finally be revealed. However, for Lin Xia at this moment, pursuing such inquiries seemed premature. His immediate concern was to find a way to heal the legendary sorcerer and extract a portion of his formidable abilities. Lin Xia nodded slightly, observing Merlin intently for a moment, a hint of perplexity crossing his features. Merlin's condition differed from Nyx's. Thus far, he had displayed no signs of mental affliction. Where should he begin? After a brief hesitation, Lin Xia gazed into Merlin's eyes and earnestly inquired, "What ails you?" Merlin raised an eyebrow, retorting, "You are the one who is ill. How could you be here without an affliction?" "I do not know," Merlin shrugged. "I am merely a scholar striving to unveil the true nature of the world." "The true nature of the world? What do you perceive the world to be? And what are we within it?" Before Lin Xia could speak, Malin continued to express his thoughts. "For the fish of the deep sea, the ocean and its inhabitants constitute their entire realm. They remain oblivious to the existence of land beyond the waves, and even more so to the creatures that dwell upon it, which are vastly different from themselves. For two-dimensional beings, their world is confined to a flat plane, their very existence constraining their worldview, rendering them incapable of conceiving that, beyond their dimensions, three-dimensional beings observe their every action. To the denizens of the deep, the ocean is their universe. To two-dimensional entities, the plane is their reality. Yet, can we assert that their perceived worlds embody the true essence of existence? Certainly not. How then can we ascertain that the world we comprehend is indeed the authentic reality? What constitutes true reality, and what defines the genuine world? What lies beyond this realm? And how do we appear under the scrutiny of higher dimensional beings? As Malin's gaze grew increasingly fervent, Lin Xia discerned within his eyes the blazing flame of curiosity. Rising from his seat, Malin pointed towards the heavens with one hand, while grasping Lin Xia's wrist with the other, fixing his gaze intently upon him, articulating each word with deliberate emphasis. "Have you ever pondered that perhaps the world we inhabit is merely a creation of a higher dimensional existence?" Chapter 124. Capturing jellyfish under Malin's relentless barrage of ideas, Lin Xia and Li Yifei stood frozen in place. "Are you suggesting that the world we inhabit is not real?" Lin Xia's expression was somewhat peculiar. "Indeed. Do you possess any evidence? Our sudden emergence into your world serves as proof. Does it not?" Lin Xia rubbed the corner of his eye, suddenly realizing that Merlin's assertion held a semblance of truth. "However, if the world we inhabit is but an illusion, does that not imply that our very existence is also illusory?" Li Yifei could not restrain himself from speaking. "Precisely." Merlin nodded with an air of inevitability. "In that case, how can your fictitious existence question the authenticity of the world?" Li Yifei paused, reflecting. "Just as you mentioned earlier, fish do not question the creatures beyond the ocean, and two-dimensional beings do not ponder the world outside their plane. Therefore, when you begin to doubt the veracity of this world, does that not render your very existence also illusory?" Merlin was struck by Li Yifei's words as if struck by lightning, rendered speechless. Lin Xia's gaze toward Li Yifei shifted dramatically. You comprehend philosophy? He inquired, leaning closer to Li Yifei. Not really, I just haven't found clarity, Li Yifei replied, scratching his head. Lin Xia regarded him with a profound look before turning back to Merlin. You claim to be a scholar in search of the real world. Have you found it? A spark of excitement reignited in Merlin's eyes. I have found it, he proclaimed with conviction. Some time ago, I used magic to communicate with a mysterious plane. Though its exact location eludes me, I possess a vague premonition that it is the real world. What is that world like? It seemed to be beneath the sea, filled with an array of peculiar little houses, some resembling pineapples, others shaped like human heads, and shops selling strange delicacies. There even appeared to be an odd yellow square. Merlin began to recollect what he had seen and heard, his eyes widening progressively, as his body involuntarily twitched. Lin Xia furrowed his brow, sensing the complexity of the situation. He quietly took a step back with Li Yifei. The real world. I have glimpsed the true reality. Merlin's excitement manifested in a frenzied dance of limbs. The calmness and wisdom in his eyes long vanished, replaced by a curious madness. His form contorted violently and, after a moment, transformed into a pink starfish. He reached out, grasping a wand beside the chair, which morphed into a fishing net. He swiftly darted to Lin Xia's side, gesticulating wildly. SpongeBob, let us catch jellyfish. Patrick Star Merlin circled Lin Xia several times before dashing out of the infirmary with the net in hand. Racing around the courtyard. As he ran, he leapt into the air, the net swirling as if capturing unseen entities. Suddenly, he spotted Nyx, lost in thought on a rocking chair. Boss, you're here too? Patrick Star Merlin joyfully approached Nyx. Nyx froze, staring blankly at this pink, unfamiliar being, lost in contemplation. After a moment, she trembled and extended her hand, embracing Patrick Star Merlin, tears welling in her eyes as she spoke. Are you my grandson too? Boss. A grandson. Boss of the rogues. Goodness, Grandma is here. Observing everything from the second floor, the two individuals. Lin Xia. Li Yifei. I believe I may have discerned the nature of his affliction. Lin Xia silently regarded the scene before him, softly articulating his thoughts. How should one put it? Li Yifei scratched his head, finding it oddly moving in a way he could not quite articulate. Lin Xia adjusted his glasses, adopting the tone of a physician as he spoke. Throughout the protracted journey of inquiry, the real world has morphed into Merlin's psychological torment. In his relentless pursuit, Merlin has invoked prophecies and spells innumerable times, ultimately conjuring an inexplicable array that bridged the so-called real world, transmitting his consciousness into it. Whether that realm is indeed the real world remains uncertain, yet it is indisputable that it has exerted a peculiar influence on his mental faculties, culminating in a state of madness. What shall we do then? Li Yifei felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. I do not know. Lin Xia shook his head, acknowledging that he was not a genuine psychiatrist. Though he could surmise the events that transpired, he was utterly at a loss regarding treatment. Must we return to the Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital and resort to the same methods? Yet, given the festive season, the doctors in the psychiatric department are likely to be on holiday as well. Lin Xia gazed down at the lively Merlin, letting out a slow, resigned sigh. Before mentioning the real world, he seemed relatively normal. Now, this should merely be a temporary symptom. In any case, let us first administer a sedative to see if he can revert to his original state. This is too much of a hassle. Who will go? What do you think? A humble little caregiver, oppressed by a heartless employer, sighed and made his way toward the pharmacy. After a while, Li Yifei appeared, wielding a large syringe, chasing after the frantic Merlin, with Nikes closely trailing behind, exclaiming, Xiao Fei, that's your brother. You can't be so harsh. The trio engaged in a lively chase around the courtyard, and eventually, Li Yifei succeeded in injecting the sedative into Merlin's body. Immediately, Merlin quieted, transforming back into his human form, swaying for a moment before collapsing onto the ground. Li Yifei, equally exhausted, sank to the earth, gasping for breath. This task was exceedingly taxing. Lin Xia approached to assess Merlin's condition, discovering that he was merely disoriented, likely a lingering effect of the recent confusion, and posed no serious threat. Although Merlin's ailment was severe, it would not persist for long. At least, when the real world was not mentioned, communication remained possible, so there was no need for excessive concern. The primary issue now was to devise a treatment plan. He patted Li Yifei's shoulder and said, Take care of them. I must take my leave. With that, Lin Xia vanished behind the hospital doors, leaving Li Yifei with a look of forlornness. Dawn had arrived. Lin Xia awoke languidly from his slumber, lifting his gaze to the window, only to discover that a silvery blanket of snow had enveloped the world outside. Though he could not recall when it had transformed so. Had it snowed so heavily last night? He murmured to himself as he approached the window, pausing to gaze into the distance. The streets below were already shrouded in white, with large snowflakes gently cascading from the sky, settling upon the window's edge before gradually melting away. Such a significant snowfall was indeed a rarity in Songnan. Just as Lin Xia was about to proceed with his morning routine, he suddenly halted, turning to glance at a corner of the room, letting out a soft exclamation. There, in the corner, a small gray mouse lay motionless, quietly observing. Chapter 125, The Hidden One. A mouse? Lin Xia furrowed his brow, and as he prepared to take action, the mouse swiftly darted into a small crevice in the corner. So, even this grand residence attracts mice. Lin Xia shook his head slightly, dismissing the thought, and stepped outside. Awake so early? The languid figure of Wen Qima, still sprawled on the sofa, stirred at the sound of the door creaking open, letting out a lazy yawn. I've grown accustomed to the early hours in the camp. As Lin Xia descended the staircase, he noticed that the door to Hong Ying's room had long been ajar. Curiously, he inquired, "Where is Sister Hong Ying?" "She rose even earlier than you and is currently practicing with her gun in the backyard," Wen Qima replied, rolling over and covering his head with a blanket. "You all are rising earlier than the last, making it impossible for anyone to sleep. It's barely past 5 o'clock. Lin Xia. It is not that Lin Xia particularly enjoys rising early. Rather, his 6 months in the camp have truly instilled this habit in him. Each day, he is roused by the sound of the bugle before dawn, and there are even instances where he is summoned for training at 2 or 3 in the morning. To be able to sleep until after 5 o'clock is already a cause for gratitude." Lin Xia tread lightly as he entered the backyard. A young girl clad in a white training outfit wielded a long spear, her high black ponytail swaying gracefully as she danced swiftly in the open courtyard. She resembled a startled swan, the crimson tassels of her spear leaving long trails in the air, the wind whistling around her. As if sensing Lin Xia's arrival, Hong Ying gracefully descended to the ground, swiftly retracting her spear, and approached him with a cheerful smile. "Awake? Has the pig on the sofa woken up?" "It seems not. Never mind him. Come on, sister will prepare some breakfast for you. After eating, we shall head to the market for groceries." Hong Ying seemed to recall something, licking her lips. "Ever since you started training, it has been quite a while since I have savored the captain's culinary skills. Tonight, we shall indulge, hee. Sister Hong Ying, do you practice with the spear this early every day?" Lin Xia inquired, puzzled. "Indeed," Hong Ying nodded. "My master has said that if one does not practice martial arts for a day, it is as if one has regressed 100 days of training. Since I began learning the spear, I have risen early to practice every day for 12 years. 12 years. Lin Xia raised an eyebrow. "So, Sister Hong Ying, how old are you?" The age of Hong Ying has always been an enigma. Judging by her appearance, she seems to be roughly the same age as Lin Xia, perhaps just 2 or 3 years her senior, suggesting that she began practicing marksmanship at the tender age of 8. Hong Ying stuck out her tongue, exclaiming with irritation, "A girl's age is not something one can casually inquire about. I won't tell you." Lin Xia, feeling exasperated, accompanied Hong Ying into the house, where she promptly delivered a swift kick to the couch, rousing the slumbering Wen Qima, before turning and bustling into the kitchen. After a brief span of around 10 minutes, a sumptuous breakfast was laid out on the dining table. Meanwhile, Si Xiaonan, who had been languishing in slumber within the house, was dragged out by Hong Ying, begrudgingly taking her seat at the table, half awake, to finish her meal. Once breakfast was concluded, the trio consisting of Hong Ying, Lin Xia, and Si Xiaonan ventured out to procure groceries, leaving Wen Qima at home, grimacing as he washed the dishes and pots, relegated to the role of a mere servant. Unbeknownst to them, in the corner of the house's ceiling, a small gray mouse silently observed the entire scene unfold. In Songnan City, within the intricate labyrinth of the sewer system, a multitude of rats surged forth like a relentless tide, resembling a well-trained army as they swiftly and silently navigated the passageways, ultimately arriving at a vast, shadowy underground cavity. Faint rays of sunlight filtered through the rusted grating at the top of the cavity, while a colossal, heavy fan gently swayed, casting flickering shadows in the dim space, where the air was permeated with a subtle stench of decay and the acrid scent of chemicals. In the heart of this subterranean cavern lies a surgical table, stained with crimson, flanked by an array of instruments, scalpels, axes, and even a chainsaw. Adjacent to it are two barrels, steeped in formaldehyde, containing grotesque remnants of dismembered bodies, a colossal serpent head with unblinking eyes, and a lizard, reduced to mere halves. On the opposite stone platform, a youth cloaked in a black robe, his hood shrouding his face, sits in silence. Before him rests a chessboard, the black and white pieces interspersed, yet across from him sits an empty void. A rustling sound reverberates as a multitude of rats surge from a narrow passage, encircling the stone platform in a dark, undulating mass. They lie still, as if in reverence to their sovereign. The youth clutches a black piece, his gaze fixed upon the surrounding rodents, murmuring to himself, "The compatibility of the fourth-generation artificial serpent demon neurons with my mental prowess far exceeds that of the third generation." Establishing a preliminary visual sharing system akin to that between the Nanda serpent demon and the serpent race. Yet, to attain the serpent demon's formidable contagion, further experimentation and refinement are imperative. He gently releases the black piece, rising from the stone platform to approach an iron cage brimming with rats. With a deft hand, he extracts one. A spectral glow emanates from his fingertips, penetrating the rodent's cranium, causing it to lose consciousness in an instant. Moments later, its body convulses, and it awakens anew. Swiftly, the rat scurries down his palm, merging into the vast sea of its brethren, bowing in deference upon the ground. This ability originates from the serpent breed of the Nandu snake demon, allowing for the connection of artificial snake demon neurons to the consciousness of other beings, thereby manipulating their actions and facilitating shared vision. Alas, at present, I can only implant these artificial snake demon neurons into the bodies of mice. Let us temporarily designate this fourth-generation artificial snake demon neuron as fish breed. With over 400 mice infused with the fish breed, I will be able to exert complete control over every whisper and rustle in Songnan City. Should any mysterious occurrences arise, I shall undoubtedly be the first to uncover them, ahead of the night watch. The youth slowly removed his hood, revealing an ordinary visage. Yet if Lin Xia were present, he would immediately recognize him. His name is Qingyu, who, after joining forces with Lin Xia to confront the Nandu snake demon and unsuccessfully petitioning to join the night watch, had vanished from public view. Qingyu turned, his gaze once again fixed on the chessboard upon the stone platform, his eyes narrowing slightly. From the perspective shared through the fish breed, the situation in Songnan City appeared exceedingly delicate. He resumed his seat beside the chessboard, observing the intricately interwoven black and white pieces, and began to ponder hidden powerhouses from various regions of the Great Xia. A dozen Chuan realm individuals, former night watch members who had fled from the fasting house, the long-missing scorpion mercenaries from 3 years prior, a woman suspected to be affiliated with the ancient god church, and even 2 deeply concealed high realm experts. The waters of Songnan are growing ever deeper. He delicately pinched a white piece between his fingers, glancing toward the corner of the chessboard, his expression betraying a hint of hesitation. The positions of these pieces are perilously precarious. Should I perhaps alert Lin Xia? After a moment's contemplation, he seemed to have made up his mind and gently placed the white piece in a corner of the board. After all, we have weathered storms together. This time, I shall lend you a hand. Chapter 126. The Note Oil Braised Prawns. Supreme Crab Pot. Captain's Braised Pork. Xiangnan Roast Suckling Pig. Hongying, brimming with dishes and meats, exuberantly called out in the streets, her eyes sparkling with delight. Lin Xia and Si Xiaonan followed closely behind, each carrying their own share of ingredients, and sighed helplessly at the exuberant Hongying ahead. Sister Hongying, could you refrain from being so ostentatious in the street? The way others are looking at us is rather peculiar. Si Xiaonan whispered. Hongying waved her hand dismissively, unconcerned. Why should she care about the gazes of others after being cooped up in the office for so long? Besides, it was the festive season. What harm is there in reveling a little? Wouldn't you agree? Xia, dear brother, Hongying exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Lin Xia's neck with a cheerful grin. Lin Xia sighed in resignation, pondering aloud. During my absence, did any mysterious occurrences transpire? Well, there was. Hongying mused, but it was merely a lizard of the pool realm. Aside from its swift movements and its remarkable resilience to harm, it was nothing particularly special. Compared to the abnormally intelligent Nantua snake demon, it was quite simple. Resilient to harm? Lin Xia inquired in surprise. Then how did you manage to slay it? A blade that cannot slay me does not imply that my firearm and flames are powerless. Hongying, with her hands firmly on her hips, proudly proclaimed, "To be perfectly honest, I merely discharged a single shot, and it perished. However, there remains an air of peculiarity surrounding the matter." Peculiarity? After I vanquished that lizard, the logistics team found it only half intact. Half intact? Lin Xia's brow furrowed slightly, as if a thought had crossed his mind. Indeed, I suspect that my fiery feather garb was too potent, incinerating it entirely. Yet, both the captain and Wu Xiangnan believe the situation is more intricate, considering we have yet to retrieve the head of the Nantua serpent demon from our last encounter. Is someone clandestinely collecting mysterious corpses? Uncertain. Lin Xia pondered for a moment before shaking his head. After all, he was merely a prospective night watchman yet to graduate from the training camp. Soon he would return to the camp, and worrying over such matters seemed futile. It was best to leave everything to the captain and Wu Xiangnan. The trio sauntered leisurely down the street, entering a relatively secluded alley. At that moment, a shadow darted through the air, hurtling directly toward Lin Xia. Possessing the mundane realm of divine perception, Lin Xia was the first to react. Before the object reached him, he deftly sidestepped, and simultaneously, a surge of darkness erupted rapidly from his center. Whoosh! It was a small arrow crafted from metal. Though swift, its tip was not sharp. Upon striking the asphalt, the entire arrow was deflected, clattering to the ground. Subsequently, darkness enveloped it completely. The anticipated explosion never transpired. The metallic arrow lay quietly on the road, resembling a jest neither trivial nor grand. Lin Xia and Hong Ying simultaneously turned to observe a figure draped in a black cloak, standing atop a distant skyscraper. Sunlight illuminating his form from behind, casting a shadow from the hood that perfectly concealed his visage. Upon realizing he had been spotted, he swiftly stowed away the crossbow bolt and dashed towards the opposite side of the building. Seeking death, Hong Ying scoffed, transferring 2 hefty bags into Lin Xia's hands before her figure blurred, leaving behind a fleeting shadow as she pursued the figure's retreating form. "You all return. I wish to see who dares to be so audacious before me." The figure had vanished, yet Hong Ying's voice lingered in the air. Lin Xia stood by the roadside with the bags in hand, his brow furrowed slightly. What was this? An ambush? Such a feeble attempt could easily be evaded with a modicum of agility, especially for him, the dual Deities envoy. Moreover, judging by the force of the arrow, even a direct hit would scarcely be lethal. Could it be poisoned? Lin Xia crouched, meticulously examining the metallic arrow before him, his mental energy sweeping over it, discerning every detail. Suddenly, he abruptly set down the bags, deftly retrieved a small rolled-up note from the arrow's tail, and unfurled it in his palm. In the next moment, his pupils constricted sharply. Lin Xia gripped the note tightly, without uttering a word. He turned and hastily draped all the bags over Si Xiaonan's slender arms, nearly toppling her to the ground. "Xiaonan, take these back first. I still have matters to attend to." Lin Xia hastily left this remark before turning and dashing towards the other side of the road with remarkable speed. Si Xiaonan, burdened with several hefty bags, gaped in astonishment, seemingly on the verge of speaking, yet before the words could escape her lips, Lin Xia had already vanished from sight. In the desolate and silent alley, wrapped in her down jacket, Si Xiaonan stared blankly at the bags in her hands, then glanced at the emptiness on either side. After a long pause, she pouted in indignation. Unbeknownst to her, snowflakes began to drift down once again. The thick blanket of snow from the previous night had yet to melt, covering the sidewalk, which was marked with footprints and scattered dirt, as Lin Xia swiftly maneuvered through. He darted across 2 intersections, locating the black van parked in the lot, from which he retrieved 2 black boxes from the rear. Like a gust of wind, he sped away once more. He rushed to the roadside, glancing left and right, his brow furrowing deeper with concern. Although Lin Xia had reached adulthood, he had yet to obtain a driver's license, rendering him incapable of operating the vehicle belonging to Team 136. To make matters worse, it was New Year's Eve, and not a single taxi was to be found on the streets. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Xia gritted his teeth and resolutely sprinted towards the old district. Clutching the black boxes, the note in his palm had long since become damp with sweat. It bore a simple yet chilling message: Old District, number 3901. Someone is plotting against your family. The characters inscribed above are crooked and evidently penned with the left hand, suggesting that the individual who wrote the note was reluctant to reveal their identity. Yet, they have accurately articulated that particular address, the one that has perpetually occupied his thoughts, yet remains tantalizingly out of reach. It is his home. Who is the author of this note? How did they come to possess such knowledge? Is the information stated therein true? Why would they convey this message to him? What role do they play in the recent assault? These inquiries raced through Lin Xia's mind, yet at this moment, he lacked the capacity to ponder them. Only a singular thought remained. Whoever dared to harm his aunt and Ajin, even if it were the king of hell, they would surely meet their demise. In the snow, the young man grasped two black boxes, his figure spectral, exuding an aura of murderous intent. Chapter 127. The Frenzied Scorpion Ajin. It seems that this Fu character is positioned a bit too low. How about now? It appears to be slightly to the right. And now? Yes. That's perfect. In the narrow, aged corridor, Yang Jin held a vibrant red Fu character, standing atop a small stool, diligently affixing it to the door while meticulously smoothing out every corner. Upon completing this task, he gently leapt down from the stool, turned around to inspect his work, and nodded in satisfaction. Mom, is there anywhere else that needs a Fu? Don't forget the door. Every door must have one. From a roll of Fu characters, his aunt carefully selected one that was distinctly different, larger, redder, and adorned with golden borders. Here, affix this to your brother's door. That child is far from home, and ordinary blessings may not suffice. This particular blessing was specially requested from the store, and it cost me over 20 yuan. Aunt held the character for blessing in her hand, her fingers delicately tracing its edges as she spoke earnestly. Yang Jin smiled gently. Mom, does a blessing really have any distinction between near and far? TSK, you young one, what do you know? It's better to believe in its existence than to doubt it, Aunt retorted with a glare. Your brother must be enduring hardships out there. After using this blessing, I hope some deities will look after him. Understood, Yang Jin shrugged. He took the blessing and some tape, opened the door, and nudged the little black dog sprawled in the hallway. The dog groggily stood up, yawned, and lazily followed them into the house. Yang Jin began to affix the blessings on the door, while Aunt donned an apron and headed straight to the kitchen to prepare the New Year's Eve dinner. Your brother, with the new year approaching, doesn't he even bother to call back? Aunt lamented as she chopped vegetables. In the army, one cannot frequently make calls. Perhaps he is busy right now. Sighing, she added, well, I'll give him a call later. It's New Year's Eve, at the very least. I should ask if he has a festive meal. Mom, let us cook fewer dishes tonight. If we make too much, the two of us won't be able to finish it. Aunt paused momentarily in her chopping, her silence speaking volumes. Yang Jin glanced at the kitchen, let out a slight sigh, and once more smoothed the large character for blessing affixed to the door of Lin Xia's room, nodding in satisfaction. This character was affixed quite well. Outside the low building, a black van was parked by the roadside, its body blanketed in pristine white snow, leaving only a few panes of glass exposed, which had undergone special treatment, rendering them opaque from the outside. The man seated in the driver's seat held a cigarette between his lips, slowly lowering the binoculars in his hand and reaching for the walkie-talkie nearby. Scorpion 3 reported. No anomalies detected in the vicinity of the target. End of report. Immediately after, another voice emanated from the walkie-talkie. Scorpion 9 reported. The target woman is in the kitchen chopping vegetables. No anomalies detected. End of report. On the rooftop opposite the low building, a man clad in white combat attire lay prone in the snow, gripping his sniper rifle, and spoke in a hushed tone. Scorpion 8 reported. The target boy is active in the living room. No anomalies detected. End of report. From a different angle of the same building, another sniper concealed behind a mesh window remarked, received, remain on standby. Upon hearing this, Scorpion 3 in the vehicle furrowed his brow and activated the walkie-talkie. Scorpion 1. We have been stationed here for 2 days. How much longer must we wait? Until the target appears. What if he never shows up? The man on the other end of the walkie-talkie fell silent for a moment before continuing. Miss Snake Woman has instructed that if the target has not arrived by tonight, we are to directly abduct the woman and child and deliver them to Miss Snake Woman for further handling. The Serpent Woman, When did we, the Scorpions, become mere lapdogs for a woman? Scorpion 3, mind your words. The tone of Scorpion 1 grew notably grave. Since we have chosen to become acolytes of the ancient God Church, we must adhere to the will of the deities within. They are merely a handful of divine proxies. How dare they call themselves gods? Scorpion 3 scoffed. Scorpion 1, visibly irked, retorted that since we had once been cornered and chose to worship the ancient God Church, we could not violate the pact made with the deities. Otherwise, you would not only doom yourself, but also all of us in the Scorpion mercenary band. Gripping the walkie-talkie, Scorpion 3 let out a derisive snort and fell silent. Scorpion 1, given that our objective is that dual deity proxy, if he truly appears, can we possibly contend with him given our numbers? Another man's voice resonated through the walkie-talkie. Scorpion 7, when did you become so timid? Even if we cannot handle it, there is still that one. After all, he is the 16th seed of the Acolytes, a formidable force on the verge of stepping into the Sea Realm, capable of dealing with a newcomer still in the Pool Realm with ease. The moment Scorpion 1's words left his lips, they silenced all dissent. No one dared question the mission any further. As for Scorpion 3, seated in the vehicle, he merely snorted coldly, choosing not to speak further. Acolyte? A voice drifted in from outside the vehicle. Scorpion 3's sturdy frame jolted in surprise as he turned sharply to look, only to see a youth standing outside the van, holding two black boxes, his eyes as dark as ink. He stood outside the door, a veil of darkness expanding rapidly around him, enveloping the entire van in an instant. Scorpion's pupils constricted sharply as he hastily reached for the intercom, but the youth outside fixed his gaze, and the intercom beside him was suddenly torn into fragments, erupting in blinding sparks. The boy stood quietly outside the vehicle, lightly tracing his fingertips across the door, which then shattered explosively from the center. What is a believer? The boy's deep voice echoed in the snowy expanse. Scorpion, a seasoned warrior, swiftly drew a short knife from beneath his seat, letting out a low growl as he aimed for Lin Qiye's throat. Yet, Lin Qiye seemed to have anticipated his move, retreating slightly as the blade grazed his skin without leaving a mark. In the next moment, he struck swiftly at Scorpion's wrist. The knife slipped from Scorpion's grasp, but rather than displaying shock, a cunning smile flickered across his face. A pitch-black submachine gun appeared in his left hand, aimed squarely at Lin Qiye. He pulled the trigger with a sudden ferocity. Blinding sparks erupted as bullets spiraled from the gun's chamber, hurtling towards Lin Qiye with terrifying force. In a flicker, Lin Qiye dodged several bullets, then reached out to twist the submachine gun's barrel, contorting it into a twisted helix. Under the influence of the dark corruption, although it is currently impossible to directly tear apart metal, altering its shape remains feasible. A submachine gun, once obstructed in the chamber, yields but one inevitable outcome. A muffled thud resonated as the chamber of the submachine gun in Scorpion 3's grasp suddenly exploded, obliterating his arm. Following a cacophony of anguished screams, a dagger soared into the air before him. Lin Qiye manipulated the dagger, hovering it at Scorpion 3's throat, the tip piercing his skin, drawing forth a trickle of blood. I shall inquire once more, what is a devotee? Lin Qiye's icy voice reverberated anew. Simultaneously, a shadow crept into Scorpion 3's eyes, an unprecedented agony flooding his psyche, akin to something gnawing at his brain, tearing and shattering it. Though the dark corruption cannot yet seize control of human consciousness, the torment it inflicts is undoubtedly of nightmarish proportions. At times, it proves remarkably effective for interrogation. Under the dual torment of body and mind, Scorpion 3's psychological defenses swiftly crumbled, and he divulged all the information within his knowledge. From Scorpion 3's account, the so-called devotees are but a subsidiary organization of the ancient God Church. The official members of the ancient God Church are comprised solely of divine agents, their numbers exceedingly sparse. Although individually potent, their limited quantity constrains their influence. Hence, to compensate for the deficiency in numbers, the deities of the ancient God Church, in their divine capacity, forged the devotees, selecting members from among countless ambitious and capable individuals to serve as peripheral members of the ancient God Church. Every member who becomes a believer enters into a soul contract with a deity of the ancient God Church, promising that should the era of the dark gods descend upon the world, they shall rise as rulers above all. However, few genuinely believe in the advent of such an era. Thus, the majority of believers are coerced, brainwashed, threatened, or deceived into their allegiance. Once the soul contract is forged, they are compelled to obey the deities unconditionally, becoming true followers. In essence, the believers are a powerful puppet organization directly controlled by a few agents of the ancient God Church. Through the words of Scorpion 3, Lin Qiye learned that this group was conscripted as believers 2 years prior by an agent of the ancient God Church. Originally, they operated as mercenaries, specializing in unsavory tasks. Under the codename Mad Scorpion, the deity they worshipped was none other than Medusa of the ancient God Church, codenamed Snake Woman. Upon hearing this name, Lin Qiye furrowed his brow slightly. If memory served him correctly, the woman who invaded the missile base and obliterated the training camp was suspected to be the agent of Medusa. Was she targeting him? With a swift motion, Lin Xia plunged his dagger into Scorpion 3's throat, extinguishing his life. While Scorpion 3 had indeed provided him with information, Lin Xia had never promised to spare him in return. Moreover, the fact that he intended to harm Lin Xia's family rendered him deserving of a fate far worse than death. Just as Lin Xia was about to take action, a barely perceptible sound echoed from a distant building. In an instant, a bullet sliced through the air, aiming straight for Lin Xia's forehead. His pupils constricted sharply. Without a moment's hesitation, he rolled to the side. The bullet, charged with a terrifying kinetic energy, grazed his cheek, leaving a faint trace of blood. Had Lin Xia been even a fraction slower, this shot could have claimed his life. A sniper? He crouched behind a van, his brow furrowed in concentration. Given the extent of Lin Xia's mental prowess and dynamic vision, conventional firearms posed little threat to him. However, a sniper rifle was an entirely different matter. The velocity of a sniper bullet is approximately 1,000 meters per second, while Lin Xia's mental perception extends only 100 meters. This means that from the moment the bullet enters his awareness, it reaches him in a mere 0.1 seconds. In such a fleeting span of time, managing to evade the bullet is a remarkable feat, let alone using the dark abyss to intercept it. Just as Lin Xia had crouched down, a bullet suddenly tore through the roof of the van, piercing the door beside him and embedding itself deep into the snow. Two snipers? Lin Xia's expression turned grave. If there were only one sniper, he could manage to cope with the terrain. However, if there were two, striking from different directions, the level of danger would multiply exponentially. Moreover, the locations where the two snipers concealed themselves were exceedingly clandestine, and their firearms had been silenced, rendering it nearly impossible to anticipate their positions amidst the heavy snowfall. According to Scorpion 3, there were an additional 8 individuals lying in ambush nearby, their whereabouts shrouded in mystery. At this moment, the enemy held the advantage while Lin Xia found himself in a precarious situation. Just as Lin Xia was racing through thoughts, a bullet whistled past his head, accurately striking a mound of snow atop a distant building. In the next instant, a spray of crimson erupted, and a figure collapsed lifelessly. Was there another sniper? No, was there an ally among the snipers? Lin Xia seemed to grasp something, abruptly turning his gaze toward a particular direction. Hundreds of meters away, a man clad in black lay prostrate in the snow, a thick layer of flakes having accumulated upon him. The muzzle of his sniper rifle emitting a wisp of smoke that slowly dissipated. Cold Xian. The first one, he murmured to himself. His sniper scope firmly locked onto the second sniper, who, realizing another comrade was present, displayed a flicker of anxiety, yet appeared confident that his position remained undisclosed. Rapidly scanning for Cold Xian's whereabouts, Cold Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and with ruthless determination, he squeezed the trigger once more. In the next instant, another bullet was unleashed. Whoosh! The bullet traversed hundreds of meters, shattering every snowflake in its path, ultimately embedding itself in the second sniper's forehead, leaving behind a grotesque, gaping wound. The second one. Cold Xian shifted his gaze away from the sniper scope, looking toward Lin Xia's direction, murmuring, "From here on it's up to you." Several hundred meters away, Lin Xia's eyes sparkled with intensity as he witnessed the second sniper fall victim to a precise shot from Lin Xian. Rising from behind the van, he turned his gaze towards a specific direction. Within the realm of his mental perception, several figures were rapidly approaching him. Chapter 129. The Mangy Dog 1, 2, 3, 4. Lin Xia's mental energy swept across his surroundings, revealing two figures on either side of him, hastening towards him. They donned white camouflage helmets, with earpieces affixed to their ears, their bodies concealed beneath layers of weaponry. Although these 4 individuals were clad in snow camouflage attire, they remained distinctly visible within Lin Xia's mental awareness. The crunching of their footsteps echoed softly against the thick blanket of snow as they deftly retrieved firearms from their backs. With a sudden flurry of sound, the muzzles of their weapons, silenced for stealth, emitted no noise amidst the swirling snowflakes, leaving only the flicker of deadly intent concealed within the falling snow. Bullets whizzed from all directions, and Lin Xia's gaze deepened into an inky darkness, an extraordinary contrast against the pristine white landscape. Under the cover of night, his speed multiplied several times. He deftly maneuvered to evade the hail of bullets, gliding through the snow with a graceful arc. With a flick of his wrist, 2 dark blades sprang forth simultaneously. Lin Xia stood motionless, the darkness in his gaze deepening. With a gentle flick of his fingers through the air, a sound resonated, clang. In midair, twin blades were unsheathed, The pale blue edges sliced through the crystalline snowflakes, their surfaces reflecting the figures of the 4 scorpions, who spun in the air before darting towards the nearest, Scorpion 4. Lin Xia's realm of utmost darkness extended merely 20 meters, confining his manipulation of the star blades to this limited space. Though brief, it was not insignificant. Upon seeing the 2 star blades hurtling towards him, Scorpion 4 decisively discarded his firearm, drawing 2 short blades from the outer side of his thigh. Clang. A seasoned warrior. Scorpion 4 adeptly parried one of the star blades, then executed a roll to evade the other. He sneered, casting one of his short blades directly at Lin Xia's face. Lin Xia moved like a specter, evading bullets mid-flight while deftly curling his hand. The airborne short blade suddenly became engulfed in darkness and was propelled back at an even swifter pace. Simultaneously, the 2 star blades that Scorpion 4 had just fended off also reversed course. 3 blades converged. Scorpion 4's pupils constricted sharply. He swung another short blade to intercept one, only for a star blade to pierce effortlessly through his chest from behind. With a muffled groan, Scorpion 4 collapsed to the ground. Although Lin Xia had dispatched one adversary with 2 star blades, his situation remained perilous. The remaining 3 seemed to have recognized that conventional weaponry posed no substantial threat to him, and thus chose to close in and engage him in hand-to-hand combat. Scorpion 5 and Scorpion 6 wielded their short blades with deadly precision, engaging in fierce combat with Lin Xia, who was unarmed. The tips of their blades, their bodies, fists, elbows, knees, and shoulders all transformed into instruments of terror at this moment. As seasoned mercenaries, they excelled in close-quarters combat, launching ruthless and lethal strikes. Although Lin Xia possessed decent hand-to-hand combat skills, having trained for merely 6 months, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage against these 2 battle-hardened mercenaries, struggling to withstand their relentless assault. Had it not been for the enhancements in speed and strength provided by the Starlit Dancer and the extraordinary dynamic vision granted by the divine realm of mortals, he would have long since faltered. At that moment, 2 starlit blades soared back into Lin Xia's grasp. With dual blades in hand, his demeanor transformed entirely. The blades danced with an ethereal grace, effortlessly parrying the onslaught from Scorpion 5 and Scorpion 6, even beginning to gain the upper hand. Since discovering his own path, Lin Xia had devoted considerable effort to mastering the art of dual wielding. It became evident that he possessed a notable talent in this discipline. While he still lagged behind the elite practitioners emerging from esteemed martial arts families in the training camp, the gap was not insurmountable. With a powerful tremor, Lin Xia repelled Scorpion 5 and Scorpion 6, only to find 2 more opponents encircling him from behind, eager to join the fray. So far, within the infamous Scorpion squad of 9, only 4 have met their demise, 2 at the hands of Long Xian and 2 at the hands of Lin Xia. Among the remaining 5, 1 has yet to make an appearance. However, the relentless assault from Scorpion 2, Scorpion 5, Scorpion 6, and Scorpion 7 is sufficient to ensnare Lin Xia. He has discerned their strategy. They intend to leverage their numerical superiority to gradually deplete his stamina. Alas, their hopes are destined to be dashed. Under the enhancement of the Starry Night Dancer, Lin Xia possesses the capability to exhaust all 4 of them single-handedly. The sole uncertainty lies with the last individual who has yet to reveal himself, Scorpion 1. As Lin Xia engages in a solitary battle against the Scorpion squad, no one notices a blurred silhouette gliding silently across the snowy battlefield, eventually resting in the corridor of a low building. As the figure solidifies, a middle-aged man emerges, standing beside the window in the corridor. He lowers his gaze to light a cigarette, surveying the distant battleground with a derisive snicker. A bunch of fools. To think that with such mediocrity, they could qualify as acolytes of Miss Snake Woman? What a disgrace. He inhales deeply, releasing a smoke ring, before flicking the ash from his cigarette. Subduing that individual should be a simple matter. Capturing the woman and the child would suffice, yet so many have perished. Humph. He discards the cigarette onto the ground, crushing it beneath his foot. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he turns and ascends the dilapidated staircase. He is the 16th seat of the Acolytes, El Liang, a formidable force from Chuanjing, mere steps away from entering the Sea Realm. He is powerful, yet he is also exceedingly cautious. From an anonymous newcomer to his current position, he has never relied on brute force, but rather on strategy and caution. He avoids direct confrontation whenever possible, even if his opponent is merely a young boy at the pool stage. A mysterious dual deity agent and two utterly defenseless ordinary individuals present themselves, and Liang knows precisely how to make his choice. It has been proven that in this world, exercising caution is never a misstep. Over the years, he has witnessed those who once boasted immense strength and looked down upon others. Their graves are now overgrown with grass. Only he remains, having persevered to the end, becoming the 16th seat of the believers. As Liang ascended the staircase step by step, visions of how he would make that young boy's family kneel before him, pleading for mercy, began to materialize in his mind. He relished such scenarios. A smile crept upon his lips, but just as he was about to reach the next level, he suddenly paused in surprise. Above the staircase, he spotted a small, dark, scruffy dog lounging, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. The little mutt yawned lazily upon seeing Liang. Raising an eyebrow, Liang examined the dog for a moment before bursting into laughter. It truly was an ugly creature. Chapter 130, Blood-boiling clang, clang, clang. The flickering blades clashed like lightning, creating dazzling sparks as several short knives met. Lin Xia moved gracefully through the snow, his footsteps leaving no trace upon the fresh layer. He resembled a ghost, agile and enigmatic. The stellar blade swept across, dispersing the relentless assault of Scorpion 5 and Scorpion 6. Lin Xia, gripping his blade, traced a semicircle in place, swiftly pivoting to precisely parry the short blades of Scorpion 2 and Scorpion 7. In the next moment, a blinding golden radiance erupted from Lin Xia's eyes, akin to two roaring furnaces, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion. The divine might of the seraph. At the instant of this divine manifestation, Scorpion 2 and Scorpion 7 felt their spirits being crushed inch by inch, letting out a wretched scream as they staggered backward. Lin Xia seemed to have anticipated this very scene. He lunged forward with a sudden surge, the brilliance of his blade flashing as it swiftly glided across the necks of the two adversaries, blood gushing forth. This was the lethal opportunity Lin Xia had long awaited. The divine might of the seraph had enabled him to turn the tide, shattering the equilibrium of 4 against 1. Now, facing Scorpion 5 and Scorpion 6, victory was assured. Upon witnessing the demise of their comrades at Lin Xia's hands, panic washed over the faces of Scorpion 5 and Scorpion 6, prompting them to retreat several steps. Damn it! Damn it! Where is Scorpion 1? What are you doing? Why have you yet to make a move? Scorpion 5's arm, clutching the short blade, trembled slightly. Whether from fear or fatigue from prolonged combat, he activated his earpiece, shouting into the void. Yet, no response echoed back, regardless of his frantic calls. Lin Xia's mental acuity remained attuned to the slightest rustle in his surroundings. Thus far, the last member of the frenzied Scorpion squad had yet to make an appearance. A glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes as he gripped dual blades, standing resolutely in place. In the next heartbeat, several firearms from the surrounding corpses levitated autonomously. Hovering beside Lin Xia, their ominous muzzles aimed squarely at Scorpion 5 and Scorpion 6. Click! The firearm's safety mechanism disengaged automatically, and with a deft flick of his finger, Lin Xia unleashed a torrent of flames. The sound of gunfire echoed, da-da-da-da-da, while Lin Xia possessed the agility to evade bullets. Scorpion 5 and Scorpion 6 were not so fortunate. Despite their earnest attempts to dodge the lethal projectiles, the overwhelming number of firearms around them transformed them into mere targets, riddled with holes in a fleeting moment. Yet another two figures collapsed into a pool of blood. Though the adversaries before him lay vanquished, Lin Xia remained on high alert. The weapons continued to hover silently by his side as his gaze meticulously scanned the surroundings, seemingly in search of something elusive. Suddenly, a man clad in a similar white camouflage suit stealthily entered Lin Xia's psychic detection range. Lin Xia's eyes fixed upon him, a slight furrow forming on his brow. "You are Scorpion 1. "Indeed," the man replied, displaying an unsettling indifference to the demise of his comrades. As he approached Lin Xia, he began to unfasten his camouflage attire, revealing a black tactical vest beneath. "You are late," Lin Xia stated calmly. "Late?" A sardonic smile curled at the corners of Scorpion 1's mouth. "I have arrived precisely on time." With a casual motion, he discarded his firearms to the side, drew a folding knife from his military boots, and lifted a silver insignia from his chest, pressing it gently to his lips. "Blood boils," he murmured. The silver insignia trembled violently in his grip, emanating an eerie aura as crimson streams of blood, like a sanguine river, flowed forth from the nearby corpses, merging into the insignia. "Forbidden object?" Lin Xia's brow furrowed in concern. Blood boiling. Forbidden Ruins Sequence 209, momentarily siphoning the blood of all deceased beings within its vicinity, acquiring their strength from life and compounding it. This is a treasure I unearthed from the rainforest. Those fools remain oblivious to my possession of such an artifact. With a cold smirk, Scorpion plunged the bloodstained plaque into his palm, the veins across his body bulging, his eyes shimmering with a crimson hue, embodying a primal force that nearly tore his black tactical vest asunder. I never envisioned that I could vanquish a dual deity agent with mere remnants of incompetence. Their sole purpose for being here is to serve as my offerings. Once seasoned mercenaries, their vitality is abundant, collectively. These 8 individuals could elevate my combat prowess to the pinnacle of the pool realm, perhaps even transcend into the river realm. Should I eliminate you, I shall secure my place among the followers. Scorpion deftly gripped his folding knife, adopting a quintessential fighting stance, his blood-red eyes fixed intently on Lin Xia, a hint of madness flickering within his gaze. Lin Xia's mental acuity could distinctly sense the surging power emanating from Scorpion, his brows furrowing slightly as the firearms behind him erupted into action once more. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. In the instant the bullets were discharged, Scorpion propelled himself off the ground with ferocious force, soaring like an arrow released from its bow, leaving a vague trace upon the snow as he surged forward, breaching the hail of bullets towards Lin Xia. Lin Xia's shooting skills were already remarkable, yet Scorpion 1's speed was astonishingly swift. After a flurry of shots, not a single bullet found its mark. His expression darkened as he discarded several firearms with a flick of his wrist. With 2 starry blades in hand, Lin Xia's figure darted forward with impressive speed. But in comparison to the current Scorpion 1, he appeared somewhat slower. Their silhouettes collided rapidly in the snowy expanse. Clang! The blades met in a clash devoid of embellishment, sending shockwaves that scattered the snowflakes suspended in the air. Lin Xia felt a numbness in his arm and staggered back several steps. In terms of strength, Scorpion 1 undeniably held the advantage. Lin Xia's expression grew increasingly solemn. Thus far, Scorpion 1 was the only adversary capable of completely overpowering him in both speed and strength. While the Starry Night Dancer indeed granted Lin Xia a 5-fold enhancement in speed and strength, Scorpion 1, under the influence of blood boiling, had effectively integrated the attributes of the other 8 mercenaries. In certain specific environments, the combat power bestowed by blood boiling could far exceed its inherent ranking, catapulting from a danger level to a high-risk level, and Scorpion 1 was evidently in such a state. In terms of fundamental combat attributes, Scorpion 1 had surpassed the pool realm and reached the level of the river realm, making it unsurprising that he could suppress Lin Xia. Clang, clang, clang. The blood-boiling Scorpion 1 resembled a frenzied combat machine, repeatedly repelling Lin Xia with nothing but a folding knife. After deflecting the 2 starry blades, he suddenly launched a kick, sending Lin Xia flying several meters away. Lin Xia's body dragged a long trail through the snow, ultimately colliding against a rear wall, whereupon he violently expelled a mouthful of blood and came to a halt. Coughing, he rose to his feet, his gaze fixed intently on Scorpion 1, who approached with a folded knife in hand, licking his lips and revealing a bloodthirsty grin. Just as Lin Xia prepared to make a move, the crisp sound of a phone ringing pierced the air. On the other side of the mountain, beyond the sea, there is a group of Smurfs. They are lively and clever. Lin Xia paused, pulling his phone from his pocket. The caller ID read, Ant. Chapter 131, All is Well. Upon seeing the name, Lin Xia's body trembled slightly. In the next moment, a razor-sharp kick lashed out before him. With lightning speed, Lin Xia crouched down, evading the blow, and countered with a sweeping kick that struck Scorpion 1's ankle with considerable force. Scorpion 1 merely swayed slightly, steadfast as a mountain. Truly resilient. Lin Xia cursed inwardly as he swiftly blocked with his star knife, yet the overwhelming force of the blade still sent him hurtling away. Struggling to regain his balance in the snow, his phone slipped from his grasp, landing in the cold white expanse. Oh, the adorable Smurfs. Oh, the adorable Smurfs. Scorpion 1 glanced at the phone in the snow, sneering as he spoke. A family call? Is it that woman? Or that child? Lin Xia slowly rose to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, a chilling murderous intent flickering in his dark eyes. Scorpion exhibited no fear in the face of Lin Xia's gaze, shrugging his shoulders as he continued. Indeed. Today is New Year's Eve, and I was curious about how you are faring outside. Have you prepared the reunion dinner? I would also like to inform you that they are all safe. Just as Scorpion finished his sentence, Lin Xia's figure swept across the pristine snow, his blades intertwining like butterflies in flight, the pale blue edges aimed directly at his throat. Scorpion parried several of Lin Xia's strikes, letting out a low growl as a surge of formidable vitality erupted from within him, amplifying his strength severalfold, sending Lin Xia flying. Lin Xia adeptly adjusted his angle mid-air, landing heavily on the ground with his single blade embedded in the snow to stabilize himself. In truth, under Lin Xia's terrifying dynamic vision, the disparity in their speeds was not insurmountable, yet the vast difference in strength consistently placed Lin Xia at a disadvantage. If this continued, victory over Scorpion would remain elusive. There had to be another way. Lin Xia fixed his gaze on Scorpion, his thoughts racing like lightning. What a heartwarming family it is. Scorpion, wielding his folding knife, approached Lin Xia unfazed. I suspect they have no inkling of your actions, unaware of your proximity, yet feeling as though you are worlds apart, enveloped in the joyous spirit of the new year. How could they fathom that you are engaged in a life-and-death struggle so close to them? Ah, indeed. After I eliminate you, I shall hang your head outside their balcony. When the New Year bells toll, they will surely be taken aback. Scorpion's grin grew increasingly sinister. Lin Xia tightly gripped the hilt of his knife, suppressing the turbulent energy surging within his chest. He staggered to his feet amidst the snow, the surrounding darkness flickering in and out of focus. After enduring a prolonged battle with the Scorpion squad, the duration of the Abyssal God ruins was nearing its end, and his mental fortitude was approaching its limits. If he could not resolve the conflict swiftly, death was inevitable. Beyond the mountains and the sea lay a band of blue sprites. The cheerful chime echoed through the snowy expanse, marking the second round of music. And it seemed his aunt on the other end of the line had no intention of hanging up. Lin Xia took a deep breath, the darkness in his eyes resurfacing, and the Abyssal God ruins around him stabilized once more. With a sudden surge, he drew the star blade embedded in the snow. The dual blades angled towards the ground as he approached Scorpion 1 with the swiftness of lightning. The moment of truth had arrived. Scorpion 1 scoffed, resuming his combat stance. As Lin Xia's figure rapidly closed the distance, just as their bodies were about to collide, he lunged forward, deeply imprinting his foot into the snow. With a thunderous crash, the snow beneath them erupted under the influence of the Abyssal God ruins, akin to a bomb concealed within the snow, launching a flurry of white snowflakes into the air. The swirling snowflakes momentarily blinded Scorpion 1, who furrowed his brow. Relying on years of combat experience, he reacted swiftly. With a decisive clang, his broken blade swung out, successfully parrying Lin Xia's strike from the side. Scorpion 1's lips curled into a knowing smile, as if to say he had anticipated this move. Yet, almost immediately, that smile faded from his face. Amidst the drifting snowflakes, Lin Xia struck down upon Scorpion 1's dagger with a single, decisive blow, yet his other hand remained empty. Where was the second blade? This thought flickered through Scorpion 1's mind, as an overwhelming sense of peril surged within him. Just as he prepared to react, Lin Xia's eyes once again ignited with a brilliant golden light. The divine might of the seraphim transcended the void and directly invaded Scorpion 1's consciousness, disrupting his mental state entirely and momentarily halting his movements. Lin Xia, having exhausted his mental fortitude, emitted a soft groan, his face pale as parchment, and collapsed backward. Simultaneously, with a gentle motion of his left hand, Zhao Kongqing's starlit blade cleaved through the flurrying snow, silently embedding itself in the back of Scorpion 1's neck, effortlessly severing his head. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. Lin Xia staggered and fell into the snow, Zhao Kongqing's blade resting beside him, its surface reflecting his visage and the slight upward curve of his lips. Victory! Lin Xia glanced at the lifeless Scorpion 1, who lay sprawled in the snow, gasping for breath. His mental energy had been utterly depleted. This perilous counterattack against Scorpion 1 had been exceedingly harrowing. Had Lin Xia miscalculated or faltered at any point, the outcome would have been irrevocably disastrous. Fortunately, he triumphed. Oh, lovely smuff, oh, lovely smuff. After a prolonged silence, the ringtone of his phone echoed once more. Lin Xia struggled to rise, using the blade as support, and unsteadily made his way through the snow to retrieve the device lying on the ground. He then reached out to feel around Scorpion 1's corpse, removing the silver insignia and placing it into his pocket. Hello, Aunt. Child, I've been calling you for ages and you won't answer. What are you doing? Are you still out there, or have you forgotten about your aunt? A series of familiar voices echoed from the other end of the line, laden with urgency. Lin Qia's lips curled into a faint smile as he dragged a blood-soaked blade, staggering over the lifeless bodies strewn before him, leaving a trail of crimson footprints in the snow with each step. "Aunt, I was just chatting with my comrades and didn't see my phone," he replied softly. "Honestly, child, it's the new year. Can't you take the initiative to call home? I was planning to call later tonight." I was going to. Humph. His aunt paused momentarily, her tone gradually softening. "How have you been in the army? Are you doing well?" Lin Xia wiped the blood from his face and stepped into a corner of the corridor, gazing out the window at the small, low building. From this vantage point, he could clearly see his aunt talking on the balcony. His hand holding the phone trembled slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, he gently replied, "I'm doing well. New Year's is approaching. Do you have a reunion dinner in the army?" "Yes, our captain is already preparing it, and I'll be able to eat when I return." "Return? You're out there?" "No, I meant we can eat when we get back to the mess hall." "Oh." His aunt's voice hesitated for a moment before continuing. "Then, make sure you eat plenty." Lin Xia sensed a shift in his aunt's emotions and took the initiative to say, "Aunt, since I'm not home this year, please ensure that your reunion dinner is abundant." "Certainly, rest assured, I am currently simmering fish in the pot, and the aroma is delightful. Soon, there will also be pork. However, since you are not home, we may not finish it all. Jean is growing, so you must encourage him to eat more. By the way, would you like to have a conversation with your brother?" "That sounds good." On the balcony, Aunt discreetly wiped away a tear before turning to enter the house, handing the phone to young Jean. "Hello, brother." Jean. "Have you been clumsy while I've been away?" "Of course not, brother. Why do you ask?" "Oh, it was just a casual remark." "Brother, how is life treating you there?" "Quite well. You need not worry. If it becomes too exhausting, it's all right to come back when the sky falls. There will always be someone tall enough to hold it up." Lin Xia fell silent for a moment, responding with a hum. The two brothers held the phone, and after a considerable time, neither spoke a word. "Hey, child, have you grown distant from your brother after being apart for so long?" Seeing their silence, Aunt decided to take the phone back. "Xiao Qi, I must go now. The fish in the pot is ready, and I need to serve it." "All right, Aunt." Aunt." "Yes?" Lin Xia stood in the corner of the hallway, gazing at the busy figure, and after a long pause, he smiled and said, "Happy New Year." "Yes, Happy New Year." Chapter 132. Happy New Year. The snow fell lighter and lighter. The sky grew increasingly dark. On the rooftop beside a lowly dwelling, Lin Xia sat in serene contemplation, flanked by two ebony boxes, resembling an immobile stone statue. The city stretched before him like an endless sea, receding into the horizon, growing ever dimmer. At the juncture where the earth met the sky, a slanting ray of sunset illuminated the jagged silhouettes of buildings, adorning them with a golden edge. The twilight radiance embraced Lin Xia, casting an elongated shadow behind him. His profound gaze, infused with a hint of sunlight, rested upon a bustling household in the distance, the corners of his mouth lifting in a subtle smile. A gentle breeze tousled the dark strands of his hair, while the air seemed to be suffused with the enticing aroma of cooked meals. Time slipped by unnoticed until a man approached, bearing a steady demeanor, and settled beside him. Looking out at the same household, after a prolonged silence, he spoke. "Do you regret it?" Under the setting sun, Lin Xia shook his head slightly, conveying his lack of remorse. "In the short term, there is no turning back. The more frequently you return, the more attention you draw from those here," Lung Xian remarked as he sat beside him. "I understand," Lin Xia replied. "In truth, even if you hadn't come today, they would not have encountered any misfortune." Lin Xia turned, a look of confusion adorning his features as he regarded Lung Xian. "Do you think the captain's promise to protect your family was mere rhetoric?" With a faint smile playing upon his lips, Lung Xian extended his hand, gesturing toward the distant low house. "On that day, when the captain and the deputy leader delivered materials to your home, they affixed a talisman named Weiyang at your doorstep. This talisman, resembling a semi-transparent strip inscribed with patterns, holds the power to create a small forbidden realm. Once those with nefarious intentions attempt to breach the protective boundary of Weiyang, it will activate, teleporting all marked beings within the premises to another designated location, specifically the underground of the Peace Affairs office, ensuring their safety." Lin Xia was taken aback. He had never heard Chun Mai mention the existence of Weiyang, nor was he aware that his aunt and Yang Jin had already been under the protection of this forbidden object. "Weiyang," Lin Xia murmured. "Like the Wujie Kongyu." It is one of the few artificial forbidden zones created by the Night Watchers, yet its cost is exorbitant, even within the ranks of the Night Watchers. Few can afford its use. Speaking of this, Lung Xian seemed to recall something, his tone softening. However, nearly every family member of our Team 136 is under this protection. Lin Xia, bewildered, asked why. Lung Xian cast him a knowing glance. Do you think the captain is impoverished? Lin Xia's body trembled slightly as realization dawned on him, his gaze drifting into the distance. Lung Xian patted his shoulder, hoisting his gun holster, and turned to descend the stairs, his voice carried by the gentle breeze to Lin Xia's ears. Come, you may not partake in this family's New Year's Eve dinner, but another family will always welcome you. Lin Xia cast a deep glance towards home, where his aunt was setting down steaming dishes on a modest wooden table, and Yang Jin sat nearby, a smile gracing his features. After a moment, he smiled helplessly, rising to walk towards the staircase. At that moment, a small, black, scruffy dog appeared before him, panting as it hurried over and nudged its head against Lin Xia's ankle. Little black Scruffy? Lin Xia exclaimed joyfully, bending down to gently stroke its head. The little creature licked Lin Xia's hand and let out a hearty burp. What have you been eating? Even burping now? Lin Xia chuckled. He picked up little black Scruffy and carried it to the foot of the low building, placing it on the stairs. I must take my leave. You should hurry home as well. Tonight, you shall have a feast. He rubbed the dog's belly affectionately, stood up, picked up 2 black boxes, and finally glanced at the tightly shut door before turning away and walking toward the dim sky. His footsteps crunched on the pristine white snow, leaving a straight trail that stretched into the distance. Ding dong. Welcome. As Lin Xia opened the door to the office, a rich aroma of food enveloped him. The sizzling of ingredients in contact with oil producing a delightful symphony, punctuated by the rhythmic crackling of the pan. There is no sound more comforting in the world than this. Hong Ying sat at the dining table, her eyes fixated on the stewed old goose, swallowing hard as her restless hands inched toward the goose's leg. Smack! Wu Xiangnan's chopsticks swiftly intercepted Hong Ying's hand. Wait until everyone is here before eating. I just want one bite, just one. Hong Ying pleaded, cautiously extending a finger. No way. Hong Ying, feeling aggrieved, lowered her head and placed the chopsticks in her hand on the table, resembling a despondent fish drained of its dreams, languidly resting against the surface. Suddenly, her peripheral vision caught sight of Lin Xia entering the room, and her eyes sparkled anew. Xia, are you all right? I am fine, Lin Xia replied, shaking his head. Did you manage to capture the archer? Hong Ying bit her lip, her face contorting in distress as she shook her head. No, that fellow ran away too swiftly. In broad daylight within the city, I dared not pursue him with forbidden techniques, and thus he escaped. Lin Xia nodded thoughtfully. It's all right. He should not harbor ill intentions, merely a matter of identity. The mysterious identity of that individual had always preoccupied Lin Xia. Few were privy to the location of his residence, and even fewer knew it was ambushed by the Scorpion Squad. If he was not a Night Watcher, then who possessed such formidable influence? Is the captain still cooking? When Shima emerged from the basement, patting his flat stomach in inquiry. He has been at it for nearly 2 hours now, and that is with Shaonan assisting him. I can only wonder how many dishes he intends to prepare. I feel as though I might starve. Hong Ying lamented with a woeful expression. Moments later, the kitchen finally fell silent as Chun Mai emerged, cradling a large basin of fish soup, followed closely by Si Shaonan, who was laden with bowls and chopsticks. At last, everyone took their seats around a long table with 8 places set, adorned with 16 delectable dishes. Present were Chun Mai, Wu Xiangnan, Hong Ying, Wen Shima, Lin Xia, Si Shaonan, Lung Xian, and an unoccupied chair that was meant to be occupied by a man named Zhao Kongcheng. Chun Mai slowly raised his glass, the amber beer casting a gentle glow under the light. His gaze swept across the crowd. Over the course of this year, old friends have departed, new faces have joined, and myriad events have transpired. Yet, we have once again successfully safeguarded this city for an entire year. As the captain of Team 136 and a vigilant guardian, I wish to extend my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of countless souls residing in Sangnan City to all present here. Chun Mai stood tall, deeply bowing to the assembly, then lifted his head, his eyes brimming with sincerity. I hope that this time next year, we shall still be gathered here, every single one of us. Happy New Year, everyone. As one, the attendees rose from their seats, raising their glasses high, the clinking resonating like a melodious chime. The liquid swirled among the various vessels, reminiscent of golden waves of grain, interconnected in spirit. Happy New Year! Whoosh! Crack! The sound of firecrackers erupted from a distance, and splendid fireworks ascended from every corner of the city, blooming against the black night sky, their vibrant colors dancing in the wind before gradually fading into obscurity. Looks like this year, it will just be the three of us celebrating together, Li Pangpang remarked, handing a can of beer to Shen Qingzhu, who stared blankly at the dazzling sky before snapping back to reality. No drinking during work hours, Shen Qingzhu responded, shaking her head. Just have a little. Even that half-monastic Chao Yuan is drinking. Why are you being so finicky, you, a mere worker? Li Pangpang grinned widely, gesturing towards the ceiling above, proclaiming that his entourage of bodyguards had arrived. Even if one were to drink themselves into oblivion, none in Songnan City could harm him. However, this was the boss's order. Very well then. Shen Qingzhu pulled the tab of a soda can, releasing a fizzy sound, while Chao Yuan approached with a beer in hand. In the cramped, damp confines of the Love Hotel, three youths sat by the window, watching the fireworks illuminate the sky, their beers clinking together in celebration. Happy New Year! In a dim underground cavern, and Qingyu, cloaked in black, sat quietly on a stone platform. The chessboard before him had vanished, replaced by a half-empty bottle of Sprite. The hazy moonlight filtered through the netting above, casting a gentle glow across a portion of the subterranean space, while the distant sounds of fireworks resonated, echoing in the emptiness. And Qingyu gazed at the moonlight above, remaining silent for a long while, before slowly raising the Sprite in his hand. Happy New Year, he murmured softly. Chapter 133. The Forbidden Object User. As dawn approached, the cacophony of fireworks and firecrackers showed no signs of abating, the booming sounds reverberating in the sky at daybreak. With a creak, Lin Xia pushed open the door and exited the office. Behind him, the once orderly consultation hall lay in disarray, strewn with broken bottles. On the two sofas designated for guests, Wen Qima and Wu Xiangnan lay sprawled, resembling two lifeless dogs. Meanwhile, Hong Ying clutched the last bottle of liquor, resting her head on the dining table, mumbling in her sleep while giggling foolishly. Si Xiaonan returned to the underground bedroom and fell into a deep slumber, while Chun Mai, seemingly unfazed, busied himself washing dishes in the kitchen. As for Leng Xian, his whereabouts remained unknown before Lin Xia awoke. Rubbing his temples, Lin Xia, a newly minted adult and high school student, found his tolerance for alcohol surprisingly commendable. Despite indulging with this rowdy group the previous night, he awoke feeling relatively clear-headed. Stepping outside the office, he gazed upon the tranquil Ping Bridge Street, inhaling several deep breaths of fresh air. Today marked the first day of the Lunar New Year, and the atmosphere was imbued with a festive spirit. The distant sounds of firecrackers echoed through the air and the streets, adorned with spring festival couplets and characters of good fortune, radiated the essence of the new year. Lin Xia retrieved a broom from behind the door and began to sweep away the snow. As he worked, a frown creased his brow. The training camp's holiday was not particularly lengthy, and barring unforeseen circumstances, tomorrow, New Year's Day, would signal the conclusion of the break. Yet, thus far, the hidden adversaries appeared to be conspicuously inactive. Although he had encountered a few attacks, the majority had been quelled by his own strength. However, it was implausible for there to be no formidable foes among those who had come to assail him. Furthermore, the enigmatic Medusa agent, representing the ancient cult known as the Snake Woman, had yet to make an appearance. Had the instructors discreetly eradicated them, or had they sought refuge with Li Pangpang? Or perhaps they were biding their time, waiting for the opportune moment? He believed that after so many days, the instructors must have taken action. Yet he remained utterly oblivious to the current state of affairs. Without a doubt, Songnan City had become the eye of the storm, while Lin Xia, situated at the heart of this tempest, experienced an unusual tranquility. Just as Lin Xia finished clearing the last patch of snow and prepared to turn back inside, a resonant explosion echoed from afar. Amidst the cacophony of firecrackers, the sound did not seem particularly jarring. Had it not been for Lin Xia witnessing the thick smoke billowing in the distance, he might have dismissed it as mere hallucination. Squinting his eyes, he gazed towards the source of the smoke. Suddenly, there were multiple explosions, bang, 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 as fireballs erupted within the inn, leaving the old building, steeped in history, in ruin. Amidst the billowing smoke, three figures leapt from the second-floor windows. Two of them landed deftly on the ground, while a portly figure stumbled and fell with a thud, then scrambled to his feet, hopping away. You too. You don't need to run so fast. Wait for me. Bai Li, his face flushed with a hint of inebriation, shouted loudly. Shen Qingzhu furrowed her brow, extending her hand to grasp the air, swiftly extracting the oxygen from several rooms on the inn's second floor, causing the burning flames to vanish in an instant. With a flick of her finger, she redirected the compressed air, clearing the debris and shards of glass that had been propelled into the air, thus ensuring Bai Li's safety. With gritted teeth, Chao Yuan hoisted Bai Li onto his shoulder and struggled to sprint towards the far end of the alley. Last night I advised you to drink less. Today, the enemy has arrived, and you are still inebriated, Chao Yuan remarked coldly. Bai Li Pang let out a belch and chuckled. My esteemed friends, do not be alarmed. I have already assured you that my bodyguard team has been discreetly protecting me all along. Nothing will go awry. Nothing at all. With that, as his words lingered in the air, 4 figures surged out of the inn, swiftly soaring through the sky before landing gracefully before Chao Yuan and his companions. Chao Yuan abruptly halted, pausing with Bai Li Pang on his back, while his other hand reached towards the black box, his expression laden with gravity. Shen Qingzhu silently stepped in front of Bai Li Pang, her fingertips swirling with a gust of wind, her gaze as frigid as an iceberg. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. Amidst this charged ambience, Bai Li Pang belched once more, a smirk gracing his lips as he waved at the 4 figures ahead. Greetings to the 4 guardians of the elemental prohibitions. I am honored to meet you. The 4 formidable figures, exuding an air of menace, suddenly knelt before Bai Li Pang, paying their respects. Chao Yuan, Shen Qingzhu, please rise, my esteemed friends. Bai Li Pang dismounted from Chao Yuan's back and clapped his hands on their shoulders, introducing them. These are the 4 great guardians of the Bai Li family. My personal bodyguard team. Guardians? A flicker of confusion crossed Shen Qingzhu's eyes. Certain high-risk prohibitions cannot be wielded by just anyone. One must find a suitable master for each artifact to harness its full potential, and these individuals are known as guardians. Bai Li Pang, while rubbing his backside, elucidated, indeed. The term forbidden object wielder is one that is predominantly associated with our Bai Li family, for we alone possess such a multitude of high-risk forbidden objects in this world. Each of these 4 wielders boasts the formidable power of a peak Chuan realm fighter, and when united, they can contend with high realm adversaries. Hence, I assert that our safety is assured. As Bai Li Pang concluded his remarks, the leader of the 4 forbidden object wielders, the fire wielder, advanced, holding aloft 3 severed heads. Unmistakably those of the 3 Chuan realm strongmen who had recently ambushed the inn. Young master, the enemies have been completely eradicated. Please rest assured. Furthermore, as per your instructions, we have preemptively secured the entire inn, ensuring that no one was harmed. Well done, Bai Li Pang responded with a slight nod, embodying the demeanor of a wealthy scion. At that moment, the wind wielder seemed to sense something amiss, furrowing his brow as he stepped forward. Young master, there are still enemies approaching nearby. Please remain here while we attend to the situation. Go on. Bai Li Pang waved his hand dismissively. In an instant, the 4 wielders vanished from sight, leaving only the 3 of them in the desolate alleyway. After a brief silence, Chao Yuan spoke, his tone laced with a sense of profound realization. So this is the true power of wealth. Shen Qingzhu finally regained her composure, directing a questioning gaze at Bai Li Pang, her voice imbued with skepticism. So, what is it that you require of me? After a moment of contemplation, Bai Li Pang replied, to gather 3 individuals for a game of Dodiju? Chapter 134, The Hidden Stake, Training Camp. The half of the camp that had been devastated by missile strikes has now been restored to its former state. Even the directional signs along the roads have been repainted, and were it not for the faint scorch marks that linger on some buildings, one might hardly believe that this place had once endured a significant catastrophe. The once bustling mess hall is now devoid of new recruits, with only a handful of instructors seated leisurely at a long table, savoring their lunch. I must admit, ever since the departure of those recruits, life has become rather dull, one instructor lamented. No one to reprimand, and it leaves one feeling rather unsettled, doesn't it? Ha, if you put it that way, there is indeed some truth to it. Speaking of which, it has been quite a while since I last saw Han Li. Where has that lad gone? Who knows? It's not just him. Several instructors around the camp have also vanished, supposedly dispatched on secret missions. Secret missions? One instructor raised an eyebrow slightly. Could it be related to the recent enemy attack? I'm not certain. But I can't shake the feeling that the atmosphere in the camp has been rather peculiar lately. What do you mean by peculiar? I can't quite articulate it, but there's an inexplicable sense of oppression. I think you're just overthinking things. As the instructors engaged in their conversation, just as they were finishing their meal, two figures entered the mess hall. Upon seeing the leading figure, the instructors promptly stood and saluted. "Commander." "Greetings, Commander." Yuan Gang approached them with a solemn expression, his gaze fixed intently on one of the instructors, an inexplicable aura of authority emanating from him. Behind him, Instructor Hong held several documents, his demeanor remarkably calm. Under the oppressive weight of Yuan Gang's stare, the instructor's complexion paled instantly. He pressed his lips together, and the arm raised in salute began to tremble slightly. The other instructors seemed to sense the tension in the air, refraining from even a breath. "Why?" Yuan Gang slowly inquired. The instructor opened his mouth, his voice hoarse. "Sir, what do you mean by this?" "Li Yaoguang, enlisted in 1989. I remember you well. Back when I was merely a captain, you served under my command." Yuan Gang calmly pronounced his name. "Sir, why?" Li Yaoguang's body began to tremble uncontrollably as he lowered his head, devoid of any color. Li Yaoguang. Instructor Hong, who had been standing at the back, spoke calmly, the documents in his hand now unfurled. "On the night of November 14th at 9:42 p.m., surveillance at the southeast gate captured footage of you stealthily leaving the camp. Where were you headed?" "On November 26th, during the third extreme training exercise, you vanished for 2 hours. Where did you go during that time?" "On December 7th. Your parents' online banking accounts received 2 inexplicable deposits, one for 2 million and another for 3 million. Where did this money come from?" "On the day of the training camp's assault, you transmitted 2 encrypted messages via satellite phone, and within half a minute, an additional 3 million appeared in your bank account." "You." "Say no more," Li Yaoguang suddenly exclaimed, as if all strength had been drained from his body. His complexion turned as pale as parchment. Trembling, he covered his face with his hands and wept. "I do not wish for this. I do not wish for this. They have taken my parents from my hometown, and I." Yuan Gang gazed at Li Yaoguang for a long moment before diverting his eyes and calmly replied, "There is no need for you to express these sentiments to me. Once we arrive at the Night Watchman Tribunal in Beijing, inquiries will inevitably be made. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, your remaining years shall likely be spent within the confines of a fasting facility." Just as everyone was still reeling from the shock, Yuan Gang uttered 2 more names, Wang Gui and Wu Ruodo. The 2 instructors, upon hearing their names, stiffened, their expressions equally grim. Who would have thought? Who could have imagined that within this humble new recruit training camp, 3 moles had been secretly placed by that group? What a grand scheme! Yuan Gang scoffed. The other instructors abruptly turned to look at the 2, their eyes filled with disbelief, while Wang Gui and Wu Ruodong exchanged a swift glance and sprang into action. Clang! 2 daggers materialized in their hands, striking with the speed of lightning toward Yuan Gang's throat. Their movements were so swift that the other instructors could not react in time, leaving only their fleeting shadows in the air. Yuan Gang let out a cold snort, and a golden ripple erupted explosively from his center, unleashing a terrifying force that struck Wang Gui and Wu Ruodong's chests like 2 colossal hammers, sending them hurtling backwards. Their bodies crashed against the surrounding tables and chairs, toppling a multitude of dishes with a cacophony of clattering sounds. Struggling to rise from the ground, they coughed up blood. Yuan Gang, with his hands clasped behind his back and an impassive expression, approached them, his eyes as cold as a deep abyss. Wang Gui, with great difficulty, managed to rise, and despite the stark disparity in power, he did not succumb to despair. Instead, a frenzied light flickered in his eyes. "Lord," mumbling, "entrusted us to present you with a gift." Both Wang Gui and Wu Ruodong revealed sinister grins simultaneously, and in the next moment, their bodies began to swell like balloons, an eerie red light erupting from within them. Yuan Gang's brow furrowed as he let out a disdainful grunt, his right foot crashing heavily onto the ground, causing the golden ripple to rise as if it were a tangible entity, enveloping the 2 in a golden bell, completely isolating them from their surroundings. Bang! Their bodies exploded under the red light, mangled flesh splattering against the bell's surface, the visible crimson shockwaves roiling within, yet failing to breach the barrier. Ultimately, it erupted vertically, creating a bottomless circular trench in the ground. As the red light dissipated, Yuan Gang waved his hand to disperse the golden ripple, the disordered remnants of flesh cascading down the trench walls, a foul stench wafting through the air. The expressions of the surrounding instructors shifted dramatically. Instructor Hong frowned as he gazed upon the scene before him, his voice heavy with realization. So it was brainwashing. When did this group from the ancient god sect strike? Yuan Gang looked down at the bloodied remains, a tempest of fury igniting in his eyes, his chest heaving violently. With a disdainful snort, he turned and strode towards the exit of the cafeteria, a faint golden hue flickering in his gaze, an overwhelming pressure emanating from him, rendering those nearby breathless. This farcical display had persisted long enough. It was time to bring it to a close. He exited the cafeteria, each step leading him towards the gates of the training camp. Though his pace was not hurried, his figure left behind a series of afterimages in the air. In mere moments, Yuan Gang's silhouette vanished from the onlooker's sight. Instructor Hong watched as Yuan Gang departed, murmuring to himself, "The commander is angry." Chapter 135, Serpent's Eye in Songnan City. Atop a signal tower, a woman casually rested her hand on the railing, the gentle breeze tousling her dark, curly hair, revealing a bewitching and captivating visage. Her peculiar vertical pupils quietly observed the city awakening below, a smirk playing on her lips. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound of her phone vibrating broke the silence. She retrieved it, answered the call with a languid tone. "Hello. The individuals embedded in the training camp have been exposed. Yuan Gang has left the camp. Your time is running out." A deep voice resonated from the other end. Oh dear, the woman sighed, propping her chin on her other hand, her voice languorous. "Must we wrap things up so soon? I have yet to indulge enough." "Snake woman, I feel compelled to remind you that your presence in Songnan is not for mere amusement." The man's tone grew increasingly grave. "Lin Xia is the first dual deity agent in history. If we cannot recruit him into our ancient god church, we must ensure he does not continue to exist in this world. Otherwise, we shall find ourselves with an adversary far more formidable than Wang Mian." "Wang Mian, you ask? Last time, he nearly severed me in two. How can there exist such a man devoid of charm in this world?" The snake woman sighed. "You are still a novice who has just joined the ancient god church, with limited prowess. In your forthcoming encounter with Lin Xia, your primary objective must be recruitment. If that proves impossible, let Han Xiaoyan take action and ensure he is dealt with on the spot. With Han Xiaoyan's combat strength, only Yuan Gang in this Songnan city could potentially defeat him in a direct confrontation. However, there shall be assistance to hold Yuan Gang at bay. Besides Han Xiaoyan and Yuan Gang, there lurks another presence within the city, a being of the sea realm." The snake woman's eyes narrowed slightly. "Indeed, but he cannot restrain Yuan Gang for long. Your time is limited." Understood. The snake woman slowly straightened from the railing, stretching languidly, her serpent-like eyes focusing on a distant storefront, as if recalling something intriguing, a peculiar smile gracing her lips. "A dual deity agent. He sounds like an intriguing man." After clearing the snow, Lin Xia turned and entered the office, grasping two black boxes from the corner. After a moment's hesitation, he also took some festive goods from the table and placed them in his pocket. "Are you heading out?" Chun Mai inquired as he emerged from the kitchen. "Yes." Lin Xia nodded, considering it an opportunity to pay a New Year visit. The recent explosion at the Lovers' Hotel still echoed in his mind. Although he doubted anything had happened to that chubby fellow, it was prudent to check. If all was well, it would simply align with his plan to extend New Year greetings. More importantly, as tomorrow marked the final day of the holiday, those lurking in the shadows would likely be restless. A stroll outside could serve to gauge their limits. Should a formidable adversary emerge, Lin Xia was unperturbed. He could swiftly release Nikes and vanish into the night. However, he was wary of invoking Nike's divine powers, as they often stirred the vigilance of the night watchers. And he preferred to reserve that option for dire circumstances. Chenmai did not deter him, but instead nodded gently. "Go ahead." Carrying the black boxes and festive goods, Lin Xia quietly traversed the dining area, filled with the sounds of deep slumber, and pushed the door open. Once he had departed, Wu Xiangnan, who had been sprawled on the sofa like a dead dog, slowly opened his eyes. He sat up, exchanged a glance with Chunmai, and then smacked when Qima awake. "He's gone. Time to get to work." After leaving the peace office, Lin Xia made his way directly towards the Lovers' Hotel. The once bustling street has now fallen into a tranquil stillness. The myriad of shops that once adorned the area now stand with their doors firmly shut, adorned with fresh auspicious characters. The patrons within have long tidied their affairs, returning home to celebrate the new year. Occasionally, a few vehicles pass by, scattering the clusters of snow that have settled along the roadside. Lin Xia, wrapped in his scarf, turns into a remote alley, and the world descends into complete silence. This ancient pathway, flanked by humble and dimly lit houses, bears walls thick with moss, etched with the passage of time. The barren tree trunks lining the way rise like deep brown thorns, clawing at the sky in desperation. The Lover's Inn, where Bailey Pang Pang and his companions reside, is not far from Hepping Bridge. A mere 10-minute walk suffices. Yet, as Lin Xia ventures further down this path, an inexplicable unease begins to swell within him. The source of this disquietude eludes his understanding. Eventually, he halts his steps. On the quiet sidewalk, furrowing his brow, Lin Xia seems to be attuned to some unseen presence. After a prolonged moment, he turns his gaze toward the dilapidated low-rise building on his right, extending his hand to gently graze its wall. His fingers, moistened with snow melt, softly wipe away the dust and moss that have accumulated over time. In an instant, an eerie crack emerges on the surface of the wall. This fissure appears to be a natural phenomenon, curving into a slender semicircle, while several intersecting cracks weave within. At first glance, it seems unremarkable, but upon closer inspection, the pattern resembles an eye, a narrow, sinister, and enchanting serpent's eye. As Lin Xia furrowed his brow increasingly tight, he crouched down to sweep away the snow beneath his feet with the black box. The sidewalk upon which he stood was inexplicably adorned with these bizarre serpent eyes. These serpent eyes, composed of dark lines reminiscent of charcoal or perhaps stains left by nature, varied in size. Some were merely the size of a thumb, while others were as large as manhole covers, densely scattered all around. Lin Xia extended his mental energy fully, his expression growing ever more grave. The branches of the trees by the roadside intermingled, and when viewed from a particular angle, they resembled a multitude of serpent eyes. The snow that had fallen, now mostly melted, left behind remnants on the ground, similarly shaped like serpent eyes. The surfaces of the surrounding dilapidated buildings gradually revealed these serpent eyes in an astonishing manner. Even the winter sun hanging in the sky had inexplicably transformed into the shape of a serpent eye. This street had indeed morphed into a realm of serpent eyes. At last, Lin Xia comprehended the source of his unease. Was this the Forbidden Ruins? A faint golden hue tinted his gaze as he bent down to set down the New Year goods, gripping the two black boxes tightly in his hands while vigilantly observing his surroundings. Suddenly, a figure slowly approached from the opposite sidewalk. It was a woman, her black, curly hair cascading naturally over her shoulders, swaying eerily in the breeze like twisted black serpents. Her sinister serpent eyes quietly fixated on Lin Xia. The corners of her mouth curled slightly upward, as if she were smiling. Chapter 136. The Perverse Woman. Members of the Ancient God Church. Lin Xia gazed intently at the serpent woman, furrowing his brow as he spoke. The serpent woman scrutinized him for a moment, then covered her mouth with a light laugh. Seemingly amused by the rumors surrounding the dual Deities agent, not only did the title sound formidable, but he was also undeniably handsome. Lin Xia chose to disregard her playful banter, silently channeling his mental energy, ever prepared to unleash the abyssal divine ruins, if his intuition served him correctly. As he ventured forth along this path, he had unknowingly stepped into her forbidden domain. The scattered serpent eyes and her distinct features made her identity all too apparent. She was none other than the member of the Ancient God Church who had previously attacked the missile base, the agent of Medusa, codenamed Serpent Woman. It seemed he had indeed hooked a substantial catch this time. "Are you here to kill me?" Lin Xia's voice was remarkably calm. "Kill you? He. The serpent woman gracefully swayed her sinuous waist, leisurely approaching him with an enchanting smile that radiated charm. "To be honest, I had no intention of recruiting you. They covet your unprecedented status as a dual Deities agent, but I am indifferent. For me, snuffing out a genius in the cradle is what truly brings me delight. Yet now, I have changed my mind." She stood before Lin Xia, her crimson tongue gliding over her lips, her beguiling serpent eyes curving into crescent moons. Gently, she extended a hand, as if to caress his cheek. Such a handsome face. It would be a pity if it were to be marred. Clang. At the moment her gaze became entrancing, two sharp sounds of blades echoed simultaneously. Lin Xia grasped the straight blade that sprang forth from the black box, a glint of icy determination flashing in his eyes. The pale blue edge sliced through the air like lightning, aimed directly at the serpent woman's throat. His tolerance for her taunts had not been without justification. He did not comprehend the intricacies of her forbidden domain. Had he acted impulsively from the outset, the likelihood of success would have been minimal, as his long-range offensive capabilities were limited and lacked certainty. However, now that the serpent woman had approached him, the opportunity for effective action had presented itself. Two beams of cold light sliced through the air, one to the left and one to the right. Just as the blade was about to graze her throat, Her figure abruptly twisted and vanished into thin air. Frustrated by this futile strike, Lin Xia furrowed his brow and swiftly turned to gaze at the towering tree behind him. There, amidst the intertwining deep brown trunks, the serpent woman sat with a smile, her slit pupils devoid of anger, instead brimming with a peculiar excitement. In her hand, she elegantly tossed a handleless blade, catching it with practiced ease. Her demeanor both languid and graceful. How crude, she mused, resting her chin in one hand. Are you not going to let me finish my words? Not interested. He replied curtly. Oh, a cold and domineering CEO type, is it? She teased, her tongue flicking across her lips as a strange light glimmered in her eyes. Come, be my slave, submit at my feet. I shall use my noble and beautiful foot to trample upon your flesh and dignity, granting you unparalleled ecstasy. Ah, just thinking about it makes me so excited. The gaze of the serpent woman grew increasingly fervent, her crimson lips curving wildly upwards, her body involuntarily writhing, and an unusual flush blossoming upon her cheeks. Lin Qia's eyes narrowed slightly. This woman, is she a lunatic? What are you still hesitating for? The serpent woman spread her arms wide, her form gracefully descending from the tree trunk, her legs coiling around it like a serpent's tail. Her neck twisted a full 180 degrees, her enchanting visage appearing from behind, eagerly observing the inverted Lin Xia. This is the very fantasy that countless men yearn for. To become my slave means not only to possess me and indulge in unparalleled ecstasy, but also to seamlessly join the cult of the ancient gods, ascending to the status of a deity above millions in the looming dark age. Lin Xia, what a splendid name. I can already envision the scene where I strip you of your garments, tread upon your head, and call out your name with wild abandon. Come, kneel at my feet, gently kiss my toes, and become my slave. Swish! A swift and decisive flash of a blade sliced through the air, and the deranged serpent woman's figure dissipated once more, the blade cutting through the atmosphere with a faint hum. Lin Xia maintained a composed demeanor, gripping his straight knife, and turned to face behind him. There, the serpent woman stood several meters away, the flush on her face gradually fading, her expression turning icy. You still reject me? I not only intend to refuse you, Lin Xia replied, his grip firm upon the knife. I also mean to end your life. The serpent woman's countenance darkened completely, her serpentine eyes coldly fixating on Lin Xia, and after a moment, a sinister smile crept across her lips. Then, you shall perish. As the words fell, the serpent eye patterns adorning the entire street simultaneously illuminated with a crimson glow, densely enveloping everything in sight. The sunlight had vanished from the sky, replaced by an eerie red radiance that shrouded the world. The serpent woman's eyes glimmered with a sinister darkness, while her cascading black hair seemed to come alive, growing thicker and longer, writhing like black pythons in this sanguine realm. Simultaneously, an overwhelming darkness emanated from Lin Xia, gradually spreading outward and consuming the blood-red serpent eye street. The serpent woman's forbidden realm was too enigmatic. If Lin Xia did not unleash his own domain now, battling in the opponent's territory, he would find himself entirely at a disadvantage. Although the extent of his ultimate shadow domain was not as vast as the Serpent Eye Street, it nonetheless constituted a realm belonging to Lin Xia. Within the Crimson Street, a patch of darkness was embedded, starkly contrasting with its surroundings. The serpent woman flickered and vanished into thin air. Lin Xia, as if foreseeing her move, instinctively sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a blade that brushed past him, almost piercing his heart. Teleportation? This thought flickered through Lin Qia's mind as the serpent woman had mysteriously disappeared 3 times in succession, only to reappear without warning. Had it not been for Lin Qia's mental acuity, constantly attuned to his surroundings, coupled with the speed enhancement from the Starry Night Dancer, he would likely have fallen victim to her assault. 2 straight blades clashed in a flash, as the serpent woman's weapon deftly twisted in her grasp, firmly locking against Lin Qia's strikes. A hint of nightfall appeared in Lin Qia's eyes, only to be followed by a frown of concern. He attempted to exert control over the handleless blade in the hands of the serpent woman using the dark erosion, yet he could not penetrate it in the slightest. It was akin to a dark insulator, impervious to Lin Qia's earnest efforts. A serpent's fawn? Lin Qia's mental energy meticulously scanned the handleless blade, ultimately discerning its true nature. This was an artifact forbidden to all, a relic that belonged solely to the agent of Medusa. The clash of blade and fang brought their forms perilously close together. And at that moment, the serpent woman's neck twisted at a peculiar angle, turning to face Lin Xia. A glimmer of obsidian light erupted from her eyes, Come gaze into my eyes. Chapter 137. Battle with the Serpent Woman. Look into your eyes? Am I mad? Lin Xia retorted, promptly shutting his eyes. He was well aware of the infamous mythological creature that was Medusa, although he was uncertain how much of her petrifying gaze had been inherited by the Serpent Woman. It was prudent to exercise caution. As long as he avoided direct eye contact with her, she would hold no power over him. Fighting with his eyes closed might pose a significant challenge to others, but for Lin Xia, it was devoid of difficulty. Possessing the mortal realm divine domain, he had long transcended the need for vision to acquire information. The Serpent Woman, witnessing her signature technique thwarted, felt a surge of irritation. The black pythons formed from her hair hissed fiercely, surging toward Lin Xia in a tumultuous wave. Lin Xia swiftly deflected the snake woman's blade, retreating rapidly. As he distanced himself from her vicinity, the black python expanded exponentially, each segment as thick as a barrel, effortlessly severing a nearby tree with a mere tap. Faced with the onslaught of the massive serpents, Lin Xia's form resembled a leaf caught in the wind, deftly evading the snapping jaws with precision. Retreating several dozen meters in mere breaths, his expression grew increasingly grave. The snake woman wielded an array of strange and elusive techniques, her instantaneous teleportation, the petrifying gaze of her serpentine eyes, the enigmatic venomous fangs, and the multitude of black pythons surrounding her. Fortunately, her own cultivation level was not particularly high. From the intensity of her spiritual power, she seemed to be at the same level as he, within the pool realm. Yet, despite sharing this realm, why was the extent of her forbidden domain so vast, spanning an entire street? Generally, the scope of a forbidden domain correlates with one's abilities. The more formidable the power, the smaller the domain. Upon entering the pool realm, Lin Xia's realm of mundane divinity extended to 100 meters, while his darkest forbidden domain only reached 50 meters. In stark contrast, the snake woman's bizarre domain covered at least 300 meters. What was the true nature of this forbidden domain? As Lin Xia pondered, the snake woman's figure vanished once more, reappearing instantaneously atop an ancient wall beside him. With a sudden surge of power, she propelled herself off the wall like a dart aimed at Lin Xia. The clash of her blade against her fangs resonated with a piercing sound, and Lin Xia's tightly shut eyes were momentarily shrouded in darkness. In the next instant, a severed tree trunk nearby levitated and hurtled towards the snake woman. The sharp trunks resembled long spears, disrupting the serpentine hair of the snake woman, while simultaneously diverting her trajectory. In that fleeting moment, Lin Xia wielded his second straight blade with precision. Whoosh! The blade's gleam flashed, but the snake woman twisted her body like an aquatic serpent, evading the strike with an uncanny grace. Nevertheless, a substantial portion of her serpentine hair was severed, cascading to the ground like fallen strands. Utilizing the momentum, the snake woman leapt again, landing deftly atop another towering tree, coiling around its trunk like a water snake. With his eyes closed, Lin Xia slightly tilted his head, using his mental acuity to scan the area where the snake woman had materialized. A realization dawned upon him, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. He understood. She was courting death. The snake woman brushed her fingertips over the severed locks, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent. The blade without a hilt in her grasp spun gracefully, and her figure dissipated once more. In that instant of her vanishing, Lin Xia reversed his grip on the straight blade and lunged fiercely into the void behind him. The next moment, the snake woman reappeared right before the blade's edge. Ding! A soft chime resonated as a phantom of serpentine scales manifested over her chest, absorbing much of the blade's force. Yet, the tip ultimately pierced through the scales, embedding itself shallowly into her flesh. The snake woman's pupils constricted in shock. There was no time for contemplation. Her form dissipated yet again, reappearing on the rooftop of a low building several dozen meters away. Clutching her chest wound, her serpent-like eyes bore into Lin Xia, filled with seething fury. You, Lin Xia, with the blade in hand and eyes still shut, advanced leisurely toward the snake woman, enveloped in the cloak of night. At first, I believed that the bizarre serpentine eyes along the street were merely a tactic of intimidation employed by you. It was not until just now that I realized they are an embodiment of your very power. The serpentine eyes upon the ground, those submerged in the melting snow, those formed by the branches and the cracks upon the walls. Your ability to teleport is not a mere random selection of destinations. You can only manifest in locations where these serpentine eyes reside. Understanding this significantly diminishes the threat you pose. Lin Xie approached the low dwelling where the serpent woman lingered and continued with an air of calmness. I surmise that your forbidden realm, nay, it should be termed your divine realm. One of its capabilities is to create serpentine eye patterns using anything deemed reasonable within its coverage, subsequently employing these eyes for pinpoint movement, thereby fabricating the illusion of teleportation. At least at your current level, this divine realm can only wield such a degree of power. Having unraveled the secret of teleportation, with merely your lengthy hair that can transform into a black python and your lackluster combat skills, you would stand no chance against me. As for your petrifying serpentine eyes, Lin Xie's eyes gradually opened. His left eye blazed like fire, while his right eye was as dark as ink, emanating two distinctly different divine auras from his being. The scorching heat and the encompassing darkness achieved a peculiar equilibrium within him. You may attempt to ascertain, after our gaze meets, whether I shall petrify first, or if you shall perish. The contrasting light and dark of his eyes locked onto the serpent woman's gaze, and in an instant, the divine might of three deities clashed across the void. In but a fleeting moment, the spirit of the serpent woman was brutally torn asunder by the overwhelming might of two divine forces, inflicting excruciating pain upon her. She coughed forth a stream of crimson blood, her countenance as pale as parchment. Alas, she bent over in agony, her hands shielding her eyes, while two streams of bloody tears cascaded through her fingers. The divine aura in Lin Xie's eyes waned as he cast a glance at his arm, where patches of gray had begun to mar his skin. A gentle caress with his fingers revealed an unsettling numbness. So, this is the petrifying gaze. Though terrifying, it was evident that, given the current state of the serpent woman, to fully petrify Lin Xie, who was also at the pool realm, she would require at least 10 seconds of direct eye contact. Under the overwhelming pressure of Lin Xie's dual divine might, her ability to endure even 5 seconds was commendable. Seizing the moment while the serpent woman was dazed by his formidable presence, the darkness around Lin Xie intensified. With a light push of his toes against the ground, he ascended like a specter, landing deftly upon the rooftop where the serpent woman knelt. In a swift motion, his blade sliced through the air, aiming for her neck. At that moment, the serpent woman had already collapsed in pain, her peripheral vision catching sight of Lin Xie's impending strike, yet her body could not respond. Hatred surged within her serpent-like gaze. Clang! Just as the blade was poised to sever her head, a silver spear interposed itself, halting Lin Xie's attack. Frowning, he turned to confront a man, approximately 30 years of age. The man's spear trembled lightly, forcing Lin Xie to stagger back several steps, his vital energy roiling, and a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Greetings. A man stood before the serpent woman, bearing a long spear upon his back, quietly observing Lin Xie. With a courteous tone, he introduced himself. I am Han Xiaoyan, the 13th seat of the believers. Chapter 138. Who dares to seek death? The believer? Lin Xie steadied himself, his heart sinking. The mere strike from that spear had vividly illuminated the chasm between them. The man before him was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of Quanjing, perhaps even on the verge of reaching Haijing. Such a significant disparity in strength, compounded by the man's identity as a believer, rendered Lin Xie's situation exceedingly perilous. The roles of prey and hunter had been irrevocably reversed. The serpent woman, standing behind Han Xiaoyan, finally emerged from the shadows cast by the dual deities, her serpentine eyes icy to the core. You may leave, Han Xiaoyan remarked, glancing at her with indifference. The serpent woman nodded slightly, casting one last disdainful glance at Lin Xie before employing her serpent's teleportation, vanishing from his perception. As the serpent woman departed, the crimson light that had enveloped the entire street began to dissipate, and the intricate patterns of serpent eyes that had adorned the surroundings seemed to evaporate as if they had never existed. The imprints on the ground, the interwoven branches, the cracks on the walls, all returned to their original forms following the disappearance of the serpent goddess's domain. Though the oppressive presence weighing on Lin Xie's heart had vanished, his unease lingered, for he understood that the seemingly cultured and innocuous man before him was far more terrifying than the fleeing serpent woman. Have you come to recruit me as well? As Lin Xie spoke, he delved into the recesses of his mind, reaching into the depths of a mental asylum. Confronted with an adversary of such caliber, Lin Xie found himself bereft of any chance of victory. The only path before him was to summon Nyx. However, Nyx's divine essence had been compromised, casting doubt on her combat capabilities. Thus, facing the man before him, victory was far from assured. Fleeing beneath the shroud of night was, therefore, the most prudent course of action. If his instincts were correct, aside from the recently departed Serpent Woman, this man was likely the pivotal figure in the current assault. Having repelled the Serpent Woman and lured forth such a formidable opponent, Lin Xia deemed himself fortunate, albeit regrettably, he was not here to recruit. Han Xiaoyun gently shook his head, swinging his long spear, unleashing a powerful whirlwind that erupted from his center. I am here to end you. Lin Xia's brow furrowed as he successfully established a connection with Nyx within the asylum. Just as he was poised to summon her, an unforeseen anomaly occurred. A subtle wave emanated from 3 directions, as if the sky were cloaked by an invisible canvas. The surrounding space shimmered momentarily before settling into an eerie calm. This is. Lin Qia's eyes gleamed with realization as he observed the scene unfold. Han Xiaoyun lifted his gaze towards the heavens, his brow slightly creased. In the midst of the wind and snow, on the far side of the street, 6 figures cloaked in dark crimson traversed the desolate path, their footsteps crunching upon the white snow. A gentle breeze swept by, displacing the hood of the foremost figure, revealing Chun Mai, who slightly raised his head, his piercing gaze fixed upon Han Xiaoyun. His hands rested upon the hilt of his blade. In the wind, his voice resonated clearly and profoundly. Team 136 is fully present. Who dares to seek death? Suddenly, a shadow plummeted like a cannonball from the frozen canal above, shattering the ice and plunging directly into the frigid waters below. In midair, 2 more figures surged forth. One was enveloped in flames, while the other seemed to ride the tempest, both charging towards the man at the center. The flames in the gale intertwined, forming a vortex that ensnared him. In the next moment, a streak of dark light erupted, tearing through the fiery cyclone. The man grinned, his form instantaneously appearing before the fire wielder, dark energy swirling around his palm as he struck down, sending the fire manipulator crashing into the canal. In the distance, Bai Li Pang Pang, who had been quietly observing from the shadows, swallowed hard. It seems your bodyguard squad is destined to lose, he remarked, clutching his blade. Bah! Close your cursed mouth. Bai Li Pang Pang's sturdy frame shook as he swiftly covered Qiao Yuan's mouth, muttering curses under his breath. Damn it! Where did this serum lunatic come from? Relentlessly pursuing me. The quartet of forbidden object users, despite their combined efforts, could only barely contend with the Sea Realm. If he continued to fight so recklessly, both the 4 forbidden object users and ourselves would surely meet our demise. Upon hearing these words, Shen Qizhu pondered for a moment. Perhaps we should settle the accounts of the past few days first? Suddenly, a robust stream of water surged forth from the frozen canal. As the water user furrowed his brow, one hand supporting the gravely injured fire user, they landed firmly on the adjacent land. The man lowered his gaze with a cold smirk, changing direction midair. Enveloped in a dark aura, he crashed heavily towards the ground where the 2 stood. Simultaneously, the earth seemed to come alive, unleashing a torrent of sand and stones, surging towards the man. Like a bullet piercing through the massive wave, he locked his gaze fiercely, single-handedly grasping the throat of the earth user concealed within the debris, spinning in midair before slamming him down, creating a colossal pit. Dust and debris erupted. The man gradually traversed the swirling dust, making his way toward the hiding place of Bai Li Pang Pang. After only a few steps, 3 disheveled figures appeared before him, the already wounded fire user, wind user, and water user. As for the earth user, he had succumbed to unconsciousness after the recent assault. The forbidden object users of the Bai Li family were not as formidable as one might think. With a mocking laugh, the man taunted, in such a weakened state, you still dare to impede my path? The 3 forbidden object users remained silent, yet their actions spoke volumes of their resolve. Very well. Once again, an ominous glow emanated from the man's palm as he approached the trio step by step. Wait. Hold on, brave warrior. At that moment, a rotund figure staggered forth, positioning himself before the 3 guardians of forbidden items. This brave soul, he inquired. Can you divulge the sum your employer has offered for your assistance? The Bailey family is willing to pay double. No, we shall offer triple. The plump Bailey's face turned ashen as he extended 3 fingers, speaking earnestly. Money? The man scoffed. Do you truly believe I am in want of it? Just as he was about to articulate further, he was abruptly shaken, turning to glance behind him. Unbeknownst to him, a middle-aged man clad in military attire had appeared, exuding a dominating aura that enveloped the entire scene. His gaze was tranquil, reminiscent of a deep pool or a volcano on the verge of eruption. He was Yuan Gang, the commander of the training camp and the vice-captain of the night watch stationed in Beijing. Ah, you have finally arrived. The man smirked upon seeing Yuan Gang, his expression betraying a sense of triumph. You so brazenly exude the aura of the Sea Realm, even at the peril of your own life, to hunt down Bailey Tumming. All to lure me here? Yuan Gang narrowed his eyes slightly. And what of it? The man grinned wide. Now that you have arrived, you shall not be leaving any time soon. Thus, you shall have the opportunity to let another of the Sea Realm eliminate Lin Xia, correct? Yuan Gang let out a derisive laugh, his gaze towards the man imbued with disdain. What makes you think that in this city of Cangnan, the only one capable of slaying those of the Sea Realm is me, Yuan Gang? Chapter 139. The Snowstorm and Han Xiaoyan, the Night Watch team, stationed in Cangnan. Han Xiaoyan's gaze swept across the crowd, and he shook his head. A Night Watch team from a third-tier city cannot pose a threat to me. In the system of one city, one team for the Night Watch, the more significant the city, the stronger the dispatched Night Watch team tends to be. For instance, the 006 team stationed in the capital, Shangjing, comprises a group of formidable warriors, each boasting oceanic prowess, whose combat strength even surpasses that of some specialized teams, making it a true elite squad. However, Cangnan, being an ordinary third-tier city, inevitably has a Night Watch team of limited power. After all, cities of this tier are countless nationwide. In fact, Cangnan is relatively fortunate. In more remote cities, a Night Watch team might not even contain a single warrior of River Realm. In such a city, as long as no specialized team comes to their aid, generally speaking, those at the Ocean Realm can dominate effortlessly. Nevertheless, from a national perspective, there are only so many powerful warriors at the Ocean Realm. Who would be idle enough to seek supremacy in a third-tier city? Even if someone were to attempt such a feat, within 2 days, a specialized team would undoubtedly arrive to teach them a lesson. Upon seeing the members of Team 136, Lin Xia felt a surge of joy, quickly followed by a wave of anxiety. If he were alone, he could rely on Nike's night flicker to escape, but with so many people here, how could he possibly flee? Was he to abandon them and make his escape alone? Absolutely not. After such a lengthy period of companionship in Lin Xia's heart, the members of Team 136 have transcended the mere status of comrades. Perhaps, as Lung Xian aptly stated, this place has transformed into his second home. He would never forsake his family. Lin Xia inhaled deeply, silently tightening his grip on the hilt of his blade, a glimmer of determination flickering in his eyes. Below, Hongjing lifted her dark crimson hood, her bright eyes sparkling with joy as they gazed at Lin Xia. She extended her hand and cheerfully waved, "Xia, we're here to rescue you." Witnessing Hong Ying's carefree laughter in such dire circumstances, a slight smile tugged at Lin Xia's lips. Foolish girl. Suddenly, he leaned back, teetering on the edge of the rooftop, and just as he was about to plunge towards the ground, he deftly pressed his toes against the surface, vanishing like a specter, and in an instant, stood beside his companions. Han Xiaoyan, wielding a long spear, silently observed the scene without making a move. Lin Xia positioned himself next to Chenmai, dual blades in hand, casting a glance at the imposing Han Xiaoyan, and calmly stated, "Captain, that is a Realm." Chenmai nodded. "I am aware. Can we prevail? Let us try." Agreed. Upon hearing Chenmai's words, Han Xiaoyan, standing atop the building, shook his head once more and spoke with composure. "With merely 2 river realms, 4 pool realms, and 1 ordinary person among you, you cannot defeat me. There is no need for futile sacrifices. I recognize you." Chenmai suddenly spoke. "You are Han Xiaoyan, the former captain of the Suzhou Night Watch team." Han Xiaoyan remained silent for a moment. "And what of it?" Chenmai continued. "You were once a captain. Why have you willingly become a pawn of the ancient God Church?" His eyes narrowed. "You do not understand," Han Xiaoyan replied, slowly closing his eyes, refusing to meet Chenmai's gaze. His voice was deep and hoarse. "One day, when you witness your comrades falling before your very eyes, perhaps then you will comprehend my choice." Chenmai furrowed his brow, on the verge of speaking, but Han Xiaoyan interjected once more. "Let me remind you again. My target this time is solely that boy. Leave now, and I shall not hinder you. Do not engage in futile sacrifices." Chenmai remained silent. Words were unnecessary, for all would understand his choice. Lung Xian discreetly reached behind his waist, his hand brushing against something. A flash of silver illuminating the scene as he hoisted a massive grenade launcher onto his shoulder, instantly aiming it at Han Xiaoyan atop the building. With a decisive pull of the trigger, the weapon roared to life. Whoosh! A grenade surged forth from Lung Xian's shoulder, trailing a plume of white smoke. hurtling toward Han Xiaoyan. Han Xiaoyan's brow furrowed as he brandished his long spear with a fierce cry. Boom! A blinding flash erupted before Han Xiaoyan, as a powerful wave of explosive force surged toward him. Just as it was about to engulf him, a tempest erupted around him, swirling the accumulated snow on the rooftop and forcefully propelling all remnants of the explosion away. Almost simultaneously, a crimson-tipped spear erupted from the dark box behind Hong Ying. She grasped the spear with a reverse grip, and a burst of rose-colored flames enveloped her. With a powerful push from her legs, she propelled herself forward, leaving a lingering scarlet afterimage as she soared towards Han Xiaoyan. The smoke from the explosion of the grenade enveloped the surroundings, and amidst the wind and snow, a flash of brilliant red light glimmered. Han Xiaoyan swiftly sidestepped to evade the spear's tip, while the snowflakes, caught in the whirlwind, danced around the spear's sharp end, suddenly sweeping horizontally to slash at Hong Ying's waist. Just as the spear was about to descend, Han Xiaoyan's gaze transformed. Hong Ying morphed into a graceful woman clad in azure, approximately 30 years of age, with flowing hair and twinkling eyes, exuding a tenderness akin to flowing water. Han Xiaoyan's pupils constricted abruptly, and the spear halted midair. Ching-ching. His eyes clouded momentarily, only to be replaced by a sudden clarity. No. This was a mental illusion of the Forbidden Realm. On the path, when Shima intertwined his fingers in an intricate shape, gazing intently at Han Xiaoyan atop the building, his eyes shimmering with an unusual light. With immense mental fortitude, Han Xiaoyan suppressed the illusion, and the azure-clad woman vanished, reverting back to Hong Ying's form. When Shima let out a low grunt, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Hong Ying had already redirected the spear. Its tip ignited, aiming directly at Han Xiaoyan's brow. Han Xiaoyan's pupils narrowed, and with a cold snort, he stomped heavily on the ground. A tempestuous ring of wind and snow erupted around him, effortlessly sending both Hong Ying and her spear flying, while the old building beneath him crumbled thunderously under his foot. The figure of Han Xiaoyan steadied itself upon the snow-covered ground, his long halberd firmly planted. The fierce wind swept away the rising dust as he took measured steps forward. He paused on the opposite side of the road, narrowing his eyes slightly as he gazed at the pallid-faced Wenshima. The Forbidden Sequence 180, Heart Demon Binding Technique. Wenshima straightened, chuckling softly. It's not a particularly formidable Forbidden Realm, but for someone like you, plagued by inner demons, it appears to be unexpectedly effective. Is that so? Han Xiaoyan replied calmly, lifting his halberd slightly. In the vast expanse of snow, whirlwinds suddenly materialized, lifting the accumulated snow into the heavens, obscuring the sky. Within a 10-mile radius, the blizzard raged fiercely. Forbidden Sequence 079, Great Wind Disaster. Chapter 140. Black impermanence. The howling winds carried the swirling snow, permeating every nook and cranny. The towering trees alongside the road had been uprooted, dancing erratically in the air with the gusts. Furthermore, bricks, lampposts, bicycles, and billboards. Countless objects ascended into the tempest, akin to garments tumbling within a washing machine, spinning wildly in this storm-laden world. In this 10-mile expanse, it felt as though the apocalypse had descended. Had it not been for Team 136's prior establishment of a large-scale no around the vicinity, a multitude of innocent souls would have been swept into this chaos, meeting a tragic fate. At this moment, the significance of the no became strikingly evident. Within this spatial canvas, no matter how intense the battle raged, it would not affect the outside world in the slightest. Lin Xia plunged the blade in his hand into the ground, barely managing to stabilize his stance against the howling winds that threatened to sweep him away. Before him lay an expanse of whiteness. Amidst such a tempest, discerning his surroundings had become an arduous task. Is this truly the perilous forbidden domain of the sea? It seems rather terrifying. Lin Xia furrowed his brow. Through his spiritual perception, he sensed that the members of Team 136 were equally ensnared by the raging blizzard. Fortunately, none had been whisked away by the fierce winds. They remained in place, though visibility was obscured. Their proximity to one another remained close. Xiaonan. Amidst the storm, the voice of Wu Xiangnan reached him, muffled yet clear. A faint glimmer of white light emanated from Lin Xia's side, and he soon felt his body grow lighter. As if the resistance of the wind had dissipated, akin to a delicate membrane forming over his skin, perfectly counteracting the force of the gale. Not only that, but the obscured vision caused by the flying snow began to clear. Upon lowering his gaze, Lin Xia discovered that his skin was also radiating a soft white glow. Emerging from the blizzard, Wu Xiangnan, equally aglow, strode forth, entirely unfazed by the surrounding storm, and approached Si Xiaonan, affectionately ruffling her hair. "Well done," Lin Xia murmured in curiosity. Wu Yuan Sha, a substance that can adhere to the skin, shielding the individual from external environmental effects, capable of healing injuries, and providing a measure of defense. Si Xiaonan straightened, haughtily snorting. Although it was not an exceptionally formidable forbidden realm, it could indeed prove useful in critical moments. Under the protection of the Wu Yuan Sha, others gradually rose to their feet, directing their gazes towards a figure approaching through the snow, wielding a long halberd. Han Xiaoyun gazed in surprise at the crowd, who seemed undeterred by the blizzard, a hint of approval flickering in his eyes. However, as if recalling something, his gaze dimmed once more. Standing at the forefront, Chunmai rested his hands upon the hilt of his sword, his cloak billowing dramatically in the fierce wind, while his eyes remained as tranquil as still waters. "Are you the leader of this team?" Han Xiaoyun inquired, halting before Chunmai. "Indeed," came the reply. "You are a competent leader," Han Xiaoyun remarked, pausing briefly before continuing. "More so than I." He added, "I believe I have heard a little about the night watchman of Gusa City." Chunmai's voice resonated amidst the tempest. "It is said that 5 years ago, the Gusu team encountered the murmur of the ancient god cult head-on. Among the 8 members, 3 perished, 3 were severely injured, and 1 was left with a lifelong disability. The captain, Han Xiaoyan, subsequently vanished, only to re-emerge 2 years later as a believer." Han Xiaoyan's brow furrowed slightly. "What do you wish to convey?" "I seek to discern whether you are a true believer or a false one." A glimmer of intensity crossed Chunmai's eyes. "Did you join the believers with ulterior motives? Are you a spy?" "You are overthinking it." Han Xiaoyan calmly interrupted Chunmai's words. "Once one becomes a believer, they are bound to that identity for life. Their soul contracts are far more terrifying than one could imagine, regardless of their thoughts or intentions before joining. Once the contract is signed, all will dissipate into nothingness, leaving them as mere puppets. So, if one day your comrades are nailed to a cross, you will face 2 choices: to fight desperately, leading to the demise of both yourself and your team, or to forsake all dignity and freedom in exchange for the lives of others. Which would you choose?" Chunmai furrowed his brow tightly, realizing that they would employ such tactics to coerce one into signing a contract. The methods of the ancient god church are even more brutal than one can fathom. Han Xiaoyan shook his head, the swirling snowflakes around him growing denser. "Regardless of who I was or what I experienced in the past, now I am merely the 16th seat of the believers, Han Xiaoyan. I can never return." As his words fell, his spiritual force erupted in a tremendous display, an overwhelming pressure soaring into the sky. Chunmai's hand trembled slightly on the hilt of his sword, gripping too tightly. His knuckles turned pale. He stared intently at the man before him, wielding a long spear, his heart heavy with desolation. After a moment, he took a deep breath, slowly drawing the twin blades from his waist. "I understand now," he said calmly. "I will show no mercy to the believers." In the howling wind, a faint smile graced Han Xiaoyan's lips. As the twin blades were unsheathed, a faint ethereal glow emerged in Chunmai's eyes. A vast black circle rapidly expanded outward from his being, enveloping the land in a chilling frost. Within the confines of this dark, forbidden realm, the silhouette of a blood-red palace appeared behind him, shrouded in mystery. Atop this palace hung an ancient and enigmatic plaque inscribed with the words, "Yama's Hall." The moment Chunmai stepped into this forbidden domain, his aura shifted to a deep, eerie intensity. Lin Xia found himself drawn into Chunmai's forbidden realm, the icy breath of the atmosphere sending an involuntary shiver down his spine. This was the captain's domain. Wu Xiangnan stood calmly beside Lin Xia. The forbidden realm designated as Sequence 037, Black Wuchang. 037. Lin Xia's heart raced at the revelation. Until now, aside from Chao Yuan's Sequence 031, Black King Annihilation, this was the most perilous forbidden realm he had encountered. He could scarcely believe that the captain possessed such formidable power. If the forbidden realms prior to 030 were categorized as divine-level strength, then the Black Wuchang, ranked 7th beneath the gods, was undoubtedly among the most elite forbidden realms in the entirety of Daxia. With such a high-ranking forbidden realm, the captain should undoubtedly be part of one of those specialized squads or the night watchman of the capital. How could he possibly be here in the modest Songnan city, leading this team 136? Before Yama's Hall, Chunmai, twin blades in hand, stepped gracefully across the obsidian waters, advancing towards Han Xiaoyan. Han Xiaoyan stared, entranced by the scene unfolding before him, and after a prolonged silence, he finally reacted, astonished as he spoke. Black Wuchang? You are Chen Mai? Chapter 141. The Chaos of Battle. Do you know me? Chen Mai inquired, his brow slightly raised. In the night watch. Who among them does not know the name of Chen Mai? Han Xiaoyan chuckled. 10 years ago, the renowned figures of the black and white impermanence in Shanjing City were known to all. I had thought that after all these years, there would be few who still recognized me. Indeed, among the younger generation, the number who are aware of your reputation is scarce. However, having joined the Night Watch relatively early, I have certainly heard of your name. Han Xiaoyan scrutinized Chen Mai before him, a hint of perplexity gleaming in his eyes. 10 years ago, black impermanence Chen Mai suddenly vanished from Shanjing City, his whereabouts unknown. Some claimed you had perished, while others whispered that you had erred and were confined by the commander-in-chief. Who would have thought you would come to this small Cangnan city and take on the role of captain? What brings you here? I desire it. Han Xiaoyan's brow furrowed once more. That is not right. I recall that prior to your disappearance, you were in the Chuan realm. Now, a decade later, that white impermanence has ascended to the rank of captain of the Night Watch team stationed in Shanjing City. Why do you remain in the Chuan realm? Chen Mai remained silent for a moment before shaking his head. It is of no consequence. He stepped into the waters of the Ming River, advancing toward Han Xiaoyan. His twin blades humming softly, resembling a pair of soul-binding iron chains, captivating all who beheld them. Han Xiaoyan paused for a moment, then smiled faintly. Indeed, for me. Whether or not I knew these things had become inconsequential. He brandished the long spear in his hand, and the tempest, mingled with snowflakes, tore a rift in the desolate expanse that resembled the underworld. He bent slightly, then suddenly shot forth. The icy winds and snow cascaded from the spear's tip, freezing a delicate layer of ice upon the surface of the nether river. Han Xiaoyan moved with the grace of a dragon, arriving before Chen Mai in an instant. The wind howled. Clang. The dual blades clashed against the long spear, causing Chen Mai to stagger back several paces, a glimmer of eerie light flashing in his eyes. His form transformed like a phantom, inexplicably passing straight through the spear, and with lightning speed, he slashed forth with his straight blade. Startled by Chen Mai's ghostly transformation, Han Xiaoyan swiftly retreated, a fierce gust erupting from within him in an attempt to deflect Chen Mai's blade. Though his reaction was swift, it was still a heartbeat too late. Before he could repel the blade, its edge had already left a shallow wound upon his chest. Han Xiaoyan swept his spear horizontally, and an invisible blade of wind surged forth, grazing Chen Mai's form and lightly slicing into the decrepit buildings behind him. Whoosh! The wind blade cleaved through the reinforced concrete walls as effortlessly as a knife through tofu, leaving behind smooth gashes. Dozens of structures were severed in half, crashing to the ground in a thunderous cacophony, clouds of dust swirling upward. A faint trail of blood marred Chen Mai's cheek. You are formidable, but in terms of realm, you still fall short of me. That is an undeniable flaw, Han Xiaoyan lamented, shaking his head with a hint of regret. I am aware. Chen Mai maintained an unchanging expression and spoke calmly. Thus, I had no intention of defeating you alone. Before his words could fully dissipate, a long spear, engulfed in a tempest of flames, spiraled down from the heavens. Thud! The spear struck the ground, and the rose-hued flames surged like a storm, melting the surrounding snow into vapor. Han Xiaoyan stood beside the spear, gazing steadily at Chen Mai, and remarked, with such an attack, you still cannot vanquish me. Bang! From the distant rooftop, the dark muzzle of a gun suddenly erupted in a blinding flash, and a slender bullet pierced through the air as if defying the very fabric of space, arriving before Han Xiaoyan in the blink of an eye. Han Xiaoyan let out a soft gasp and instinctively leaned back. The bullet grazed his forehead, leaving a faint burn upon his skin. A specially crafted sniper bullet? He gently touched his forehead, expressing a hint of surprise. The sounds of consecutive gunfire echoed, and the bullets seemed to possess a will of their own, each one precisely aimed at Han Xiaoyan, compelling him to repeatedly shift his position to evade the onslaught. Meanwhile, Lin Xia turned to the motionless Wu Xiangnan and inquired with curiosity, "Aren't you going to join?" To which Wu Xiangnan replied, a bitter smile gracing his lips. As for me, he slowly raised both hands, revealing deep crimson scars etched into his palms. I can no longer wield a blade, and my forbidden realm is rather unique. It must be deployed at a critical moment. To rush in recklessly now would only hinder the captain and the others, so. Lin Xia fell silent for a moment before nodding. Then I shall proceed first. Upon concluding his words, an enveloping darkness unfurled around him as its epicenter, swiftly propelling him towards the battlefield. The recent clash with the serpent woman had drained him significantly, rendering even the act of sustaining the abyssal sanctuary a considerable challenge. However, after this brief respite, he had regained a measure of his mental fortitude and was finally poised to return to the fray. In the distance, Han Xiaoyan deftly evaded a barrage of bullets, wielding his long halberd to deflect Hong Ying's lance. At that moment, Chunmai materialized behind him like a specter, the glint of his blade flashing ominously. Han Xiaoyan was taken aback by Chunmai's sudden appearance. Just as he prepared to react, he was momentarily blinded, and the phantoms of those long departed resurfaced before him. To the observers, dark tendrils extended from his heart, cocooning him in a suffocating embrace. This was the heart demon binding technique. Realizing the gravity of his predicament, Han Xiaoyan summoned his mental energy to forcibly break free from Wen Qima's influence. In response, Wen Qima staggered, spitting blood, his complexion as pale as a ghost. The strain of impacting a Sea Realm powerhouse with his Qi Realm strength exacted a devastating toll on his mental faculties. Yet, in that fleeting moment of struggle, Chunmai's blade struck brutally against Han Xiaoyan's back, leaving a gruesome gash, while a faint, spectral energy surged into Han Xiaoyan's body. Reacting instinctively, Han Xiaoyan swung his halberd in a desperate bid to repel Chunmai, but his consciousness began to wane, the searing pain from the wound on his back intensifying, and his strength seemingly diminished. Lowering his gaze to his hand, he noted the parched, rough skin, marked by several age spots that had mysteriously appeared. In disbelief, he lifted his head to meet Chunmai's gaze. Chunmai seemed to perceive the doubts lingering in his heart and slowly began to speak, under the blade of impermanence. The flesh can be severed, the soul can be cleaved, and even the span of life can be cut down. To sever flesh, to cleave the soul, to cut down life. Is this what black impermanence is? Han Xiaoyan murmured to himself, a faint smile gracing his lips. Perhaps, today, I truly might meet my demise here. Swish. A streak of darkness intertwined with Chunmai's forbidden realm, two straight blades slicing through the air with great velocity, spiraling towards Han Xiaoyan's neck. Despite the excruciating pain in his back, Han Xiaoyan summoned a fierce gale with a wave of his hand, sending the two blades hurtling back. Simultaneously, a youthful figure leapt high amidst the shadows, his toes brushing against the blade of one sword, reaching out to seize the other blade, gracefully spinning in midair, and slashing towards Han Xiaoyan. Chapter 142, Rebirth Clang. The long spear firmly blocked Lin Qia's straight blade, as Han Xiaoyan was enveloped in a tempest. The wind blades on either side closing in like a pair of scissors towards Lin Xia. At the instant the wind surged, Lin Xia seemed to foresee the trajectory of the wind blades, his body twisting in midair, deftly evading the two razor-sharp gusts. Boom! The flame-wreathed spear lunged once more. With Hong Ying's elegant brows raised, she let out a fierce cry, the crimson tip of the spear blossoming with fiery blooms in the air. In the next moment, Chunmai's figure appeared eerily behind Han Xiaoyan, akin to the harbinger of death, as two blades stealthily glided towards his neck. Surrounded on three fronts, even Han Xiaoyan began to strain under the pressure, let alone contend with the formidable Chunmai among them. If he were to be struck by a single blow, he would surely suffer grievously. Whoosh! In the distance, Long Xian seized the opportunity, firing his sniper rifle once more. A bullet precisely evaded Lin Xia and his companions, piercing through Han Xiaoyan's leg and erupting in a blossom of crimson. With his lower body injured, Han Xiaoyan's movements were noticeably hindered. Chunmai capitalized on this moment, momentarily vanishing into thin air to evade the long spear, before delivering two heavy slashes upon him. Spluttering, Han Xiaoyan coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body visibly withering away, while three fiery gashes seared into his soul, inducing a haze over his consciousness. Staggering, he steadied himself and let out a low roar, summoning a whirlwind that briefly repelled Lin Xia and his companions. At that moment, Wu Xiangnan dashed across the street like a gust of wind, braving the tempest to embrace the unsteady Han Xiaoyan. Lin Xia was taken aback. Han Xiaoyan was even more dazed. After a fleeting moment of confusion, he gripped Wu Xiangnan tightly, attempting to pry him away. Run! Chunmai shouted upon witnessing this scene. Lin Xia and Hong Ying were initially bewildered, but their pupils constricted in shock when Wu Xiangnan's cloak was swept aside, revealing neatly bound explosives beneath. Fortunately, Chunmai swiftly rushed to their side, lifting each of them and hastily fleeing the scene. Wu Xiangnan clung tightly to Han Shaoan, and as the three retreated, a smile crept upon his lips. Without hesitation, he tugged at the thread across his chest. Boom! Following the earth-shattering explosion, a colossal mushroom cloud ascended, fierce flames engulfing the street. Lin Xia and Hong Ying stood in stunned silence, utterly transfixed by the spectacle before them. Captain, this is... Chen Mai patted their shoulders reassuringly. Rest assured, Xiangnan's forbidden ground is rebirth. Within the Chuan realm, he possesses 12 chances of resurrection, and he shall not perish. Rebirth? Lin Xia was genuinely astonished. Is there such an absurd forbidden ground in this world? No wonder Wu Xiangnan mentioned that his forbidden ground is rather unique. One must seize the opportunity to act. So, has he always fought using self-detonation methods? Hong Ying could not help but inquire. No, Chen Mai gently shook his head, his gaze fixed on the ravaged road. Long ago, before he was injured, he was not like this. At that time, he was exceptionally powerful. As the dust gradually settled, Wu Xiangnan emerged, coughing, resembling a zombie from a film, battered and broken, sending shivers down the spine of onlookers. However, what was astonishing was that his flesh was rapidly mending, his body healing at a visibly accelerated pace. In a mere 5 seconds, he restored his original appearance, devoid of any scars. Wu Xiangnan lowered his head, gazing at his hands. The 2 deep crimson wounds in his palms still lingered, a hint of bitterness reflected in his eyes. Boom! A fierce wind swept through, dispersing the surrounding dust entirely. Wu Xiangnan turned back, letting out a sigh of resignation. He had exhausted his last chance of rebirth, yet still failed to eliminate him. From the depths of the crater caused by the explosion, a figure wielding a long spear slowly rose. Though covered in wounds and appearing utterly disheveled, he was still alive. Han Xiaoyun, coughing, rose to his feet, his gaze fixed upon the unscathed Wu Xiangnan, a flicker of astonishment glimmering in his eyes. You are the immortal of the Blue Rain Squad. Bang! A bullet sliced through the air, hurtling towards Han Xiaoyun. Unlike before, he could no longer move with ease. Despite his efforts to adjust his stance, the shot struck his shoulder. The sniper rifle is one of the few firearms capable of injuring high-level ability users. So close. A whirlwind materialized beneath Han Xiaoyun's feet, gently lifting him skyward. He locked eyes with Chen Mai and calmly stated, "You were but a hair's breadth away from killing me. Alas, what follows will unveil to you the true essence of the Great Wind disaster." Ascending gradually into the sky, he swung his right hand, driving the long spear into the ground. The tempestuous blizzard surrounding him abruptly fell silent, the wind ceasing entirely, while snowflakes drifted down from the heavens as if heralding another snowstorm. With both hands cradled in front of his chest, he gradually brought them together. A deep blue vortex materializing in his palms, gently rotating and growing ever larger. It was an eye of the storm. On the ground, Chen Mai narrowed his eyes slightly, while Lin Xia's spiritual energy swept through the vortex. Instantly perceiving the terrifying power contained within, his expression turning grave. Once the eye of the storm takes shape, the swirling winds will effortlessly tear apart your boundless void, sweeping through the entirety of Tsangnan City. Its power is sufficient to raise half the city to the ground. Han Xiaoyun gazed down at Chen Mai, as if he wished to articulate something further, yet the words remained unspoken. Furrowing his brow, he reluctantly remarked, "To fundamentally resolve the issue, your time is running short." Upon hearing the final statement, Lin Xia was momentarily taken aback, wondering if he was overthinking, as he sensed that Han Xiaoyun seemed to be hinting at something. Bang! A sniper bullet streaked through the sky, hurtling towards Han Xiaoyun. But as it approached the eye of the storm, its velocity abruptly diminished, as if an invisible wind barrier coalesced around the vortex, firmly ensnaring it. Hong Ying raised an eyebrow, launching her spear imbued with rosy flames, which soared across the sky like a shooting star. However, upon nearing the eye of the storm, it too slowed to a crawl, ultimately deflecting completely. At that moment, it appeared as though an invincible domain of wind enveloped Han Xiaoyun. Nothing could penetrate its sanctum. To fundamentally resolve the issue. Chen Mai murmured this phrase, his brow furrowed in confusion, just as everyone found themselves at a loss. The eye of the storm expanded, with the hurricane radiating outward from the suspended Han Xiaoyun. Meanwhile, on another front, Shen Qizhu, approaching the boundless void alongside by Li and others, seemed to sense something, uttering a soft gasp as she turned to observe the gathering point of the storm. He hesitated for a moment, slowly extending his right hand towards the distant sky, and snapped his fingers. Chapter 143, The Rules. The deep blue vortex suspended in Han Xiaoyun's palm abruptly vanished, as if it had never existed. The members of Team 136 were taken aback, and even Han Shaoan himself was momentarily bewildered. Where did the vortex go? Such a significant vortex, how could it just disappear? After a brief pause, he lifted his gaze towards Chun Mai and the others, a hint of a smile emerging in his eyes. Well done. At that moment, Lin Xia seemed to recall something, his gaze drifting towards the horizon, where a man clad in military attire lifted a corner of the unrestrained void, shimmering with golden ripples, and entered with a solemn expression. Bai Li Pangpang, Chao Yuan, and Shen Qingzhu obediently followed in his wake. Bro, why did you snap your fingers just now? Bai Li Pangpang leaned towards Shen Qingzhu, his face painted with confusion. Shen Qingzhu frowned, contemplating for a moment before slowly responding. Instinct? Are you channeling Thanos? Shen Qingzhu couldn't be bothered to engage with Bai Li Pangpang's jest. Were it not for the fact that the latter was his superior, he would have likely begun to vent his frustrations. However, as a diligent worker, he possessed the awareness that came with his role. Upon noticing Shen Qingzhu, Lin Qi's eyes brightened slightly as he began to piece together the recent events. The vortex created by Han Shaoan was, at its core, merely rapidly spinning and compressed air, while Shen Qingzhu's air manipulation allowed him to control the very essence of air itself. For him, extracting air from a defined area was an exceedingly simple task. Once he rendered this space a vacuum, how could the vortex possibly remain? In simple terms, Shen Qingzhu has indeed found her rightful place in her profession. Even though Han Shaoan is a formidable figure in the realm of Haijing, his great wine disaster is predominantly focused on catastrophe in terms of air manipulation. He falls significantly short compared to Shen Qingzhu's Qi Min. Perhaps this elucidates why the sequence of Great Wind Disaster is 079, while Qi Min holds the rank of 068. Yuan Gang squinted his eyes, fixated on the suspended Han Shaoyun, a glint of cold light flashing within his gaze. In the next instant, he vanished and reappeared directly above Han Shaoyun, clenching his right fist to strike downwards, golden ripples radiating outward, descending like a meteor. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as Han Shaoan plummeted to the ground like a cannonball, creating a deep crater several meters in radius on the roadway, with thick smoke billowing upwards. Yuan Gang, resembling a humanoid warrior of light, radiated golden brilliance, his garments billowing as he landed steadily before the deep pit where Han Shaoan lay, his fist raining down into the pit like a torrential downpour. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled, and the fissures on the ground multiplied in density. Just as the entire street seemed on the verge of collapse, Yuan Gang finally ceased his relentless assault. He bent down, grasped the barely conscious Han Shaoyun by the collar, and lifted him into the air. Once the captain of the Sioux City Night Watch team and now the 13th seat of the Believers, Han Shaoyun, Yuan Gang, clad in immaculate military attire, spoke with an expressionless countenance. You have fallen into my grasp. For the remainder of your days, you shall repent in the fasting institution. Upon hearing these words, Han Shaoan, on the brink of death, slightly trembled his lips, as if wishing to utter something. His bloodied eyelids fluttered open, revealing a glimmer of despair, intermingled with a plea. Yuan Gang furrowed his brows, and at that moment, a blade suddenly pierced through Han Shaoyun's heart. Emerging from his chest, Yuan Gang's pupils constricted abruptly as he sharply raised his head to gaze at the figure behind Han Shaoyun, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. Captain Chun, what are you intending to do? Cloaked in a dark mantle, Chun Mai stood calmly behind Han Shaoyun, slowly withdrawing the straight blade that had impaled his heart, and replied nonchalantly, to kill. He no longer poses a threat, destined to be confined within the sanctuary, his fate to be determined by the tribunal. What gives you the right to take his life? He sought to kill my team member, and thus he must perish. Chun Mai paused briefly, then continued. Moreover, for him, this is also a form of liberation. Yuan Gang frowned as he observed Han Shaoyun, who, with his head bowed, bore a face marred by blood, yet inexplicably adorned with a faint smile. His lifeless eyes shimmered with an unusual brilliance. Yuan Gang released his grip. Han Shaoyun's body collapsed onto the ground, blood oozing from within him. With a heart pierced, any ordinary person would have succumbed to death. Yet as a formidable entity of the sea realm, he clung to a flicker of life. He looked at Chun Mai, his lips parting as if he wished to utter something. Chun Mai hesitated for a moment, then bent down, leaning closer to hear him. Be careful. Murmurs. He will surely return to kill that boy. As the last word escaped his lips, Han Shaoyun's eyes gradually dimmed, his breath extinguished. After a prolonged silence, Chun Mai straightened, gazing at the blood-stained body lying in the snow, and slowly closed his eyes. Captain Chen, regardless of the circumstances, This matter is decidedly against the rules. Yuan Gang observed the unfolding scene with a calm demeanor, then spoke in a low voice. If you believe my actions are improper, feel free to lodge a complaint with Xiaopinga. Chenmai turned away nonchalantly, striding towards the other members of Team 136, declaring, in Songnan, I, Chenmai, am the rule. Yuan Gang gazed at Chenmai's departing figure, and after a prolonged silence, he let out a resigned sigh. This individual's temper remains as formidable as ever. Captain, what exactly is the situation with that Han Shaoan? After stowing away the Wujia empty domain, Hong Ying approached Chenmai with a puzzled expression. Chenmai remained silent for a moment, merely a pitiful soul ensnared by the ancient god church. Yet, I sense he truly desires to kill Qi Yi. Can the ancient god church truly exert such complete control over someone? Hong Ying tilted her head in inquiry. Before Chenmai could respond, Wu Xiangnan interjected. I am quite knowledgeable about the contracts of the ancient god church. It is said that once signed, they bind the soul, affecting one's very thought processes. In essence, even if one harbors dissatisfaction with the orders received, they cannot refuse or obstruct the execution of those commands in any form. Actions, words, and even thoughts are all predicated on fulfilling the command. Is that not akin to being a puppet? Almost. However, some individuals willingly choose to be puppets, finding delight in their subservience, while others endure profound suffering. Upon hearing this, Lin Qia's brow furrowed slightly as he voiced his inner query. If that is the case, why did the ancient god sect allow Han Shaoyan to depart from the Night Watchers after gaining control over him? Wouldn't it be more advantageous to feign his autonomy and position him within the Night Watchers to exert greater influence? The others paused in their tracks. Hong Ying gasped, staring at Lin Xia in astonishment. Dear brother Xia, your thoughts are rather dark. Is this not conventional reasoning? Xia is indeed correct. Chenmai nodded slowly. Although Han Shaoyan did not remain with the Night Watchers, it does not preclude the possibility of other believers lurking within their ranks. Chapter 144. Return. That being said, it is, of course, not so simple. Chenmai continued, stating that contracts capable of binding at the very soul level and directly influencing thought are exceedingly rare. Even the ancient god sect possesses but a limited number of such artifacts, each reserved for individuals they deem valuable and promising. Furthermore, the primary purpose of the ancient god sect in cultivating believers is to address their shortage of numbers, thus choosing to deploy them as undercover agents within the Night Watchers. After their cultivation would, in a sense, be a misallocation of resources. Furthermore, this contract does not entail absolute control. In certain circumstances, those under control can subtly remind others. Akin to what Han Shaoyan recently articulated about fundamentally addressing issues, this aspect suggests that allowing the believers to infiltrate the Night Watchers harbors inherent risks. Upon hearing this, Hong Ying finally exhaled in relief. Lin Qia nodded slightly in agreement. Indeed, when analyzed from this perspective, embedding the believers among the Night Watchers appears to be a fruitless endeavor. However, if the controlled party occupies a position of power, the situation would differ entirely. This is not a conspiracy theory on Lin Qia's part. He merely instinctively considers the worst-case scenarios. A loss does not preclude action, and a scarcity does not imply absence. It is always prudent to remain vigilant. In any case, the first battle of the new year seems to have concluded. This believer of the 13th seat, along with the one-realm individual resolved by Yuan Gang, should constitute the entirety of this assassination's elite force. The turmoil should now be behind them. When Qima stretched languidly. Speaking of which, Qia's younger brother is due to return to the camp tomorrow night. Hong Ying sighed. The next time they meet, it shall be after half a year. By then, he would truly be a Night Watcher. Wu Xiangnan chuckled. Lin Qia smiled slightly, thinking that half a year passes rather swiftly. The time spent in the training camp seems to stretch endlessly, yet it also feels as if it has flown by in the blink of an eye. He still vividly recalls the moment he arrived at the training camp's entrance, dragging his pastel-hued suitcase, the first to arrive. Indeed, Chenmai seemed to have contemplated something. Halting his steps. Tomorrow, invite your friends over for dinner, he suggested. Lin Xia was taken aback. Previously, due to their mutual targets, it was inconvenient for them to gather. Hence they hadn't called upon them. Now that matters had settled, it was only fitting, considering he was the host in Songnan, to extend such an invitation. However, the agency served as a stronghold for the Night Watchmen, making it difficult for anyone other than members of Team 136 to enter. Wu Xiangnan pondered before speaking. Come to my place. Hong Ying patted her chest confidently. My home is spacious enough. After a brief moment of hesitation, Lin Xia nodded. I'll ask them. The following afternoon, Lin Xia stood at the entrance of the villa alongside Bai Li Pangpang, Chao Yuan, and the reluctant Xin Qingzhu. Bai Li Pangpang surveyed the villa, then glanced at Lin Xia with surprise. Wow, Xia, your living conditions are quite impressive. This belongs to a friend. I'm merely staying here temporarily, Lin Xia shrugged nonchalantly. Chao Yuan sniffed the air and swallowed hard. I smell something delicious. Having spent the past couple of days cramped with Bai Li Pangpang and Xin Qingzhu in a love hotel, relying on takeout and instant noodles for sustenance, coupled with the mediocre meals in the camp over the past 6 months, he was near his breaking point. Aren't you supposed to be a monk? Not exactly. I simply harbor a Buddha within my heart. Xin Qingzhu furrowed her brow as she gazed at the villa. Weren't you supposed to invite your friends for dinner? Why am I included? Lin Xia and the other two turned their heads, regarding him with a peculiar expression. Bai Li Pangpang helplessly rubbed his forehead and stepped forward to pat him on the shoulder, remarking that even pride should have its limits. The reason for summoning you here, of course, is to express. We believe you have performed admirably as a tool in recent days. Xin Qingzhu's mouth twitched as he brushed away Bai Li Pangpang's hand from his shoulder, retorting with annoyance, You fat fool. Who are you with? Bai Li Pangpang rolled up his sleeves, exposing his pale, plump arms, which were adorned with an array of watches. Oh, how bold you are, Xin Qingzhu. I just settled your wages today, and now you're acting all high and mighty, aren't you? Lin Xia sighed in exasperation and interjected. Have you had enough of the commotion? Let us go inside and have some dinner. Bai Li Pangpang and Xin Qingzhu exchanged wide-eyed glances, both huffing in unison before following Lin Xia into the villa. Allow me to introduce, he began. This is Captain Chun Mai, and this is Vice Captain Wu Xiangnan. Here is Sister Hong Ying, and this estate also belongs to her. This is Wen Qimao, Si Xiaonan, and Lung Xian. As Lin Xia introduced each individual, Bai Li Pangpang would cheerfully detach a watch from his arm and present it to each person with a smile. Captain Chen Mai, indeed. Your extraordinary demeanor is undeniable. After a prolonged search, I could only find this solitary Rolex that might, albeit barely, complement your elegance. Please accept it. Alas, Xiangnan, I regret to admit that I have not brought anything of worth this time. I earnestly hope you will accept this green submariner. Oh my Sister Hong Ying, your beauty is simply breathtaking. However, your wrist appears rather bare. This Van Cleef or Pel's piece perfectly aligns with your grace. Observing the exuberant Bai Li Pangpang fervently gifting watches to everyone, the empty-handed Chao Yuan and Xin Qingzhu exchanged furtive glances, their discomfort palpable, wishing they could vanish into the ground, for the awkwardness was overwhelming. With a Rolex in hand, when Qimao approached Lin Xia, his expression peculiar. Is this the foolish son of a wealthy landlord? Lin Xia hesitated momentarily before responding with a simple, It is evident that he possesses a kind heart, though his intellect appears somewhat lacking. With the vivacious Bai Li Pangpang bringing life to the dinner atmosphere, Chao Yuan transformed into an emotionless eating machine, fervently devouring his meal. As for Xin Qingzhu, he remained seated with an air of restraint. When spoken to, he would respond with a modest smile, his usual arrogance conspicuously absent, resembling more of a bashful young man. After indulging in a hearty meal, Lin Xia gathered his belongings, bidding farewell to the members of Team 136, and along with the other three, proceeded to the designated boarding location. There, several familiar black buses awaited their arrival, having been stationed for quite some time. After surrendering the standard starry blade he had brought from the camp, Lin Xia boarded the bus and settled into the last row. His gaze turned towards the window, where the inky darkness of the night enveloped the distant outlines of the city, barely discernible. Atop a faraway building, he seemed to glimpse a shadowy figure clutching a sniper rifle, sitting alone and silently bidding farewell to Lin Xia. Shortly thereafter, the bus gradually set in motion, cloaked in starlight and shadow, as it proceeded uniformly towards the training camp. Chapter 145, Metals. The sharp, piercing whistle echoed through the air, rousing Lin Xia from slumber. He swiftly leapt from his bed and donned his military attire. Opposite him, Bai Li, plump and drowsy, sat up, eyes still shut, snoring gently. Yet his hands continued to dress without a moment's pause. Once attired, his form began to sway slightly, as if on the brink of dozing off once more. In a playful retaliation, Lin Xia seized a slipper and tossed it at his head, jolting him awake. The two then pushed open the door and raced swiftly towards the training grounds. Yawn, Bai Li exclaimed between yawns, reflecting that after so many days away from home, He found the camp's bed the most reassuring. Almost immediately, a thought struck him, and he queried in surprise. Wait a moment, didn't our physical training conclude? Why are we rising so early? Lin Xia rolled his eyes. The end of physical training did not equate to the conclusion of the camp. Aside from not having to bear heavy loads from dawn till dusk, everything else remained unchanged. Very well. Soon, the group assembled at the training grounds, their movements swift and harmonious. On this occasion, the platform was graced not only by Instructor Hong but by all the other instructors as well. Yuan Gang stood before them, calmly gazing down at Lin Xia and the others. Unlike previous gatherings, today the instructors were impeccably attired, many adorned with merit badges of varying sizes and colors. Among all the instructors, Yuan Gang bore the most badges, including 3 deep blue ones, exquisitely crafted, from which one could almost discern a resplendent star. Xia, do you not sense that a few instructors seem to be missing? Bai Li, portly and curious, swept his gaze across the platform. A hint of perplexity in his eyes as he whispered. Lin Xia nodded slightly. Indeed, 3 were absent, having shared half a year with all the instructors. He had a clear recollection of them, and the absence of 3 individuals in the line was immediately noticeable to him. He could even accurately name the missing instructors. Where are they? I do not know, but it is likely not a favorable outcome for them. He distinctly remembered the missiles that had rained down during the transport of the new recruits. The enemy's precision in tracking their movements left no room for doubt about the presence of a traitor within the ranks. If all went according to the unfortunate scenario, the 3 missing instructors were likely the very traitors of the camp, and what fate could await such betrayers? Yuan Gang appeared to refrain from elucidating the meaning behind the missing instructor. His gaze swept over the assembly, and he spoke in a solemn tone. Today's morning training is hereby cancelled. Upon hearing these words, the gathered individuals momentarily paused in surprise. However, Yuan Gang's subsequent statement caused their breaths to grow heavy with anticipation. The primary purpose of gathering you here today is solely for the conferral of honors upon certain individuals among you. Honors? They were merely fledgling recruits who had yet to leave the training camp, yet some were to receive commendations. At that moment, a few recruits began to connect the dots and turn their gaze towards Lin Xia. Those who had shared a vehicle with Lin Xia during their departure from the camp had witnessed the black light that deflected all shrapnel. Even if some had not fully grasped the situation at the time, they later surmised the essence of what had transpired. Lin Xia recalled that during their time at the residence of the Hong family, Instructor Hong had mentioned that he would likely be awarded a medal. Considering that some of you may not yet comprehend the distinctions of merit among the Night Watchers, I shall provide a brief introduction. The merits of the Night Watchers differ from those of conventional military forces. They are categorized into 4 types, ranging from the easiest to the most challenging: the Spark Medal, the Radiance Medal, the Star Medal, and the Sea of Stars Medal. Yuan Gang casually removed a pale red badge from his chest, which was the Spark Medal, the most accessible of the honors, typically awarded upon the successful completion of significant mysterious eradication missions or for safeguarding numerous lives. He affixed the Spark Medal back to his chest and removed a light blue insignia. This was the Starlight Medal, significantly more challenging to obtain than the Spark Medal, typically awarded only after vanquishing a high-risk anomaly or quelling a major disaster. Finally, he took down the most exquisite of the medals, a deep blue emblem that shimmered under the morning sun, radiating a faint starlight. This was the Celestial Medal, awarded solely for defeating an infinite-level anomaly or for calming a large-scale incident capable of destabilizing societal order. It was exceedingly rare, with less than one of the entire Night Watch organization possessing it. Yuan Gang solemnly reattached the Celestial Medal to his chest and continued. As for the Ocean of Stars Medal, it represents the highest honor attainable by the Night Watch. In all of Daxia, no more than 10 individuals hold this medal, and even the senior ranks of the Night Watch cannot provide a definitive criterion for its attainment. Report, said the instructor. If there's no standard, how can one determine eligibility for this medal? When everyone believes you are deserving, it will naturally be bestowed upon you, Yuan Gang replied calmly. If one were to insist on a standard, the only individual to have received the Ocean of Stars medal in the past 5 years is Wang Mian of the masked team. 5 years ago, the divine entity known as the Serpent of Yamada no Orochi descended upon the East Sea. At a monumental cost to his own lifespan, the king traversed time, returning to an hour before the serpent's arrival. He issued orders for the evacuation of several coastal regions and valiantly led the masked squad in a desperate struggle against the serpent for half an hour, until a human paragon descended and saved countless lives. Should anyone in the future believe their contributions surpass his, they may, of course, apply for the Star C medal. A profound silence enveloped the audience, Lin Xia himself taken aback, as he had not anticipated that a mythological event had transpired in the East Sea 5 years prior. He vaguely recalled reading a news article about a colossal tsunami in the East Sea, yet the truth behind it was astonishingly different. He was even more astonished to learn that the gentle and taciturn man had once performed such a heroic feat. I shall now announce the first recipient of this medal. Yuan Gang received a small black box from the instructor behind him, his gaze sweeping across the crowd as he spoke calmly. Lin Xia, during the missile assault, acted decisively, saving over 50 new recruits and preserving the future spark of the Night Watchman. He subsequently gravely injured the ancient Deities church, Serpent Woman, and fought alongside Team 136, eliminating the 13th seed of the believers, Han Shaoan. Hereby, I bestow upon him the Star Medal. Chapter 146. Are you knowledgeable? The Star Medal? Upon hearing these 4 words, not only were the new recruits in the audience taken aback, but even the majority of instructors on stage were equally astonished. This honor, second only to the Starry Sea Medal, is indeed remarkable. Even Yuan Gang, the commander of the training camp, possesses only 3. Yet, here stands Lin Xia, a newcomer yet to leave the training facility, who has astonishingly been awarded a Starry Medal. Upon reflection, however, this accolade may not be as unfathomable as it initially appears. Consider, for instance, his remarkable act of shielding the entire bus of recruits from missile debris. This alone foretold that the level of his medal would not be insignificant. It is essential to recognize that the over 200 recruits in this training camp hail from the Night Watchers Reserve Force across the vast realm of Daxia, poised to become the backbone of the nation's defense. Should any misfortune befall these recruits, it would create a rupture in the ranks of the Night Watchers, significantly diminishing the nation's protective capabilities. In recent years, the emergence of increasingly formidable mysteries nationwide has intensified concerns. A fracture within the Night Watchers could unleash repercussions far beyond the confines of a single city, heralding a sweeping crisis across the entire territory. From this perspective, Lin Qia's actions have indeed quelled a potential upheaval capable of unsettling societal stability. As for his wounding of the Serpent Woman and the collaborative defeat of Han Shaoan, while they may seem significant, they are relatively minor on a national scale. After all, a Medusa agent of the Pool realm and a believer of the Sea realm cannot incite substantial turmoil. Furthermore, there is a crucial insight that only a select few can grasp. Lin Qia's direct confrontation with the ancient cult and his subsequent injury to the Serpent Woman signify his resolute rejection of the cult's enticements, firmly aligning himself with the Night Watchers. A dual deity agent resolutely asserted his stance, prompting the upper echelons of the Night Watch to deem it necessary to offer some form of reward. What kind of reward could suffice? Monetary compensation? Or perhaps the promise of a radiant future? Too mundane, too commonplace. By a fortunate turn of events, a merit application report for Lin Xia fortuitously surfaced, compelling them to enhance the presentation of this gift. With various factors at play, Lin Xia's Starry Medal emerged as an entirely fitting accolade. Lin Xia, step forth to receive your honor, resonated the voice of Yuan Gang, which jolted Lin Xia back to reality as he swiftly ascended the martial platform. Yuan Gang approached Lin Xia's side, gradually unveiling a small black box in his hands. Nestled within the deep-hued silk recess, a brilliant deep blue metal sparkled resplendently, its crystalline surface seemingly encasing a radiant star. With solemnity, Yuan Gang lifted the starry medal and affixed it to Lin Xia's chest. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xia saluted Yuan Gang with a precise military gesture. Amidst the envious and admiring gazes of the crowd, he gracefully descended the steps, returning to his place in the ranks. Li Pang swallowed hard and gave Lin Xia a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Xia, you're amazing." Following Lin Xia, the name of the second recipient of the honor was announced by Yuan Gang, surpassing everyone's expectations. Shen Qingzhu, for promptly neutralizing the devastating eye of the storm caused by the Great Wind disaster, thereby sparing half the city from ruin, is awarded the Starlight Medal. Goodness, is that for real? Li Pang's eyes widened in astonishment. Everyone turned their gaze towards Shen Qingzhu, who wore a bewildered expression. He looked at Yuan Gang on the stage, as if to say, "Surely you jest?" After confirming that Yuan Gang was not making a joke, Shen Qingzhu steeled himself and ascended the martial arts platform step by step. Little did he expect that a casual snap of his fingers would inexplicably save half of Cangnan. Bewildered, he accepted the accolades, descended the steps in a daze, and returned to the ranks, feeling as though the world had gone mad. When Yuan Gang ordered the assembly to disperse, everyone hurried off to eat. Deng Wei, Li Jia, and Li Liang, his three companions, immediately surrounded Shen Qizhu, their eyes brimming with admiration. Brother Shen, when did you save Songnan City? Yes, Brother Shen. Weren't you out earning money? How did you end up with a medal? Brother Shen, you truly are remarkable. Surrounded by the trio, Shen Qingzhu cleared his throat, raised his head with pride, and scoffed. Look at you all, so naive. It's merely a starry medal. In the future, I shall attain even grander honors. Brother Shun is magnificent. Brother Shun is amazing. Bai Li Pang Pang observed this scene, smirking. Here we go again with the flattery. I must temper his arrogance. With that, Bai Li Pang Pang took a deep breath and shouted at the top of his lungs, 7 Knights is the strongest. 7 Knights is the most handsome. 7 Knights is incredible. Upon hearing these words, the individuals across from them turned in unison, casting disapproving glances at Lin Shiyi and his companion. Lin Shiyi rolled his eyes and playfully slapped Bai Li Pang Pang on the back of his head. Are you still a child? Come on, it's time to eat. After the physical training concluded, the new recruits found their training regimens suddenly enriched and diversified. Tactical instruction, simulated exercises, the principles of forbidden zones, combat practice, and even an entire collection of global mythological narratives, alongside discussions on the high-risk forbidden zones that have emerged in contemporary times. If the preceding 6 months of physical training had been entirely spent outdoors, now 80 of their training consisted of theoretical knowledge acquired in the classroom. This shift gave Lin Xia a sense of attending university, or more accurately, a military academy. For the vast majority, this was akin to paradise compared to the previous days of nearly collapsing from exhaustion on the training grounds. However, a small fraction of individuals resisted theoretical learning with every fiber of their being. What is the essence of spiritual power? A bespectacled instructor began, his gaze sweeping across the classroom before finally settling on someone in the back row, Shen Qizhu. Shen Qizhu, who had been dozing at his desk, groggily lifted his head and stared at Instructor Gu. What is the essence of spiritual power? He muttered. I don't know. Go run 10 laps. All right. Shen Qingzhu seemed to come alive, dashing out of the classroom like a gust of wind, invigorated as he began to run laps on the playground. Instructor Gu sighed and shifted his focus once more, ultimately landing on Lin Xia. Lin Xia, do you understand? The essence of mental strength lies in the supernatural power generated by conscious activity under specific circumstances. Lin Xia rose to his feet and spoke calmly. Instructor Gu nodded, a glimmer of admiration surfacing in his eyes. Indeed, I wish for everyone to recognize that theory holds equal importance to practical experience in the process of unraveling the mysteries. We must always maintain the posture of learners, seeking knowledge and engaging in research. Only through continuous reflection and dialectical reasoning can we grasp the truth of the world. Upon hearing these words, a spark of inspiration flashed in Lin Xia's mind, as if he had stumbled upon something profound. Instructor Gu intended to continue speaking, but realized Lin Xia had yet to take his seat. Why do you still stand? Lin Xia pondered for a moment and asked, Instructor, do you possess extensive knowledge? The instructor chuckled lightly and replied with pride, I am a professor at Hucking University. What do you think? Then, Instructor, may I pose a question to you? Feel free to ask. Instructor Gu adjusted his glasses. Do you believe that the world we inhabit is real? Upon hearing this question, Instructor Gu was momentarily taken aback. For fish dwelling in the depths of the ocean, for two-dimensional beings, what basis do we have to assert that the world we currently inhabit is indeed real? What constitutes true reality, and what is the genuine world? Beyond this realm, what exists? From the perspective of higher-dimensional beings, who are we? Lin Xia emulated Merlin's tone, unleashing a barrage of questions. As he uttered the final word, an eerie silence enveloped the classroom. Lin Xia fixed his gaze upon Instructor Gu, articulating each word with deliberate care. Have you ever contemplated that we might be the creation of a higher dimensional existence? Instructor Gu stood frozen in place. After a prolonged pause, uncertainty crept into his voice as he hesitantly replied, Shouldn't it be impossible? Why? A flicker of delight ignited in Lin Xia's eyes. Do you possess any evidence that could refute my recent theory? Can you substantiate the reality of this world? Instructor Gu was rendered speechless. Lin Xia had never forgotten that within the confines of his psychiatric institution resided a madman who incessantly chattered about the illusion of reality. Merlin had been released for some time now, Yet despite Lin Xia's relentless efforts, he could not advance the progress of his treatment. To this day, Merlin's treatment status remained stagnant at a dismal 0. Although he appeared to be a normal individual when not fixated on the authenticity of the world. The moment he found solitude, he inevitably spiraled into an obsession with exploring the nature of reality. In the midst of his musings, he would metamorphose into a pink starfish, dashing about with a fishing net, evading capture by Li Yifei. In stark contrast, Lin Xia, who quietly basked in the sun within the courtyard, occasionally murmuring a few lines of nursery rhymes, epitomized the model student among model students. Setting aside the troubles, harboring such a legendary grand sorcerer, yet being unable to harness his powers, leaves Lin Xia in a state of anxious despair, relying solely on his own abilities. He is certain that he cannot produce any meaningful healing and must place his hopes on external assistance. Given that this instructor, Gu, possesses such profound knowledge, he should be capable of overturning Merlin's theories. If only he could take that first step, the subsequent matters would be rendered simple. With his head bowed and brows furrowed, Instructor Gu appears to be deeply contemplating Lin Xia's inquiry. His expression shifts from calm to perplexed, then to astonished, and finally to bewildered. After approximately 5 minutes of reflection, he raises his head and takes a deep breath. Lin Xia, your question is quite remarkable. However, I am currently unable to provide an answer. Please allow me some time to conduct further research, and I will return with a response. He then emphasizes once more that exploration and dialectics are essential pursuits for every scholar, himself included. Rest assured, I will not evade this issue. Give me some time, and I assure you I will provide you with an answer. Instructor Gu's gaze is filled with determination. Lin Xia nods and returns to his seat. The subsequent theoretical lessons proceed as usual, but some perceptive individuals can sense that today, Instructor Gu seems somewhat preoccupied. As soon as class ends, Instructor Gu hastily gathers his belongings and strides out of the classroom, lost in thought. Oh, Gu, is class over? In the hallway, Instructor Hong approaches with a smile, extending his hand in greeting. Indeed, Instructor Gu did not even spare a glance at Instructor Hong, offering a perfunctory reply before hastily departing. Instructor Hong stood there, somewhat bewildered, watching Gu's receding figure and scratching his head. What has gotten into old Gu? Just then, Instructor Hanli happened by and, upon witnessing the scene, inquired in astonishment. Instructor Hong shook his head, uncertain, feeling as though he were under some spell. Well, never mind that. On the training grounds, within the realm of the forbidden, we engage in training exercises. During our utilization of the forbidden realm, the most crucial evaluative metrics can be categorized into 3 distinct classes. The first category pertains to the potency and lethality of the forbidden realm itself, a factor primarily dictated by the inherent qualities of the realm, which remain unaffected by human intervention. The second category involves the harmony between the individual and the forbidden realm during its application. One must genuinely comprehend their own forbidden realm and understand how to wield it to unleash its utmost potential. This is a process that relies solely on prolonged personal engagement, as no one else can assist in this endeavor. The third category concerns the duration and coverage of the forbidden realm, which, in essence, boils down to a singular concept: the precise control of mental energy. This is the objective of our training. On the martial platform, an instructor opened 2 large cardboard boxes behind him and retrieved a silver wristwatch from within. This device is known as ACE at times. We affectionately refer to it as the acrobatic exploder. Once adorned upon the wrist, it will emit a continuous stream of mental energy for 24 hours. This energy is non-lethal and non-injurious. Yet it will stimulate your muscles, compelling you to perform extraordinary movements. Your task is to utilize your mental strength incessantly for 24 hours, countering this stream of energy to maintain a delicate equilibrium. Should your mental output falter, the current will surge through your body. Conversely, if your mental force is excessive, ACE will react defensively, allowing a more potent current to flow through you. Furthermore, the intensity of the output varies unpredictably, necessitating that you constantly adjust your mental exertion in accordance with the fluctuations of the current, neither too much nor too little, even during sleep or meals. Failure to do so. A smile crept upon the instructor's lips. In summary, you must cultivate your mental control until it becomes instinctual. Henceforth, ACE will remain your companion until the conclusion of the training camp. Do not attempt to remove it, for dire consequences will ensue. Next, in an orderly fashion, each unit will come forth to collect their wristbands. Amidst the curious gazes of the new recruits, each individual ascended the stage to receive a silver wristband, which they began to fidget with. This watch is quite unsightly, far inferior to a Rolex, thought the chubby recruit, by Li, with a hint of disdain as he scrutinized the wristband in his hand, letting out a sigh. Lin Xia. At that moment, Chao Yuan had silently donned the wristband upon his wrist. Swish. As the moment the watch closed arrived, Chao Yuan's body visibly trembled, and then he suddenly executed a perfect backflip. Lin Xia and Bailey Pang Pang gaped in disbelief at Chao Yuan. Chao Yuan steadied himself and glanced down at the strap on his wrist. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke. Don't look at me. You try it. You'll do the same. Haha, you think too much. Bailey Pang Pang chuckled mischievously, gradually putting the watch on his wrist. He continued, with my physique, let alone a backflip, I would struggle for ages just to roll on the ground. How could I possibly? Whoosh. Before Bailey Pang Pang could finish his sentence, his portly figure suddenly sprang off the ground, performing a 720-degree twist in midair before landing gracefully, with a swift Thomas spin. He then began to execute backflips on the ground with astonishing agility. 1, 2, 3, 4. In the eyes of the astonished crowd, Bailey Pong Pong's form grew ever more distant. Ah, save me. Xia, save me. Lin Xia silently watched Bailey Pang Pang, who was flipping backwards while swiftly moving towards the cafeteria, lost in thought. Chapter 148. Feed me hey ha. Yura yura yura. Ah. Strange sounds echoed throughout the training ground, as everyone who donned the watch seemed to simultaneously transform into acrobats, performing in the expansive arena. Front flips, back flips, one-handed handstands, inverted hangs, Thomas full rotations, and goat splits. What was once a well-structured training camp has transformed into a grand circus. Lin Xia's lips twitched slightly, and after a moment's hesitation, he slowly donned the watch he held. The instant the watch clasped shut, a surge of intense electricity coursed through Lin Xia's body, catching him off guard and causing his muscles to involuntarily contract. Consequently, Lin Xia executed a sudden front flip. Just as he was about to initiate a second flip, he infused his mental energy into the maneuver, barely counteracting the electrical current, thus managing to stabilize himself firmly in place. However, as the instructor had indicated, the intensity of the current fluctuated continuously. Lin Xia had to remain vigilant, constantly attuned to its variations while correspondingly channeling his mental energy. It proved to be far more challenging than he had anticipated. Lin Xia sighed. The instructor on stage surveyed the chaotic scene below, his lips twitching uncontrollably as he struggled to suppress a laugh. He then nodded thoughtfully and remarked calmly, This year, there are more acrobats than in previous years. Among the over 200 recruits in the training camp, very few, like Lin Xia and Chao Yuan, managed to execute a single flip before pausing, at most around 20. The rest of the group consisted of half who executed multiple flips, grasping the technique only after several attempts, before finally coming to a breathless halt. The remaining half continues to flip. I must say, the sight of nearly 100 new recruits, clad in military uniforms, executing synchronized backflips on the training ground is indeed quite spectacular. The instructor, seemingly unable to contain himself any longer, waved his hand and declared, dismissed. Time for lunch. In truth, the current group of recruits is not much different from being dismissed, under the influence of the acrobatic detonators. Any semblance of formation has long since dissipated. Moreover, the one flipping the most vigorously has already reached the entrance of the cafeteria. Those who have calmed down are now gritting their teeth, focusing their mental energy while slowly inching towards the dining hall. Their cautious demeanor resembles a collective affliction of hemorrhoids. However, some individuals, driven by their hunger, have chosen to abandon restraint, flipping at astonishing speeds directly towards the cafeteria. Before long, Lin Xia and Chao Yuan found themselves standing before the dining table. Why aren't you eating? Lin Xia queried, popping a piece of meat into his mouth, casting a puzzled glance at the pale-faced Bailey Pang Pang beside him. Not hungry? I am, Bailey Pang Pang replied, his gaze fixed on the array of dishes, swallowing hard. But I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself. As soon as he finished speaking, it seemed he could no longer resist the allure of food. In a flash, he reached out and grabbed a piece of meat, shoving it towards his mouth. Whoosh! Bailey Pang Pang executed a sudden backflip, and the meat in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. Bailey Pang Pang. Fortunately, there are no chairs beside the recruits' dining tables. Everyone stands while eating. Otherwise, such a flip would have surely overturned the entire table. Hiss! Could it be that the cafeteria was designed this way just for the present moment? Is it really that difficult? I find it quite manageable. Xiao Yuan effortlessly picked up a piece of meat, savoring it as he chewed, occasionally smacking his lips, exclaiming, "Ah, today's meat is truly delightful." But Li Pangyang stood there, looking quite pitiful, gazing at Lin Xia with what seemed like glistening tears in his eyes. "Hey, he lamented with a sorrowful expression. Lin Xia, with a resigned sigh, bent down to retrieve the piece of meat from the ground and placed it into Bai Li Pongpong's mouth. Lin Xia appeared to transform into a benevolent parent, feeding him as if he were a child. Once Bai Li Pangyang was satisfied, he would occasionally perform a couple of backflips to entertain Lin Xia. Lin Xia. Without comparison, there can be no pain. It was evident that this behavior was not unique to their table alone. Shen Qizhu stood beside the dining table, one hand resting on his forehead as he helplessly observed the trio of Deng Wei, Li Jia, and Li Liang performing endless somersaults. Letting out a soft sigh. "Brother Shun, I'm hungry, Brother Shun, Brother Shun. I wish to eat." One of them timidly added, cough, cough. "Brother Shen, would you mind feeding us?" Shen Qingzhu took a deep breath, grasped the chopsticks and bowl on the table, and approached the three. His expression fierce as he declared, "Damn it, all of you, behave yourselves, one at a time. Knock, knock, knock. Come in." The door to the chief instructor's office slowly creaked open, and Yuan Gang looked up to see the youth entering the room, his brow slightly raised. "It's you?" Lin Xia approached the desk and saluted. "Report. I have a matter I wish to discuss with you." Yuan Gang nodded slightly, tidied the documents on the table, and seated himself. "Please, go ahead." Lin Xia took a seat across from Yuan Gang, hesitating for a moment before retrieving a silver insignia from his pocket and placing it on the table. Upon seeing the insignia, Yuan Gang squinted slightly. "A forbidden item?" "Indeed." Lin Xia affirmed with a nod. "During the holiday, I engaged with a group of believers and acquired this trophy, which appears to possess a forbidden domain known as blood boiling. Sequence 209 is blood boiling." Yuan Gang nodded, turning his gaze toward Lin Xia, seemingly grasping his intent. "You wish to surrender this item? And if I do, what might I receive in return?" Lin Xia inquired cautiously. The Night Watchers had a limited reserve of forbidden items, while blood boiling was not deemed particularly hazardous. It could prove quite effective under certain circumstances. Surrendering it should yield some merits or perhaps cash, though the specifics would depend on your desires. "Cash? How much?" "At market value, approximately 2 million, Yuan Gang replied. Lin Xia inhaled sharply. This item had been extracted from the corpse of a scorpion. To be honest, Lin Xia was not particularly fond of this forbidden object, as its practical application in combat was minimal, hence his ongoing contemplation of disposing of it. However, when it comes to dealing with forbidden items, Lin Xia found himself at a loss. He neither knew how to assess their value nor where to sell them. Even if he were to discover a market akin to the black market for forbidden items, he lacked the time to seek out suitable buyers. After much contemplation, he deemed it most prudent and secure to surrender the items directly to the Night Watchers, ensuring immediate returns. After a moment of reflection, Lin Xia spoke slowly. "I have decided to relinquish this forbidden item. As for the terms of exchange, 2 million in cash will suffice. However, I wish to inquire about certain information." "What information?" "I seek knowledge regarding Chun Mai and Wu Xiangnan." Lin Xia stated calmly, "I wish to understand what transpired in their past." Chapter 149. The fall of Blue Rain. Yuan Gang was momentarily taken aback by Lin Xia's request, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes. Some occurrences, once transpired, cannot be altered. Knowing them will not change the outcome. "I understand," Lin Xia replied with a composed nod. Previously, he had not perceived anything peculiar about the captain and Wu Xiangnan, but after confronting Han Shaoan, he increasingly sensed their extraordinary nature. Although he could not catch every detail of the conversation between Chun Mai and Han Shaoyan, certain keywords such as Shangjing City, missing, Black Wuchang, and 10 years had reached his ears, indicating that Chun Mai's identity was undoubtedly remarkable. Moreover, the 2 scars on Wu Xiangnan's hands perplexed him. What could inflict such wounds that even death and revival could not erase? Moreover, from the fragmented insights left by Chun Mai, it appears that Wu Xiangnan's past was quite illustrious. Not only he, but the other members of Team 136 also seemed to be entirely oblivious to the histories of these 2 individuals. Lin Xia yearned to delve deeper into their backgrounds, not solely to quell his own curiosity, but more significantly, to potentially offer assistance to them in the future. He has always cherished the kindness bestowed upon him by the captain and Wu Xiangnan. Most importantly, Lin Xia's intuition indicated that the story behind Chun Mai was undoubtedly intricate, likely entangled with the coarse secrets of the Night Watchers. If that were the case, the current tranquility might merely be ephemeral. Only by unraveling the enigma surrounding him could one be adequately prepared for what lies ahead. Nevertheless, their matters do not constitute profound secrets. Some of the more seasoned Night Watchers are aware of certain details, and it would be of no consequence to share. Yuan Gang pondered for a moment, seemingly contemplating where to commence his narration. Let us begin with Wu Xiangnan, as his involvement is less convoluted and thus easier to discuss. Are you familiar with the Blue Rain Special Squad? Blue Rain? Lin Xia shook his head, indicating his ignorance. Then I should have mentioned to you the cataclysm that occurred 5 years ago when the 8-headed serpent invaded the East China Sea. I remember that. 5 years ago, after a fierce battle with the 8-headed serpent, the mask squad was joined by a remarkable human, alongside whom came a special squad known as Blue Rain. At that time, there were 5 special squads in total within the Great Xia, with Blue Rain being the 5th, designated as 005. Wu Xiangnan was one of its members. Lin Xia exclaimed in astonishment. He was once a member of a special task force? Indeed, during that time, the Blue Rain team was exceptionally formidable, while Masked was merely a newly formed unit, lacking the combat prowess to rival Blue Rain. Subsequently, upon the arrival of Blue Rain, they took over the battle from Masked. With the combined might of that extraordinary human and the entire Blue Rain team, they successfully inflicted grave injuries upon the 8-headed serpent, which eventually fled in defeat. The extraordinary human was tasked with guarding the coastline, while the Blue Rain team was responsible for pursuing into the fog. Venture into the fog. Isn't it lethal? Lin Xia inquired, perplexed. Indeed, it is, Yuan Gang replied, but certain special forbidden artifacts can bestow upon individuals the temporary ability to traverse the fog. Once you reach that level, you will understand. He continued, initially, the directive from the higher-ups of the Night Watchman was to attempt to eliminate the 8-headed serpent. If unsuccessful, retreat immediately. Moreover, that artifact could only ensure their passage through the fog for 24 hours. Everyone believed they would return. Yet, after 24 hours, they were completely untraceable. It was not until approximately 80 hours later that Wu Xiangnan emerged alone from the fog, seated in a rubber raft. When our personnel discovered him, he was already unconscious. He seemed to have slumbered for an entire day before regaining consciousness, appearing severely battered and utterly dispirited. It was only after our team communicated with him that we learned the tragic fate of the Blue Rain team. They had been entirely annihilated. Upon hearing this, Lin Xia's brow furrowed tightly. Yuan Gang took a sip of tea and continued. According to him, they were in pursuit of the Yamada no Orochi, but realizing they could not catch up, they intended to return. However, it seemed they lost their way in the mist and entered a peculiar world. They suspect that place is Takamagara. Takamagara? Lin Xia was taken aback. Once again, Takamagara. If my memory serves me right, the god of time assigned Wang Mian the task of locating Takamagara to retrieve a certain item. Indeed. And the demise of the Blue Rain team was due to their encounter with a deity resembling Susanoo in Takamagara. After battling the Yamada no Orochi and enduring a grueling chase through the mist for nearly half a day, the members of the Blue Rain team were utterly exhausted, only to confront Susanoo once more. In the end, the entire Blue Rain team perished in battle. Furthermore, due to the unique nature of the Forbidden Ruins, Wu Xiangnan, after being killed 3 times during the fight, took an hour to fully resurrect. By the time he awoke, all that remained were the corpses of his comrades. It was during that conflict that his hand was injured by Susanoo's sword, the Amanumurakumo, rendering him unable to wield a sword ever again. Even resurrection could not remedy this affliction. From that moment forth, the immortal swordsman of the Blue Rain team was doomed to become utterly helpless. Subsequently, while fleeing Takamagara, he encountered repeated assaults, dying 4 times, and succumbed to the mist 3 more times before finally returning to the realm of Daxia. Lin Xia was utterly stunned. He had not anticipated that behind Wu Xiangnan lay such a profound experience. As the Blue Rain team had ultimately lost all but 1 member, and this sole survivor had been rendered utterly incapacitated both physically and mentally, the higher-ups of the Night Watch decided to abolish the name Blue Rain. Consequently, the 5 special teams of the Great Xia were reduced to 4. Approximately 6 months after the incident, Wu Xiangnan vanished from the hospital and what transpired thereafter. How he arrived in Songnan and became the vice captain of Team 136 remained a mystery to me. Yuan Gang sighed deeply. He too was a pitiable figure. Lin Xia lowered his head, the image of the two crimson scars on Wu Xiangnan's hand resurfacing in his mind, causing his brow to furrow slightly. This indicated that the reason Wu Xiangnan had been rendered a shell of his former self was due to the sword wounds inflicted by the Amaterasu sword. If even rebirth could not eradicate these injuries, what remedy could possibly heal them? Lin Xia believed that when Wu Xiangnan was first rescued, the higher-ups of the Night Watch must have exhausted every conceivable method. Yet, despite their efforts, the wounds remained unhealed. Was it necessary to venture to Takamagara, find Sisanu, and inquire if he possessed a solution? That seemed utterly absurd. If humans could not provide the answer, perhaps the deities residing in the psychiatric hospital might hold the key. Chapter 150, The Grievance of Shiva. As for Chinmai, Yuan Gang's fingers lightly tapped the table. Truth be told, I am also unaware of what transpired back then. Approximately 12 years ago, after Chinmai emerged from the recruit training camp, he, alongside another prodigy, was summoned to join the Night Watch team in Shangjing City. Their unique Forbidden Ruin sequences were exceedingly rare and complemented one another. At that time, other special teams sought to recruit them, yet the commander-in-chief, defying the majority, insisted they be assigned to the Shangjing team. Chinmai's Forbidden Ruin was the 037, known as the Black Wuchang, while the other individual, currently the team leader of Shangjing City, Xiaopinggu, possessed the 038 sequence, known as the White Wuchang. Due to their Forbidden Ruins, they became referred to by outsiders as the Black and White Wuchang of Shangjing City. Black Wuchang and White Wuchang. A flicker of confusion crossed Lin Xia's eyes. I have always been curious about the origin of this Forbidden Ruins name. Is there a connection between them and the Black and White Wuchang from the myths of the Great Xia? I am uncertain, Yuan Gang replied, shaking his head. The origins of these two Forbidden Ruins are shrouded in antiquity, and the relevant documents are classified at the highest level within the Night Watch, beyond my access. He continued. They trained within the Shangjing team for 2 years, but one day, seemingly out of the blue, Chinmai received a special directive and vanished from Shangjing City the following day. At that time, I had yet to join the ranks of the Shangjing Night Watch. It is said that on that day, Xiaopinggu and the others approached the commander-in-chief to inquire about the incident, but he merely responded, "It concerns confidential matters and cannot be disclosed," and dismissed them. At that time, everyone was preoccupied with the so-called apocalypse, frantically struggling to cope. It was only after a considerable period that they managed to turn their attention to the whereabouts of Chinmai, only to discover that he had taken on the role of captain in Songnan City. I heard from Xiaopinggu that he had previously visited Songnan several times, urging Chinmai to return, but each time he was met with refusal. After multiple attempts, Xiaopinggu finally relinquished his hopes and returned to Shangjing City, gradually ascending to the position of captain there. Upon hearing Yuan Gang's account, Lin Xia furrowed his brow. It was evident that Yuan Gang possessed limited information. The crucial details were conspicuously absent, casting an air of enigma over the entire affair. What exactly is this apocalypse you just mentioned? Lin Xia inquired, perplexed. It is a forbidden object, one of the most terrifying of its kind in history, Yuan Gang replied, taking a deep breath. Its name is Shiva's Grievance. Shiva? The deity of destruction from Indian mythology? Indeed. The essence of Shiva's Grievance is an ancient parchment made of sheep's skin, housing the catastrophic terror of sequence 008. If one were to inscribe a name in the blank space of the parchment, the concept it denotes would be annihilated instantaneously. Lin Xia was taken aback. Is it akin to a death note? Far from it, Yuan Gang shook his head. A death note can only claim the life of the individual whose name is inscribed, whereas Shiva's Grievance can obliterate far more than just a person. For instance, on the surface of that parchment, the two characters Xia were inscribed. Lin Xia seemed to have recalled something, his eyes widening in astonishment. It could potentially obliterate the entire Xia from a conceptual standpoint, effectively annihilating a nation. Yuan Gang's voice resonated deeply. How could such an absurd forbidden artifact exist? Lin Xia gasped, unable to restrain his astonishment. The top 10 Forbidden Ruins could possess such monstrous power? This had utterly transcended the realm of Forbidden Ruins, had it not? Of course, this was merely theoretical. Yuan Gang paused, then continued, stating that although this forbidden object was formidable, the mental energy required to activate it was immensely taxing, even inscribing a single name upon it. Akin to a death note that could erase an ordinary person's existence, would completely drain H1 level expert, let alone achieving the ludicrous feat of annihilating a nation. Given this, its threat seemed rather diminished. Why then was it referred to as the cataclysm of world destruction? Yuan Gang gradually closed his eyes, remarking that just because humanity could not accomplish it, does not imply that deities are equally constrained. Should divine power be infused into this forbidden object, while it may not reach the level of national obliteration, it could effortlessly devastate an entire city. Following the emergence of the wrath of Shiva, several malevolent deities lurking in the mist coveted its existence, leading to a divine war a decade ago over the possession of this parchment. A divine war? Lin Xia's eyes widened in disbelief. Years ago, 5 exceptional individuals converged at the border of the Great Xia, engaging in a fierce battle against Loki, the trickster god of northern Europe, and Gaia, the mother of Earth from Greece, shaking the very foundations of the world. And then, what happened next? I confess, I am at a loss. Yuan Gang shrugged helplessly, stating, I am merely the deputy captain of a night watch team in Jing City, not a person of significant standing. Such matters, clearly classified, remain beyond my knowledge. In any case, since that time, the higher-ups of the Night Watch have not mentioned the grievance of Shiva again. Very well, Lin Xia sighed in resignation. He had just reached a pivotal moment in the tale when it abruptly ended, leaving him breathless and uncomfortable. I've shared both stories with you, even gifted you the narrative of the grievance of Shiva. The 2 million should reach your bank account in a couple of days. As for this forbidden item, I shall take it and send it to the headquarters of the Night Watch tomorrow. Yuan Gang remarked as he carefully stowed away the blood boiling. Lin Xia glanced at the time, stood, saluted Yuan Gang, and then turned to leave. Yuan Gang, seated in his office chair, watched Lin Xia's departing figure, exhaling a long sigh. Meanwhile, in the home of a certain instructor, a plethora of ancient tomes and papers lay scattered across the floor, completely engulfing the original deep brown surface. Amidst this chaotic collection, Instructor Gu bent low, meticulously studying the book in his hands, sometimes lost in thought, at other times furrowing his brow. The authenticity of the world, is it truly real? It is a falsehood. This is incorrect. This is not right. Instructor Gu, with a furrowed brow, set down the book in his hands, massaging his aching lumbar spine. His eyes were suffused with crimson veins, and he appeared utterly haggard. Perhaps it is best to rest for a while, he murmured, glancing at the time. Slowly, Instructor Gu rose from the floor and climbed onto the bed, exhaling a long breath as he closed his eyes. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Half a minute later, he suddenly awoke, bolting upright in bed, his hands raking through his hair in agitation. Oh, is this world truly real? Is it? Or is it not? Oh. Chapter 151. Instructor Gu's illness, the free shooting range. Wearing protective goggles and ear muffs, the plump Bai Li raised his pistol, narrowing his eyes slightly. A rare seriousness adorned his otherwise playful chubby face as he continuously squeezed the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out in succession, with the bullets striking the bullseye, nearly simultaneously at a distance of 200 meters. The corners of Bai Li's mouth curled upwards. 10 rings, 10 rings, 10 rings. The electronic voice echoed throughout the shooting range, and Bai Li, feeling quite pleased with himself, blew lightly at the muzzle before removing his earmuffs and stretching lazily. Shooting training? It is nothing extraordinary. He sauntered over to a nearby chair, took several generous gulps of water, and leisurely crossed his legs. After 2 months of acclimatization, he has begun to adapt to the mental currents induced by the watch, at least no longer performing backflips for no apparent reason. Nonetheless, the initial days were quite tormenting for him, causing him to lose considerable weight. Who can endure the sudden urge to execute a backflip just as one is on the brink of slumber? More crucially, his acrobatics did not solely affect him. Lin Xia, peacefully sleeping beside him, would be jolted awake by the resounding thud. That was the second occasion when Lin Xia harbored thoughts of violence against Bai Li Pang Pang. Now is the time for free shooting practice, a session devoid of instructor supervision, intended purely to familiarize the recruits with the use of firearms. After all necessary teachings have been imparted. What they now require is ample practice, serving as a recreational period following their theoretical lessons. Shooting, being Bai Li Pang Pang's forte, is naturally his most leisurely and enjoyable training. By the way, it seems he hasn't seen Instructor Gu in 2 months. Where has he gone? Bai Li Pang Pang pondered, his curiosity piqued. Next to him, Chao Yuan focused intently on the distant target, seemingly oblivious, as he continued to squeeze the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. 10 ring, 9 ring, 9 ring. He sighed, setting down his handgun, shaking his head. I don't know. Bali Pangang tilted his head in contemplation, as if reaching an epiphany. Could he have returned home to get married? I recall he was already married. A second marriage. Chow Yuan, uninterested in Bali Pongpong's fanciful musings, discreetly rolled his eyes. At that moment, 3 gunshots rang out once more. Bang, bang, bang. All misses, all misses, all misses. Lin Chie nonchalantly set down his weapon, turned, and seated himself in a chair, his gaze directed towards the shooting range suffused with melancholy. Chia. You ought to hone your marksmanship. Among the 200 new recruits, it is indeed rare to see someone miss 3 times in succession, Bai Li, the plump one, remarked with a cheeky grin, confidently thumping his chest. If you ask me, why not simply take me as your mentor? I could impart to you some of my shooting expertise. Just you? Lin Chie cast him a sidelong glance, speaking in a low voice, for the upcoming close combat training. You shall be my opponent. Brother, I was mistaken, truly mistaken, Bai Li exclaimed, his robust frame shuddering. Lin Chie took a sip of water, his brow slightly furrowing. However, the disappearance of Instructor Gu for the past 2 months is indeed peculiar. Ever since Lin Chie presented that conundrum to Instructor Gu 2 months ago, the latter had vanished shortly thereafter, to the extent that his classes were taken over by other instructors. Lin Chie had hoped for an answer from him, yet he had been waiting for 2 long months. Lin Chie. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated from a distance. Lin Chie turned to see Instructor Hong waving at him. After a brief moment of hesitation, he strode forward. Instructor Hong, is there something you need from me? Lin Chie inquired, a look of confusion etched across his face as they approached the shooting range's exterior. Instructor Hong scrutinized him for a considerable time before he sighed deeply and remarked, Are you not aware of your own actions? Lin Chie was taken aback. Me? What did I do? Instructor Hong exhaled a long sigh. What kind of absurd question did you present to Instructor Gu? It has driven him to the brink of madness. He is currently receiving treatment in a psychiatric hospital. Lin Chie's mouth fell open wider, his eyes reflecting sheer astonishment. What on earth? Instructor Gu has become mentally ill? Because of a question I posed? What exactly are his symptoms? He was utterly bewildered. A hint of bitterness crossed Instructor Hong's face as he continued. Not long ago, he would sit staring blankly at the wall, occasionally mumbling phrases like, Is it real? Is it fake? What are we? Unable to prove. And would suddenly start gesticulating wildly, claiming he needed to find some authentic world. However, after 2 months of treatment, his condition has improved, and he is beginning to live a more normal life. Lin Chie was left in a daze. Wasn't this a mere replica of Merlin? Upon further reflection, it seemed rather unsurprising. Both Instructor Gu and Merlin were individuals driven by an insatiable thirst for knowledge, often becoming ensnared in their own thoughts. After being tormented by a single question for too long, it was indeed easy to lose one's sanity. Wait, did this imply that the treatment plan Instructor Gu was undergoing in the psychiatric hospital could also be applicable to Merlin? Lin Chie's eyes gradually sparkled with newfound hope. I did not come to you to cast blame, for ultimately this matter does not pertain to you. It is merely that Instructor Gu has become ensnared in his own stubbornness. What you are here for. You see, we night watchers differ from other professions, as we are privy to countless secrets that render it ill-advised to reside in external psychiatric institutions for prolonged periods. Thus, we shall apply for Instructor Gu to recuperate at home. In a couple of days, he may need to return to the training camp to gather his belongings before heading home. If you happen to encounter him, I implore you, absolutely, without exception, do not mention the real world to him. No, if you see him, simply steer clear and ensure he does not cross your path. Do you understand? Lin Chie blinked, obediently nodding in comprehension. Well then, return to your training. Instructor Hong finally felt a sense of relief, waving his hand as he turned to leave. This left Lin Chie standing in place, and once Instructor Hong had distanced himself, a smile crept uncontrollably onto his lips. I would like to ask you both for a favor. Upon returning to the shooting range, Lin Chie addressed Bai Li and Chow Yuan with earnest intent. The two exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what it could be. Over the next few days, if you spot Instructor Gu in the camp, please notify me without delay. Why? Chow Yuan could not help but inquire. I wish to ask him a few questions. Bai Li pondered for a moment. Is it of great importance? It is indeed crucial. Very well, I shall take care of this matter. Bailey Pangang patted his chest, retrieving 3 Rolex watches from his pocket, holding them aloft. Taking a deep breath, He proclaimed loudly to the other recruits training at the shooting range, "Brothers, I have a favor to ask of you all." Chapter 152. I am unwell. At the entrance of the training camp, a man dressed in casual attire and a baseball cap crept through the gate, casting wary glances around him. He discreetly adjusted his mask to fully conceal his face. "Who are you?" inquired the instructor stationed at the entrance, perplexed. The man produced a credential from his pocket, presenting it to the instructor. Lowering his mask slightly, he whispered, "It's me, Old Gu." The instructor's eyes widened in astonishment. "What on earth have you dressed like this?" Instructor Gu sighed, revealing a haggard visage after 2 months of absence. "I spent some time in the hospital. I returned to fetch a few things, but the doctor advised me against meeting anyone directly related to my illness. In short, it's best if I remain unrecognizable." "I see." The instructor nodded. "You should head inside quickly. Get what you need and come right back. The recruits should be in the mess hall now. Just take a detour." "Understood." Instructor Gu nodded, covering his face once more, and swiftly made his way toward the instructor dormitory. As the instructor at the entrance suggested, most of the recruits were indeed dining in the mess hall, leaving the training camp largely deserted. Occasionally, a few recruits passed by, none of whom were individuals Instructor Gu wished to encounter. However, he could not shake the feeling that the passing recruits were regarding him with peculiar gazes. Instructor Gu shook his head, dismissing the notion as mere overthinking. After all, he was so bundled up that few could possibly recognize him. Even if they did, it shouldn't matter much. Instructor Gu has returned. A recruit scrutinized Instructor Gu for quite some time, then took a deep breath and bellowed. As his voice echoed, a cascade of responses erupted from the distance, resembling the resounding call of a beacon, carrying forth towards the cafeteria. Instructor Gu has returned. At the entrance of the instructor's dormitory. Target spotted at the instructor's dormitory. Report. Target identified at the instructor's dormitory. Instructor Gu. Goodness, what on earth is happening? A foreboding sense of dread suddenly surged within Instructor Gu. He took off running. He reached the eastern side of the training ground. He crossed the training field. He arrived at the special training base. His destination was the office area. Report. His destination is the office area. The recruits scattered about resembled human radar systems, constantly relaying Instructor Gu's whereabouts. He nearly choked on his own disbelief. He never imagined that a simple return to fetch some belongings would escalate into such a commotion. Ahead, a figure darted swiftly across his path, firmly positioning itself before Instructor Gu. Upon recognizing the individual, a jolt of alarm coursed through Instructor Gu's heart. Lin Xia cleared his throat lightly, gesturing to Instructor Gu with a smile. "Instructor Gu, it has been quite some time. Quite some time. What a joke." Instructor Gu suppressed the urge to flee. After all, he was an instructor. It was unbecoming to abandon his soldiers upon encountering them. Since their paths had crossed, he steeled himself to engage. "Is there something you need?" He forced himself to calm down and spoke slowly. "Well, I merely wish to inquire what the doctor conveyed to you. How did he treat your condition?" Lin Xia scratched his head. Instructor Gu's lips twitched. It seemed that news of his ailment had already circulated. Damn it, what a humiliation. "It is nothing serious. Just some words of encouragement, a few pills, and a bit of relaxation, and I was fine." He spoke ambiguously. "What kind of encouragement? What medication?" Instructor Gu retorted, "Are you out of your mind?" Lin Xia pondered seriously for a moment, then nodded. "Indeed, I am." Instructor Gu, to be candid, after I posed that question, I found myself in deep contemplation, unable to sleep, and my mental state has deteriorated. At times, I feel utterly disoriented. Lin Xia pressed his forehead, his voice hoarse. "I fear I may also. You too have fallen ill." Instructor Gu was taken aback. "Thus, I wish to learn how you managed to recover. Perhaps it could prove beneficial for me as well." Instructor Gu gazed at Lin Xia in silence for a long while, then sighed in resignation. "Very well, follow me." A glimmer of joy surfaced in Lin Xia's eyes as he followed Instructor Gu into the office. Approximately 20 minutes later, Lin Xia emerged from the office building, feeling thoroughly satisfied. Finally, success. The asylum of the gods. "Stop. Don't run. Ha. Octopus brother, you can't catch me. Ha. Madman. Stand still. Jellyfish. Such a large jellyfish. Octopus brother, let us catch the jellyfish." "Catch what?" "Don't run." "Oh dear, grandson. Do slow down. Don't trip." In the courtyard, Nick sat leisurely in a rocking chair, observing the pink starfish darting about in the exhausted Li Yifei. A benevolent smile gracing his features. Li Yifei gritted his teeth, mustering every ounce of strength as he sprinted towards the pink starfish, shouting as he plunged the tranquilizer into its body. The starfish wobbled, its pace gradually slowing until it collapsed to the ground, reverting to Merlin's form. Li Yifei sank to the ground, gazing despairingly at the sky, panting heavily. Soon after, a figure clad in a white coat appeared before him. Tears of frustration brimmed in Li Yifei's eyes as he tugged at Lin Qia's sleeve, lamenting, "Xia, this task is utterly inhumane. I must wash clothes, cook, soothe nicks, administer her medication, and engage in a race with this perverse starfish. I'm truly overwhelmed." Lin Xia lowered his head and gently patted his shoulder. "Li Yifei, you must be strong. After all, you are not entirely human. You are a serpent demon." Li Yifei responded with a somber expression. "So, when will you send the next caregiver? I truly cannot endure this alone." "Well, it might take some time." Lin Xia scratched his head. "As I am still in the training camp and have no access to other mysteries." Lin Xia had previously observed the cells beneath the director's office, which were designed to confine beings from myths or legends. The souls of humans he had slain could not be absorbed, let alone transformed into caregivers. In an instant, Li Yifei's eyes dimmed with despair. Lin Xia helped him to his feet and said, "It's all right. Go prepare lunch. I will have a word with Merlin." Chapter 153. Extraction. On the folding bed in the activity room, Merlin slowly opened his eyes. The effects of the divine tranquilizer seemed different from those experienced in the mortal realm. Its duration on Merlin was fleeting, yet it effectively quelled his madness. Now, his eyes were devoid of any murkiness or confusion. He sat up and turned to look at a small table nearby, where Lin Xia, clad in a white lab coat, sat holding a glass, offering a gentle smile. "Good evening, Lord Merlin." "Good evening, Director Lin." Merlin descended from the bed and took a seat across from Lin Xia. His gaze fixed upon him, raising an eyebrow. "It appears that the crisis surrounding you has been resolved." Lin Xia expressed his surprise, inquiring, "Have you discerned that as well?" Mei Lin smiled softly, remaining silent. "Then, could you further divine my fortune for the upcoming period?" Mei Lin's profound gaze flickered slightly as he shook his head. "It is difficult to predict the future, but at least in the coming days, your fortune appears to be quite favorable." Lin Xia nodded, hesitating for a moment before continuing. "Lord Mei Lin, how much do you recall about the events that just transpired?" "The events that just occurred?" Mei Lin pondered momentarily, uncertain. "I remember being lost in thought in my room, and then, my memory becomes hazy." Lin Xia nodded thoughtfully, realizing that during Mei Lin's transformation into a pink starfish, his consciousness was in a state of oblivion. "Wait, that doesn't add up." When he transformed into a starfish and scurried around the courtyard attempting to catch jellyfish, what was governing his body? A second personality? Or perhaps his subconscious? However, could a sage of Mei Lin's esteemed reputation truly possess such an absurd subconscious? Moreover, the peculiar names he uttered upon becoming a starfish, SpongeBob, Squidward, Mr. Krabs, would a normal human truly call out such strange names? Or is it possible that these entities genuinely exist in some realm? How did the consciousness controlling Mei Lin's body come to know of them? Lin Xia shook his head, casting aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. He retrieved several pills from the pocket of his white coat and placed them upon the table. "What is this?" A look of confusion appeared in Mei Lin's eyes. "Medication." Lin Xia spoke calmly, suggesting that it might be of some assistance to your situation. Merlin shook his head, asserting, "I have already stated that I am not ill. Yet the reality is, you indeed are," Lin Xia declared with an undeniable tone, pushing a glass filled with water towards Merlin. "My Lord Merlin, please consume these medications first, and we shall proceed with the subsequent matters. These medications are identical to those prescribed to Instructor Gu by the doctor at the psychiatric hospital. In the pharmacy of the Divine Psychiatric Hospital, one can easily find the divine version. Instructor Gu has demonstrated through practice that these medications are remarkably effective for his condition." Merlin furrowed his brow as he regarded Lin Xia, seemingly pondering something. After a moment, he sighed in resignation and swallowed the medications in one go. "Is it acceptable now?" Merlin raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Lin Xia cast a glance at the treatment progress bar above Merlin's head, which remained stagnant at 0. However, this was not surprising. He had only just ingested the medications, and it was unreasonable to expect immediate results. "My Lord Merlin, I am here to discuss certain matters with you." "Oh." Merlin appeared somewhat taken aback. "I have developed some alternative perspectives regarding the real world that you previously mentioned." Upon hearing the phrase real world, Merlin's expression visibly brightened, his eyes sparkling with newfound enthusiasm. What perspectives? Lin Xia took a deep breath and replied, I believe that the world we inhabit is indeed real. Curiously, Merlin inquired, why is that? Because if I perceive it as real, then it is real. Merlin furrowed his brows slightly and shook his head. You are being idealistic. And what of idealism? Lin Xia replied with a smile. In this world live my family, my friends, and countless beings of flesh and blood. Even if this world is an illusion, does that render them fictitious? If the world were indeed a fabrication, would their lives and sorrows cease to matter? Should you find yourself one day having extinguished the lives of an entire city, gazing upon the desolate earth and the wailing souls, alongside your own family lost to tragedy, could you console yourself with the notion that they are merely figments, their deaths inconsequential? Rising to his feet, Lin Xia locked his gaze onto Merlin's eyes and spoke with deliberate clarity. The question of the world's authenticity is, in essence, an idealistic one. If you perceive it to be real, then it is real. If you deem it false, even if it is true, what difference does it make? Merlin stared blankly at Lin Xia, enveloped in silence. You seek to pursue the truth. This is the instinct of a seeker of knowledge. Yet, I believe this should not encompass your entirety. Even if you were to discover the true world, it does not signify that you belong there. And should you fail to find the true world, you still have us, in this vast realm that is ours. You are placing undue pressure upon yourself. Dear Merlin, after Lin Xia finished speaking, he noticed that Mei Lin had completely fallen into contemplation, so he silently exited the room and took a deep breath in the corridor. It must be said, the doctor treating instructor Gu possesses considerable skill. Such words are not commonly spoken by ordinary individuals. The next time he encounters instructor Gu, he ought to request a means of contact. Lin Xia murmured to himself as he turned to walk outside the corridor. He had said everything that needed to be said and administered all the necessary medication. Whether it would prove effective now depended on Mei Lin's own awareness. As Lin Xia stepped into the courtyard, preparing to offer some words of advice to Li Yifei, a line of small text appeared before his eyes. Mei Lin's treatment progress, 2. Reward acquisition conditions met, commencing random selection of Mei Lin's divine abilities. Lin Xia's eyes brightened, and he felt a surge of excitement within. It's here. It has finally arrived. The familiar virtual spinning wheel resurfaced before Lin Xia, adorned with a list of divine abilities that dazzled his vision. Mastery of fire magic. Mastery of lightning magic. Mastery of transformation magic. Mastery of spatial magic. The Eye of Wisdom. Mastery of dark magic. Mastery of abyss magic. Prophecy. Astrology. Notably, on this wheel, there existed a black area occupying less than one, the meaning of which remained unknown. Gazing around, the vast majority of abilities were related to magic, while the others pertained to wisdom and prophecy, which relieved Lin Xia. At the very least, he would not draw a frustrating ability akin to extraordinary fertility. Immediately, the virtual wheel began to spin rapidly. Chapter 154, Mastery of Summoning Magic. Lin Xia's heart raced, his gaze fixed intently on the spinning wheel. As the wheel's rotation gradually slowed, the pointer glided across various segments, ultimately halting over a few small characters. Mastery of Summoning Magic. Summoning magic? Lin Xia found himself momentarily stunned, his mind conjuring images reminiscent of cinematic scenes where one could summon a colossal frost dragon with a mere gesture, causing his blood pressure to spike. Compared to the purely mental perception of mortal realm and the enveloping eclipse of darkness, this seemed to wield a far more striking visual impact. Lin Xia extended his hand, and those small characters transformed into a radiant white light, streaming into his being. Mastery of Summoning Magic. Acquire the complete knowledge of summoning magic from the mage Merlin, transforming oneself into a summoning magic super-compatible physique. Casting time reduced by 50. Material requirements reduced by 50. Mental energy expenditure reduced by 50. And casting difficulty reduced by 50. Upon reading these words, Lin Xia felt an overwhelming surge of knowledge flooding into his mind, while the radiant white light swiftly altered his body. Although no overt changes were apparent, he sensed an undeniable difference from before. After half a minute, Lin Xia regained his composure, rubbing his throbbing temples as he murmured to himself, "Is this the essence of summoning magic?" In the recesses of his mind, he categorized summoning magic into 3 distinct types: dimensional summoning magic, designated summoning magic, and random summoning magic. Dimensional summoning magic entails the sacrificial offering of numerous valuable items, enabling the caster's soul to traverse to another realm, whereupon they can forge a pact with certain beings. Upon returning to the material world, they may invoke these entities through the formation of a magical circle, designated summoning magic. On the other hand, occurs when one has previously encountered a particular being in the real world and obtained their consent, allowing the summoner to call upon them from afar, be they humans or objects. However, should the summoning target be a human, it demands a considerable expenditure of mental energy, and if the distance is too great, the summoning becomes impossible. Thus, it is more suited for the summoning of already existing items. As for random summoning magic, as the name suggests, it is shrouded in unpredictability. No one can anticipate what will materialize. The medium for this type of magic is remarkably simple. A pebble, a stick, or a coin can suffice. One might summon a frost dragon with a mere leaf, or, conversely, sacrifice a powerful artifact only to conjure a common hen. After thoroughly absorbing the intricate framework of summoning magic, Lin Xia let out a profound sigh. Among the three methods of summoning, only the first two appeared reliable. Yet the latter is fraught with numerous restrictions. The former, however, demands an abundance of valuable sacrifices to reach another realm. What constitutes a valuable sacrifice? How much is abundant? The answers remain elusive. Perhaps, the corpses of mythical creatures could serve as offerings for sacrifice? Lin Xia shook his head, steadied his mind, and withdrew his consciousness from the confines of the mental institution, returning to the realm of reality. The moon hung high, stars sparse. Lin Xia slowly opened his eyes in bed, glancing at the neighboring cot where Bailey Pang Pang slept soundly, resembling a lifeless swine. After a brief moment of hesitation, he propped himself up. Regardless of the circumstances, magic is, after all, magic. For a child like Lin Xia, who had grown up in the bustling city, these two characters held an allure unlike any other. Since he had already mastered magic, why not give it a try? He stealthily slid out of bed and picked up one of his slippers. After a moment of contemplation, he set it back down and instead grabbed Bailey Pong Pong's slipper. Given that dimensional summoning and designated summoning were not options, he could only resort to random summoning. However, while random summoning is indeed arbitrary, the things summoned rarely possess any remarkable abilities. They are generally useless trinkets. Though there exists a minuscule probability, less than 0.0000001, of conjuring something like a dragon or a demon, Lin Xia had never entertained the notion that such absurdity would ever befall him. He placed the slipper on the table, dipped his finger in some water, and began to inscribe a magic circle around it. Random summoning is quite straightforward. Akin to childish play, it does not demand materials or precision, merely a thread of fate that seems to bind it all. After approximately 4 or 5 seconds, Lin Xia completed the magic circle and infused it with his mental energy, causing a faint blue glow to emanate from the watermarks surrounding the slipper. Whoosh! Suddenly, the slipper at the center of the magic circle vanished, as if it had never existed at all. Lin Xia fixed his gaze on the magic array, and after a considerable time had elapsed, nothing materialized, an empty void. Wasn't this meant to be a random summoning? Where were the entities I summoned? Just as Lin Xia pondered this perplexity, a somewhat familiar sound floated into his ears. Buzzing. A mosquito? Lin Xia's mental energy swept through the air, and indeed, he spotted a mosquito hovering in the sky, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. It was still May. Logically, the mosquito season had not yet commenced. Yet under the formidable power of Lin Xia's summoning magic, it had appeared. The mosquito flew a circle in the air before settling on the sleeping Bailey Pong Pong's thigh, sinking its proboscis deep into his flesh. Bailey Pang Pang grunted a couple of times, scratched his leg, turned over, and resumed his slumber. Lin Xia stroked his chin, intrigued by this magic. Thus, he stealthily extended his mischievous little hand, continuing to explore the vicinity around Bailey Pang Pang. The following morning, Bailey Pang Pang awoke groggily. He stared blankly at the ceiling for a moment before suddenly feeling an itch in his limbs. Looking down, he exclaimed, "What the heck? Why are there so many welts? Mosquitoes." He gazed at the 20 or so welts on his hands and feet, astonished, before turning to Lin Xia. "Xia, there are mosquitoes in our room, and I suspect there is more than one. Have you been bitten?" Lin Xia, with an honest demeanor, shook his head. "No." "How peculiar." Bailey Pang Pang scratched his head, rose to get out of bed, and paused once more. Where are my slippers?" He glanced around. His small eyes filled with profound bewilderment. How curious. Both slippers had vanished. Could they be under the bed? At the mere mention of under the bed, a subtle twitch crossed Lin Xia's lips. Bailey Pang Pang leaned down to peer beneath the bed, standing frozen in disbelief. After a moment, he incredulously extended his hand and retrieved a plethora of items. An ear scoop, tree bark, a light bulb, A limited edition figure of my wife Zenitsu. A box of fried rice. And stockings? Bai Li Pang stared blankly at the black stockings in his hand, hesitating for a long while before slowly lifting his gaze to Lin Xia. Xia, these? I don't know, but they certainly aren't mine. Lin Xia resolutely shook his head. How could I possibly possess stockings? However, Lin Xia pondered for a moment. This might belong to Chao Yuan. Chapter 155. Score rankings. Hey, what kind of look is that? In the cafeteria, Chao Yuan quietly consumed his bun as usual, yet he felt an inexplicable discomfort. Turning his head, he discovered Bai Li Pang staring intently at him. Chao Yuan, Bai Li Pang said earnestly, I truly didn't expect that beneath your seemingly honest exterior. You harbored such peculiar interests. Chao Yuan was taken aback. What are you talking about? You have your own hobbies. There's nothing wrong with that. However, Bai Li Pang assumed a heartbroken expression. Why on earth would you hide these things with me? I, the sole heir of the esteemed Bailey family, find myself in a precarious situation. If word of this were to spread, I would be utterly embarrassed, especially in the presence of those exquisite sisters who admire me. Chao Yuan's brow furrowed in confusion. What exactly are you trying to say? Lin Xia cleared his throat, nonchalantly shoving a bun into Bailey Panga's mouth. Never mind that. Let us focus on our meal. Chao Yuan scratched his head in suspicion, and after a moment's contemplation, he remarked, I have heard that before we graduate from the training camp, there will be a scoring assessment. A test? Bailey Panga was taken aback. Indeed. We are only 2 to 3 months away from graduation, are we not? It is said that prior to our departure, the instructors will present a ranking list, positioning all the recruits accordingly. Is it akin to a final exam ranking? Lin Xia pondered for a moment, questioning the utility of such rankings. Will some recruits with lower scores be disqualified from joining the Night Watch? Not quite, Chao Yuan replied, shaking his head. Typically, the training camp does not eliminate recruits. I believe this scoring ranking is intended to determine each individual's future assignments, though the specifics escape me. What do you mean by future assignments? Bailey Pangu inquired, bewildered. Essentially, it dictates which Night Watch team one will be assigned to after graduation, Lin Xia elucidated. All recruits from this camp will be allocated to various teams across different regions, serving as fresh reinforcements. After all, during the annual mysterious purging operations, some of the original Night Watch members inevitably fall. Due to the varying significance of different regions, the requirements for the station Night Watchmen differ accordingly. This ranking system, perhaps, serves as a basis for adjusting assignments based on individual potential and qualifications. Those with lower scores are reassigned to third-tier cities with lower population densities, while those with higher scores are sent to key areas such as Shangjing City, Huaihai City, or may even be integrated into specialized teams. Bai Li Pang suddenly realized that there was indeed a system of allocation. What else could it be? After the training concludes, would everyone simply return to their homes? I find that rather agreeable. Chao Yuan rolled his eyes, but I have heard that. Generally speaking, specialized teams do not recruit externally. Most of their members have been part of the team since its inception, possessing a profound mutual understanding and trust. Recklessly introducing new members could lead to adverse effects, unless the newcomer possesses exceptional potential, or the existing team has suffered significant losses that hinder their ability to conduct routine operations. They would not consider external recruitment. Wait, Bai Li Pang suddenly realized something. Does that mean, after graduating from here, we all must part ways? Chao Yuan nodded slowly, affirming this. Then, may I request to join a team with Qi? Bai Li Pang scratched his head, a sorrowful expression on his face as he lamented. What if I am assigned to some remote valley and never escape? Who would dare assign the esteemed young master of the Bai Li family to a valley? Chao Yuan, with a sense of resignation, spoke up, stating that unless under special circumstances, it is exceedingly rare for a single place to recruit 2 new soldiers simultaneously. Moreover, given Lin Qia's dual identity as a divine agent, he might very well be seized by a particular special team or reassigned to the Night Watch team in the capital. A position that would be beyond reach for him. He should relinquish such hopes. Bai Li, feeling despondent, expressed his dismay. Lin Xia, after a brief silence, slowly articulated. In truth, I do not possess a strong desire to join any special team or to go to the capital, if it were possible. I would prefer to remain in Songnan. Chao Yuan shrugged, indifferent to his own destination. Bai Li's eyes brightened as he exclaimed, then I could return to Guangshan. It would be immensely gratifying to serve as a night watchman in my own territory. By the way, how is this ranking determined? Is it based on an examination? Lin Xia inquired, perplexed. It is said that the criteria for this ranking are rather intricate, encompassing all our training endeavors, such as physical conditioning, extreme training, theoretical examinations, tactical essays, and the adaptability of our ACE mental training devices, along with shooting and close combat skills. Theoretical examination? Bai Li's countenance paled in alarm. This is dire. Shooting. Lin Xia sighed, rubbing his forehead. Besides these, there seems to be an additional hidden score. Qiao Yuan remarked, somewhat uncertainly. A hidden score? What does that entail? Lin Xia queried. I am unsure, but it appears to hold significant weight in the ranking algorithm, Qiao Yuan replied. Lin Xia nodded thoughtfully, deciding to take things one step at a time. In the training camp, on the rear mountain, 3 black armed transport planes descended slowly from the clouds, their turbulent winds wreaking havoc on the tarmac. A group of instructors stood around the landing area, their clothing billowing in the gusts. Yuan Gang, standing at the forefront, squinted his eyes, gazing intently at the descending aircraft, lost in contemplation. Once the planes came to a halt, the rear cargo doors gradually opened, and fully armed operatives leaped out from within. Following their exit, 3 enormous black cubes were securely fastened onto transport vehicles, rolling steadily out of the cargo hold. One of the operatives sprinted to Yuan Gang, offering a precise military salute. Report. The 3 captured Chuan Realm entities have been delivered. Please advise. Yuan Gang nodded slightly, stepping beside one of the black cubes, extending his finger to input a 12-digit code on the small keypad located on the cube's side. Moments later, a soft sound emanated from the keypad. The black cube trembled slightly, its top gradually opening, releasing a frigid white mist into the outside world. Inside the cube, a boy with a face marred by spiderweb-like lines stared wide-eyed, encased in ice. Excellent. A faint smile graced Yuan Gang's lips as he turned to the other instructors, calmly stating, Prepare yourselves. The carnival day for the recruits is about to commence. Chapter 156, The Trial Morning. A ray of morning sunlight streamed through the window, gently illuminating the face of the young man, Lin Xia. His eyelids fluttered slightly before gradually parting to reveal his eyes. Upon glimpsing the beam of sunlight outside, he was momentarily taken aback, then sat up from his bed. Casting a glance at Bai Li Pang Pang, who lay sprawled on the bed like a lifeless pig, a hint of confusion flickering in his gaze. It was already 5:30. Lin Xia glanced at the clock, his bewilderment deepening. Where was the whistle? Ordinarily, the instructor would blow the whistle around 5 in the morning, prompting them to hastily gather at the training ground. It was only after the morning training concluded that they would return to freshen up. It was not unheard of for the instructor to, in a fit of madness, blow the whistle at 2 or 3 in the morning. Yet today, it was already 5:30, and there was not a hint of commotion. Could it be that the instructor was in a good mood and wished to allow them a bit more sleep? A myriad of questions swirled in Lin Xia's mind. Should he attempt to fall back asleep? It was certain that slumber would evade him now. Resolving to abandon the idea of sleep, Lin Xia got out of bed, taking his toiletries and basin, and quietly pushed the door open to step outside. The corridor beyond was equally silent. As he made his way to the communal wash area, he encountered a few other figures. Among them were the Special Forces soldier Zheng Zhong, Qiao Yuan, and 2 descendants of ancient martial arts families. Lin Xia recalled one was named Mo Lan and the other Li Xiaoguang. Xia, you're awake too? Qiao Yuan remarked upon seeing him. Lin Xia responded with a slight his gaze drifting in the direction of the training ground, still perplexed as to why the instructor had yet to sound the whistle. It's quite nice to have a leisurely morning for a change, Li Xiaoguang said, wiping his face with a towel and smiling. Having grown accustomed to rising early, I found myself somewhat disoriented in this sudden lull. Qiao Yuan shrugged nonchalantly. Zhang Zhang nodded in agreement, cradling a basin as he approached the railing. Gazing into the stillness of the training camp, his brow slightly furrowed. However, an unsettling feeling lingered within me. There is nothing amiss, Mo Lan remarked, shaking the water from her hands and calmly making her way to the room. If the instructor doesn't blow the whistle, I shall practice shooting on my own. Relying on others for supervision will never forge a true warrior. As I watched Mo Lan's figure gradually retreat, Lin Xia shook his head, casting aside the tumultuous thoughts in his mind, and began his morning rituals. Shortly thereafter, he returned to his room, hesitating for a moment before settling onto his bed to meditate. Time trickled by, each second slipping away. The sunlight outside grew increasingly blinding, and the sounds of conversation in the corridor seemed to swell. Lin Xia opened his eyes to check the time. It was now 7:30. Still no whistle at 7:30? He pondered, his brow furrowing slightly. If the silence at 5:30 could be attributed to a moment of conscience among the instructors, then the absence of a whistle now suggested that some unforeseen change had occurred within the training camp. Across from him, Bai Li, plump and unbothered, lay sprawled on his bed, his sleeping posture remarkably peaceful. Lin Qia's lips twitched slightly as he picked up his slippers and delivered a sharp slap to Bai Li's face. Smack! The slipper made an unceremonious contact with Bai Li's plump cheeks, sliding off slowly, leaving behind a crimson imprint upon his face. Bai Li let out a couple of soft grunts, the gentle sound of his snoring resuming. Lin Qia approached the bedside of Bai Li, shaking him gently while intoning in a low voice. Awaken, it's time for breakfast. Bai Li merely turned over, seemingly impervious to the call, and drifted back into slumber. Lin Qia's brow furrowed slightly, an ominous premonition creeping into his mind. After a moment's hesitation, he seized Bai Li's wrist adorned with the ACE watch, forcefully channeling a substantial amount of mental energy into it. In an instant, Bai Li's body jolted, performing an acrobatic leap from the bed, flipping twice in the air, only to land heavily back on the mattress, continuing his deep sleep. At this juncture, Lin Qia's expression had transformed entirely. No matter how deeply one could slumber, surely one could not perform 2 backflips while asleep. He scanned Bai Li's entire being with his mental energy, detecting no abnormalities. His breathing remained steady, as if he were genuinely in a deep sleep. Was this a mental trap? He murmured to himself. Lin Xia rose, striding purposefully to the door. In the corridor stood a gathering of about a dozen individuals, fervently engaged in animated discussion. Upon spotting Lin Xia, Shen Qizhu, who had been frowning amidst the crowd, brightened and hurried forward. What has transpired? Lin Xia inquired. It's quite peculiar. Shen Qizhu furrowed her brows tightly, her tone unusually grave. Deng Wei and the others remained in deep slumber, impervious to any attempts to rouse them, as if ensnared in some psychological trap. Was he also ensnared? A chill ran through Lin Qia's heart. It was not just him. 70% of the residents in this dormitory building had succumbed to such a state. What about the instructors? Shen Qingzhu shook her head, explaining that others had already gone in search, but the most perplexing aspect was that the entire training camp was deserted. Deserted? Lin Qia's eyes widened in disbelief. The instructors, the logistics personnel, even the elderly man serving meals in the cafeteria, all were nowhere to be found. A weighty seriousness filled Shen Qingzhu's gaze. Now, only we new recruits remained in the entire training camp. Were there any signs of a struggle? Shen Qingzhu hesitated, then replied, No. Lin Xia bowed his head in contemplation. So that was it. What have you deduced? If I am not mistaken, this must be some sort of exercise or test. Lin Qia's previously anxious heart settled as he spoke calmly. The collective disappearance of the instructors and others, coupled with the absence of any signs of conflict, could only imply that they had withdrawn voluntarily and with remarkable stealth. You mean to say? Shen Qingzhu seemed to grasp the implications. Who were the instructors? They were all formidable individuals above the Chuan realm, with Commander Yuan Gang being of the High realm. How could such a formidable assembly be silently erased? Now they have collectively vanished, seemingly intent on creating an atmosphere that isolates us, the new recruits, in a state of desolation and helplessness. I suspect they are presently employing some method to scrutinize our every move. Damn it, are they toying with us again? A trace of anger flickered across Shen Qingzhu's face. What about Deng Wei and the others? What is their situation? It remains unclear. But one thing is certain, they are not in immediate danger, perhaps. Lin Qia's eyes narrowed slightly. Is this the trial left for us by the instructors? To hell with the trial. Shen Qingzhu cursed vehemently, as if recalling something. He turned and directed a gesture of defiance towards the surveillance camera at the end of the corridor. Chapter 157. The Uncanny Outside the Training Camp. Instructor Hong gazed at the screen displaying the middle finger, letting out a resigned sigh before lowering his gaze to the evaluation sheet in his hand. Silently, he inscribed the words -1 next to Shen Qingzhu's name. A volatile temperament and rash actions, a deduction was only fitting, he muttered to himself. Instructor Hong. Is it wise to leave the 3 mysterious creatures from Chuan within the confines of the training camp? Instructor Hanli could not restrain himself from approaching. What if there are casualties among the new recruits, the highest of whom are merely at the Qi level? A slight smile crept upon Instructor Hong's lips. Fear not. This has become a traditional event for our training camp each year. The 3 mystical creatures have been shackled, their powers significantly diminished. Moreover, should the situation become dire, we possess the capability to control their fates from a distance. Moreover, within the camp, there exists a group of individuals known as the Atmosphere Team, who can intervene at critical moments, ensuring that no mishap occurs. The term atmosphere team left instructor Han Li bewildered. He wondered why they were called that. You will understand in due time, Instructor Hong replied with a mysterious smile. Inside the camp, Lin Xia stood by the bedside, utilizing his mental prowess to scan Deng Wei's body, nodding in acknowledgement. Much like Bai Li, he too was in a state of deep slumber. Was it the Forbidden Ruins? It seemed so. Lin Xia stepped into the corridor, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. However, why had they succumbed to slumber while they remained awake? At that moment, all the newly recruited soldiers still awake in the dormitory were gathered together, numbering over 30. Given that Lin Xia was a dual deity proxy and a holder of the celestial medal, he might well be the only one capable of instilling confidence among the group under these circumstances. Lin Qia's peripheral vision swept over the crowd, and he noticed that Xiao Yuan, Zheng Zhong, and Li Xiaoguang, whom he had seen that morning, were among them. Suddenly, Lin Xia seemed to recall something and spoke up. What time did you all wake up? The crowd fell silent for a moment before Xiao Yuan responded first. I woke up at 5:20 and went to freshen up. Where I encountered you. I awoke around 5:22, Li Xiaoguang answered hesitantly. I woke up a little after 5:40, Shen Qingzhu chimed in. 5:16, 5:50, 5:54. Over 30 individuals present took turns sharing the times they awoke, and Lin Qia's eyes grew increasingly bright as a conjecture emerged in his mind. If I am not mistaken, this must be related to the times we awakened. Lin Xia sighed deeply among all those gathered. Not a single person had risen after 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock could very well be a pivotal moment. Those who had not awakened before this time had their spirits ensnared in some realm, remaining in a deep slumber. The brows of the crowd furrowed in unison. Is this also the work of the instructors? Shen Qingzhu inquired. I am unsure. But those who indulge in sloth seldom meet a favorable fate attitude bears a striking resemblance to the actions of our instructors. Lin Xia replied, shaking his head. What shall we do now? Lin Xia fell into contemplation. If everything were indeed an exercise orchestrated by the instructors, what would be the criteria for successfully completing this exercise? To awaken the others? Yet, if that mental trap was directly crafted by the instructors, how could they extricate themselves from it? Or perhaps, it was not the instructors who dragged the other recruits into this dreamscape, but some other entity entirely? With this thought, Lin Xia suddenly inquired, where is Mo Lan? He had risen early this morning to freshen up, yet why is there no sign of him among these 30 or so individuals? I do not know. After he finished washing up this morning, he simply vanished, Li Xiaoguang responded, shaking his head. Could he have gone to practice shooting? Suggested Xiao Yuan. He arrived at 5:30, and after such a prolonged period of practice, it was rather peculiar that the camp remained utterly silent. Lin Xia turned his gaze towards the training ground. Beneath the tranquil sky, the entire training camp exuded an unsettling aura. Xiao Yuan discerned the underlying implication in his words. Are you suggesting that, aside from us, there are adversaries present in this camp? This possibility cannot be dismissed. Otherwise, this exercise would be devoid of purpose. What shall we do now? Is there anyone with a mental attack talisman? Lin Xia pondered for a moment before inquiring. The group fell silent for 2 seconds, shaking their heads in unison. I know of someone who possesses such a talisman, Li Xiaoguang suddenly spoke up. There is a girl named Zhang Xiaoxiao, whose talisman pertains to mental aspects. A girl, you say? Lin Xia turned to Shen Qingzhu. By the way, how is the situation in the other 2 dormitory buildings? Within the training camp, there are 3 dormitory buildings for the new recruits. The one they occupied is the first, while the second stands opposite, and the girls reside in the third, situated on the flanks of the first and second. The inhabitants of the second building have also sensed something amiss and appear to have commenced a search throughout the camp. However, the third building housing the girls seems to remain eerily quiet. No movement. Is no one awake over there? No, it's just that. The atmosphere in the girls' dormitory feels rather strange. You will understand upon seeing it for yourself. Shen Qingzhu shrugged. Lin Xia traversed the corridor and arrived at the eastern corridor of the dormitory building, his gaze falling upon the third building before him, his brow slightly furrowing. 3 solitary buildings stood in desolation, their doors and windows firmly shut. Sunlight cascaded upon the surfaces of the windows, yet not a glimmer of light was reflected, as if an abyss were devouring the surrounding radiance. Ordinarily, if one were to stand here, the joyful laughter of girls from the 3 buildings would be distinctly audible. But at this moment, an eerie silence prevailed. Something was amiss in the 3 buildings, Lin Xia remarked with a somber expression. After a moment of contemplation, he swiftly commanded, Leave a few individuals to guard this building. The rest shall accompany me to the warehouse to retrieve weapons. And then we shall investigate what has transpired in the 3 buildings. Following a brief exchange, the selection of those who would remain was finalized, and the remaining individuals hastened after Lin Xia towards the warehouse. The warehouse was not in close proximity to the dormitory area. They traversed a significant portion of the training camp before arriving at its entrance. As they ran, it became evident, just as Shen Qingzhu had mentioned, that the entire camp was desolate, devoid of even a single shadow. Standing at the threshold of the warehouse, Shen Qingzhu casually chewed and then released a bubble of gum that floated towards the metallic door. With a gentle snap of his fingers, the air within the gum erupted explosively, sending the 2 metal doors flying amidst a billowing cloud of dust. The group swiftly entered the warehouse, armed themselves, and turned to exit. At that moment, a series of piercing screams echoed from a distance, resonating through the air. Ah! The faces of Lin Xia and his companions paled in unison as they turned towards the source of the sound. It was the cafeteria? Shen Qingzhu furrowed her brow and turned to Lin Xia, inquiring about their direction. Where should we go? Chapter 158. The spider. Let us proceed to the source of the screams. Lin Xia hesitated for but a moment before making his decision. The 3rd building was situated at a considerable distance from their current location, while the cafeteria was merely adjacent to the warehouse. Although the circumstances surrounding the 3rd building were peculiar, the specifics within remained uncertain. Given that the cafeteria had emitted such distressing cries, it was evident that something was amiss. Thus, their primary objective must be to rescue those in peril. The group hastened to the entrance of the cafeteria. Under ordinary circumstances, breakfast would have been prepared by now, filling the air with an enticing aroma. However, today, the cafeteria lay shrouded in an eerie silence, devoid of any delightful scent. Instead, a faint metallic odor of blood lingered in the atmosphere. Upon detecting this scent, the expressions of the group shifted dramatically. Were they not merely conducting a drill? Why was this happening? Shen Qingzhu's countenance darkened. Lin Xia remained silent, his brow furrowed, as he approached the entrance. The iron lock that had secured the cafeteria door was severed, and the door bore signs of having been forcibly moved. It was apparent that someone had arrived prior to Lin Xia and his companions, breaking the lock to gain entry. If all assumptions held true, the horrifying cries they had just heard likely originated from this very place. Lin Xia did not recklessly fling the door open. Instead, he employed his mental acuity to scan the interior, gaining a clear understanding of a portion of the cafeteria. Upon glimpsing the scene within, his brow knit tightly in concern. He stepped forward and cautiously pushed open the large door of the cafeteria. Upon witnessing the scene within the cafeteria, the individuals behind him were momentarily taken aback, their eyes widening in disbelief. The once bustling cafeteria had transformed into a desolate expanse, now cloaked in cobwebs that had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. Thick strands of silk intertwined and amalgamated, weaving a chilling white net that nearly enveloped every corner of the hall. In the dim light of the cafeteria, these grotesque webs resembled the gaping maw of a bloodthirsty creature, baring its fangs at Lin Xia and his companions. The group stared in shock at the sight before them, taking a while to regain their composure. A spider's nest? Li Xiaoguang exclaimed in horror from the crowd. How could it be so large? This was no ordinary spider. It must be something associated with spiders, something mysterious. Lin Xia spoke slowly, his gaze fixating on a particular spot within the web, his expression sharpening. Look there. He pointed towards a specific area. At the center of one of the webs lay a mangled figure, a man with contorted limbs. A horrific gash ran from his chest to his lower abdomen, nearly cleaving him in two, his innards conspicuously absent. Though his terrified eyes had lost all semblance of life, they remained fixed on a certain point, as if something extraordinarily dreadful had once been there. His expression twisted in a grimace that suggested he had endured unspeakable agony before his demise. Wang Li, someone behind Lin Xia gasped. Isn't that Wang Li from Building 2? How could this happen? It's not just him. The vast majority of people here are acquainted with the man who met a tragic end ensnared in spider silk. His humorous and witty demeanor attracted numerous friends within the camp, and even those who were not closely acquainted with him recognized his presence. Wasn't this supposed to be an exercise? How could Wang Li? It's too tragic. What on earth did he endure? This is not a drill. There truly exists a formidable mystery. Damn it, where have the instructors gone? Witnessing Wang Li's horrific demise, the crowd's demeanor began to shift dramatically. Their previously composed demeanor erupted into chaos. Even Shen Qizhu and Chao Yuan's expressions turned grim. Silence. Lin Qiye suddenly interjected, his gaze sweeping over the surroundings. From the moment Wang Li screamed until our arrival here, no more than 2 minutes had elapsed, including the time for the predation. That mysterious entity is very likely still concealed within this vicinity. Upon hearing this, a chill crept over everyone. Fortunately, their rigorous training allowed them to quickly regain their composure, vigilantly scanning their surroundings, though traces of anxiety and fear lingered in their eyes. The majority of those present had yet to witness the enigmatic existence with their own eyes, let alone engage with it. Therefore, it was entirely reasonable for them to feel apprehensive upon encountering such a scene. Lin Qiye drew the star blade from the black box, a shroud of night gradually expanding around him. While the others remained rooted in place, gripped by tension, he stealthily advanced towards the dining hall, which was ensnared in webs. Xia. Chao Yuan observed Lin Xie enter the dining hall with a furrowed brow, a hint of concern flickering in his eyes. It's all right, I am well aware. Lin Qiye responded in a hushed tone. His mental prowess meticulously scanned every inch of the surrounding space. After breaking through to the pool realm, the range of his mortal realm of divine perception had expanded to 100 meters, sufficient to encompass a considerable portion of the cafeteria. Even if that mysterious entity were to suddenly manifest, he could swiftly react under the enhancement of Starry Night Dancer. Chao Yuan hesitated for a moment, removed his outer garment, and concealed the blade behind him before similarly entering the cafeteria. Observing this, Shen Qizhu furrowed her brow and followed suit. As the three of them made their way into the cafeteria, a few other recruits, emboldened by their resolve, prepared to enter as well. Just then, Lin Qiye's voice resonated. Others should not enter. The more who step inside, the greater the likelihood of triggering the spider silk, which could easily plunge us into peril. Upon hearing this, those who had intended to join them halted in their tracks. Within the dim and silent cafeteria, the three figures gradually advanced deeper inside. The spider silk was densely woven throughout the cafeteria, and Lin Qiye chose to avoid disturbing any strands. He crouched, leaped, and maneuvered sideways, his form agilely weaving between the numerous strands as he inched closer to the core area of the cafeteria. Fortunately, after extensive specialized training, coupled with the sporadic acrobatics ignited by the ACE wristwatch, Lin Qiye's flexibility had vastly improved. At that moment, he resembled a cinematic spy navigating through a corridor of infrared beams. Though each step was fraught with tension, he remained unscathed. Suddenly, Lin Qiye's mental energy detected something. He abruptly lifted his head and gazed at the ceiling to his right. There, a colossal grayish-white spider clung to the ceiling, seemingly merging with the pale walls, rendering its presence nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. This creature measured approximately 2 meters in length, with its elongated legs extending outwards to a span of 4 meters. It appeared to sense that Lin Qiye had discerned its existence as its eerie, crimson compound eyes flickered to life. Almost simultaneously, the gemstone on Lin Qiye's necklace erupted in a brilliant azure glow, inducing a fleeting dizziness in his mind that dissipated within half a second. Had the Azure Guardian been activated? Was this spider capable of psychic attacks? Lin Qiye reacted with lightning speed, enveloping his dagger in the cloak of night and hurling it forcefully toward the giant arachnid. The dagger sliced through the air with a soft hum, precisely embedding itself in the blank wall merely half a meter away from the spider. Lin Qiye was momentarily at a loss. Not only were Chao Yuan and Shen Qingzhu, who stood behind him, taken aback, but even the spider seemed momentarily stunned. It had never encountered a human whose aim could falter to such a degree despite its impressive size. Could it be that this man's target was not itself? Lin Qiye, too, found himself speechless. His eternal dark abyss had only just expanded to 20 meters, within which he could strike with precision, but beyond that, he had to leave it to fate. Unfortunately, the spider was nearly 40 meters away, rendering his failure to hit it understandable. In the very moment when Lin Qiye's blade veered off course, Shen Qizhu, positioned behind him, swiftly raised her hand. The black ring upon her knuckles erupted with a spark, followed by the crisp sound of a snap echoing through the cafeteria. Boom! A violent explosion suddenly erupted, blinding flames engulfing the ceiling where the spider resided. Shattered fragments of the wall rained down like droplets, causing the entire cafeteria to tremble. Amidst the billowing black smoke, a grayish-white spider darted forth with lightning speed, its crimson compound eyes radiating an eerie glow. The enigma of the Chuan realm. Lin Qiye acutely sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the spider, his brows knitting tightly together. He gripped another star blade firmly in his hand, the surrounding night deepening once more, his gaze fixed intently on the rapidly moving arachnid. Every muscle in his body taut with tension. Qiao Yuan, equally grave, extended his hand, poised to grasp the hilt of the weapon at his back, ready to unleash the Black King annihilation. Under the watchful eyes of all present, the grayish-white spider suddenly executed a sharp turn mid-air, crashing through a nearby window, its form flickering before vanishing from view. Lin Xia? The crowd? The trio stood in stunned silence for a couple of seconds before gradually regaining their composure. That menacing spider from the Chuan realm had fled? Huh. Lin Xia cast a dubious glance at the mangled corpse of Wang Li, then at the shattered window through which the spider had escaped, lost in contemplation. Strange. This spider should be a ruthless monster, indifferent to the slaughter it wrought, reveling in its carnage. Given the immense disparity in their strengths, why would it choose to flee? As Lin Xia contemplated, Qiao Yuan let out a sigh of relief, releasing the grip on his knife. Seemingly relieved that he would not be bound by the chastity lock once more today. It had fled too swiftly, we could not catch up at all. Several new recruits who had attempted to hunt the spider returned, gasping for breath. Shen Qizhu furrowed her brow, glancing at Lin Xia, inquiring about their next course of action. Strange, this defied logic. Lin Xia shook his head, temporarily casting aside his doubts, and stated, "That spider is both fast and powerful. We cannot pursue it further. Let us adhere to the original plan and return to Building 3 to rescue those inside. However, to prevent the spider from raiding us, we should leave a few more individuals to guard Building 1, ensuring that those who have fallen into slumber are not slaughtered without the ability to resist." Shen Qizhu's gaze sharpened, and the images of the slumbering Dang Wei, Li Jia, and Li Liang surfaced in her mind. After a moment, she spoke up. "I shall return to guard." "Very well. Your strength is formidable, and even if the spider comes, you should be able to delay it for a while." Lin Xia nodded. Having determined their strategy, the trio retraced their steps to the entrance, splitting into two groups with the other recruits, swiftly departing from the cafeteria. Once they had distanced themselves, two figures quietly emerged from the corner of the silent cafeteria. "TSK. Why does the spider child possess such timidity? Merely fleeing cannot exert pressure on this group of novices," one of them sighed in resignation. "Fortunately, we crafted Wang Li's corpse with such remarkable realism that it successfully intimidated this group of recruits. Otherwise, our atmospheric creation would have been a complete failure," another individual remarked, however. Lin Xia's performance was indeed commendable. His actions were cautious and meticulous, yet bold and decisive, a promising talent. Is it necessary for you to mention that? Being chosen as agents by two deities surely signifies exceptional capability. True enough. By the way, has the unconscious Wang Li been taken away? He is currently lying outside the camp. Then all is well. We have nothing further to attend to. We shall see if the atmosphere team at Building 3 can execute their tasks effectively. On a secluded path, a grayish-white spider was desperately scuttling along. A flash of white light transformed its form into that of a young boy. The child appeared to be merely 11 or 12 years of age, with a shock of grayish-white hair. Delicate spider patterns were faintly visible on his pale face, and his red eyes anxiously surveyed his surroundings, his expression conveying a sense of impending tears. "Ah, what should I do? That knife-throwing fellow looks so fierce. And that man who can cause explosions with a mere snap of his fingers. His gaze seems intent on slicing me into 8 pieces. I've been so well behaved. All I wanted was a place to rest. Why must they attack me? Woe is me. No, this place is far too perilous. I must escape." The spider boy turned to flee the training camp, but suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he shuddered. "No, I cannot flee. The fearsome instructors warned that should I dare to slip away stealthily, they would butcher me and serve me as a dish of braised spider limbs. Villains. They are all villains. What should I do? What were they instructing me to do? Ah, yes, primarily to exert control over the minds of those slumbering individuals, and then find a place to conceal myself." The spider boy surveyed his surroundings and discovered a nondescript little warehouse to hide within. After weaving the space into a realm of webs with his silk, he reclined peacefully in the very center. Here, they should not be able to find me, right? Lying upon the soft bed of webs, he murmured to himself, "Let me see how those fellows are faring in their slumber." Upon uttering this, his crimson eyes radiated an extraordinary light. In his vision, ethereal strands of mental silk extended from his fingertips, weaving an extensive web above the entire training camp. At the end of this vast net, each strand resembled a kite string, connecting to the distant barracks of new recruits, linking to every slumbering soldier. This was a mental web that only he could perceive, enveloping the entirety of the training camp. At 6 o'clock, this web ensnared the souls of all the recruits lost in their dreams, binding them to the silken threads. Even if their souls awakened, they could not return to their original bodies, thereby appearing perpetually asleep to outsiders. Observing the myriad souls struggling upon the threads, the spider boy lazily yawned. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon an inconspicuous corner of the web, where a plump, pale soul lay still lost in slumber. The souls of others have long awakened, yet they remain unable to return to their original bodies. Only this individual's soul has truly remained in slumber until now. How blissfully they sleep. I envy you, remarked the spider boy, propping his head on his hands, a visage of longing upon his face. Upon the web, the corpulent soul lazily turned over, its eyes slowly fluttering open amidst the haze of dreams. Chapter 160. The Joy of Wealth in the Midst of Slumber. The soul of Bai Li Pang Pang gradually opened his eyes. Ayani stretched languorously, smacking his lips, and in that half-asleep state, murmured in bewilderment, "Why do I feel so comfortable today? Did the instructor not blow the whistle? Where am I?" Fully roused now, he gazed at his soul, ensnared within the web, and observed the other rookie souls struggling nearby, a profound confusion dawning in his eyes. What on earth is this? How did I end up here? He scratched his head, and even with a sluggish mind, he realized that something was amiss. A mental trap? Bai Li Pang Pang murmured, then shook his head. No, if it were a mental trap, the firewall would automatically resist. This is not an attacking type of mental trap. This is. With a firm tug on his hand, he discovered he could not extricate himself from the web. He floated in midair, able to clearly see the new recruits bustling about in the training camp, yet the recruits below seemed oblivious to his presence. A mental realm capable of severing souls? Bai Li Pang Pang, somewhat astonished, spoke up, noting the rarity of such forbidden grounds. Regardless, he decided to leave first and ponder later. He summoned his mental energy, directing it entirely into a black ring adorned on his right index finger. Although he was in a spiritual form, and his clothing merely manifested as ethereal shadows, items like free space would not appear on his being. Yet, this ring seemed as though it were intrinsically bound to his soul, free from any constraints. Given that he was a spirit, this object should indeed prove effective. Muttering to himself, Bai Li Pang Pang summoned a black blade of light that surged forth from his fingertip, a forbidden object known as soul-severing blade. With a flick of his finger, the black blade effortlessly cleaved through the web that ensnared his spirit, allowing him to float down gently from the silken strands. Almost immediately, he felt a powerful pull emanating from his corporeal body, prompting him to drift swiftly towards it. Simultaneously, the spider boy, who had been sleeping on the web in the warehouse, suddenly screamed in agony. "Ah, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Who is it? I just wanted a peaceful slumber. Why must I be disturbed?" He sat up from the web, his crimson eyes once again gleaming with intensity. There, he beheld Bai Li Pang Pang's returning spirit and the severed edge of his web. Despair washed over him as he realized that this rotund figure could indeed harm his weaving soul. Oh no, what should I do now? The spider boy sat on his silken bed, a frown etched on his face, pondering deeply. After a long while, he vigorously shook his head, adopting a resigned expression. Forget it, whatever happens, happens. I shall continue my slumber. He let out a grunt and reclined back onto the soft bed, comfortably closing his eyes. In a dormitory, Bai Li Pang Pang lay sprawled on the bed like a dead pig, grumbling softly as he slowly opened his eyes. After staring vacantly at the ceiling for several seconds, he suddenly bolted upright. What the hell? There's a monster. He turned to glance at Lin Qi's bed only to find it eerily empty. Lowering his gaze to his Rolex, he slipped on his slippers and hurriedly dashed outside. As soon as he pushed the door open, he spotted Shenqing Zhu returning from the dining hall. Shenqing Zhu was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Bai Li Pang Pang rush out, her mouth agape in astonishment. "You, how come?" Bai Li Pang Pang surveyed the surroundings, frowning as he inquired, "What's going on? What happened?" Instead of immediately answering Bai Li Pang Pang's question, Shenqing Zhu darted to several other dorm rooms to confirm that the others were still deep in slumber. Only then did she scrutinize Bai Li Pang Pang with surprise. "Here is how it is." Shenqing Zhu succinctly recounted the events to Bai Li Pang Pang, who nodded thoughtfully. "No wonder. It seems that the others, like me before, must have their souls ensnared in that enormous spider web. What is their condition?" Shenqing Zhu asked, her urgency palpable. "It's nothing serious. Just a bit trapped. I can rescue them." Bai Li Pang Pang shrugged nonchalantly. "You can save them?" Shenqing Zhu exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with hope. Is that for real? Do I ever speak falsely? He replied confidently. I have my methods. Bailey Pang Pang chuckled with a hint of arrogance, producing a monocle from his pocket and placing it upon the bridge of his nose. In that very instant, as the lens settled into place, he beheld a multitude of ethereal threads suspended in midair, intricately woven together to form a vast web that enveloped the entire training camp. This forbidden object, which he had previously employed during his confrontation with the masked team, belonged to the Forbidden Ruins Sequence 315, Eye of True Sight. Upon donning it, all tangible and intangible entities became laid bare, including souls. Such a multitude, Bailey Pang Pang murmured, as the Yaoguang necklace adorning his chest radiated a golden light, coalescing into the silhouette of a colossal sword, lifting his form aloft upon the winds. Shen Qingzhu gazed in astonishment at Bailey Pong Pong's soaring figure, noticing a trace of celestial aura surrounding him. Goodness, how splendid it is to be wealthy. With Yaoguang beneath his feet, the Eye of True Sight upon his brow, and the soul-severing blade in hand, Bailey Pang Pang hovered steadily in midair, a gentle breeze caressing the edges of his garments, imparting an otherworldly essence. A confident smile graced his lips. The dark light of the soul-severing blade sliced through the sky, precisely severing a thread of the web, which snapped in response, causing the attached soul to plummet and return to its original body. The sword shadow formed from Yaoguang propelled Bailey Pang Pang gracefully through the air, while the black light of the soul-severing blade flickered in rapid succession, leading to the astonishing collapse of the invisible web above. Ah! In the warehouse, the spider boy suddenly sat up, clutching his head and screaming in agony, rolling uncontrollably on the soft bed of spider silk. That fatso. He asked, severing my strands. It hurts. I can't endure this any longer. I'll return all these souls to you, all right? Collect. He reached out towards the distant sky, and the webs that filled the training camp swiftly retreated into the spider boy's palm. The souls that had been entangled in the web cascaded down, returning to their corporeal forms. The plump Bai Li, wielding the soul-severing blade, gazed in astonishment at the rapidly converging strands of silk before coming to a halt. Oomph, now you recognize my prowess, don't you? Bai Li triumphantly sheathed the soul-severing blade into his ring, standing with hands on his hips, beaming with pride. Yet, moments later, his smile faded, and his expression grew serious. He adjusted the single lens of his glasses, murmuring, hiding there, are you? Chapter 161. Spatial Isolation. Bai Li soared back to the dormitory building, concealing all contraband from his person, and swaggered over to Shen Qingzhu. So how did it go? Shen Qingzhu inquired. What else could it be? Everything is settled. Bai Li chuckled mischievously. Moreover, I've discovered the location where that object is concealed. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingzhu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Where is it? In the second warehouse, to the east. However, I fear for my life. So I intend to wait for you all to accompany me, Bai Li replied candidly. As the two conversed, the doors around them swung open, and other recruits, having returned from their ethereal slumber, emerged from their chambers in a daze. Brother Shun, Deng Wei exclaimed, spotting Shen Qingzhu in the corridor and rushing over. I must tell you, I just had a terrible nightmare. I dreamt that I was ensnared by a spider high above, and no matter how I struggled, I couldn't awaken. Bai Li Pang Yang smirked, his lips curving upwards as he inquired, do you recall how you managed to escape? Deng Wei hesitated, pondering for a moment before uncertainly replying. I seem to remember. A glowing sow flew into the sky, and somehow, it returned. Bai Li Pong Pong's expression shifted to one of incredulity. A sow ascended to the heavens? Here I am, wielding the soul-severing blade and treading upon the ethereal light to rescue you from peril, and in your eyes, it translates to a flying sow. Just as Bai Li Pang Pang gritted his teeth in frustration, Shen Qingzhu let out a cold snort and struck Deng Wei sharply on the back of his head. I see words escaping her lips. You lot are utterly useless, allowing your souls to be whisked away so easily. You might as well return home to till the fields instead of pretending to be night watchmen. Brother Shun, Deng Wei began, feeling aggrieved. But upon receiving a fierce glare from Shen Qingzhu, he swallowed his words. Now that all the recruits were awake, they numbered over 150. A sufficient force to vanquish that spider. Bai Li Pang Pang remarked contentedly. After a brief silence, Shen Qingzhu slowly interjected, it's not that simple. That spider is truly lethal. Bai Li Pang Pang was taken aback. Did you not say it was a drill? However, it was evident that there had been casualties, and the manner of their demise was most gruesome. Shen Qingzhu's gaze was laden with gravity. Even though we number over 150, not all of them will cooperate with our plans. Furthermore, even with such numbers, we are bound to incur losses when confronted with a formidable Chuan realm entity. We must devise a strategy that will eliminate the spider while minimizing casualties. Shen Qizhu lowered his head in contemplation. Bailey Pang looked at Shen Qizhu in astonishment. In his memory, Shen Qizhu had always been the type of reckless, impulsive brute. To his surprise, when faced with an emergency, Shen Qizhu remained more composed than anyone else. Yet, it made sense. During the confrontation with the mask, he had successfully ambushed the entire mask squad. Such a person could not possibly be truly brainless. By the way, where's Xia? Bailey Pang asked with curiosity. He has taken a team to Building 3, claiming there is something mysterious within. Building 3? The female dormitory? Bailey Pang was initially stunned. Then his eyes widened in realization. If there is something mysterious in Building 3, does that mean Molly is in danger? Without a moment's hesitation, Bailey Pang turned and sprinted towards Building 3. Wait, are you not going to deal with that spider? Shen Qizhu exclaimed in astonishment as he watched Bailey Pang dash away. Bailey Pang abruptly halted, hesitating for a moment before removing the black ring from his right hand and tossing it to Shen Qizhu. The assembly of over 100 individuals should suffice to confront a mere spider. This is the soul-severing blade, capable of slicing through the ethereal threads of soul entities. Allow me to lend it to you for the time being, as I embark on a heroic quest to rescue a damsel in distress. Shen Qizhu caught the black ring, watching helplessly as the rotund figure of Bai Li vanished at the corridor's end, shaking his head in resignation. Before the third building, Lin Qie gazed at the eerily silent dormitory structure, his brow furrowed in contemplation, though he stood directly at the entrance. The spiritual perception of the mortal realm was utterly incapable of detecting the presence of this building, as if it had been deliberately concealed. This was a phenomenon he had never encountered before. Chao Yuan stepped forward, attempting to push open the dormitory's grand door. Yet, regardless of the force he exerted, the glass door remained immovable. Frowning, he retrieved the starry blade from his back and struck the glass surface with its hilt, producing several muffled thuds. But the door remained unyielding, not even a crack forming. With a sigh of frustration, Chao Yuan sheathed the blade and turned to Lin Xie, who was lost in thought. Given their current physical capabilities, they should have been able to shatter the glass door with their bare hands. The peculiar circumstance they faced could only be attributed to some presence within the building. The space here had been severed. At that moment, Li Xiaowang from the crowd suddenly spoke up. Lin Xie turned, inquiring with curiosity, severed space? Indeed, Li Xiaowang affirmed with a nod. My forbidden domain has some connection to space, allowing me to sense the conditions of this building. Although it appears before us, from a spatial perspective, it does not exist here. What should we do to gain entry? Let me give it a try. Li Xiaowang stepped forward and retrieved a knife from behind him. This was not the standard star knife of the Night Watchman, but rather a large cleaver adorned with a red tassel, reminiscent of those from several decades past. Coupled with Li Xiaowang's slightly balding head, he appeared akin to a fearsome butcher. He paused before the door, inhaled deeply, and then swung the cleaver with sudden ferocity. A flash of blade, mingled with a faint gray light, collided with the glass door. At the moment the gray light blossomed, a soft sound echoed, as if something had shattered. The glass door remained intact, yet with a gentle push from Li Xiaowang, it swung open, revealing a dimly lit corridor within. Hurry inside. I can only carve open a fragment of this space. It will soon restore itself, Li Xiaowang urged as he stepped into the building. Lin Xie and the others swiftly followed. Moments later, the glass door eerily shut on its own. From the inside, the once visible path rapidly vanished, and the external environment faded into an uncanny deep blue, as if submerged beneath the ocean's depths. This is the nature of space, Lin Xie mused, approaching the door and attempting to push against it, yet it remained immovable. The entire building seemed to have been displaced to another realm, ensnared within this confined space. Let us ascend and ascertain our situation, Lin Xie declared, turning towards the staircase. Just as he climbed half a flight, a piercing scream from a girl erupted from above, reverberating throughout the building. The faces of Lin Xie and his companions paled as they exchanged glances, then hastened up the stairs in a frantic rush. Chapter 162. The confounded space. As Lin Xie and the others hastily ascended the staircase to the second floor, the scene before them abruptly halted him in his tracks. What's wrong? Why have you stopped? Chao Yuan inquired, puzzled. Lin Xie stood there, entranced by the sight ahead, and after a moment, He stepped aside to grant his companions a clearer view of what lay before them. "What on earth is this?" Li Xiaoguang exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Typically, staircases spiral upwards, leading to successive levels, and upon completing the ascent of one flight, one would arrive at the corridor of the second floor. A simple turn would reveal the stairs ascending to the third floor. Yet, peculiarly, after the group had finished the first flight, they were confronted not with the corridor of the second floor, but rather, a dormitory. Indeed, upon reaching the final step, they found themselves before an ordinary, twin-shared dorm room. The space was immaculate, with neatly arranged bedding and pillows, and from the assortment of skincare products and clothing scattered upon the desk, it was evident that the two girls had resided there for quite some time. However, in this pristine dormitory, not a single soul could be found. This bizarre tableau resembled a construction oversight, where the staircase had been deliberately extended to the very doorstep of the dormitory, ensuring that anyone ascending would inevitably pass through this room. Was the design of the female dormitory intended to be thus? A voice from the crowd questioned with skepticism. Being male soldiers, they had never ventured into the third building and were naturally unaware of its interior. Impossible. Lin Xia crouched down, his fingers gently tracing the junction where the staircase met the dormitory. The collision of two distinctly different tiles was remarkably seamless. The interface was so impeccably smooth that, despite the exceptional skills of the camp's construction experts, such perfection seemed unattainable. It was as if someone had meticulously severed two areas and fused them together. Could this be related to spatial manipulation? Chao Yuan furrowed his brow. Indeed, there must exist within this building a mysterious entity adept at spatial transference. Lin Xia asserted confidently. If I am not mistaken, the internal arrangement of this structure has been utterly disordered, resembling a Rubik's cube that has been carelessly scrambled. He rose to his feet and strode into the dormitory, pushing open the door at the far end. Beyond the door lay not a balcony, but a T-shaped corridor, formed by the misaligned junction of two originally connected corridors. It was akin to a construction mishap in a building simulation game, where one inadvertently altered the direction of a segment of pathway, rendering it perpendicular to the previous one, creating an awkward sight. Chao Yuan approached the window, but outside was nothing but a canvas of deep blue, devoid of any discernible landscape. He pushed against the window with force, yet it remained immovable. Was this the essence of the mysterious power? It seemed rather unsettling. Among the crowd, a new recruit could not help but exclaim. Due to the T-junction, two distinctly divergent paths emerged ahead, causing the group to hesitate at the crossroads. Which way led upwards? Li Xiaoguang scratched his head, suggesting, perhaps we should split up? Within this building resides a mysterious presence. At this juncture, parting ways is undoubtedly an unwise choice. Lin Xia shook his head and continued. The path to the left leads to another dormitory, behind which lies a restroom, and further back, a descending staircase. Conversely, the right path, after traversing two consecutive dormitories, presents an ascending staircase. Can you sense the path? Li Xiaoguang inquired, astonished. I can, but the range is limited. I cannot perceive several rooms, Lin Xia replied calmly. Then should we proceed to the right? No. Lin Xia shook his head, extending his hand to indicate the wall before them, and spoke slowly. Behind this wall lie several ascending steps, which will take us directly to the fourth floor. Upon entering Building 3, he had discovered that although his mental perception could not penetrate the building from the outside, it functioned normally within its confines. This signified that, from an external viewpoint, Building 3 was an isolated entity in space, while internally, each room merely existed in a state of dislocation, devoid of spatial isolation. This implies that the walls within the building can be breached. Break through this wall. Indeed, but be cautious not to damage the structural integrity. Although the space is disordered, this does not negate the functionality of the load-bearing pillars. Should we inflict excessive harm upon the structure, it could potentially collapse. Lin Xia stated gravely. Amidst the crowd, a young man stepped forward, a faint gray glow emanating from his palm. Leave it to me. He forcefully struck the surface of the wall with his palm, and in an instant, a gray mist enveloped the structure, eroding it to create a circular passage wide enough for three individuals to traverse simultaneously, without causing any harm to the surrounding architectural elements. The group entered the circular passage in an orderly fashion, with Lin Xia and his companions leading the way. Just as they had traversed a fifth of the distance, an unexpected event occurred. The surrounding rooms and walls began to shift autonomously. The straight path of the T-junction was abruptly displaced, replaced by a dormitory, while the segments of the staircase behind the wall became misaligned, resembling a twisting Rubik's Cube, relocated to an unknown destination. At the same time, Lin Xia and Chao Yuan, who had just reached the first segment of the staircase, felt the environment transform around them. The walls that had flanked them on either side morphed into two empty dormitories. The staircase ahead turned into a wall, and the corridor behind them transformed into a descending staircase. "What is happening?" Li Xiaowang exclaimed in astonishment. The space had once again descended into chaos. Lin Xia furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. Why? Was our act of damaging the wall the catalyst for this spatial disarray? Or did it change periodically? Chao Yuan glanced around helplessly and sighed. "We have become separated from the others. There is no way to know how the layout may shift again," Li Xiaowang shrugged. "In any case, we must strive to remain together from this point forward and not drift too far apart." Lin Xia spoke calmly, stating that if the mysterious entity hidden within Building 3 was only capable of such actions, it posed more of an inconvenience than a significant threat. Its forbidden domain was primarily focused on immobilizing foes, lacking any lethal power. Indeed, as long as there were enough individuals entering Building 3, reaching this barrier would merely be a matter of time. Chao Yuan grasped this point as well and nodded in agreement. The current dilemma was, if this mysterious being could only achieve this much, then what was the source of the earlier scream? Lin Xia pondered for a moment, shook his head, and continued to stride forward. Overthinking at this juncture was futile. Without conclusive evidence, reasoning remained nothing more than speculation. The trio pressed on, traversing through a myriad of interconnected rooms, and after approximately 5 or 6 minutes, they finally halted before a door. Chapter 163, The Headless Man, What's Wrong? Chao Yuan inquired, puzzled as he noticed Lin Xia had stopped. Lin Xia remained silent, gently pushing open the door. Beyond it lay a narrow corridor, where in the center lay a bisected corpse. It was a woman's body, the upper and lower halves completely severed, with crimson blood staining the surrounding floor. In the pool of blood, it was vaguely discernible that she had been clad in a recruit's uniform. "She was one of ours," Li Xiaowang's voice emerged, hoarse with emotion. "I recognize her. She was quite attractive. A comrade of mine even mentioned wanting to pursue her. I never expected this was the second corpse they had discovered that day." Lin Xia approached the pool of blood, meticulously scanning her lifeless form with his mental energy. In a somber tone, he remarked, "There is only a single wound at her waist, the surface of which is remarkably smooth. It appears she was struck down by some sharp weapon in one decisive blow. The muscles in her upper body remain rigid, indicating the atmosphere was likely fraught with tension. She must have been on guard against something, or rather, she was confronting an entity. However, the being she faced, no. The mysterious force she encountered must have been far superior to her, capable of severing her in half with a single strike, leaving her utterly defenseless." Beside him, Li Xiaowang wore a grim expression. Wasn't it said that this mysterious entity specialized in trapping its foes? How could its power be so formidable? Chao Yuan pondered for a moment. Could it be that this mysterious being employed a spatial prohibition to cleave her body apart? No, if it were a spatial power, the wound would not appear thus. Such an injury could only be inflicted by a weapon. Could it be that this mysterious entity also excelled in swordsmanship? Lin Qi's brow furrowed slightly as his gaze fell upon the dimly lit end of the corridor. He spoke slowly. Alternatively, there may be a second mysterious presence here. Upon hearing this, the two individuals behind him felt a sudden chill. A second mysterious entity? Li Xiaowang exclaimed. If it could so swiftly and efficiently eliminate a being of the pool realm, then it must also be of the river realm, right? Including the one that manipulates space. Does that mean there are 2 river realm mysteries within these 3 buildings? Lin Xia nodded, acknowledging the possibility, yet concluded that it was too soon to draw any definitive conclusions. The 3 fell into a profound silence. If 2 mysterious creatures from the Chuanjing were to appear in the outside world, it would hardly pose a challenge for over 200 new recruits to eliminate them. However, within the confines of this completely sealed solitary building, the scenario transforms entirely. Here, counting the 50 or so female soldiers who were supposed to reside here, along with the recently arrived male recruits, they number no more than 80 individuals. While facing the 2 enigmatic entities might not be insurmountable, they have unwittingly fallen into the adversary's rhythm. They are oblivious not only to the positions and specific abilities of their foes, but are also being manipulated by the very space around them, causing them to scatter. The elements of time, terrain, and unity are all conspicuously absent from their favor, leaving their chances of victory exceedingly slim. At that moment, Chao Yuan suddenly lifted his head, furrowing his brow for a moment before inquiring with intrigue. Have any of you heard a sound? A sound? What kind of sound? That sound. The dragging of a heavy object across the ground. The three fell silent once more, and indeed, a faint dragging noise emanated from afar. Shortly thereafter, the sound of doors opening and closing echoed. The noises seemed to grow ever closer, the creaking of doors becoming increasingly distinct. After a brief interval, Lin Xia's heightened perception seemed to sense something amiss. His complexion shifted dramatically, and he placed his hands gently on the hilt of his knife. An expression of grave concern etched across his features. "What did you see, Xia?" Chao Yuan asked, noticing Lin Xia's unease. "It is coming." Lin Xia's voice carried a weight of gravity, reminiscent of the mysterious force that had claimed the life of the female soldier. Li Xiaowang's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and resolve. Should they engage or retreat? "Let us first test its capabilities. If an opportunity arises, we shall strike. The longer we delay, the more unfavorable the situation becomes for us," Lin Xia asserted calmly. His words resonated with truth. The group was scattered, isolated by the distorted spatial dimensions. Should any of them encounter this enigmatic entity from Chuanjing, survival would be nearly impossible. The more time they wasted, the fewer survivors there would be. Presently, with himself, Chao Yuan, and Li Xiaoguang, though Li Xiaoguang's prowess was not at the pinnacle, it was still commendably above average. The trio stood a fighting chance against the mysterious force from Chuanjing. Upon hearing Lin Xia's declaration, Li Xiaoguang nodded, grasping the machete from his back, a fierce determination igniting within his eyes. Though their acquaintance had been brief, Li Xiaoguang had come to hold Lin Xia in profound respect. If Lin Xia proposed a confrontation, he would certainly offer no dissent. Meanwhile, Chao Yuan remained silently clutching the hilt of his sheathed sword, poised to draw it at a moment's notice. Creak, as the dragging sound approached. The door at the end of the corridor swung open, revealing a towering figure, nearly 2 meters in height, emerging from behind the door. One hand dragged something from behind, while the other hand shut the door firmly, illuminated by the dim, deep blue light filtering through the window. Li Xiaoguang and Chao Yuan finally discerned the true nature of this entity. It was a man of formidable stature, bearing a gaping wound upon his neck where his head had once been. His exposed skin, dimly illuminated, appeared pallid and grayish. One of his hands hung limply behind him, dragging an exaggeratedly large executioner's blade. This sword, approximately 3 meters in length and entirely obsidian in hue, was of immense weight, creating deep furrows in the marble tiles as it was drawn along the ground by the headless figure. The headless man, with his executioner's sword, approached slowly through the dimly lit corridor, exuding an inexplicable aura of oppression. What a ghastly sight! Li Xiaoguang felt a pang of anxiety and couldn't help but voice his thoughts. He was moving far too slowly. At this pace, it was entirely possible. Just as his voice echoed through the corridor, the headless man suddenly slammed a foot onto the ground, abandoning his previous lethargy. In an instant, he surged forward with a speed that was utterly imperceptible to the naked eye, akin to a shark sensing blood, revealing a murderous intent. As the marble floor shattered and debris flew, the headless man's figure appeared before Li Xiaoguang in the blink of an eye. Li Xiaoguang's pupils dilated in shock. Almost immediately, a blinding glint flashed before his eyes. By the time he processed what had transpired, the headless figure had already positioned itself behind him. Blood gushed forth from his waist. Then, darkness enveloped him, and he could see nothing at all. As Li Xiaoguang lay dying before his eyes, Chao Yuan's pupils constricted, and he instinctively reached for the hilt of the knife in his grasp. At that moment, Lin Xia seized his wrist with one hand and placed the other over his mouth, signaling him to be silent. Chapter 164. The strongest and the weakest. Upon witnessing Lin Xia's actions, Chao Yuan inhaled deeply, gradually retracting his hand from the knife's hilt. After the headless man cleaved Li Xiaoguang in half, he exhibited no intention of attacking Lin Xia and Chao Yuan. Instead, he stood quietly, his figure slightly angled toward the two, dragging the executioner's blade as if deep in contemplation. Simultaneously, an intense darkness enveloped Lin Xia, shrouding Chao Yuan within its depths. In this abyss, the rhythmic beating of their hearts was deliberately muted by Lin Xia, preventing any sound from escaping into the void. Satisfied that no noise was present, the headless man pivoted, dragging his exaggeratedly shaped executioner's knife, and continued to move slowly forward. As the silhouette of the headless man receded into the distance, Lin Xia was about to exhale in relief when, suddenly, the surrounding space distorted once more. The environment shifted rapidly, and when everything stabilized, the corridor before them had transformed into a dormitory, with the headless man's figure vanished without a trace. Lin Xia retracted the dark energy, releasing his grip on Chao Yuan's arm. With the threat seemingly dissipated, Chao Yuan exhaled a long sigh of relief. Li Xiaowang. Rest assured, he is not dead, Lin Xia remarked with a smile, seemingly aware of Chao Yuan's unspoken thoughts. Not dead? Chao Yuan was taken aback, yet he vividly recalled the fatal blow he had witnessed. Just an illusion, Lin Xia replied. Lin Xia shook his head. In the fleeting moment before the knife struck Li Xiaowang, my mental acuity detected the sudden presence of two individuals who instantaneously transported Li Xiaowang away while simultaneously creating an extraordinarily lifelike replica of him, which was then severed in two. If my assumptions are correct, these must be the methods employed by the instructors. Chao Yuan appeared to have had a revelation. Are you suggesting that the corpses we previously encountered in the cafeteria, as well as the female corpse we just saw in the corridor, were all illusions? Indeed, at first, I failed to discern the truth. Had it not been for the exchange that occurred just moments ago, I would not have realized this predicament. Chao Yuan exhaled. The scene of Li Xiaowang being abruptly bisected resurfacing in his mind, causing his brow to furrow slightly. That mysterious entity possesses astonishing speed and strikes with remarkable ferocity. In a direct confrontation, we would undoubtedly be outmatched. Quite so, yet its vulnerabilities are also conspicuous. Sound? Following the recent events, Chao Yuan noted the peculiar nature of this enigma. It seems to exclusively target objects that emit sound within its vicinity. Li Xiaowang's demise was due to having uttered a word in its presence. True, but this may not necessarily be considered a weakness. It could be classified as a triggering mechanism. Lin Xia pondered for a moment before continuing. Perhaps its inherent speed is not particularly great. Yet it can keenly detect nearby sound sources and then move with a velocity that nearly resembles teleportation. No. This still does not adequately explain why its strikes are executed with such rapidity. Could it be that Lin Xia has suddenly grasped something significant? His expression gradually grew solemn. Could it be that any sound in the vicinity enhances its speed? Or perhaps, the louder the surrounding noises, the swifter its movements? Lin Xia furrowed his brow and mused. If that is indeed the case, then this mystery is exceedingly perilous. If carelessly cast into a corner of a modern metropolis, it could wield terrifying destructive power. A nightclub assassin? A KTV maniac? Is that the implication? Lin Xia continued. If so, its weaknesses are glaringly apparent. By employing certain forbidden items or deliberately minimizing movement sounds, even a being of the pool realm could potentially eliminate it. In any case, if my conjecture holds true, this is a bizarre mystery that can be both formidable and pitiably weak at the same time. Given this, why did we not terminate it immediately? Because this possibility only just occurred to me. Lin Xia shrugged. I am not a deity. How could I conceive so much in such a brief span? What shall we do now? Let us search gradually. If my reasoning is accurate, that mystery cannot possess spatial powers, which means there exists another Chuan realm mystery here. All right. Outside the three buildings, Bailey Pang Pang hurriedly dashed to the entrance, panting heavily, and knocked on the glass door. Is anyone there? Is anyone there? He had waited by the door for quite some time, yet there was no sign of movement. With determination, he gritted his teeth and began to push the door. But no matter how hard he tried, it would not budge. Finally, the portly figure took a couple of steps back, retrieved a piece of chalk from his pocket, and let out a huff. Such trivial tactics, attempting to hinder me? He grasped the chalk firmly and drew a circle of moderate size on the glass door. As the powder connected seamlessly, the center of the glass door began to ripple, and the glass within the circle vanished without a trace. Bailey squeezed through the circle, effortlessly entering the third building. Molly, I have come to rescue you, Bailey declared with unwavering conviction. However, as he took a step forward, the surrounding space began to distort. In his astonished gaze, the environment shifted rapidly. The staircase disappeared, replaced by an ordinary storage room. What on earth? Is this a dream heist? Bailey muttered, scanning his surroundings and choosing a direction to proceed. After traversing several dormitories and corridors, Bailey found himself utterly lost within this chaotic labyrinth of space. Logically, the building was not vast, yet it felt as though he could never reach the end. Rubbing his head, Bailey hesitated for a moment, then took a deep breath and shouted, Molly. Chao Yuan. Where are you? His voice echoed through the convoluted rooms, diminishing into faintness, and he sighed in resignation. Once. At that moment, a faint dragging sound emanated from a distance. Bailey Pang Pang turned to gaze in the direction of the noise, a soft gasp escaping his lips. The dragging grew ever closer, accompanied by the distinct sounds of doors opening and closing. Something felt amiss. Bailey Pang Pang murmured under his breath. Hesitating momentarily before retrieving the one transforms into 3000 sword from his pocket, gripping it tightly in his hand, and deftly placing the eye of true sight upon the bridge of his nose. The dragging sound approached ominously, seemingly only a room away now. As Bai Li Pang Pang stood alert, his brow slightly furrowed. Suddenly, two figures emerged from the opposite side of the wall, one of whom abruptly seized Bai Li Pang Pang's wrist. Just as he prepared to cry out, a hand swiftly covered his mouth. "Do not speak, follow me," Molly warned, casting a wary glance toward the door, lowering her voice. Upon recognizing Molly, Bai Li Pang Pang's eyes sparkled with recognition, and he nodded fervently. The other female soldier grasped Molly's hand, and Molly in turn took hold of Bai Li Pang Pang's as the three of them silently retreated towards the wall. A ripple spread across the surface, and their figures vanished within. Crossing through the wall, Bai Li Pang Pang found himself on the balcony of a dormitory. He was about to utter a word when Molly firmly covered his mouth again, shaking her head in warning. Thud, thud, thud. On the other side of the wall, heavy footsteps and the sound of something being dragged drew nearer, halting right before the wall where the three were concealed, as if sensing something amiss. Bai Li Pang Yang seemed to have sensed something, holding his breath and remaining utterly still in place, while Molly and another female soldier mirrored his actions. After a brief moment, a sound echoed once more, gradually moving away into the distance. It was only when she confirmed it had retreated far enough that Molly slowly released her hand from Bai Li Pang Pang's mouth. He blinked, a hint of regret and nostalgia flickering in his eyes. "Did you intend to court death with such a loud shout?" Molly glared at Bai Li Pang Pang, recalling his foolish act of bellowing moments earlier, and chastised him in a hushed tone. Bai Li Pang Pang, feeling wronged, replied, "How was I to know I shouldn't make a sound? By the way, what exactly was that thing?" "Mysterious, the enigma of the Chuan realm." Molly's expression grew increasingly grave. "We refer to it as the Sound Hunter." "Sound Hunter?" he echoed, bewildered. "It hunts the source of sound, automatically tracing its origin. And the louder the surrounding noise, the stronger it becomes." "You seem remarkably well informed," Molly shot him a glance. After a brief silence, she continued, "This intelligence has been procured at the cost of the lives of several of our sisters." Bai Li Pang Pang was taken aback. "We do not know when this mysterious entity first emerged. At that time, most of us were still ensconced in slumber. Subsequently, someone was the first to discover its presence and screamed, only to be instantly bisected by the Sound Hunter. Yet that scream roused the others, and soon everyone became aware of this enigma. In our ignorance of its patterns, we surged forth, only to lose numerous sisters in battle, before we finally comprehended its lethal mechanisms. Fortunately, there was a girl named Zhang Xiao, whose ability allowed her to connect the thoughts of multiple individuals through mental links, facilitating communication across distances. Consequently, we swiftly fell silent, resorting to this form of thought exchange. It was during this moment that we realized the softer the sound, the weaker it became. Just as we were preparing to employ our voices to vanquish it, the surrounding space began to distort, forcibly separating us. Bai Li, somewhat pale in complexion, asked, "Are you saying that a dozen new recruits have truly perished? However, wasn't this supposed to be a drill?" "A drill?" Molly scoffed. "When you witness that enigmatic killer with your own eyes, when you see your familiar comrades being cleaved in two, will you still consider this a mere exercise? What kind of drill would exact such a heavy toll of lives?" A fierce intent ignited in Molly's eyes. "I must personally slay that mystery." Bai Li fell silent for a moment. "So what now?" "Follow me," Molly asserted, her hand once more gripping Bai Li's wrist as she nodded towards a nearby female soldier. The soldier led the two of them through several walls, ultimately arriving at the hot water room. This was arguably the largest chamber in the entire building. Originally situated on the far right of the first floor for the new recruits to fetch hot water, its size comparable to 3 combined rooms. Now, within this expansive space, dozens of female soldiers sat on the floor, divided into 3 groups. Each small cluster held a drawing board, seemingly documenting something, and all maintained a profound silence. Their movements graceful, as if they could communicate merely through their gazes. Bai Li Pang Pang stood in astonishment at the extraordinary scene before him. Molly gestured toward one of the girls, and in the next moment, a faint glow emanated from the girl's fingertips. Suddenly, a cacophony of sounds resonated within Bai Li Pang Pang's mind. As if he had donned headphones directly in his brain, the clarity of the sounds was remarkable. No, that couldn't be right. Sister Molly had just mentioned during her reconnaissance that room 46 was adjacent to a corridor that had been rotated 90 degrees, rather than being a dormitory. Sister Ling. The room distribution map for Zone 5 is nearly complete. Could you see if it can be integrated with that of Zone 4? Show me the master map from 10 minutes ago. I believe I am beginning to understand something. Yes, this is indeed a 90-degree rotation. The original cross-section there has been rotated 270 degrees, thus it appears inverted. Remarkably, though everyone present was silent, Bailey Pang could hear their discussion with astonishing clarity. This was the essence of Zhang Xiao's mental link, allowing for direct communication through thought. However, the realm of the Forbidden Ruins was limited, only extending to the two adjacent rooms. Molly's voice resonated in Bailey Pong's mind. What are they doing? They are drafting a real-time spatial distribution map of the three buildings. Molly's gaze fell upon the bustling crowd, where the enigmatic force controlling space had allied with the hunter. We had previously attempted to eliminate the hunter on several occasions. Yet each time we were on the brink of success, the fabric of space would be disrupted. Thus, we endeavored to discern the patterns underlying these spatial disturbances. Xiaoling's unique ability to traverse terrain unimpeded allowed her and me to function as scouts, navigating through each chamber and subsequently returning to relay a systematic enumeration of the rooms. Their task was to illustrate, compile, and synthesize our findings. Bai Li, wide-eyed with astonishment, inquired about our audacity. How did you conceive of such a plan? Each individual possesses unique strengths. Among our female soldiers, we also have intellects like Lin Xia. Molly's gaze shifted to the young girl seated at the heart of the group. Deep in contemplation over the array of blueprints before her, a flicker of pride illuminating her eyes. We owe our progress to Aji, who has consistently guided us. She was the first to identify the hunter's lethal mechanisms and the origin of our current predicament, as well as the one who proposed the search for patterns and spatial fluctuations. However, while Lin Xia excels in reasoning and combat, Aji is best suited as a pure strategist. Have you made any discoveries? Bali asked, curiosity piqued. Aji replied, not far off. Amidst the throng, Aji sat ensconced among the dense blueprints, comparing two distribution maps from different time periods, the light in her eyes intensifying. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, she sprang up from the ground. I've got it. Aji tightly clutched the blueprint in her hands, her eyes brimming with excitement. I've discerned the pattern of spatial disruptions. Chapter 166. The ambush, the familiar sound echoed, prompting Lin Xia and Chao Yuan to halt simultaneously. The 6 rooms, up, down, left, right, front, and back, swiftly transformed before settling at a particular juncture. Once again, space had warped, and the surroundings morphed anew. Lin Xia, who had been with his eyes closed, attuned to his environment, gradually opened his eyes. Horizontally, 19, 27, 33, 20, 17. Vertically, 04, 09, 37, 18, 23. Sitting on the ground, Lin Xia furrowed his brow, murmuring incessantly. His fingers glided gently over the tiles, seemingly calculating or perhaps sketching something. Meanwhile, Chao Yuan sat beside him, clutching his knife. Watching Lin Xia's enigmatic musings with a sense of helplessness, feeling rather foolish in contrast. After murmuring for over 2 minutes, Lin Xia let out a long sigh and gradually rose to his feet. What is the verdict? Chao Yuan could not help but inquire. My mental prowess can only encompass a radius of 100 meters. During instances of spatial distortion, the variations I can detect are incomplete. However, I have discerned certain clues. Lin Xia pondered for a moment, gesturing in the void with his hands. Although spatial distortion appears intricate, it fundamentally consists of merely 2 basic transformations: horizontal rotation and vertical rotation. Each rotation occurs at right angles, and the starting cross-section for rotation is variable. While only one cross-section can be rotated at a time, the speed of rotation is exceedingly rapid, creating the illusion of spatial chaos. Chao Yuan, listening nearby, felt overwhelmed. So, have you foreseen the patterns of spatial change? No, the information I possess remains too superficial, and the frequency of my observations is insufficient, Lin Xia replied, shaking his head. After a moment of contemplation, he uncertainly added, yet, I cannot shake the feeling that this pattern of change seems familiar. As Lin Xia contemplated, the familiar sound of dragging once again echoed from the distance. The expressions of both men tightened, and they exchanged a silent glance, instinctively placing their hands upon the hilts of their blades. Lin Xia had previously asserted that once they deciphered this enigmatic killing mechanism, their combat prowess would render the eradication of this mystery a manageable task. They traversed this chaotic space to grasp the patterns of change. Should they encounter the mysterious entity once more, their direct extermination would be favorable. A profound darkness radiated from Lin Xia, causing the items in the dormitory, such as the thermos, teacups, and coat rack, to gradually rise and hover around him. Lin Xia cast a glance at Chao Yuan, who immediately understood and slowly made his way towards the door behind them. The cramped confines of the dormitory made it exceedingly difficult to engage in combat with the headless man. The limited space for evasion was decidedly unfavorable for them, necessitating a change of location. Creak. Lin Xia had pushed the door gently, yet it emitted a faint sound, a sign of its inherent flaws. Under normal circumstances, this would be inconsequential. However, in the current situation, the noise was alarmingly conspicuous. Lin Xia's pupils constricted, and without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly retreated, with Chao Yuan mirroring his actions. In the next instant, a massive shadow swept through the two rooms, the glint of a decapitating blade flashing ominously. And the door that had made the sound was cleaved into two halves in an instant. Within the pitch-black void of the divine ruins, Lin Xia's voice was as silent as a specter, while Chao Yuan, in an effort to minimize noise, had long since removed his shoes, walking barefoot to this moment, landing almost soundlessly on the ground. Now, Lin Xia and his companion found themselves in a long corridor, which, although not at ground level, offered considerably more space than the dormitory. After severing the door, the headless man lingered for a moment, dragging his massive, decapitating blade, slowly advancing forward. Unbeknownst to him, the two were present. Lin Xia exchanged another glance with Chao Yuan, who nodded in response, leaning against the left wall, regulating his breath to minimize his heartbeat and sound. Meanwhile, Lin Xia leaned against the opposite side, resembling a phantom in the darkness, exuding no discernible aura. The headless man's imposing figure nearly filled the entire corridor as he dragged his beheading blade behind him, advancing step by step. Fortunately, both Lin Xia and Chao Yuan were of slender build, allowing them to lean against the sides of the corridor and deftly evade his path. Had a corpulent individual been present, the headless man would likely have collided with his belly, bewildered, and struck a fatal blow. As the headless man moved forward at a deliberate pace, the moment he brushed past Lin Xia and Chao Yuan, a glint of brilliance flickered in Lin Xia's eyes. His hand, resting upon the hilt of his blade, suddenly tightened. Clang! The twin blades were unsheathed in an instant. Simultaneously, on the other side, Chao Yuan grasped the hilt of his weapon with fervor, black flames of malevolence erupting from the scabbard, coursing along the blade as he unleashed a swift strike. 3 blades were unleashed, one aimed at the headless man's hand, while the other 2 targeted his chest. At the very moment the sound of the blades unsheathing echoed, it was as if the headless man had come to life, wielding his beheading blade with astonishing speed. Clang! A resounding collision ensued as the beheading blade met Chao Yuan's blackened flame sword. Though the frenzied power of Chao Yuan had initially surpassed that of the headless man, in that instant of impact, the headless man's strength multiplied severalfold, cleaving both man and blade against the nearby wall. Boom! Chao Yuan's body was forcefully thrust through the wall, crashing into the dormitory, dust and debris swirling around. In that fleeting moment, Lin Xia's twin blades plunged into the chest of the headless man. The straight blade plunged into the firm muscle, just as it was on the verge of piercing the heart. A thunderous crash echoed from the wall shattered by the frenzied Chao Yuan. In that instant, the headless man's body hardened severalfold, his rock-like muscles firmly ensnaring Lin Xia's blade, preventing it from advancing even a fraction. Lin Xia's pupils dilated in shock. According to their original plan, their ambush should have undeniably killed or gravely wounded the headless man. Yet, he never anticipated that, despite its lack of a brain, the headless man possessed a surprising level of cunning, capable of generating sound in a silent environment to augment its attributes. Had it not been for the reverberating crash from Chao Yuan's assault, the headless man would have already been a lifeless corpse. Is this the mystery of Chuanjing? Even with a complete understanding of its mechanisms, successfully delivering a fatal blow remains exceedingly challenging. Lin Xia decisively relinquished the hilt, allowing the 2 blades to remain embedded in the headless man's chest as he swiftly retreated like a leaf caught in the wind. Simultaneously, the headless man's second strike sliced through the air with lightning speed. The edge of the decapitating blade grazed Lin Xia's forehead. Had it not been for Lin Xia's rapid reflexes and swift movements, this strike would have been sufficient to end his life. Lin Xia extended a finger, lightly curling it, causing the 2 blades lodged in the headless man's chest to tremble violently before hurtling back, though the blades had carved grotesque wounds into its body. Not a single drop of blood spurted forth, as if blood were a concept that simply did not exist for it. Two straight blades flew back into Lin Qiye's hands as he gracefully alighted upon the ground, making not a whisper. Thud. Simultaneously, the malevolent black flames surrounding the frenzied Chao Yuan surged violently, propelling him like an arrow towards the headless man. A sinister grin adorning his face as he swung his blades. Upon generating a louder sound, the headless man swiftly abandoned his pursuit of Lin Qiye, redirecting his attention to Chao Yuan, their colossal executioner's blade clashing once more with the black flame-infused sword. Chao Yuan was once again sent hurtling backwards, crashing through another wall. Cackling incessantly, he resembled an indefatigable beast, repeatedly struck down, yet always managing to rise with a wicked smile, ready to strike again. While the headless man possessed the ability to annihilate other recruits with a single blow, he found himself at a loss against the overtly formidable Black King Annihilation. In the absence of any deliberate commotion, he could do little more than be ground beneath Chao Yuan's relentless assault. However, with every clash of blades and each time Chao Yuan was flung away, the ensuing thunderous sound temporarily augmented the headless man's combat prowess, turning the tide against the frenzied Chao Yuan. Yet, to claim his life would require more time. After all, in this state, Chao Yuan's vitality was more formidable than that of a cockroach. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye stood by like a specter, silently observing as the frenzied Chao Yuan was pummeled into the ground by the headless man, a resigned sigh escaping his lips. If only Chao Yuan still retained some semblance of sanity, could he cease his foolish laughter and temper his movements, he would have long since dispatched the headless man. Alas! He suddenly realized that allowing Chao Yuan to take action had been a grievous error. He. The two had no idea how many rooms they had traversed, as the frenzied Chao Yuan once again emerged from the rubble, unsteadily gripping his blade. A sinister grin plastered across his face as he swung the knife towards the headless man. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye quietly trailed alongside them, seeking an opportune moment to strike and eliminate the headless man, yet he dared not draw too close, lest he be swept into the fray by the indiscriminate Chao Yuan. Just then, the surrounding rooms began to shift without warning. They were changing once more. Lin Qiye was startled and hastened toward the room where the two were locked in combat. At the very moment he was about to step inside, the room before him abruptly vanished, replaced by a series of rapidly changing chambers. Once the environment stabilized, Lin Qiye found that his mental perception could no longer detect the presence of either combatant. Another mysterious entity concealed within the building sought to prevent him from intervening. Lin Qiye quickly grasped the cause of this disarray, his brows knitting tightly. Without him lurking on the sidelines, the odds of the frenzied Chao Yuan prevailing against the headless man diminished significantly. Chao Yuan's mental strength was insufficient to sustain his deranged state for long, while the headless man could continually harness the sounds of battle to bolster his own prowess. Should this attrition continue, Chao Yuan would inevitably find himself in a precarious position. It appears that the second enigmatic entity, shrouded in darkness, possesses a formidable intellect as well. Lin Qiye hesitated for but a moment before he commenced his rapid navigation through the myriad rooms, his mental acuity enveloping each surrounding chamber in an effort to locate the two individuals embroiled in chaos once more. With the headless man now entangled by Chao Yuan, there was no longer a need for him to tread lightly. He thus unleashed his full velocity, racing forth with abandon. Were it not for his lack of capacity for large-scale destruction, he would have commenced tearing down the building. Lin Qiye's silhouette glided past room after room until abruptly, he halted in his tracks. Within his mental perception, beyond the seemingly endless chambers, he detected something distinctly unusual. Turning his gaze towards the wall on his right, it was as if his eyes could penetrate through it to behold a peculiar spherical void beyond the two rooms. Indeed, beyond those chambers lay not more rooms, but rather a spherical void, akin to a fruit's core, enfolded within layers upon layers of surrounding rooms. Within this void, a silver three-tiered cube floated serenely, emanating an eerie luminescence. Lin Qiye's eyes narrowed slightly. The presence of a suspended cube in the heart of this chaotic space struck him as decidedly abnormal. Thus, if his surmises were accurate, it could only be the second enigmatic entity concealed within these three structures. However, the form of this entity was something Lin Qiye had never anticipated. Thus far, all the enigmas he had encountered were living beings. Never had he come across an object, especially one of such modern design. Could it possibly be a forbidden artifact rather than an entity of mystery? The notion had barely taken root in Lin Qiye's mind when he promptly dispelled it. His mental acuity allowed him to discern the presence of life fluctuations within the cube. And if it were indeed a forbidden object, how could it possess such profound intelligence? The cube. So that is it. Lin Xia appeared to grasp something, his eyes gradually brightening. He had unraveled the intricate patterns behind the spatial disarray of the three buildings. The cube? Bai Li, plump and astonished, listened to Aziz's telepathic communication. Indeed, the chaotic arrangement of all the rooms in this building was fundamentally based on the concept of the cube. Aziz spoke with conviction, positing that if each room were likened to a small square on a cube, then the entire trio of structures essentially resembled an irregular n-dimensional cube, the exact dimensions of which shifted continuously, presumably in accordance with that enigmatic will. Each instance of spatial chaos could be viewed as a rapid shuffling of an n-dimensional cube, with the positions of its smaller squares changing at an accelerated pace, thus creating the illusion of being untraceable. However, in truth, as long as one mastered the direction and angle of each rotation of the cube, one could predict its transformations. In essence, our entire space has become a cube, and that mysterious entity is the player manipulating it. I have compiled and summarized the schematics of the first 32 instances of disarray, elucidating the patterns in its shuffling. Consequently, starting from the next occurrence, I will be able to forecast the trajectory of the changes. Upon hearing Aji's words, the room erupted with excitement. They had toiled long and hard over their analyses and drawings, eagerly awaiting Aji's proclamation. Furthermore, Aji's voice resonated once more. I have uncovered the location of the elusive entity. Chapter 168, The General. Thus, we must now make a pivotal decision. Aji rose slowly, her expression grave. Should we first confront the enigmatic force that distorts reality, or shall we seek to eliminate the Sound Hunter? The number of female soldiers present was not considerable, and a portion, like Aji, lacked combat prowess. Hence, dividing their forces was not feasible. They could only tackle the threat sequentially, making the order of engagement crucial. Certainly, we must first eliminate the Sound Hunter, an indignant voice proclaimed. Indeed, she took the life of my sister, Xiaoya. I shall avenge her. Eliminate the Sound Hunter. It has claimed so many of our sisters. It must perish. Yes, we shall vanquish it. The voices of the female soldiers surged in unison, their resolve unwavering. Though they appeared delicate and slight, the fierceness within their hearts rivaled that of any warrior. They were, indeed, the Night Watchers. Very well, Aji nodded. Lowering her gaze to the newly drawn blueprint in her hands, she swiftly began calculations. I will conduct preliminary simulations of the forthcoming two distortions to prevent the second entity from manipulating space to allow the Sound Hunter to escape. As the next distortion commences, it shall be our opportunity to hunt the Sound Hunter. Lin Xia pondered for a moment, refraining from hastily traversing the two rooms to eliminate the cube within the void. Instead, he seated himself, delicately tracing symbols of darkness upon the white walls with the tips of his fingers. Although he appeared to be in close proximity to the cube, there existed no direct passage. Rather, there were 4 continuous walls separating him from it. The intellect of the cube surpassed his expectations, as it adeptly utilized the rotating rooms to seal off all adjacent sides with walls. This indicated that to reach the void, he would need to breach these 4 walls in succession. While this task was not insurmountable for Lin Xia, the crux lay in the fact that during the time he spent breaking through, the cube would inevitably perceive his intentions, recognizing its own vulnerability and consequently disrupting the spatial arrangement. At that point, Lin Xia would be left uncertain as to where he might be relocated. If only there existed a forbidden realm capable of traversing walls. With a sigh, Lin Xia acknowledged that he could only rely on his own ingenuity to devise a method to break the blockade and reach the void. In this moment, he finally comprehended the instructor's enigmatic intentions behind these challenges. The strange spider outside the 3 buildings tested physical prowess and mental fortitude. The headless man wielding a decapitating blade assessed observation and temperament, while the cube before him evaluated wisdom. The spider roaming the campus, in theory, could be vanquished if one possessed sufficient strength. However, the circumstances within the 3rd building differ significantly. To eliminate the headless man, one must conquer the dread of being bisected and discern the mechanics of his lethal capabilities through sacrifice. Conversely, to vanquish the Rubik's Cube, one must grasp the intricate workings of the entire 3rd building. In a sense, the challenge of defeating the Rubik's Cube is paramount. After what seemed like an eternity, as Lin Xia had nearly inscribed the entire wall with his thoughts, he finally exhaled deeply, stepping back a couple of paces, a faint golden hue emerging in his eyes. Success or failure hinged upon this decisive moment. He slightly inclined his body, and the abyssal divine ruins rapidly expanded, enveloping a radius of 30 meters. He refrained from extending it to 50 meters, for such an action would certainly ensnare the Rubik's Cube within, thus alarming it. 30 meters was precisely sufficient to cover the four walls before him, and his sole objective was to penetrate that void in the shortest span of time. Once he entered the void, the Rubik's Cube would be unable to displace him through spatial distortion. Lin Xia inhaled deeply, propelling himself forth like a swift arrow. Simultaneously, his gaze sharpened, and a menacing fissure tore open in the center of the four walls within the confines of the abyssal divine ruins, as if an invisible hand had brutally wrenched them apart. In an instant, Lin Xia's form flickered before the first wall. The twin blades were drawn. The two straight swords effortlessly cleaved through the first wall, now marred by cracks, and without the slightest hesitation, Lin Xia surged towards the second wall. Flash! Flash! With two swift slashes, the second and third walls exploded in response. This process appeared sluggish, yet in reality, only a fleeting second had elapsed since Lin Xia made his move. Just as he was about to make contact with the final wall, the magic cube finally reacted, transforming from a three-dimensional silver cube into an irregular shape with over 40 dimensions, rapidly twisting in motion. Lin Xia's eyes narrowed sharply. Instead of striking the last wall, he forcefully kicked off from a nearby cabinet, propelling himself swiftly in the direction he had originally come from. Just as he barely retreated back into the previous chamber, the surrounding environment shifted dramatically, with the room closest to the void rotating into the farthest corner. Meanwhile, the chamber Lin Xia occupied gradually came to a halt after a series of rotations. A smile crept onto Lin Xia's lips as he turned his gaze towards the wall on his right. He advanced slowly, wielding two straight blades to carve a substantial opening in the wall. Behind it lay a spherical void with a radius of over 3 meters. At the center of this void, a silver cube hovered silently, its surrounding radiance seemingly dimmer than before. Indeed, one cannot disrupt space consecutively. Lin Xia observed the silver cube before him and spoke calmly. From the very beginning, he had no intention of breaching all four walls at once to enter the void. The peril of racing against time was far too great. Therefore, he had placed all his bets on the second disruption of space. Through the previously mastered trajectories of the Rubik's Cube, the next room closest to the core of the cube, specifically the penultimate chamber, was calculated in advance after the next disarray. Lin Xia's imposing demeanor was intended to intimidate this highly intelligent cube, compelling it to undergo a second spatial distortion. Consequently, it would be unable to disrupt the space again in such a short span of time, and at this moment, Lin Xia had already arrived before it. In chess terms, it could be likened to a checkmate. Lin Xia murmured to himself, gripping two straight blades, leaping towards the void ahead. Simultaneously, in the hot water room, the space was once more thrown into chaos, causing the layout of surrounding chambers to transform rapidly. All the girls were momentarily dazzled, abruptly rising from the ground. The time had come. Molly slowly clenched her fists, the air around her fists seeming to distort with the vibrations. In their eyes burned a fierce fighting spirit. The hunt for the Sound Hunter commenced. Chapter 169. The hunt within the disordered chamber. 3 groups of female soldiers dispersed in different directions, swiftly searching along a designated path. Bai Li, following Molly's group, after traversing several dormitories, lowered her voice to inquire, "Why are we splitting up? Aren't we here to hunt the Sound Hunter? With so few of us, isn't it unwise to separate?" Molly retorted irritably, "Are you suggesting that a group of dozens is not loud enough when moving together? Moreover, diverging paths do not imply recklessly sacrificing oneself. Although we currently grasp the chaotic patterns of space, the precise location of the hunter remains elusive. As long as one group discerns the whereabouts of the hunter, the other 2 groups can swiftly encircle the target. Such a simple principle eludes your understanding. What occupies the minds of you affluent science?" Bali pondered momentarily. "Is it all you? Begone." Molly suppressed the urge to send the rotund figure sprawling with a forceful slap, inhaling deeply as she advanced silently and swiftly. Suddenly, the girl leading the group halted, prompting everyone to hold their breath and scan their surroundings with heightened vigilance. "Did you hear something?" she inquired, her brow furrowed. "What sound?" Bali strained his ears but discerned nothing. "The sounds of battle," Molly replied, a hint of perplexity crossing her features. It was strange, logically. The other 2 groups would not engage the hunter, so why was there the sound of conflict? Moreover, it seemed to be drawing closer. The expression of Aji, trapped in the center, grew increasingly grave. Prepare for combat. The group inhaled deeply, minimizing the sounds they made while tightening their grip on their makeshift weapons. However, having been ensnared within these 3 buildings from the outset, they had no means to retrieve genuine weapons from the warehouse. Thus, most of them wielded items like fruit knives and iron pipes disassembled from the hot water room, resembling a ragtag assembly of street brawlers at first glance. The sounds grew increasingly closer, and even Bailey Pang Pang could distinctly hear the shattering of walls, accompanied by the clanging of metal, interspersed with a bizarre laughter. Bailey Pang Pang was momentarily taken aback, as he felt that this laughter seemed eerily familiar. Suddenly, a wall ahead exploded, and a figure engulfed in black flames was hurled backward, crashing heavily against another wall. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he struggled to rise, the flames flickering weakly around him. As if on the verge of extinguishing, cackling echoed in the air. As the figure steadied himself, another colossal form appeared before him with astonishing speed, brandishing an exaggerated large blade aimed straight at his waist. The clash of the black flame blade and the decapitating sword resonated with a thunderous sound, and in an instant, the body of the frenzied Chao Yuan was propelled through the wall, tumbling into another room. The headless man, momentarily swaying, followed him inside. Throughout the entire ordeal, the headless man remained oblivious to the presence of over a dozen onlookers nearby, as if the black adversary before him had captivated his full attention, witnessing the entire spectacle. The onlookers gaped in disbelief. Goodness, is that not Chao Yuan? Bailey Pong Pong's eyes widened. How could he be engaged in such a fierce battle with the Sound Hunter and not have been cleaved in half? Az, upon witnessing this scene, was equally astonished. And judging by the intensity of the confrontation, it appeared they had been fighting for quite some time. This was truly ferocious. No wonder he could overpower the instructor. What shall we do now? After a moment of contemplation, Az softly pursued, simultaneously notifying the other 2 groups to gather here as well. Having someone capable of directly confronting the Sound Hunter to divert fire for us would be a significant advantage. Excellent. The group promptly followed in the footsteps of the 2 monsters, with only Bailey, the plump one, lagging behind, glancing around in confusion, scratching his head in bewilderment. How peculiar. Chao Yuan is here, but where has Qi gone? After searching for a while, he still could not spot Lin Qi and could only shake his head, moving forward with the others. Madman Chao Yuan and the headless man had smashed through 2 dormitories. However, to say they smashed through is somewhat misleading, as it was largely a one-sided pummeling of Chao Yuan. Just as Lin Qi had anticipated, Chao Yuan's mental strength was insufficient to sustain his madness for long, and now his combat effectiveness had diminished significantly compared to the outset. He had previously managed to hold his ground against the headless man for a few exchanges, but now a single strike would send him flying. Were it not for his remarkable speed and strong survival instincts, he would have been severed in 2 by now. In just a few minutes, nearly all the female soldiers had positioned themselves around the 2 combatants. Some of those who had entered with Lin Qi but became lost among the 3 buildings were also discovered by the female soldiers and pulled into the ranks, totaling over 70 individuals. Zhang Xiaoxiao's mental network reconnected everyone, and on this thought-based platform, more convenient than radio communication, Az swiftly devised a combat plan. Madman Chao Yuan was sent flying by the headless man S-Blow, his body battered and bruised as he lay amidst the ruins. The sinister aura surrounding him gradually dissipated, and with great effort, he struggled to prop himself up, seemingly attempting to rise once more, yet this time, it appeared beyond his capabilities. In the brief silence, the headless man, wielding his executioner S-Blade, advanced step by step towards Chao Yuan. Make your move. Aziz's voice resonated in the minds of all present. In the next moment, a dozen figures surged forth from the adjacent rooms, each unleashing their distinct forbidden techniques simultaneously. The executioner's blade in the headless man's grasp trembled slightly, beginning to lift into the air. Concurrently, the dragging sound ceased abruptly, and the headless man paused, his speed significantly reduced, as if someone had pressed the slow-motion button, taking a full 10 seconds to take a single step. Indeed, Aziz's eyes sparkled with realization. Since the Sound Hunter fed on sound, the heavy blade was not merely a tool for decapitation but also served to amplify its strength through the dragging noise. If they could elevate the executioner's blade off the ground and keep the sound below a certain decibel level, defeating it would be a matter of ease. Immediately thereafter, the other figures stealthily approached the headless man, their lethal techniques poised in hand, eyes ablaze with murderous intent. At that moment, the surrounding rooms trembled ever so slightly. and chaos began to ensue once more. A jolt of apprehension coursed through everyone's hearts. As the room shifted rapidly, Aziz's eyes widened in astonishment. She realized that this spatial disarray was utterly unlike the previous pattern. This signified her foresight had been incorrect. As the surrounding rooms gradually stabilized, everyone finally realized that this space was not chaotic, but rather restored to its original state. The familiar dormitory, the continuous corridor, and the resplendent sunlight outside the corridor. The previous disorder seemed nothing more than an illusion. Building 3 had reverted to its former appearance. Chapter 170. Help. On the rooftop of Building 3, Lin Xia was crouched in the center, his dual blades sheathed. Before him lay a myriad of silver remnants scattered across the ground. Slaying a Kawa Realm entity proved to be quite the challenge, even though it lacked offensive capabilities. Lin Xia let out a long breath, murmuring to himself. Upon leaping into the void, the magic cube had forcibly distorted the space, yet this distortion did not encompass the entirety of Building 3. It merely disrupted the space between Lin Xia and itself. The outcome of this was that Lin Xia, who had been soaring gracefully in midair, was suddenly tossed about like a garment in a washing machine, spinning wildly around the magic cube, to the point of nearly expelling his bile. Fortunately, in such a short distance, Lin Xia was able to summon the abyssal divine ruins once more, enveloping the magic cube within it. Despite the backlash on his mental strength, he forcefully eroded the magic cube with darkness. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, he endured the pain and utilized both blades to reduce the magic cube to a pile of debris. It became evident that the mental prowess of the Kawa Realm entity far surpassed Lin Xia's formidable strength. Under the backlash, Lin Xia now felt as if his head were filled with glue, leaving him in a state of utter daze. He gradually settled onto the ground, his hands gently massaging his temples. After vanquishing the Rubik's Cube, he distinctly felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body, reminiscent of the moment he had defeated the Nanda snake demon. If all went as expected, its soul was also confined within the psychiatric institution. Yet, what purpose could a mere Rubik's Cube serve as a caregiver? Merely a toy for Merlin? Lin Xia momentarily cast aside these tumultuous thoughts, preparing to clear his mind and enter a meditative state to restore his mental strength. Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, he slowly rose from the ground and meticulously gathered the scattered fragments of the Rubik's Cube. These could potentially be crucial summoning materials. They must not be squandered. Having completed this task, Lin Xia finally felt at ease and entered a meditative state. On the 4th floor of Building 3. Restored? Why? As he stared blankly at the scene before her, taking a while to comprehend that someone had slain the second enigmatic entity controlling the space. All of them had been here, encircling the Sound Hunter. Who, then, had dispatched the second mystery? One must understand the chaotic patterns to eliminate such an entity. This was not something just anyone could accomplish. In that instant, for reasons unknown, the image of Lin Xia surfaced in Bai Li's mind. Aside from him, it seemed no one else could have achieved this feat. Although questions swirled within their minds, the current circumstances did not permit further contemplation. The sudden restoration of the chaotic space shattered their original plans, displacing nearly half of their group elsewhere. Fortunately, those individuals truly pivotal to the hunting operation remain present. With slight adjustments, we can continue our execution. Maintain control over its blade. The containment squad must be poised to restrain its movements at any moment, while the lethal team will heed my commands, inching closer, awaiting my orders to strike. It is imperative that we ensure a fatal blow, should we fail to eliminate it. The containment squad must act promptly. Aziz's eyes narrowed slowly, her voice reverberating in everyone's minds. Follow my lead. 3, 2, 1. Strike. In an instant, a dazzling array of lights erupted simultaneously, surging toward the still figure of the headless man. The brilliance was blinding. Outside a certain warehouse at the training camp, a group of men clad in fresh recruits' uniforms stealthily approached the perimeter of the warehouse, forming a tight encirclement that gradually closed in on the center, rendering the warehouse impenetrable. Shen Qingzhu stood before the main entrance, squinting at the edifice, his fingertips gently rubbing 2 rings. One was an ignition ring designed to detonate the air, and the other, a soul-severing blade left behind by Bai Li Pang Pang. Humph, hiding here, are we? Shen Qingzhu spoke softly. Brother Shen, what shall we do next? Should we charge in and slay it? Dang Wei, standing anxiously behind him, inquired with a mix of nervousness and anticipation. Shen Qingzhu shot him a glare. Charge, charge, charge. Can't you use your brain? What lurks within is no mere cat or dog, but the malevolent Chuan realm's mystery. Your very soul has been ensnared by it, and you still lack growth? Deng Wei, feeling wronged, scratched his head and muttered in acknowledgement. Shen Qizhu let out a frustrated sigh, retrieving the walkie-talkie and pressing the button to speak. Zhang Zhong. Have the bombs been properly set? At that moment, Zhang Zhong, a special forces soldier who had just leaped down from the eastern wall of the warehouse, took a couple of steps back to recheck the directional explosives affixed to the walls. He nodded. The bombs were indeed in place. Given their quantity, while it might not necessarily obliterate H1 entity, it would certainly inflict some damage. Shen Qingzhu set down the walkie-talkie, inhaled deeply, and spoke slowly. Next, you will lie in ambush outside the warehouse while I venture in alone. Alone? Li Jia's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother Shen, the mystery within is H1 entity. You cannot go in by yourself. Is that your place to remind me? Shen Qingzhu retorted sharply. Although that rotund figure had previously mentioned that the spider was hiding there, one could not discount the possibility that it had already departed. I must enter to ascertain the situation and gauge its strength. I find it rather peculiar that it fled so abruptly. Moreover, the area surrounding the warehouse has been rigged with explosives. Should a confrontation arise, I will instruct you to detonate the bombs. I can siphon the air around me, rendering the flames of the explosion harmless, and I can shield myself from shrapnel with a barrier of air. Your task is simply to await my signal. Once the bombs detonate, proceed with the planned assault on the wounded spider. Deng Wei and the others exchanged glances, resignedly nodding. They were all too familiar with Shen Qingzhu's character. Once he set his mind on something, it was nearly impossible to change his resolve. Shen Qizhu retrieved a piece of gum from his pocket and tossed it into his mouth, rolling his neck before striding forward with a piercing and profound gaze. He placed both hands against the heavy door of the warehouse and pushed with considerable force. Creaking loudly, the substantial door opened slightly, and Shen Qingzhu entered alone. His expression remarkably relaxed, as if he were on an outing. The warehouse was neither large nor small, roughly the size of 3 combined basketball courts. Sunlight streamed through the ventilation openings at the top, illuminating a dim corner. Dense cobwebs almost entirely covered the interior, the intricate threads weaving together to support a soft, white silk bed suspended in midair, upon which a small boy gradually opened his eyes, wiping drool from the corner of his mouth and sleepily gazing downwards. A solitary figure, and a spider locked eyes. Moments later, a chilling scream echoed through the expansive warehouse. Help! Ah! Chapter 171. This spider, though incredibly powerful, is excessively timid. Shen Qingzhu stood frozen in place. This mysterious creature can transform into a human form, and it can speak. Truly, this is the realm of Chuanjing. Such ferocity. Just as he was about to snap his fingers, the boy lying on the web bed suddenly morphed into a large, grayish-white spider, its 8 legs scuttling rapidly, vanishing in the blink of an eye to the entrance of a ventilation shaft at the top of the warehouse. What a calamity! Why is it you again? What have I done wrong that compels you all to pursue me? Villains. All of you are villains. Woe is me. Can I just escape? The grayish-white spider scurried away, crying out in panic, moving with astonishing speed. Before Shen Qingzhu could snap his fingers, it was already making its escape through the ventilation duct. Shen Qingzhu was momentarily taken aback. He had envisioned countless scenarios prior to this moment, yet he never anticipated it would flee so decisively. Am I the enigma, or is it? Why does it feel as though I am the villain in this narrative? Without hesitation, Shen Qingzhu swiftly pressed the button on the intercom, exclaiming, "It's getting away. Detonate the explosives." Boom. As his voice echoed, dozens of directional demolition explosives affixed to the exterior of the warehouse erupted simultaneously. The entire structure was obliterated, akin to a firecracker-stuffed paper cup, disintegrating under the overwhelming force and blaze. Fiery crimson flames erupted like a roaring dragon, surging from the earth to the heavens, the blinding light tinting the overhead clouds of vivid red. The ground trembled as a billowing mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. The other recruits lying in ambush around the warehouse bore witness to this cataclysmic explosion, swallowing hard in disbelief. Amidst the inferno, a half-charred spider trailed a plume of black smoke, tracing a parabolic arc through the air, slowly descending into the distance. My backside is on fire. It hurts so much. The wails echoed through the air, capturing the attention of all the recruits, their eyes glinting with excitement as they rushed towards the spot where the spider was destined to land. Meanwhile, Shen Qingzhu emerged from the flames, his body untouched by a single trace of burning. He lowered his head and coughed twice, his gaze fixated on the distant spider. Damn creature. How did it escape so effortlessly? Could it have sensed the ambush lurking nearby? Truly, it is the fierce and enigmatic Xuan realm. He muttered under his breath and, alongside others, sprinted towards the spider's direction. The spider youth, witnessing the shadows below, surged towards it like a tidal wave, broke into a cold sweat, though it was incapable of perspiring, and trembled in fear, its 8 appendages quivering. Without a moment's hesitation, it unleashed a silk thread, attaching it to a nearby building, and with a surge of momentum, it swung away into the distance. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The skilled archers among the crowd fired their weapons simultaneously, a flurry of bullets grazing the spider youth's form. It let out a shriek, momentarily stalling its swing. In that fleeting moment, 3 figures darted like lightning to its side. Their abilities were intrinsically tied to speed, and with every ounce of effort, catching up to the spider youth proved to be a trivial task. "We've got you," they exclaimed, drawing their starlit blades, slicing towards the spider youth's body in a flash. The spider youth gasped, its crimson compound eyes erupting with brilliance. The 3 assailants suddenly groaned, as though overtaken by a fainting spell, plummeting straight down. Fortunately, several individuals below caught their falling forms, calling out urgently, "It's a psychic attack, be cautious." Seizing the opportunity, the relentless pursuers unleashed their assaults, hurling flames, frost, gales, and ammunition in a torrential downpour towards the spider youth, an overwhelming onslaught. Such wickedness! I longed to return home. The young spider, with its multifaceted eyes, beheld the scene behind and let out a wail as it hovered in the air, threads of silk shooting forth from its body, adhering to the buildings on either side and instantly weaving into a colossal web. This silk, composed of an unknown material, resolutely intercepted all assaults, even obstructing the path of the new recruits. Fortunately, a newly enlisted soldier with fiery abilities intervened, scorching the mass of silk for a full 5 seconds before managing to melt it away. Yet, the pursuit of the young spider was not limited to this single path. Shen Qingzhu had already set ambushes on both flanks. They took a shortcut through the dense cluster of buildings, directly arriving before the young spider. "Clear the way! Clear the way! Clear the way!" The young spider shouted repeatedly, unleashing an invisible web of spiritual essence that instantly ensnared the foremost new recruits, forcibly extracting their spiritual forms from their physical bodies. In the air, they interwove into an intangible net. As more recruits rushed forward and collided with this great web, their physical forms passed through, but their spiritual essences were ensnared, causing them to faint instantly. Witnessing an increasing number of new recruits collapsing behind the young spider, Shen Qingzhu furrowed her brow, immediately recognizing the existence of this great web. A black light emanated from the ring on her fingertip, forming the shape of a blade, the soul-severing blade. With a powerful stomp on the ground, Shen Qingzhu cleaved through the void before her with the soul-severing blade, instantly slicing through the intangible web of spiritual essence, allowing numerous souls to return to their physical forms as the fainted recruits gradually regained consciousness. Meanwhile, the young spider, still swinging through the air like Spider-Man, let out a shriek before crashing heavily to the ground. Unlike ordinary spider webs, the soul thread is an extension of its own spirit. If the web is damaged, it shall suffer a backlash. Shen Qingzhu narrowed his eyes slightly and snapped his fingers towards the location where the spider child had fallen. With a sudden compression of the air around the spider child, a spark ignited, followed by a series of explosive flames that once again engulfed its form. Yet, this was not the end. Immediately, a swollen piece of chewing gum floated above the spider child, detonating with a resounding blast, the rolling waves of fire transforming the surrounding ground into a sea of flames. "I do not wish to perish. I do not wish to die." The grayish-white spider staggered out of the flames, swiftly climbing the vertical wall, with successive explosions erupting behind it, yet it remained unscathed. "Damn it, how can it still be alive? This is rather excessive," Shen Qingzhu cursed, forcing himself to pursue. What puzzled him was that this spider, with its formidable physical strength, mental attacks, resilient threads, and the extraordinary soul thread, possessed an astonishing power. In a direct confrontation, it might not necessarily be defeated. Even if it were, the cost would be excruciatingly high for Shen Qingzhu and his companions. Yet, why was it fleeing? The spider child screamed as it leaped over yet another building, pursued relentlessly by the new recruits, covering nearly half of the training camp. Just as it soared past another structure, it suddenly halted mid-air, astonished. On the rooftop beside it, a young boy meditating opened his eyes in confusion, their gazes colliding. Chapter 172. The exercise concludes. The spider. Lin Xia raised an eyebrow, and at that moment, the spiderling felt a jolt of dread as it hovered in the air. It was over. There were indeed ambushes lurking here. Truly, humanity is utterly vile. "Don't come closer," The spiderling's words were barely spoken when Lin Qia's gaze transformed in an instant. His left eye was as dark as ink, while his right eye shone with the brilliance of the sun. Two utterly contrasting divine presences surged through his gaze, violently invading the spider's mind, inflicting excruciating pain, as if attempting to tear apart its already wounded soul. Adu. The spiderling was struck by the sudden onslaught of divine power, its spirit shaken, rendering it rigid in midair. Unable to emit silk, it plummeted towards the ground like a stone. Lin Xia let out a muffled groan, a pallor overtaking his face. His spirit had just begun to recover, yet he forced himself to wield the dual divine powers, placing considerable strain on his psyche. However, this was not the time to dwell on such matters. Lin Qia's eyes narrowed, and an extreme darkness unfurled from him as the epicenter. With a subtle flick of his fingers, the two straight blades beside him began to tremble violently. Clang! In an instant, the twin blades were drawn, resembling two black serpents racing towards the falling spiderling's body. Empowered by the abyssal god ruins, the blades rapidly closed in on the spiderling. And just as it was about to fall beyond a 50-meter range, they plunged into its form. The blades embedded deeply within the spider's body, exiting the confines of the abyssal god ruins, before crashing heavily to the ground. Lin Xia gradually rose from the rooftop, gazing downwards. The grayish-white spider lay motionless on the ground, its blood gradually staining the earth around it crimson. Simultaneously, a warm current flowed into his body from the void. It was the soul of the spider child he had slain with his own hands. Lin Xia inhaled deeply, feeling as though he had been utterly drained, and sat on the ground, rubbing his head while murmuring softly, "Strange, I could have sworn I just heard the spider speak in human tongue. Is the after effect of my mental exhaustion truly this severe?" Meanwhile, Shen Qizhu and the others hurriedly reached the base of Building 3. Upon seeing the spider's corpse sprawled on the ground, along with the two daggers embedded in it, astonishment flickered in their eyes, and they all looked up towards the rooftop. The young man sat at the edge of the terrace, shrugging as if to say, "You were too late." Shen Qingzhu's expression was one of mild exasperation. After all their painstaking efforts and the chase that had led them through most of the training camp, it was Lin Xia who had ultimately intercepted the creature. Yet, perhaps it was for the best. This way, they could avoid casualties in a direct confrontation. "You've emerged. Does this mean the problem with Building 3 has been resolved?" Shen Qizhu inquired. "What has been dealt with?" Lin Xia replied. "One? Is there another?" "Indeed. Are you not going to assist?" Lin Xia shook his head, expressing his fatigue. "I am weary. The remainder shall be entrusted to others." Recognizing that this was merely a drill, and that his demise at the hands of the mysterious adversary would not result in true death, he saw no necessity to exert himself further in pursuit of the last of the enigmatic foes. After all, it was essential to allow others the opportunity to showcase their abilities. At that moment, Molly emerged from the third building, her form drenched in blood, dragging a severed giant hand behind her. Following her were Azzy and other female soldiers, each seemingly stained with the remnants of battle, their gazes brimming with valor. Molly discarded the dismembered limb onto the ground and spoke with an air of calm. "The last one is here." Lin Xia, taken aback, inquired, "How did only a hand remain?" "I failed to control the frequency of the vibrations. Everything else was reduced to fragments, plastered against the walls," Molly replied, her expression devoid of emotion. Lin Xia had initially intended to collect the body of this mysterious entity for his summoning ritual, but with only this hand left, his plans lay in ruins. Fortunately, there remained one hand. He grasped the scattered scabbards on the ground and leaped from the rooftop, lightly touching the outer wall with his toes, gracefully descending to the ground. He reached for the two straight blades embedded in the body of the spider child, preparing to drag its corpse away when a distant, resonant roar of vehicles reached his ears. All the new recruits turned their heads toward the approaching road. Camouflage jeeps sped toward them, the throaty growl of their engines reminiscent of a beast's roar, clouds of dust swirling in the air, and the silhouettes of instructors could be faintly discerned within. The vehicles gradually came to a halt, and the instructors disembarked one by one. The chief instructor, Yuan Gang, ambled toward the new recruits with his hands clasped behind his back, unhurried in his approach. Upon witnessing this spectacle, all the recruits instinctively straightened their spines and assumed a military stance. Yuan Gang's gaze swept across the assembly, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Excellent. I hereby declare that this Carnival Day exercise has concluded." At the mention of the word exercise, most were momentarily taken aback, especially the female soldiers trapped within Building 3. They had witnessed their comrades perish before their very eyes, driven by an unwavering resolve to seek vengeance upon the Sound Hunter. Throughout the ordeal, They had never once considered that this was merely a drill. I understand your concerns, Yuan Gang reassured, but rest assured, those who sacrificed during this exercise faced no real danger. Pausing. A glimmer of appreciation flickered in his eyes. It has been quite a while since I have witnessed such a remarkable carnival day, he continued, while you were engaged in battle. All of us instructors were diligently scoring each of your performances. Tomorrow morning, your individual scores will be posted on the bulletin board for you to review. All training scheduled for today and tomorrow is cancelled, so take this time to rest. Dismissed. At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in cheers, dispersing in all directions. Yet, Lin Xia remained silent at the back, quietly retreating while grasping the lifeless form of the spider child. Ahem. At the sound of Yuan Gang's cough, Lin Xia halted. What do you intend to do? Yuan Gang inquired, stepping closer. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Xia replied, I wish to eat braised spider legs. All the mysterious corpses that perished during this exercise must be retrieved. The braised spider hand is no longer an option. Yuan Gang shook his head. Upon hearing this, Lin Xia could only release the corpse of the spider child, his heart brimming with regret. Just then, another instructor with a peculiar expression approached Yuan Gang and whispered something in his ear. After a moment's silence, Yuan Gang silently turned his gaze towards Lin Xia's eyes. Hand over the corpse of the cube. Lin Xia blinked innocently. The cube? It has no corpse, does it? No corpse. Indeed, it is merely a cube. After I shattered it, it dissipated like sand, leaving nothing behind. Lin Xia's expression was exceedingly earnest. Yuan Gang regarded him with a strange look, and after a brief pause, shook his head without uttering another word, before turning to leave. If there is none, then so be it. Chapter 173. 2 will suffice in the instructor's conference room. The previously relaxed instructors who had been leisurely observing the exercise were now embroiled in a heated debate over the final personal scores for this exercise. No. I believe awarding by Li Tuming 17 points is excessively generous. The total score is only 20. He merely utilized the power of forbidden items to breach the spider child's soul web and contributed little else. When it came to slaying the Sound Hunter, he was not a primary force. 17 points is far too high. Yet, one cannot deny that had he not rescued those over 100 recruits, they would have been utterly incapable of confronting the spider child. Though such words are uttered, if one were to assess in this manner, Chao Yuan merely employed brute force to hold off the hunting sounder. For a few minutes, a score of 16 seems rather excessive. Nonsense. Under such conditions, the hunting sounder would rank among the elite in the Chuan realm. How could a mere Qi realm individual engage in a prolonged brawl with them? Is a score of 16 truly justified? Were you capable of such feats when you were in the Qi realm? I concur. Sheer might can indeed compensate for numerous shortcomings. So be it. Shin Qizhu shall receive a score of 16. Does anyone dissent? Wait a moment, Instructor Hong. Why have you assigned a score of 16 while the rest of us have given 17? After all, he commanded a campaign against the spiderlings and bravely entered the warehouse to confront them alone. Surely a score of 16 is too low? His volatile temperament and impulsive nature merit a deduction of 1 point. In light of this, should Yang Zi's score not be reconsidered? After all, she did not engage directly in combat. A score of 17 seems somewhat inflated. No, not at all. The circumstances in the 3 buildings differ significantly from those outside. Without Yang Zi, the female soldiers could have faced total annihilation, let alone the possibility of countering the hunting sounder. Were it not for her lack of martial prowess, I might have awarded her an 18. And what of Molly? In the tumultuous conference room, amidst the heated exchanges and fervent gestures of the instructors, Yuan Gang sat contemplatively at the opposite end of the table, grasping a score sheet for Lin Xia. After a prolonged silence, Instructor Hong approached him, bearing a substantial stack of documents. Sir, the evaluations of the others have largely been finalized, but we are hesitant to assign a score for Lin Xia. What are your thoughts? Yuan Gang raised an eyebrow slightly. Hesitant? Why the reluctance? Please, share your perspectives. Instructor Hong nodded in acknowledgement. During this exercise, Lin Xia's performance was remarkably exceptional. He was the first to deduce that the others were incapacitated due to oversleeping. Subsequently, he noticed the anomalies in Building 3 but refrained from immediate investigation, opting instead to lead his team to procure weapons. Although there were minor errors when confronting the spider child, his overall handling of the situation was commendable. In Building 3, he swiftly inferred the killing mechanism of the Sound Hunter with just a glance, and in a mere 4 instances of spatial dislocation, he discerned the underlying pattern. Successfully eliminating both the cube and the spider child, 2 entities from the Chuan realm. Furthermore, he was the sole individual capable of seeing through the disguises employed by the atmosphere team. Throughout this exercise, whether in combat prowess, insight, command ability, or deductive reasoning, Lin Xia has demonstrated a level of excellence that is unparalleled. If we were to adhere strictly to the evaluation criteria, he would undoubtedly merit at least 19 points, potentially even a perfect score. Instructor Hong paused before continuing. In truth, our dilemma lies here. If one scores 19 points, there would be no issue. However, if the score reaches 20, no recruit in our training camp has ever achieved such a high mark. Yuan Gang pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. Award him 19 points. Instructor Hong was taken aback. Why? One additional point may lead to arrogance, Yuan Gang replied, his eyes narrowing slightly. Nothing is absolutely perfect, and humanity is no exception. His fingers gently tapped the table, whispering in a tone only he could hear. Moreover, to seize the corpse of the Rubik's Cube, one must always pay a price. In the psychiatric hospital of the gods, Lin Xia, clad in a white coat and wearing plain glasses, strolled through the corridor. Today, the atmosphere of the psychiatric ward seemed remarkably tranquil. No, it should be stated that as long as Merlin does not go mad, this place will remain serene. Nix lay in a rocking chair under the sun in the courtyard, while Merlin sat alone in the reading room, engrossed in a book titled Health Preservation Manual for Middle-Aged and Elderly. Li Yifei busily chopped vegetables in the kitchen, the rhythmic sound echoing through the corridor. Everything felt so peaceful, so tranquil. Ah, it's starting to resemble a retirement home, Lin Xia mused inwardly. He did not disturb anyone. Making his way to the director's office, pushing the door open, and then veering into the underground passage. Traversing the dim, damp stone staircase for a while, Lin Xia was suddenly struck by the heart-rending cries echoing from the nearby cells. Wowa. Why? Why must you kill me? What have I done wrong? Wowa. The villains, they are all villains. They bully children. Mama, I want to go home. Wowa. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Xia was momentarily taken aback, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. What in the world? Why is a child imprisoned here? Wasn't it just a spider and a Rubik's Cube? Where did this child come from? He quickened his pace, arriving at the front of the cell, his gaze penetrating into its confines. There, he beheld a small boy with a face marred by spider-like patterns and crimson eyes, clutching a younger version of himself. Huddled in the corner, weeping uncontrollably. Upon catching sight of the boy, their eyes met, and the child abruptly ceased his sobbing. Pouting in a manner reminiscent of a hostage under duress, yearning to cry yet too fearful to do so. Upon recognizing that familiar visage, the little boy seemed to recall the moment of his own demise, his face paling in terror. Lin Xia scrutinized the boy for a moment before exclaiming in astonishment. You are the spider? You are the real pig. The boy muttered under his breath, a sound only he could perceive. Lin Xia was at a loss. To be candid, he had never envisaged that the spider was indeed a young boy. Previously, he had thought the voice he heard was merely a figment of his imagination. Now it dawned on him that it must have been the boy speaking. The thought of having harmed such a young soul weighed heavily on Lin Qia's conscience. He sighed deeply, then raised his eyes to examine the panel that materialized within the cell. Sinner, weaver of soul's choice, as the mythical being you have personally slain, you possess the authority to determine the fate of its soul. Option 1. Annihilate its soul entirely, causing it to vanish from existence. Option 2. Allow it to achieve a fear value of 60, enabling you to employ it as a hospital attendant, who, while tending to patients, can also provide a measure of protection for you. Current fear value, 359 Lin Xia. What on earth is this fear value exceeding 300? Am I truly that terrifying? Lin Xia helplessly gazed at the young boy in the cell, who suddenly shuddered, his face ashen. You. Please don't kill me. If you really crave braised spider legs, I can offer you one. 2. Even 2 would suffice. Chapter 174. Automatic Rubik's Cube. Lin Xia. Braised spider legs? With those thin little sticks of yours, how much meat could there possibly be? Lin Xia shook his head in resignation. Facing such an innocuous child, he truly could not bring himself to shatter his soul. Noticing Lin Qia's head shake, the boy's complexion grew even paler. He gritted his teeth and sorrowfully implored. Then, tell me, how many must I offer to spare my life? I can give you whatever you want. I don't want your spider legs. Lin Xia calmly replied, I want you. I'm just a child. What I mean is, I want you to work as an attendant at my hospital. Attendant? The boy blinked. What does that entail? Lin Xia pondered for a moment, accompanying the elderly gentleman in reading, amusing the elderly lady, occasionally preparing meals and doing laundry, and then running marathons. It was, in fact, quite leisurely. The young boy's eyes were filled with confusion. Although he did not understand what a marathon entailed, it seemed not entirely unpleasant. As long as he did not have to sell his own organs, that was all that mattered. As a caregiver, you truly won't harm me, will you? Of course not. No problem. The boy nodded vigorously, fearful that Lin Xia might retract his words. Lin Xia reached out, grasping at the void, and a labor contract materialized in his hand, identical to the one he had signed with Li Yifei. The section for obligations was filled with duties to be fulfilled. Yet his own responsibilities remained conspicuously empty. The sole distinction was that this contract lacked any clauses preventing the serpent demon from invading Li Yifei's body. Lin Xia handed the contract to the boy, who accepted it without hesitation, scrutinizing it carefully before nodding and picking up a pen to sign. How do I write my name? You can't read? Indeed. Yet you examined it for quite some time. Lin Xia found himself somewhat speechless. What is your name? Zhu. Lin Xia nodded and meticulously inscribed the 2 characters on his palm. Observing the boy earnestly tracing his name, a wave of guilt washed over him. Surely, this could not be considered child labor, could it? How old are you? Lin Xia could not help but inquire. I seem to be over 130 years old. What is the matter? No worries. Continue to sign. Zhu meticulously completed her signature, albeit in a somewhat crooked manner, yet it remained valid. Once this contract dissipated automatically, the door of the cell slowly creaked open. Simultaneously, a set of aquamarine caregiver attire, identical to that worn by Li Yifei, enveloped Zhu. A name tag emblazoned with the number 002 adorned her chest, marking her as the second caregiver of this psychiatric institution. What must I do now? Zhu tilted her head in inquiry. Wait a moment, there is one more thing. Lin Xia approached the adjacent cell, gazing at the levitating cube, his eyes narrowing slightly. You must have heard what I just told him, right? In the presence of Zhu, Lin Xia exhibited a commendable gentleness. However, he felt no need to extend such cordiality to the cube. I heard. A faint voice emanated from within the cube, devoid of emotional fluctuation, reminiscent of an electronic synthesized tone, with words somewhat slurred, akin to an outdated radio. Lin Xia cast a glance at the panel behind it. Criminal, chaotic cube choice. As a mythical being you have personally slain, you possess the authority to determine its soul's fate. Option 1. Annihilate its soul entirely, causing it to vanish from existence. Option 2. Allow it to achieve a cognitive recognition of your intelligence of 60, thereby employing it as a caregiver in the institution, simultaneously providing a degree of protection while tending to the patients. Current IQ recognition level, 85. Upon observing this panel, Lin Xia's eyes revealed a hint of astonishment. Utilizing IQ recognition as a criterion for employment was a novel experience for him, further indicating that the requirements for hiring each caregiver varied significantly and were likely intertwined with the enigmatic nature of each individual. For instance, Li Yifei's evaluative standard was loyalty. As for him, loyalty constituted the fundamental premise against betrayal. Conversely, for Zhu, fear served as the most effective means of control. As for the chaotic cube before him, it was inherently not a biological entity in the traditional sense and lacked emotional attributes such as loyalty and fear. To exert better control over it, one must appeal to its intellectual faculties. Lin Xia had gradually unraveled the operational mechanisms of this institution. Demonstrate your worth, he stated indifferently. My psychiatric facility does not accommodate idlers. Zhu and Li Yifei, as humanoid enigmas serving as caregivers, were undoubtedly competent. However, the prospect of employing a cube left him pondering its utility, save for allowing Merlin to toy with it. After a brief silence, the cube articulated something in a mechanical voice directed at Lin Xia, causing his eyes to gradually brighten. If that is the case, it may possess some utility. Lin Xia rubbed his chin, feeling a stir of interest. Subsequently, he retrieved a contract and formalized an employment agreement with the cube. As the contract dissipated, the door to the cell slowly creaked open. The cube floated in midair, devoid of a corporeal form, and thus it had not donned any caregiver's uniform. Instead, a nameplate was embedded within one of its facets, inscribed with the number 003. Lin Xia regarded the 2 new caregivers before him, nodding in satisfaction as he led them back into the psychiatric hospital. There, he spotted Li Yifei, adorned in an apron and chef's hat, hastily navigating the corridor while balancing a tray of dishes. Upon encountering the trio, he halted abruptly, his expression one of bewilderment. The director? Li Yifei's confused gaze traversed past Lin Xia, landing on Zhu, who was similarly clad in caregiver attire. After a moment of shock, he exclaimed, "A new caregiver." Lin Xia offered a brief introduction. "This is Zhu, and that is the cube." Instantly, Li Yifei's eyes brimmed with tears as he trembled. placing the dishes on the table before enveloping Lin Xia in an embrace, weeping profusely. "Xia, you truly care for me. I am utterly exhausted." Li Yifei then turned his gaze towards Zhu and the cube with fervor. Zhu appeared somewhat unfazed, yet upon witnessing the levitating cube, he was rendered speechless. What purpose does this contraption serve? Lin Xia subtly gestured towards the cube. It quivered slightly before spinning rapidly. In the next instant, the dirty clothes from the hamper were seamlessly transported into its vicinity, swirling around at an astonishing speed. Simultaneously, a sphere of clear water and a bar of soap materialized, enveloping the soiled garments perfectly without a single drop escaping within a 2-meter radius, amalgamating and agitating in the air. Li Yifei's eyes widened in astonishment, his entire being quaking with excitement. A mechanical voice emanated from the cube, proclaiming the services of the fully automatic washing machine, dryer, dishwasher, and mahjong machine. Chapter 175, The Summoning Ritual. How wonderful! How wonderful! Li Yifei exclaimed, exuberant like a child weighing 200 pounds, finally liberated from the drudgery of hand-washing clothes and dishes. You have no idea how many calluses have formed on my hands during this time. It has been quite the ordeal. Lin Xia observed the cube's remarkably efficient washing speed, nodding in satisfaction. This caregiver is indeed a worthwhile investment. Li Yifei then shifted his gaze to the timid figure of Zhu standing nearby and eagerly inquired, "What about you? Do you possess any special skills?" Zhu tilted his head and pondered for a moment. I can sleep?" Li Yifei was momentarily speechless. He turned to Lin Xia, who shrugged nonchalantly. "He may not have any particular talents, but he has potential. You should take the time to teach him." With a hint of disappointment, Li Yifei sighed, having hoped that this young boy might also possess extraordinary abilities akin to the cube. However, he realized he was simply an ordinary child. Nevertheless, at least there was someone to help share the burden, which brought him a sense of contentment. He scrutinized Zhu for a moment before conspiratorially pulling Lin Xia aside and whispering, "Xia, is he not a bit too young? Wouldn't this be considered child labor?" Lin Xia shot him an exasperated glance. "Rest assured, he is likely old enough to be your father. Moreover, this law is intended to protect individuals, not the enigmatic. It does not apply in my domain." Li Yifei widened his eyes, exclaiming, "What a heartless remark from you, the boss." He shook his head and approached Zhu, patting him gently on the shoulder. "Zhu, is it? Rest assured, my brother Fei will guide you from now on. It doesn't matter if you're not proficient yet. Take your time to learn." Zhu blinked and nodded obediently. "By the way, how have those two been lately?" Lin Xia inquired. Kasi is still the same, basking in the sun and talking to himself. As for Mei Lin, the frequency of his transformations into a starfish has decreased a bit, though he still poses a headache. However, he seems to have developed a fondness for reading, spending all day in the reading room. Li Yifei replied candidly. Lin Xia nodded. "That is acceptable. Remember to ensure they take their medication regularly. You're in charge of these two fellows now. You must take good care of them." The corners of Li Yifei's mouth twitched slightly. "I understand the principle, but the title of head caregiver sounds rather ominous." Lin Xia disregarded Li Yifei's complaint, his thoughts shifting as he departed from the psychiatric hospital. After Lin Xia left, Li Yifei glanced at the Rubik's Cube that was busy washing clothes, sneaking closer to Zhu's ear and whispering, "Zhu, do you know how to play mahjong?" "Mahjong? Is that the edible sesame paste?" Zhu pondered. Li Yifei sighed. No. Xia, wake up." Li Pang stood excitedly by Lin Xia's bed, shaking him awake. "The scores from yesterday's drill are out, and you came in first." "Oh," Lin Xia lazily responded. "Oh?" Li Pang's eyes widened in surprise. "You scored 19 points, which is 2 points higher than the second place's 17. Aren't you excited?" Lin Xia, perplexed, replied. "Why should I be excited? Isn't that quite normal?" Li Pang exclaimed. "Then guess how many points I got?" His face was brimming with anticipation. Observing Li Pang's expression, Lin Xia remarked with an odd look, "You can't possibly be the second, can you?" "Aha, you figured it out." Li Pang seemed to don a mask of arrogance, hands on his hips. "However, I am tied for second place. There are others who scored the same as I did." Lin Xia sat up from his bed, glanced at the time, and walked towards the dormitory exit. "Where are you going?" "There's no training today," Li Pang inquired, puzzled. "Just taking a stroll." Of course. Lin Xia had no intention of revealing that he was seeking a place to conduct a summoning ritual. The power contained within the corpse of the cube might dissipate with the passage of time, hence he needed to complete the summoning within the next couple of days. Fortunately, With his specialization in summoning magic, he could omit most of the casting materials. However, he needed to find an unoccupied location. In truth, Lin Xia initially considered attempting the summoning ritual within the confines of the mental hospital, but alas, external objects could not be brought inside, rendering that plan unfeasible. Thus, he resolved to utilize the day without training tasks to search for a secluded spot within the training camp for the summoning. Intending to sneak away under the cover of night to carry out the ritual, Lin Xia seemed to meander casually within the camp, ultimately identifying a secure location for summoning, specifically, the armory. Within the entire training facility, there were only 3 warehouses devoid of surveillance cameras. One had been obliterated by Shin Qinzhu the previous day. Another was adjacent to the instructor's dormitory, and the remaining one was the very warehouse Lin Xia and his companions had forcibly entered to procure weapons the day before. The original iron door of that warehouse had been destroyed, and repairs had yet to be undertaken, as transporting such a heavy metal door would require time. For the moment, it was merely secured with a folding door. Given Lin Qia's capabilities, infiltrating silently was hardly a challenge. He had contemplated accessing the rooftop of the dormitory directly, however. The summoning process would emit a radiant glow, easily drawing attention if conducted outdoors. After careful consideration, the warehouse emerged as the most suitable option. As night fell, Lin Qia's figure slipped out of the window like a wraith, landing softly on the ground, clad in dark attire that harmonized with the shadows of the abyss of darkness. He seamlessly merged into the gloom, his toes barely brushing the earth as he swiftly made his way toward the armory. He deftly vaulted over the folding door and landed securely inside the warehouse, moving aside the crates used for storing firearms to clear a substantial space in the center. Crouching down, he retrieved a charcoal pencil from his pocket and began to draw with utmost seriousness upon the ground. The complexity of dimensional summoning magic far exceeds that of random summoning. Moreover, as it is Lin Qia's inaugural attempt at summoning, the procedure necessitates the addition of a contract signing step, rendering the process exceedingly intricate. Once he establishes a pact with a certain entity, summoning it thereafter will merely require the offering of blood, eliminating the cumbersome need to inscribe a magic circle. After all, in the heat of battle, one cannot afford the luxury of time to meticulously draw a magic circle. After approximately 10 minutes, Lin Xia finally set down his pen, rising to meticulously inspect the vast summoning array before him. Every line interwove perfectly, culminating in a grand circular design that epitomized geometric beauty to its fullest extent. Almost there, Lin Xia murmured to himself as he emptied the fragments of the magic cube from his pocket into the very center of the magic circle, then bit into his fingertip, smearing the blood onto one corner of the array. The summoning ritual was now prepared. Chapter 176. The War Mummy. Lin Xia inhaled deeply and, following the knowledge of summoning magic that resided in his mind, infused his spiritual energy into each node of the magic circle. Gradually, the immense array began to glow. A profound spatial fluctuation emanated from the array, and Lin Xia felt as though his soul was being guided by some mysterious force, slowly detaching from his body and drifting towards the void. In that moment of daze, he found himself immersed in the depths of the cosmos. With shimmering stars suspended above him, some radiant as the sun, others dim and lackluster, scattered across the expanse, he understood clearly that at this instant, his soul was traversing beyond numerous dimensions, and those bright and dark stars represented distinct realms altogether. This sensation is truly wondrous, akin to transcending the mundane realm and genuinely grasping the essence of the world. He seemed to comprehend, at least in part, why Merlin was so fervently devoted to the pursuit of the authentic world. Anyone who beheld such a magnificent and grand spectacle would inevitably feel a sense of insignificance and humility. He endeavored to send his thoughts into the nearest star, a celestial body radiating resplendently, belonging to the most brilliant among the myriad realms within this vast cosmos. This was a high-tier dimension teeming with advanced summoning entities. Perhaps due to an insufficiency of offerings, or perhaps owing to his own limited cultivation, Lin Qia's spirit was merely brushed against the periphery before being rebuffed. Yet, in that fleeting moment, he faintly sensed the presence of some of the most formidable creatures within this realm: a 9-tailed red fox, a colossal octopus with 8 tentacles, a blue monstrous feline with 2 tails, and a 3-tailed armored tortoise. Alas, he was still unable to access such a dimension, even if he could. The current strength of his soul would not suffice to forge a covenant with those beings. Lin Xia shook his head in resignation, driven by curiosity. He once more ventured his thoughts into another dazzling star. Though fully aware of his inability to enter, he still wished to behold what high-tier summoning creatures truly resembled. The colossal frost dragon, reminiscent of a mountain in size, the enigmatic and mysterious lich, the towering giant lurking in the wilderness, and the blue panda crackling with electric energy. Lin Qia's consciousness was once again jolted, yet his mind remained enveloped in the awe-inspiring images he had just witnessed. Merely the sight of that frost dragon exuded an overwhelming pressure akin to that of the boundless realm. A single breath from it could obliterate half a city. Is this the might of advanced summoning creatures? It was simply staggering. Lin Qia resolved that when the day came when his own realm was sufficient, he would undoubtedly summon that frost dragon. The thought of one day soaring across mountains and seize upon the back of the frost dragon beneath the darkened firmament ignited a flicker of excitement within him. However, for now, he needed to seek a summoning creature more befitting of his current realm. His gaze fell upon a nearby star, dimmer yet still radiant, and he projected his consciousness into it. This time, his awareness did not recoil, indicating that the sacrificial cube he had offered was sufficient to grant him entry into this dimension. This realm, set against a backdrop of desolation, was inhabited by various fierce and bizarre mutated creatures, engaged in a perpetual cycle of predation and slaughter, with scarcely a human soul remaining. Here, it was a paradise exclusively for the mutated beings. Lin Qia's astral form traversed this dimension, guided by the faint fluctuations of power that resonated within. He crossed the boundless wasteland and arrived at a certain expanse of desert. Meanwhile, an ancient mummy, staggering through the sands, raised its stiff head, seemingly sensing Lin Qia's presence. Its hollow eye sockets fixated upon his location. The mummy before him was diminutive, reaching only to Lin Qia's chest, appearing frail and slight, as though an ordinary person could easily topple it with a single blow. Lin Qia furrowed his brow as he gazed at the mummy, a flicker of doubt surfacing in his mind. Logically, with his profound affinity for summoning magic, the beings he summoned should possess formidable combat prowess in this low-level realm. They ought to be among the strongest mutated creatures. Yet, this little mummy seemed far from a warrior. Could it be of the potential-laden variety? After a moment's hesitation, Lin Qia resolved to trust in his affinity for summoning magic and to forge a contract with the small mummy. After all, he had sacrificed a mysterious corpse from the Chuanjing, and the soul had traversed numerous realms for quite some time, rendering it somewhat unstable. If he were to abandon this mummy in favor of seeking another in different realms, he might not have the luxury of time. With a deft motion, Lin Qia traced a small magical circle in the void, suspending it between them. This was the incantation meant to establish the summoning contract. By imprinting it upon the mummy's essence, he could claim it as his summoned creature. The small mummy took a couple of steps back, seemingly wary. Yet due to the buff of summoning affinity emanating from Lin Qia, it did not flee. Instead, it regarded him with a hint of curiosity. Become my summoned creature, and in exchange, I shall grant you kingship over this realm, Lin Qia stated calmly, his gaze penetrating the mummy's hollow eye sockets. The mummy appeared to hear Lin Qia's words, lowering its head as if deep in contemplation. After a moment, it cautiously approached Lin Qia, its bandaged fingers slowly extending to gently tap the magical array suspended in midair. In an instant, a brilliant radiance enveloped their figures. In the training camp's warehouse, the luster of the massive magical array gradually faded, and the fragments of the cube that had fallen in the center turned to ash, vanishing without a trace. Lin Qia, seated cross-legged beside the magical array, opened his eyes, a flicker of joy illuminating his gaze. The first-dimensional summoning had succeeded. He could sense that in a distant realm, a soul had connected with his own, ready to be summoned at his will. Lin Qia stood, biting his fingertip once more, and pressed his hand into the void. A deep blue magical array suddenly manifested in the air, its intricate lines and patterns slowly rotating, as if bridging another world. Soon, a small figure, completely wrapped in bandages, emerged from the array. As the brilliance of the magical array faded, the little mummy looked around in confusion before finally turning to Lin Qia behind it. Through the bond of the soul contract, Lin Qia could perceive all the information about the mummy before him, murmuring, "War mummy, hailing from the mutated wasteland world. Its ability is..." He was taken aback, staring in astonishment at the mummy that had somehow scampered to the corner of the warehouse. Under his gaze, the small mummy excitedly raised an AK-47, its mouth beneath the bandages stretching wide as it forcefully swallowed the weapon, which was taller than itself. Chapter 177. The vanished warehouse. The scene before him was undeniably peculiar. Whether it was a mere figment of Lin Qia's imagination or not, it appeared that the diminutive mummy had grown slightly taller after swallowing an AK-47. Unsatisfied after devouring a firearm, the mummy seized a grenade launcher with its left hand and a standard-issue star knife with its right, resuming its gluttonous feast. by the time Lin Xia regained his senses. The creature had consumed 5 automatic rifles, 2 submachine guns, 3 grenades, 1 grenade launcher, and several star knives, and its stature was visibly increased by 2 centimeters. Wait. Lin Xia swiftly grasped the mummy, which was about to swallow an RPG rocket launcher. With a hint of exasperation, he inquired, "What will we do when the instructor discovers that you have devoured all the weapons here?" The mummy tilted its head in confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend Lin Xia's words. He sighed. Although the creature was his summoned ally, it was evident that its intelligence did not match his own. This little mummy appeared rather dim-witted. "Could you perhaps show me what you can do after consuming these weapons?" Lin Xia asked with curiosity. The mummy nodded, stepping back a couple of paces. Then, its bandages strangely expanded, and a multitude of dark gun barrels protruded from its body, varying in length and scattered all over. Simultaneously, 2 star knives extended from its palms, and the bandages around its waist coiled around several grenades, resembling a skirt. The bandages on its shoulders shifted, and a grenade launcher suddenly rested on its shoulder, poised for imminent launch. In the blink of an eye, the seemingly innocuous little mummy transformed into a formidable war fortress, adorned with artillery on its shoulders, grenades at its waist, and an array of gun barrels festooning its entire being. Lin Xia stood aghast, his mouth agape. The mummy possessed the remarkable ability to assimilate weapons into its own formidable strength. No wonder it was dubbed the War Mummy, Lin Xia murmured. As long as it could consume a sufficient quantity of weaponry, it could metamorphose into an immortal stronghold on the battlefield, capable of exerting firepower suppression against an entire army equipped with firearms, thus resolving any issues arising from a lack of firepower. Moreover, these were merely conventional weapons. What if it were to ingest a nuclear bomb? Would it not become a nuclear mummy? Lin Xia could already envision the little mummy joyfully bouncing towards a nearby base after devouring a nuclear bomb, followed by the ominous rise of a mushroom cloud. Wait a moment. Lin Xia suddenly recalled that the desolate expanse where he discovered the little mummy was not far from a massive crater formed by an explosion. Could it be that it was responsible for that devastation? Yet, could its survival capabilities be so formidable? From the information gleaned from the mummy's mind, Lin Xia learned of its exceptionally robust survival abilities, though the extent of its resilience remained a mystery. However, being a mummy, it should not be so easily vanquished, right? No wonder the talent of summoning magic had led him directly to the mummy. From a certain perspective, it was indeed the most powerful being in that realm. After a brief moment of hesitation, a glimmer of determination sparkled in Lin Xia's eyes as he patted the little mummy's shoulder and gestured towards the arsenal of weapons, exclaiming, "Feast to your heart's content." The small mummy paused in astonishment, tilting its head in disbelief and gesturing in a circular motion with its hand, as if to inquire, "Can I truly consume all of this?" Lin Xia chuckled softly, assuring it that everything was indeed edible, and tonight, it would devour it all. "This is my gift to you as a token of our meeting." The little mummy, brimming with excitement, struck a pose of awe, swiftly grasping the RPG rocket launcher it had just set down and swallowing it whole. It then seized a cart full of explosives, shoving them into its mouth as if they were mere potato chips. Firearms, ammunition, gunpowder, knives. The mummy swept through the entire warehouse with astonishing speed. Resembling a swarm of locusts, wherever it went, not a single weapon remained. Approximately half an hour later, the warehouse, once brimming with armaments, lay completely barren. Not even a sharp screw left on the shelves, cleaner than if it had been ransacked by thieves. At that moment, the mummy had grown to nearly 3 meters tall, almost brushing against the ceiling of the warehouse, resembling a giant. It appeared somewhat oversized, making indoor combat rather troublesome. Lin Xia frowned at the towering figure of the mummy, expressing his mild exasperation. The mummy seemed to comprehend his words, its bandages contracted, and it deflated like a punctured balloon, swiftly returning to its original size. Observing this remarkable transformation, Lin Xia's lips curled into a faint smile. It seems this time, I have stumbled upon a treasure. The following morning, Instructor Hong arrived at the warehouse entrance early, as was his custom, to conduct a routine inspection of the weaponry stored within the training camp. This task was originally the responsibility of Instructor Gu, but following his mental health issues that necessitated a return home for recuperation, such duties inevitably fell upon Instructor Hong. Sighing, he noted the woefully inadequate condition of the door, pondering when the logistics department would finally replace it. What if someone were to break in and steal something? As he pushed open the makeshift folding door, he shook his head, yet reminded himself that this was a training camp. Who would have the audacity to intrude? However, as Instructor Hong stood behind the now open door and surveyed the eerily empty warehouse, he froze in disbelief. Perhaps he had stayed up too late the previous night. leading to this hallucination. Rubbing his eyes, he looked again. After 5 seconds of stunned silence, a loud exclamation echoed throughout the training camp. What? The weapon storage is empty? Yuan Gang exclaimed in astonishment. Have you checked? Yes, I've checked thoroughly. Instructor Hong replied solemnly. Yet, without surveillance cameras inside the warehouse, the events remained a mystery. However, the external cameras revealed that no one had approached the warehouse, and the footage from the camp entrance showed no suspicious individuals entering or exiting in the past 10 days. Not external personnel, then? Yuan Gang furrowed his brow. Could it be an insider? But if it were an insider, where could all the weapons have gone? Instructor Hong's eyes widened in shock. That was an entire warehouse full of armaments. If the training camp has not been compromised, where could they possibly be concealed? The sewers, dormitories, and classrooms have all been thoroughly searched. Indeed, every inch of the training ground has been excavated. There is nothing. Damn it. Instructor Hong was struggling to contain his frustration. Yuan Gang pondered for a moment, then exclaimed, No. There is still one possibility, a place capable of accommodating all the weapons in this warehouse. Instructor Hong seemed to have an epiphany. Are you suggesting Bai Li Tuming's free space? But why would he do such a thing? I do not know. Given that no outsiders have infiltrated the training camp, and it is impossible for others to have hidden them, excluding the scenario of a Wuliang realm expert attempting to steal the weapons, then only that little chubby fellow could have accomplished it. But why would the Bai Li family resort to such means if they desired arms? Yuan Gang contemplated further. Have him come to see me. Chapter 178. The conclusion approaches with a sigh of despair. Bai Li Pang returned to the dormitory. What is the matter? Lin Qiyu raised an eyebrow. I have no idea what happened. As soon as I entered, the instructor demanded to inspect my free space. After the inspection, they all wore expressions of disbelief, and then I exited. Bai Li Pang replied, somewhat bewildered. Lin Qiyi cleared his throat twice, remaining silent. Fortunately, he had utilized the Dark Goddess Abyss last night to completely erase any traces left in the warehouse, thereby severing all connections to it. The instructors indeed failed to uncover any additional clues and began to suspect that Bai Li Pang had utilized the free space to empty the armory. However, after this thorough search, Bai Li Pang's suspicions were entirely cleared. It would be considerably more challenging to pursue the investigation further. Let it be considered as my borrowing. Once I possess greater strength in the future, I shall return it twofold, Lin Qiyu mused quietly to himself. For a war mummy, the quantity of weapons consumed is a crucial determinant of his power. If he were to leave the training camp, the chances of encountering such an extensive arsenal again would likely necessitate raiding a military base. Lin Qiyu could not afford to let this rare opportunity slip away. Just as he silently contemplated his actions, the familiar sound of the whistle echoed outside the dormitory building, snapping him back to reality. He patted the bewildered Bai Li Pang on the shoulder and declared, Let us go, training is about to commence. Bai Li Pang responded with a soft "oh," and swiftly followed Lin Qiyi outside. August arrived, and the coolness of spring had completely faded away, yielding to the intense heat of summer that scorched the earth, resembling a vast furnace where even the slightest movement resulted in a deluge of sweat. Lin Qiyi sat alone beneath the shade of a tree, gazing at the familiar training ground in the distance, lost in thought. Qiyi, why are you sitting here all alone? Chao Yuan approached from afar, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Aren't you going to eat? Yes, Lin Qiyi nodded, rising from the ground. He cast one last lingering glance at the training field, feeling an unexpected reluctance. Chao Yuan turned back, letting out a long sigh. After all, this place had been his battleground for an entire year, and in just 2 days, he would depart. Once he left, there was no guarantee of returning. It was time to take a good look around. Lin Xia remained silent, merely shaking his head as he strode towards the dining hall. Xia, why are you so slow? Bai Li Pang stood at the table, his mouth stuffed with food, mumbling indistinctly, If you linger any longer, I'll finish it all. Glutton, Chao Yuan replied nonchalantly. Bai Li Pang grinned, poised to engage in a verbal spar with Chao Yuan, when Lin Xia suddenly interjected, By the way, have all the training and assessments concluded? Is there anything left to do? Bai Li Pang pondered for a moment. It seems not. We just need to wait for everyone's overall scores to be ranked. And then the higher-ups will determine our next assignments. Notifications will be dispatched at that time. Chao Yuan added, There's a swearing-in ceremony in 2 days as well. After we receive our respective star blades, cloaks, and medals, we shall depart from this training camp that very night for our designated posts. In summary, for the next few days, we can simply relax and enjoy our well-deserved respite, Bai Li Pang yawned. After a year of arduous training, He was finally able to look forward to a couple of days of comfort. Just as he finished speaking, his phone buzzed with a message. And not just his. Everyone dining in the hall received the same notification. After the training and assessment concluded, the instructors returned the mobile phones to everyone. Beyond the restrictions of not being allowed to leave the training camp or disclose any information regarding it, there were no further limitations imposed. In a certain sense, they had already transitioned into official sentinels rather than mere recruits of the camp. All that remained was a simple oath-taking ceremony. Well, the overall scores have been released. Li Pang exclaimed upon seeing the information on his phone. My total score is 74, ranking 184th in the camp. His expression soured slightly. This doesn't make sense. I was second during the exercises. How did I end up at 184 now? Lin Qi, somewhat exasperated, responded, this is a composite score. Aside from your relatively high scores in the exercises and shooting, how well do you think you performed in physical fitness, close combat, and strategy? Surely you have some awareness of your own abilities? Li Pang could only remain silent. Qiao Yuan glanced at the rankings. My total score is 91, placing me third, which aligns with my expectations. Li Pang leaned closer to Lin Qi. Aren't you curious about your rank? First, Lin Qi replied calmly, not even glancing at the list. Li Pang shrugged. How boring. At the very top of the list. The name Lin Qi loomed above all, with a total score of 95, securing the first position. In truth, had it not been for the shooting assessment, Lin Xia would have merely garnered a meager score of 6. His potential for a higher score is evident, especially considering that the second-place contender, Xin Qingzhu, has barely achieved 92 points. This stark contrast emphasizes the terrifying nature of Lin Qia's capabilities. Li, somewhat plump, sighed deeply, reflecting on the vast chasm that exists between individuals. Given the current circumstances, it seems almost inevitable that Xia will join the Jing capital team. Not necessarily. Qiao Yuan interjected leisurely. It's not just the Jing capital. I suspect that those elite squads can hardly contain their eagerness. Meanwhile, at the borders of the Great Xia, within a primordial jungle, a woman cloaked in gold resolutely declared, We must secure him. We must secure him. As the top-ranked agent of the dual deities and a holder of the star medal, Lin Qia's potential is colossal. We absolutely must recruit him into our Phoenix team. Beside her, a bespectacled man, appearing quite refined, sighed. Captain, please remain calm. Our team is not in need of additional members at present. This is not merely a matter of numbers, she countered passionately. I am certain that if we allow Lin Qi to flourish, he will become a formidable entity, surpassing both myself and Wang Mian. Such talent is not something our Phoenix team can afford to overlook. However, regulations stipulate that special teams cannot recruit new members unless there is a significant loss of personnel. The man hesitated to respond. Upon hearing these words, the woman fell into profound contemplation. After a moment, her eyes gradually brightened, and she suddenly turned to the man, her gaze piercing and intense, causing him to feel a flutter of unease. Captain, what are your intentions? Perhaps this. I could incapacitate you first, then report personnel losses. Once Lin Xia is transferred to our team, I could restore you. Would this not be a mutually beneficial solution? The man remained silent. Chapter 179. The order transfer in Huaihai City. The figure cloaked in gray, known as Tianping, swiftly traversed the corridor, rapping gently on a door before entering. Captain, the rankings for this year's training camp have been released, Tianping announced as he approached Wang Mian. Wang Mian raised an eyebrow, inquiring, and the results? As you anticipated. Lin Qi secured first place with a score of 95, and he also received a star medal. 95. The same score I achieved in my day. That's a relief, Wang Mian exhaled, feeling reassured, as he had feared the young man might score even higher, which would have been quite embarrassing. Captain, his shooting assessment only scored 6 points. How extraordinary. Wang Mian's lips twitched slightly as he collapsed onto the lounge chair, releasing a deep sigh. In that case, I suspect there will be many vying for him. Captain, should we also petition the higher-ups to transfer Lin Qi to our team? Tianping could not help but inquire. Wang Mian shook his head. No need. Tianping was taken aback. Why not? We are also a special team, and we share a good rapport with Lin Qi. If we were to extend an invitation, he would likely acquiesce. Such a rare talent as Lin Qi is unlikely to be permitted by the higher-ups to join any existing special teams. Tianping seemed to have an epiphany. Are you suggesting that a person of his caliber is destined to establish his own special team? Joining any existing team would indeed stifle his growth. I have heard that the reconstruction plan for the 5th special team has already been put on the agenda. Wang Mian spoke calmly. Yet Lin Xia is merely a newcomer fresh from the training camp, lacking in both strength and experience. It is improbable that he would be entrusted with forming a special team so soon. The higher-ups are likely to assign him to a garrison team in a city for further honing, allowing him to establish a new team once the time is ripe. Therefore, our request for Lin Qia's transfer is unlikely to be approved. Tianping sighed in resignation, seemingly filled with regret. What a pity. There is nothing to lament. Wang Mian stood up, chuckling as he patted Tianping on the shoulder. Do you not anticipate it? Anticipate what? Anticipate the day when he leads an entirely new special team. Standing shoulder to shoulder with us. Wang Mian gazed out the window, murmuring to himself, for I am indeed looking forward to it. Dark clouds gradually enveloped the earth, as the blazing sun seemed to be exiled by the encroaching darkness, slowly vanishing behind the heavy gloom. The stifling, oppressive air felt almost suffocating. The world awaits a torrential downpour. It is about to rain heavily. Lin Xia leaned against the corridor of the dormitory, gazing up at the increasingly dim sky, and remarked, let it pour, let it pour. It would be a relief, as this sweltering heat is utterly unbearable. Bai Li, wiping the sweat from his brow, expressed his resignation. The training camp lacked air conditioning, and in such a stifling environment, it was nearly impossible for anyone to remain in their dormitories. Most new recruits had flocked to the corridor, seeking a hint of a cool breeze. Freed from the constraints of training, everyone seemed to have relaxed significantly, organizing various recreational activities within the dormitory building, playing cards, chess, and engaging in mobile games. Just as the atmosphere was filled with warmth and joy, a sharp whistle pierced the air once more. Upon hearing the whistle, everyone instinctively dropped what they were holding and sprinted toward the training ground. Throughout the course of the year, the whistle had become an intrinsic part of their instincts. 3 minutes later, all had gathered at the training ground. Instructor Hong stood on the platform, calling for everyone to stand at attention before retrieving a document from his leather bag. He announced, I have summoned you here because your deployment orders have arrived. I will now declare them, so that you may prepare accordingly. The moment the deployment orders were mentioned, a wave of tension washed over everyone, mingled with anticipation. Zheng Zheng, assigned to the Night Watch Team number 117 in Wudong City. Yang Zi, assigned to the Night Watch Team number 152 in Highland City. Li Xiaoguang was reassigned. Deng Wei. As each name was announced, the sky grew increasingly somber, with distant thunder rumbling from the dark clouds, echoing across the heavens. Some breathed a sigh of relief, while others remained on edge. Mali, assigned to Team 017 in Gusa City. Bailey Tumming, reassigned to Team 010 in Guangshan City. Chao Yuan, transferred to Team 007 in Huaihai City. Shen Qizhu, reassigned to Team 006 in Shangjing City. Lin Xia, assigned to Team 136 in Songnan City. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, casting puzzled and astonished glances at Lin Xia in the lineup, their expressions filled with confusion, shock, and indignation. They had all witnessed Lin Qia's performance and unanimously acknowledged his position as the top contender. However, they were utterly unprepared for the revelation that, while everyone anticipated his placement in a special team or the Shangjing team, the higher-ups had instead relegated him back to the small city of Cangnan. Was there some hidden agenda at play? In contrast, Lin Xia, upon receiving this outcome, did not feel anger or injustice. Quite the opposite. He was thoroughly content with this arrangement. Bailey and Chao Yuan exchanged glances, furrowing their brows, sensing that the decision was somewhat questionable. Yet, seeing Lin Xia's evident satisfaction with the result, they silently chose not to voice their concerns. Nevertheless, some could not remain silent. Report. Suddenly, Shen Qingzhu shouted from the crowd. I refuse to accept this. You have been assigned to the team in Shangjing. What is there to contest? It's not about me. Shen Qingzhu narrowed his eyes and spoke coldly. Lin Xia, despite being the top performer in the training camp, has not only failed to enter the special team but has also been reassigned to Songnan. Oh? Instructor Hong raised an eyebrow. Since when did you, Shen Qizhu, become so close to Lin Xia? This is not a matter of relationships, Shen Qingzhu replied solemnly. He is stronger than I am. He surpasses every individual in this camp. If even he is relegated to Songnan, then what right do I have to go to Shangjing? I, Shen Qizhu, cannot bear such humiliation. Shen Qingzhu's words resonated powerfully, leaving not only Lin Xia stunned, but also rendering Instructor Hong momentarily speechless. Shen Qingzhu and Lin Xia, I hope you understand. Instructor Hong took a deep breath and spoke slowly. This reassignment was not orchestrated by us. It was mandated by the higher-ups of the Night Watchers. In truth, we were even more perplexed and incensed upon learning this news. We have all witnessed Lin Qia's exceptional performance. He is the one who truly deserves to be valued. However, we are soldiers, and soldiers must execute orders. I do not know who issued this command, but I trust there must be a rationale behind it. I shall say no more. Your individual reassignment documents will be distributed shortly. Now you are dismissed. Instructor Hong turned and left, leaving the new recruits standing in place, bewildered as they exchanged glances. A soft thud. A drop of rain fell upon Lin Qia's shoulder, followed by a second, a third. In an instant, a torrential downpour ensued. Chapter 180, Disaster. As the rain cascaded down, the crowd hurriedly scattered, leaving only a few standing in place. Wow, Brother Shin, you've actually been assigned to the team in the capital. Indeed, Brother Shin, you're incredible. Alas, I can only be stationed in a city in Tibet, too far from the capital to visit you often, Brother Shun. Nevertheless, I must say, Brother Shun, you are remarkable. Yes, Brother Shin is remarkable. Dang Wei and the others huddled around Shin Qizhu, their faces alight with excitement. Their expressions more animated than if they themselves had received a posting to the capital. Shin Qingzhu furrowed his brow, glancing toward Lin Qia's direction, and shot a glare at the trio. Silence. Deng Wei and the others promptly fell silent. Shin Qizhu took a couple of steps forward, seemingly intending to say something to Lin Xia, but then hesitated, ultimately choosing to turn away. He walked slowly, each step heavy. Despite heading to the most esteemed city, an inexplicable sense of desolation enveloped him. Xia. Li Pangpang stood in the rain, hesitating to speak. No need to console me. Staying in Songnan is a blessing I could only dream of, Lin Xia replied with a smile, his words sincere. Although he harbored some doubts about why he had been assigned to Squad 136, it was merely curiosity. Rather than venturing to an unfamiliar city and encountering unknown faces, he preferred to remain in Songnan, amidst the company of the members of Squad 136. His objective has never been to safeguard humanity or to rise above others. He merely wishes to fulfill the agreement made with Zhao Kongqing. The location of this fulfillment is inconsequential. Xiao Yuan silently patted his shoulder and urged, "Let us return." The rain has intensified. In a mere moment, the downpour cascaded from the heavens, drenching them completely. Lin Xia nodded and was about to depart when he suddenly froze in place. "What is it?" Li Pangpang inquired, puzzled. Lin Xia furrowed his brow slightly. "Do you not feel the ground trembling?" "Trembling?" Li Pangpang was taken aback. Xiao Yuan frowned, lowered himself, and placed his hand on the ground, a hint of confusion appearing in his eyes. Indeed, it is trembling, and the intensity is increasing. In the southern border of Songnan, beneath Jinan Mountain, amidst scattered villages, the torrential rain soaked the low houses made of earthen tiles, seeping through the cracks in the walls and pattering onto the floor. On the old threshold of one such house sat a little girl with braided hair, dressed in a faded yellow short-sleeve shirt, resting her chin on her hands as she gazed up at the overcast sky. The relentless rain washed over the village's muddy paths, creating deep brown streams that meandered through the fields, as if the entire world were submerged beneath the deluge. "Yaya, why are you still sitting here?" A woman hurriedly emerged from the house and, upon seeing the girl at the door, exclaimed, "The rain is so heavy, you'll catch a cold sitting there. Come inside quickly." Yaya obediently responded and stepped into the house. A woman approached the doorway, gazing upward at the torrential rain that enveloped Jinan Mountain, her brow furrowed and her expression laden with anxiety. Alas, with such a deluge, her father remained atop the mountain. "What shall we do?" She pleaded for him to stay away today, but he would not listen. In her distress, she stamped her foot, hesitating momentarily before retreating inside to retrieve the raincoat hanging on the wall. As she donned it, she instructed Yiya, "My dear, Mother must ascend the mountain to find your father. Stay at home with your grandparents and do not wander off. Understand?" "Understood," Yaya nodded vigorously, her braided pigtails swaying gently like little tails. The woman secured her raincoat and stepped out into the downpour, her feet sinking into the muddy path as she resolutely made her way toward the mountain trail. Yaya rushed to the door, her dark eyes fixed on her mother's diminishing figure and the hazy silhouette of Jinan Mountain shrouded in rain. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. Yaya staggered, nearly losing her balance, and grasped the doorframe, her small eyes wide with terror. The tremors intensified, the shaking growing more pronounced, until it became increasingly difficult for her to maintain her grip on the threshold. The house above her shook violently, emitting a piercing creak, as if it were on the brink of collapse. She abruptly lifted her gaze to Jinan Mountain obscured by the rain. As the earth quaked, Massive torrents of soil and rock cascaded down the mountainside, swept away by the relentless rain, coalescing into a series of torrential, deep brown waves. This surge, composed of mud and stones, surged down from the mountainside like a fearsome, roaring dragon of mud, racing down the sloped terrain with astonishing speed toward the foot of the mountain. Houses and villages were engulfed by this brown behemoth, those seemingly sturdy structures rendered as fragile as paper beneath the overwhelming force of nature. With wide eyes, Xia struggled to navigate the trembling ground back to her home, shouting, "Grandpa, Grandma, run. The mudslide is coming." Boom. From the heavens above, the mudslide resembled a roaring beast, mercilessly sweeping through the scattered villages at the foot of Jinnan Mountain amidst the torrential downpour. Ultimately, everything succumbed to silence in the rain. Ding! The sharp whistle echoed through the training camp. Lin Qie and Bai Li Pangdang, who had just returned to the dormitory to prepare for a shower, exchanged a glance and swiftly set down their towels and basins, sprinting towards the training ground engulfed by rain. Despite the heavy downpour, no one arrived late. Moments later, all were assembled on the training field, standing tall amidst the torrential rain. "Xia, what on earth is happening?" Bai Li Pangpang whispered. "I don't know," Lin Xie replied, shaking his head, his expression grave, "but I suspect something has gone awry." The assembly comprised not only the recruits but also other instructors, who hastily lined up, their eyes filled with confusion, unaware of the reason for their sudden gathering. Buzz! The deep rumble of engines resonated from afar. As military green tints sped towards them along the distant road, the glaring headlights piercing through the unrelenting rain, illuminating the dimly lit grounds. Chief Instructor Yuan Gang strode assertively to the platform, his countenance unusually grave beneath the military cap. After a swift roll call, he thundered at the assembly. 10 minutes ago, a massive landslide occurred near Jinnan Mountain due to an earthquake. 6 surrounding villages have been devastated, and preliminary estimates suggest nearly 200 casualties. Numerous rescue teams are en route to Jinnan Mountain. However, due to the treacherous terrain, their arrival will be delayed. In the face of a landslide, time equates to life. The only place nearby capable of mobilizing a substantial number of personnel swiftly is our training camp. I am aware that you have completed your training and are poised to embark for various cities. Yet, I implore you not to forget. You are still soldiers. Soldiers of the Great Xia. Wherever we are needed, we shall go. Henceforth, I demand each of you to utilize your abilities, honed for the defense of our cities, to rescue those in peril. Yuan Gang inhaled deeply, pointing towards several military trucks stationed in the rain, and bellowed, "Everyone, board the vehicles now. We shall embark on a rescue mission." Chapter 181. The receding Grim Reaper beneath the heavy, brooding sky, several military trucks raced along the muddy road. As relentless raindrops pelted the canvas roofs, mingling with the buzzing engines and thunder, creating a cacophony reminiscent of a chaotic symphony of disaster. Dozens of new recruits sat silently within the confines of the carriage, their bodies swaying gently with the jolting motion of the vehicle. Rainwater, cascading from the slanted roof, dripped into the carriage, dampening their collars. Instructor Hong occupied the foremost position, extracting black raincoats from a burlap sack and distributing them amongst the group. The 8 villages affected by the disaster were dispersed over considerable distances, some perched on the eastern slopes of Jinnan Mountain, others to the south, and a few nestled within deep ravines. Our carriage could not venture into these remote areas, and after proceeding a short distance further, the only option left would be to proceed on foot. The most distant village lay in an exceedingly secluded location, with rugged paths made treacherous by the relentless downpour and the looming threat of further seismic activity. For an ordinary rescue team, the journey from the exterior of the mountain to the interior would consume nearly 48 hours. The critical window for rescue operations following a mudslide disaster spans a mere 72 hours by the time a rescue team arrives. The opportunity for effective assistance would almost be extinguished. However, your situation is distinct, having undergone multiple rigorous training sessions. You are capable of traversing this distance on foot within 24 hours, even under extreme conditions. Instructor Hong unfurled a map of Jinnan Mountain on the ground, illuminating it with a flashlight as he crouched down to sketch. Following our instructor's recent discussion, a preliminary rescue plan was established. We shall divide all instructors and recruits into 8 groups, each assigned to different villages for rescue operations. The 5 villages located outside the mountain present relatively manageable tasks. However, the 3 villages situated within the heart of Jinnan Mountain pose a significant challenge. For the sake of organization, we shall designate them as Village 1, Village 2, and Village 3. Among them, the first individual is the one I just mentioned, situated in the heart of the Jinan Mountains. To conduct a rescue operation for this individual, it is imperative to traverse the entire mountain range under extreme conditions within the shortest possible time frame, rendering the task exceedingly arduous. To expedite the crossing of the mountains, the number of rescuers must be judiciously balanced, not too many, yet not too few, lest we arrive at the village with insufficient manpower for the rescue. Consequently, I have tentatively shortlisted several candidates for the rescue mission of the first individual. Instructor Hong's gaze swept across the crowd as he spoke with gravity. Lin Xia, you are the first, appointed as the captain of the rescue team for the first individual. Understood, Lin Xia responded without the slightest hesitation, nodding decisively amidst the crowd. His presence in this rescue team was hardly surprising, as he had secured the top position in extreme training. Scaling mountains under such challenging conditions posed no difficulty for him, especially with the augmentation of the mortal realm. Upon reaching the distressed village, he would be able to swiftly ascertain the location of those in peril, thereby accelerating the rescue process. Additionally, there were Li Tuming, Shen Qizhu, Mo Li, Dang Wei, Li Jia, Li Liang, and Wen Qingqing. Instructor Hong proceeded to announce a series of names. With Lin Xia included, the first rescue team consisted of a total of 8 recruits, plus Instructor Hong himself, bringing the total to 9. This roster was certainly not arbitrary. Li Tuming, likened to a versatile tool, could adapt to various conditions effectively. Shen Qizhu possessed formidable strength and remarkable speed in ascent, while Mo Li's ability to generate shockwaves could effortlessly address certain terrain challenges, proving invaluable during the rescue mission. Dang Wei, Li Jia, and Li Liang's respective abilities are intrinsically linked to strength, endowing them with exceptional rescue capabilities, while Wen Qingqing's healing skills enable her to administer initial treatment to the injured. As for Chao Yuan, he was not included in this team, as his abilities are not particularly advantageous in rescue operations. Moreover, it would be imprudent to assemble all elite members into a single unit, given that the other 2 villages in the mountainous region also require assistance. Subsequently, Instructor Hong announced the roster for personnel designated to assist the remaining 7 villages. A decision met with unanimous agreement. To ensure safety, the instructors distributed the Star Blade once more. Following the inexplicable depletion of the armory months prior, a new batch of weapons had been procured, accompanied by a 5-fold increase in security measures around the warehouse. What lies ahead is no longer a mere exercise, training, or assessment. It is a genuine disaster. I implore everyone to summon their utmost focus and commitment. Every second we squander could signify the loss of a life. In 2 days, you will solemnly pledge to become Night Watchman, and I hope that through this rescue mission, you will forge the glory that belongs to the Night Watchman with your own hands. At the foot of Jinan Mountain, within the ill-fated village designated as Number 7, the collapsed mountainside and muddy waters have buried what was once a tranquil village, leaving only shattered fragments of homes resembling broken shells upon the shore, intermingled within the heavy earth and stones. A scant few 3-story buildings protrude partially above the debris, their fractured walls and columns scattered haphazardly. A man, covered in mud, stumbled forward in the rain, bearing a bamboo basket filled with rain-soaked mushrooms. His cracked lips trembled slightly. No, it cannot be like this. He gazed incredulously at the devastated village before him, his voice hoarse. This was the place where he had spent his childhood. No one knew it better than he did. Just a glance at the debris scattered on the ground allowed him to swiftly ascertain whose wall it was, whose tiles lay shattered. Dragging his bloodied right leg, he endeavored to hasten through the rain towards the small house etched in his memory, his eyes brimming with urgency. It cannot be. It cannot be. Xiaofang. Dad. Mom. Wait for me. I have returned. I am coming back. Suddenly, his right foot lost its footing, and he fell heavily to the ground, the mushrooms spilling from the basket. He paid them no heed, yanking the basket from his back and gritting his teeth as he pressed forward. At last, he arrived before a small white house, half buried in rubble. No. The man's body began to tremble uncontrollably, tears mingling with the rain cascading down his cheeks. In a frenzy, he threw himself upon the earth and began to dig desperately with his bare hands. It's all right. Your son has come to rescue you. It's going to be all right. Sharp clods of dirt pierced his palms, crimson blood flowing over the dark, brown earth, yet he seemed impervious to the pain, continuing to claw at the soil with wild abandon. His expression spiraled into chaos, his voice quivering. It's all right. It's all right. Damn it. Why? His fist struck heavily against the ground, a cacophony of despair echoing through the air. Who will come? Who will save us? A low rumble of engines approached from the distance, reminiscent of a beast roar, piercing the dark earth with blinding light, illuminating the chaotic ruins. The man, in shock, lifted his gaze to behold military-green steel behemoths shattering the thick curtain of rain, racing towards this very place. Before the vehicles even came to a halt, figures clad in black military coats sprang forth from the canvas tops, their boots thudding heavily into the muddy puddles as they advanced with astonishing speed. The leader inhaled deeply, nearly roaring as he spoke, his resonant voice overpowering the torrential downpour, reverberating throughout the desolate village. The soldiers of the Great Xia are here, and death shall retreat. Survivors shall live. Chapter 182. Murmurs. The military convoy responsible for village number 7 came to a halt, and dozens of new recruits and instructors rushed towards the now-ruined village. Some were tasked with locating the victims, others with digging for rescue, while others still erected temporary medical stations nearby. Everything proceeded in a tense yet orderly manner, amidst the weighty atmosphere. Soon, someone lifted the man who had collapsed among the ruins, carrying him to the medical station while patiently inquiring about his condition. Meanwhile, another group hastily excavated the heavy earth, beginning the search for his wife and parents. The man stared blankly at this scene, tears streaming uncontrollably. This rugged man in his 30s cried for the first time like a child. "Please, I implore you. I beseech you, save them. Rest assured." Zheng, carrying the burden, spoke earnestly. "It is our duty." The other caravans merely swept past the village entrance, showing no sign of halting, hastening towards the direction of other villages. At the foot of Jinan Mountain, tragedies akin to that of village number 7 persist, with 7 more waiting. Time does not permit us even a moment's pause. Lin Xia, seated at the rear of the caravan, silently observed the figure of the man who wept uncontrollably. As the vehicle moved away, his cries diminished, and the contours of the ruins gradually faded in the rain, though now out of sight. The man's anguished visage seemed etched into Lin Xia's heart, an indelible mark that he could not erase. His heart felt as if it were choked, an indescribable discomfort weighing upon him. Inside the vehicle, a profound silence enveloped them. "We will soon arrive at village number 5. After the rescue team disembarks, we shall part from the main force and proceed directly into the mountains," Instructor Hong remarked, gazing towards the distant, elusive village. As the vehicle drew closer to village No. 5, the atmosphere contrasted starkly with that of village number 7. It was far more somber. There were no wailing men, and wherever the eye wandered, no signs of survivors could be found. The heavy mud and debris seemed to suffocate all semblance of life, leaving only shattered walls to narrate the tragic tales. Within the vehicle, Lin Xia could distinctly sense the other recruits clenching their fists tighter, their gazes fixed intensely upon the tranquil ruins, as if they could ignite flames with their stares. Before the caravan could come to a complete halt, an individual abruptly rose from his seat, leaping from the moving vehicle and landing amidst the rain, swiftly making his way toward the ruins. "The soldiers of Great Xia are here. Death shall retreat. Survivors will thrive." His voice echoed through the rain-soaked remnants, uncertain whom he addressed, yet he harbored the belief that someone, somewhere, could hear him. To hear him was to glimpse hope. They were the hope of these people. Following his bold leap, others could no longer remain seated, fists clenched. They leapt from the vehicle, summoning all their strength as they ran towards the ruins, shouting, "The soldiers of Great Xia are here. Death shall retreat. Survivors will thrive. The soldiers of Great Xia are here. Death shall retreat. Survivors will thrive." The call resounded in a relentless chorus, reverberating through the ruins. The vehicle did not pause. All who were meant to aid this village had already disembarked. The driving instructor, seemingly influenced by the fervor, pressed the accelerator to the floor as he noted that all who were to exit had done so, leaving only 9 passengers. The roaring engine surged once more as the vehicle sped towards the depths of Jinan Mountain. At the base of Jinan Mountain, within the makeshift command center, 2 instructors completed the setup of satellite tracking devices, diligently establishing an electronic communication network. Yuan Gang stood at the entrance of the tent, hands clasped behind his back, gazing with furrowed brows at the deluge engulfing Jinan Mountain, remaining silent. "Commander, all communication devices for the rescue teams are operational," one instructor reported after meticulously fine-tuning the equipment. Due to the torrential rain coupled with landslides, the nearby signal towers have sustained considerable damage. It has become imperative to establish a satellite communication network to connect with the rescue teams in the mountains. "All rescue teams, report your status," Yuan Gang intoned gravely. "Rescue team number 8 has arrived at the target village and commenced operations." Rescue Team Number 7 has arrived at the target village and commenced operations. Rescue Team Number 6. Rescue Team Number 1 has yet to arrive at the target village. Instructor Hong's voice finally emanated from the communication device. Aside from Teams Number 1, 2, and 3, which are venturing deep into Jinan Mountain, all other teams have essentially initiated their rescue efforts. Yuan Gang gazed down at the map spread before him. It was estimated that Teams 2 and 3 would reach the target village within 5 hours, whereas Team Number 1, even under the most favorable circumstances, would require at least 10 hours. He approached the entrance of the tent and lifted his gaze toward the ominous clouds blanketing the sky. Given the current conditions, it appeared unlikely that the rain would cease anytime soon. Should this deluge persist, the potential for further landslides could not be dismissed. As Yuan Gang pondered these thoughts, he seemed oblivious to the dwindling voices of the two instructors who were adjusting the equipment within the tent. The rhythmic patter of raindrops against the tent's roof gradually faded, and the trajectory of the falling water became increasingly indistinct, as if everything around him was slowly drifting away. As he regained his senses, the surrounding sounds had completely vanished, and the falling raindrops seemed to freeze in midair, as if a pause button had been pressed. The two instructors, who had previously been within the tent, had mysteriously disappeared without a trace. In this desolate world, he found himself utterly alone. Or perhaps, at some point, this place had ceased to be the familiar realm he once knew. Yuan Gang's brow furrowed deeply. The strangeness around him did not incite panic. As he appeared to sense something amiss, his gaze drawn to the outside of the tent. On the other side of the horizon, a figure was gradually traversing the suspended raindrops, approaching his direction. It was a man clad in a black tailcoat, with long hair cascading casually down his back. Adorning his chest was a purple kite brooch, and a faint smile graced his enchanting face, reminiscent of a noble gentleman attending a high society ball, elegant and courteous. Upon sighting this man, Yuan Gang's expression darkened instantly. The man raised an eyebrow in surprise, his voice smooth as jade. I did not expect the vice-captain of the Shaojing City team to recognize me. You are simply too distinctive, Yuan Gang replied calmly. The embodiment of true nightmares. A manipulator of thought, one of the three ancient gods within the cult of the Elder Gods, and the very creator of the Faithful's Covenant. Of course, the most critical aspect remains your nauseating air of aristocracy. The man chuckled softly, his elongated phoenix eyes narrowing slightly. How rude. Commander Yuan. Chapter 183 Nightmare. Yuan Gang's countenance darkened further upon seeing the grinning face. Thus, the recent earthquake and debris flow were not mere natural disasters. Yuan Gang spoke in a grave tone, pondering why, in the same Songnan city, the magnitude of the tremors at Jinan Mountain differed so greatly from that in the city center. It appears that all of these are nightmares of your own making. Yu gently applauded, a smile gracing her lips. As expected of Commander Yuan, you have deduced it immediately. Is your target Xia? Yuan Gang furrowed his brow, questioning how a mere novice at the Pool Realm could warrant the personal attention of an ancient deity such as yourself. To say personal involvement would be an exaggeration, for the me standing here is merely a projection of nightmares. My true self is still being pursued by the madmen of the medium, squad, EU side in resignation. Indeed, it has been quite some time since I found myself in such a predicament since entering Klein. So, there is another individual targeting Xia, one of your followers? Yuan Gang keenly discerned the implication of her words. Yu maintained her smile, choosing not to respond. It seems I have struck a chord, Yuan Gang remarked calmly. You dispatched this nightmare projection to stall me, indicating that your followers do not exceed the Xia realm. You fear that my intervention might disrupt your plans, do you not? It is said that you, as the vice-captain of the Beijing team, are brave yet lacking in strategy. However, it appears this is not the case. In a moment of contemplative reverie, it was remarked that even if one were to guess correctly, it would bear no significance. The most formidable individual within the realm of Songnan was ensnared, while Team 136 had received orders from the higher-ups to secure the urban area, rendering any effort against a mere cadre of inexperienced recruits a gross misallocation of resources. Upon hearing this, Yuan Gang's pupils dilated in sudden apprehension. How do you know the directives issued by the Night Watch's leadership? He inquired. The figure, Yu, responded with a silent smile. Indeed, you have embedded believers within the higher echelons. This is inconsequential. Yu extended a hand, resembling a poised conductor orchestrating an unseen symphony, gently gesturing through the air. The sky, the earth, the mountains. The rain all trembled as if imbued with sentience. Simultaneously, Yuan Gang felt an unprecedented chill enveloping his heart. You are ensnared within my nightmare, Yu whispered softly. Commander, Commander? A training officer emerged from the tent, scanning the vicinity, but failing to locate Yuan Gang's presence. Strange, where has the commander gone? He was just here, he muttered, scratching his head in confusion. Could he have gone to rescue someone in a nearby village? Another officer suggested. I am uncertain, the first officer replied, shaking his head. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, let us wait a while, then contact the various rescue teams to inquire. Under normal circumstances, the commander would not simply vanish in such critical moments. Meanwhile, on Jinan Mountain, amidst a torrential downpour, a military TARP vehicle hastened along the mountainous road. Its glaring headlights piercing through the misty curtain of rain, barely illuminating the scene a few dozen meters ahead. Lin Xia and his companions sat in the vehicle, scrutinizing the intricate map in their hands, diligently recording their current position while simultaneously seeking the most suitable route to the village ahead. Suddenly, with a jarring screech, the cart came to an abrupt halt, nearly flinging the occupants in the rear from their seats. The vehicle swerved on the muddy path, completing a half-arc before coming to a steady stop. A landslide had blocked the road ahead, leaving them unable to proceed further. The instructor at the wheel proclaimed. Lin Xia exchanged glances with his companions, swiftly stowing away the map before disembarking. Instructor Hong rapped on the glass at the front of the canopy and remarked, this is as far as we go. We shall proceed on foot from here. The rain poured down in torrents, cascading from the heavens. In the silent valley, the incessant sound of rain drowned out all else. Several figures clad in black military coats leaped from the back of the vehicle, splattering mud as they did so, each bearing a black box containing the star blade, and swiftly darted into the depths of the forest. With the vehicle rendered useless, there was no need to waste time on the main road. They had already devised the fastest route to village number 1 while still in the vehicle. Although it might appear to the average person that traversing such a path in the current weather was akin to courting death, it posed no challenge for them. The group of 9 formed a long line, weaving rapidly through the dense thicket. Leading the charge was not Instructor Hong, but Lin Xia himself. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, casting an oppressive gloom over the forest, and with the rain obscuring visibility. An ordinary person would struggle to discern even the trees 2 meters away. Such harsh conditions would undoubtedly impede their progress significantly. Lin Xia possessed the mortal realm, enabling him to effortlessly avoid all obstacles. With him leading the way, those behind merely needed to follow in his swift footsteps. At the rear of the formation was Instructor Hong, the sole powerhouse from the Chuan realm among them, whose extensive experience provided a considerable sense of security for everyone. Silence enveloped the group. No one spoke, and no one complained of fatigue. Even Bai Li, usually the most restless, remained silent as they sprinted forward. This was not the time for idle chatter. Lives were at stake, and such matters were no jest. With each passing second toward the village, they could potentially save another life, necessitating their utmost focus and the preservation of every ounce of energy. They traversed through 2 patches of forest, racing along the stream that ran through the valley. The once gentle brook, swollen by the gathering rain, had transformed into a raging river, surging in the opposite direction. Thunder rumbled ominously among the dark clouds, while the soil and stones on one side of the valley, softened by the relentless rain, began to cascade downward, dragging more debris with it, resembling a brown tidal wave. The thunderous sound mingled with the echoes of the storm, rushing towards the narrow valley. Lin Xia was the first to notice the impending disaster. He abruptly turned his head and shouted, to the left. Landslide. Molly quickly raised her hand, preparing to shatter the incoming debris with her void banishment. However, Bai Li suddenly grasped her wrist, his expression grave as he firmly interjected, no. The mountain structure is too fragile right now. Using universal resonance will only accelerate its collapse. Allow me to handle this. He stepped forward, the golden radiance of Yaoguang shimmering upon his chest as the luminous shadows coalesced into a formidable golden wall on the left side of the 9 individuals. A torrent of earth and stone, propelled by immense kinetic energy, collided against the surface of the golden barrier, its brilliance flickering intermittently, yet ultimately. It held steadfast against the relentless onslaught of the landslide. Beneath the black military coat, Bai Li, portly as ever, extended his hand once more, as the resplendent golden light returned to the necklace adorning his chest. This time, he refrained from the customary display of ostentation, swiftly rejoining the ranks, advancing silently. Behind him, Molly stared in a daze at his quiet silhouette, seemingly witnessing a different side of Bai Li for the first time, a peculiar feeling blossoming within her heart. This version of him appeared rather dashing. Chapter 184. Rescue for Lin Xia and his companions, this landslide was merely a minor interruption on their journey. The fierce natural disaster could not deter their progress. They quickly readjusted their state and continued to advance along their intended path. As time passed gradually, they drew closer to the location of village number 1. Muddy stains sullied the surface of their military coats, merging with the black fabric, while their boots repeatedly sank into the soft earth, only to be pulled out with effort, their insoles now filled with the muck and leaves of the jungle. An indescribable discomfort settling in. Coldness, hunger, fatigue, pain, an array of negative sensations enveloped their spirits, yet not a single soul uttered a complaint. After a year of trials, they had long since grown accustomed to such hardships. They are no longer the ordinary individuals they were before entering the training camp. Now, they stand on the precipice of swearing allegiance as soldiers of the Night Watch. The radio at Instructor Hong's waist crackled to life, prompting him to draw it forth as he sprinted ahead, conversing with the voice on the other end. After a moment, his brow furrowed deeply. Instructor Hong, what has transpired? Lin Xia keenly observed the shift in Instructor Hong's demeanor and inquired. After a brief silence, Instructor Hong's voice emerged, somewhat hoarse. The commander is missing. Missing? Li Pangpang was taken aback. He vanished 8 hours ago. The last 2 instructors who saw him were stationed at the temporary command point. They presumed he had gone to assist in a village rescue, yet after questioning every village, his presence remained elusive. So they came to inquire if we had seen him? Indeed, but we have yet to reach village number 1, hence we are unaware of the circumstances. Instructor Hong pondered for a moment. However, given the commander's speed, should he indeed be heading to village number 1, he likely would have arrived well before now. And how far are we from village number 1? Lin Xia pressed. Instructor Hong reflected, matching the previously recorded map in his mind, and replied, at this pace, we should arrive in approximately half an hour. However, having run continuously for so long, do you wish to take a moment's respite? We're almost there. Li Pangpang, drenched in sweat, gritted his teeth. No rest. Let us push through. The others shared his resolve, and thus they accelerated once more, racing toward the direction of village number 1. Soon, the surrounding trees began to thin out, opening up the view, and a corner of a village, buried beneath a mudslide, faintly emerged in the distance. The 9 individuals halted before the ruins, gasping for breath, sweat mingling with rainwater as it fell to the ground, their military coats completely drenched. The commander was not present. Instructor Hong's gaze swept over the debris, his brow furrowing as he spoke. He has truly gone missing. The commander, a formidable figure within the sea realm, should not have encountered any misfortune. Perhaps he had simply left for some urgent matter. Deng Wei said uncertainly. Instructor Hong did not respond. They were well aware of Yuan Gang's character. While these new recruits might not fully understand, the instructors knew that under such circumstances, Yuan Gang would never abandon them amidst a rescue operation, silently slipping away to attend to other matters. There must have been some unforeseen event that they were unaware of. Instructor Hong took a deep breath, setting aside his concerns for the moment. Saving lives was paramount. Let us disperse according to our original assignments for the rescue. Everyone, keep your weapons at the ready, and if you notice anything amiss, call for assistance immediately. Yes. The remaining 8 individuals scattered in different directions. Lin Xia was tasked with using his abilities to locate the victims, while Shun Qingzhu, Mo Li, Li Pangpang, Deng Wei, Li Jia, Li Liang, and Instructor Hong engaged in the excavation and rescue efforts. When Qingqing was responsible for treating the injured, Lin Xia swiftly navigated through the village, filled with shattered walls and ruins, marking a cross in the soil or on the walls with his star blade whenever he detected a survivor. In the complete liberation of the use of forbidden zones, the speed of rescue efforts by the other members was astonishing. One survivor after another was extracted and subsequently gathered into a dilapidated structure that barely sheltered them from the rain, where when Qingqing provided medical treatment, the scale of village number 1 in the valley was modest, with a population significantly less than that of the other villages. After all, in this era, few were willing to reside in the remote mountains. The majority were elderly individuals remaining at home, alongside a handful of young people who had grown up here and were reluctant to leave. Moreover, the rescue operations of Team Number 1 were executed with remarkable swiftness, and within half an hour, they had successfully rescued all survivors. Team Number 1 reported that the rescue mission was concluded, with a total of 17 survivors from Village No. 1 having received preliminary treatment and awaiting further assistance. Instructor Hong communicated the situation to the temporary command center via radio and quickly received confirmation. The rescue team would likely arrive in about a day, and until then, we must remain here to protect the injured, Instructor Hong stated, turning to the individuals resting against the crumbling wall. What will happen when the rescue team arrives? Will we descend the mountain with them? Bailey Fatty inquired. Instructor Hong shook his head. No, when they are nearing, we will descend on our own to avoid a direct encounter. The group nodded in understanding. Realizing that they were essentially a preemptive rescue team operating before the official search and rescue unit's arrival, and as members of the Night Watch organization, they were considered non-existent in the eyes of the formal rescue team. Should they encounter the official rescue team at that time, it could potentially lead to complications. 9 figures, clad in black military coats, leaned against the wall, the remnants of a short wall offering them some respite from the wind and rain. Though droplets still managed to fall upon them, trickling slowly to the ground. Bailey, the portly one, hung his head, gently swaying as if his eyes were magnetically drawn shut, ready to succumb to slumber at any moment. Meanwhile, Li, Xia, Deng, and Wei had already drifted into the realm of dreams, utterly exhausted. After 9 hours of traversing through extreme conditions without a single break, they had immediately commenced their frantic rescue efforts upon arrival, nearly depleting every ounce of their strength. It was noteworthy that the average age of these 8 recruits was merely 20. Molly gazed up at the rain cascading from the sky, momentarily lost in thought. Suddenly, a head collided gently against her shoulder. Instinctively, she prepared to shift away, but upon glimpsing the weary yet resolute face beneath the military cap, she halted. Bailey had fallen asleep, deeply immersed in slumber, oblivious to his body leaning against her. Molly stared at his face, her heart in turmoil for a moment before deciding against pushing him away, allowing him to rest against her. She pressed her lips together and turned her gaze back to the relentless downpour, a hint of crimson blooming on her cheeks, as if a thought had crossed her mind. In his dreams, Bailey's lips curled into a slight smile. Chapter 185. Training. The rain continued to fall. Within the dilapidated shelter, 2 groups lay silently. To the left were the survivors rescued by Lin Qi and his companions, while to the right were those who had tragically lost their lives. 17 survivors remain, while 9 have perished. Following the catastrophic landslide, many individuals lost their lives amidst the chaos, buried beneath the debris, struck by collapsing walls, or pierced by sharp stones and branches. These souls could not be saved. Meanwhile, the survivors are enveloped in a serene yet oppressive atmosphere. Utilizing sleep to mend their physical wounds, the entire room filled to the brim with silence. Consequently, Lin Xia and the others are forced to huddle beneath the remnants of the walls outside, enduring the relentless elements. Suddenly, among the survivors on the left, a girl with braided hair slowly opened her eyes. She sat up in confusion, her mind still lingering on the events following the landslide. She intended to return indoors to call for her grandparents, only to be tripped by the trembling ground, tumbling into a corner. Where are Grandpa and Grandma? Yaya scanned her surroundings, quickly spotting the 2 elders lying quietly among the group on the right. Gritting her teeth, she rose from the ground and rushed to their side, shaking their cold bodies with urgency, her small face pale with fear. Grandpa, Grandpa, what is wrong, Grandpa? Her cry startled a few individuals outside, who hurriedly entered the room. They found Yaya kneeling on the floor, desperately shaking the lifeless forms of the elderly, exchanging bewildered glances. Wen Qingqing pressed her lips tightly together as she approached Yaya, gently lifting her into her arms. What is your name? Yaya's body trembled slightly as she whispered, My name is Yaya. Wen Qingqing gently replied, Yaya, grandfather and grandmother are asleep. Let us not disturb them, shall we? Yaya turned to glance at her quietly resting grandparents, pursed her lips, and nodded emphatically. Wen Qingqing cradled Yaya in her arms and stepped outside, settling beside the crumbling wall. Lin Xia and the others exchanged glances before also exiting the house. Sister, who? Who are you? Yaya inquired timidly once they were outside, her complexion improving slightly. We are here to rescue Yaya. Oh, Yaya blinked. Then when will grandfather and grandmother wake up? When Qingqing's body stiffened, and she lowered her head, at a loss for words. At that moment, Shen Qingzhu stepped forward, pausing for a moment before speaking softly. You are called Yaya, correct? Apart from grandfather and grandmother, do you have any other relatives? Yes, I have my father and mother. Where are your father and mother? I don't know. This morning, my father went to the mountains to gather firewood, and then it started to rain heavily. My mother took a raincoat and went up the mountain to find my father, but she hasn't returned yet. Yaya replied in a hushed tone. Do you remember where they went up the mountain? Shen Qingzhu continued to inquire. Yaya nodded and pointed in a certain direction. Over there. The group turned to look, and the place Yaya indicated was precisely where the mudslide had first cascaded down. The collapsed debris had already engulfed a significant portion of the mountain peak, leaving barely a few trees standing. The group exchanged glances, simultaneously enveloped in silence. They had ascended the mountain in the morning, only to be met by a torrential downpour, followed swiftly by an earthquake and landslides. Remaining in the mountains under such circumstances was, for the most part, unfathomable. When Qingqing's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she forced a smile, gently stroking Yaya's head. "Yaya, shall we rest for a while? Look, your hand is injured." Yaya glanced down at her hand, now marred by a significant abrasion, the blood having ceased thanks to Qingqing's earlier ministrations, yet the wound remained. Before Yaya could utter a word, a wave of fatigue washed over her, and she soon succumbed to slumber. When Qingqing lifted Yaya into her arms, softly entering the room, where she laid her back down on the floor. She then removed her military coat, delicately draping it over Yaya's small frame. Stepping back outside, she sensed a palpable heaviness in the atmosphere. Shinchiju leaned against the wall, squinting as he gazed into the distant peaks. "I believe we should commence a search," he proposed. "We must stay with the survivors until the rescue team arrives." Instructor Hong shook his head. "We cannot split our forces," he insisted, his demeanor grave. "The inexplicable disappearance of our superior suggests there are unknown variables at play. Dispersing now would be an unwise course of action. Moreover, their entry point into the mountains is perilously close to the landslide's origin. In such dire conditions, it is unlikely that anyone could escape, even if we venture forth. We might only uncover 2 lifeless bodies." Stepping back, one might ponder, it has been over 10 hours since the mudslide occurred, even if they have survived. Why have they not returned? Shinchiju lowered her head, silently clenching her fists, lost in thought, while others too yearned to search for Yaya's parents. As Instructor Hong pointed out, their chances of survival were exceedingly slim. Even if they ventured forth, it was likely they would merely discover 2 lifeless bodies. The Night Watchers are but mere mortals, not deities. We cannot rescue every soul. Witnessing the despondency among the group weighed heavily on Instructor Hong's heart. He spoke up. "You have all endured so much. Let us take a moment to rest. When the rescue team arrives, we shall descend the mountain. After descending, you will prepare for the oath-taking ceremony to officially become Night Watchers and head to your respective posts." Instructor Hong's gaze swept over the crowd, a smile gracing his lips. "I still remember when you fresh recruits first entered the camp, so weak and overly sentimental. Especially you, Shinchiju, with your fiery temper and a demeanor that suggested you found fault with everyone. And that chubby fellow, hardly distinguishable from a pig with how he carried on each day." Shinchiju frowned and scoffed, turning her gaze towards the horizon, while Bai Li, the rotund boy, sheepishly scratched his head. "Now, look at you, all capable of running for extended periods and coming to the mountains to save lives. You have transformed, truly transformed. Witnessing your growth, seeing you evolve from mere novices to Night Watchers. Perhaps this is the true joy of being an instructor." A slight smile played at the corners of Instructor Hong's mouth, but he quickly shook his head. "Yet, it is not enough. Your growth is still insufficient. You are still quite immature and young. Take Shinchiju, for instance. Although you may not be as arrogant as before, your temper remains quite explosive. It is only when you can calm your mind and fully master your emotions that you will truly grow. Do not present that sour expression to me. Among all these individuals, your issues are the most pronounced. Once you achieve this level of self-control, your future accomplishments will rival those of Lin Xia." Shinchiju turned to glance at Lin Xia, his brows furrowing even deeper. He huffed, unwilling to endure any more of Instructor Hong's incessant lecturing, and stood up to walk away. Lin Xia mused, "You can scold him all you want, but why drag me into your grievances?" Chapter 186. Familiarity. Heavy clouds loomed above like leaden weights, shrouding the entire valley in shadows. Though it was still merely dusk, there was a palpable absence of sunlight. Compared to before, the rainfall seemed somewhat diminished, yet the prolonged exposure to moisture left one feeling profoundly uncomfortable. Within the dimly lit forest, a man clad in a black military coat ascended a muddy hill, casting a glance back at the village in the valley that had been reduced to ruins. His eyes slightly squinting, he turned away, continuing his ascent, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding earth and rocks, as if searching for something. The mountainside, saturated with rain for an extended period, was exceedingly soft. Stepping upon it could easily lead to a slip in the mud or the dislodgement of stones cascading down the slope. This was no scenic mountain with sturdy, even stone steps or resting platforms for observation. Here lay only a series of rugged, winding paths and rainwater trickling down like a stream. Suddenly, he seemed to have heard something and abruptly turned his head. He saw 3 figures struggling to ascend the path he had taken. Deng Wei raised his head and called out in a hoarse voice, "Shun, brother Shun, wait for us. We can't go on." Shen Qingzhu furrowed his brow tightly. "You? What brings you here?" "Brother Shun, while others may not understand you, we certainly do," Li Liang chuckled. "You might claim you won't come, yet you are bound to heed the instructor's words and secretly seek out the girl's parents. Thus, we seized the opportunity to sneak out while heading to the mountains for a restroom break," Li Jia continued. Shen Qingzhu stared blankly at the muddy trio, and after a moment, began to scold. "Damn it, don't act like you comprehend me. I merely needed a break from sitting and stepped out for some fresh air." Deng Wei and the others laughed heartily as they approached Shen Qingzhu, glancing around. "Brother Shun, how shall we divide the tasks for the search? Feel free to assign us." Shen Qingzhu's lips twitched slightly as he suppressed a sigh before responding. "Given the limited visibility, we must not disperse too far. Maintain a distance of 5 meters between us and proceed methodically." "Understood, Brother Shen. You weren't discovered during your arrival, were you?" "Rest assured, Brother Shen." Deng Wei confidently patted his chest. "We were exceedingly cautious. It was impossible for anyone to notice us." "That's good to hear." At village number 1. At the village entrance, draped in a black military coat, Lin Xia leaned against a grand tree, his gaze fixed upon the mountains in the distance, gradually succumbing to darkness. His eyes slightly narrowed. Bai Li Pang hurriedly emerged from the dilapidated houses of the village, rushing to Lin Xia's side, breathlessly stating, "Xia, Shen Qingzhu has disappeared. And Deng Wei, Li Jia, and Li Liang claim they went to the restroom, yet they have not returned. The instructor suspects they might have stealthily ventured to search for Yaya's parents." Lin Xia glanced at him, a hint of resignation in his voice. "It's not a possibility. They have indeed gone to search." Bai Li Pang was taken aback. "How do you know?" "I witnessed Deng Wei and the others sneaking out of the village, heading straight into the mountains. Then, why didn't you stop them?" "It was futile." Lin Xia shook his head. "Once Shen Qingzhu decided to go, they would inevitably follow. Rather than creating a tumultuous situation later, it is wiser to turn a blind eye for now." Bai Li Pang sighed, casting his eyes towards the inky mountains, hesitantly voicing, "With the sky so dark, do you think they will be all right?" Lin Xia remained silent. "Xia, what if we secretly slip out and assist them?" Bai Li Pang ventured again, noticing Lin Xia's lack of response. Lin Xia smiled wryly. "Do not test my resolve. Of course, I would help, but recklessly charging into the mountains like they did is out of the question. We must approach this with strategy." "Strategy? What other strategies could there be?" Bai Li Pang responded with confusion. "Do you think I've been sitting here for no reason?" Lin Xia spoke softly. He lifted his gaze to the darkening sky and extended a finger, summoning several bats that swooped down from above, circling around him. Simultaneously, a multitude of insects emerged from the soft earth, enveloping Lin Xia as if he were their sovereign. Bai Li Pang, witnessing this spectacle, gasped in astonishment. "Not quite enough yet," Lin Xia murmured, shaking his head gently. "The night must deepen further." In the shadowy village woods, 4 figures formed a square, wielding flashlights as they meticulously searched the area. During their time in the vehicle, the instructor had distributed flashlights to each rescue team, especially to those destined for the remote mountains. Typically, the absence of flashlights during extreme training was intended to enhance their adaptability to darkness. However, this was not a time for training. Without these flashlights, the 4 would be akin to blind men stumbling through the jungle, with the risk of becoming lost themselves, rendering any rescue efforts futile. "Shengu." Suddenly, Li Jia seemed to discover something and shouted, "Over here." Shen Qingzhu immediately dashed to Li Jia's side, directing her gaze toward the beam of light from the flashlight. There, amidst the muddy stones, lay a worn women's athletic shoe, ensnared in the mire, showing no signs of having dried. This was likely left behind in the aftermath of a mudslide. Shen Qingzhu's eyes began to gleam with hope. Could it be? This might belong to Yaya's mother? Is she still alive? Li Jia's eyes widened in disbelief. "It's possible," Shen Qingzhu resolutely declared. "Spread out and search the vicinity. Let us see if there are any other clues." Upon discovering the fallen woman's shoe, the spirits of the 4 were instantly uplifted, and they began to meticulously scour the area radiating from the shoe's location. Li Jia ambled slowly along the slick mountain path, the beam of his flashlight wavering across the ground. He raised his gaze towards the distance. They had strayed far from the village, which was now entirely out of sight. Bowing his head, he resumed his search. Suddenly, A faint rustling sound emerged from nearby, causing Li Jia to pause. A flicker of hope illuminating his eyes as he directed the flashlight towards the source. Not far ahead on the path, a man casually approached, wielding an axe. "Are you Yaya's father?" Li Jia inquired with excitement. "Yaya? I don't know any Yaya," the man chuckled, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. His narrow eyes appraising Li Jia with a penetrating gaze. "But you, little brat, your face seems rather familiar. Perhaps it's time for you to be dealt with." In the beam of the flashlight, a sinister grin crept across the man's lips as he swung the heavy axe resting on his shoulder with alarming speed. A flash of steel glinting ominously. Chapter 187, The Oncoming Crisis. A chilling scream echoed from afar, causing Shinqiju, Dang Wei, and Li Liang, who had been scattered in search, to freeze momentarily before swiftly racing towards Li Jia's direction. In the darkened woods, Li Jia's cry faded almost instantly into a haunting silence. "Li Jia, where are you?" A foreboding sense of dread loomed over Shinqiju as he sprinted towards the direction of Li Jia's cries, shouting loudly to those around him. Dang Wei and Li Liang hurriedly followed behind, their faces etched with anxiety. A beam of light pierced through the darkened forest, and amidst the shadows, a robust figure emerged, unhurriedly approaching the trio. The man was bare-chested, his right shoulder bearing a massive axe, while his left hand clutched a bloodied head, a foolish grin spreading across his face as he appeared before them. "Let me see which little ones are calling out." Upon catching sight of the gruesome trophy in his hand, Shinqiju and his companions felt their pupils constrict in horror. Li Liang collapsed onto the ground, his complexion ashen, while Dang Wei stood frozen, disbelief clouding his eyes. Shinqiju trembled uncontrollably, his gaze fixed on the grinning brute, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his flesh. The man glanced at the trio and laughed heartily. "Good, good, good. Another 3 ripe heads to harvest. It's time to pluck them. I'll be damned if I let you." Shinqiju roared as he charged forward. Suddenly, Lin Xia, who had been seated beneath a tree with his eyes closed, snapped them open and sprang to his feet, a grave expression etched upon his face. Beside him, Bai Li Pangpang jumped in surprise. "What's wrong? There are others in the mountains besides us," Lin Xia exclaimed, hastening towards the dilapidated houses in the village to find Instructor Hong. "What's the matter?" Instructor Hong inquired, furrowing his brow at Lin Xia's expression. "There are enemies in the mountains, and not just one." Instructor Hong's expression shifted dramatically. "Please, elaborate." "Earlier, I had been orchestrating the nocturnal creatures in the vicinity towards the mountain peak where Yaya's parents had mysteriously vanished, in hopes of uncovering their whereabouts. Instead, I stumbled upon a peculiar group of individuals." Lin Xia furrowed his brow and continued, "Thus far, I have discerned 4 individuals, based on the fluctuations of their mental energy. 3 of them appear to be of the Chuan realm, while 1 possesses an overwhelming mental force, rendering his level indeterminate. However, if he is not at the pinnacle of the Chuan realm, he must certainly be of the high realm. 3 Chuan and 1 high?" Instructor Hong's expression shifted instantaneously. At this moment, this sudden rescue operation finally unveiled a glimpse of its sinister nature, the inexplicable mudslide, the disappearance of Commander Yuan Gang, and the emergence of mysterious powers within the forest. Where are they now? One is alarmingly close, right in the direction that Shinqiju and the others are advancing towards, while 2 others are at a greater distance, seemingly in search of something. As for the one suspected to be of the high realm, he is seated upon a hillside, engaged in some unknown activity. Lin Xia replied candidly. Suddenly, just as Lin Qia's words fell, a thunderous explosion reverberated from afar. The crowd turned their gazes towards the source, which lay in the direction where Shinqiju and his companions had departed. Due to the mountain's obstruction, they could not discern the origin of the blast, yet a corner of the sky was faintly illuminated by flames. "It must be Shinqiju. They have encountered trouble," Lin Xia remarked, his brow knitted in concern. Instructor Hong immediately retrieved his walkie-talkie and called out loudly, "This is Rescue Team 1. We have encountered 3 Chuan-level enemies and 1 suspected high-level enemy nearby. We have already suffered an attack, requesting immediate assistance. Repeat, requesting assistance." As soon as he finished speaking, a response came through the device. "This is the temporary rescue headquarters. We have received the request from Rescue Team 1 and will relay it to other teams. Instructors will be dispatched to provide support, while other trainees must remain in their respective villages and refrain from acting independently. However, Instructor Hong, given your location is quite deep, it will take at least 3 hours for instructors from other villages to arrive. Please hold out during this time." Following this, a series of voices responded. "This is Han Li from Rescue Team 3. We are not far from your position and will head to your aid immediately. The voice of Instructor Han came through the walkie-talkie. This is Wang Feng from Rescue Team 5, en route to assist. The responses continued. And Instructor Han gripped the walkie-talkie tightly, expressing his frustration. 3 hours? By then, it will be too late. Cursing under his breath, he stowed the walkie-talkie and, without a moment's hesitation, shouldered the black box containing the starry blade. He turned to Lin Xia and the others, saying, "Stay here and wait for me. I will go rescue Shen Qizhu and the others. Do not wander off." With that, he began to dash into the mountains. "Wait, Instructor Hong." Lin Xia hastily called out to the hurried Instructor Hong, who turned back, gazing at him with a look of confusion. The situation was far from simple. Lin Xia shook his head. With the disappearance of the commander and the emergence of the enemy, it was evident that a hidden conspiracy lurked behind this rescue operation. Their presence here undoubtedly signified a specific intent. What that intent was remained unclear, but one thing was certain. They were not here for the sake of the survivors. Lin Xia turned his gaze towards the dilapidated buildings behind him, where survivors and victims lay. "Are you suggesting," he pondered, "why do they appear here, of all places? Near village number 1. Moreover, judging by their trajectory, their objective is unmistakably this location." He inhaled deeply, then remarked, "To attract so many formidable individuals at once. It could only be due to my involvement. In other words, their target is you?" Instructor Hong furrowed his brow. "But how could they possibly know we would come to provide aid? How did they ascertain that you would be part of the rescue team at village number 1? Lin Qia's eyes narrowed slightly. "Perhaps there is a traitor among the Night Watch's upper echelons." Instructor Hong's expression darkened immediately. "In any case, if their objective is indeed me, I cannot remain here. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly endanger these survivors." Lin Xia stated calmly. "Conversely, if I can make them believe I am not present, I can alter their original course, diverting them away from this village." "What is your intention?" Instructor Hong inquired. "At this moment, we cannot act recklessly. We must ensure the safety of the survivors while rescuing Shen Qizhu, and, most importantly, prevent other adversaries from becoming involved in the rescue operation. Otherwise, the situation will undoubtedly spiral out of control." The glimmer in Lin Qia's eyes flickered with determination. "Thus, my plan is as follows. Instructor Hong, you will escort Bailey Pang Pang to rescue Shen Qizhu. With this fellow's unique abilities, it may alleviate much of our troubles. Molly and Wen Qingqing, you shall lead the survivors to a concealed location outside the village to thwart any other enemies from arriving and incurring unnecessary casualties. As for me," Lin Xia inhaled deeply, his gaze drifting towards the dark and silent forest. "I shall draw away the remaining 3 adversaries." Chapter 188, The Fiery Dragon of the Flame Veins. No. Instructor Hong vehemently shook his head. "You intend to lure away the other 3? They are genuine Chuan Realm beings. Unlike the pseudo-Chuan Realm entities encountered during training, do not be misled into thinking that defeating 2 during our exercises renders the Chuan Realm insignificant. Each of them possesses the capability to overpower you unilaterally, not to mention the presence of a high realm individual. But this is the only viable approach," Lin Xia calmly asserted. "If I do not deliberately expose myself, they will inevitably discover our location." Instructor Hong opened his mouth as if to utter something, but Lin Xia continued, "Moreover, I do not intend to confront them directly. As long as we can delay for 3 hours until the other instructors arrive, we will seize the initiative." He lifted his gaze, resolutely meeting Instructor Hong's eyes, a newfound confidence glimmering within. After a moment of contemplation, as the distant rumbling of explosions grew ever louder from the mountains, Instructor Hong clenched his teeth and said, "Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Remember, avoid direct confrontation. Surviving is of utmost importance." Lin Xia nodded, and without further hesitation, Instructor Hong dashed towards Shen Qizhu and the others. With each stride, it seemed as though an unseen force propelled him forward, covering an astonishing distance in mere moments. Seeing Instructor Hong sprint away, Bai Li, astonished, let out a curse before sprinting after him. As Lin Xia watched their figures gradually fade into the darkness, he chose not to linger in the village, instead veering towards another direction. He moved through the dim jungle like a specter, quickly distancing himself from the village. Once he judged the location to be suitable, he took a deep breath, his eyes shimmering with a radiant golden light, fully unleashing the divine might of the seraphim. In this tranquil, secluded mountain, the presence of the seraphim was strikingly conspicuous. After a brief moment, the golden hue in Lin Qia's eyes gradually faded. He extended his hand and gently pressed it against the void, causing a dazzling magic circle to manifest in the air. The spatial fluctuations from another dimension intensified, and soon, A diminutive mummy materialized before Lin Xia. The small mummy swiftly surveyed its surroundings, and upon realizing that the room was devoid of an abundance of weapons and snacks, it lowered its head in disappointment. Lin Xia affectionately patted the mummy's head, his gaze drifting toward the distant mountains as he murmured, "To kill me is not so simple." In the serene depths of the mountains, a figure clad in a duckbill cap strode purposefully through the trees, heading towards village number 1. Suddenly, a surging wave of divine power emanated from another direction, its aura radiant like the stars. He paused, taken aback, and slowly came to a halt. How strange. Wasn't it said he was heading to that village for a rescue? Why would he be in that location? He closed his eyes, attuned his senses, and after a moment of contemplation, nodded with conviction. Indeed, it was the pressure of a deity. It must be him. Turning to face the source of Lin Xia's aura, excitement flickered in his eyes. If I can eliminate the dual divine agent this time, I will surely secure a place among the followers. I have endured enough hardship. Little agent, prepare to meet your end. He quickened his pace, racing towards the origin of the aura with newfound speed. A similar scene unfolded within another formidable figure from the Chuanjing realm, yet there remained one notable exception. At this moment, on the slopes of a peak in Jinan Mountain, a man slowly opened his eyes, gazing towards the place where Lin Xia's formidable presence once manifested. Was he willing to embark on a perilous journey to safeguard others? This dual deity's agent possesses a certain intrigue. He is the sole suspected powerhouse of the Sea Realm, one whom Lin Xia sensed had never moved. His gaze drifted to the distant deep mountains, a flicker of hesitation evident in his eyes, as if contemplating whether to take action. After a moment, he gently shook his head. Merely a pool realm, those few inept beings should suffice. For now, the matter at hand holds greater fascination. He turned his attention back to the vast cave before him, from which a scorching and formidable aura rhythmically surged forth, as if the mountain itself had come to life. A peculiar light shimmered in the man's eyes. He had not anticipated that beneath this unremarkable mountain range lay a slumbering fire-veined dragon. Truly an unexpected boon. In the darkness of night, Instructor Hong's legs glimmered with a faint blue light, reminiscent of a superhero. He leapt into the air, soaring over 10 meters, effortlessly scaling a peak in mere moments. With such prowess, had Instructor Hong not initially led Lin Xia and the others into the mountains, he could have reached village number 1 in no more than 2 hours, rather than the 8 it would take. The buzzing sound of explosions grew increasingly near, and he could vaguely discern the dazzling flames igniting in the distant mountains, flaring up repeatedly only to extinguish, then reignite once more. No one but Shenqi Zhu could achieve such feats. Instructor Hong's expression grew increasingly grave as he crouched slightly, the azure light emanating from his legs once more blossoming forth. In a sudden motion, he leaped from the mountaintop towards the fray below. His figure floated gracefully down the precipice, but just as he descended past the midpoint, several robust vines shot forth like lightning from the mountainside, ensnaring his legs in an instant and yanking him downward with relentless force. The delicate balance he once maintained was shattered, and the immense gravity morphed into centripetal force, violently hurling Instructor Hong beside the stream nestled within the mountain's belly. With a thud, a muffled impact resonated as a cascade of debris erupted around him. Disheveled, he rose from the ground, blood trickling from his forehead. Suddenly, the vines binding his legs tightened once more, swiftly dragging him towards the dense thicket. Despite his injuries, Instructor Hong remained remarkably composed, drawing the star blade from his back and swiftly severing the vines. He steadied himself, his gaze piercing the surrounding darkness like that of a hawk. What had initially been an attempt to capture an unfortunate child had unexpectedly ensnared an instructor instead. TSK. A figure gradually emerged from the tree trunk, a presence that Instructor Hong had failed to notice until now. This was an adversary concealed in the shadows. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon Instructor Hong. With this individual present, he would be unable to rush to the aid of Shenqi Zhu and the others in the immediate future. This predicament was dire. In the distance, in an inconspicuous corner, a plump figure cautiously peered out, observing the standoff by the stream with a conflicted expression. Fortunately, I ran a bit slower. Otherwise, I would have likely been halted midway. However, I must decide whether to assist the instructor first or rescue my comrade. He glanced at the composed Instructor Hong and then at the distant, incessant explosions, and soon arrived at a resolution. Instructor Hong, it is not that I am unwilling to help you. Rather, I have faith in your capabilities, muttered Bai Li softly as he swiftly made his way towards the battlefield where Shenqi Zhu was engaged.